On an empty street, a man was strolling leisurely, but the next second, a dark shadow suddenly attacked, accompanied by a chilling glint that aimed directly at the man's face. At the critical moment, a summoning array suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Amidst the flashing blue light, a beautiful woman with a full head of black hair and an extraordinary temperament slowly emerged from the array. Immediately following, a cyan barrier appeared like a water curtain, protecting Yin Zhi within it and easily blocking the killing move. Yin Zhi raised his head slightly and looked calmly at the attacker. A woman dressed in black with a cold expression, a short dagger in her hand gleaming with a chilling light and full of killing intent. Looking at the attack blocked by the barrier, Yin Zhi smiled faintly. This was the first time he had shown such a relaxed smile since his rebirth. This is a world where spirits reign supreme. Upon reaching adulthood, each person can use a spirit crystal to draw a spirit and gain powerful combat abilities through a contract. Yin Zhi had experienced all of this in his previous life, and he drew the legendary Holy Spirit Guardian, the Azure Flame Empress. That was a top-tier spirit summon that countless people dreamed of, but Yin Zhi was forced by his family to transfer this spirit summon to his cousin. From then on, he lived a life of mediocrity, unable even to afford medical treatment, and ultimately died a miserable and regretful death. However, just as he was on the verge of death, he was reborn. He returned to the day he drew the Azure Flame Empress. And this time, in addition to obtaining the Azure Flame Empress's contract again, he also awakened the death-seeking system. This system has a unique ability. It can sense the murderous intent of those around it. As long as someone harbors murderous intent towards it, it can gain murderous intent points. These kill points can be used not only to unlock spirit control skills and accelerate spirit control growth, but also to exchange for various powerful and rare equipment to strengthen oneself. Yin Zhi secretly vowed in his heart, in this life, he would never be cowardly or back down again. He would use the power of the system and Empress Qingyan to reach the pinnacle of the spirit control world. He will not let any of those who plotted against him in his past life and tried to kill him go. The female assassin launched another attack. In a flash, 3 cold beams shot out like meteors, aiming directly at Yin Zhi's brow, throat, and heart. The speed was astonishing, so fast that Yin Zhi could only see 3 streaks of cold light flying towards him like lightning. But he was prepared. With a thought, he immediately unleashed Azure Flame, Vajra Tempering. This skill can absorb high-intensity damage to temper the body, while also accumulating and reflecting some of the attack. The female assassin missed her attack and immediately retreated, increasing the distance between herself and Yin Zhi. Although she was masked, one could still see the slight furrow in her brows. Yin Zhi raised his hand to touch his forehead and chest, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. Sorry, you seem unable to kill me. His tone was flippant, his expression utterly irritating. These words thoroughly enraged the other party. The female assassin's short dagger suddenly gleamed with a cold light, and a bright silver thread instantly extended from the dagger, piercing directly into the back of her own head. Yin Zhi's eyelids twitched, and he was shocked. It was a weapon-type spirit. Based on his experience in his previous life, this type of spirit was rare, and its abilities were often very special. He muttered to himself, "My Azure Flame Empress should be able to withstand it, right?" Before he could think any further, the female assassin launched another attack. She angrily hurled her spirit-controlling dagger, its cold light flashing as it hurtled towards Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi instinctively dodged to the side, the spirit-controlling dagger grazing past him. But in the next moment, the female assassin's figure appeared out of thin air where the dagger had landed. She gripped the dagger and stabbed it fiercely into Yin Zhi's back. Thud! Half of the dagger pierced his back, and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, the notification sound of the death-seeking system rang in Yin Zhi's mind. Beep beep. You have received 500 points of killing intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Upon hearing the prompt, Yin Zhi laughed instead of getting angry, and gritted his teeth, letting out a low growl. An eye for an eye. Azure Flame, Burning Lamp. In the next instant, a ball of blazing azure flames ignited from his back. The female assassin screamed in agony, hastily retreating. Her hand, which had been gripping the dagger, was now severely burned. If she were an ordinary person, the bones would probably have been burned away long ago. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yin Zhi turned around and sneered. Tisk tisk, you're such an unprofessional assassin. I could stand here and let you kill me, but you still couldn't. The female assassin's eyes were filled with rage, and she gritted her teeth as she spat out, "Are you smug?" "Of course," Yin Zhi replied casually. "I'm happy to see you desperately trying to kill me, but failing." Deep down, he was secretly praying that she would hurry up, continue to be angry, and further fuel his murderous intent. Sure enough, the female assassin smiled coldly. "Then try this move of mine." As she spoke, she crossed her hands and flicked them, and the dagger instantly split in two. Then, with another flick of her hands, the dagger transformed into 5 more. In the blink of an eye, 10 spirit-controlling daggers appeared between her hands. Suddenly, the female assassin leaped up, flipping in the air like a diver, and 10 daggers transformed into streaks of light, whistling down and instantly embedding themselves in the ground around Yin Zhi. The daggers, crackling and hissing as they fell to the ground, emitted blinding flashes of electricity, forming a cage-like structure. The last dagger, with astonishing speed, pierced Yin Zhi's right leg, embedding itself halfway in. The female assassin reappeared, swiftly moving to a dagger, pulling it out, and plunging it into Yin Zhi's body. Within moments, Yin Zhi had been stabbed multiple times. The 10 spirit-controlling daggers surged with lightning, causing Yin Zhi's body to convulse. She gave a cold laugh and looked up at the sky. "You could die now." As if in response to her command, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the night sky, hitting Yin Zhi precisely. After a violent flash, thunder roared, and Yin Zhi's body, charred black, lay on the ground. The female assassin calmly watched him fall, then clenched her fist, and the daggers returned to her hand like birds in flight. She glanced at Empress Qingyan, muttered softly, "What a pity," and turned to leave. However, after only a few steps, a familiar voice came from behind. "Leaving already?" The female assassin turned around abruptly, her eyes wide open. She saw that Yin Zhi, who had just been stabbed and struck by lightning and passed out, was actually standing up alive. "You!" She stared at the young man before her in disbelief. Yin Zhi jumped up and down, stretching his limbs, and exclaimed with a smile, "The effects of this azure flame-cold jade bath are just too powerful." He looked at her, a smile playing on his lips. "Thank you, truly." This battle had just earned him another 600 killing points. Adding to the previous ones, that brings his total to 1590. Unlock the next level skill for Azure Flame, Burning Lamp. Azure Flame, Blazing Sun. Even more surprisingly, after that lightning strike, he truly felt that his stamina and strength had increased significantly. Yin Zhi swung his arms and grinned. That felt great. "Want another one?" The female assassin gritted her teeth, her anger blazing. "Don't get too cocky, you're dead. Not today, but tomorrow, or the day after." Yin Zhi's eyes lit up. "Really?" He suddenly laughed, looking exactly like a penniless wretch hoping for money to be delivered to his door. "Great. Welcome, welcome. Come and kill me anytime, anywhere." The female assassin yelled angrily. "Are you crazy?" After cursing, she snorted heavily, glared at Yin Zhi a few times, turned around and walked away without looking back, her steps filled with resentment and anger. At the end of a secluded alley in Holy Skull City stands a place called Shell Bar. A doorbell rings softly, and a figure pushes open the door and enters. Behind the bar, a burly middle-aged man was leisurely wiping glasses, his tone languid. "Back so soon?" Bang! A slender, fair hand slammed heavily on the bar. The newcomer's face was frosty. It was none other than the assassin, Xiaojio. "This order will cost extra." The bar owner frowned. "Xiaojio, this isn't in accordance with the rules." "Rules?" Xiaojio sneered. "You're asking me, a 4-star assassin, to assassinate a freak with a 9-star Holy Spirit spirit? You call that a rule?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to intimidate everyone. The boss's eyes widened suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. "What did you say? 9-star Holy Spirit?" "That's right, Holy Spirit 9-star. Azure Flame Empress. Do you think I'm blind?" Xiaojio's tone grew increasingly cold. Upon hearing the words, Azure Flame Empress, the bar owner's expression instantly turned serious, and he frowned, saying, "This deal is off." The appearance of a 9-star Holy Spirit level spirit in Holy Skull City is bound to cause a sensation throughout the city and even the country. But Xiaojio stubbornly insisted. "Stop? No way. That bastard, I'll kill him." The boss narrowed his eyes, his voice low but warning, "Don't be reckless. I'll pay you as usual, but don't cause trouble for the organization." Xiao Jiu was slightly taken aback, then smiled frivolously. "Boss, are you scared?" The owner, without any attempt to hide his fear, replied, "Yes, I was indeed scared. We run a business to make money. We don't intend to risk our lives. Give me my payment." She took the money and left Shell Picker Bar. Walking through the dark alley, Xiao Jiu thought of Yin Zhi's irritating appearance and gritted her teeth in anger. "I'm going to kill you." At the same time, Yin Zhi rushed back to the Lahiri Hotel as fast as he could, changed into clean clothes, tidied up briefly, checked out of the room, and headed straight for the sanctuary. The sanctuary is a branch of the Holy Court established in various countries and regions. All masters must register at the sanctuary. This process is mandatory and leaves no room for choice. Once the registration is completed, it is equivalent to obtaining an officially recognized identity and protection from the Holy Court, which means that no one can easily take away his Azure Flame Empress. Of course, Yin Zhi also knew in his heart that even the protection of the Holy Court was not necessarily reliable. What he could truly depend on was always his own strength. And what he lacked most right now was time, enough time for him to grow rapidly. Therefore, he had to seize every second. When he arrived at the entrance of the sanctuary, it was still dark. Under the cover of night, the sanctuary appeared exceptionally solemn, majestic, and sacred. The gate was heavily guarded, with several spirit master soldiers standing ready, giving one the feeling that even gods and ghosts could not approach. Yin Zhi found a shady spot to sit down, his gaze fixed on the entrance to this sanctuary, a strange thought rising in his mind. There must be a lot of spirit crystals inside. I really want to rush in and grab a bunch. Time passed slowly until 8:30, when the doors of the sanctuary finally opened. Yin Zhi stepped inside. The large hall was sparsely populated and unusually quiet. He went to one of the reception windows, where the beautiful receptionist was yawning, seemingly having not slept well the night before. Hearing that he was there to register as a spirit master, the beautiful woman glanced at him and said somewhat perfunctorily, "Is this for master registration or spirit master registration? Don't get it wrong. In this world, only masters who possess spirit masters of elite rarity or higher are qualified to be called spirit masters." Yin Zhi nodded. "I know, it's for spirit master registration." The beautiful woman casually handed him a piece of fine-looking paper. "Fill it out carefully. Don't make any mistakes. The second one will cost money." Yin Zhi thanked her and filled it out diligently. 10 minutes later, he handed the form back. Unexpectedly, the beautiful receptionist frowned after one glance and questioned in an unfriendly tone, "Are you kidding me? Look at the rarity of the spirit you filled in." Yin Zhi glanced at the field and said frankly, "That's right, 9-star Holy Spirit." The beautiful woman was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. 9-star Holy Spirit? Do you know how difficult it is to draw a spirit master of that level? Yin Zhi simply smiled calmly, his fingers twitching slightly, and azure flames instantly ignited, rapidly drawing a summoning circle. The next second, a beautiful figure appeared from the circle. It was none other than the Azure Flame Empress. In an instant, all eyes in the hall focused on this. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Some excitedly flipped to the 9 stars of the Holy Spirit Compendium, frantically comparing it to page 41. Empress Qingyan. My God, it really is Empress Qingyan. One reporter was so excited he was trembling, snapping photos incessantly. Breaking news. This is absolutely huge. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, a hand suddenly gripped Yin Zhi's arm tightly. A young man's eyes blazed with fury. "Sell me the Azure Flame Empress. Name your price. I'll give you as much as you want." Spiritual possession can indeed be traded. That's an open secret. Yin Zhi tried to shake off the young man's hand, but couldn't. The strength was extraordinary. "I said, I won't sell." The young man gritted his teeth. "I can provide you with a lifetime of wealth and luxury." The next moment, a blazing blue flame erupted from Yin Zhi's right hand, sending waves of heat through the crowd and forcing the onlookers to retreat. He said coldly, "What? You want to forcibly seize my spirit beast in the hall of the sanctuary?" The young man was taken aback, but ultimately released his grip, his face grim. Yin Zhi didn't bother to look any further and turned to the beautiful receptionist, asking indifferently, "Now, Do you still think I'm making fun of you? The woman's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly stood up, saying, I'm sorry. Just then, a figure silently descended between the two of them. It was an elderly man with a full head of white hair and a flowing white beard, dressed in white, with a powerful aura. It was none other than Jin Hanhai, the director of the sanctuary. The beautiful receptionist immediately bowed. Director. Yin Zhi's gaze narrowed slightly. He recognized him. This man was none other than a renowned figure in the holy court. Jin Hanhai looked at the azure flame Empress and couldn't help but marvel. He then looked at Yin Zhi with amazement and envy in his eyes. Lucky kid, you've given me quite a surprise. He chuckled and turned around, saying, let's go inside and talk. Otherwise, this place will be packed with people if we're any later. Chapter 14, Going to School. Entering the top university in the country without taking the exam. On this day, the entire Holy Skull City was in an uproar. Streets, online platforms, and television media were all discussing one name, Azure Flame Empress. On the news channel, the host interviewed an expert who was having a lively conversation about the rare 9-star Holy Spirit. Professor Wang even added that this type of spirit last appeared more than 2,000 years ago. Meanwhile, online forums were buzzing with excitement. Some were incredibly envious, saying they'd eaten 1,000,000 lemons. Others sarcastically speculated that the spirit beast must have been created by some powerful family that had poured countless resources into it. Some even said that if he wasn't, he'd eat feces live on stream. The comments section immediately erupted with sarcastic remarks like, get your soy sauce ready. Passersby on the street chimed in, have you heard? Our city has a 9-star Holy Spirit Master. At the Yin family residence, Yin Tianxiong's rage had reached its peak. Watching the news about Yin Zhi on television, he smashed the TV to pieces, roaring that he would tear Yin Zhi to pieces. The Qingye and Empress's burn had not only ruined his appearance, but even medicine couldn't cure it. He was utterly disfigured. Yin Qing stood outside the door, listening to the beast-like roars inside. His face was gloomy and uncertain, and his fists were clenched tightly. His resentment was no less than that of Yin Tianxiong. Meanwhile, the Zhao family wasn't having an easy time either. Zhao Yinwu sat in front of her computer, her face extremely pale. Netizens had already dug up her past with Yin Zhi, and the comment section was full of mockery and humiliation. She gritted her teeth, crushed the mouse in her hand, and growled angrily. Yin Zhi, one day I will make you pay 100-fold for today's humiliation. Meanwhile, Yin Zhi's death-seeking system wasn't idle either. A series of notification sounds made his lips curl into a smile. He had gained 1,500 points of killing intent from Yin Tianxiong, 500 points from Yin Shang, and 800 points from Zhao Yinwu. He couldn't help but laugh, genuinely admiring the system. The pig-raising style money collection method was simply brilliant. By keeping these enemies alive, every time they showed their hatred, money would automatically flow into his account. At this point, Yin Zhi's murderous intent balance had exceeded 5,090 points. He began to think about how to spend this income. Buy equipment? Draw crystals? In the end, he decided to continue strengthening his skills. After all, life is the most important thing. No matter how fancy the methods, they must be based on staying alive. The assassination attempt by the female assassin was still vivid in his mind. If it weren't for the system's warning and Empress Qingyin's timely reaction, he would have been dead long ago. So he spent 5,000 points in one go to upgrade the Azure Flame, Vajra tempering skill. Although he only had 90 points left in his account, he still felt it was worth it. After the skill upgrade, a brand new form appeared, Azure Flame, Glazed Jade Body. It wards off evil spirits and impurities, strengthens the body, and can automatically block one fatal attack every 7 days. The moment the skill took effect, a burst of blue flames erupted from his body, engulfing him completely and causing him to scream in agony. Strangely, the room and his clothes remained completely unharmed. Only he himself was writhing in excruciating pain, like a lit candle. The fire burned for 15 minutes. When it finally went out, his body was covered in black soot, and a foul odor filled the room, all the impurities expelled from his body. He quickly ran into the bathroom to wash himself clean. After washing, he was surprised to find that his skin was not only clean and fair, but also somewhat translucent and very elastic. Am I a gigolo now? Yin Zhi chuckled self-deprecatingly, just about to call room service to clean up the remaining filth when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, He saw a beautiful woman in a black suit and long black stockings standing there, exuding a cool and elegant aura. She smiled and introduced herself as Chun-Shi, explaining that she was Yin Zhi's escort throughout the trip. The flight had been arranged, and she would be responsible for escorting him to Sacred Heart University. Yin Zhi waved and laughed, saying, "Okay, don't call me young master. I'm not that kind of person." He then went back to his room to pack quickly, preparing to depart. That's right, he's going to Sacred Heart University, the most prestigious academy for spirit masters in the true Dragon Kingdom. His admission is entirely due to the Azure Flame Empress, who possesses 9 stars of the Holy Spirit, and the recommendation of Jin Han Hai, the director of the Holy Land. He didn't even need to take an exam. He was directly admitted without examination. He walked out of the hotel with his bag on his back, only to find the entrance already crowded with media reporters, who were snapping photos of him with their long lenses and microphones, the flashes making it hard for him to open his eyes. Reporters bombarded the reporter with questions. What are your thoughts on winning the Qingyan Empress lottery? What do you think was the key to your transformation from a nobody to a star? I heard you were expelled from school back then. Yin Zhi gestured for everyone to be quiet, casually picked up a microphone, and smiled at the camera, saying, "Stop asking questions, let me ask a few. Those who call me trash, aren't you ashamed? Those who wanted to take me, the Azure Flame Empress, aren't you furious? As for those who wanted to kill me, I can't wait any longer. Come on." After saying that, he tossed the microphone aside, got into his car, and drove away without looking back. A group of media reporters stood there, completely silent. Chapter 15 features another character who constantly talks about qualifications. The world of the endless vast ocean is almost entirely boundless sea, with islands scattered like stars across it. Humans live on these islands, establishing settlements, cities, and even nations and civilizations, all unfolding at sea. To the southwest of Holy Skull City lies the heart of the nation, Holy Heart City. This city is the capital of the true Dragon Kingdom. It is said that the dragon-subduing continent, on which it is located, is the chest of an ancient sage, and the 12 mountain ranges are actually the sage's ribs. Compared to the long-declining and legendary Holy Skull City, Holy Heart City flourished to its peak due to its abundant resources and constant opportunities. Upon arriving at the capital airport, Yin Zhi was immediately put in a private car and escorted through the VIP lane, bypassing even the regular channels. To his surprise, the exit was also blocked by reporters. They frantically took photos of him, and a bunch of people were vying to interview him. This time, Yin Zhi wasn't in the mood to pay attention. He simply ignored the reporters, got in his car, and drove off. After settling in, he couldn't help but make a self-deprecating remark. The car sped towards the outskirts, its destination being Sacred Heart University. This school was located at the foot of the White Dragon Mountains, far from the city center. After a 6-hour drive on the highway, they finally arrived at the gates of this top-tier institution. When Yin Zhi got out of the car, the sight before him stunned him. The ancient architectural complex was built against the mountain, backed by snow-capped peaks and facing the plains, its grandeur breathtaking. The towering snow-capped mountains, like a real white dragon coiled between heaven and earth, were enough to stir the heart just by looking at them. According to school rules, all modern industrial products are prohibited from entering the school, and cars can only be parked outside. Yin Zhi had no choice but to walk into the school with Chun-Shi. As they walked, looking at the environment that seemed to have transported them to ancient times, their minds were a little overwhelmed. The students around him were dressed in a strong, ancient style, completely lacking any modern feel. This campus was practically a spirit world. On the way, Yin Zhi overheard several students whispering, clearly discussing him, the admission without exam, master the Azure Flame Empress. Some people were indignant. "We worked our butts off to get in, and he just showed up by chance. What incredible luck." Others said, "Humph, plenty of people will teach him a lesson." Clearly, some people wanted to intimidate him, but none of them expected that their words would be heard clearly by the person in question. Yin Zhi, shameless as ever, walked straight up to them, pointed at himself, and said, "Hey, this is what I look like. Now, who's going to teach me how to be a decent human being?" The 6 men were stunned on the spot, their faces instantly changing. They stammered and walked around to leave, muttering, "What a coincidence." Even after they had walked away, some people were still complaining in low voices, "He's quite arrogant. He doesn't even respect the senior students." However, Yin Zhi didn't care about these little episodes and continued to be led by Chun-Shi, heading straight for the administration building of Sacred Heart University, Sansi building. All the formalities here had already been completed. He came this time to officially register and meet the legendary principal. Principal Kong Mengzi was recognized as the second strongest spirit master in the entire True Dragon Kingdom, and his spirit master was the mechanical giant god of the 9 stars of the Holy Spirit. Although he hasn't made a move in a century, legends about him still circulate in the martial arts world. However, the image of this foot-picking burly man in front of him doesn't quite match the legends. While picking his feet, the old man casually said, "Your teacher will be here soon, so take a break." Looking at the man's feet casually placed on the table, Yin Zhi seriously wondered if he was impersonating the principal. He was still thinking, if I could provoke even a little murderous intent in him, would the system give me a few thousand points? Before he could finish his thought, the office door was pushed open, and a man and a woman walked in. The man was Zhuang Mo, and the woman was Dongfang Weishi, the instructor of Class A1, a cold and aloof beauty with an extremely cold aura. Zhuang Mo chuckled and said, "Teacher, I just came to join the fun and also to see this legendary master." Confucius, too lazy to waste words, said directly to Dongfang, "He's in your care from now on. Please take good care of him." Dongfang Weishi glanced at Yin Zhi and turned away, saying, "I won't take him." Her refusal was clean and decisive. Yin Zhi was immediately annoyed, thinking to himself, "I'm not a deliver man. Why should I be told to dump this on me?" Kong Mengzi could only advise her, "Dongfang, he is a 9-star Holy Spirit master, an extraordinary talent." Dongfang Weishi coldly retorted, "If he isn't, then he doesn't even deserve to be here." Yin Zhi couldn't stand it anymore and muttered under his breath, "Another one who keeps talking about qualifications." Before he could even finish muttering to himself, Dongfang fixed his gaze on him. Those icy eyes sent a chill down Yin Zhi's spine. In that instant, he felt as if he had fallen into a 1,000-year-old ice cellar, his bones almost frozen solid. Chapter 16, Slap. 20,000 points of killing intent from a slap. Just as the tension was about to break, a warm current suddenly rose in Yin Zhi's body, melting away the chill in his body as if the spring sun were melting snow. This is precisely the effect of the spirit control skill, Jade Body. Even without being connected to the Azure Flame Empress, it can still provide purification and defense effects to the physical body. Yin Zhi, however, was not willing to back down easily. He straightened his back, turned to look at Dongfang Weishi, and looked completely unyielding. "You heard what I said, but you don't want to hear it a second time. That's how Yin Zhi talks. You respect me, I respect you. You look down on me, and I won't tolerate that." Chun Shi, standing to the side, was getting a little anxious. Yin Zhi's attitude was too harsh, and the atmosphere was about to explode. Dongfang Weishi, however, did not back down and coldly retorted, "Without Empress Qingyan, what qualifications do you have to come to the highest academy of the True Dragon Kingdom?" Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi also became angry. "If I didn't have Empress Qingyan, would I have come here out of the blue?" The tension between the two sides escalated, with neither willing to back down. Dongfang Weishi raised an eyebrow. "What kind of attitude is this?" "This is my attitude," Yin Zhi retorted without hesitation. "Without Empress Qingyan, I wouldn't even be here. Since I'm here, it means I have the right to be here." These words made Dongfang Weishi puff out her chest in anger, clearly provoked. She turned to Principal Kong, who was still picking his toes, and asked, "Is this the student you told me to take care of?" Kong Mengzi, on the other hand, remained calm, even a little amused, and said, "Young people are bound to be hot-tempered. It's normal." At this moment, Yin Zhi also looked at the principal and said defiantly, "How about we find a different teacher for me? She doesn't like me, and I don't like her either. Apart from her face, I really don't see what qualifications she has to be a teacher at Sacred Heart University." This sentence made Dongfang Weishi's face turn red with anger. It was genuine, not an act. She gritted her teeth and said, "Say it again." Yin Zhi laughed. "Can't you hear? Your chest is a bit big, but your heart is really small." He cursed inwardly while secretly waiting for the killing intent notification pop-up. She can say I'm not qualified, but I can't talk back? It's a good thing she didn't take me in. If she had, she would have ruined my potential. In the end, he actually got some good news. Kong Mengzi laughed and thought the scene was more exciting than watching a play. Dongfang Weishi wasn't one to be trifled with either, and immediately turned her head, saying, "Letting someone like this in is an insult to our school's system. If it weren't for Empress Qingyan, he wouldn't have passed the first exam. Others risked their lives to get in, and he just relied on spirit control. Is that fair?" Yin Zhi's heart sank when he heard this. Huh? You've said all this, and you still don't have the intention to kill me. But he had no intention of giving up so easily. He was determined to get his first pot of gold from this aloof female teacher. Principal, I also oppose her becoming a teacher. Teachers shouldn't be people who are labeled from the start. Shouldn't those who can teach be taught, and those who can't be kicked out? If she were to take on students, that would be truly unfair. At this point, even Dongfang Weishi couldn't hold back anymore. Her face, which was as cold as an ice cellar, twisted with anger. Say what you just said again. Fine, I'll say it. Yin Zhi grinned smugly, ready to continue, but was interrupted by Kong Mengzi. All right, you two. You little brat. Can't you speak with some respect? Dongfang, you two, you're not acting like a teacher at all. Your temper is too much. The principal effectively punished both sides equally. Then, he turned his gaze to Zhuang Mo, who seemed to enjoy the drama. This kid will be in your class. Huh? Zhuang Mo was stunned, exclaiming no way, while secretly overjoyed. My class is full of spoiled brats, with terrible tempers. Kong Mengzi smiled and said, perfect. This kid has quite a temper too. Putting him together is just right. Yin Zhi readily agreed. Okay, as long as it's not in that person's class, anywhere is fine. The principal waved his hand and said, then it's settled. My fishing time is up. You can handle the rest yourselves. Upon hearing fishing, Yin Zhi's eyes lit up. Principal, you fish too? Let's arrange a game sometime. This casual remark caused Dongfang Weishi, who was standing next to him, to suddenly chuckle, making her the only person in the room who didn't keep a cold expression. The four of them walked out of the office together. Chun-Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like her heart had been pounding in her throat countless times today. Dongfang Weishi suddenly gave a cold laugh. Teacher Zhuang Mo, congratulations. You just casually joined in the fun and ended up with a 9-star master. Zhuang Mo chuckled awkwardly, about to say you're too kind, when Yin Zhi spoke first. Teacher Zhuang, you should be thanking me. Such an outstanding student is rare. All right, but Dongfang Weishi added insult to injury. Whether Class 10 can shed its useless dormitory label depends on you, student. Yin Zhi's brow twitched upon hearing this. What did he mean by useless? He hated hearing that word the most. Zhuang Mo quickly smoothed things over. Just try your best. Yin Zhi's lips twitched, and he muttered, Teacher's aura is too weak. She can't overpower this female ice queen at all. His eyes darted around, and he immediately launched a counterattack. Teacher Zhuang, Teacher Dongfang is right. Isn't the good-for-nothing label just for people like me to turn things around? Don't worry, the good-for-nothing label will eventually be given to someone else. As for Teacher Dongfang, please don't let your guard down, or you might end up being overtaken by a good-for-nothing. Dongfang Weishi said quietly, You really came here to die, didn't you? Smack! The scene suddenly froze. Yin Zhi raised his hand and slapped Dongfang Weishi squarely on the round spot behind her, the sound crisp and clear. A mosquito. Too bad I missed. Instantly, Chun-Shi, Zhuang Mo, and Dongfang Weishi were all dumbfounded. The next second, the long-awaited notification sound rang out. Ding! You have received 20,000 points of killing intent from Dongfang Weishi. Please check. Looking at those gleaming eyes, Yin Zhi was overjoyed. This was what you called a massive order. Dongfang Weishi uttered 3 words through gritted teeth. You deserve to die. The next second, a bone-chilling cold swept through the entire area. Chapter 17, You're going to treat me to a good meal? Hurry up and show me. In a corner of Sacred Heart University, under a big tree, a sweet little drama is unfolding. The boy teases in a low voice, Be good, give me a kiss. The girl shyly refuses. In broad daylight, in public, it's so embarrassing. What are you afraid of? There's not a soul around. Stop it. Just as they were enjoying their time together, a scream suddenly came from afar, growing louder as it approached. Then came a loud crash as a figure slammed into a large tree trunk, bouncing back and forth between the branches like a ball. Accompanied by a series of screams, the person finally ended up hanging from a branch not far from the ground, leaves falling to the ground. The 2 girls under the tree looked up at the scene before them, speechless with shock. Hanging from the tree was Yin Zhi, the one who had been airlifted here by Dongfang Weishi's palm strike, his entire body covered in frost, looking utterly wretched. He struggled to open his eyes and saw the 2 plump girls huddled together, shivering. A wave of nausea washed over him, and he vomited violently. The 2 girls screamed, narrowly dodged, and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yin Zhi hung from the tree, shivering and gritting his teeth. Thank goodness I have the jade body of glass. Otherwise, I'd be either dead or crippled. Despite the pain, the jade body of glass had excellent healing properties, and he recovered quickly. What pleased him even more was that the 20,000 killing intent points had arrived. 20,000 yuan arrived as soon as I entered the school gate. A great start. Solid. Yin Zhi tried to struggle a few times, but found he had no strength at all. So he simply hung there, waiting for reinforcements. Not long after, Zhuang Mo and Chun Shi rushed over in a panic. Chun Shi, covering her nose to avoid the vomit on the ground, looked up anxiously and asked, "Mr. Yin, are you all right?" Yin Zhi grinned. "It's okay, I'm hanging here." Zhuang Mo sighed. "You're really audacious. If it weren't for teacher Dongfang showing mercy." With that, he easily jumped up the tree and pulled Yin Zhi down. Then, Zhuang Mo summoned his healing spirit, the legendary 3-star 100-flower fairy. As soon as the healing spell was cast, Yin Zhi instantly recovered and was full of energy. "Hee, Teacher Zhuang, you're a miracle worker." Zhuang Mo shook his head. "Let's go. I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures. Accommodation, student ID, and school uniform all need to be arranged." Chun Shi eagerly said, "I can handle these." Zhuang Mo waved his hand. "I'm just bored anyway, so I'll show him around Sacred Heart University while I'm at it." Next, they went through all the enrollment procedures. By the time everything was settled, it was already dark. Chun Shi prepared to return home, and Yin Zhi insisted on seeing her to the parking lot. Before parting, he said earnestly, "Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Please thank Director Jean for me when you get back. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I'll help if I can." In the car, Chun Shi gazed at the plains of night outside the window and sighed deeply. This guy, I've been hinting at it like this the whole way. Is he really blind or just pretending? He can't even flirt with someone like me. Is he made of wood? You know, a man like a 9-star master only comes along once every few decades. To hook Yin Zhi, she even abandoned all restraint. She almost offered herself up. Unfortunately, Yin Zhi was like a steel rod, ridiculously straight. Night fell. The white dragon mountains gleamed silver in the moonlight, their snow-capped peaks resembling a sleeping dragon. Yin Zhi sat by the dormitory window, his gaze drifting into the distance, his thoughts returning to the day. "Oh dear, I completely forgot I earned 20,000 points of killing intent today." He immediately summoned Azure Flame Empress. In the pitch-black dormitory, Azure Flame Empress shone brilliantly, breathtakingly beautiful. Yin Zhi stared at it for a few seconds, his breathing becoming heavier, his heart stirring with restless anticipation. Beep beep. System detects increased physiological fluctuations in the host. Warning: inappropriate behavior when intimacy is insufficient. The spirit possesses the risk of betraying its master. This system notification was like a bucket of ice water, completely sobering him up. "What do you mean? Who said I was going to do anything improper? I'm such a respectable person." The system remained silent. Yin Zhi awkwardly looked away and turned to open the skill tree. Unlocking a level 4 skill required 5,000 points of killing intent, and he began upgrading without hesitation. Azure Flame, Cold Emerald Bath, increased defense. Azure Flame, Phoenix Rebirth, allows rebirth once within 30 days after death. Azure Flame, Blazing Sunburn, burns enemies to ashes. Azure Flame, Twin Dragon Flames, double damage output. Azure Flame, Azure Lotus Fire Rain, area of effect, AoE, attack with a visually stunning effect. TSK, damage, defense, and resurrection are all included. This is going to be a huge boost. But looking further up, the starting point for the 5th level skill is 50,000 killing intent, and he only has 3,590 left, which is far from enough. "Forget it. I'll save it for now." Suddenly his stomach growled, and Yin Zhi patted his stomach. "Upgrading is really energy consuming. I need to replenish it." So he went out to find something to eat and quickly found a restaurant still open on campus, where he had a huge meal. When he paid the bill, he almost bit his tongue off. Over 200,000 yuan. "I can't keep eating like this. I have to make money. Otherwise, I won't even have a meal next." He remembered the 2 cards his father had left him, one with a balance of 2 million yuan, of which he had already spent 800,000 yuan on food, leaving him with practically nothing. The other was a fund account, which couldn't be withdrawn until age 30, with a deposit of 1 million per year. In his previous life, The Yin family had swallowed it all up. I need to find a way to make money, or I'll really become a good-for-nothing. After eating his fill, he returned to his dormitory and slept until dawn. The next morning, Yin Zhi arrived at class 10 on time. As he approached the door, he heard several voices inside. We'll teach him a lesson the moment he walks in. Right? Don't think he can act like he owns the place just because he took the Azure Flame Empress's drug. If he dares to act cocky, we'll teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi kicked the door open and strode into the classroom. I heard you guys are treating me to a good meal. Don't be shy. Bring it on quickly. I'm starving. Chapter 18. Everyone, I hereby declare. In this class, I, Yin Zhi, am in charge. The classroom was eerily quiet. Yin Zhi strode to the podium, and after standing still, he slammed his hand on it, producing a dull bang, like the sound of a war drum. Almost all 20-odd students in the classroom trembled at the sound and turned to look at him. He glanced around, a defiant glint in his eyes. What? Are you all mute? Didn't you say you'd treat me to something good? Bring it out, let me have a taste. Silence fell over the room. The students' expressions varied. Some glared coldly, some sneered, some were utterly disdainful. Yin Zhi ignored them, slamming his hand on the podium again. What? All you can do is talk behind people's backs? Come on, let's face it. At this moment, a pale-faced, slightly chubby boy slowly stood up, his eyes full of provocation. Hey kid, pretty cocky, huh? Judging from a voice, Yin Zhi knew he was the one who had been shouting in the classroom earlier. He beckoned lightly with his finger. Come on, come up here. The boy defiantly flicked his sleeve and strode forward. What? I'm here, what do you want? Before he could finish speaking, Yin Zhi raised his leg and kicked him hard in the chest. The force was extraordinary. The boy was kicked back 3 steps, knocking over several desks and chairs before finally stopping. The whole class erupted in uproar. Had this guy gone mad? He actually hit me. I think this is troublesome. After regaining his footing, the boy froze for 3 seconds, his face flushed red, and roared furiously. You dare kick me? Yin Zhi retorted directly, his momentum undiminished. A 2-second silence fell. The surrounding students exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions turning complicated. Has this guy gone mad? Isn't he afraid of causing trouble? A boy erupted in fury, pointing angrily at Yin Zhi. What did you say? Say it again. Yin Zhi scoffed. How come everyone in your class is hard of hearing? You can't hear me clearly and have to repeat yourself 3 times? Go see an ENT specialist right away. The boy gritted his teeth, trembling with anger. At this moment, a girl shrieked. Do you know who his mother is? The voice was instantly recognizable as the one who had shouted. Is it a dragon coiled or a tiger crouching? Yin Zhi scoffed. Who cares who his mother is? Another person added insult to injury, laughing. His mother is Qin Qing, the second richest woman in our true dragon kingdom. Qin Qing. Yin Zhi's heart skipped a beat. In his past life, she was his top boss, and now she's this little fat guy's mother? No wonder she's so arrogant. Seeing Yin Zhi pause for a moment, the crowd mistakenly assumed he was intimidated and couldn't help but sneer. Backing down, huh? You little punk, still dare to be arrogant. But Yin Zhi suddenly clapped and laughed. Listen up, bring it on. The entire class froze instantly, some even instinctively taking a half step back. This madman, he really dares. Sun Liangwu's face flushed and paled in turns, trembling with rage. I'll kill you today. Beep beep. You have received 2,000 points of killing intent from an unknown source, Sun Liangwu. Please check. Yin Zhi was secretly delighted. Oh, 2,000 points of killing intent? At least silver level or higher, maybe even gold level talent. He didn't back down. Hi, you're so loud. Aren't you my son? Sun Liangwu was furious. He had already finished drawing the summoning array and was about to fight back when a clear, cold voice rang out. Sun Liangwu, return to your seat. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a powerful aura. Upon hearing this, Sun Liangwu actually stopped, glaring at Yin Zhi through gritted teeth. You wait. Yin Zhi shrugged. Wait for you my ass. The voice rang out again. Sun Liangwu, sit down. Sun Liangwu, his face full of resentment, finally returned to his seat, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but his eyes never left Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi turned to look at the person who had just stopped Sun Liangwu, a young man, not very old, with delicate features but a mature-looking face. He raised an eyebrow. Was it you who was just yelling at me to give me a hard time? The boy flipped through his book, completely ignoring him. His calm demeanor made it seem as if he didn't take Yin Zhi seriously at all. Yin Zhi sneered. This looks more like a fattened pig. Then, he looked at Sun Liangwu. Are you this pig's dog? Before he could finish speaking, some people in the classroom couldn't take it anymore. That's enough, isn't it? How about you had enough of this show? What's all the noise about? Do you think our classroom is a zoo? We're all classmates. Is it really necessary? Yin Zhi's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the room. These people were indeed extraordinary. Every single one of them was from a powerful and influential family with a deep background. The entire Class 10 was jokingly called the useless room, but that only referred to their poor grades. Their family backgrounds were all incredibly powerful. Compared to them, the Zhao and Yin families were like nouveau riche from the countryside. No wonder Zhuang Mo had been so irresponsible. He simply couldn't control this group. But Yin Zhi laughed. Good. Excellent. This isn't a dump, it's a gold mine. This is my hunting ground. Yin Zhi's. He strode out, walked to the middle of the classroom, slammed his hand on the desk, and shouted, Listen up, from today onwards this class. I'm in charge. Anyone who doesn't obey, beat them up until they submit. If they still don't submit, then kill them. He stopped in front of Sun Liangwu, looking down at him with a cold smile. Of course, you can kill me too. The next second, he grabbed Sun Liangwu by the neck and lifted him up. The entire room was stunned. Bang! Yin Zhi casually slammed Sun Liangwu against the back wall of the classroom, the force so great that the wall shook several times. The scene completely exploded. More than 20 students all stood up, glaring angrily. Chapter 19, 500,000 wrong souls to keep you company. You won't be lonely. At the classroom door, Zhuang Mo's voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing? As soon as he entered, Yin Zhi immediately turned around, revealing a bright and sunny smile, as if nothing had just happened. Yin Zhi smiled and said to Zhuang Mo, Teacher Zhuang, the students are so enthusiastic. They said they wanted to welcome me, and even unanimously nominated me to be the class monitor. I'm a newcomer. How could I dare to be the class monitor? But everyone is so enthusiastic. I'm in a dilemma. Zhuang Mo frowned, clearly not quite believing it. Is that really true? Yin Zhi chuckled and replied, I think it's pretty outrageous myself. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. As he spoke, he turned to look at his classmates, his eyes suddenly turning fierce, forcing everyone to lower their heads and remain silent. The next second, when he looked at Zhuang Mo again, his face returned to its innocent and harmless smile. His acting skills were top-notch. Such skill isn't something acquired overnight. In his past life, when he was a corporate slave, he honed this skill to perfection just to make a living in the workplace. Zhuang Mo then noticed Sun Liangwu in the corner of the classroom. He was slowly rising from the wall, head down, silent, his body trembling slightly. Although a little strange, Zhuang Mo didn't ask further, simply smiling and saying, Seeing you all getting along so well puts my mind at ease. Yin Zhi still smiled brightly. Enjoyable. Very enjoyable. That's good. Everyone sit down and get ready for class. Zhuang Montak nodded. Strangely, not a single one of the 20-odd students in the class moved. The entire classroom fell into an eerie silence, deathly still. Zhuang Mo frowned and asked, What's wrong? Why is everyone standing? Yin Zhi continued. Teacher Zhuang, they stood up earlier to welcome me, and now they're doing it to show their respect for you. It's awkward for them to sit while you're lecturing. As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the class, as if they had rehearsed beforehand, all sat down in a flash. Yin Zhi added, You see, everyone listens to you so much, they all sat down after just one sentence. Although Zhuang Mo sensed something was amiss, he didn't dwell on it and simply waved his hand, saying, Then, student Yin, please sit down and let's begin the lesson. Yes, teacher. Yin Zhi obediently returned to his seat, wearing the expression of a well-behaved student. The courses at Sacred Heart University were divided into humanities and martial arts. Zhuang Mo was in charge of the humanities, which was teaching theoretical courses to spirit masters. The topic of this lesson was increasing the intimacy between you and your spirit master. The content sounded somewhat basic, but it was packed with practical information. Yin Zhi sat attentively, taking notes diligently. For someone who had just entered this world and was starting over, this knowledge was crucial. He knew very well that although he had the Azure Flame Empress and the death-seeking system at his disposal, his theoretical foundation was almost non-existent, and he had to make up for it. In contrast, everyone else was either dozing off or secretly chatting, with some occasionally casting unfriendly glances at him. As for Zhuang Mo, he didn't seem to care about their attitudes. and continued lecturing as if he were already used to this atmosphere. Only when he occasionally saw Yin Zhi listening attentively would Zhuang Imo show a hint of a relieved smile. Time passed quickly, and the two classes ended. As soon as the bell rang, the classroom erupted in excitement. "Oh, get out of class is over. Time to eat," someone shouted excitedly. Zhuang Imo gestured. "Wait a minute, I have something to say." A girl complained, "Zhuang, hurry up and tell me, I'm starving." Zhuang Imo then spoke up. "In 20 days, it will be our Sacred Heart University's annual autumn hunt. However, this year is a little different. This time, it will be conducted by class, and the winners will receive spirit crystals as a reward." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi's eyes lit up and his ears perked up. Spirit crystals? These are key items for increasing strength, and he was just worried about where to get them. This is like a windfall. But the other students seemed completely uninterested, protesting loudly. "Autumn hunt? How boring. Teacher, I don't want to participate." Yeah, we don't care about those spirit crystals at all. Unless the school provides wives, I won't get excited. You guys want wives? I want handsome guys, preferably like Tao Fengbai. But that kind of androgynous face is handsome. My Xiaogu is the real man. Okay. You dare to insult my idol. Believe me, I'll tear your mouth apart. The classroom was in complete chaos, and Zhuang Imo finally managed to keep his voice down. "Everyone quiet down. If we win first place this time, everyone in the class will get a VIP ticket to the Spirit King Grand Finals. As far as I know, celebrities will perform on stage." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted in excitement. Yin Zhi watched them, their faces flushed with excitement, and couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. These people don't even care about the spirit crystals, but they're getting all excited over a few singers, Zhuang Imo said before leaving, and the students also left in groups. At this moment, 5 boys and 1 girl gathered around Yin Zhi's table, led by Sun Liangwu, along with the girl who had started causing trouble as soon as she entered the school. Sun Liangwu stared at him coldly and said, "Let's go. Let's find a place to have a proper talk." That properly was clearly not a simple matter. Yin Zhi remained calm and responded with a smile. "Fine, let's go. Lead the way." The girl scoffed. "Don't blame us if you're courting death." Yin Zhi's smile widened. "You guys are the ones who came here to give away points." As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised their hand to hit him, but Sun Liangwu stopped them. "What's the rush?" So the group led Yin Zhi out of the classroom, wandering around, and finally stopped at a dilapidated school area. It had been abandoned for many years, with climbing vines covering the old buildings, making it look both desolate and mysterious. Sun Liangwu said in a sinister tone, "This used to be an ancient battlefield, and it said that 500,000 wrong souls are buried beneath it. Today you'll join them." Ding Ding Uve received 900 points of killing intent from Sun Liangwu. "Please check." Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow. "Only 900 points? Looks like this guy hasn't reached his breaking point yet." The others also each contributed between 100 and 500 killing intent points, barely enough. Immediately, the 6 people spread out and began drawing their own summoning arrays. The girl sneered at Yin Zhi. "Quickly summon your Azure Flame Empress. Let's broaden our horizons." Yin Zhi extended his fingertip and flicked it lightly, and a cluster of azure flames leaped out. He smiled slightly. "As you wish. Chapter 20. You beat me up for half an hour. I'll beat you up for half an hour. Is that fair?" Speaking of the lineup, Sun Liangwu's side had a lineup that was top-notch, almost entirely filled with high-star spirit beasts crafted with heavy investment. Titanium King Kong, mechanical type, attack type, rarity precious, 9 stars, rating 5.8. This thing is like a human tank. Thorn Poison Ivy Woman, a humanoid support type spirit, is also a gold 9-star spirit with a rating of 5.3, specializing in crowd control and disruption. Then there's Evil Wave Axe, a weapon type offensive spirit, also a gold 9-star spirit with a rating of 5.5, representing high damage output. Additionally, there are the beast-type Bloodthirsty Wolf and Lightning Rat, responsible for high burst attacks and agile support respectively, both with ratings between 5.3 and 5.4. The grand finale, of course, is Sun Liangwu's natal spirit, Lionheart Knight, a humanoid guardian type, legendary 3-star, with a rating as high as 6.4. And what about Yin Zhi's side? Only one, Azure Flame Empress, a humanoid attack spirit, Holy Spirit level 9-star, with a rating straight to the ceiling, out of 10, definitely top-tier combat power. But how could such an extraordinary being fall into the hands of a commoner? How could those privileged descendants of high-ranking families swallow this insult? After all, spirit beasts can be traded, and the wealthy and powerful don't need luck. With money, they could buy any rare spirit beast. Therefore, a saying is always circulated in the spirit beast community. The rich rely on gold coins, the poor rely on character. Almost none of Sun Liangwu and his group obtained their power through card draws. They were all bought with resources from their families. They looked down on spirit crystals because they already had plenty. Truly rare spirit crystals, like the Azure Flame Empress, were the treasures in their eyes. Sun Liangwu stared at Yin Zhi, his face full of greed. If you want to live, hand over the Azure Flame Empress, kneel down and kowtow 100 times, and maybe I'll let you go. Yin Zhi sneered. Why don't you call your mother over to warm my bed? I might be happy, but I still might not give her to you. Upon hearing this, Sun Liangwu's face turned ashen with rage, and he roared, "Attack! Beat him to death!" Yin Zhi immediately activated Azure Flame, glazed Jade Body. What followed was simple. 6 people ganged up on Yin Zhi, who defended himself the entire time without fighting back. It wasn't that they couldn't win, it was that there was no need to fight at all. The Jade Body of glazed glass possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities and could even convert damage received into a physical boost, practically a natural leveling buff. As for Yin Zhi, he took all their attacks head-on, his mind perfectly clear. Don't rush. I'll make my move when you're exhausted. I thought you were so powerful, but you're just a silver-plated spearhead. The 6 of them exchanged barbs and unleashed a barrage of attacks, the battle lasting a full half hour, until their stamina and spiritual energy began to wane. Sun Liangwu, panting heavily, kicked Yin Zhi. Check if he's dead yet. The girl kicked him back. Empress Qingyan is still here. She shouldn't be dead. Sun Liangwu licked his lips. Very good. Empress Qingyan will soon be mine. Just when everyone thought victory was assured, Yin Zhi suddenly sat up and yawned. Silence fell over the entire arena. The atmosphere froze instantly. Sun Liangwu roared, "Keep fighting." The girl's expression changed. Something's wrong, retreat. They had been fighting for half an hour straight, and their opponent hadn't even broken a skin. What would be wrong with that? They finally realized they had kicked a hornet's nest, but it was too late. Suddenly, a scorching heat spread through the air, and 2 giant azure flame dragons rose from Yin Zhi's body, swirling in the air before crashing to the ground, completely surrounding the 6 people. Spirit control skill, Azure Flame, Twin Dragon Flames, activated. It's so hot. Quick, find a way out. Yin Zhi stretched his limbs and slowly stood up. I'm a very reasonable person. You beat me up for half an hour. I'll give you half an hour back, fair enough? Looking at the 6 people trapped in the fire circle, they were all filled with fear and anger, sweating profusely. Let's fight. Sun Liangwu roared. Yin Zhi flicked his wrist, and azure flames ignited, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. Now, let you experience firsthand the power of the Azure Flame Empress. The girl cried out, "My dad is..." Even if your dad is the Heavenly King himself, it won't help. No one can save you today. Before he finished speaking, he charged forward and threw a punch. Bang! Relying solely on his mutated physique, Yin Zhi was already more than capable of crushing these exhausted opponents. He couldn't control spirits, nor did he possess any advanced combat skills, but he was adept at street thug-style fighting. After a few rounds, all 6 were lying on the ground, utterly powerless to fight back. Yin Zhi walked up to Sun Liangwu, looking down at him. Let me ask you something. Are you convinced or not? Sun Liangwu, his face covered in bruises, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Convince my ass." Yin Zhi narrowed his eyes and smiled. Remember what I said before? If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you are. If you still refuse to submit, I'll really beat you to death. Sun Liangwu's heart trembled, and the others were too scared to utter a sound. I submit, a boy finally spoke up. Shut up. Is it your turn to speak? Yin Zhi pointed at him and shouted. After saying that, he picked up a rusty solid iron rod from the side, weighed it in his hand, and nodded. Feels good. Then he stepped back into the ring of fire and stood before Sun Liangwu. You'd better not submit to me. I love beating up the stubborn ones. And don't mention your beautiful, rich mother again, unless she actually comes to warm my bed. All right, the game begins. The iron rod slammed down. Asteriskak, asteriska. The lesson had only just begun. The 4 men and 1 woman watching turned pale and trembled. With each strike of the iron bar, it felt like a blow to their hearts, spreading fear like a tidal wave. What kind of demon was this? Completely unmoved by authority. Meanwhile, behind a large tree in the distance, a young man leaned quietly against the trunk, his expression somber. It was the same boy who had twice stopped Sun Liangwu in the classroom. His eyes turned cold, a cold smile playing on his lips, and he turned to leave. Chapter 21, The responsibility of protecting our country will fall on your shoulders in the future. The next morning, Yin Zhi walked into the classroom, and the previously noisy sounds disappeared instantly, as if the entire classroom had been muted. Almost simultaneously, all the students looked up at him, their gazes complex, containing fear, anger, indifference, and disdain. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Soon, someone broke the silence. A boy spoke up sarcastically, saying that Yin Zhi was really amazing, forcing Xia Qingxue to drop out of school, and even gave him a thumbs up. This man had been pursuing Xia Qingxue for a long time, but now that she had disappeared, he was naturally furious, and his tone was full of resentment. Yin Zhi simply smiled faintly, walked to the podium amidst a circle of gazes, looking relaxed, as if these looks meant nothing to him. In his view, Xia Qingxue's dropping out of school was not unexpected. People who only verbally admit defeat can never truly back down. They can hide for a while, but they can't hide forever. He even felt that the next time they met, he would need to teach her a lesson again, until she completely realized the reality. Although he didn't say it explicitly, many people in the classroom understood his attitude, and the atmosphere became even more tense. Some people directly threatened that Yin Zhi was going to make a blood feud with everyone, and that he had better think carefully about the consequences. Some people sneered and reminded them not to think that just because they have some ability, they don't know the power behind their families. An older woman even calmly warned that going against them would not do Yin Zhi any good. Hearing these words, Yin Zhi knew perfectly well that while making enemies was trouble for others, it was an opportunity for him. Yesterday, he gained 8,000 points of killing intent through conflicts, and with his original accumulation, his balance has exceeded 11,000. At this rate, it won't take more than a few days to accumulate enough killing intent points to upgrade skills, so it's a win-win situation no matter how you look at it. More importantly, he also needs to prepare for future spirit summoning draws, so that he doesn't end up with crystals but not being able to draw anything. Thinking about the stimulating consequences of the system's failure penalty, Yin Zhi even felt a little excited. He was determined to take this path. He cleared his throat, slapped the podium, and announced directly that from now on, he would be in charge of this class. Anyone who disagrees can try to resist, and he will personally beat them until they submit. Sun Liangwu is the best person to tell you what that feels like. As he spoke, he pointed at Sun Liangwu, who was bowing his head and remaining silent, indicating that it was a wise choice for him to stay. As for those who want to fight back or run away, he won't stop them. As long as they can escape, that's a skill. Otherwise, they'll be found sooner or later. Almost all the students in the classroom were staring at him. If looks could kill, Yin Zhi would probably be dead more than once by now. He didn't care at all and continued to announce the two important matters for class monitor, his tone simple and direct, leaving no room for discussion. First, starting today, everyone must study diligently. Those who refuse to study will be beaten until they do, and those who refuse to study, even if they die, will be beaten to death. Second, we must win first place in the autumn hunt. If we don't, everyone in the class will get a beating, and no one will escape. Some people scoffed on the spot, saying that it was a pipe dream for a class like theirs to want to get first place. They were just destined to be runners-up. Some people even joked that they were originally in the last class, so no matter how they compare themselves, they would still be number one, just from the bottom. Yin Zhi only replied with one sentence. He didn't care about the reason. There was only one outcome. If he didn't get first place, he was prepared to get beaten up. The first period in the morning was history class. When the veteran teacher, Zhang Beidu, walked into the classroom and saw Yin Zhi there, he simply changed the focus of the lesson. The lesson, centered around the Azure Flame Empress, actually piqued the interest of many students, at least preventing them from deliberately causing trouble. Zhang Beidu began by recounting the struggle for supremacy among the Seven Kingdoms, mentioning the resonance between Emperor Zhao Zheng of the Qin Kingdom and Empress Qin Yin, which ultimately brought an end to the chaotic era. Just then, a student raised his hand and asked Zhao Zheng in a flippant tone whether he had taken the Qin Yin Empress into his harem. As soon as he said it, the whole class burst into laughter, and many people looked at Yin Zhi meaningfully, their meaning self-evident. Zhang Beidu was so angry that his beard trembled. He immediately scolded him, saying that it was absurd that he didn't even know the most basic historical common sense. The classroom fell silent instantly, the atmosphere becoming awkward. The old teacher snorted and continued lecturing. He mentioned that when Zhao Zheng destroyed the Han Kingdom, he alone led the Qingyan Empress and used a Qingyan sword to force the enemy to surrender. When asked about the continent where Han Kingdom is located, the students argued endlessly, clearly not having understood the material. Zhang Beidu shook his head in anger, marveling at how vast the world was, far exceeding the students' understanding. Finally, he called on Yin Zhi and asked if the Azure Flame Empress had an ultimate skill called Azure Flame Dawn. Yin Zhi answered truthfully that it was a level 10 skill, which he was not yet able to use. Although Zhang Beidu rolled his eyes, he still encouraged him to study hard and persevere, saying that he would surely be able to shoulder important responsibilities in the future. The elderly teacher became emotional, stating that the future of defending the country might depend on him. Yin Zhi immediately patted his chest and replied, "Anyone who dares to cross the border will be burned to ashes by my Qingyan sword." Chapter 22. Teacher Dongfang, who is terrified of mosquitoes. In the days that followed, Yin Zhi used the most direct and brutal methods to completely subdue the privileged children of Class 10 with their powerful backgrounds. His phrase, "If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you submit," was no longer a threat, but was repeatedly and faithfully realized. Some people were unwilling to accept this and wanted to resist, but as soon as Empress Qingyan appeared and her aura pressed down, everyone immediately knelt down and didn't even hesitate to shout that they were convinced. Some people considered complaining, but Yin Zhi countered by provoking them, asking if they wanted to seek justice from their teachers and family. As a result, not a single person in the class dared to actually report it. Pride and ego made them swallow their bitterness. Some people were so scared of being beaten that they planned to transfer to another class, but as soon as they showed any interest, they were stopped by the students around them. The reason is simple. Yin Zhi implemented a system of collective punishment. Anyone who dared to leave would be beaten in front, behind, left, and right, without any mercy. Those who had been beaten up more than once were truly fed up, and they would desperately try to stop anyone who tried to run away. In this atmosphere, Class 10 of Great Gue surprisingly formed a strange internal unity, and none of them managed to leave successfully. Even Xia Qingxue, who had already dropped out of school, was coaxed and tricked back and re-entered Class 10. Yin Zhi naturally took special care of her, and afterward she obediently returned to Sacred Heart University and did not cause any more trouble. In response, Yin Zhi could only sigh. No wonder they're the sons of the powerful and wealthy, coming and going as they please, leaving whenever they want and returning whenever they want. Of the 21 students in Class 10, the only one who hadn't been punched by Yin Zhi was the boy named by Yin Tian. He was the one who initially made show of force and twice stopped Sun Liangwu. It wasn't that Yin Zhi was biased, but rather that he was too cooperative. The other person was obedient and had a proper attitude, so Yin Zhi couldn't find a reason to beat him up. Without a reason to beat someone up, it wouldn't be satisfying. After this ruthless rectification, the atmosphere of Class 10 was completely changed, becoming like two different classes. He started to listen attentively in class and stopped causing trouble after class, making the corridors much quieter. Teachers Zhuang Mo and Zhang Beidu witnessed this, initially shocked, then filled with relief. They even exclaimed that these spoiled brats had finally come to their senses, as if they were a completely different group of students. In the process of defeating everyone, Yin Zhi himself also gained amazing benefits, with his murderous intent point skyrocketing. In just over 10 days, he accumulated more than 113,000 points of murderous intent, a number so exaggerated that even he was astonished. The reason is quite practical. Those people outwardly obey, but inwardly they hate them to death, and their murderous intent is naturally endless. However, there was one exception, a girl named Qiu Yaoyao, who seemed particularly enthusiastic about being beaten. She would provoke trouble and invite fights every few days, but Yin Zhi found that he could hardly get any murderous intent from her. After a moment's thought, he understood the reason and decided to never touch her again. He wasn't going to make a losing deal. Despite having enough murderous intent, Yin Zhi didn't spend a single penny, saving it all for future use in drawing spirit beasts. Although Empress Qingyan was powerful, he still looked forward to a second spirit master. Of course, the more confidence one had, the better. That day, with 5 days left until the autumn hunt, Yin Zhi went to Zhuang Mo's office carrying several books and notes. All of these materials were lent to him by Zhuang Mo. Only after studying them in depth did he realize how much of a waste of resources those people were. The youngest 9-star professor in the true Dragon Kingdom, the foremost expert in spirit control theory, was treated like air by them. With such good conditions being ruined like that, it's no wonder they got beaten up. Yin Zhi showed no mercy. After knocking and entering the office, he found 2 other women inside, one of whom was Dongfang Weishi. Yin Zhi's eyes lit up, and he immediately remembered the 20,000 murderous intents he had gained from that slap, which instantly improved his mood. Dongfang Weishi, dressed in a light blue instructor's uniform, moved nimbly, yet she didn't even bother to glance at him. Zhuang Mo told Yin Zhi to wait while he continued to instruct Dongfang Weishi's prize student on the topic of resonance rhythm. Yin Zhi listened attentively from the side. He couldn't understand these things before, but now he could hear every word. It turned out that Li Feiyun had failed to achieve resonance 5 times in a row, so she specially asked Zhuang Mo for guidance, and even Dongfang Weishi accompanied her personally. After half an hour, Yin Zhi gained a lot and thoroughly understood the true value of the resonance rhythm theory. After finishing their business, Dongfang Weishi didn't rush to leave. She casually mentioned the autumn hunt rankings of Class 10. Yin Zhi interrupted on the spot, saying that participation was not enough. They wanted to win first place, and they also wanted to crush those who looked down on them. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyun immediately expressed her dissatisfaction, telling him to show more respect to his teacher. Yin Zhi was blunt, stating that respect is mutual, and if others don't give him face, he doesn't need to pretend to be polite. Dongfang Weishi left with a cold face, but before leaving, she was startled by Yin Zhi's joke and subconsciously turned back. That slight embarrassment turned into a murderous intent, making Yin Zhi even happier. Before leaving, Li Feiyun declared that with her around, Yin Zhi wouldn't be able to get first place. Yin Zhi watched her retreating figure and simply smiled, but in his heart, he had already clearly set his sights on the autumn hunt. Chapter 23. Yin Zhi is actually someone protected by the Dragon Guard Manor. Teacher Zhuang, don't worry. This time, our whole class will definitely go all out to achieve a beautiful comeback and show off our skills. Okay. Just do your best. Just do your best. Yin Zhi left Zhuang Mo's office carrying several newly borrowed books and notes. After going downstairs, I hadn't walked far when I saw Li Feiyun standing under a fragrant sycamore tree. She stood there gracefully, dressed in a green gauze dress, her face slightly upturned, quietly watching the pale purple paulownia flowers blooming on the paulownia tree. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, as if invisible hands were plucking the fragrant paulownia flowers from the treetops and scattering them down on Li Feiyun, bathing her in a rain of petals. Ah, youth. Yin Zhi couldn't help but let out a sigh. Li Feiyun turned her head and stepped on the grass and petals on the ground to come to Yin Zhi. How about a fight? I'm curious what gives you the confidence to be the Azure Flame Empress? Or is it just ignorance makes one fearless? Admittedly, the Azure Flame Empress is an unparalleled and powerful spirit master. However, it also depends on whether her master can fully unleash her power. If you lose, I want you to apologize to teacher Dongfang. Dongfang Weishi is her most respected teacher, and she absolutely cannot tolerate Yin Zhi's rudeness towards her. Yin Zhi laughed and said, "It's no fun fighting now. Why don't we settle this during the autumn hunt? If I lose, I'll apologize." Li Feiyun frowned slightly, her willow leaf eyebrows furrowing. After thinking for a moment, she decided to apologize in public. Sure, no problem. Li Feiyun didn't expect him to agree so readily, so she said, "I hope you will keep your word." Wait. Why did you leave so suddenly? Is there anything else? Nonsense. Are you kidding me? If I lose, I'll apologize in public. I promise. And if I win? Don't tell me I can't win. Nothing is impossible in this world. Li Feiyun glanced at Yin Zhi indifferently. What do you want? Yin Zhi Dao. I'm a very fair person. I treat others the way they treat me. If I win, you have to publicly declare, "You've fallen in love with me." Without a second thought, Li Feiyun said, "Don't even think about it." Her bright eyes sparkled with fury. Yin Zhi shrugged. "If you don't agree to my conditions, I won't agree to yours either. It seems you're not entirely confident in yourself." After he finished speaking, he walked past Li Feiyun and caught a faint fragrance of flowers. "Okay, I promise you. But I have one condition. From now on, every time you see Teacher Dongfang, you must step back 3 steps and bow respectfully." Without turning around, Yin Zhi waved his hand and said, "Deal." Once Yin Zhi was out of sight, Li Feiyun stomped her foot angrily. You wretched guy, you just wait. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was the night before the autumn hunt. A small group of people gathered at the old school building, which is said to have buried 500,000 wronged souls. Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, and Xia Qingxue were among them. If Yin Zhi were here, he would definitely recognize them. There were 10 people in total, all from class 10 of grade Gue. Xia Qingxue, her previous spoiled attitude completely gone, asked worriedly, is this really feasible? What if it fails? Then what will happen to us? Sun Liangwu's eyes flashed with an intense, bone-deep hatred. It's either him or me who dies. Another person said, I still think we shouldn't capture her alive. Let's just kill her and be done with it. I've investigated thoroughly. Empress Qingyan has many life-saving skills. Sun Liangwu gritted his teeth and said, killing him directly is too easy for him. Don't you want to repay him 1,000 times over for the pain he caused you? Yes, of course I want to. But Qingxue is right. What if we fail? Sun Liangwu said decisively. There's no way we can fail. They're professionals at this. At this moment, Bai Yuntian suddenly spoke, saying, quiet. Someone has arrived. Suddenly, 7 people emerged from the darkness and came before Bai Yuntian and the others. A short, stocky man in black said, we'll take this job, but 50 million isn't enough. We need to add more money. Sun Liangwu's eyes widened, and he said, 50 million isn't enough? A woman in black said, of course not. The target is the person who possesses the Azure Flame Empress. Do you know how much risk we took by accepting this job? An aged voice rang out. Dealing with him is easy, but what about afterwards? It's no exaggeration to say that all the world's big shots are watching him now. 50 million. Is that enough? Then, a man as short as a child said, I'll tell you some news for free. The Dragon Guard Manor has sent people to protect him. Bai Yuntian and the others were shocked. What? The Dragon Guard Manor sent people to protect him? Others may not know about the Dragon Guard Manor, but these top noble scions of the true Dragon Kingdom do. The name, Hulong Manor, is enough to give you a general idea of what it is. Its duty is singular, to protect the true Dragon Kingdom at all costs. The specific methods and content of protection are naturally diverse. One of these measures is to protect those who are of great importance to the true Dragon Kingdom. Yin Zhi is actually someone protected by the Dragon Guard Manor. This was something they never expected. Immediately, one of the boys said, maybe we should forget about it. He was scared. Good heavens. How dare he hire assassins to kill someone the Dragon Guard Manor is supposed to protect? Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, and the others all remained silent. A sweet, coquettish voice rang out. Hee, young men, our business isn't like buying vegetables where you can just do it when you want and not do it when you don't. The cold voice said, if you break the rules, don't blame us for not keeping your secrets. Xia Qingxue shouted, you're threatening us? A gentle voice said, every industry has its own rules. Rest assured, once the deal is done, we will keep it confidential for you. Please trust us. Sun Liangwu gritted his teeth and said, stop talking nonsense and tell me how much. The gentle voice said, 420 million will suffice. Xia Qingxue exploded, saying what? 44.2 billion. Do you think we're a bank or a money printing factory? The owner of the gentle voice seemed to be the one making the decision. Our pricing is very strict, and we will never charge you a penny more. You. Bai Yuntian pressed down on Xia Qingxue's shoulder, his face grim. Fine. 420 million it is. Exchange Yin Zhi for him. We want him alive. Make a deal. Achoo. In the dormitory, Yin Zhi sneezed and muttered, who's thinking about me? When he suddenly heard a series of notification sounds. Beep beep. You have received 3,000 points of killing intent from Bai Yunshin. Please check. Ding. You have received 3,000 points of killing intent from Sun Liangwu. Please check. Beep beep. You have received 3,000 points of killing intent from Xia Qingxue. Please check. The 10 consecutive beeps completely bewildered Yin Zhi. What's going on? Chapter 24 Qingqing. Let's shock everyone together. A sudden income of 30,000. A murderous intent. Yin Zhi took a sip of water to calm his nerves and suppress his joy, and then a possibility came to mind. They must have been provoked by something, or they're plotting together to kill me. I checked my remaining points for the killing intent skill. 149,723. Yin Zhi exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Pig farming is great. Pig farming is wonderful. After thinking it over, he made a decision. Unlock the next level of skill, which he had mastered to perfection. Azure beacon illuminates the heart. Azure flame and azure beacon residing in the liver and gallbladder. Azure flames are hidden within the body, igniting instantly when injured. With the azure flame and azure beacon of compassion, one possesses an invisible armor of fire, combining offense and defense, making one fearless against any formidable foe. Thanks to you guys. Without this 30,000 points, I really wouldn't have been willing to upgrade my skill to level 5. At this rate, unlocking levels 6, 7, 8, 9, and even 10 will be just around the corner. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he closed a notebook Zhuang Mo had given him, washed up, and went straight to sleep. The autumn hunting season starts tomorrow. To obtain the spirit crystal, you need to get your energy and spirit in good condition. The next day, it was exactly 9 a.m. Snow-capped mountains, clear blue sky. On the nameless square of Sacred Heart University, 100 classes, totaling more than 2,000 people, stood there listening to their principal, Kong Mengzi, deliver a mobilization speech for the autumn hunt. Students, autumn is a season when it's easy to gain weight. After all, our university cafeteria is famous for its delicious food. To prevent you from gaining weight, we need to get you moving. At the same time, autumn is also the harvest season. The crabs are full of roe and fat, the wild boar meat is plump, and the fruit on the trees is so ripe it's almost falling off. Go ahead and be a porter of nature, bringing the delicious food from the mountains to your dining table. After listening to this so-called autumn hunting mobilization speech, Yin Zhi muttered to himself, "This principal really is a complete foodie." That's what he thought, but he wasn't foolish enough to actually believe that the autumn hunt was just about being a porter of nature. Who were Confucius and Mencius, the second strongest in the true dragon kingdom. He can speak as he pleases, but how can those who listen to him speak as they please? The crabs he was referring to were the palm-sized sea crabs and river crabs sold in the seafood market. Was the wild boar he was talking about just an ordinary wild boar? The fruit he was talking about, heaven knows what kind of fruit it was. This autumn hunt was a truly deadly event. After Confucius and Mencius finished speaking, the 100 classes boarded 100 airships, each class as a unit. One after another, the airships took off and flew towards the mountainous area. On the dais, a row of school leaders gazed into the distance at the departing airships. Confucius and Mencius exclaimed, "I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of surprises these little devils will bring me this year." A plump old woman to his left said, "Teacher, you must be prepared in case something happens to the children in class 10. Confucius said, "It wasn't me who begged those people to send the child in. It's all right, I'm going fishing. I'll be back in 3 days." In the sky, aboard the airship of class 10. Clap, clap, clap. Yin Zhi clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. I'll say it again. Our class won first place in this autumn hunt. First place. First place. Don't worry if anyone misbehaves, I won't hit them. I'm tired of hitting people. It's not satisfying. I'll use my azure flame burn. It'll burn you until you're in ecstasy, until you're crying for your father and mother. Hee. Looking at Yin Zhi's friendly and approachable smile, those in the cabin who had been haunted by his presence were filled with dread. Only Qiu Yaoyao. She cupped her cheeks and smiled mysteriously. Class monitor, let me experience what it's like to be burned by the azure flame first. Let me give everyone a demonstration. Yin Zhi pointed at her and shouted, "Shut up." Qiu Yaoyao pouted and gave a wronged and disappointed hum, but her eyes were still full of expectation. Before being beaten by Yin Zhi, Qiu Yaoyao's masochistic tendencies were well hidden, and no one else in the class knew about them. After being beaten up, she completely unleashed her true nature and liberated herself, no longer caring what others thought of her. The airships flew over the lowest mountain pass in the Bailong Mountains. Naturally, there was a period of violent shaking and tremors during this time. After flying over the mountain pass, a vast expanse of land and sky unfolded before everyone's eyes. Looking down from above, one could see a narrow valley formed by 2 massive mountain ranges, with dense forests and a winding river flowing through it. Another mountain range in the distance is the Qinglong Mountain Range, which is relatively low in altitude and covered with lush vegetation all year round, hence its name. This entire area visible to the naked eye is the hunting ground for this autumn hunt. 100 airships began to stretch out, forming long snakes, and flew slowly and steadily above the valley. Immediately afterwards, black dots jumped off the airship and plummeted to the ground. Some people carried parachutes, while others drew magic circles to summon spirits. Basically, they all summoned various flying creatures. Looking out the window, Yin Zhi saw everything and couldn't help but feel envious. When will I be able to get my own flying spirit? Soon, the accompanying teaching assistant came over to urge them to take action. Yin Zhi then put on his parachute, shouted "Yo-ho!" and jumped. Who could tell this was his first time skydiving? Bai Yun Tian, Sun Liang Wu, and the others exchanged glances. Bai Yun Tian looked at the other students and said, "Everyone, we'll all land in the same place later. I have something very important to announce. It concerns every single one of you." The other 11 people who had not participated looked at each other in bewilderment. In midair, Yin Zhi laughed heartily, enjoying the thrill of falling. Haha, that's awesome. Since it was his first time, he found it extremely exciting and fun. Little did he know, he was being watched by a telescope. On the shady slope of the Bailong mountain range, in a secluded spot with a wide view, 7 men, women, and children of all ages and builds gathered together. The target has appeared. Looks like it's time for our performance. After I finish this job, I can go back to my hometown, get married, have kids, and settle down. I'm gonna hire 10 big stars to fuck until they throw up. The 7 of them then descended the mountain and headed straight for the spot where Yin Zhi had landed. With a crash, Yin Zhi poked a large, leafy tree through its branches. The parachute got caught on a tree branch, leaving him suspended in midair. As soon as the clip came off, he fell face first to the ground. Pa! Spitting out the weeds in his mouth, Yin Zhi stood up, brushed off the dirt, weeds, and leaves from his body, and then summoned the Azure Flame Empress. No one else can do this. Why? Summoning spirits requires mental energy and spiritual power, and maintaining the symbiotic link also requires mental energy and spiritual power. If neither of these two is sufficient, the spirits will cease functioning. But how can Empress Qin Yin be measured by ordinary standards? If he wanted, Empress Qin Yin could spend all day with him. Ching, let's shock everyone together. Let's go. Click. A bird egg fell from a tree and by sheer coincidence, hit Yin Zhi on the head and shattered. Chapter 25, Rescuing a Beauty? Shaw, what kind of trash are you? The rules of the autumn hunt are very simple. So simple that they can be summarized in a few words. Bring back a game of the highest value and you win. It sounds simple, but if you think about it carefully, you'll realize that it's very difficult to do. Extremely difficult. The deadline is 5 days. The autumn hunt is considered a success only if the prey is brought back alive to Sacred Heart University within the deadline. 5 days is a very short time. Fortunately, it's only 5 days. Yin Zhi was very satisfied with this deadline. If it takes 10 days or half a month and he fails the mission, what's the point of playing around? Time is tight and the task is heavy. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. As Yin Zhi muttered this, he hurriedly searched for prey in the jungle, unaware that he himself had become prey in the eyes of others. About 2 hours passed without finding a decent prey, which left Yin Zhi quite frustrated. Suddenly, he heard a deafening roar from afar, startling a flock of birds into flight. Immediately following was a woman's voice crying for help. Help! Help me! A thought struck him, and he immediately led Empress Qin Yin in a rush toward the direction from which the sound came. Upon arriving at a clearing in the dense forest, Yin Zhi saw a woman in red being attacked by a very large tiger. The tiger had white fur with black spots, sharp teeth and claws, and its muscles bulged like steel and iron. It also had many old wounds on its body, especially the fact that it had lost one eye. All of these were proof of its ferocity and danger. It was a bear and tiger devouring a rock beast. According to the danger levels classified in textbooks, the young bear-tiger rock-eating beast is classified as Silver 6 star. The creature before them was clearly a young adult, with a threat level of at least Silver 9 star, approaching or even reaching gold level danger. The Holy Court classifies all things that can threaten humanity into danger levels, just like the Spirit Masters level system. Normally, only Spirit Masters of the same level can fight a dangerous opponent of the same level to a standstill. The Holy Court's hierarchical system is, frankly speaking, a survival guide. Yin Zhi focused his attention on the woman who was being attacked by the bear-tiger devouring rock beast. Wow, she's a stunning beauty. Exquisitely groomed, with fair skin, a large bust, a slim waist, and long legs. At that moment, the beast's claws tore open her thin red dress, leaving glaring, bloody scratches on her snow-white skin. They were as pitiful as could be, as helpless as could be. In this situation, it would be impossible for any man to remain unmoved. The woman also saw Yin Zhi, and her eyes immediately lit up with boundless hope and a bright light. "Help me, sir. Help me." Yin Zhi curled his lip, looking disdainful. "Beautiful lady, do you think I'm an idiot? I think you're the idiot. All you have are big breasts and no brains. In this desolate forest, you, wearing a skirt, ran here and were attacked by a wild beast, and by sheer coincidence, I happened to run into you. Are you kidding me? Are we filming a movie? Hurry up and die. I have important business to attend to after I'm dead." The woman in the red dress was once again snatched away by the bear-tiger devouring rock beast's claws. Her clothes covering her chest shattered, and two blood-stained white breasts bounced out. "Please, brother, please save me. I don't want to die." Seeing her expression, Yin Zhi thought to himself, I overthinking this? Then I thought, so what if I'm overthinking it? Anyway, I don't know her. I'm not going to save her. Roar. The bear-tiger devouring rock beast charged forward, roaring as it enveloped the woman's head in one bite, tearing and ripping it apart. Normally, that head should have been ripped off. But what is the reality? No. Suddenly, the woman grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the bear-tiger swallowing rock beast and yanked hard. With a snap, the lower jaw was dislocated. The bear-tiger swallowing rock beast let out a miserable howl, leaping and bounding, spitting out its tongue and saliva, before crashing into the jungle like a frightened cat. "Dude, you're really heartless. Don't you understand the concept of a hero saving a damsel in distress? You're destined to be alone for life if you keep doing this. Unfortunately, your life is about to end here. I'm so sorry." Hee hee. The woman, who seemed like a completely different person, giggled wildly, her two large white breasts bouncing and leaping. As expected of me, I spotted the problem immediately. However, I need to correct one of your statements. Yin Zhi clapped his hands and laughed. "You're talking about a hero saving a damsel in distress? I may be the hero, but you're not the damsel in distress. See this?" He pointed at Empress Qingyan. "That's true beauty. As for you, Shaw, what kind of trash are you? Daring to show your face and embarrass yourself." The woman in red instantly stopped smiling and looked no longer pitiful. She appeared as terrifying as a vengeful ghost. "Beep beep. You have received 8,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check," she said. "You're really asking for it. Well then, I'll send you on your way." As soon as she mentioned the character Chung, she appeared in front of Yin Zhi, a claw knife that had appeared in her hand at some point, and she slashed at Yin Zhi's throat. "Val, so fast." This was Yin Zhi's first reaction. He stepped back, dodging the slash from the claw blade. The next second, a metal collar emerged from behind, quickly and silently. With a soft click, it was looped around Yin Zhi's neck. Drop. A red light on the metal necklace lit up. In an instant, Yin Zhi felt the symbiotic link between himself and the azure flame Empress disappear, and he was shocked. What happened? The next second, he was knocked to the ground by a tremendous force and swallowed a mouthful of mud. Just then, Empress Qingyan transformed into specks of light and disappeared. What happened? Why did the symbiotic link break? And why has the azure flame Empress disappeared? Immediately, a sharp pain spread from his abdomen to his entire body. It was the woman in red who had kicked Yin Zhi hard. "Damn, I guessed the beginning, but I didn't guess the ending. It seems like I've fallen into a ditch this time." At this moment, her tattered red dress had been completely renewed. There was only one explanation. That red dress was her spirit. A child appeared before Yin Zhi, his face full of smugness. "Now that you're wearing a dog collar, so what if you have the azure flame Empress?" The woman in red said, "Get out of the way, you little brat." Then she kicked Yin Zhi in the head, and if one kick wasn't enough, she kicked him again. "Kid, didn't your teacher teach you to be a kind person? You just stood by and watched someone die? Well, I'll teach you to stand by and watch someone die." She kicked him as hard as she spoke. A gentle voice said, "Red clothes, that's about enough." The woman in red said, "Brother Crow, don't worry about it. As long as they're alive, that's all that matters, isn't it?" Another woman in black grabbed her hand and said, "If you keep doing this, he'll die in no time. How are you going to explain that? Get lost. How dare he say that I'm some kind of trash? Now I'll show him what I really am." The woman in black said, "Sister, shut your mouth. He's blind. Can't he see how beautiful I am? What's the use of having eyes? I'll gouge his eyes out right now." The middle-aged man, nicknamed Crow, said, "Red clothes. Didn't you hear what I said? I said, that's about enough. Chapter 26, you guys had your fun. Now it's my turn, right? Hee hee. The woman in red softened and let out an indignant snort. The short, stocky man nicknamed Chimpanzee lifted Yin Zhi up. The crow looked at Yin Zhi and said, "You really don't know how to speak without thinking, saying whatever comes to mind." Yin Zhi grinned, showing no remorse for being caught. Did I say something wrong? In my eyes, she's just trash. Beep beep. You have received 8,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check. He looked at the woman in red, then at the woman in black who looked exactly like her, and said, "Oh, a pair of trashy women." The woman in black looked at Yin Zhi indifferently, unmoved. The boy nicknamed Little Rascal said, "Hee hee bro, you don't have a masochistic streak, do you?" Yin Zhi Dao. Why is there still a primary school student here? The little brat said, "What? You look down on elementary school students? I made that insulated dog collar around your neck." Yin Zhi Dao. A primary school student skips school and hangs out with a bunch of trash. I know, either his dad died or his mom ran off with someone. The little brat immediately pointed angrily at Yin Zhi, yelping like a puppy whose tail had been stepped on. Try saying that again. Yin Zhi looked at him with disdain. I knew you were a bastard without parents. Beep beep. You have received 4,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. The little brat yelled, "Hey, Uncle Crow, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him." The old man, nicknamed Old Man, quickly comforted the little boy. Having earned 4,000 points, Yin Zhi, still harboring murderous intent, continued his venomous remarks. You old codger, at your age you're still doing this kind of work. Haven't you saved enough for your funeral? I'll give you $1. Is that enough? Your family must all be dead by now, right? The old man squinted at Yin Zhi. Beep beep. You have received 3,000 points of killing intent from an unknown entity. Please check. The chimpanzee said, Kid, do you want to tear your mouth apart? Yin Zhi Dao. You're so ugly. Were you scared to death by your appearance when you were born? Look how dark you are. You must be mixed breed, right? The chimpanzee gasped for breath, its muscles twitching slightly, clearly angered. The crow waved to the chimpanzee, telling him to calm down, and looked at Yin Zhi with a gentle expression. Did you hear us say you had to live, so you're not afraid of anything? You think we won't really kill you? Yin Zhi Dao. Trying to scare me with death? Ha, ha, ha. Oh dear, I'm so scared, I'm scared to death. What should I do? What should I do? A cold voice, nicknamed Stone, rang out. This guy really deserves a beating. The woman in red said, Let me beat him up again. The crow said, Someone offered us a high price to capture you alive. Guess how much they offered? Not interested. Yin Zhi already knew who they were. For 0.2 billion. Depend on, am I really that valuable? Should I sell myself? Yin Zhi pursed his lips. You guys are a bunch of paupers. Only 420 million was enough to bribe you. I really don't know where you get the nerve to show yourselves in society. That's true. If someone's fallen to this level, can they be a decent person? Can anyone in this line of work be a decent person? Look at you all. Narcissists, bastards, lonely old men who won't die, hybrids of Chinese and foreign breeds. Smack! The crow slapped Yin Zhi hard across the face, so hard that it swelled up half of Yin Zhi's face. He pulled out a silk handkerchief, wiped his hands, and said gently, Although I already know you're not easy to talk to, I still have a suggestion. Yin Zhi Dao, you want my Azure Flame Empress? Let me ask you this. Are you worthy? The crow nodded and said, Let's go, deliver the goods. The chimpanzee then picked up Yin Zhi and carried him on its back. Yin Zhi Dao, hey, why don't you just kill me? If I turn the tide, you're all doomed. You probably don't know my style yet. I'll make you wish you were dead. I'm not kidding. Nobody paid him any attention. Yin Zhi sighed inwardly and said, Could you walk a little faster? Don't waste precious time. I'm very busy. Still, no one paid any attention to him. But the eyes that looked at Yin Zhi were filled with hatred, as if they wanted to turn into knives and stab him. The group moved forward at a moderate pace and eventually entered a very spacious cave. At this moment, Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, Xia Qingxue, and others were already waiting there. As soon as Yin Zhi saw them, he burst out laughing. I'm so smart. I guessed it was you guys right away. Upon hearing that voice, everyone in class 10 trembled and felt a chill run down their spines. It was a source of deep psychological trauma for them. However, when they saw Yin Zhi being tied up, their blood boiled with rage. Sun Liangwu pointed at him and burst into laughter. You finally met your match. You finally met your match. His voice trembled with excitement, and tears welled up in his eyes. Crow looked at Bai Yuntian and the others who were rushing forward and said, I brought the person alive. Where's the money? Sun Liangwu pulled out a stack of checks and bank cards. With 420 million coming from 21 people, the pressure is undoubtedly much less. Bringing the whole class in is precisely the source of Bai Yuntian's confidence in agreeing to this price. Just as he was about to pay, Yin Zhi called out, "Wait." Sun Liangwu was startled again. "Yin Zhi Dao, I'm giving you one last chance. It's not too late to turn back now. If you pay this money, one of you will definitely die today." Bai Yuntian snatched the check and bank card from Sun Liangwu and handed them over. "Money for the person." The crow gave the chimpanzee a signal, and the chimpanzee threw Yin Zhi out. Bai Yuntian immediately stuffed the money into the crow's hand. "You can leave now." The crow chuckled. "It's a pleasure doing business with you. Feel free to contact us again if you have any needs. By the way, we hope you can give us a 9-star review." After saying that, they turned and walked towards the cave entrance. A frantic, excited shout came from behind. "Revenge!" In an instant, a group of people completely overwhelmed Yin Zhi. The woman in red spat on the ground in annoyance. "I really want to kill him with my own hands." Just as the 7 approached the cave entrance, a terrifying heat suddenly struck from behind, causing them to instantly change color. At the same time, screams of terror, madness, and despair came from behind. The 7 people turned around immediately and saw a blue fire dragon rushing towards them. The little brat yelled, "That's impossible. He's wearing an insulated dog collar. How could he possibly mobilize spiritual energy and summon spirits? With its insulating material and mechanism, the dog collar simply cannot be forcibly disassembled." The azure flame dragon arrived suddenly and swiftly, and the 7 people quickly scattered to the left and right, causing it to miss its target. But then the crow cried out in alarm and turned its head to see that the cave exit had been completely sealed off by the raging blue flames. The intense heat forced them to retreat several steps. The old man sighed. "All day long I hunt geese, only to have them peck my eyes out. Prepare for battle." The woman in red shouted, "Fine, I'll fight. That suits me perfectly." At this moment, Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, and the others had already scrambled over. Bai Yuntian shouted excitedly and tremblingly, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" The crow said, "This is another order. Fine, I'll give you as much as you want. Kill him." Not far away, from a ball of blue flames, Yin Zhi strode out, a smile on his face that chilled Sun Liangwu and the others to the bone. The stunningly beautiful and unapproachable azure flame Empress stood beside him, her figure and posture breathtaking. "You guys had your fun. Now it's my turn, right? Hee hee." Chapter 27. Daily Self-Destruction. Finally, he died for himself. How did Yin Zhi get rid of the insulated dog collar? "I bought a jammer from the Deathseeker system shop that can disable an insulated dog collar." Is it really that simple? It's that simple. All right. Actually, it's not that simple. A single jammer can cost as much as 20,000. If Yin Zhi didn't have this money, he would really be in deep trouble. However, that's not the case. He had already fully demonstrated his suicidal tendencies, earning 23,000 points of killing intent from those 7 people, which would be more than enough even without savings. This experience made Yin Zhi realize that not only should you not stop courting death, but you should intensify your efforts. Bang! A steel fist, bigger than Yin Zhi's head, slammed into Yin Zhi's head. Boom! He flew out in a straight line, crashing into the rock wall and creating a crack. But he acted as if nothing had happened, pulling himself off the rock face and striding forward. "Didn't you eat enough? Give it your all." 2 slender figures, one in red and one in black, appeared on either side of Yin Zhi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of sharp blades cutting through the air was incessant. Swords and blades, invisible to the naked eye, struck Yin Zhi's body. Strangely, after he was wounded, what spurted out wasn't blood, but rather blue flames. Once the inflammation subsided, the skin that had been cut showed no signs of damage. This is naturally the miraculous effect of combining the azure flame and azure beacon, nourishing the liver and gallbladder with the azure flame cold green bath and azure flame glazed jade body. The woman in red screamed, "Die! Yin Zhi Dao, stop making so much noise. Can you shut up? If you have this much energy, you might as well kill me." Suddenly, the old man appeared behind Yin Zhi. His stomach suddenly swelled up like a balloon, and he vomited a mouthful of foul-smelling pus, spraying it towards Yin Zhi. Pustular Toad's Spirit Skill, Corrosive Spray. The moment it hit Yin Zhi, the blue flames ignited, burning away the foul-smelling smoke. A foul stench filled the cave. At this moment, the stalagmites and stone walls on the top of the cave suddenly broke off and shot towards Yin Zhi like sharp arrows. The huge impact still knocked him down. Boom! Crush you. The cold stone was now burning hot inside and out. He held up a huge rock and smashed it hard against Yin Zhi. Rock golem spirit skill. Rock manipulation. If it were an ordinary person, they would really be crushed by this blow. One hit with the stone wasn't enough. He kept hitting it until the stone in his hand was shattered before he stopped. Are you done playing? Sure, two stared wide-eyed, took several steps back, and saw Yin Zhi pat his butt and stand up. Stone bro, get out of the way. He immediately dodged, and then missiles the size of sausages slammed into Yin Zhi. Explosive boy's spirit skill. Ham missile. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion's flames and smoke instantly engulfed him. However, as a burst of azure flame ignited and then instantly contracted, Yin Zhi reappeared before everyone's eyes. Wait a minute. Let me get dressed first. The missile attack just now destroyed his clothes, so he's not wearing anything now. The woman in red appeared behind him in an instant and thrust out a knife. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist, followed by a punch to her face, sending her flying. Yin Zhi angrily retorted, "Are you deaf? Didn't I say wait a minute? How can you fight naked?" This was Yin Zhi's first move, but it sent shivers down everyone's spines in the cave. His punch, though landing on the red-clothed man's face, also struck their hearts. It was at this time, a three-eyed crow that had been folding its wings inside the cave suddenly let out a strange cry. The folded wings suddenly opened wide and shook violently, instantly filling the cave with a large swath of crow feathers, fluttering and drifting. Yin Zhi watched this scene unfold, and as he watched, he suddenly felt the scene before him distort. Illusion. He immediately closed his eyes and refused to look. But the next second, he felt an unusual heat around him. Heat. Are you kidding me? With the azure flame surrounding me, how could I possibly feel hot? He opened his eyes and found himself standing on a rock. All around me was orange yellow, bubbling lava. Hot. It's so hot. I know it's fake, so why am I still so hot? Is that guy's spirit control skill that strong? It's impossible for Yin Zhi to recognize all the spirits. He had never met any of those 7 people. Suddenly, Yin Zhi felt himself being kicked, and with a splash, he plunged into the lava lake. After struggling for a moment, he sank completely into the lava lake. The real world. Everyone saw Yin Zhi suddenly yell, "I'm dying of heat," and then collapse to the ground, motionless. In an instant, the entire cave fell into a deathly silence. Is he dead? D. Just die already. Finish them off. Hurry, go, and finish them off. By Yin Tian, Sun Liangwu, Xia Qingxue, and the others were extremely excited. The woman in red, her face swollen, screamed die. The red-dressed spirit master's skill, Crimson Shadow Strike, is activated. Just as her sleeve extended and transformed into a sharp blade about to pierce Yin Zhi's neck. Bear! The blue flames suddenly burst forth, transforming into a firebird in the shape of a phoenix. The red dress was forced to retreat by the high temperature. All the people saw was it flapping its wings, grabbing Yin Zhi's shoulders with its claws, lifting him up and making him stand. The phoenix-shaped azure flame bird sank down and merged into Yin Zhi's body. Immediately, Yin Zhi opened his eyes. Seeing this, Sun Liangwu clutched his head and screamed in despair. "Ah, why? Why don't you just die? Why?" The others also fell into despair. Some people wanted to run, but the cave entrance was still burning with blue flames. How could they escape? Driven by the will to survive, some people even dug holes with their bare hands. Yin Zhi's face twitched, and he said angrily, "This game is over." Why was he angry? Because he really died just now. I'm always courting disaster, and this time I finally managed to kill myself. Thanks to the Phoenix Nirvana of Azure Flame, he was brought back to life. He truly hadn't expected the illusion to be so powerful. He was indeed not afraid of being chopped with knives and axes or punched and kicked, but when it came to illusions, he didn't really know how to deal with them. Just as the teacher's notes said, illusions cannot be resisted by willpower alone. You still need a spirit master with the relevant skills. With this thought in mind, Yin Zhi unleashed the Azure Flame Lotus Fire Rain. In an instant, tiny blue flame lotus flowers appeared out of thin air. You made me feel hot, so I'll make you feel hot too. Azure flame lotuses fell from above the cave, densely packed like a torrential rain, splashing out upon landing. At this moment, everyone inside the cave used all their skills to dodge and resist the azure flame lotus rain. In an instant, the cave was filled with agonizing screams. The students in Class 10 screamed and begged for mercy. The crow controlled the three-eyed crow to spread its wings and protect the others. But in an instant, the three-eyed crow was covered in wounds and cried out in agony. The rain will only last for a while. Just as things were about to stop, Yin Zhi roared, "I'll add fuel to the fire." Azure flame, twin dragon flames. With a thrust of both palms, two azure fire dragons surged forth, charging towards the two groups of people with overwhelming force, as if intent on burning them all to ashes. Chapter 28, Getting Rich Really Requires Pig Farming. Once the flames inside the cave had all died down, apart from Yin Zhi, no one else was still standing in the entire cave. He approached the woman in red, looked down at her, and asked, "How's the barbecue?" The man in the charred red clothes stared wide-eyed at Yin Zhi with eyes full of resentment. Deep within those venomous eyes lay a profound fear. She had just experienced the most painful moment of her life. "Kill me. Yin Zhi Dao, want to die?" "No way, dying is so boring." "Don't you want to kill me?" "How can you kill me if I'm dead?" The woman in red's eyes trembled, and she was breathing heavily and rapidly, her breath trembling. "Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of murderous intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account." "Wow, 10,000 points. That's a lot. I'll gladly accept it." Yin Zhi kicked her in the stomach, then pointed at the others. "None of you will die. You're all unlucky to have messed with me. Either you guys actually kill me one day, or hee, I'll mess with you for the rest of my life. You can live on with the thought that you will kill me at all costs." He came to the crow. The crow is no longer a crow. It has become a black crow. The little boy, held protectively in his arms, was the least burned by Qin Yan. Yin Zhi stepped on the crow's head and stomped twice. "You want to slap me in the face? You even want to use illusion magic on me?" If he hadn't unlocked Phoenix Rebirth, he would be a corpse by now. The thought of this ignited a fire within him. The little brat got up and screamed, "I'll fight you to the death." Snap! Yin Zhi slapped him so hard that he flew away and crashed into the rock wall. If it weren't for his dog collar, I wouldn't have been captured alive. Thank goodness he had the system shop. Thank goodness the system shop had jammers. And thank goodness he had enough murderous intent to buy a jammer. He'd be ruined if he lost even one more person. Otherwise, this brat would have killed him. The crow, its blackened paws gripping Yin Zhi's feet, growled, "Don't touch him, come at me." Yin Zhi kicked his hand away. "Wow, you're quite sentimental for someone who makes a living by killing people. Those people you killed weren't human. They were just cats and dogs, right? Why do I find you so disgusting?" He looked left and right, picked up a sharp stone, and stood next to the crow. He suddenly changed his mind. The crow seemed to have foreseen its fate, smiled silently, and closed its eyes. The little brat yelled, "No." He rushed forward, but was kicked away by Yin Zhi. After falling to the ground, he watched helplessly as a rock smashed into Uncle Crow's head. "No." The people in red, black, the chimpanzee, the old man, and the stone all stared wide-eyed. Having completely eliminated Crow, the one who could truly threaten his life, Yin Zhi suddenly received a series of notification sounds. "Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of murderous intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account." "Beep beep. You have received 4,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account." "Beep beep. You have received 6,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account." "Beep beep. You have received 8,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check." "Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of murderous intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account." "Beep beep. You have received 5,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account." I received 6 beeping sounds in a row. It seems this crow holds a special place in the hearts of others. I made a profit. Raising pigs is indeed the way to get rich. Yin Zhi Dao, do you want to kill me to avenge this dead crow? I'm always welcome. Let's see if you kill me first, or I play you to death first. After saying that, he ignored those people and, with a chilling smile, approached Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, and the others. Bai Yuntian no longer has the mature demeanor he used to have. He cried out in terror and despair. "My dad is Bai Si-Hai. My dad is Bai Si-Hai. You can't. Bai Si-Hai, one of the 12 most powerful people in the true Dragon Kingdom. He is also one of the strongest few people in the true Dragon Kingdom." Yin Zhi clicked his tongue inwardly, but spoke sarcastically. Oh dear. I'm so scared. What should I do? Young Master Bai, I was blind and almost roasted you alive. I'm so sorry. Please, have mercy on me and spare my life. Bai Yintian cried. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me, sob sob. Others chimed in, some begging for mercy, some shifting blame, and others crying and pleading. Yin Zhi shouted, "It's too noisy," and immediately fell silent. He looked at Bai Yuntian and asked, "Do you want me to die?" "I don't want to." Snap. Yin Zhi slapped him across the face. "Think carefully before you speak. Do you want me dead?" "No." Snap. "I'll ask one last time. Do you want me to die?" Bai Yuntian was on the verge of a breakdown, crying and shouting, "I want you to die. I want you to die." Yin Zhi laughed. "Hey, that's right. If you don't want to kill me, I'll kill you right now." Leaving Bai Yuntian behind, Yin Zhi stood before Sun Liangwu and asked, "And you? Do you want me dead?" Sun Liangwu roared, his face contorted with rage. "I want you dead. I want you to die. I wish I could chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Do you know how I've been these past few days? Every single minute. Beep beep. You have received 5,000 points of killing intent from Sun Liangwu. Please check." Yin Zhi was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and went to Xia Qingshue's side again. This spoiled and domineering girl was silently shedding tears. "Hey, you guys who were born into good families, aren't you always killing other people and treating them like pigs and dogs? I'll show you what it's like to be treated like pigs and dogs. As long as you still want to kill me, you can live. But if you ever decide you don't want to kill me anymore, I'll kill you all. Oh, and when you get back, give me 420 million. Didn't you guys use this money to buy my life? Just give it to me directly. Why let someone else have it?" After saying that, he patted his behind and left. After he left, the little brat screamed, "It's all because of you. I'm going to kill you all to avenge Uncle Crow." He rushed at Bai Yintian and started punching and kicking him, tears streaming down his face. Those assassins were of higher rank and stronger physique, and with the added benefit of healing spirits, they naturally recovered much faster. They cast murderous glances at Bai Yuntian and his group. Bai Yuntian had calmed down by this time and was unusually composed. "Kill me if you want. Death will end it all. But you'd better think this through. If you kill us, you'll all die. Revenge? Dream on. You want revenge, and so do we. We can cooperate. Don't forget who we are, and don't forget the power our family has." The people in red and black exchanged glances and silently nodded. Yin Zhi left the cave and checked his murderous intent balance. Minus 165,723 points. That's a pretty good income. Next, Yin Zhi continued his search for prey. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, cursed, "Stupid," and then asked, "System, does the store have any similar items for detecting powerful creatures?" Beep beep. How about learning about spiritual pressure sensing radar? Chapter 29, that's it. I'm not seeing things, am I? It's actually product, spiritual pressure sensing radar. Price, 60,000 points of killing intent. Function, sensing the spiritual pressure intensity within a radius of 10 kilometers. Between heaven and earth, apart from humans, all other living beings can directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A creature that absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will generate spiritual pressure. The more spiritual energy a creature absorbs, the stronger its spiritual pressure will be. By sensing and detecting spiritual pressure, one can clearly see where powerful beings are located. This thing is undoubtedly exactly what Yin Zhi needs right now. But a price of 60,000 points is simply too tempting. That's more than the killing intent required to unlock a level 5 skill. Purchase or not to buy? After thinking for a moment, Yin Zhi gritted his teeth. Purchase. System, do you offer a discount? No response. Yin Zhi sighed and bought the spiritual pressure sensing radar. The reason is simple. If he doesn't win first place in the autumn hunt, he won't even get the spirit crystal. What's the point of keeping his murderous intent? The thought of the spirit crystal. Yin Zhi sighed. System, you're really lacking in prestige. You said the system shop had everything, so why isn't there any spirit crystals? This time, the system responded to the suicide pact. Beep beep. Spirit crystals are special substances and are outside the scope of the system shop. Beep beep. This system has never claimed that the system store sells everything. The host has misunderstood. Beep beep. The system shop only sells regular items. Special items must be obtained by the host. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, I've paid. Hurry up and ship the goods." In an instant, a pancake-shaped object appeared in Yin Zhi's hand. Is this the spiritual pressure sensing radar? Having found the power button, the screen lit up, and following the instructions, Yin Zhi quickly mastered how to use it. He mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within his body and poured it into the spiritual pressure sensing radar. Instantly, numerous ripples appeared on the screen, emanating from individual points. It looks just like a calm lake surface where a handful of beans have been scattered. The density of the ripples and the intensity of the oscillations represent the strength of the spiritual pressure and also indicate the strength of the living being. Yin Zhi carefully examined it. This spiritual pressure is pretty strong. This is also, and this too. After watching for a while, Yin Zhi decided to run through the entire narrow valley area first and find the person with the strongest spiritual pressure. As for whether we can win or not, we haven't even fought yet. So how do we know we can't win? If you can't beat them, just run away. Let's do it. So Yin Zhi led the Azure Flame Empress and ran quickly, constantly monitoring the spiritual pressure sensing radar. Thanks to the power of the Azure Flame Empress, Yin Zhi has never lacked spiritual energy. During battle, he can unleash his spirit control skills to his heart's content without worrying about running out of spiritual energy. Now, he can also continuously inject spiritual energy into the spiritual pressure sensing radar to keep it running. Yin Zhi was running through the jungle when suddenly he stopped abruptly. He saw a spiritual pressure stronger than any he had ever seen before. Furthermore, there was another, slightly weaker spiritual pressure closely adjacent to that powerful spiritual pressure. Yin Zhi thought to himself, are there two powerful creatures fighting? Let's go take a look. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman has the opportunity to profit. He immediately headed straight for his target. As he got closer, he indeed heard sounds of battle. Is there a human voice? Could it be? Yin Zhi crept forward and hid among a pile of rocks. Peeking out, he saw a man and a monster locked in fierce combat. Wow, isn't that Li Feiyun? Isn't that right? That person was none other than Li Feiyun. At this moment, she changed out of her ancient dress and put on tight-fitting leather armor, which perfectly outlined her graceful and exquisite body curves. Her spirit is humanoid, female, and has a figure that is even hotter, even exaggerated, than her master. Her breasts, hips, waist, and legs were all exquisite, her entire body covered in ice blue fur, and she had two long rabbit ears standing upright on her head. Both the master and the servant exuded a chilling aura. Their enemy was a giant crab whose entire body shone with a diamond-like luster, and when the sunlight shone on it, its whole body radiated a noble and dazzling glow. Yin Zhi stared in disbelief. Good heavens! It's actually a diamond king crab. Among the top 10 finest ingredients of the true dragon kingdom, the diamond king crab is ranked 9th, and it is hailed as a heavenly delicacy from the water. And this season is precisely when the crab roe and crab fat are at their most delicious. If Li Feiyun manages to hunt down this diamond king crab, adding in the spoils from the other members of Class A, they're guaranteed to take first place. Should I take her away? The moment that thought crossed his mind, Yin Zhi banished it from his head. Why? First, the victory was not honorable. I'm a man, after all. I have to save face. Secondly, even if you manage to snatch the diamond king crab, you're not guaranteed to win. What are the rules for winning? Bring back the prey. The one with the highest value wins. This rule seems simple, but it's actually quite insidious. Yin Zhi didn't count on by Yin Tian, Sun Liangwu, and those guys. From the very beginning, he harbored the idea of single-handedly defeating all the classes. While diamond king crabs are indeed very valuable, they are not worth 100 times more. So why waste time and energy on them? He blinked, a mischievous smile spreading across his face, and then suddenly shouted, "Go Li Feiyun! Go Li Feiyun!" Upon hearing this, Li Feiyun, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a diamond king crab the size of small house, was immediately distracted. This separation was disastrous. The diamond king crab's massive claws swept across her. Boom! Li Feiyun crashed onto the lake shore like a cannonball, creating a crater 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Beep beep! You have received 1,000 points of murderous intent from Li Feiyun. Please check. Well, Vilidi? Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Li Feiyun was actually lying on a patch of snow and appeared to be perfectly fine. Yin Zhi immediately said, "Keep it up. I'm off now. Don't forget our bet." After saying that, he turned and ran. Beep beep. You have received 1,000 points of murderous intent from Li Feiyun. Please check. Not bad. Another 2,000 points of killing intent gained. The killing intent skill has a remaining balance of 102,723 points. Yin Zhi continued running through the forest, searching for his target. I encountered several classmates along the way, but we didn't interact much. Instead, we seemed to reject and antagonize each other. Time passed little by little. It was neither slow nor fast. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day after tomorrow marks the end of the autumn hunting season. Yin Zhi was still using the spiritual pressure sensing radar to search for targets, but he was getting a little impatient. Run another 10 kilometers. If that doesn't work, I'll go back and find those pre-selected targets. With this in mind, Yin Zhi continued forward. After walking a few more kilometers, the spiritual pressure, sensing lightning in my hand, suddenly began to tremble violently. In an instant, the entire screen was filled with only a dense, undulating wave. This is the first time such a situation has occurred. Yin Zhi felt a chill run down his spine. He has a big goal. Without a second thought, he followed the radar and went up to find it. After struggling through an extremely dense bamboo and wood forest, Yin Zhi finally spotted the target detected by the spiritual pressure sensing radar. That's it. I can't believe my eyes, can I? It's actually Chapter 30, Get Out of the Way. 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 5 days is not a long time. Once you get busy, time flies even faster. On the 5th day of the autumn hunt, the students returned one after another with their respective catches. At this time, the nameless square of Sacred Heart University had become a place for clearing out the spoils of the hunt. The assessment of the praise value was handled by professors at Sacred Heart University. Of course, value cannot refer to its nutritional value alone. It is a holistic assessment that includes all aspects of value. Rarity, hunting difficulty, research value, even its ornamental value. All of these need to be considered comprehensively. This job can only be done by a professor who is knowledgeable and highly capable. The bustling, nameless square was filled with the noise of people. Some boasted about their prey, while others sighed and lamented. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look, Li Feiyun is back." Upon hearing this exclamation, everyone looked around, searching for that captivating figure. Soon, they found her, and more attention was focused on Li Feiyun. At this moment, Li Feiyun stood gracefully on the hood of her Yuling Menghu military truck. On the truck bed of the Tiger military truck was something wrapped in huge leaves and vines. What is that? It's huge. It must be something extraordinary. The Tiger military truck charged and sped along, just like a fierce tiger. Everyone quickly moved away. Squeak. With a sudden stop, the Tiger military truck executed a beautiful drift and came to a stop in front of the professors. Li Feiyun, with her heroic bearing and agile figure, jumped off the front of the Tiger military truck. "Teacher, I'm back." Dongfang Weishi looked at his prized disciple with great joy and satisfaction. "Okay, it's good to be back. Did you encounter any difficulties?" Li Feiyun said. "I encountered some, but none of them were anything serious." Beside them, Zhou Darren, a married male professor who harbored ulterior motives towards Dongfang Weishi, laughed and said, "Haha, come on, let's see what kind of surprise teacher Dongfang's esteemed student has brought us." The enormous leaves and vines were lifted, and in an instant, the dazzling diamond-like color attracted the attention of everyone present. It's actually a diamond king crab. So beautiful. It really looks like a diamond. Adult diamond king crabs are rated 5 stars in danger. Has Li Feiyun already reached the diamond level? Going up to the diamond level means becoming a diamond level spirit master. A diamond level spirit master under 20 years old is absolutely a genius among geniuses. Just then, those with sharp ears heard Principal Meng say with a smile, "Young lady, I was just saying it casually, but you're quite thoughtful." "Not bad. What's the meaning? Just something offhand?" Immediately, those with quick minds recalled what Mencius had said at the beginning. The crabs are full of roe and fat, the wild boar meat is plump, and the fruit on the trees is so ripe it's almost falling off. Could it be that the crab the principal was referring to was a diamond king crab? The group of people immediately looked annoyed. How could I not have thought of that? If you think of it, even if one person can't beat the diamond king crab, the whole class can go for it together. Just when everyone was feeling frustrated, Confucius and Mencius were the first to give a value score. 18 points. Whoosh. The crowd erupted in uproar. The principal has 20 points. What's the difference between giving 18 points and a perfect score? Following that, other professors also gave their estimated scores. Out of a possible score of 100, Li Feiyun received 96 points. Out of 9 professors who gave her a perfect score, 7 of them gave her a perfect score. To avoid suspicion, Dongfang Weishi gave it 8 points. This result relieved Li Feiyun, who thought to herself, "Let's see how you manage to beat me." Before long, another commotion and excitement broke out. Yi Tianxing, another popular male star from Sacred Heart University, is back. The moment he appeared, the girl's eyes lit up. A tall and slender figure. A handsome face. Stylish, tousled hair. Cold, unwavering eyes. A stylish stride. It's truly a case of male jealousy and female love. One of the boys said, "Huh? Could his prey be in that little bag? So small." Upon hearing a boy say that Yi Tianxing's penis was small, the girl next to him retorted indignantly, "So what if it's small? You only know that small ones are no good." The boy said, "Yes, yes, yes. As long as it's his, even a small one is fine. Okay?" The boys next to them were trying not to laugh. The girl, not understanding the ambiguity, muttered, "You're just jealous." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Tianxing approached Confucius and threw the bag in his hand to him. "Old man, give me a perfect score." His attitude didn't bother the other professors at all. They seemed to have gotten used to it. Yi Tianxing looked at Li Feiyun, smiled, and nodded slightly. Their eyes met in midair, as if sparks were about to fly. Li Feiyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked away from her clear eyes. Confucius and Mencius opened the bag, and a sugar-colored piglet ran out of the bag. Zhuang Mo laughed. "Master, another thoughtful one. Hunting the cubs of the 1,000-mile fragrant pig is much more difficult than hunting a grown 1,000-mile fragrant pig." 1,000 miles of fragrant pig? Those who heard it were all stirred up. A wild boar whose fragrance can travel for miles. Could this 1,000-mile fragrant pig be the wild boar that the principal mentioned, whose meat has also become fatty? Confucius chuckled at first, holding a baby piglet. Then his expression suddenly changed. "You brat, you actually fed the Bodhi seed passion fruit to the fragrant pig?" The passion fruit was the fruit he casually mentioned. Yi Tianxing laughed. "A 1,000-mile pig eating passion fruit. Isn't that a perfect match? Hurry up and give me a perfect score." "Oomph. You want full marks? I won't give you that. 19 points. No way, old man. Do you want it? If not, I don't want it." Yi Tianxing said, "Yes, yes, yes. I'm scared of you." In the end, Yi Tianxing scored 98 points. This result has drawn a wave of admiration, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Next, the valuation will continue. Dongfang Weishi suddenly said to Zhuang Mo, "Teacher Zhuang, your class has made great progress this year. Several students have gotten 80 points. It seems the rumors are true. Those problem students have changed a lot." Zhuang Mo smiled and said, "Young people always go through a growth process." Dongfang Weishi said, "But with just these few 80 points, it will probably be very difficult for you to get first place." Professor Zhou Darren, the married male professor who had a crush on Dongfang Weishi, laughed and said, "Professor Zhuang, your class is really ambitious this time. They all want to win first place." Zhuang Mo said, "Just kidding, just kidding." Dongfang Weishi said, "There are still 10 minutes until midnight. Even if we bring back the most valuable prey, it won't matter." "Teacher Zhuang, isn't there still one student in your class who hasn't returned?" Who else could it be but Yin Zhi? Zhuang Mo also looked worried and said, "Let's wait and see." Dongfang Weishi smiled, her smile full of mockery. "You brat, you're nothing special." Not far away, Li Feiyun also frowned, glancing at the time every now and then. Yi Tianxing stood beside her. They were a perfect match. Seeing Li Feiyun frowning, he asked, "What's wrong?" Li Feiyun smiled and said, "It's all right. I just hope he fails." Time passed little by little. Just 1 minute before the autumn hunt was to end, a loud shout came from afar. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Upon hearing this voice, both Dongfang Weishi and Li Feiyun frowned. Zhuang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Coming back alive is more important than anything else. Chapter 31. Was the legendary centaur a human or a horse? Who is that? So arrogant. It's him, the master, the Azure Flame Empress. Wow, they certainly have the right to be arrogant. That horse he's riding looks weird. Are you blind? It's clearly a person. Where did the horse come from? Am I blind? See for yourself if it's a person or a horse. Amidst the murmurs and whispers, a thoroughly disheveled Yin Zhi rushed towards the professors, shouting again, Stop! 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 Finally, Yin Zhi stopped in front of Confucius, Mencius, Zhuangzi, and others. Jumping off his horse, Empress Qingyan vanished. Yin Zhi said, "I'm back. Did I go over time?" At this moment, the 9 professors stood up, their eyes wide as they stared at the horse Yin Zhi had brought back. That is, am I seeing things? It actually exists. Zhuang Mo said, "Yin Zhi, this is..." Yin Zhi sniffed and wiped the dirt and weeds off his face. "Excellent. This is my prey, the legendary centaur." A centaur? These 3 words immediately shocked the entire audience. Isn't the legend of the fake half-marathoner just a myth? How could it be? Can't you use your eyes to see if it's true or false? That centaur is so beautiful. Where did he find it? Where did this half-horseman come from in King Bailong Gorge? At that moment, a short, stout professor rushed up to the centaur, his eyes gleaming, and sized him up. The legend is true. There really are half-marathons. He reached out to touch the centaur, but Yin Zhi stopped him. "Teacher, you can look, but don't touch me." The short, stout professor blushed and rubbed his hands sheepishly. "It's the first time I've seen a legendary creature. I'm a little excited, a little excited." Confucius and Mencius said, "Little child, is this your catch?" Yin Zhi Dao, yes. Confucius and Mencius looked at the centaur and hesitated. Why hesitate? He didn't know whether to classify the centaur as a human or a horse. If we define it as a person, then it obviously doesn't count. There's nothing to say about that. He can't treat people as prey. If it is classified as a horse, then it is certainly considered a hunted animal. Confucius scratched his head and said, "You've really given me a difficult problem." Dongfang Weishi suddenly shouted, "Master, centaurs cannot be considered prey." Yin Zhi Dao, why doesn't it count? Dongfang Weishi glanced at him. Can a person be considered prey? Absolutely not. If we're talking about rankings, the autumn hunt is undoubtedly number 1. It won't be long before Yin Zhi's name once again shocks the world after capturing a creature that only exists in legends. He shocked the world, but what about her? Will we become a laughingstock? She would not allow such a thing to happen. So she insisted that the centaurs were not prey. Yin Zhi curled his lip, too lazy to argue with Dongfang Weishi, and looked at Kong Mingzi, saying, "Principal, please give a fair judgment." By this time, the crowd had become lively, with much discussion and chatter. Not far away, Li Feiyun pursed her lips and clenched her small fists. She knew that if the centaurs were considered prey, she would definitely lose. The thought of losing made her tremble slightly. She had to tell everyone in public that she loved Yin Zhi. Beside her, Yi Tianqing asked her with concern, but she couldn't hear him at all. Caught in a dilemma, Confucius looked at the short, stout professor. "Professor Yuan, you are an expert in this field. Tell me, is the half-horse considered a person or a horse?" This, Professor Yuan, a zoology expert, scratched his head. "Please wait a moment." He then circled around the centaur, examining him closely. From a human perspective, she looks like a person from head to toe, front to back. A beautiful and hot-tanned woman. By horse standards, she is a horse from head to toe, front to back, with a snow-white horsetail hanging down from her rump. After circling twice, he began to try to talk to the centaur. "Yin Zhi Dao, don't waste your energy. She can't speak, she can only yell." Professor Yuan scratched his head, took a deep breath, and spoke. "Frankly, this is a world-class academic problem. However, it's clearly not the right time for us to engage in academic discussion. If I were to judge, she cannot be considered a human being. At least until she learns to communicate and think like a human being, I cannot categorize her as a human being." Dongfang Weishi said, "Professor Yuan, I disagree with your statement." Confucius waved his hand, saying, "Professor Yuan is an expert. Since he has said so, we should respect his opinion." Confucius and Mencius looked at the other professors and said, "Then let's give this kid an objective score. 20 points. 20. Full marks?" The crowd was in uproar. As far as I can remember, the principal has never given anyone a perfect score. Dongfang Weishi gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Zhuang Mo said, "Then I'll give it 10 points, 10 points it is." Hee. Professor Yuan also said, 10 points, haha. If I could get 100 points, I would definitely give it 100 points. This is a world-class discovery. Master, it won't be long before things get lively here. In the future, many people from all walks of life will definitely come here to look for half-marathoners. Archaeology, theological researchers, biologists, news media, Confucius and Mencius lamented. Alas, I can no longer fish in peace. Next, everyone else gave their scores, all out of 10. Finally, they arrived at Dongfang Weishi's place. Yin Zhi Dao. Dongfang, she deliberately omitted a word, teacher. You wouldn't let personal matters interfere with your duties and give me a 0, would you? If so, then I have nothing more to say. Hee hee. Dongfang Weishi gritted her teeth, glaring hatefully at Yin Zhi, whose face was so irritating. She really wanted to slap him to death. However, Yin Zhi did not receive any notification from Didi, proving that Dongfang Weishi did not really intend to kill him, but was simply angry. You wanted a perfect score, right? Here you go. 10 points. After saying that, Dongfang Weishi turned and left. The teachers and students in the nameless square were shocked. Wonder points. Full marks. When was the last time we got a perfect score on the autumn hunt? If I remember correctly, it was 18 years ago, right? I never expected that someone would get a perfect score this year. It can be said that everyone present witnessed a historic event. There's no doubt that Class 10, nicknamed the Useless Dorm, will take first place in this autumn hunt. What? So this is first place? We don't need to count the other students' scores? It's very simple. Because getting a perfect score is so difficult, there's an established rule. If a class gets a perfect score, it's considered number 1. This result was completely unexpected by everyone. Snap! Yin Zhi clapped his hands. Ah, first place. Thank you so much. Principal, when will the reward be given? Confucius and Mencius laughed and said, Don't worry, you'll get your share. At this moment, Professor Yuan said, Student Yin, could I borrow your half-Martin figure for some research? I'm sorry, Professor Yuan, I really can't lend it to you. Professor Yuan's face immediately showed regret. The prey belongs to the hunter, and Yin Zhi was unwilling. How could a professor like him force him? Immediately afterwards, Yin Zhi led the half-horse man by the hand to Li Feiyun. Li Feiyun, do you want to back out? If you do, what can I do to you? Li Feiyun gritted her teeth and glared at Yin Zhi. Chapter 32 School Beauty Li. Yin Zhi, I love you. Yin Zhi, but I don't love you. Yi Tianqing glanced at Li Feiyun and noticed that she was trembling slightly. She pondered Yin Zhi's words. Should we back out? What are you going back on? He asked with concern. Feiyun, what's wrong? Li Feiyun pressed her pale lips tightly together. Yi Tianqing then looked at Yin Zhi, frowned, and said, If you need anything, come to me. Yin Zhi looked at Yi Tianqing and said, You're not a beauty, and I don't have any special fetishes, so why would I look for you? His words gave Yi Tianqing a bad feeling. What do you mean? Yin Zhi pursed his lips, ignored Yi Tianqing, and continued to look at Li Feiyun. Li, if you just say I've changed my mind, I'll turn around and leave without a second thought. Hee hee. Yin Zhi's disregard made Yi Tianqing very unhappy. Although he was low-key, when had he ever been ignored? He didn't want to talk to Yin Zhi either, but looked at Li Feiyun instead. Feiyun, you can tell me what's wrong. Don't bear it all alone. Yi Tianqing and Li Feiyun's relationship is currently in a state of mutual affection, but neither has confessed their feelings. The thin veil between them was easily pierced, but both were waiting for the other to make the first move, and in the end, neither of them did. While feeling anxious, they also enjoyed the feeling of competing to see who could confess first and the sweetness of it all. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, the two seemed to be a perfect couple, but in reality, they had not actually established a relationship. Yin Zhi laughed and said, Handsome guy, you really can't help her with her troubles. Yi Tianqing completely ignored Yin Zhi. Li Feiyun gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and said with a lack of confidence, Can we change to another one? Cannot. Yin Zhi's attitude was firm and clear. Alternatively, you could do as we agreed. Either you do what I just said and say, I've changed my mind. I've already said it. Even if you change your mind, what can I do to you? Hey, you were the one who started this trouble. Since you did it, you have to bear the consequences. You're not a 3-year-old. Don't you understand? Li Feiyun gritted her teeth and hissed. Enough. Given her pride and self-respect, she would never utter those 4 words. I regretted it. She glanced at Yi Tianqing. That one glance seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words. Then she turned around and jumped onto the hood of the Tiger military truck. You heard me clearly. Her words were heard by everyone in the entire nameless square. Everyone looked over, instinctively curious about what Li Feiyun was going to say, why she suddenly shouted so loudly. Yin Zhi, I love you. In an instant, the entire nameless square fell into a deathly silence. The air suddenly became quiet. For several seconds, apart from the calls of some prey, There was no sound from a single person. Did I hear that right? Nonsense. You must have misheard. How could Li Feiyun say, I love you to someone else? What I heard was also, I love you. One person might mishear. Two people might also mishear. Surely everyone in the square couldn't have misheard. Then there's only one possibility. You heard me right? What's going on? What's going on? The most outstanding girl from Sacred Heart University actually confessed her love in public. A boy sighed dejectedly. Alas, my youth is over. His face was filled with sadness, and his eyes even glistened with tears. Some of the boys around them heard this, and all had expressions of absolute agreement. For the boys, my youth has ended, but for the girls, it's the beginning of my youth. If Li Feiyun confesses her love to another boy, does that mean she broke up with Yi Tianqing? Is Yi Tianqing single? Fantastic. I have a chance. Hope spontaneously shone in the eyes of each girl. And what about Yi Tianqing, whom they all longed for? At this moment, he was struck dumb, standing there stunned. Where was the suave air he had when he handed over his prey? A girl mustered up her courage and went up to him, saying, Brother Tianqing, it's okay. You still have me. The way she said that she probably didn't even realize how humble she was. What about Yin Zhi, the person involved? He shouted, Thank you for your kindness. But I don't love you. I believe you will find your true love. After shouting this, he mounted the centaur's back and rode away in a cloud of dust. Beep beep. You have received 9,000 points of killing intent from Li Feiyun. Please check. Ding. You have received 11,000 points of killing intent from Yi Tianqing. Please check. Beep beep. You have received 1,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. Beep beep. You have received 1,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. Dee Dee. A series of beeps stunned Yin Zhi. What's going on? What's going on? Where did all this murderous intent come from? How many? There were so many that he couldn't even calculate them all in his head. So he simply stopped calculating and waited to see the final balance of his murderous intent. Finally, when the beeping stopped, Yin Zhi hurriedly checked his remaining balance for the murderous intent. He was so shocked when he looked that he almost fell off the centaur's back. 632,723. After rounding down, there was a murderous intent of 630,000. Yin Zhi pinched himself. It hurt. He wasn't dreaming. What did I just do? Was it because I told Li Feiyun that I don't love you? Maybe it is. That's definitely what happened. It must have been my words that ignited the boy's murderous intent. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it like that. Oh my God, I didn't know there was such a thing. Upon seeing his killing intent of 632,723 points, Yin Zhi couldn't help but burst into laughter. We've struck it rich. We're rich. Yo. The unexpected surprise made Yin Zhi as happy as a child. Back in the dormitory, Yin Zhi began to busy himself with bathing the half-horse Ma Bai. He named her Ma Bai because he found her in a cave full of jade. Fortunately, the dormitories at Sacred Heart University are large and spacious enough to accommodate a new member. However, Yin Zhi was still thinking about building a house with a yard. While rinsing Ma Bai's body with water, Yin Zhi sighed. Catching you was really difficult. I almost lost my life. But now that you're in my hands, don't worry, I definitely won't treat you badly. I only used you as a mount when it was an emergency. I won't ride you so easily in the future. I'll have a tailor make you a suitable set of clothes later. With your build and figure, everything inside and out will need to be custom-made. As he was washing, Yin Zhi's brain, which seemed to be several beats slow, suddenly realized something. Am I giving a woman a bath? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Yin Zhi's gaze towards Ma Bai changed. Looking around, I was surprised to find that the scenery was breathtaking and unique. Chapter 33 today, none of you are allowed to use the spirit crystal. TSK. Do you think Yin Zhi's half marathon is rideable? Nonsense. Didn't he come back riding a half horse? No, I wasn't talking about this rider. I was talking about that rider. Riding is riding. Why differentiate between this and that? I don't know what you're talking about. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. I know you inside and out. The boy who was speaking saw Yin Zhi coming up the stairs, immediately shut his mouth, and awkwardly said, Good morning. Yin Zhi smiled and replied with a good morning. Once Yin Zhi went upstairs, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He probably didn't hear him, right? Who told you to gossip behind my back? Oh, you've been exposed, haven't you? Still pretending you didn't understand? Don't you think he looks particularly haggard? Can you please stop being so boring? As Yin Zhi headed to class 10, some students greeted him warmly, while others glared at him resentfully. It must be the aftermath of Li Feiyun's rejection yesterday, but Yin Zhi didn't care at all. When others greet him, he smiles back. When others glare at him, he glares back, as if they're competing to see whose eyes are bigger. Arriving at class 10, he glanced at everyone in the classroom and went up to the podium. Bang! Did all of you lose your parents? What's with that grumpy face so early in the morning? Smile, all of you. Everyone in the classroom forced to smile, looking worse than if they were crying. Where's the money? Hand it all over. Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, Xia Qingxue, and the others dejectedly placed the checks on the podium one by one. Yin Zhi gathered the checks together, unfolded them into a fan shape, and fanned them. I have principles too. I know you're rich, but I've never even thought of robbing you. However, since you actually spent $420 million to hire someone to mess with me, then I won't be polite. Instead of spending money to hire someone to kill me, or finding someone else to kill me, I suggest you work hard to become stronger yourselves. Think about it. Wouldn't it be great if you all came and kill me yourselves? Wouldn't that be even more satisfying? Wouldn't you get to enjoy the thrill of revenge even more? A boy stood up and pleaded with a mournful face. Brother, I'm begging you, please let me go. I'll do whatever you say from now on. You're like my own brother, okay? Others joined in the pleading. Shut up. You think you can play whenever you want and not play whenever you want? Do you think you're the ones who call the shots in this class? Let me tell you, I'm in charge now. Understand? The autumn hunt is over. We beat Class A this time, but it wasn't enough. What I want is to completely crush Class A. So everyone must attend classes and study diligently. The whole class fell silent. It's time for class. Zhuang Mo led another middle-aged man in a special uniform into the classroom. Everyone recognized the middle-aged man's identity at a glance. A civil servant of the holy court. Thinking of his purpose in coming, and seeing the two large suitcases he was carrying, everyone's hearts were immediately filled with excitement. Do I even need to say what's in those two big boxes? Spirit crystal. Zhuang Mo smiled and said, Students, first of all, congratulations on your outstanding achievements in the autumn hunt. I won't say any more. Now, please let Deputy Director Li of the Holy Land distribute the spirit crystals as rewards to everyone. In other places, only one sanctuary is established in a city, region, or even a country. What about Sacred Heart University? There is a sanctuary in every school. Without further ado, Deputy Director Li opened the box and began distributing the rewards. Yin Zhi, 100 points, full marks, reward. 1 precious quality spirit crystal. Premium quality. According to common sense, there is about a 3% chance of drawing a rare spirit with the rarity of gold crystal. 3, it seems low, but in reality, the probability is extremely high. After all, even with precious crystals, the probability of drawing nothing, meaning you get nothing at all, is as high as 86%. Regardless of the rarity of the summoned spirit, the probability of drawing a spirit is only 11. That's it. That's it. Even such a precious crystal is enough to attract fierce competition from all sides. It's fair to say that without the Holy Court's intervention, the world would have descended into chaos long ago in the struggle for the spirit crystals. When a pale golden octahedral crystal landed in his hand, Yin Zhi immediately felt its weight. This touch, this amount. Yin Zhi could say he had forgotten what it felt like to hold the spirit crystal, and for a moment he was even a little excited. Deputy Director Li smiled encouragingly and said, Student Yin, I look forward to you giving us another surprise. Yin Zhi laughed and said, I'll do my best. Next, based on the scores, Deputy Director Li distributed the corresponding spirit crystals one by one. It's fair to say that everyone who held the spirit crystal was incredibly excited. Why? Because what they're holding in their hands right now is a hope. What hope? The hope of revenge. As long as we also unleash the 9 stars of the Holy Spirit, why should we fear that madman anymore? Even though they knew very well that the chance of drawing a 9-star Holy Spirit artifact was slim, let alone a 1-star Holy Spirit artifact, it was extremely low. Even if it seems hopeless, it's still a hope. Once all the spirit crystals have been distributed, Deputy Director Li looked at everyone in the classroom with a serious and focused expression. Although you all already know this, I will reiterate it again. Spirit crystals are not tradable. It can be given as a gift, but both parties must agree and sign a gift deed. Anyone who illegally obtains spirit crystals in any form is committing an extremely serious and heinous crime, and such acts will not be tolerated. Good luck to you. After Deputy Director Li left, Zhuang Mo said a few more words, but he was really not good at that, so he awkwardly switched to the course content. Now that you all have a spirit crystal, I'll talk about the spirit summoning rhythm again. I hope this helps you summon the most ideal spirit. The next two classes were the most comfortable Zhuang Mo had ever taught since becoming the homeroom teacher of Class 10. If it weren't for those familiar faces constantly reminding him that this was Class 10, Reborn, he would have even doubted whether he had ended up in Class 1, Jiayibon. Why? Everyone was actually listening attentively. Even after the bell rang, Zhuang Mo, who had enjoyed lecturing for the first time, was still somewhat reluctant to stop. All right, get out of class dismissed. I look forward to your good news. After Zhuang Mo left, Yin Zhi walked to the podium and knocked on the table twice. I have something to tell you. Today, none of you are allowed to use the spirit crystal. By Yin Tian, repeat what I just said. The students in the classroom exchanged bewildered glances, wondering, what is he planning to do? Could it be? They considered one possibility. Was he planning to steal our spirit crystals after failing to summon a spirit crystal himself? This is insane. They must be crazy. But isn't he just a madman? Bai Yuntian stood up and said, you said, today, none of us are allowed to use the spirit crystal. Yin Zhi called on a few more people and had them repeat themselves before saying, it seems everyone heard clearly. That's good. After saying that, he patted his behind and left, leaving the classroom full of people looking at each other in bewilderment. Suddenly, Sun Liangwu became excited. If he tries to steal our spirit crystal, give it to him. I'd love for him to do it. I'll see how he dies then. Chapter 34. Are you kidding me? Another 9-star Holy Spirit? Stealing someone else's spirit crystal is a serious crime, especially after the admonition from the deputy director of the sanctuary. The crime was compounded. If Yin Zhi really wants to forcibly seize their spirit crystals, he is courting death and digging his own grave. So why would Sun Liangwu be so eager to do so? After hearing Sun Liangwu's words, the others also realized what he meant and immediately shared the same thought. They couldn't wait for Yin Zhi to come and snatch their spirit crystals. An impatient girl said, we can go to the sanctuary and report him now. Xia Qingxue immediately shouted, are you stupid? With such small breasts and no brains. He didn't explicitly say he wanted to steal the crystal. How can I report him? The anxious girl was speechless. What did Yin Zhi just say? Today, none of you are allowed to use the spirit crystal. You want to report him based on just this sentence? Report my ass. Bai Yin Tian said, what's the rush? Once he fails to draw the spirit crystal, he'll definitely come and snatch our spirit crystal. We just need to wait. At this moment, a boy suddenly stood up, looking impatient. No, I need to contact my family immediately and ask them to prepare some calming and tranquilizing medication for me, and also find a hypnotist. The worst thing you can do when drawing spirits is to be agitated, restless, or unsettled. If your mind is in turmoil, you're destined to fail. Therefore, any medicine or method that can calm the mind and improve concentration is extremely important. As a result, a highly prestigious profession has emerged in the world, the hypnotist. Poor people draw spirit crystals without caring about anything else. They just draw as soon as they get the spirit crystals. The official term is resonance. Wealthy families, however, have to undergo all sorts of complicated preparations, such as fasting and bathing, taking medicine, abstinence, and even using hypnosis to assist them. One set after another. Is this even useful? It actually works. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that the rich rely on gold coins and the poor rely on luck? Upon hearing the boy's words, the others seemed to wake from a dream and immediately took action. Where is Yin Zhi? He naturally returned to his dormitory immediately. As for the martial arts exam in the afternoon, he planned to skip it. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yin Zhi held the pale gold spirit-controlling crystal in his hand. All that trouble, just for this one stone? I hope it will be successful on the first try, unless absolutely necessary. If you fail the initial mission and cannot obtain a second spirit beast within a month, the death-seeking system will strip you of the Azure Flame Empress. Strip the Azure Flame Empress of her title? I'm a master at courting death now. Without the Azure Flame Empress, maybe hanging yourself somewhere would be a happy ending. So, once he failed to draw the spirit crystal this time, he didn't care about the holy cord anymore and just snatched by Yun Fei and the other spirit crystals to continue drawing. Holding the precious crystal, Yin Zhi said, I'm counting on you, baby. Taking a deep breath, Yin Zhi closed his eyes. Resonance meditation is the most basic skill, so there's no need to elaborate. As Yin Zhi infused his spirit into the spirit crystal immediately lit up like a light bulb that had been turned on. The pale golden light shone in and out, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, gilding the entire room with a layer of gold. In another corner of the dormitory, the centaur Ma Bai, who had been sleeping on his side on the floor, woke up. Immediately, she adopted a look of great alarm, staring intently at Yin Zhi, her dark, deep eyes reflecting a golden light. The precious crystal floated up. Yin Zhi held his hands upright, palms facing each other, with the precious crystal hovering in the middle between his palms, trembling slightly. At this moment, in the chaotic space of Yin Zhi's mind, all sorts of phantom images appeared. These phantoms were sometimes humanoid, sometimes animaloid, and sometimes objects. Each phantom is formed by particles of light of different colors. It appears 1 second, disappears the next, and then becomes another phantom the following second. Once those colorful particles of light coalesce into a physical form, it signifies success. That physical form is the spirit you summoned through resonance. Spirit summoning has a time limit. Different qualities of spirit crystals have different time limits. Trash crystals last only 5 seconds, while precious crystals last 30 seconds. Yin Zhi silently calculated the time. About 20 seconds later, I still didn't get that feeling of winning. Is it going to fail? There was no time to lose. Yin Zhi gritted his teeth and decided to commit to killing. Resonating with a spirit increases its rarity. This is the third function of killing in 10 points. Yin Zhi was prepared to take a gamble, so he was ready to invest 500,000 to kill him. System I. Just then, a sculpted particle image flashed in my mind, but instead of dissipating as before, it slowly solidified. This sudden turn of events startled Yin Zhi. Startled, he lost his composure, and the previously condensed particle image began to dissipate again. Oops! Yin Zhi was shocked and quickly steadied himself. Only then did the illusory particle image stop dispersing and slowly condense. Just as all the particles were about to coalesce into a female human form, a strong sense of fatigue and weakness swept over her. The time had come. Damn it! It's all my fault. What was I so surprised about? System, spend 400,000 to stabilize my killing intent. Quick, quick, quick. The suicide system responded. Beep, beep. Received. Immediately, the female figure solidified into a physical form. Almost simultaneously, Yin Zhi's mind withdrew from the chaotic space in his mind. He collapsed weakly onto the bed, panting heavily, his whole body drenched in sweat, as if he had just finished some kind of strenuous exercise. It failed. Or did it succeed? Suddenly, Yin Zhi felt something new appear in his mind, a completely new way of drawing a summoning circle. Ha, it worked. Then he fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Zhi opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. After a moment of stunned silence, he slapped himself twice, fully waking up. He jumped out of bed, and a thought struck him. His fingertips gleamed with a silvery metallic luster. Come forth, my second spirit. The silvery white metallic light flowed and intertwined in the air, eventually forming a mysterious magic circle. Immediately, a terrifyingly monstrous figure emerged from the mysterious magic array and stood before Yin Zhi. Silver white, long hair. Tall, yet voluptuous figure. Black jumpsuit that reached her hips. The black lace pantyhose went above the knee, creating 2 rolls of flesh on the thighs. Her features were so exquisitely perfect that they seemed completely natural. She slowly opened her eyes, her pupils dilating and contracting, finally reflecting Yin Zhi's image. A slightly cold voice followed. You are my master? At the same time, a string of information appeared in Yin Zhi's mind. A mechanical type, all-around spirit master, the mechanical empress. Rarity, Holy Spirit 9 stars. Overall rating, 10. Growth level 1. Intimacy 1. Skills none. Yin Zhi slowly opened his mouth wide, stunned. After a long while, Yin Zhi's shout rang out from inside the room. Are you kidding me? I drew another 9-star Holy Spirit? Chapter 35, I actually got the mechanical empresses first time. After the shock, Yin Zhi had only one emotion in his heart. Happiness. Ecstasy. 9 stars of the Holy Spirit. 9 stars of the Holy Spirit again. I thought that drawing the Azure Flame Empress had already used up all my luck in a lifetime. I can't believe I pulled another 9-star Holy Spirit Mechanical Empress. Seriously. For a moment, Yin Zhi didn't know how to express his excitement and elation. Without a second thought, he grabbed the mechanical empress in front of him and hugged her tightly, even patting her back twice with a loud slap. Yin Zhi was excited. The mechanical empress, who was a little stiff just a second ago, raised her hands and hugged Yin Zhi, giving him a couple of hard slaps. Cough, cough, cough. The mechanical empress used too much force, and Yin Zhi coughed repeatedly, feeling as if his lungs were about to be shattered. Yin Zhi thought he had upset her by hugging her, so he quickly said, I'm sorry, I was too excited. Could you let go of me first? The mechanical empress replied, Yes, master, and released Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi took a few breaths and looked at the mechanical empress again. Something's a little strange. Is she really a machine? How come a touch just now felt exactly like a real person? The bones felt very hard, but the body was actually very soft. There was another thing that Yin Zhi found a little strange. This was the first time he had directly communicated with the spirit. Previously, he had tried to communicate with Empress Qingyan, but he did not receive any response. Yin Zhi sensed his intimacy with the mechanical empress and found that it had not only not decreased, but it actually increased by 1 point. I just hugged her, and our intimacy level increased instead of decreasing. What's going on? With this thought in mind, Yin Zhi asked, I hugged you just now, aren't you angry? The mechanical empress said, My master is overjoyed to see me. Hugging is how my master expresses his joy. My master hugs me, and I hug my master in return. Upon hearing the way the mechanical empress spoke, Yin Zhi sensed that she might not actually be a real person. Yin Zhi thought for a moment and asked, Do you have a name? Master, I have no name. Then, Yin Zhi asked a bunch of questions. For example, where you come from, who your creator is, and so on. The mechanical empress knew nothing when asked, and her only answer was, There is no relevant information in my memory storage. Yin Zhi gave up on continuing to explore the unknown. Since you don't have a name, I'll give you one. Let's call you Machine Girl. Yes, Master, my name is Machine Girl. Yin Zhi then checked the mechanical empress's spirit control skill tree. Just like the Azure Flame Empress, it was a densely packed array of skills. Quantum calculation, plasma shield, nano arsenal. What is the ultimate attack skill? The Big Bang in subspace. Wow, just hearing the name makes it sound really impressive. Unlike the Azure Flame Empress's skills, which are upgraded level by level, the mechanical empress's skills have no levels. It's more accurate to describe her skills as functions rather than skills. Therefore, the mechanical empress needs a great deal of killing intent to unlock her skills. Like quantum calculus requires 60,000 killing intents. That's really expensive. Yin Zhi secretly rejoiced at this. Thankfully, I drew the Azure Flame Empress before. If I had switched to the mechanical empress, even with the suicide system, I would have been doomed. Immediately, Yin Zhi began to unlock skills. Unlock skill, quantum calculation. Quantum computation accelerates the transmission of neural information, enabling it to capture, analyze, and predict the trajectory of moving objects at extremely high speeds. Unlock skill, plasma shield. Plasma shield forms a protective shield around the body to resist most conventional attacks. Unlock skill, nano arsenal. Nano arsenal. It mobilizes nanoparticles implanted in bone cavities to condense into weapons such as swords, muskets, crossbows, and cannons. After unlocking the mechanical empress's skills, Yin Zhi discovered that his physical body hadn't grown much, probably because of the different spirit control characteristics. After unlocking 3 skills, I only have 22,723 points left in my account. It's my fault for being distracted earlier. I spent 400,000 units of my killing intent to save the mecha girl. It feels like I just threw away 400,000 yuan. It hurts so much. After finishing all that, a new problem arose in front of Yin Zhi. What would others think if they knew that I had drawn another Holy Spirit 9-star? Putting himself in the other person's shoes, Yin Zhi came to a conclusion. I feel that this person is not right at all. I drew the Azure Flame Empress in one go. I drew the Mechanical Empress again. Is it normal for 2 Holy Spirit 9-stars to appear in a row? Which other Spirit Master in this world possesses 2 9-star Holy Spirit Masters? Yes, the Supreme Holy Throne of the Holy Sea. Then what? There is none left. If it were to be revealed that I had drawn the Holy Spirit 9-star Spirit again, wouldn't it shock the whole world? It might even alarm the Supreme Holy Throne. Yin Zhi understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. What if they were targeted by those ancient monsters who have cultivated for decades, or even hundreds of years? Or perhaps they were pulled away by the Holy Court to conduct research. Either way, it's a very bad situation. Keep it low-key. I must keep it low-key. I must keep it a secret that I drew the Holy Spirit 9-star again. Immediately afterward, Yin Zhi dismissed the mechanical Empress, tidied himself up hastily, and headed straight for the Sacred Heart Library. What are you doing? Looking up information. He went to a computing terminal. This thing was also a spirit control device, and entered the 4 characters mechanical Empress to start searching. The Sacred Heart Library's database contains a vast amount of information. Yin Zhi just wanted to see if a mechanical Empress had ever existed in history. The probability of a Holy Spirit 9-star guardian appearing is extremely, extremely, extremely low. The Qingyan Empress, for example, only appeared once in history, more than 2,000 years ago. If the mechanical Empress had never existed in history, then she could naturally release herself openly. Conversely, the mechanical Empress should not be allowed to make an appearance so easily. After the search was completed, there were tens of thousands of results. Yin Zhi could only patiently check each item one by one. Novel. Novel. It's from a novel again. How come this library's database contains so many novels? So he spent the whole day in a library until it closed, and he was kicked out. The following day, Yin Zhi, who had skipped class for a day, found Zhuang Mo and asked him if he had ever heard of a spirit called the Mechanical Empress. Zhuang Mo thought for a moment and said he had never heard of it. He then asked Yin Zhi why he was suddenly asking this. Yin Zhi mentioned that he had borrowed a novel from the library that featured a mechanical empress who was extremely powerful, and he wanted to ask if such a spirit existed in reality. Zhuang Mo advised him to read more useful books, as novels are just made up by authors and shouldn't be taken seriously. Yin Zhi quickly agreed. Once Yin Zhi left Zhuang Mo's office, he felt relieved. Even teacher Zhuang hadn't heard of her. It seems this mechanical empress is being drawn for the first time. Haha, I never expected that I would become the first master of the mechanical empress. In that case, as long as I don't say anything, who would know she's a 9-star rare holy spirit? Chapter 36, A Man's Way, a Duel. Do you dare? Look, that's not the guy Li, the school beauty, confessed her feelings to. I saw it, I'm not blind. Ugh, just seeing his father makes me furious. I really want to kill him. Now that you mention it, I also want to kill him. The school beauty confessed her love to him in front of the whole school, and he actually rejected her. Is that something a human would do? Having just finished a day of classes, Yin Zhi was on his way to discuss buying a house when he heard people whispering furtively in the distance. Having overheard their whispers, Yin Zhi pursed his lips, secretly pursing his lips as well. They'll say things like, "Why don't you guys actually try to kill me?" The 2 boys walked past Yin Zhi, pretending not to see him, unaware that Yin Zhi had overheard their earlier whispers. As Yin Zhi gang passed by a large tree, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look. A handsome young man in white walked over, his clothes fluttering in the wind, with a pendant and a sachet hanging from his waist, looking very dashing. Isn't that the one who was standing next to Li Feiyun before? By the way, his name is Yi Tianqing. Is Li Feiyun the second most beautiful girl on the list of Sacred Heart University? So Yi Tianqing is the number 1, 2nd, 3rd to 10th on the school heartthrob list. It's still him, because he's the only one on the school heartthrob list. In the eyes of the male students at Sacred Heart University, there are many campus beauties. As long as they are pretty, that's enough. In the hearts of the female students at Sacred Heart University, Yi Tianqing is the only one. As soon as Yin Zhi saw him approaching, a thought popped into his mind. Is he looking for me? Yi Tianqing stepped forward and said, "Do you have a moment? I'd like to say a few words to you." Yin Zhi Dao, "I'm sorry, I really don't have time. I have an appointment." Yi Tianqing smiled slightly and said, "It won't take you much time. I just want to ask what exactly happened between you and Feiyun." Yin Zhi thought to himself, "I knew it was because of Li Feiyun. You can ask her. I'm asking you now." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi felt displeased and said, "I don't think I have any obligation to answer you, do I?" Yi Tianqing said, "If I'm not mistaken, you and she must have made some kind of bet, right? So what if I'm right? So what if I'm wrong? What does it have to do with you?" Yi Tianqing said in a deep voice, "Feiyun is the woman I love. I will not allow anyone to hurt her." Yin Zhi waved his hand impatiently and said, "I didn't hurt her. She asked for it herself. Besides, do you want me to accept her confession? If it's because of a bet, then her confession doesn't count, and whether you accept or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you genuinely hurt her." Yin Zhi shrugged. Then I have nothing more to say to you. After saying that, he took a step to leave, but then he heard Yi Tianqing say, since you like gambling so much, how about we make a bet? Not good. Not interested. Yi Tianqing raised his voice and said, if you beat me, I can tell you a secret related to Empress Qingyan. Yin Zhi looked at Yi Tianqing and said, you know the secret of the Azure Flame Empress? Yi Tianqing said, why wouldn't I know? Do you think Yi Tianqing would lie? Who knows if you can do it? If I'm not mistaken, it must be very difficult to increase the intimacy level with the Azure Flame Empress, right? If you knew this secret, it might help you significantly increase your intimacy level with Empress Qingyan. Yin Zhi frowned and said, how can you make me believe that you know the secret of the Azure Flame Empress? My ancestors were tomb raiders. One of my ancestors raided a large tomb belonging to the Qing Empire. Inside were records about the Qingyan Empress, which have been passed down to my generation. That's all I'll say for now. The rest is up to you. Interesting. Yin Zhi stroked his chin. What if I lose? Yi Tianqing said, it's very simple. I want you to kneel down and apologize to Li Feiyun. And I want you to publicly announce the situation on the campus website to eliminate the impact of Li Feiyun's confession. How do you gamble? Of course, it'll be the man's way, a duel. Do you dare? Yin Zhi grinned and said, why wouldn't I dare? I just hope that you won't go back on your word because you've suffered such a humiliating defeat. First, I will not lose. Second, I never go back on my word. 10 days later, at 10 a.m., in the school gymnasium, I will be waiting for you. After saying that, Yi Tianqing turned and left, leaving Yin Zhi with a dashing back view. This scene was captured by a student nearby using a camera. The camera owner excitedly said to his girlfriend beside him, haha, I never expected to stumble upon such a juicy story. I need to hurry back and write my article. After saying that, he left. His girlfriend, however, stared at Yi Tianqing's profile with a lovesick look and sparkling eyes. So handsome. Every step he takes is so cool. Yin Zhi arrived at the faculty and staff residential area and found the homeowner who wanted to sell the house. The homeowner is a former professor at Sacred Heart University. After finally retiring, I wanted to sell the house and take my wife to Odinmala to reunite with our children and grandchildren and enjoy family life. The old instructor was a kind and straightforward person, and his price was quite reasonable. Yin Zhi toured the old teacher's 2-courtyard old house for sale and was extremely satisfied. Since he didn't care about spending other people's money, he bought it on the spot. The next day, Yin Zhi and the old teacher went to the relevant department to complete the house transfer procedures. In this way, Yin Zhi now has his own house at Sacred Heart University. That afternoon, the old teacher and his wife reluctantly left the house where they had lived for most of their lives. After seeing them off, Yin Zhi turned around, looked at the blue stone wall, black tiles, and vermilion gate in front of him, exhaled, and smiled. From today onwards, we can say we have our own home. He left the Yin family in anger, feeling good as he did. But he was also like a stray dog, homeless, and that was an indisputable fact. If he hadn't gotten his father's inheritance back, he would have been sleeping on the streets because he couldn't afford a hotel. Now that I finally have my own home, it feels so different. I feel so at ease. Just then, the distinctive sound of a wooden door opening came from the side. Yin Zhi subconsciously turned his head to look and exclaimed, yo, isn't this teacher Dongfang Laxi? Dongfang Weishi, who had just stepped out, was startled. Upon seeing Yin Zhi, her brows immediately furrowed. What are you doing here? Yin Zhi do. Why can't I stay here? I live here. Suddenly, Dongfang Weishi realized something. You're the one who bought Teacher Zhang's house? Yes, that's me. Teacher Dongfang Laxi, you wouldn't happen to live next door to me, would you? That would make us neighbors. As he spoke, Yin Zhi immediately looked apologetic. Oh dear, I must apologize in advance. Seeing this useless guy like me every day from now on is really unfair to you. Dongfang Weishi couldn't help but grit her teeth as she listened to Yin Zhi's words, a fire igniting in her heart. How could this guy be so annoying? Then, as if remembering something, she walked up to Yin Zhi, her face frosty. I'm asking you, what exactly is going on between you and Fei Yun? Knowing her as I do, there's absolutely no way she could like someone like you, let alone confess her feelings to you in public. Explain yourself clearly today. Chapter 37, 5 Beauties. Could you please teach me how to write the character get lost? It's very simple. Li Feiyun blamed me for disrespecting you that day and insisted that I apologize. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? I refused, and she threatened to beat me up. I don't want to hit a woman, so I made a bet with her. If I win first place in the autumn hunt, she will confess her feelings to me in public. Just like you, she firmly believed that I couldn't possibly get first place, so she agreed. I just said it casually. Who knew she would actually agree? Okay, I've explained myself clearly. Mr. Dongfang Laxi, do you have any further questions? Is that really how it is? Dongfang Weishi approached Li Feiyun several times, but each time she asked, Li Feiyun remained silent. As her teacher, Dongfang Weishi saw this and was very anxious. Thinking about Li Feiyun's condition these past few days, the flame in her heart turned into a raging fire. Did she really let you do that just because she agreed? Can't you, a man, be a little more magnanimous? Don't you know how important reputation is to a girl? And after she confessed her feelings to you, you said you didn't love her. How was she supposed to save face in front of the entire school? Yin Zhi laughed and exclaimed, "Oh, being magnanimous? That means I've won. But what if I lose? Who will be magnanimous to me? She's not a 3-year-old. She should take responsibility for her own actions. Is there a problem with that? She contacted me first, and I didn't force her. As for my answer, it's true that I don't love her. If I hadn't said it, people would have thought I had agreed to be with her. Her reputation is her reputation, but mine isn't. If this isn't clarified, how am I, a perfectly good single young man, supposed to find a partner?" After hearing Yin Zhi's words, Dongfang Weishi was speechless. Yin Zhi felt very pleased looking at Dongfang Weishi. By the way, Mr. Dongfang Laxi, didn't you say before that Class 10 couldn't possibly get first place? Hee. Sorry, Class 10 has now taken first place. And believe it or not, Class 10 will keep getting first place from now on. I bet you don't. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Dongfang Weishi watched Yin Zhi's retreating figure, feeling extremely annoyed. But then she thought, I was right not to take him in. This kind of arrogant little person who gets cocky as soon as he gets his way would only be a menace if he were taught. She had clearly forgotten that initially she treated people like trash, throwing them out with obvious disgust. Now that we know what happened, we know how to comfort Feiyun. With this thought flashing through her mind, Dongfang Weishi turned and left. I hadn't walked more than a few steps when I heard a slap behind me, followed by a shout. Ouch, what a big mosquito. Dongfang Weishi immediately recalled the slap from that day. Her buttocks still felt faintly numb, and her anger flared up instantly. That bastard. Given her temper when she was young, she would have given him a good beating. Unfortunately, I'm already a teacher and a 7-star professor at that, so I have to put up with it. Getting into a fight with a student is beneath you. After a few days of build-up, the aftermath of the autumn hunt came. The discovery of the legendary centaurs spread like wildfire across the world, causing a sensation both officially and among the general public. Overnight, Sacred Heart University suddenly became bustling with activity. People from all walks of life, both domestic and international, flocked to Sacred Heart University to conduct research, conduct interviews, and visit. To put it nicely, it's a gathering of heroes. To put it bluntly, it's a chaotic mess. Furthermore, a small campsite was set up on a flat area near Sacred Heart University, where many people lived. What do you do? They were all preparing to head to King Bailong Gorge to find the half-horse people. Naturally, the life of Yin Zhi, the first discoverer of the centaur, was inevitably affected. Someone wanted to interview him about how he discovered the centaurs. Someone wanted to take a picture of the half-marathoner. Some people wanted to buy the half-marathoner outright. Some even suggested that the half-marathoners should be handed over to the government as research material for relevant national projects. Even the Holy Court sent people to express their intention to take the centaurs away and protect them as a rare and endangered species. This is after Sacred Heart University raised its admission standards, weeding out 90% of the applicants. Otherwise, you'd think Yin Zhi's 2-courtyard house wouldn't be packed with people. How did Yin Zhi deal with those scoundrels and monsters who came knocking on his door? Interview? Unacceptable. Visiting and taking photos? No way. Want to buy a half-marathoner? Turn left after exiting the building. Submit it to the National Research Institute. Honey, I suggest you hand yourself over to the government so they can study what kind of bizarre structure your brain has. Is the Holy See going to take the centaurs away? No way. Finally, the principal, Confucius, spoke with Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi thought that he also wanted to hand over the half-horseman, but Confucius was just asking for his opinion. Upon learning of his determination not to hand over the centaur, Confucius and Mencius said to him, "Don't worry, unless you are willing, no one can take her away. The next day, all the demons and monsters vanished without a trace. As expected of Sacred Heart University, it has prestige. However, compared to another matter, this matter pales in comparison. What's up? Yin Zhi wants to duel with Yi Tianxing. The half-marathoners and such have little to do with the main body of Sacred Heart University, the students. They're just joining in the fun. However, the duel between Yin Zhi and Yi Tianxing struck a chord with all the students. I heard this duel is for Li Feiyun. Nonsense. If it wasn't because of Li Feiyun, who else could it be? Do you think this duel will end in victory or defeat? That's hard to say. After all, Yin Zhi is the master of the Azure Flame Empress. That Yin Zhi is really overestimating himself. Does he even deserve to duel with Brother Tianxing? That's right. Sigh, Brother Tianxing is really something. Why does he only see Li Feiyun? I'm so worried. I want Tianxing to win, but I'm also afraid he'll win. That's right. If he defeats Yin Zhi, he'll definitely be able to reconcile with Li Feiyun. But what if Yin Zhi wins? During breaks and after meals, all sorts of things are said. That day, right after class, 5 girls who were elegant, beautiful, and had great figures came to class 10. Their menacing demeanor and fierce expression clearly indicated that they were up to no good. You must be Yin Zhi. We are Tianxing's support group. Our mission is to protect Brother Tianxing and keep him safe from all harm. Your duel with Brother Tianxing has put him in a very bad position and must be cancelled. Otherwise, you'll be making enemies of our Tianxing support group. As for what will happen if you become our enemy, well, you'd better not know. Believe me, we're telling you this for your own good. We can make it impossible for you to stay at Sacred Heart University. Do you believe me? Looking at the 5 beautiful girls in front of him, all of whom were arrogant and self-important, Yin Zhi was speechless for a moment. In the classroom, Xia Qingxue and others cast pitying glances at the girls. At the same time, they also harbored malicious thoughts, wanting to let them experience Yin Zhi's madness and perversion as well. Yin Zhi scratched his head and finally figured out how to answer. 5 beauties. Could you teach me how to write the word get lost? Chapter 38, The Methods of Yi Tianxing's Brainless Fans. Good, very good. I must say I admire your courage. You'll soon find out what happens when you offend our Tianxing support group. So what if you have the 9 stars of the Holy Spirit? You know nothing about true power. Hee. I hope you won't regret it later. Let's go. Each of the 5 girls uttered a harsh remark, then glanced at Yin Zhi with pity before turning and leaving. If they turned around at that moment, they would surely see Yin Zhi's happy smile. What are you laughing at? There are new pigs to raise. After what happened last time, Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, and the others no longer have any desire to kill. It will probably take some time. As for the unexpected wealth brought about by Li Feiyun's confession that day, that was something that could only be encountered by chance. Now that he has a second Holy Spirit 9-star Spirit Master, he must nurture and grow it as soon as possible, and he is worried that his killing intent is not enough. Now that's great. It's like a pillow has been delivered to me when I'm sleepy. How can I extract murderous intent from them? We need to think this over carefully. Think it over carefully. When Xia Qingxue and the others saw Yin Zhi smile, they felt a chill run through their bodies. Yin Zhi turned his head to look at them and said with a smile, "Does anyone know about this Tianxing support group? Tell me about it." I know. The masochistic Xiao Yaoyao raised her hands and ran out. I used to be a fan of Tianxing, but I got bored and stopped hanging out with them. Yin Zhi Dao, tell me about it. Xiao Yaoyao didn't say anything. She ran back to her seat, took something, and walked awkwardly to Yin Zhi. Her face flushed. If you use this to beat me up, I'll just say he. She pulled out a black leather whip with both hands. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. When Xia Qingxue and the others saw this, they thought to themselves, "You two perverted scoundrels. You two are truly a match made in heaven." Yin Zhi rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself, "There are all kinds of people in this world." He took the black leather whip that Xiao Yaoyao handed him. "Come to my house tonight." Through Xiao Yaoyao, Yin Zhi learned about the specific situation of Tianxing support group. According to his understanding, this Tianxing support group is a gathering place for Yi Tianxing's brainless fans. In order to protect Yi Tianxing, they would stop at nothing. Before the Tianxing fan club was established, Sacred Heart University actually had a male god ranking list, just like the campus beauty ranking list. The school beauty ranking was created by the boys, while the male god ranking was naturally created by the girls. But after the Tianxing support group was established, they did not allow Sacred Heart University to have a second male god. Yi Tianxing must be the only male god. Therefore, they systematically used various means to eliminate other male gods. And what was the result? Of the 10 male gods, excluding Yi Qianxing, some dropped out of school, some kept their tails between their legs, and 2 others simply disappeared. Missing? They didn't just disappear, they were killed. Qiu Yaoyao was personally involved in the death of one of them. Why did she leave the Tianqing support group? It's not that she had a change of heart. It's just that she only likes being abused and doesn't like abusing others. Yin Zhi asked Qiu Yaoyao, puzzled. Are they really that strong? After Qiu Yaoyao's explanation, he finally learned the truth that no one else knew. The Tianqing support group has a set procedure for torturing people, with a clear division of labor. Their fundamental goal is to destroy a person in every way, from mental to physical. First came the spiritual destruction. If the spirit cannot be destroyed, then the body will be destroyed. What exactly does spiritual destruction entail? Yin Zhi soon learned his lesson. Shocking. A man surnamed Yin actually did such a thing. It's outrageous. This is an article on the campus network. It's about a guy surnamed Yin and his half marathon. They practically typed Yin Zhi's name directly on the screen. To be honest, I think it's simply impossible to draw a 9-star Holy Spirit using a low-quality crystal. This is a topic on the campus forum. They cited numerous sources and even used so-called big data, practically saying that Yin Zhi's 9-star Holy Spirit was of dubious origin and that the Holy Court should investigate it thoroughly. I'm telling you, but don't tell anyone else, it's that guy. The Yin family raised him for 20 years, and the moment he drew the Azure Flame Empress, he severed ties with the Yin family. This was a rumor circulating in secret, which completely portrayed Yin Zhi as an ungrateful, beastly scoundrel. So, it is. The most direct impact is that, in the past, when people walked into the school, they would greet Yin Zhi if they knew him. Now, not secretly cursing them as beasts and animals is already considered very friendly. How does Yin Zhi feel about all this? Of course, I'm very happy. Why? You're happy even though you've been splashed with dirty water all over yourself? The reason is quite simple. Because of what Tianqing support group did, he found that he was receiving a little bit of murderous intent every day. At least several dozen points. There are as many as 100 points. On one occasion, they even collected over 1,000. Although each time was small, clearly, those influenced by the rumors had the desire to kill Yin Zhi, but not strongly. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Over the past few days, there have been around 1,000 murderous thoughts every day on average. What is this called? You're lying at home and money falls from the sky. How could you not be happy? Of course, while he was happy, he was also very unhappy. I'm happy because even if I do nothing, I still have murderous thoughts coming in. I'm unhappy because of the way Tianqing's fan club messed with him. Hey, I didn't do anything to you. Why are you treating me like this? We'll settle this score 1-by-1 later. This day was the day before the agreed-upon duel. Yin Zhi went home after class as usual. Passing by the tranquil lake, I encountered an extremely beautiful girl, Lu Xuexin, who ranked 10th on the school beauty list. She was in a hurry when she accidentally twisted her ankle in front of Yin Zhi, fell to the ground, and looked so pitiful that it softened people's hearts. Yin Zhi pretended not to see her and walked past her, keeping a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Lu Xuexin asked Yin Zhi for help, saying that she had twisted her ankle and asked if he could take her to the school hospital. Yin Zhi stopped, looked into her bright eyes filled with tears, and replied, "What's it to me? Besides, you're so ugly, don't talk to me." After saying that, he patted his butt and left, leaving behind a bewildered Lu, the school beauty who ranked 10th. Hidden in the shadows, the members of Tianqing's fan club, who were holding cameras and preparing to capture images of Yin Zhi assaulting Lu Xuexin, exchanged bewildered glances. Night. After finishing dinner and reading for a while, Yin Zhi took out the reward from the beginner's mission. The Dragon Tiger Mystic Elixir, refined through countless trials. He was going to fight Yi Tianqing tomorrow, and naturally he didn't want to lose. I'm going to see what kind of magical effects you have. You should know that the punishment for this reward is the stripping of the Azure Flame Empress. If the reward and punishment are not commensurate, he would want to curse the system to death. Just then, there was a loud knocking on the door. Who is it at this hour? Yin Zhi put the refined Dragon Tiger elixir back into the jade bottle and put it in his pocket before opening the door. As soon as the door opened, several men and women in uniforms stood outside, each wearing an armband with the word discipline embroidered on it. Is something the matter? A cold-faced young man said, "Student Union Discipline Department." A female student has complained that you stole a female student's private clothing. Please cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 39. Read my lips. I will let you get out. Egg. Sacred Heart University employs a student self-governance system for student management. The Student Council is a student self-governing body. At Sacred Heart University, it's no exaggeration to say that the Student Council is the ruling class. The Student Union's discipline department is equivalent to a law enforcement agency, similar to the military or police, and wields considerable power. If something violates school rules or regulations, then it's their turn to perform. At this moment, Yin Zhi heard that someone had reported him for stealing girls' private clothing, and he was completely dumbfounded. Classmates, are you sure you've got this wrong? Xiang looked at Yin Zhi coldly, putting on quite an air. Are you kidding me? Do you think we'd make a mistake? We received 6 complaints today, all about you. You're really something. As he spoke, he took out a search warrant and placed it in front of Yin Zhi. Given the egregious nature of this case, the Student Council demands its swift closure to mitigate its impact. This is a search warrant. We are now going to search your residence. Please cooperate. Yin Zhi looked at the search warrant stamped with the red seal of the Sacred Heart University Student Union and felt very unhappy. Catch the adulterer in the act. Catch the thief red-handed. You concluded I'm guilty based solely on a few people's so-called whistleblowing, and you're even going to search my home. Wow. So domineering and forceful? Xiang said in a businesslike tone. If you have any objections, you can appeal to the student union. But for now, please cooperate with our investigation. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the members of the discipline department who came with him started to squeeze into his home. Yin Zhi, wait. Xiang narrowed his eyes and said, What? You want to violently resist testing? Yin Zhi, you want to search? Fine, but don't make a mess of my house. Otherwise, I don't care who you are. What the hell are you doing here in the middle of the night? What kind of attitude is this? How dare they be so disrespectful to their student council? Xiang gritted his teeth. It had been a long time since he had met anyone who dared to speak to the student council like that. He gave a wink to the members of the discipline department. Those people nodded, then looked coldly at Yin Zhi, walked past him, and entered his door. Yin Zhi followed them back to the inner courtyard, holding his elbow and watching coldly. It must be those stinky women from Tianqing's fan club who did this. If I were taken away by the disciplinary department for stealing girls' private clothing, I would become the laughing stock of the whole school. Naturally, tomorrow's duel with Yi Tianqing is off the table. There's an unspoken rule in duels. If you don't show up, you lose. The discipline department doesn't care about duels or anything like that. If you break the rules, you'd better go to the dark room and stay there. At this moment, Minister Shi, we found him. We found him. A surprised female voice came from the right wing. Immediately afterwards, a pretty girl rushed out of the right wing and came to Xiang and Yin Zhi. Minister Shi, look. What she was holding in her hand were some women's intimate clothing. At the same time, others heard the noise and rushed over. The girl's gaze towards Yin Zhi changed the moment she saw the various pieces of cloth in her hand. Disdain, nausea, admire. There are many more examples. Xiang felt a surge of anger and looked at Yin Zhi. Yin, the evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say? Please come with us. Yin Zhi chuckled. What's the rush? He looked at the pretty girl and asked, Tell me, were these things really found in my room? The pretty girl looked disgusted and disdainful. What else? You disgusting, filthy, stinking man. How could Sacred Heart University have a student like you? Yin Zhi smiled and asked, I'll ask you one more time. Were these things found in my room? The pretty girl said, The evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say to argue? Yin Zhi shouted, Just answer yes or no. Why all this nonsense? His sudden shout startled everyone present. Xiang said coldly, Yin Zhi, I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, shut up. It's not your turn to speak. Woman, I'll ask you one more time. Tell everyone here. Yes or no? The pretty girl looked at Yin Zhi with disdain in her bright eyes. Yes. Ha ha ha. Yin Zhi gave 3 dry laughs. Did you all hear that clearly? You all heard it perfectly, right? Answer me. Did you hear it perfectly clearly? This imposing aura instantly overwhelmed everyone present. Naturally, Yin Zhi also earned a lot of angry stares. One of the boys said, Yes, we heard it clearly. Yin Zhi looked at Xiang. Minister Shi, right? I ask you, if someone deliberately frames me, how should it be handled according to school rules and regulations? Stop wasting my breath. Just tell me what to do. Suppressing his anger towards Yin Zhi, Shi Xiang said, announce this to the whole school and expel him. Yes, dismissed. Sacred Heart University is the nation's most prestigious institution of higher learning, and it cannot tolerate any imperfections. Framing a classmate is a very serious violation of laws and regulations, no matter how you look at it. Yin Zhi looked at the pretty girl and sneered. You're blind. I have surveillance cameras in every room. The pretty girl's expression changed, and the color drained from her face instantly. Yin Zhi Dao. Let's go, Minister Shi, and you all too. Come with me to check the surveillance footage and see what your discipline department has done. After saying that, he turned and left. Minister Shi wasn't stupid. He looked at the pretty girl and said, Lu Mei, I'm asking you, are these things? Yin Zhi turned around and shouted loudly. What nonsense are you spouting? What? You still want to protect her? Let me tell you, it's not going to work. You said it. A school-wide announcement and expulsion. If you don't do it this way, I'll take the surveillance footage to the principal and show him what your discipline department is capable of. Shi Xiang shouted. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Yin Zhi strode up to Shi Xiang. I'm going to teach you how to do things right now. Shi Xiang squinted at Yin Zhi. You are very arrogant. Do you know that? Yin Zhi laughed. Arrogant? Arrogant my ass. Arrogant my ass. All of you, you bastards. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras today, tell me, what would have happened to me? I was framed and slandered. Can't I stand up for myself? Can't I protest? Shi Xiang stared angrily at Yin Zhi. The courtyard was deathly silent. Shi Xiang turned to look at the girl named Lu Mei, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Mei swallowed hard, her lips trembling slightly. Minister Shi, Yi. Seeing her like this, Shi Xiang knew there was something wrong with her. That bastard woman. Shi Xiang took a deep breath and turned to look at Yin Zhi. I apologize to you for not doing our job well this time. Yin Zhi smiled. An apology is enough. So what's the point of having police? You guys are the police. Well, very well. The police are even resorting to framing people. I have nothing more to say to you now. Get out of my house. Shi Xiang said, let's discuss and resolve this matter. Didn't you hear what I said? Yin Zhi pointed to his mouth. Look at my lip movements. I will let you get out of you. Chapter 40. I became stronger after taking the elixir, but I'll also go bald. 6. With the disciplinary department driven away, Yin Zhi felt relieved. Just now, he obtained 5,000 points of killing intent from Shi Xiang and the others. This is the largest sum of money I've received in the past few days. I checked my remaining points. 37,849. Yin Zhi wasn't in a hurry at all, as he was still more than 30,000 points away from unlocking the mechanical Empress's new skills. He had a premonition that another large sum of money would soon be deposited into his account. Back home, Yin Zhi made several copies of the surveillance footage he had taken earlier. He really did have surveillance cameras. He learned about the methods of Tianqing's support group from Xiao Yaoyao, and he began to prepare. The surveillance device is also a spirit, and it's sold in the school's spirit shop. Although the price wasn't cheap, Yin Zhi wasn't sure of money now, so he bought 5 sets in a row, just in case. Unexpectedly, it actually came in handy today. Then he directly uploaded the surveillance footage to the campus network. I picked a title that I wouldn't say much about and just wanted to read it myself. Then I went offline and shut down my computer. Now comes the important part. Yin Zhi took out the 1,000 refined Dragon Tiger Mystic Pill again, threw it directly into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, Yin Zhi immediately covered it. Otherwise, he was afraid he would spit it out. Damn, what's that smell? It's scorching hot on one side, but it's also incredibly bitter. It was icy cold on one side, but incredibly sweet on the other. It's clearly a pill, but it has 2 different flavors. Yin Zhi felt that the 2 flavors were incompatible, flowing into his body separately and then separating to the left and right. In a short while, he underwent a tremendous change. The left half of the clothes caught fire, and the hair was burned off, filling the room with a foul smell. The right half of his clothes froze, and his body was covered with an increasingly thick layer of ice. At this moment, Yin Zhi felt as if he was half in an ice cave and the other half immersed in lava. The exquisite and intoxicating flavor it evokes cannot be fully described in just a few words. After nearly an hour, the fire on the left gradually went out, and the ice on the right slowly melted. Yin Zhi was already lying on the ground. Is it finally over? It's a miracle I'm still alive. He wanted to summon the Azure Flame Empress to cast a healing spell on him, But at this moment, he didn't even have the strength to lift his hand. Then, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Yin Zhi fell asleep immediately. The next day, I woke up slowly and was still half asleep when I suddenly remembered something. I glanced at the time and breathed a sigh of relief. 8 o'clock, still early. It would be embarrassing if you missed the deadline. He immediately checked the changes in his body. Just like when she unlocked the crystal body last time, her entire body was covered with foul-smelling impurities. Yin Zhi quickly took a shower to clean himself up, then stood in front of the mirror and was immediately struck by how unpleasant it was to look at. Why? Now he is bounded by the line of symmetry of his body. The left side is completely smooth, without a single hair on it. Hair, eyebrows, beard, leg hair, and everything else are gone. The right side, however, is completely intact, without a single hair missing. Everything else is fine, but you can't see it when you put on clothes. But hair and eyebrows are things you have to show to people. How can I face anyone looking like this? Even if you don't care what others think, you still have a reputation to uphold, and you can't even stand looking at yourself. Forget it, I'll just shave it all off later. A bald head looks better than half a head. Yin Zhi sighed, then suddenly exclaimed, as if he had made some special discovery. He leaned closer to the mirror and took a closer look, only to discover that he had 2 new tattoos on his body. The dragon is on the left, tiger on the right. It was tattooed on his body in a very perfect and artistic way, emitting a very faint gold color, which could not be seen at all unless you look closely. System, what exactly are the effects of this 1,000 refined dragon tiger mystic pill? Silence. Unable to get a response, Yin Zhi had no choice but to give up. It seemed he would have to figure it out on his own. Then he tested his strength and found that it had indeed increased considerably. Today is the perfect day to test my skills against that one and only male god in the Sacred Heart. After having a good breakfast, I put on my new clothes and hat, and as soon as I went out, I saw Shi Xiang standing outside. At this moment, Shi Xiang's face looked extremely ugly. How can it not look bad? This bastard actually uploaded the surveillance footage to the school network. If the network management department hadn't discovered it in time, contacted him, and deleted the video, his disciplinary department would have become the laughing stock of the entire school today. At this moment, when Shi Xiang saw Yin Zhi, he wanted nothing more than to rush up and strangle him. Ding! You have received 6,000 points of killing intent from Shi Xiang. Please check. Upon hearing the notification, Yin Zhi was immediately delighted. Tisk tsk. Someone comes to give him money as soon as he opens the door. What a kind person. Shi Xiang gritted his teeth and said, "Are you crazy? You actually uploaded the video to the internet." Yin Zhi laughed and said, "It's my freedom to do what I want, and you have no right to interfere." Shi Xiang said, "You really don't respect our student council at all." Yin Zhi spat on the ground. "That depends on whether your student council is worthy of my attention." "What? You framed me, and now it's my fault. Don't give me any other excuses. That girl named Lu Mei must be fired. If she's not, you'll see what I do." After saying that, Yin Zhi walked away. Shi Xiang took 2 steps back to stop him. "Chairman Yi wants to see you. He wants to talk to you about this personally." "Chairman Yi? Yi Haolong, right?" Yin Zhi had heard of the title of Student Council President. "So what if he's the Student Council President? I don't care. What are we talking about? All you want is to protect Lu Mei. Otherwise, what's the point of talking? If that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. Lu Mei must be fired. Either I escalate this to an uncontrollable point, or you kill me, get rid of me, and that's the end of it." Shi Xiang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Do you think we wouldn't dare?" Yin Zhi is trying to force the student council to back down, but how could the student council possibly back down? If we bow our heads and admit our mistakes, where will the student council's reputation be? Yin Zhi laughed loudly 3 times. "Are you threatening me?" Shi Xiang said in a deep voice. "You can think of it that way." Smack! Without warning, Yin Zhi slapped Shi Xiang across the face. The slap was crisp and loud, and the force was so great that it instantly swelled up Shi Xiang's face. Shi Xiang was truly stunned by the beating. Someone actually slapped him? Smack! While he was still in a daze, Yin Zhi slapped him again, knocking him to the ground. Shi Xiang finally came to his senses and roared like a lion in a rage. "You're asking for death. Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of killing intent from Shi Xiang. Please check. You're right. I'm just asking for death. How can I become stronger if I don't seek death?" Yin Zhi chuckled inwardly, but suddenly yelled, "Help! The student council is killing people. The student council is killing people." Shi Xiang instantly calmed down, his scalp tingling, and his face no longer hurt. The surrounding area is full of teachers, even professors. They don't usually concern themselves with school affairs, but no one can ignore their presence. If they have a problem with the student council, he'll be in big trouble. You just wait. You just wait. Watching Shi Xiang leave with eyes full of resentment and hatred, Yin Zhi sighed. There is no enmity between us. If you had been just a little fair, things would have turned out this way. If your discipline department doesn't follow any discipline, then don't blame me for treating you like pigs. What can I do? I'm short of money right now. Chapter 41, Changing the Duel Method? Fine, I'll fight you to the death. Barber shop. Yin Zhi looked at his bald head in the mirror. For the sake of symmetry, the right eyebrow was also shaved off. In this way, Yin Zhi's head was truly bald. Slap, slap. He slapped his head twice, looking both narcissistic and self-deprecating. My head shape is quite round. Boss, don't you think it looks like a big duck egg? The barbershop owner chuckled and said 2 words that sounded like it. I've been cutting hair for decades, and this is the first time I've ever seen a head shape as round as yours. Yin Zhi laughed loudly. Haha, really? I really am gifted. Touching his bald head, he strode out of the barbershop with an air of indifference. Unexpectedly, Lu Mei stood at the door and rushed towards Yin Zhi as soon as she saw him. Yin Zhi, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I can't be fired. If I'm fired, my life is over. Please, please, have mercy on me. I'll agree to anything you ask for, as long as you forgive me. Gone was all the pride of yesterday. All that remained was a pitiful, tearful plea. Yin Zhi looked at her and said with a smile, Get lost, you little balls. Before he could take 2 steps, Lu Mei suddenly collapsed to her knees, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. I'll kneel down and beg you, won't that do you? Why you have to be so ruthless? Do you know how much effort I put in to get into Sacred Heart University? If I get fired, I won't survive, I'll die. Yin Zhi turned around, to shout like a tiger's. Then go ahead and die. Who do you think you are? Nobody cares whether you live or die. If you dare to ruin someone else's life, then you should be prepared that your own life will also be ruined. You're begging for my forgiveness now? If you ruin me, who will forgive me? You have to bear the consequences of your mistakes. That's the law of nature. Do you understand? Either don't do it, or if you do, stick to it to the very end. Someone like you, who does something but can't take responsibility, and then comes to me pretending to be pitiful and begging for forgiveness. You're just trash. After letting out a cursing remark, Yin Zhi turned and left. Even after all this, you still don't have the slightest intention to kill me. What else can you be but trash? What a waste of my mood. Suddenly, he noticed someone filming not far away. It was obviously premeditated. Take as many photos as you like. Write as many posts as you want. It would be best if I were portrayed as someone who is outraged by both gods and men, deserving of death and deserving of everyone's wrath. Anyone who doesn't portray me as utterly wicked and worse than an animal, I'll break their hand. After Yin Zhi walked away. Is that guy crazy? He's either a madman or a cold-blooded, ruthless guy. Lu Mei even knelt down before him, and he still told her to die. Since he said so, let's do as he says. Let's make him a rat that everyone wants to beat. Yin Zhi whistled cheerfully and went straight to the Sacred Heart Stadium. People who saw him along the way pointed at him and whispered among themselves, clearly not saying anything nice. It was 9:30 a.m. There's still half an hour until the duel. The Sacred Heart Stadium was already quite full. Don't you have classes? They really aren't going to class. This brings us to the dueling tradition of Sacred Heart University. Sacred Heart University strongly encourages duels between students. To paraphrase the principle, Confucius and Mencius, it is endlessly enjoyable to fight with others and to grow through struggle. Whenever there is a duel, students are allowed to skip class to watch it, to see how others win and why they lose, and to learn from it. Duels can be divided into battles of victory and battles of life and death. The former will determine the winner and loser. The latter determines life or death. This time, Yin Zhi and Yi Tianxing are having a decisive battle. Given the level of attention from both sides, over 90% of the students in the school attended. There were even some teachers who just wanted to join the fun. Led by a school staff member, Yin Zhi arrived at the designated rest and waiting area. The moment he appeared, he was completely exposed to everyone. A disturbance is brewing. That's him. Look at his head. He doesn't look like a good person. No wonder he does such beastly things. The real show is about to begin. I'll see how badly he loses later. In my opinion, this kind of person shouldn't have been hired. Yin Zhi found a comfortable position and sat on the bench to wait. Suddenly, sensing something, he looked in a certain direction and saw a young man in black looking at him. He's a handsome man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, and a refined and elegant appearance. The moment a person sits there, he exudes an aura that makes his presence impossible to ignore. He also wore a diamond-encrusted 9-pointed star badge on his chest. He is Yi Haolong, the student council president. In terms of strength, he is a Diamond 3 Spirit Master, certified by the Holy Court without any exaggeration, and has almost reached the peak of his age. In terms of power, he had already reached the pinnacle among the student body at Sacred Heart University. Judging from his expression, he seems pretty annoyed with me. But whatever. If you don't mess with me, fine, but if you want to play games, I'll play games with you to the very end. As the duel drew near, Yi Tianqing arrived. His appearance immediately drew screams from a large group of girls, which eventually merged into a single scream. Yi Tianqing, victory is assured. Yi Tianqing, victory is assured. Yi Tianqing, victory is assured. Even the boys who disliked Yi Tianqing now hoped that he would win. Just because Yin Zhi was already covered in filth and stench from the splash, he was very unlikable. Yi Tianqing went up to Yin Zhi and, without wasting words, got straight to the point. Let's add a clause to our bet. If I win, you let Lu Mei go. Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Okay, but if I win? He stood up and stared intently at Yi Tianqing. I want you covered in women's clothes and kicked out of Sacred Heart University along with that piece of trash. Yi Tianqing fronet. Yin Zhi laughed. What? Are you afraid you can't beat me? You want to be a good person, but you're afraid to take the risks? Yi Tianqing squinted at Yin Zhi and asked, is this really necessary? Yin Zhi Dao, save your magnanimity for when you're framed and slandered. Yi Tianqing nodded silently. Then his gaze sharpened like a knife. Since that's the case, I'd like to try a different way of dueling. How about something else? There are only 2 types of duels. One that wins and one that loses, and the other that wins. A fight to the death. Ha, good. Yin Zhi suddenly roared, his voice instantly drowning out the noise of the entire venue. Unconsciously, he also felt as if the blood in his body was heating up and boiling. You want to play for high stakes? Fine, let's play then. Who's afraid of who? I'll fight you to the death. Upon hearing the words life or death battle, the audience fell completely silent. Chapter 42. No way. You don't think you're the only one who can use double-mindedness, do you? Young people these days. Principal's office. Confucius and Mencius uttered a half-sentence of reflection. It turned out that he was watching the situation at the Sacred Heart Stadium through a live streaming device. Sitting opposite him, Zhuang Mo frowned and said, this is reckless, a bit reckless. His strength is actually just that he's too much. Dongfang Weishi was also there, and she frowned as she asked, Master, should we stop them? Sacred Heart University does encourage duels, but it doesn't really advocate for life or death battles. In reality, life or death battles are extremely rare. Most are simply contests where the winner is determined by a single point. Stop them? No, no, no. That's not what I meant. I meant that young people these days are great. Haha, great. Confucius and Mencius said something that astonished Zhuang Mo and Dongfang Weishi. Young people should have this kind of fighting spirit, daring to fight, and not being afraid of death. Young people without spirit, young spirit masters without spirit, Sacred Heart University cannot afford to support them. Zhuang Mo and Dongfang Weishi felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that their thoughts had diverged from the principals. Dongfang Weishi pursed her lips, but couldn't help speaking up and expressing her concerns. But Master, Yi Tianqing is, after all, your descendant. Furthermore, Yin Zhi became the subject of investigation by the Dragon Guard Manor because of Empress Qingyan. Yes, Yi Tianqing is a descendant of Confucius and Mencius. To be precise, Yi Tianqing is the grandson of the great-granddaughter of Confucius and Mencius. Although they are quite far off, they are still descendants of Confucius and Mencius, aren't they? Confucius and Mencius said, he walks his own path. Whether he can make it through or not, whether he can reach the end, depends on himself. He's not just a 3-year-old. He did not comment on Yin Zhi. Since Confucius and Mencius had already said so, Dongfang Weishi and Zhuang Mo stopped talking and turned their attention to the television. At this moment, an even louder and more chaotic noise erupted inside the Sacred Heart Stadium. A life or death battle. Holy crap, it's a life or death battle. They've gone mad. They've both gone mad. Haha, good. Now this is more interesting. In one corner of the audience, a group of girls were sitting. These girls are all exceptionally elegant, have great figures, and are incredibly beautiful. They are members of the Tianqing support group. Sister and I, what should we do? It's turned into a life or death struggle. Yes, what if? I told you we shouldn't bother Brother Tianqing because of Lu Mei. A woman in white sitting in the middle of the first row shouted, "Shut up. What are you worried about? Do you think Brother Tianqing will lose?" She is none other than Zhang Hongni, the leader of the Tianqing support group. This woman has a very unusual appearance. At first glance, you might think she's beautiful, but upon closer inspection, you might find that she's not actually that beautiful. Even though the eyes, nose, eyebrows, and lips are all perfect when put together, something just doesn't feel right. Once Zhang Hongni spoke, everyone else fell silent. She smiled, her rosy lips appearing somewhat thin. You must have faith in Brother Tianqing. He will definitely win. The place where the student council and others are located. Shi Xiang said coldly, "Humph, let him mind his own business." He was referring to Yi Tianqing. In Shi Xiang's view, Yi Tianqing's help to Lu Mei was nothing more than meddling in other people's business. Standing to the side, Yi Haolong, the president of the student council, didn't even look at Shi Xiang and said, "If you had handled things well, why would you need him to meddle?" Shi Xiang's anger immediately deflated. "I'm sorry, Chairman. It was my fault for not handling things properly." Yi Haolong asked, "Did you get anything out of Lu Mei?" "She keeps her mouth very well sealed." Yi Haolong said, "You dare to use the student council as a weapon? You got some nerve. I don't care what methods you use. Pry her mouth open." "Yes, Chairman." On the dueling field, the referee, who had been temporarily and urgently added in, was reciting the life or death pledge in a powerful and resounding voice. Fists and kicks have no eyes, and weapons are merciless. You are responsible for your own life and death. We will not pursue either of you. To protect His Majesty's heart, you must not seek revenge. The gist is, you can fight to the death all you want. Sacred Heart University guarantees that revenge is forbidden. Without a second thought, Yin Zhi signed his name on the death warrant. Yi Tianqing picked up the pen, hesitated slightly, but Yin Zhi teased him with "Don't you dare," and he signed his name. "Yin Zhi Dao, before you die, don't forget to fulfill the conditions you promised me." The secret of Empress Qingyan. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't bother dueling with Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing smiled and retorted sharply, "Before you die, don't forget to kneel down and apologize to Li Feiyun." As he spoke, he reached out his hand as if to shake hands with Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi looked down at his hand, then into his eyes, and said, "Have you ever seen anyone shake hands with a dead person?" She turned around, started walking, stood in a circle, then turned around again, staring straight at Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing smiled and said, "That's right, I actually wanted to shake hands with a dead man." He also stood in a circle directly opposite Yin Zhi, raised his hands, and extended one index finger from each hand. "Since this is a life or death battle, I'm going to have to go all out. If you think that having Empress Qingyan guarantees victory, you are sorely mistaken." As he spoke, his two fingers shone brightly, the left one pure black and the right one light blue, and then he drew circles with both fingers simultaneously. It is the magic circle for summoning spirits. A gasp immediately erupted from the audience. He has actually mastered the art of splitting one's mind. A chorus of exclamations arose, all revolving around the concept of dualistic thinking. Even Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow. The dual mind technique, simply put, is the ability to control two spirits simultaneously. Normally, even if a spirit master has multiple spirits, they can only control one at a time. However, once you master the two minds technique and can use your mind for two purposes, you can break the limitations and control two spirits at the same time. Soon, the two magic circles were completed, and the two spirit beasts emerged from them. One of them was a pure black cloak, which was wrapped around Yi Tianqing as soon as it appeared. The other was a plump woman wearing a crown, holding a scepter, and wrapped in a white cloak. Her figure was like a gourd. Another gasp of surprise rippled through the audience. It's the Ice Queen. This is a rare, epic-level, 9-star spirit beast. Wow, the Ice Queen meets the Azure Flame Empress. This is going to be even more interesting. What kind of spirit is that cloak? Summoning it at this time must mean it's something special. Look, that guy has summoned a spirit beast too. Yin Zhi drew a magic circle, and the mechanical Empress stepped out, making her appearance to the entire audience. The mechanical empress respectfully said, "Master, please use the mecha girl to your heart's content." Huh? What's going on? It's not Empress Qingyan. Damn, another beautiful spirit summoner. Those fleshy legs look really appealing. What kind of spirit is that? I don't think I've ever seen it before. Do you recognize it? No, this is the first time I've seen it either. Leaving aside how noisy the audience was, Yi Tianqing glanced at the mechanical empress and said, "You don't use the Azure Flame, Empress?" Yin Zhi laughed. "Who said I don't use it?" As he spoke, a blue flame ignited at the fingertips of his other hand. The magic circle took shape, and Empress Qingyan appeared, outshining everyone present. A shout rang out from the audience. "Holy crap! He can master the art of splitting his mind. Sensation!" "Salt!" Yi Tianqing's face darkened. Yin Zhi laughed. "No way, no way. You don't think you're the only one who can use double dealing, do you?" Chapter 43. Shouting out the name when unleashing a move makes it even cooler. Dual-mindedness? Yin Zhi said, "I have absolutely no idea. The reason I say this is purely a psychological tactic. So, if he doesn't know how to use the art of splitting his mind, how can he summon two spirits?" The answer is he doesn't know either. After learning about the existence of the two minds technique, Yin Zhi sought guidance from Zhuang, Mo, and attempted to cultivate it. I could practice for several days without making any progress or feeling anything at all. Finally, he became a little impatient and skipped the cultivation steps of the two hearts technique and began to try to summon the mechanical empress and the Azure Flame Empress. And what was the result? It actually worked. Since he could summon and control two spirits simultaneously without cultivating the two minds technique, he certainly wouldn't waste his precious time and energy cultivating it. At this time, seeing that the opponent was affected by his psychological offensive, Yin Zhi immediately released his skill. Azure Flame, Twin Dragon Flames. A surge of heat erupted as two blazing azure fire dragons, carrying terrifying power, charged toward Yi Tianqing. Wherever it went, the ground was burned dry and cracked. In the audience, the vast majority of people were seeing Empress Qingyan make a move for the first time. At this moment, feeling the noticeably warmer air, everyone was secretly alarmed. "It's hot. Is this the power of the 9 stars of the Holy Spirit?" Yi Tianqing waved his hand and shouted, "Extreme cold storm." The gourd-shaped Ice Queen tossed her ice scepter to Yi Tianqing. The moment the ice and snow scepter entered Yi Tianqing's hands, it immediately emitted a chilling and extremely cold light. Water molecules in the air immediately condensed into ice fragments. As Yi Tianqing angrily swung his ice and snow scepter, a gust of cold wind carrying countless ice shards swept up. The cold wind swept through, leaving a trail of frost on the ground. Speaking of, why did Yi Tianqing shout out the skill name? Showing off. Yes, it's all for showing off. I've been like this since I was a child. It's been a habit for over 10 or 20 years. I can't change it. And of course, I don't want to change it either. No sooner said than done. A frigid storm and 2 azure fire dragons collided right before everyone's eyes. In an instant, the fire extinguished the ice's power, and the ice extinguished the fire's might. Large swaths of steam billowed out. Yin Zhi's brow furrowed. Qingyan had actually been wiped out? This was the first time. Yes, the azure flame, which had always been able to burn everything, was actually extinguished this time when it faced the Ice Queen's extreme cold storm. Why? Yin Zhi knew that the problem wasn't with Empress Qingyan, but with himself. Neither his growth level nor his intimacy level can compare to the other party's Ice Queen, and these two factors directly determine Yin Zhi's combat power. Compared to the Ice Queen, who is at the epic 9-star level, the Azure Flame Empress, who is at the Holy Spirit 9-star level, is like heaven and earth. But the Ice Queen has followed Yi Tianqing for nearly 10 years, so how could her growth level and intimacy level be low? The extreme cold storm, once unleashed, is naturally powerful enough. Yin Zhi was surprised that the extreme cold storm had extinguished the Azure Flame. What about Yi Tianqing? He was equally astonished that Qingyan had actually melted the extreme cold storm. In the past, when facing enemies, he would unleash an extreme cold storm, and if the enemy was hit, they would be basically crippled. During the previous autumn hunt, he used the extreme cold storm to slow down the adult fragrant pigs, which allowed him to hunt down the piglets. The usually ineffective extreme cold storm failed today. Yi Tianqing scoffed inwardly. So what? The Ice Queen is just a cover for me. My real trump card is... Yin Zhi swiftly unleashed the spirit control skill of the Mecha Girl Empress. Nano Arsenal. Two plumes of black dust emerged from the Mecha Girl's hands and condensed into two simple but large pistols in Yin Zhi's hands. That dark, gaping gun muzzle was clearly a shortcut to hell. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the audience. Behind him, Yin Zhi quickly turned his head and heard a cracking sound, like glass breaking. It was the plasma shield that was shattered by the impact. Turning around, Yin Zhi saw Yi Tianqing looking bewildered and was startled. How did he appear behind me? At this moment, Yi Tianqing was also shocked. Damn it, his defensive skills were so tough that even the Frost Fist couldn't break them. Yin Zhi was startled, but he didn't slow down at all because he had already used his quantum computing skills. In an instant, he felt as if his mind was fully open, working faster than ever before. Consciousness also entered a state of ethereal tranquility. At this moment, Yin Zhi even felt a sense of omniscience and omnipotence. Looking at Yi Tianqing in front of him, he clearly calculated where and when he should launch his attack, and also predicted how Yi would dodge. The nanomagnetic energy gun was raised with minimal amplitude and optimal angle, and the trigger was pulled by Yin Zhi with just the right amount of force. Pulling the trigger too hard would affect accuracy. Two bullets were fired from the dark, deep muzzle of the gun, aimed directly at Yi Tianqing. Yin Zhi had a feeling. These two shots are bound to hit. Result. With a whoosh, Yi Tianqing and his Ice Queen were instantly sucked into a spiral black hole and disappeared. Both bullets hit only air. In an instant, they dispersed into black dust and flew back. With another whoosh, Yi Tianqing appeared at Yin Zhi's left rear, still shaken. Thank goodness for the Infinity Cloak, otherwise I would have been shot. The Cloak of Infinity is Yi Tianqing's true trump card, a mythical one-star rarity item passed down through generations. Since spirit beasts can be traded, they can naturally be passed down through generations. Before he could retaliate, he saw Yin Zhi turn his gun around and pointed at him. Yi Tianqing was shocked and shouted, "Ice Shield." Even in an emergency, he couldn't stop himself from shouting out the name of the move. Instantly, a sufficiently thick ice shield was erected in front of him. Almost the instant the ice shield appeared, two bullets, each larger than a thumb, struck it. Ice shield shatter. But Yi Tianqing's figure also disappeared. The Infinite Cloak's ability to move freely without time is truly amazing. The next second, Yi Tianqing teleported directly above Yin Zhi's head and shouted, "Ice Arrow Rain." A large number of ice arrows suddenly appeared, raining down like rain. The plasma shield had not completely shattered when it reappeared, but it was directly pierced by a dense barrage of ice arrows. Yet it still withstood Yi Tianqing's skill. Yi Tianqing teleported back to the ground and shouted, "Frost descends from heaven." In an instant, a thick blanket of frost fell from the sky, enveloping Yi Tianqing. At this moment, Yin Zhi fired two more bullets, but they were dodged again. Immediately, thick frost descended, and as far as the eye could see, there were frost crystals obscuring Yin Zhi's vision. Where can you find any trace of Yi Tianqing? Yin Zhi, you are indeed very good. Yi Tianqing's voice came from all directions. Every time a shot came from one direction, Yin Zhi would fire a shot in that direction, but Yi Tianqing kept firing, so it was clear that all the shots missed. Unfortunately, your life ends today. You only have yourself to blame for being too arrogant and domineering, thinking that you can do whatever you want just because you have Empress Qingyan. What a pity. Because of your foolishness, the Azure Flame Empress, who only appears once every 2,000 years, will have to wait for her next master again. Try this, Frozen Purgatory. Chapter 44. So what if I slap you in the face? I'll slap you in the face. Beep beep. You have received 20,000 points of killing intent from Yi Tianqing. Please check your account. Undoubtedly. At this moment, Yi Tianqing's desire to kill Yin Zhi had reached its peak and limit. In the audience seats, everyone stared in disbelief as one after another icy thorn tree grew, completely sealing off and imprisoning Yin Zhi's figure. In no time, a large patch of frost-covered thorn trees was squeezed together. As far as the eye could see, there were only sharp ice spikes, which made one's scalp tingle and one's heart tremble. The Frozen Purgatory truly lives up to its name. It is indeed like a purgatory. How can anyone trapped inside possibly survive? So powerful. Even if the Ice Queen isn't as rare as the Azure Flame Empress, she's definitely stronger than the Azure Flame Empress right now. Yes, what a pity. With Yin Zhi dead, the Azure Flame Empress will vanish. So, don't be too arrogant, or you'll get struck by lightning. Humility is the best policy. On the other side of the audience, a group of Yin Zhi's acquaintances were sitting. Who? It's 21 people from Class 10, including by Yun Tian, Sun Liangwu, and Xia Qingxue. At this moment, they truly felt the coldness in the air. But outsiders could never know that their hearts were burning with passion at that moment. How could they not be burning with passion when they saw the people they hated most trapped in a desperate and deadly situation? D, 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 D. God, I'd be willing to live 10 or 20 years less if you just let that damned bastard die. Everyone in the class, except Qiu Yaoyao, was hoping for Yin Zhi's death. Xia Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, her legs trembling. Beside her, the boy who was pursuing her mustered up his courage, pressed down on her hand, and gritted his teeth with a determined look on his face. Qingxue, he will definitely die. He definitely will. Xia Qingxue looked at him blankly, then suddenly burst into tears. What about Sun Liangwu? He was crying as he let out a grotesque, twisted laugh, as if he were having an epileptic seizure. Look at how badly Yin Zhi has bullied them. Upon seeing Yin Zhi in dire straits, he immediately burst into tears. So, is Yin Zhi really going to die? In the realm of bone-chilling cold, Yin Zhi's entire body was engulfed in blue flames, which completely incinerated the approaching chill. The icy spikes that pierced through the air vaporized as much as they came. This is naturally the miraculous effect of Qing Yin Qing Foam nourishing the liver and gallbladder. Therefore, even though he was in a frozen inferno, Yin Zhi was not worried at all. On the contrary, he is having a great time right now. Beep beep. You have received 5,000 points of killing intent from Bai Yunshin. Please check. Beep beep. You have received 4,000 points of killing intent from Xia Qingxue. Please check. Ding. You have received 7,000 points of killing intent from Sun Liangwu. Please check. Beep beep. Beep beep. The series of beeps almost made Yin Zhi burst out laughing. Once the beeping stopped, he immediately checked his balance. How many? 263,639. Clearly, this was the murderous intent that arose from the fact that those people in Class 10 thought they were in danger and wished they could die immediately. Haha, very good, excellent. Yin Zhi exclaimed again. The pig-raising method is great. The pig-raising method is wonderful. The pig-raising method is awesome. In fact, Yin Zhi didn't know that the students in Class 10 alone couldn't provide so much murderous intent. Don't forget, there's also the Tianqing support group. In fact, Class 10 of Gue provided a total of more than 90,000 murderous intents. The remaining amount, apart from the more than 70,000 that Yin Zhi had originally saved, was 90% from the Tianqing support group. These die-hard fans of Tianqing naturally wanted Yin Zhi to die. If Yin Zhi didn't die, their Tianqing would die. Can Tianqing die? Cannot. Absolutely not. Therefore, Yin Zhi must die, he must die. If they could, they would even rush up and stab Yin Zhi to death themselves, so as to protect their Tianqing Ji. However, they probably don't realize that the more they try to kill Yin Zhi, the stronger they are helping him become. What will Yin Zhi do if he suddenly has the urge to kill 260,000 people? Unlock skills. Unlock skill, Warp Glide. Unlock skill, Holographic Scan. Warp Glide opens a warp portal, allowing you to glide a distance through the warp. This skill consumed a full 200,000 points of killing intent. Holographic scanning. Using composite detection technology, a certain area around the body is scanned to construct a holographic model. This skill also consumed 60,000 points of killing intent. As a result, Yin Zhi, who had just unlocked 2 skills, became poor again with a murderous intent balance of 3,639 points. However, he didn't feel any regret at all. Ha ha ha. As long as I live, as long as those who wish me dead live, how can my murderous intent be lessened? Activate holographic scanning technology. As soon as Yin Zhi had this thought, a shockwave that only he could see rippled out. After the shockwave subsided, the scene that Yin Zhi could see with his naked eye completely changed. Various colored light spots condensed into objects of various colors, and at a glance, everything was clearly visible. What water vapor? What frost fragments? What ice spikes and thorns? None of this could obscure Yin Zhi's vision anymore. Yin Zhi stared at Yi Tianqing to his left rear and chuckled. I saw you. Let me show you what real skill is. Activate the subspace gliding skill. In an instant, Yin Zhi's body slid forward and disappeared. Although it was his first time using it, he was extremely skilled. He reappeared, now standing behind Yi Tianqing. A loud shout erupted from within Tianqing's fan club, serving as a warning. Brother Tianqing, little one. Before he could even utter the word heart, Yi Tianqing was sent flying by Yin Zhi's whip. Yi Tianqing fell to the ground and slid for a long distance. This scene silenced everyone in the audience. How'd he end up behind Yi Tianqing? It was too fast. I didn't even see it clearly. It just appeared suddenly. Could it be his spatial ability? Suddenly, Zhang Hongmi, the leader of Tianqing's fan club, screamed, "Shut up! All of you! Don't disturb Brother Tianqing." His imposing presence and loud voice truly silenced the audience. Where is Yin Zhi? After kicking Yi Tianqing away, he did not take the opportunity to attack. Why? Because he was also stunned. Just now, he used almost all his strength to kick that kick. The instant he kicked Yi Tianqing, he felt a warm current flow through his body, making him feel comfortable all over. In a state of quantum computation, Yin Zhi's mind was exceptionally sharp, and he immediately came up with the most likely answer. It is the effect of the dragon and tiger mystic elixir, refined through countless trials. So, after taking this medicine, I can become stronger at beating people up. Huh. If that's the case, what am I waiting for? Let's give him a good beating. Yin Zhi immediately rushed towards Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing got up and saw Yin Zhichao rushing towards him. Just as he was about to react, Yin Zhi appeared in front of him with a subspace glide. Yi Tianqing's pupils contracted instantly. How is this possible? Bang! The fist struck his face, which was even more handsome than that of a popular male idol, and sent him flying. Yi Tianqing fell to the ground and immediately got up, covering his left cheek, his face full of disbelief. You slapped my face. How dare you slap me in the face? This face is what he cherishes most. Yin Zhiha laughed loudly and said, So what if I slapped your face? I slapped your face. Chapter 45. If the left cheek has been slapped, of course the right cheek will get a taste of it too. You really. It completely enraged me. You know that. Yi Tianqing really wanted to shout it out, but shouting would look too ugly. Not handsome at all. Therefore, he deliberately lowered his voice as much as possible when he spoke, controlled his facial expressions, and even slowed down his speech. Yin Zhi smiled and beckoned to Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing took a deep breath and slowly, very slowly, exhaled. Then I'll show you my true strength and play with you. You absolutely mustn't let me down. The word had barely left his lips when the infinite shuttle technique was unleashed, drawing the person and two spirits into a pitch-black vortex. In an instant, Yi Tianqing appeared behind Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi didn't want to make the same mistake twice. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch. At this point, the plasma shield had been damaged to its limit, so Yin Zhi simply deactivated it. However, although Yin Zhi's fist collided with Yi Tianqing's fist, there was no sense of impact at all. It was as if he had hit thin air. At the same time, Yin Zhi also noticed that the Ice Queen was not with Yi Tianqing in front of him. Phantom clone? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Yin Zhi was punched in the back, the force of which made him stumble forward 2 steps. Before he could even get his footing, another Yi Tianqing emerged from the left. This Yi Tianqing was holding a precious sword. With a flash of cold light, the sword pierced right in front of Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi suddenly rolled to the side, dodging the sword. Unexpectedly, a sword shot out from the void on his right, striking Yin Zhi squarely in the lower back and piercing out a burst of blue flame. Yin Zhi turned around in pain, and a fist came flying at him. He easily dodged it, but his left thigh was stabbed. Thus, he had no idea where the attack was coming from, and Yi Tianqing always seemed to attack for blind spots. Not to mention Yin Zhi, who was blinded by his own involvement. Even the bystanders were not clear about the situation. In their view, there were 6 Yi Tianxings surrounding Yin Zhi, appearing and disappearing intermittently, making it impossible for them to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. Truth and falsehood, reality and illusion. That guy's in trouble now. That cloak is incredible. If it were me, I wouldn't stand a chance. Huh, did you notice? Yi Tianqing didn't bring the Ice Queen with him that day. Could it be? Could it be something? Could it be that all 6 Yi Tianxings are fake? Those who make this guess are neither wrong nor right. At this moment, Yi Tianqing is using the 2 skills of the Cloak of Infinity, Infinity Illusion and Infinity Clone. 6 Yi Tianxings, 3 of whom are illusions of Wujian. but 3 of whom are real clones of Wujian. The Cloak of Infinity truly lives up to its reputation as a mythic level 1-star spirit master. It truly lives up to its reputation as the Yi family's ancestral spirit beast. Putting everything else aside, the ability to unleash multiple skills simultaneously is enough to crush countless other spirit beasts. Yi Tianxing's talent and diligence far surpass those of his peers, and it is no exaggeration to say that he is far ahead of them. If he hadn't encountered Yin Zhi, a guy who defied common sense, he would have already been enjoying the fruits of victory. However, reality doesn't offer what-ifs. The reality is that he encountered Yin Zhi, a guy who cannot be judged by common sense. Yin Zhi looks disheveled now, but what is he really like? With each punch and sword strike, the crystal jade body remains active, absorbing damage and strengthening one's physique. Not to mention that Yin Zhi also took 1,000 refined Dragon Tiger Mystic Pill, which complemented his glazed jade body, doubling the effect. So, in reality, it's less about Yi Tianxing attacking him and more about him helping him become stronger. Of course, he himself was completely unaware of this. To this end, Yin Zhi even self-destructively deactivated his defensive skill, Azure Lotus, Azure Beacon, and Liver and Gallbladder. It's not that he actually has masochistic tendencies. It's just that the temptation and desire to become stronger are too great. It's worth it to become stronger by enduring pain and suffering. Oh, right. Another thing he wanted to do was try to bait out a killer's intent, just like before. From an outsider's perspective, Yin Zhi was now at a complete disadvantage. He was covered in more and more sword wounds, and the injuries were getting worse and worse, leaving him covered in blood. They were beaten and killed without any chance to fight back. It seems there's no suspense left. Of course, unless he still has some trump card up his sleeve. Hey, his trump card? If he really had a trump card, he would have revealed it already. Why would he just stand there and take a beating? I don't think so, you saw before. I don't care what you think, I care what I think. Just then, Brother Tianxing, victory is assured. Brother Tianxing, victory is assured. Brother Tianxing, victory is assured. Seemingly seeing that Yi Tianxing had gained the upper hand, the girls in Tianxing's support group started shouting again. So what was Yi Tianxing doing at this moment? He hid in the ice thickets of the frozen inferno, brewing the Ice Queen's ultimate move, which was the strongest killing move he could currently unleash, the Ice Blade Tornado. Finally, everything is ready. How dare you slap me in the face? I will tear you to pieces. Ice Blade Tornado rise. A loud shout rang out. A chill instantly filled the entire Sacred Heart Stadium, and the temperature plummeted. Frost spread throughout the stadium. Many spectators near the arena quickly retreated, all of them shocked. At this point, quite a few people simply wouldn't budge an inch. For example, Yi Haolong, the student council president, summoned a pale white flame that leaped and danced, absorbing the cold air. For example, the girls in Tianxing's fan club braved the cold to cheer for Yi Tianxing. Principal's office. In front of the television, Confucius and Mencius clicked their tongues. That brat deserved to lose. I've told him 3 times already, don't just unleash your skills all the time. You also need to know and hold back. Clearly, holding back the chilling aura can increase its power by at least 30%. I guess I've really lived too long. Do young people these days really risk their lives just to look cool? Zhuang Imo nodded in deep agreement. Dongfang Weishi asked, Master, do you mean that Yi Tianxing will lose? Confucius and Mencius smiled slightly. The outcome is uncertain until the very last moment. Oh, I'd be so embarrassed if I said something wrong. Just keep watching and you'll see. Inside the television, a massive tornado rose up, its gale force winds carrying countless ice blades that almost filled the entire screen. Dongfang Weishi nodded to herself. The spirit beasts she primarily trains are ice type. She couldn't find fault with Yi Tianxing's ability to unleash the power of the Ice Queen to this extent. As for that, Yin Zhi. So what if he has the Azure Flame Empress? Ice and fire. Either ice extinguishes fire, or fire melts ice. If he cannot unleash a sufficiently powerful fire-type skill, he will undoubtedly die or be defeated. It's a pity about the Azure Flame Empress. Sacred Heart Stadium. The wind howled. The ice blade is merciless. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh rang out. It's Sun Liangwu. He gripped the railing, laughing, crying, and yelling, Die. You go die. Inside the narrow eye of the ice blade tornado, Yi Tianxing exhaled, looking at the raging ice blades before him, and murmured, It's over. The next second, a fist blasted out from the whirlwind of ice blades, hitting Yi Tianqing squarely on the right cheek. Yi Tianqing was instantly swept away by the ice blade tornado he had created, disappearing without even having time to scream. If you've already slapped the left cheek, of course you have to give the right cheek a slap too. Chapter 46 School Beauty Lee. Let him go, and I'll agree to any condition. The ice blade tornado is completely out of control. A fierce windstorm raged. Ice blades shot out in all directions. The manager of the Sacred Heart Stadium, who was in charge of overseeing the event, immediately cast a protective spell, enveloping the entire dueling arena. In this way, the flying ice blades will not accidentally injure the audience. What happened? Have no idea. Something feels off. Fortunately, the students of Sacred Heart University were all worldly and experienced, so they remained calm despite their panic. They all stared intently at the dueling arena. Through the glass protective shield, one could see the out-of-control ice blade tornado rapidly dissipating and vanishing. Suddenly, everyone saw a striking golden flash. Once the strong winds carrying ice had completely dissipated, people could finally see that the golden flash had actually come from Yin Zhi. The golden patterns formed two lifelike and majestic designs. The dragon is coiled on the left. A tiger lies on the right. Whether it was a dragon or a tiger, they moved with the rise and fall of Yin Zhi's chest, so lifelike that they seemed to jump off his body. Everyone's attention was drawn to the dragon and tiger tattoo, and for a moment, they overlooked the fact that he was naked. Where did the clothes go? It was shredded by the ice blade tornado. Suddenly, a female voice shouted, "Brother Tianqing, where's Brother Tianqing?" Hearing her shout, everyone seemed to come back to their senses. Right, where is Yi Tianqing? Sharp-eyed people spotted him immediately. Look, there it is. How'd it get up there? Who knows? It turned out that Yi Tianqing had gotten himself hanging on a metal structural pole at the top of the Sacred Heart Stadium. Immediately, he slid down from above and fell. The girls who idolized Yi Tian were immediately terrified. Brother Tianqing, help Tianqing. It's blocked. Amidst screams from the girls, Yi Tianqing crashed heavily to the ground. The girls immediately started crying and shouting, excitedly pounding on the protective shield, trying to go in and rescue people. Presumptuous. The duel is not over yet. Those who disrupt order will be severely punished. The curator, who released the protective shield, shouted, his voice like thunder, making the girls dizzy and seeing stars. The scene immediately fell silent. Other viewers were also affected, but they weren't surprised at all. Sacred Heart University is full of hidden talents. Apart from the janitors and liberal arts teachers, any one of them could easily defeat these students. To act presumptuously in front of them? This is no way to court death. At this point, the girls in the Tianqing fan club were seen as mentally challenged by many. But they ignored all of that, and even though they were dizzy and seeing stars, they still stared intently at the dueling arena. Yin Zhi felt somewhat embarrassed as he looked at himself, who was completely naked. An idea struck him immediately, and a burst of blue flame ignited between his legs, providing cover for his vital parts. Immediately, Yin Zhi sensed his own condition and couldn't help but sigh. The spiritual energy is insufficient. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. That was a really intense fight. The Azure Flame Empress wants it, and the Mechanical Empress wants it too. They will continuously supply him with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not to mention that now there is a Mechanical Empress. Even when there was only the Azure Flame Empress, he never lacked the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Just spam all the skills without thinking. This time, however, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was almost depleted. This clearly shows that Yi Tianqing is indeed much stronger than the enemies he encountered before. Looks like I can't just spam skills mindlessly anymore. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth must be used carefully. Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, even 2 9-star Holy Spirit Guardians won't be able to carry me. With these thoughts in mind, Yin Zhi walked up to Yi Tianqing. The former heartthrob is now completely naked, with frostbitten wounds all over his body. His 2 spirit beasts broke their chains the moment he was caught in the ice blade tornado he had created. Because a symbiotic link was not established in time, the spirit master was dismissed early. Zhang Hongni from Tianqing's fan club suddenly shouted, Yin Zhi, if you dare to lay a finger on Brother Tianqing, I'll never forgive you. Yin Zhi grinned. He bent down and pulled a handful of hair from Yi Tianqing's head. Zhang Hongni screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Bastard! You damn bastard! The other girls shouted things like, "You're not allowed to hurt Brother Tianqing." Beep. You have received 13,000 points of killing intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Beep beep. You have received 2,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. Beep beep. You have received 1,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. Beep beep. Beep beep. Then came another series of beeps. Yin Zhi looked at the suddenly increasing murderous intent balance and clicked his tongue in disbelief. Judging by this, torturing Yi Tianqing would bring in money. If it weren't for the teacher, I would have given him a good beating. He ignored those brainless fans and looked down at Yi Tianqing. Hey, Yi, stop pretending and get up. Yi Tianqing lay motionless on the ground and naturally did not utter a word. Yin Zhi chuckled. What? Are you too embarrassed to show your face? Using feigning to save face is such a low-level method. Yi Tianqing remained motionless and silent. Yin Zhi kicked him impatiently. Hurry up, keep your promise, and tell me the secret about Empress Qingyan, so I can send you on your way. Yi Tianqing remained motionless and silent. I wanted to give you some face. Now it seems you're the one who didn't want to be respectable. Since that's the case, then I don't want any more secrets. I'll send you on your way now. Raging. 2 balls of blue flame ignited in Yin Zhi's hands. The girls in Tianqing's fan club immediately got angry when they saw this. They summoned their respective spirit beasts and, displaying their unique abilities, began attacking the protective shield, clearly intending to go in and rescue the people. The curator roared, "Shut up." The next second, every single one of those girls vanished. The Sacred Heart Stadium suddenly became quiet. It turns out that this entire Sacred Heart Stadium was the guardian spirit of that stadium director. Inside the stadium, he was the absolute master. Yin Zhi was about to throw the 2 balls of green flame at Yi Tianqing when he suddenly heard a delicate shout. Wait. He turned his head and saw a girl in a light blue dress walking out of the passage. It was Li Feiyun. Yin Zhi yelled, "You think you could just slow down like that? Who the hell do you think you are? You tell me to slow down, so I'll show you how fast I can be." Upon hearing these words, the audience members were speechless. That guy, could he possibly like men? How could he say something like that to a campus beauty? But that doesn't seem right either. If he liked men, why would he beat up Yi Tianqing, a handsome guy, so badly? If Yin Zhi knew that someone was thinking this way, he wouldn't need to say anything more. He would just burn them to death. What the hell? How dare you say I like men? Do I not like beautiful women? I don't like those self-important beauties, okay? True to his word, Yin Zhi threw 2 balls of green flame at Yi Tianqing. The excruciating pain of being burned alive made it impossible for Yi Tianqing, who had never experienced much hardship since childhood, to continue pretending. He shouted as loudly as he could right now. Li Feiyun closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Let him go, and I'll agree to any condition you set." Chapter 47, A Blade and a Sword. The blade is the immortal slaying blade. The sword is the dragon-slaying sword. This is utterly ridiculous. Principal's office. Dongfang Weishi jumped up as if but was on fire. "Master, I must take my leave now." After saying that, she strode away. She had barely stepped out the door when she vanished. She had headed straight for the Sacred Heart Stadium at top speed. Confucius and Mencius shook their heads. This little girl, she still doesn't understand that protecting one's own is the worst form of education. Zhuang Mo, you did a great job in this respect. You didn't meddle in things that weren't your business. Zhuang Mo scratched his head and laughed. "Master, I'm just lazy, just lazy." Confucius and Mencius lazily lay down on the sofa, turned off the TV, crossed their legs, and swung their flip-flops back and forth. Diligence is not necessarily a good thing. Being lazy isn't necessarily a bad thing. Being lazy when you should be diligent, and being diligent when you should be lazy is definitely not good. Zhuang Mo smiled and said, "What you say is true, master." It's not hard to see Zhuang Mo's speaking style. He likes to repeat himself. Confucius suddenly said, "Zhuang Mo, later you should have that little guy go to the sanctuary to take a level test." Zhuang Mo looked at Confucius with a puzzled expression. Confucius laughed and said, "If I remember correctly, the myriad dragon ruins in the South China Sea are about to open, right? The Wanlong ruins of the South China Sea." Zhuang Mo looked surprised. "Master, do you mean?" He. Confucius and Mencius smiled, but remained silent. Sacred Heart Stadium. The audience seats, which had just quieted down, became lively again. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Agree to any conditions? What if that guy makes some unreasonable demands? I'm suddenly a little envious of Yi Tianxing. Envious of him? You must be out of your mind. Look at what happened to him now. Various opinions arose. Yin Zhi shouted, "Then I'll make you lie on the ground and bark like a dog. Will you agree?" The audience fell silent instantly. How evil. But what would it look like if the pure and beautiful school beauty, Li, lay on the ground barking like a dog? Some boys couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, and this anticipation grew stronger and stronger. What about Li Feiyun? Her cheeks flushed, she clenched her teeth, and stared wide-eyed at Yin Zhi. Yi Tianxing was already burning on the ground, rolling around and begging for mercy and help. Help! Help me! Yin Zhi, spare me, and I'll tell you the secret of the Azure Flame Empress. Ouch! It hurts so much. At this moment, he has lost all trace of his godlike demeanor. He's nowhere near as handsome. Seeing Yi Tianxing's pained expression, Li Feiyun shouted, "Fine. I promise you. Wait. It's too easy to spare his life like that, isn't it?" Yin Zhi waved his hand, glanced at Yi Tianxing, then at Li Feiyun, and gave an evil smile. "I've got it. I have a great idea." Just then, Dongfang Weishi appeared beside Li Feiyun and pressed down on her shoulder. "Feiyun, don't be impulsive." Li Feiyun sniffed, suppressing the soreness in her nasal cavity. "Teacher, I can't just watch him die because of me." Dongfang Weishi pursed her lips and said, "Give it to the teacher." Immediately, she looked at Yin Zhi. "Yin Zhi, the root of all this entanglement lies with me. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. You let them go, so come at me if you have a problem." Yin Zhiha smiled. "Teacher Dongfang, the root of the problem doesn't lie with you. It lies with your parents. They gave birth to you, which is why this is happening today." No, that's not right either. It should be attributed to your parents' parents. That's still not right. It should be your ancestors. So, should I go find your ancestors? Dongfang Weishi said. "Are you kidding me? You're kidding me. Don't you think too highly of yourself? There's a limit to arrogance. Hey, this is between me and them. This is a matter between the students. How can you, a teacher, jump in and say that? Have you no shame? I'm asking you, have you no shame?" The echoes of Yin Zhi's voice reverberated throughout the Sacred Heart Stadium. Apart from Yi Tianxing's screams, there was no other sound. At this moment, the audience had only one thought. Yin Zhi is a complete madman. How dare someone directly confront a teacher? What else could they be but a madman? Dongfang Weishi was naturally furious. Why do I want to kill him so badly? With tears in her eyes, Li Feiyun said, "Teacher, I know very well what I'm doing. Let me handle this myself." Dongfang Weishi fell silent, but thought to herself, "If he makes any unreasonable demands, I will not let him succeed no matter what." Yin Zhi laughed and said, "Enough with the nonsense. Listen carefully. My conditions are..." He pointed at Li Feiyun. "You, Li Feiyun, must sever all ties with him, Yi Tianxing, for the rest of your life. Make a vow in front of everyone. If you break this vow, may you and everyone you care about die a horrible death. To agree or not to agree." Upon hearing this, even Yi Tianxing, who was screaming in agony on the ground from the burns, stopped crying out. Everyone present was completely surprised that Yin Zhi's condition was this. This guy is so boring. Li, the school beauty, would agree to any condition, and you only ask for this? Dongfang Weishi visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she could agree to these conditions. Yin Zhi laughed and looked at Dongfang Weishi, who was clearly relaxed. "Teacher Dongfang, what conditions do you think I would propose? Making Li Feiyun my woman or something? Ha! Her? Does she even deserve it? All of you, stop being so self-important, okay? You look down on others, as if they respect you." Dongfang Weishi's stunning face twitched twice. At this moment, she actually felt a sense of humiliation and anger at being trampled upon. Li Feiyun closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears streamed down her cheeks. When he opened his eyes again, his face was full of stubbornness. "Okay, I promise you. I swear I will never have any contact with Yi Tianxing again. All present bear witness. If this oath is broken, may I be struck by lightning, and may my dearest friends and family suffer a terrible death." Yin Zhi immediately waved his hand. "Stop." The blue flames vanished instantly. Yin Zhi looked down at Yi Tianxing and said, "Speak. What information do you want?" Yi Tianxing forced himself to stand up, his head bowed. "Beep beep. You have received 30,000 points of killing intent from Yi Tianqing. Please check. Oh my, 30,000 points. Record broken. Yi Tianqing lowered his head and said softly, "You should kill me." He raised his head slightly, his eyes fixed on Yin Zhi. "Because if you don't kill me, I will definitely kill you in the future. Moreover, I won't let you die a quick death. I'll make you wish you were dead." Snap. Yin Zhi clapped his hands, looking delighted. "I could easily kill you right now. Do you know why I don't? Because, well, I want to see the frustrated look on your face when you want to kill me, but can't. All right, enough nonsense. Just tell me the information I need. This farce should end now." Yitang Xingdao. "Hey, you'll regret this, I swear. You want intelligence, right? All right, listen carefully. Emperor Qing Shi forged a sword and a blade for Empress Qing Yan. The blade is the immortal slaying blade, but its whereabouts are unknown. The sword is the dragon slaying sword, which, according to legend, fell into the myriad dragon ruins in the South China Sea. Go find it. Go find it. Don't die, because in the end, the only one who can kill you is me." Yin Zhi, however, was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He clearly sensed that Empress Qingyan's mental state fluctuated slightly when she heard about the immortal slaying blade and the dragon slaying sword. This is the first time. Chapter 48, I heard that dogs and everyone are a perfect match, no matter the weather. After a life or death duel that did not result in a fight to the death, Yin Zhizhen has truly become someone that Sacred Heart University can no longer ignore. Previously, his reputation stemmed from the Azure Flame Empress, from the discovery of centaurs, and from the mudslinging by the Skywalker support group. What about now? His name comes from the man himself, his power, his arrogance, his audacity, and his ruthlessness, and that inexplicable madness, frenzy, and neurosis. Yin Zhi became truly famous, but what happened to Yi Tianqing after the duel? He dropped out of school the very next day. Before leaving, he made a special trip to Class 10 and threatened Yin Zhi, "I will definitely come back. You just wait." Yi Tianqing has packed his bags and left, but his fan club remains active. On the campus website, the attacks on Tianqing's reputation by his supporters have not weakened, but have become even more intense than before. However, these kind of things always generate buzz. The general public is just looking for something new and exciting. Once the novelty wears off, the hype dies down, and nobody pays much attention anymore. After all, everyone has their own important things to do, so who has the time and energy to waste on other people's trivial matters? However, there's still some impacts. Previously, when Yin Zhi walked around campus, people would secretly whisper about him. But now, most people would instinctively avoid him when they saw him from afar. It seems that Yin Zhi has already been labeled as unapproachable. He didn't care at all. Loneliness had always been his best friend. Not to mention, he doesn't feel lonely at all. He's busy every day. His time is fully scheduled. What are you busy with? Leaving aside regular classes, Yin Zhi takes his studies very seriously. He spent his spare time cultivating and training, teaching Ma Bai to speak, researching information about the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea, and so on. "I'm so busy, I don't even have time to be lonely." That day, Yin Zhi heard a report on the school radio station about Lu Mei. Thus, the entire school learned that Lu Mei had broken the law, violated discipline, and framed Yin Zhi. Finally, the disciplinary action against Lu Mei was announced. Lu Mei is expelled. Her illegal behavior is recorded on file. Her student record has been returned to her place of origin. The announcement was made in the morning, and the action was taken in the afternoon. Yin Zhi deliberately skipped his afternoon martial arts class and came to the gate of Sacred Heart University. "What are you doing? Get that Lu Mei who framed him out of here." Lu Mei stood alone at the entrance of Sacred Heart University. Shi Xiang and his group practically drove her to the door and left. And none of her close friends and sisters from the Tianqing support group were to be seen. She saw Yin Zhi leaning against the sculpture at the gate, sipping soda with schadenfreude, and a surge of grief and hatred instantly overwhelmed her. "Why? Why won't you give me a chance to change? Why are you so determined to kill me? Why are you so cold-blooded and ruthless? I'm finished. My life is over. You know that? Are you satisfied now? Don't think that framing someone is a trivial matter. This stain, once entered into her file, will follow her for the rest of her life. It will be almost impossible for her to find a decent job. Join the army? Taking the civil service exam? Join the Holy Court? Don't even think about it. Even if she applies for a job at a reputable company, she will most likely be rejected as soon as her resume is checked. Furthermore, she was once the pride of her city, But now she knows she has become a disgrace to her hometown. Now, she doesn't even dare to go back to her hometown. Yin Zhi chuckled. Of course I'm satisfied. Why wouldn't I be satisfied? Because I knew that if I hadn't kept a backup plan, I might have been the one to get fired. If I were the one getting fired, you wouldn't even come to see me off. You should be grateful that at least I'm standing here now to see you off. Lu Mei trembled a few times, and a surge of resentment and hatred erupted, instantly transforming her beautiful face into a vengeful ghost. Don't be so smug. You won't have a good ending either. I will definitely avenge this. I swear to God. Beep beep. You have received 5,000 points of killing intent from Lu Mei. Please check your account. TSK. How come it's only 5,000 points? 5,000 points is no longer enough to satisfy Yin Zhi's appetite. Yin Zhi walked up to her, a straw still in his mouth, and said, Did I hear that right? You? You want revenge on me? Huh. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. Despite being the perpetrator and receiving the punishment she deserved, she acted like a victim and even told the person she had wronged that she wanted to take revenge on them. Interesting. This is so much fun. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Stay calm. Stay calm. I'm eagerly awaiting your return to seek revenge. I hope you'll be strong enough when I see you next time. Otherwise, oh dear, you might not get your revenge and instead get beaten up by me again. That would be incredibly embarrassing. After saying that, he threw down the words, "Get lost," and walked away with an air of indifference. Panting heavily, Lu Mei watched Yin Zhi's retreating figure, wishing she could rush up to him, devour his flesh, and drink his blood. Then, she grabbed her luggage and strode away with her fairly long legs. As I walked, tears began to flow. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? God, I only made one mistake. Why are you making me suffer such a terrible fate? Lu Mei, oh Lu Mei, don't cry. You must be strong. You must believe in yourself. One day you'll be able to get your revenge. As she walked, she realized that a black car was following her, so she stopped. As soon as she stopped, the black sedan also stopped. Just as she was wondering, the car door opened, and a voice came from inside. Get in. Lu Mei stared blankly at the person in the car, Tian Xingge. The person in the car was none other than Yi Tianxing. Lu Mei, realizing what was happening, immediately beamed with joy and quickly climbed into the car. Bang! The car door closed, and the black sedan sped away. Her suitcase stood alone on the street. Yin Zhi knew nothing about this. Even if I knew that, given his temper, he would definitely say something like, I've heard that no matter the weather, a watch and a dog are a perfect match. The day after Lu Mei was kicked out, Zhuang Mo entered Class 10 with a stack of cards. Before class, he said, Classmates, what I have in my hand is your special reward from the last autumn hunt, a VIP ticket to the finals of the Spirit King competition. At this point, the boys and girls of Class 10 would hardly have time to chase after celebrities. It would be better if Yang Feiyue, Tao Fengbai, and Xiao Ge were dead. Yin Zhi diligently secured the job of distributing VIP tickets. Here, don't lose it. Hey, why aren't you saying thank you? Thanks. That's more like it. Here, Sun Liangwu, this is yours. Thanks. You're welcome. As the class monitor, of course I should serve everyone. Zhuang Mo said, These tickets were all secured by the school. I hope that by observing the battles of those outstanding spirit masters, you can gain some insights and grow as a result. After class, Zhuang Mo called Yin Zhi over and said, Get ready. This time when we go to Sacred Heart City, I'll take you to the sanctuary to take the level test. Yin Zhi was taken aback. The grading exam? Chapter 49, The Death-Seeking Systems Mission. Late but arriving. Level exam. The level of a spirit master can only be increased by passing an exam. Unlike some fantasy or Xuanhuan novels, it doesn't allow players to break through and advance on their own. The Spirit Master's examination includes 5 subjects. Subject 1, Physical Strength. Subject 2, Mental Strength. Subject 3, Absorption Rate of Spiritual Energy from Heaven and Earth. Subject 4, Skill Proficiency. Subject 5, Practical Application. Only those who pass all 5 subjects will be awarded the corresponding grade. The vast majority of Spirit Masters will take the level test. What does a higher level mean? It means greater strength. This means having more opportunities and connections. It means you have the qualifications to climb to a higher level. However, some people are not enthusiastic about taking exams. For example, Yin Zhi, even though he has a certain level of strength, is still only a 1-star Iron Spirit Master. In terms of hierarchy, he's at the very bottom. In Yin Zhi's opinion, there is absolutely no need for him to take the exam. In fact, taking the exam was a hassle for him. The way he became stronger was too abnormal, and the speed at which he became stronger was also abnormal. Once you take the exam, there's a risk of exposure. Despite his wild and outrageous behavior, he is still quite low-key as a person. Has he ever actively provoked any trouble so far? Don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of trouble. This is the principle that Yin Zhi adheres to, being low-key in life and high-profile in work. Upon hearing Zhuang Mo's suggestion that he take the certification exam, Yin Zhi felt a sense of resistance. Zhuang Mo keenly sensed Yin Zhi's resistance, and after thinking for a moment, decided to tell the truth. That's right. 3 months later, the monsoon currents at Wanlongsu in the South China Sea will reverse. This situation only occurs once every 10 years, and the period of reverse flow only lasts for 2 months. Upon hearing about the Wanlongsu in the South China Sea, Yin Zhi immediately perked up. He didn't interrupt and listened attentively to Zhuang Mo. It turns out that the South China Sea dragon ruins have been monopolized and controlled by the 6 major universities of the True Dragon Kingdom, and used as a place for trials and competitions. However, due to the presence of strong monsoons and ocean currents, this training and arena can only be used once every 10 years. Whenever there is a reversal of the tide, the 6 major universities will send a group of elite disciples to the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea. As for what's inside the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea, everything you can think of that can enhance a spirit master's strength is here. Rare and precious materials, miraculous medicines, divine weapons, and so on. There are also some extremely rare treasures that can increase the rarity of your spirit beasts. Increasing the rarity of your spirit beasts can fundamentally improve your strength. There was even an epic crystal that someone once found inside the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea. Such a treasure land naturally attracted countless people from the endless universe to seek opportunities. In the end, after a bloody battle, the 6 True Dragon Kingdom universities, led by Sacred Heart University, successfully monopolized and controlled the South China Sea 10,000 dragon ruins. Right now, there are only 3 months left until the day when the tide turns against us. Zhuang Mo asked Yin Zhi to take the exam because, according to the agreement of the 6 major schools, only gold-level spirit masters are qualified to enter the South China Sea 10,000 dragon ruins. In other words, Zhuang Mo wants Yin Zhi to go to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea. After Zhuang Mo finished explaining the general situation, he said, "If you don't want to go, then you don't need to take the exam." No. Anything else to say? That's the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea, a place where the dragon-slaying sword might exist. I'm going. We absolutely have to go. I'm going to take the exam. Zhuang Mo didn't think much of it and said, "Then prepare yourself. Strive to reach the gold rank. That way, you'll have a chance to see the myriad dragon ruins of the South China Sea." He still really hoped that Yin Zhi would go to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea. Even if not for the sake of opportunity, meeting elites from other schools can broaden his horizons and increase his knowledge. Only after climbing high mountains can one realize how vast the world is. Yin Zhi is a promising talent, and promising talents deserve to be cultivated. He didn't want Yin Zhi to become arrogant and complacent after defeating Yi Tianxing. Leaving aside other prestigious universities, even within Sacred Heart University, there are students stronger than Yi Tianxing. Only by going out to see, learn, fight, and hone your skills can you achieve great things. Yin Zhi was unaware of Zhuang Mo's expectations and cultivation of him. All he could think about now was how to pass the gold level exam. For the next week, Yin Zhi devoted himself entirely to preparing for the exam. In order to pass smoothly, Zhuang Mo also found the deputy director of the Sacred Heart University to give Yin Zhi a mock test. In fact, one can also take exams at the Sacred Heart University sanctuary. However, this time, the qualification to go to Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea is only based on the assessment results of the Holy Heart City Holy Temple. This is clearly due to concerns about sanctuaries in various regions opening their floodgates. This situation is extremely rare, but it has happened before. Before we knew it, the date ahead to Sacred Heart City had arrived. Yin Zhijia. The people are all ready to go. He looked at Ma Bai, who was dressed in well-fitting clothes, and said, "I'll only be gone for 2 days. 3 days at most. All the food is ready for you. Just stay home and don't wander off. Understand?" After Yin Zhi's instruction over the past few days, and with Ma by herself seemingly possessing extraordinary intelligence, she is now able to engage in simple communication. However, Yin Zhi still used body language while speaking. Ma Bai seemed to understand Yin Zhi's meaning and bounced up and down, making a slurring sound. Stop running. Yes, don't run. Be good. In fact, Ma Bai is completely unrelated to the word weak. On the contrary, she was wild, fierce, and tough. Yin Zhi really risked his life to capture her. If it weren't for Empress Qingyan, Yin Zhi might already be dead at her hands. However, even though she runs incredibly fast and has a savage strength, her intelligence can't keep up, and it's still unknown how many people are still watching her. It's better to be safe than sorry. As long as she doesn't run around and stays obediently at home, her safety level is undoubtedly the highest. After giving Ma by repeated instructions, Yin Zhi arrived at the gate of Sacred Heart University. A large passenger vehicle was already waiting there. Zhuang Mo poked his head out of the window. Hurry up and get in the car. We're just waiting for you. Here it comes. As soon as Yin Zhi boarded the bus, it started moving and disappeared instantly at the edge of the vast plain, a speed that was probably only a fraction slower than lightning. About 20 minutes later, at the highway exit leading to Sacred Heart City, a bus appeared in the distance, stopped abruptly, and then slowly paid the toll before exiting the highway. They continued at a snail's pace, and before they knew it, they were approaching Sacred Heart City. Looking at the skyscrapers in the distance gleaming under the bright sun, Yin Zhi burst into laughter. Yo-ho! Sacred Heart City, here I am again. Sudden. Beep beep. Intermediate mission issued. Participate in the Spirit King Grand Finals and achieve a top 3 ranking. Beep beep. Mission reward. Legendary 1-star Spirit Beast, Big Belly Toad. Beep beep. Mission failed. The next attempt to draw a spirit will definitely fail. Yin Zhi's smile froze instantly. I said to the system, can't you wait until I'm done being happy before giving me the task? Ah, I knew it. The mission may be late, but it will definitely arrive. Chapter 50 Zhang San. Oh Zhang San, you got caught driving drunk at just the right time. With tasks piling up on his head, Yin Zhi had no time to appreciate the bustling cityscape of the capital. This mission. System, are you kidding me? The Spirit King tournament is already in the finals. The finals. You know that. All the participants fought their way through the preliminary rounds, knockout rounds, qualifying rounds, and quarterfinals to reach the finals. How could someone like me possibly participate in the finals? Not only do you want to participate in the finals, but you also want to get into the top 3? Do you really think I'm a god? Although the Spirit King tournament had a touch of variety entertainment. However, its value should not be underestimated. This is a grand event in the true Dragon Kingdom where both spirit masters and ordinary people participate, attracting the attention of almost the entire nation. Those spirit masters who manage to fight their way through the rounds to the finals are no ordinary people. Putting aside everything else, the fact that even Sacred Heart University organized students to watch it proves that this competition must have something to offer. Someone like us. The finals are the day after tomorrow. Can anyone just participate if they want to? Who do you think you are? Faced with Yin Zhi's complaints and rants, the death-seeking system responded quite graciously. If there are any problems, please resolve them on your own. Yin Zhizue's first words were, I will overcome you. Call. Civilization. We should be civilized. No squidding. Yin Zhi blinked and came to Zhuang Mo's side. Hey, Professor Zhuang, can I ask you something? What? After some questioning and some answers, Yin Zhi realized that participating in the finals of the Spirit King competition at this time might not be impossible. Looks like I'll have to pave the way with money. Money, oh money, it's such a wonderful thing. Since the problem can be solved with money, Yin Zhi has nothing to worry about. The lightning bus hearse stopped on one side of the Heroes Memorial Square in Sacred Heart City. Everyone is free to do as they please today and tomorrow. Those whose homes are in Sacred Heart can go home and visit. Remember to go to Phoenix Nest Stadium at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. After giving some instructions, Zhuang Mo told everyone to make their own arrangements. Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, Xia Qingxue, and the others watched as Yin Zhi followed Zhuang Mo and disappeared into the crowd. I've had enough. I'm never going back this time. Me too. I want to leave. No, I want to go abroad. Yes, abroad. I want to get as far away from that madman as possible. I don't want revenge anymore. Sob sob. I don't want to kill him either. He's not going to die anyway. Sun Liangwu's face was contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth and growled. Have you suffered as much as I have? Sun Liangwu, it's all your fault. And all of you too. If you hadn't provoked him, how could we have ended up like this? That's right, it's you three who are so self-righteous. So what if your family is rich? So what if your family is powerful? You've caused us all to suffer. I don't care. I don't care about anything anymore. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll fight them to the death. I'd rather die than live like this. Bai Yuntian and Xia Qingxue looked extremely grim. In truth, the root of everything lies with those three. But if others say they bear no responsibility at all, that's definitely just shifting the blame. Back then, didn't they all think that because their families were rich, powerful, and influential, they were all the most important people in the world? At that time, Yin Zhi was just an ant in their eyes, someone they could crush easily. But now, they're the ants crawling at the devil's feet, easily crushed. But no one will admit to being wrong, so they naturally shift all the blame onto others. While the 21 of them were shouting and arguing, a voice suddenly came in. "Oh dear, I almost forgot something, but thankfully you're all here." Yin Zhi returned, carrying a water bottle, and tossed it to Bai Yuntian. "Each of you can drink a sip of this water. Don't worry, it's not poisonous." Bai Yuntian held the kettle, motionless. "What's wrong? You're not going to drink? If you don't drink, you're disrespecting me. If you're disrespecting me, I'll be unhappy. I get angry when I'm unhappy. When I get angry, even I'm afraid of myself. Are you afraid of me?" These words, coupled with Yin Zhi's sinister expression and his past accumulating power, were as terrifying as could be. Starting from Bai Yunshan, everyone obediently took a sip of water. Yin Zhi took the water cup back and twirled it in his hand. "Don't worry, it's really not poisonous. I'll treat you guys to a drink when we get back to school. Treat it as a holiday. Have fun." After saying that, Yin Zhi turned and left, disappearing into the crowd. As soon as he left, some people couldn't hold back anymore. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I want to go home. I want to go home. I hate you all. One day I will take you all down with me." A burst of crying, shouting, and cursing drew the attention of passers-by. "Where is Yin Zhi?" He then followed Zhuang Mo and transferred to the city railcar to go to the Sacred Heart City Sanctuary. As expected of the sanctuary of Sacred Heart City, compared to the majestic, towering, grand, and magnificent Saint Skull City, this place is as simple and stingy as a pigsty. The next step is to register and schedule the exam. "Teacher, should I take the gold 6-star exam?" Upon hearing Yin Zhi's words, the staff at the sanctuary couldn't help but glance at him. The meaning behind that glance was quite subtle. Zhuang Mo asked in confusion, "But you only prepared for the golden 5-star exam." Yin Zhi laughed and said, "Look, after passing the gold 6-star, you'll be rewarded with an elite crystal. I think I can give it a try." Yes, rewarding him with an elite crystal is what he really values. Zhuang Mo said, Okay, then let's take the gold 6-star test." After speaking, he took out his work ID and a letter of introduction from the deputy director of the Sacred Heart University and handed them to the staff. The staff member's expression changed immediately upon seeing Zhuang Mo's work ID and letter of introduction. Under normal circumstances, spirit masters must pass exams one level at a time. This is why the staff looked at Yin Zhi so intently when he said he wanted to take the gold 6-star exam. But since there are normal situations, there must also be special situations. Yin Zhi's current situation is a special case. With the Sacred Heart University work ID and letter of introduction, Yin Zhi successfully registered. Naturally, when the staff member retrieved Yin Zhi's file and discovered that he was actually the Qingyan Empress's master, he no longer dared to look at Yin Zhi with the same eyes as before. They were incredibly respectful when handing back the materials, presenting them with both hands. After finishing all that, the teacher and student checked into the nearest Kambalai's hotel, where they booked a deluxe room. When Yin Zhi was about to pay for the room, Zhuang Mo smiled and said that this was a business trip paid for by the company, so they didn't need to pay for it. The hotel has computer terminals connected to a high-speed internet connection. Yin Zhi immediately used his computer terminal to search for news and information about the finals of the Spirit King competition. As he watched, he suddenly exclaimed, and his eyes fixed on the latest news on the screen. So sudden, so heartbreaking. Zhang San, the healer of the strongest team on Earth, has been arrested for drunk driving, causing an accident, and fleeing the scene. The organizing committee of the Spirit King competition has decided to disqualify Zhang San from the competition. The strongest team on Earth is facing a huge crisis. After reading the related reports, Yin Zhi smiled. It's like a pillow being delivered just when you're about to fall asleep. Zhang San, Zhang-san, you got caught driving under the influence at just the right time. Chapter 51, it's time to draw new spirit beasts again. The next day, Yin Zhi and Zhuang Mo arrived at the examination hall of the Holy Land at 9 o'clock sharp. No need for further words. Let the exam begin. The first test was on physical strength. First, the strength test. Yin Zhi threw a punch with all his might at a force measuring device. Bang! The force measuring device was blown up and completely destroyed. The examiner who was recording the test results was stunned for a while before he reacted. After the strength test comes the speed test. This includes movement speed and reaction speed. The testing device is a cannon-shaped object from which specially designed balls are fired, with the speed gradually increasing. Yin Zhi stood in front of the cannon, dodging the incoming projectiles. At first it was fine, but gradually the rate of fire of the test cannons became faster and faster, and multiple test cannons were firing at the same time. Yin Zhi persisted for nearly 20 minutes without a single ball hitting him, breaking the record of the golden 6-star assessment. Finally, there's the impact resistance test. Okay, Yin Zhi felt that this was probably what he was best at. As it turned out, his feeling was right. He withstood the beating from the boxing test machine for 30 minutes. Another record broken. The mental intensity of the second test. Wearing a special helmet, one enters a virtual space and uses mental control to manipulate test spirits within that space. The test results came back quickly, and they were perfect. Third match. Fourth game. Finally, we arrived at the fifth round, which was the actual combat phase. At that moment, in an office in the sanctuary, Zhuang Mo and the director of the sanctuary were drinking tea and chatting. Don't let Zhuang Mo's usual unkempt and slovenly appearance fool you. He'd be so bad that no one would give him a second glance if he were just thrown on the street. But in reality, their energy is far greater than ordinary people can imagine. The youngest 9-star professor, the discoverer and founder of the theory of resonant rhythm. When he arrived, even the head of the Sacred Heart City Sanctuary was happy to personally come out to greet him. It's no exaggeration to say that even a vice-national level leader in the True Dragon Kingdom might not receive such treatment. The director was a kind-looking old lady with wrinkles on her face, but her skin was very fair. If you disregarded the wrinkles, her skin was much better than that of a young woman. The two chatted and drank tea while watching Yin Zhi take the exam via live stream. Professor Zhuang, your student is very talented. Every assessment broke records. With his skills, he might be able to reach the diamond rank. Director Lu's words made Zhuang Mo chuckle. No ruse, no ruse. Having strength is one thing, but having the level of attainment that matches that strength is another. He's still young. He can take his time. Director Lu nodded and said, Young man, you're hot-tempered. I've heard about some things about him, and it's time to tone him down a bit. What's up? Sever all ties with the Yin family. Go to the Zhao family and annul the engagement. Recently, there have been even life-or-death duels. These few incidents reveal Yin Zhi's personality and style. At this moment, on the screen, Yin Zhi had already connected with Empress Qingyan and started fighting with the examiner. The director looked at the Azure Flame Empress on the screen and said, Professor Zhuang, I've heard some rumors. The sound of the wind? What sound of the wind? She poured tea for Zhuang Mo. More than 2,000 years ago, Zhao Zheng unified the 7 kingdoms with the help of the Qingyan Empress and established the once powerful Qing Empire. Unfortunately, with the death of Emperor Qing Shi Zhao Zheng, this unified empire perished after only 3 generations. Some believe that if Zhao Zheng had passed the throne of the Azure Flame Empress to his descendants, the Azure Empire would have lasted for 10,000 generations. Zhuang Mo shook his head. The Azure Empire perished due to the tyranny and inhumanity of its successor. What does this have to do with the Azure Flame Empress? The director sighed, but some people just don't think so. The rumors I've heard are that the descendants of the Zhao family are plotting to seize Empress Qingyan. They hope to use the Qingyan Empress to do what Zhao Zheng had done. Zhuang Mo opened his mouth, speechless with astonishment. What did Zhao Zheng do? Unify the world, establish the Qing Empire, and ascend to the supreme throne of the emperor. Zhuang Mo said, Director Lu, what do you mean by telling me all this? Although the Dragon Guardian Manor has already taken action in secret, it is not necessarily safe. The safest place right now is Sacred Heart University. Therefore, my idea is that he should focus on his studies at Sacred Heart University and stay away from the distractions of the outside world. Zhuang Mo instantly understood what the director meant. Imprison Yin Zhi at Sacred Heart University. Zhuang Mo opened his mouth as if to object, but nodded instead. Director Liu is right. I know what to do. He wasn't the type to argue and was used to avoiding any conflict. But he has his own ideas and principles on how to do it. Imprisoning Yin Zhi? Impossible. Zhuang Mo then changed the subject. Director Liu, this year's Spirit King competition seems even more exciting than in previous years. Director Liu said, exactly. The good news is exciting, but the bad news is even more exciting. Just yesterday, it was reported that a contestant was drunk driving, caused an accident, and fled the scene. On the other side, Yin Zhi successfully defeated the examiner. With that, he completed all the tests for the Golden Six Star. After, the director of the Sacred Heart City Sanctuary personally appeared and presented Yin Zhi with a rank badge, a certificate, and an elite crystal. She also spoke to Yin Zhi with warmth and kindness, like a kind old lady next door, encouraging him to study hard and grow. If he hadn't received the notification from the suicide-seeking system, Yin Zhi would have had a pretty good impression of her. But as soon as he received the notification from the death-seeking system, Director Liu became, in his mind, that old geezer. What's the hint? Beep beep. Host, you've been implanted with a mental imprint by an unknown entity. This spiritual imprint can track your actions. Yin Zhi cursed inwardly. You old bastard. Why did you have to put a mental imprint on me? That guy, he's definitely up to no good. After leaving the sanctuary in Sacred Heart City and returning to the hotel, Yin Zhi asked the death-seeking system if it could remove the mental imprint. Beep beep. Given that this mental imprint far exceeds the host's ability to cope. Beep. Given that this mental imprint will have adverse consequences for the host. Beep. This system can remove this mental imprint for the host free of charge. The mental imprint has been removed. Hearing that the mental imprint had been removed, Yin Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. Just to be on the safe side, he also checked the rank badge and thankfully found nothing unusual. Then he stopped caring about these trivial matters. He had more important things to do. Holding the light blue elite crystal in my hand, my eyes are full of anticipation. Isn't drawing a spirit summon more important than cursing that old bastard? Even though it's just an elite crystal, I wonder what kind of spirit I'll get. I'm really looking forward to it. This hotel is high-end enough that it has a dedicated resonant meditation room for guests who need it. The resonant meditation room is free, but calming aromatherapy, soothing massage, and similar services are extremely expensive. After thinking about it, Yin Zhi decided to purchase a dragon service package. It costs 68.88 million, but the effect is clearly perceptible. You are in a state of tranquility and selflessness. You don't feel bad spending other people's money. And if you can draw a spirit, it's worth it. Call. Exhaling, Yin Zhi closed his eyes. Resonance with spirits, begin. The crystal trembled and quivered, releasing a translucent, aquamarine luster that danced and shimmered with a dreamlike beauty. Chapter 52 Hee hee. The doctor is here. Anyone need a shot? Resonance outside the quiet room. Two waitresses, each possessing both innocence and allure, were whispering to each other. Do you think that little Didi can draw a spirit? How would I know? But I guess so. He just gave me a full service package. Wow, 68.88 million. I could never earn that much money in my entire life. Just flirt with him and you'll win him over. His money is your money after all. You're such a slut. Look at your shameful size. When he comes out, give him a couple of shakes and he'll be completely bewitched. Sigh, men's tastes have changed these days. Big breasts aren't popular anymore. They like big breasts. Go away. I don't understand what you're saying. Stay away from me. You're too filthy. Don't pollute my pure thoughts. As they talked, the two charming waitresses pinched and teased each other, playfully teasing one another. Resonance in a quiet room. The elite crystal, which had been trembling quietly and radiating a clear, aquamarine luster, suddenly shuddered violently. Click. Jingle. The elite crystal shattered completely, turned to dust, and eventually vanished into nothingness. Yin Zhi opened his eyes, his straight back immediately hunched over, panting heavily from exhaustion. Drawing spirits is so tiring. Even though I'm sitting still, it feels like I've done some strenuous exercise. He sighed, then laughed, a very happy laugh. Thank God. I'm exhausted, but I managed to draw the spirit beast. Yes, Yin Zhi succeeded. He even managed to draw a spirit master using an elite crystal. He was so lucky. Keep in mind that there's only a 9% chance of drawing a spirit from elite crystals. The chance of drawing an elite rarity spirit is only 1. Of course, Yin Zhi didn't really attribute his success in drawing the spirit to sheer luck. Luck and good fortune are completely unreliable. Yin Zhi believed that his previous huge expenditure on the all-inclusive service, as well as the resonance rhythm theory he learned from Zhuang Mo, must have played an important role. Taking a breath, Yin Zhi's heart stirred, and milky white light emanated from his fingertips. Fingertips danced in the air, drawing a mysterious summoning circle. Come forth, my third spirit. Let me see your true colors. Even if the resonance is successful, the master will not know what a spirit is until the first spirit is summoned. You can only get a general idea from the blurry image. So what was the phantom that Yin Zhi saw this time? A short girl with an exceptionally good figure. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine Yin Zhi's expectations at this moment. The summoning circle emitted a milky white light, and a white figure jumped out from it. Hee, the doctor is here. Anyone need a shot? Listening to that crisp yet slightly sinister voice, Yin Zhi looked at her and blinked. The short but plump man turned around, his large, bright eyes looking at Yin Zhi. Do you need a shot? Yin Zhi stared speechlessly at the girl before him. She wore her hair in 2 ponytails and had a fair, round face. Her round, large eyes were like 2 black pearls set in their sockets, moist and sparkling. She was wearing a white outfit, including a white lab coat, but the size seemed a bit small as it was stretched out by her plump figure. She had a stethoscope around her neck and a huge syringe on her back, almost as tall as her. This appearance, overall, is simply so cute. She's quite chubby, but she doesn't look fat at all. She seems to be perfectly on the borderline between being chubby and being overweight. At the same time, a piece of information surfaced in Yin Zhi's mind. A humanoid, healing-type spirit, the white-clad Empress. Rarity, Holy Spirit 9 stars. Overall rating, 10. Growth level 1. Intimacy, 50. Skills, none. Yin Zhi's pupils contracted. It's the Holy Spirit 9 stars again. Another Empress. Just as Yin Zhi's mind went blank in shock, the white-clad Empress revealed 2 rows of bright white teeth. Hee, you seem to be sick. Let me give you an injection. 1 shot will do the trick. Yin Zhi immediately came to his senses and said, wait a minute, I don't need a shot, I don't need one. Looking at that thick, long needle, the thought of it being used on myself sends shivers down my spine. The white-clad Empress ignored what he said and charged toward Yin Zhi with a sinister aura, clutching a giant syringe. Yin Zhi, who was fearless, turned and ran without thinking. Perhaps because he was too tired or too flustered, he tripped and fell to the ground. Just then, the white jade Empress plunged the syringe in her hand into Yin Zhi's back. Wait a minute. Yin Zhi gasped and felt a cold liquid wash over his body. After a tingling sensation on my scalp, I felt strangely comfortable. Okay, that's all done. Your illness is cured. Hee, there's no disease in this world that can't be cured with an injection. If so, then give 2 injections. Yin Zhi got up and touched the spot on his back where he had been injected. Apart from a hole in his pants, he felt no discomfort at all. He looked at the white-clad Empress before him with a complicated expression and muttered to himself, is this the Empress? Is this what the Empress is like? Did I misunderstand the term Empress? In his opinion, the appearance and temperament of the Azure Flame Empress were those of a true Empress. The mechanical Empress/Mecha Girl is barely passable. But the one in front of me, up and down, left and right, inside and out. Okay, you can't see inside. In short, she doesn't look like an Empress at all. At this moment, the white-clad Empress showed signs of dissipating. Yin Zhi immediately extended the symbiotic chain and established a link with her. He looked at the white-clad Empress and asked, who are you? Since we can communicate, let's try to communicate. Me? I'm a doctor. Come to me if you're sick. 1 injection will cure all your ailments. After some discussion, Yin Zhi gave up. Although they can communicate, it's difficult. Like the robot girl, she knows nothing when asked, and her conversations revolve around injections. How can you have a conversation like that? Ultimately, they are spirit summoners, not real people. With that thought in mind, Yin Zhi checked her spirit control skills. It's fine if he doesn't look, but once he does, his eyelids start twitching. Level 1 skill, give a person an injection. Level 2 skill, give injections to 2 people. Level 3 skill, give injections to 3 people. The names of basic skills are basically like this. What about intermediate skills? Level 4 skill, giving someone a stimulant injection. Level 4 skill, give a person a sedative injection. Level 4 skill, give a person a disinfectant injection. The skill names sound impressive, but there are actually a ton of skills, a whole tree full of them. What about the ultimate skill? Yes, no doubt about it. It's about giving everyone injections. The scene is unimaginable. Yin Zhi scratched his head. Okay, you win. In short, welcome to our site, and thank you for resonating with my feelings. A needle addict? Chapter 53, there are quite a few kind-hearted people like me, aren't there? Do you like getting injections? Hee, I can give you injections every day. If you're sick, treat the illness. If you're not sick, strengthen your body. Yin Zhi do. Thank you, but I actually don't really like getting injections. The white-clad Empress stared wide-eyed at Yin Zhi, blinking rapidly. Intimacy, 40. Damn it, I lost 10 points of intimacy. Yin Zhi was startled and quickly forced a smile, saying, getting injections seems like a good thing, right? Getting them makes you healthier, doesn't it? The white-clad Empress smiled broadly. That's right. Only injections can cure the disease. Intimacy, 50. Yin Zhi was speechless. Are those 50 initial intimacy points meant for us to deduct? If the initial intimacy level is only 1 point, deducting 10 points directly will cause the white-clad Empress to betray you, making the gacha pull a complete waste. Moreover, deducting 10 points at a time, the intimacy level fluctuates so easily it's too unfair. No, I can't let her lead me by the nose. I'm a master, okay? Although Yin Zhi is inclined to get along with the spirits rather than to use them as tools or slaves, he doesn't want to be controlled by them. After thinking for a moment, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized that this was a resonance meditation room, not his own home. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. We'll deal with the rest later. The white-clad Empress seemed to sense that Yin Zhi was about to leave and chuckled. Doctor, I'll come back to give you your injection next time. After saying that, she turned into specks of light and disappeared. Yin Zhi stroked the spot where he had received the injection, thinking to himself, the injection felt pretty good just now. Thinking of this, the image of Qiu Yao Yao, that masochist, popped into his mind, and he quickly shook his head, trying to banish the thought from his head. No. Comfortable my foot. That's a shot. Such a large needle was inserted into the body. I'm not a masochist. In fact, Yin Zhi was unaware that due to his special method of becoming stronger, the method of getting stronger by being beaten, his body had accumulated hidden illnesses. Note that it's an illness, not an injury. Illness and injury are two completely different concepts. His injuries could be easily healed by the Azure Flame Cold Jade Bath. The injury may have healed, but the resulting illness has gradually accumulated. In the short term, it will certainly not have any impact, but if it is not taken seriously, the worst result will be that it will wear down your body. The injection the white-clad Empress gave him just now cured at least half of the hidden illness that had accumulated in his body. Yin Zhi was completely unaware of this. If he knew, given his personality, he wouldn't resist getting injections. In fact, he would definitely ask the doctor to give him a few more. When Yin Zhi left the resonance meditation room, he saw two beautiful women in uniforms playing around. As soon as the two waiters saw Yin Zhi come out, they immediately stopped joking around, bowed seriously and nervously, their hearts pounding. They were praying that Yin Zhi would be easy to talk to, otherwise, if he complained about them fooling around during work hours, they would be in big trouble. Yin Zhi had no interest in what the two waiters were doing and left directly. Phew, that was close. It's all your fault. You almost killed me. Do you think he drew the spirit guardian? How would I know? If you want to know, go ask him. How could I dare? Yin Zhi returned to his room and searched online for white-clad Empress and Yu Ling who likes injections. No information about the white-clad Empress was found. Could this be the first time the white-clad Empress has been resonated with? That would be great. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly slapped his head, which had grown as stubble, and muttered, Look at my brain. Now that we have the white-clad Empress, isn't it the perfect time to go and find her? After saying that, he hurriedly left the hotel, hailed a taxi, and told the driver his destination, Sacred Heart Hotel. The Sacred Heart Hotel is not small at all. On the contrary, it is quite large. However, it is indeed much smaller than another Sacred Heart Hotel. Sacred Heart Grand Hotel is a national-level guest house, while Sacred Heart Mini Hotel is a regular luxury hotel. At 9:30, the taxi stopped in front of the Sacred Heart Hotel. Yin Zhi jumped out of the car and strode into the magnificent Sacred Heart Hotel. Using money as a stepping stone, Yin Zhi successfully learned the room number of the strongest team member on Earth. Ding dong. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell, but there was no response, so Yin Zhi went to the next room. The strongest team on Earth has 5 members, which means they have 5 rooms. Just as Yin Zhi was about to ring the doorbell of the 4th room, he faintly heard a commotion coming from inside. What to do? Nothing. Withdraw from the competition. How can we fight without Zhang San? Would it be embarrassing to go on stage? Zhang Sanfen was clearly set up. He may be impulsive, but he's not stupid. At this moment, there's even less reason for him to go drinking. What's the point of saying all this? Will it solve the problem? The problem we're facing is that we're 1 person short. 1 person short. Hearing this, Yin Zhi laughed and said, "You're short 1 person, so here I am." As he spoke, he rang the doorbell. After pressing the doorbell several times, it finally opened, and a woman poked her head out. No room service. Yin Zhi laughed and asked, "Would you like a money-giving service?" The woman frowned, sizing up Yin Zhi. "Yin Zhi Dao, you're facing a problem right now, and I can help you solve it. Why don't you invite me in for a chat? Please wait a moment." The door closed. It opened again a little while later. Yin Zhi entered the room smoothly. There were 4 people in the room, 3 men and 1 woman, who were 4 members of the strongest team on Earth: Jinluan, Muxiantang, Huoxiong, and Zuandishu. This name sounds like a nickname, not the real name. Jinluan is the captain of the strongest team on Earth. He looked at Yin Zhi and said, "Can you help us solve this problem?" Yin Zhi nodded and smiled slightly. "Of course. I know you have many questions, so I'll get straight to the point. I want to replace Zhang San and participate in the finals of the Spirit King competition with you all. In other words, I want Zhang San's spot in the competition. Everyone, including Zhang San, gets 50 million. Furthermore, I refuse all the prize money and awards I receive. In this way, regardless of whether you ultimately achieve a top 3 finish, your efforts won't be in vain. What's more, my goal is the championship." Yin Zhi's words left the 4 people in the room looking at each other in bewilderment. This gentleman. Just then, the doorbell rang again. The only woman among the 4, Mu Xianteng, muttered that tonight was going to be quite lively and went to open the door. She quickly returned, glanced at Yin Zhi with a somewhat similar expression, and then said to the others, "Another one who claims he can help us solve the problem." The other 3 looked at each other, and finally their eyes focused on Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi touched his nose with a smile on his face. "There are quite a few kind-hearted people like me. I'm quite curious about how others help you solve your problems. Do you mind if I sit here and listen?" "Of course I don't mind," Jinluan said to Muxiantang. "Then please invite the guests outside and to talk." Chapter 54, Poor Bastard. If you don't have money, don't go out and mess around. That's laughable. There were 2 people who came. A handsome, radiant young man in white. The reason he was described as dazzling was because he was wearing a watch studded with diamonds. Even the watch chain was covered in small diamonds, and the buttons on his clothes and the glasses on his nose were also covered in diamonds. The other was an ordinary-looking boy, dressed in plain black clothes. He followed the young man in white like a shadow. The young man in white claimed his surname was Bai, and his given name was Zhu Lu. His purpose was almost identical to Yin Zhi's. He hoped that the ordinary boy in black could replace Zhang San in the final of the Spirit King competition. I say almost because there are 2 differences. First, Bai Zhulu did not give each member of the strongest team on the ground 50 million like Yin Zhi did. Second, after receiving the prize money, Bai Zhulu will take half of it. Hearing this, Yin Zhi was overjoyed. "Haha bro, I call you the gold medal wingman. Thank you so much." Comparing the conditions offered by Yin Zhi with the proposal given by Bai Zhulu, how stupid and foolish would one have to be to choose the latter? Jinluan, Muxiantang, Huoxiong, and Zuandishu exchanged strange glances, then looked at Yin Zhi. They suddenly realized that the more they looked at Yin Zhi, the more pleasing he became. Jinluan said, "Mr. Bai, thank you for your kind offer. However, we are not short-staffed at the moment, so I'm sorry to have troubled you to make this trip for nothing." Bai Zhulu said, "Oh," and then asked, "Captain Wang, I wonder where you found such an expert." Jinluan's original surname was Wang. As he asked the question, his gaze turned to Yin Zhi, and his brows furrowed slightly. He felt that the person in front of him was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. He had actually seen Yin Zhi in the news and newspapers, but firstly, he hadn't paid attention to remember him, and secondly, Yin Zhi's appearance had changed, making him hard to recognize. This brings us to the importance of hairstyle. At this time, Yin Zhi had a short haircut like a former convict, and because his quality of life had improved recently, he had gained weight, so people who weren't particularly close to him really wouldn't recognize him. Yin Zhi laughed and said, "Don't look at me. I'm just a fan who came to ask for an autograph." Bai Zhulu frowned even more deeply. These people are really inconsiderate, letting an unrelated outsider stay here. Captain Wang, to be honest, I have high hopes for your team, the strongest on the ground. It will be such a shame to miss out on the championship because of the absence of one person. If you're not satisfied with the terms, we can discuss it further. Jinluan politely declined Bai Zhulu's offer once again. What a pity, what a pity, what a real shame. But I have another solution. Bai Zhulu said, "What a pity," 3 times, but did not offer another solution. Instead, he glanced at the boy in black. The boy in black understood, looked at Yin Zhi, and said blankly, "You can get lost now." Oh dear. Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow, feeling quite annoyed. What's wrong with me? Do I have a face that's designed to attract hatred? Why can't you just say get lost instead of leave? Can't you speak properly? Yin Zhi naturally didn't know. When an eagle spreads its wings and soars, it cannot see the ants on the ground. In the eyes of the boy in black, Yin Zhi, the fan who asked his idol for an autograph, was nothing more than an ant. Should we be polite and courteous to ants? Consider the feelings of ants? Impossible. This has absolutely nothing to do with whether Yin Zhi-chang has a face that attracts hatred. Others may regard Yin Zhi as an ant, but he never considers himself an ant, so he chuckled. What if I don't leave? The boy in black narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. Don't make me say it a 3rd time. You can get lost. Yin Zhi sighed. Another bastard who came from who knows where, lacking even the most basic upbringing. After saying that, he didn't wait for the boy in black to speak again before immediately uttering another sentence. Hey, don't say that nonsense again. I'm saying you're a bastard who was born of a mother, but didn't learn from her. Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of murderous intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. 10,000 points? That's quite a lot. It must have been that his words struck a nerve with the other party. Otherwise, it would have been unlikely that he would have such a strong desire to kill right from the start. The young man in black looked at Bai Zhulu and said in a questioning tone, "Young master." Bai Zhulu said, "Just don't make this place dirty." He felt it was necessary to let the strongest team on Earth see his skills. Yes. The boy in black put on gloves and walked towards Yin Zhi, his calm face seemingly concealing a turbulent undercurrent. The 4 members of the strongest team on Earth looked anxious. Jinluan said, "Mr. Bai." Bai Zhulu smiled. "Don't worry. This has nothing to do with the 4 of you. I'll handle it." Bang! A sound rang out, and Bai Zhulu glanced over, his expression freezing. The boy in black had already been taken down. Yin Zhi kicked the boy in black in the head, causing his nose to bleed. Fortunately, the boy in black was tough and didn't utter a sound. Yin Zhi wiped the bloodstains from his shoes onto the black-clad boy's body. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. You've misjudged him. Next time, teach your dog to be a polite dog. Let's get to know each other again. I'm the expert you were talking about. I wanted to keep a low profile, but your dog forced me to be high profile." Bai Zhulu's diamond-encrusted glasses shifted slightly, and he felt a surge of anger rising within him. How dare you put on airs in front of him? You're asking for it. Really? Then I really misjudged you. But since that's the case, then I don't need to hide it anymore. I hope your strongest team on Earth will lose in tomorrow's Spirit King finals. Upon hearing this, the 4 men, including Jinluan, immediately changed color. Mu Xian Tong shouted, "You want us to throw the match?" "That's impossible." Bai Zhulu said, "Nothing is impossible in this world." Didn't Zhang San drive drunk before the race and then flee the scene of an accident? Suddenly, Mu Xianting realized something. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, asking, "Did you frame Zhang San?" Bai Zhulu said, "Framed? No, I just had someone buy him a few drinks." Yin Zhi suddenly realized and let out a cry of surprise. I understand. After that, you can plant your people in to take over the healer's position, thereby controlling the final round. You're using the final round of the Spirit King tournament as a betting platform, right? Bai Zhulu smiled and said, "You have a rich imagination," neither admitting nor denying it. After he finished speaking, he looked at Jinluan and the others. "Of course, I won't let you lose for nothing. I can give each of you 5 million. If you don't want to lose, I have another plan. Let my people join you, win the championship, and we'll split the prize money 50-50ths. In reality, he didn't care about the prize money at all. What he was after was the gambling winnings. Even if he doesn't like it, he won't let anyone else have it. Yin Zhi laughed heartily. Bai Zhulu asked, "What's so funny about what I said?" Yin Zhi Dao, "Actually, it's not funny at all, but I still couldn't help laughing. How much did you just say you gave them? 5 million? Just 5 million? He curled his lip in disdain. You poor bastard. If you don't have money, don't go out and mess around. It's hilarious. Do you know how much money I spent to secure Zhang San's spot? It'll scare you to death. 50 million. 50 million per person. 5 people would be 250 million. And I don't want a single penny of bonus. 5 million. That's a lot of money. How can you be so shameless as to hand it out like that? Bai Zhulu squinted, gritted his teeth, and pursed his lips, remaining silent. Chapter 55 Senior Ma. Young man, don't be so impetuous. Yin Zhi, I am impetuous. You have money? Even if you have money, you still need to be alive to spend it. With that meaningful remark, Bai Zhulu left. The boy in black glared at Yin Zhi with venomous eyes. Yin Zhi immediately snapped. What are you looking at? Believe me or not, I'll kick you again, and stormed off with Bai Zhulu. Yin Zhi turned his head to look at the strongest team on the ground. The person has been thoroughly offended. God knows what despicable and underhanded tricks he might use against us. Only by winning the championship can we be truly safe, and only then will our words carry weight. The fact that he referred to us but not you was clearly a clever trick by Yin Zhi. He wanted to give them the feeling that we were already in the same boat. Mu Xining said, all right, then let's take the championship. Wasn't the championship our original goal? Jinluan sighed inwardly, but said aloud, that's right. As long as we become number one and gain fame and attention, others won't dare to easily deal with us. The mole scratched its head, looking impatient. But the problem is, we're currently lacking a nanny. You don't need to worry about that. I have a healing-type spirit. Thinking of the white-clad Empress, Yin Zhi's expression turned strange. However, there's a problem. Jinlundo, what's the problem? Yin Zhi asked seriously. Are you afraid of injections? Next, Yin Zhi simply booked a room at the Sacred Heart Hotel and stayed there. The next day, at exactly 7 o'clock, after a hearty and delicious breakfast, the 5 of them headed straight to the Phoenix Nest Stadium. Phoenix Nest Stadium, the largest comprehensive sports stadium in Sacred Heart City and even the entire True Dragon Kingdom. The entire structure is fiery red, and when viewed from the sky, it resembles a phoenix spreading its wings, majestic, powerful, solemn, and magnificent. Upon arriving at the Phoenix Nest Stadium, the first thing to do was to go to the organizing committee to transfer Zhang San's participation qualification to Yin Zhi. The process went smoothly. Yin Zhi, known as the Injection Maniac, officially qualified for the finals of the Spirit King competition. The reason it went so smoothly is that the organizing committee of the Spirit King tournament does not prohibit the transfer of up to 2 entry qualifications. More than 2 is not allowed. The 5 people then left the registration area and went to the rest and waiting room. After Yin Zhi and the others left, the staff member who had just registered Yin Zhi's qualifications suddenly looked at his colleague next to him. Hey, didn't you think that person looked familiar? Her colleague said, Really? I didn't notice. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but I just can't remember. TCH, he's not a big star or handsome guy like Xiao Ge. Why would I think about him? But I feel he's just as good looking as Xiao Ge. What? You're comparing him to my crush. Don't talk to me. We have nothing in common. Seriously, what kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry is this? On their way to the restroom, Yin Zhi and his team encountered another team walking towards them. To Yin Zhi and the other's surprise, the boy in black from last night was also there. Clearly, after the strongest team on Earth, Bai Zhulu, suffered a setback, they went to find other teams and succeeded. Captain Wong, if we run into each other later, please go easy on me. I'm an old man. I can't take any more rough play. Senior Ma, what are you saying? You are still vigorous despite your age, and you are a role model for us younger generations to learn from. When Jinluan and the team captain were exchanging compliments, the black-clad youth's cold eyes swept over each member of the strongest team on the ground, finally settling on Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi greeted him with a smile. Good morning, you big bastard. The boy in black said coldly. Do you know? You're going to die today. Their conversation immediately attracted the attention of others. Yin Zhi laughed. I know you won't die today. What's fun with dead people? It's more interesting to play with living people. The boy in black said. Then let's wait and see who's outmaneuvering whom. No need to wait and see. I'm definitely messing with you. Senior Ma frowned, clearly displeased with Yin Zhi's arrogant attitude. So he spoke in a tone of an elder lecturing a younger person. Young man, don't be so arrogant. There are always mountains beyond mountains and people. Yin Zhi hates it when people lecture him in the tone of senior, elder, or superior. He doesn't need anyone to lecture him in this lifetime. Shut up. This is between him and me. What right do you have to interfere? Besides, I'm hot-tempered. What kind of young person isn't hot-tempered? Do I have to look as gloomy as you? Senior Ma was so angry that he glared and his face turned red. How could his disciple tolerate disrespect for his master? He immediately pointed at Yin Zhi and started yelling at him. The entire corridor was filled with noise. Jin Luan and the others looked troubled. Unfortunately, Yin Zhi is now their sugar daddy, so they can't say anything. Quiet. Senior Ma gave a stern and authoritative shout. What kind of talk is this? All this arguing and bickering. If people see this, they'll think our Hunyuan Xingyi dojo has no manners. He then looked at Yin Zhi. Young man, I hope you can still be this stubborn on the field later. Yin Zhi Dao. Old man, do you have a granddaughter? A pretty one. I'll let her know I'm hard all over. He just couldn't understand why some people like to put on airs. Can't you die if you don't keep a straight face? Beep beep. You have received 12,000 points of killing intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. Beep beep. You have received 6,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. Another 18,000 in my pocket. Feeling great. Let's go. Yin Zhi shouted at their retreating figures. Old man, next time remember not to act like a senior and lecture people. The respect you receive isn't enough for you to run your own business. The groundhog said with a wry smile. We've really offended him now. The Hunyuan Xingyi team is a strong contender for the championship, especially Ma Baohua, who's a diamond-level spirit master, old and experienced. Yin Zhi smiled. When you have money and power, why are you afraid of offending people? The more you fear offending others, the more they will take advantage of you. Of course, don't try to imitate me. This is an advanced technique. You can't learn it. Jin Luan and the others were speechless, thinking to themselves, we know this without you saying it. Time passed as Yin Zhi and the others waited. Finally, the opening ceremony of the King of Spirits Grand Finals has officially begun. The famous host, known for his fast talk, started his performance with a long string of advertising slogans. Finally, he announced loudly, let's give a warm round of applause to Yang Feiyue, Tao Fengbai, Xia Yi, for their performance of Spiritual Sovereign of the World. Let the applause ring out. The next second, thunderous applause resounded throughout the Phoenix Nest Stadium. Looking at the vast sea of heads in the audience outside from the lounge, Yin Zhi felt a chill run down his spine. Wow, 200,000 live audience members. Just thinking about it makes me a little nervous. I'm a little nervous too. Firebear's personality is completely at odds with his massive physique. Yin Zhi glanced at the others. They were also nervous. That won't do. Let me say something to put your mind at ease. Even if we don't make it into the top 3, I'll still buy you your plane tickets home. The implication is that if you don't get into the top 3, you won't get any money. At this moment, a passionate and exhilarating prelude began to play. Chapter 56. It's him. It's him. It's him. It's him. It's him. VIP seating. Zhuang Mo looked left and right, muttering to himself. Where is he? Could he be lost? That shouldn't be the case. Yin Zhi hasn't arrived yet. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him since I got back to the hotel yesterday. I knocked on his door this morning, but there was no response, so I thought he had left. The finals of the Spirit King competition have already started, but he still hasn't shown up. Where did they go? At this moment, Bai Yuntian came to Zhuang Mo's side. Teacher Zhuang, my brother booked a private room. It's quieter there. Why don't you come with me there to watch the game? Zhuang Mo laughed and said, no need. It's fine here, it's fine here. You can go. Well, Professor Zhuang, my brother actually has some questions he'd like to ask you. Zhuang Mo said, oh, I see. Well then, when he has time later, he can come to the school to find me. When will you have time again? Who cares? Zhuang Mo was just being perfunctory. He simply ignored people he didn't want to talk to. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Zhuang Mo, Bai Yuntian had no choice but to give up and left the VIP area, heading straight to the VIP suite. A VIP room costs $2 million a day, and it's not something you can just buy if you have money. You need connections. Bai Yuntian knocked on the door of one of the private rooms and entered. Elder brother. Shoo, don't talk, listen to the song first. Bai Yuntian's brother is none other than Bai Zhulu, the poor bastard who got a huge thrashing at Yin Zhi's place last night. Although the two are brothers, they do not share the same mother. Bai Yuntian sat down next to Bai Zhulu. From this vantage point, you have an excellent view, overlooking the stage. Bai Zhulu asked with a smile. Yuntian, do you think Yang Feiyue is pretty? Bai Yuntian said, of course she's beautiful. In our true dragon kingdom, You probably couldn't find many more beautiful than her. Would you like to try her flavor? Brother, you. Ah, are you blushing? Brother, where did I get that? Bai Zhulu said meaningfully. If you want to try it, I'll help you. Want some? Looking at the stunningly beautiful superstar Yang Feiyue on stage. Those long legs. Those slender, jade-like hands. Those fiery red lips. That breathtakingly perfect body curve. Bai Yuntian's heart was restless, and he had an urge to unbutton her clothes and find out what was going on. He was tempted, but his face showed struggle and hesitation. Bai Zhulu laughed and said, "Don't worry about home. I'll take care of it for you." "This one," Bai Zhulu said. "Don't you want it? Then someone else will get it. I heard that someone from the Jing family is already preparing to make a move." "The Jing family? Could be Jing Hao." Bai Yuntian quickly said, "Brother, I want it. I didn't say I didn't want it. After suffering for over a month, it's time to vent." Bai Zhulu laughed and said, "Then you can wait for my good news." What is the reality? He wanted to experience Yang Feiyue's pleasure himself, and dragging Bai Yuntian into it was just to make him take the blame. Yang Feiyue is, after all, a household name and a big star, and she also has a powerful figure protecting her. Should we touch her? The risk is quite high, but no matter how great the risk, it can't extinguish a man's desire. Looking at Yang Feiyue, singing into the microphone, Bai Zhulu already imagined that what she was holding was his ultimate weapon. "Why didn't your teacher come?" Bai Yuntian, who was also thinking about something wonderful, came back to his senses and said, "If he refuses to come, there's nothing I can do." Bai Zhulu curled his lip. "You seem to have quite the airs of a teacher." Indeed, he is, after all, a 9-star professor, a national treasure. As he was speaking, he suddenly remembered something and said to himself with a laugh, "Look at my brain, I almost forgot the most important thing." He looked at Bai Yuntian and asked, "How is your relationship with the Qingyan Empress's master?" Bai Yuntian's heart and body trembled. Is he confident he can snatch the Azure Flame Empress from her? Bai Zhulu frowned and said, "Yin Tian, I'm asking you a question. Clouds and sky." "Huh? Bro, what did you say?" "I ask you, are you confident that you can snatch the Azure Flame Empress from him?" Bai Yuntian forced a smile. "Brother, he's currently being secretly protected by the Dragon Guard Manor. How could I dare to touch him? It's as if he would dare to do that without the Dragon Guard Manor." Bai Zhulu looked dissatisfied. "TSK, it's the Dragon Guard Manor again. Aren't they supposed to be protecting the true Dragon Kingdom? They're just wasting their time protecting a good-for-nothing who got lucky. Yin Tian, you need to be more careful. As long as he's willing to marry Empress Qingyan to you, what can the Dragon Guard Manor do? What else can Bai Yin Tian say? The only thing that can be said is being absent-minded." At this point, the performance by 3 big stars, 1 woman and 2 men, led the show to a close. Kuaizue Hua's voice rang out again. Let's welcome the 8 finalists vying for the title of Spirit King, accompanied by the passionate and exciting music of Spirit King World. Let's give them a round of applause. In an instant, 200,000 people applauded. A thunderous roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The scale and grandeur of the event were truly remarkable. The top 8 are divided into 4 team finalists and 4 individual finalists. The format of the finals of the Spirit King competition is as follows. It is divided into team competitions and individual competitions. Ultimately, the individual and team champions can choose whether to continue competing. This is the final round. The winner will receive the title of Spirit King. Of course, both sides can choose not to have a final match, and both will be champions. In underground casinos, some people even bet on whether the final round will take place. The first team to appear was the Hunyuan Xingyi team from the Hunyuan Xingyi Dojo. As a local star team in Sacred Heart City, they undoubtedly have a very large fan base. Amidst cheers and shouts, the microphone was handed to Ma Baogua. "Hello everyone, I am Ma Baogua, the head of the Hunyuan Xingyi Dojo. I am also the captain of the Hunyuan Xingyi team. As you can see, I'm an old man now, but my fighting spirit is in no way inferior to that of a young person. Therefore, I hope my opponents won't go easy on me just because I'm old. Bring it on. Don't worry, even if you beat me up, I won't extort your medical expenses." Upon hearing this, the entire audience burst into laughter, followed by thunderous and enthusiastic applause. The microphone is back in the hands of the fast-talking Hua. Next, let's welcome the strongest team on Earth. Whoa, phew. Immediately, the entire audience erupted in boos. Why? Zhang San's drunk driving, causing an accident, and fleeing the scene before being arrested is a major stain on his record. For public figures, Even a small matter can be magnified infinitely, let alone drunk driving, hit and run, or a criminal case. To put it bluntly, disqualifying the strongest team on Earth from the competition wouldn't be an exaggeration. Amidst boos and jeers, the 5 members of the strongest team on Earth stepped onto the stage. Inside the white deer VIP box, looking at the 5 members of the strongest team on Earth, Bai Zhulu sneered. But Bai Yuntian shouted, "How could it be him?" Bai Zhulu asked, "What did you say?" Bai Yuntian pointed at Yin Zhi and said, "Him, the master of the Azure Flame Empress." Yin Zhi. Bai Zhulu's expression changed. "What did you say?" "Say it again." At the same time, as close-up portraits of the 5 members of the strongest team on Earth were displayed on the giant screen, waves of excitement rose from the audience. Was it him? Who? It's him. That's right, it's him. He is who he is. That guy. Among 200,000 people, someone will surely recognize Yin Zhi. As soon as someone mentions it, everyone will immediately think of the once sensational Azure Flame Empress. It's him. It's him. It's him. The Azure Flame Empress's master. This caused quite a stir in the entire venue. Chapter 57 caused a sensation throughout the venue because of Yin Zhi, and also silenced the entire venue because of Yin Zhi. The Azure Flame Empress's master has actually come to participate in the Spirit King tournament. This, what the heck is going on? In an instant, tens of thousands of people reacted in countless ways. Huh, that's awesome. This is going to be interesting. This is unfair. This is so unfair. The Holy Spirit 9-star Spirit Master is participating. What's the point of competing? Hey, quickly summon the Azure Flame Empress and let us see her. Beep, 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 beep. This is just blowing a trumpet. For a time, it was both a sensation and a source of chaos. VIP seating. Zhuang Mo rubbed his forehead and shook his head, sighing, "This kid is too much of a troublemaker. We asked him to come and watch the finals of the Spirit King competition, but instead, he went and participated in the competition himself." The group from Class 10 looked at each other in bewilderment. VIP private room. Bai Zhulu's face was as ugly as it could possibly be. It was him. Damn it, damn it. I didn't even recognize him. You damn bastard. The thought of the underground casino scheme, where the strongest team on the surface would be saddled with hundreds of billions in debt if they won, is truly alarming. A debt of hundreds of billions. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. Bai Yuntian noticed his brother's unusual behavior and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what's wrong?" Bai Zhulu ignored him, took out a portable communicator, and quickly dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he roared, "What are you good for? If you don't find a solution quickly, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. I'll make your whole family die with you." Bai Zhulu smashed the portable communicator to pieces. "Elder brother." Bai Zhulu smiled and said, "It's nothing." Seats on the organizing committee of the Royal Spirit King. The president, committee members, advisors, and the like have already started whispering and discussing among themselves. How should this situation be handled? Everyone, stay calm and don't panic. This is so reckless. They didn't even give any prior notice. Television station media room. The director in charge of broadcasting this competition was already sweating profusely. The lighting technicians, photographers, sound engineers, and so on all turned their attention to him. The director cursed inwardly. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Hurry up and think of something. What to do? What to do?" If not handled properly and promptly, it could lead to a particularly serious performance accident. "My little darling, how can you be so troublesome? Why did you ruin my livelihood and my future when we have no grudge against each other?" On stage, Ma Baohua, the head of the Hunyuan Xingyi Dojo, also had his old face twitching. I don't know why, but I feel a surge of anger inside me. He doesn't read the news or go online. So how could he recognize Yin Zhi, the master of the Azure Flame Empress? Thinking back to how he had tried to act superior in front of the other person, not only did he fail, but he was also humiliated. Yes, in his understanding, Yin Zhi's failure to treat him with the respect due to his senior was an insult to him. Looking at his identity as the Azure Flame Empress now, he even felt as if his old face had been slapped hard, and it burned with pain. He turned to look at the boy in black and hissed, "Why didn't you tell me before?" What else could the boy in black say? He didn't recognize Yin Zhi either, so how could he tell others? The thought that the person she considered an aunt was actually the master of the Azure Flame Empress was unbearable. At that moment, it seemed as if an invisible hand was slapping his face hard, again and again. As the black-clad youth felt both ashamed and enraged, A murderous intent also arose in his heart. That guy deserves to die. Not to mention others. Even Yin Zhi's 4 teammates, Jinlun, Mu Xiantung, Hu Xiong, and Zhuan Dishu, looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they all turned to look at Yin Zhi. The vine next to Yin Zhi said, I thought you looked familiar. I didn't expect it to really be you. Yin Zhi laughed and said, So I'm that famous? On the other side, Jinlun gave a wry smile and said, Brother, you should have said so sooner. Now that things have turned out like this, it's very difficult for us. Yin Zhi Dao, I am generally a low-key person. Keep a low profile. You probably have some misunderstanding about the word low-key. Near the stage, other contestants had already stood up and started shouting. Referee, where's the referee? I object to his participation. Yes, I disagree too. With the Holy Spirit 9 stars guardian spirit on stage, what's the point of competing? Might as well go home and hug your wife. Look at you cowards. What's wrong with the Azure Flame Empress? What's wrong with the 9-star Holy Spirit? One word. Don't be a coward, just fight. All right, stop arguing. What's the point of arguing here? Let's see what the organizing committee has to say. The host, Hua, who is known for his quick wit, is also feeling quite uncomfortable right now. If no solution is found, this Spirit King tournament will be an indelible stain on his professional career. However, if handled well, it could be a brilliant chapter in one's career. Get your brains working. Get them working. Quick-talking Hua approached Yin Zhi, turned off the microphone, and whispered, Mr. Yin, could you please help us out? Yin Zhi Dao, okay. I'll listen to you on how to save her. Hearing this, Hua, the quick-tongued man, breathed a sigh of relief. It was certainly best that Yin Zhi was willing to cooperate. Thank you so much. He then turned on the microphone, raised his voice, and waved his arms excitedly. Ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers here and those watching on television, Mr. Yin Zhi, the legendary master of the Azure Flame Empress. Isn't his participation a pleasant surprise? Or was it a fright? As the host, he must control the pace and order of the scene. Otherwise, how can he make a living? No one cares why he failed. All people care about is the result of failure. Nana, watch how I, quick-tongued Hua, turn the tide and reverse the situation. As expected of the quick-tongued Hua, he was indeed very clever and skillful. After a serious yet humorous rescue, the order in the venue was finally restored. When the time was right, Kuai Zue Hua tossed the microphone, along with the microphone, to Yin Zhi. Mr. Yin Zhi, could you please tell everyone why you came to participate in the Spirit King competition? Why? Do you think I wanted to come? It's all because the system is asking for trouble. The punishment of failing the next spirit summoning attempt is quite severe for Yin Zhi. You might think that way, but you can't say it out loud. Cough. Cough. Hello. Yin Zhi tested the microphone and took a moment to prepare. My reason for participating is very simple. Just 4 words. To prove myself. Why should I prove myself? I was considered a useless person by others for 10 years, until I got lucky and drew the Azure Flame Empress. But some people think that the reason I'm not useless is because I was lucky and drew the Azure Flame Empress. Even if Empress Qingyan is eliminated, Yin Zhi, will still be a piece of trash, utterly useless. So here I am, to prove myself. Listen carefully. I will not be using the Azure Flame Empress in this competition, because I've drawn a different spirit. Here, I must thank my teacher, whose resonance rhythm method helped me draw the new spirit. I will use this new spirit to prove to certain people. Yin Zhi, am this. He raised his thumb high and pointed it to the sky. And those who look down on me are this. The thumb instantly flipped and jabbed into the ground, jabbing repeatedly, each jab powerful and forceful. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Chapter 58, the strongest team on Earth versus Tyrant Dragon Team. Holy Skull City. The Yin family. The head of the family, Yin Tianxiong, who is also Yin Zhi's uncle, was staring intently at Yin Zhi on the television with bloodshot eyes. Every word Yin Zhi spoke and every action he made was clearly presented. I was considered a good-for-nothing by others for 10 years, until I got lucky and drew the Azure Flame Empress. I will use this new spirit to prove to certain people. Yin Zhi, am this. And those who look down on me are this. Brute. You filthy beast, you deserve to die a horrible death. You wretched creature. One day, I will make you pay for your crimes in blood. Blood. Debt. Blood. Payment. His face was already covered in burns, and now, With his face contorted in a grotesque manner, he looked even more terrifying. Yin Cheng's voice came from outside. Dad, it's time for your medicine. Yin Tianxiong immediately exploded like a lit bomb, grabbing the expensive mahogany sofa and smashing the television to pieces. Clang! He kicked the door, breaking it open, and Yin Cheng, who was standing outside, was also kicked out. The herbal medicine was spilled all over the floor. You piece of trash. Yin Tianxiong pointed at Yin Cheng and spat wildly. Waste. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this now. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. Why can't you draw the Holy Spirit 9-star spirit? He started punching and kicking Yin Cheng. If you had drawn the 9-star spirit guardian yourself, would I have ended up like this? I look neither human nor ghost now. Drink medicine? What's the point of drinking medicine? Medicine? Are you trying to poison me? Are you? Yin Cheng curled up on the ground, not even begging for mercy, silently enduring the beating. He knew that the more he begged for mercy, the harder he would be beaten. This is not the first time. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and felt a surge of hatred in his heart. Yin Zhi, you're the one who caused all of this. Every beating I get now, I will repay you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times in the future. You just wait. Saint Ni, Aurora University, a third-year class. The entire class of teachers and students were watching the live broadcast of the finals of the King of Spirit competition via projector. Although the live stream had some delays and stutters, and the audio and video were out of sync, probably because of the distance, every word Yin Zhi spoke and every action he made was still presented completely. One girl muttered, "That guy's so handsome. Look at that thumbs up and thumbs down pose. Wow, he's so handsome, it's unbelievable." Another girl agreed, "Yeah, to slap those who look down on him in the face in front of the whole country. That's so cool." A guy chimed in, "That's why you girls sometimes really shouldn't look down on guys. If you look down on him now, who knows, he might make you regret it in the future." Another girl said, "It's not like there aren't girls who are looked down upon by you guys. We're all the same. Don't worry about who looks down on whom. Just focus on living your own lives well." Clang! Suddenly a sound came, and everyone looked over to see Zhao Yinwu, the class beauty, stand up, leave her seat, and walk straight toward the classroom door. The teacher asked, "Zhao Yinwu, where are you going?" "That's right, this Zhao Yinwu is Yin Zhi's former fiancée. She was originally studying at St. Skull University. But after what happened with Yin Zhi, she became a complete laughingstock. The Zhao family made some arrangements to transfer her to Aurora University in St. Ni City, where she settled into a peaceful life in an unfamiliar place. But today, Yin Zhi's figure and voice appeared before her eyes and in her ears again, reminding her of that humiliating night that she couldn't bear to recall. "I'm not feeling well." She left the classroom as soon as she finished speaking. Class monitor Lin Fengmu hurriedly said, "Teacher, I'm going to check," and chased after him. No one was curious about this. Who in the class didn't know that Lin Fengmu was pursuing Zhao Yinwu? Result: Roll. I told you to leave me alone. Are you deaf? You should take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. Pursuing me? Do you even deserve it? Who do you think you are? I just look down on you, so what? If you're so capable, then you should try to do what that damn guy did and turn things around. Then humiliate me in front of the whole world and slap me in the face. Get out of here." Hearing the sounds coming from outside, everyone in the classroom looked at each other in bewilderment. Did I hear that right? These words came from Zhao Yinwu, who is usually a demure, quiet, gentle, and pure lady. Sacred Heart City, Phoenix Nest Stadium. Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of murderous intent from Yin Tianxiong. Please check. Beep beep. You have received 2,000 points of killing intent from Yin Sheng. Please check. Beep beep. You have received 3,000 points of killing intent from Zhao Yinwu. Please check. Beep beep. You have received 20,000 points of killing intent from Yi Tianxing. Please check your account. Beep beep. You have received 8,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Beep beep. Beep beep. The series of drips was like a pie falling from the sky. There were so many that they almost knocked Yin Zhi unconscious. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, our motto is to get rich, raise pigs. A quick glance at the remaining balance of the murderous intent indicator reveals 253,224 points. Now I can unlock several more skills. The microphone was handed back to quick-tongued Hua, who resumed his performance, delivering a string of witty remarks until the situation finally returned to normal. Kwai Zue Hua breathed a huge sigh of relief. The crisis is finally over. Next, we will continue with the process. Once back in the backstage rest area, the main members of the organizing committee of the Spirit King competition gathered around. After a friendly exchange, they left. After that, it's time to blindly draw your opponent. On the side of the strongest team on Earth, Jinluan originally wanted Yin Zhi to draw the numbers blindly, but Yin Zhi laughed and said, "You know I like to keep a low profile, so you should do it." Jinluan had nothing more to say. The result of the blind draw. Match 1. The strongest team on Earth vs. the Tyrant Dragon team. Match 2. Han Yuan Xingyi team versus King team. When the time comes, the final competition officially begins. 10 contestants stood facing each other on either side of the center line of the playground. The referee reiterated the rules of the game. No lethal attacks allowed. Leaving the competition means disqualification. The symbiotic link has been broken. Disqualification has been lost. You cannot attack after you fall. If you fall and cannot stand up within 5 seconds, you are disqualified. The basic match time is 20 minutes. Once the time limit is up, the team with the most participants wins. If the number of participants is the same, an extra 5 minutes will be played before the number of participants is counted again, and so on. Finally, please remember one thing. This is a competition, a sporting event, not a fight. Is there a problem? No. The captain of the Tyrant Dragon team, whose nickname is Tyrant Dragon, said no. The referee raised his hand and said, "Then the match begins." As the referee quickly withdrew, a mystical array of colorful lights immediately illuminated the arena, and one spirit beast after another appeared. The burly and imposing Tyrant Dragon said to Yin Zhi, "Kid, I won't hold back later. Are you sure you don't want to use the Azure Flame Empress?" Yin Zhi laughed. Hee. Let me ask you a question. What? Do you like getting injections? At this moment, everyone's biggest concern was what kind of spirit beast Yin Zhi would bring out, and many eyes were fixed on him. Then they saw a short, plump girl in a white coat jump out carrying a huge, frightening syringe. The doctor is here. Who needs a shot? Chapter 59 Yin Zhi, whose milk supply is extremely abundant. What kind of spirit beast is that? I've never seen one before. So cute. Look how big that syringe is. Just thinking about getting a shot with that syringe is terrifying. The audience members in the stands were all discussing the white-clad Empress. At this moment, it would be difficult for Yin Zhi not to become the focus of attention. At this moment, a male and a female commentator also began their performance. Male commentator: "Hello to the audience here and those watching on TV. I am your old friend Xiaozhi." Female commentator: "Hello everyone. I'm Xiaozhang." That's right. We're the Zhizhang duo. Tajda. Xiaozhi. Hey Xiaozhang, you said it yourself. I didn't admit it, but these are all details. Don't worry about them. Let's focus all our attention on the game. Xiaozhang, yeah. The first team battle is our strongest team on land versus the Tyrant Dragon team. Look, they've already started fighting. Xiaozhi, let's wait and see what kind of exciting showdown they can bring us. Xiaozhang. Xiaozhi, I bet the most interesting thing about this match is the performance of Qingyan Empress's master, Mr. Yin Zhi. Xiaozhi, that's for sure. Now we can see that his summoned spirit is a humanoid healing spirit, which perfectly fills the role of Zhang San's healer. Xiaozhang. Xiaozhi, you're our expert on spirit summons. Why don't you introduce Yin Zhi's spirit summons to everyone? Xiaozhi, awkward. You've stumped me. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen a medical spirit carrying a giant syringe. Especially this super cute type. Xiaozhang, even you, the all-knowing spirit summoner, have never seen this before. Could it be that this is the first spirit summoned? Xiaozhi, I can't rule out that possibility. Of course, it's also possible that I'm just ignorant and haven't met her. Xiaozhang. Xiaozhi, look at her carrying a huge syringe. Could her attack method be to inject people with needles? Xiaozhi, that's very possible. If the attack method is injection, then the treatment method might also be injection. Thinking about it like that, I get a creepy feeling. Xiaozhang. Haha. Does this remind you of the fear of getting injections when you were a kid? Like magnified dozens of times. Wait a minute. Look, the two commentators gave a lively explanation, bringing a different viewing perspective to the audience. On the field, the competition had already entered a heated phase in just a few minutes. The Tyrant Dragon team's offensive was extremely fierce. After their initial probing one-on-one attacks, their strategy suddenly changed, and they launched a concentrated attack on Yin Zhi. They had clearly planned this in advance. releasing their skills at Yin Zhi almost simultaneously. 5 skills, control, damage, and disruption, were unleashed upon Yin Zhi simultaneously. The two commentators and the audience were immediately astonished and surprised. At this moment, Huixiong immediately rushed over with his summoned spirit, the Crimson Flame Bear, and used the defensive skill, Fire Bear Iron Back, to block Yin Zhi's path. Clearly, the strongest team on Earth had long been prepared for them to focus their attacks on the healer. I'll give you a shot. Almost at the same moment the Fire Bear was attacked, Yin Zhi shouted and thrust out the huge syringe in his hand, piercing the Fire Bear's body. The treatment solution was quickly injected into his body. This is the white-clad Empress's level 4 skill, giving someone a healing injection. One injection can cure at least 70% of injuries. Therefore, Fire Bear withstood 5 of the opponent's skills and did not fall. Of course, this is related to the nature of this match. The enemy dared not attack the Fire Bear's head, a vital organ. At this moment, Jinlun and the others seized this rare opportunity and unleashed their special skills, throwing them at the Overlord Dragon team. The Tyrant Dragon team clearly didn't expect that Fire Bear would still be standing after taking 5 of their skills, and they were immediately caught off guard. The situation turned around in an instant. Xiao Zhi's voice rang out. I guessed right. Treatment also involves injections. It seems that being Yin Zhi's teammate really requires a certain amount of courage. Xiao Zhang, you're right, but it's really unbelievable that the Fire Bear could withstand 5 skills and still be standing. Xiao Zhi, even if Fire Bear has high defense, it's unlikely to withstand 5 skills. Therefore, there's only one truth. Xiao Zhang, Yin Zhi's injection just now produced a lot of milk, and quite a lot of it. Xiao Zhi, this is the only explanation. Look, the Tyrant Dragon team is instantly at a disadvantage. Xiao Zhang, that's for sure. That last wave was practically useless. Faced with the counterattack from the strongest team on the ground, they could only temporarily avoid the fray. Xiao Zhi, but I reckon even the strongest team on the ground won't gain an advantage this time. The Tyrant Dragon team has a double healer and double tank setup, making them incredibly resilient. Xiao Zhang, I think so too. Combined with the Tyrannosaurus Rex's berserk attacks, this battle is going to be tough. And here it comes. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiao Zhi, the same impatient tactics as always. Actually, I think it's not too late to counterattack after we can withstand the attack of the strongest team on the ground. Suddenly, the Tyrant Dragon transformed into a gigantic, terrifying monster, resembling a standing lizard covered in sturdy scales, and roared to the sky. Suddenly, a large swarm of vines burst forth from the ground, instantly binding the lizard monster that the Tyrant Dragon had transformed into. This was the skill of the woodvine. Meanwhile, the burrowing rat used its burrowing skills to dig into the ground, hollowing out the ground beneath the lizard giant's feet, causing most of its body to sink in. However, the lizard monster's terror was revealed the next second. It tore off the vines, climbed out of the pit, and rushed towards Yin Zhi, the healer. The strongest team on Earth quickly retreated to hold off the lizard monster and protect Yin Zhi. In this way, the Tyrant Dragon team switched from defense to offense and pounced on the strongest team on the ground. The situation has reversed. The strongest team on Earth was overshadowed again, and faced with the Tyrant Dragon team, especially the Tyrant Dragon's attack, they were forced to retreat one after another. Fortunately, with Yin Zhi acting as a healer, constantly giving his teammates injections, and his teammates also protecting Yin Zhi to the death, so even though everyone was on the defensive, not a single person fell down. Rest and waiting area. The Hunyuan Xingyi team, along with another top-tier team, was closely monitoring the battle situation on the field. Ma Bao's gaze was fixed on Yin Zhi, flickering uncertainly. Suddenly, he seemed to have made a decision, and said to his disciples, "Remember, if our opponents are them later, we must take them down immediately." He could tell that Yin Zhi's milk supply was exceptionally high. In fact, it was so high that it startled him. After an injection, the injured person was completely unharmed. Do you think you can win without taking him down first? It's very difficult. He'll wear us down to death. Yes. Understood, Master. Leave it to me, Master. Beside him, the black-clad youth narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Yin Zhi, his killing intent palpable. Chapter 60. The champion will definitely be the Hunyuan Xingyi team, I'm telling you. The outcome is decided. I now declare, the strongest team on Earth wins. With the referee's shout, thunderous applause, and cheers erupted in the Phoenix Nest Stadium, a tribute to the winner. Many people in the audience were still discussing it. Yin Zhi's healing-type spirit summon is amazing. Yes, once you get the injection, it's like you haven't been injured at all. It feels like the Tyrant Dragon team was worn down and killed. Be confident and remove the word feeling. On the field, panting heavily, Bak Tianlong glared at Yin Zhi and asked unwillingly, "What level is your spirit master?" Yin Zhi smiled easily. Legendary 5-star. And the spirit mastery isn't important. The key is that I'm powerful. Besides, without anyone else to protect me, my healing abilities alone are useless. Ba Tianlong Sai He Vi Li. No matter how unwilling he was, he had already lost. Then I wish you all the best in defending your title. Goodbye. After saying that, Tyrant Dragon led his team away. Although the audience applauded these losers, they were clearly not in the mood to accept it. Yin Zhi and the others left the arena amidst applause and headed to the rest area. They happened to run into the Hunyuan Xingyi team and the King team who were on their way to the competition. Both teams cast strange glances at the strongest team on the ground. After all, to win the championship, they had to defeat them. Yin Jiqiao waved to Ma Baohua and the boy in black. Senior Ma, right? You guys have to do your best. I'm really looking forward to hearing Senior Ma's wise advice on the field. Ma Baohua pretended not to hear or see anything. He neither listened, nor looked, nor spoke. Yin Zhi simply did not exist in his mind. The boy in black and the others stared coldly at Yin Zhi, their meaning self-evident. Yin Zhi and the others returned to the lounge. After the initial excitement of victory subsided, Yin Zhi then laughed and said, "Everything is proceeding according to plan. Right now, everyone thinks I only have healing abilities and no offensive capabilities. In the next battle, the enemies who have witnessed my healing power will definitely concentrate all their firepower on me. Then I'll give them a big surprise." Mu Xianting said confidently, "That's right. As long as we win one more game, the championship will be ours." Jinluan sighed, his voice filled with emotion. Yes, it hasn't been easy getting here. Looking back now, it still feels a bit unreal. The burly man, Fire Bear, even had a slightly shy smile as he said, "It's all thanks to Mr. Yin Zhi. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Tyrant Dragon team. They are truly strong." The groundhog nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes." Yin Zhi laughed and said, "The victory is the result of everyone's hard work. I have no right to take all the credit." Then, everyone rested while watching the match between the Hunyuan Xingyi team and the King team. Yin Zhi paid particular attention to the boy in black. Strategically, he looked down on that guy. However, Yin Zhi would not underestimate him tactically. Just then, a staff member came over and said, "Mr. Jinluan, a man named Zhang Sen called looking for you." Jinluan sighed and said, "He probably watched our match and called to congratulate us." Sigh, it must have been really tough for him to call and congratulate me from detention. Immediately, Jinluan followed the staff member to a wall-mounted telephone, picked it up, and said, "Hello, Zhang San." Suddenly, Jinluan's expression changed. "What did you say?" "You." In the lounge, everyone was watching the match between the Hunyuan Xingyi team and the King team. When Jinluan returned, the burrowing rat asked him what Zhang San had said. He simply said that he was congratulating them, and then said, "Muzi, Zhang San also has something to say to you." "Me? What does he want to say to me?" Jinluan said, "You'll know when you get there." "All right." A little while later, the wood fairy vine returned and said to the groundhog, "Mouse, Zhang San is looking for you. Is he going to say congratulatory words to each and every one of us?" With a chuckle, the mole went to answer the phone. When the burrowing rat returned, he glanced at Yin Zhi and then told Hua Xiong that Zhang San was looking for him. Hua Xiong didn't say anything, just said, "Oh," and went to answer the phone. Yin Zhi didn't take it to heart and patiently watched the game, not even noticing when Hua Xiong returned. Finally, the result of the duel between the Hunyuan Xingyi team and the King team is in. Hunyuan Xingyi team wins. The decisive factor was Ma Baogua's signature move, the thunderous 5-strike whip, which could cleave a person in two with each strike, securing victory in one fell swoop. Yin Zhi Dao. It seems we need to be especially careful of Ma Baogua's move later. Jinluan nodded absent-mindedly and said, "Yes." Afterwards, the members of the Hunyuan Xingyi team returned to the restroom. The two sides were already hostile to each other, and their gazes were filled with murderous intent. The team competition is over, and now it's time for the individual competition. An hour later, the individual competition also determined the final two contenders for the championship. And so, the final battle for the championship officially began. Amidst enthusiastic applause and cheers from the audience, the strongest team on the ground and the Hunyuan Xingyi team, vying for the final championship, entered the arena. The two sides stood on opposite sides of the center line. Standing opposite Yin Zhi was the boy in black. Humph. He didn't speak, but just looked at Yin Zhi and sneered twice. Yin Zhi laughed. Are you a pig? In my eyes, you really are a pig, always humming and snorting all the time. The boy in black spoke up. You don't know my name yet, do you? Yin Zhi do. I'm not interested in your name. The boy in black seemed not to have heard Yin Zhi's words clearly and said, Remember, I am the killer star. I am your killer star. Murderous intent? Aren't you the source of my murderous intent? On one side, Ma Baowu looked at Jin Chong and said, Captain Jin, fists and feet have no eyes. I must first say I'm sorry for offending you. Jin Chong looked at him, pursed his lips, and remained silent. Ma Baowu frowned, thinking to himself, another immoral brat. The world is going to the dogs, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. At this moment, the referee stepped forward. Let me reiterate the rules. At the same time, inside the private room where the Bai brothers were, Baiyun Tiandao. Brother, do you think the strongest team on earth can win the final championship? Bai Zhilu, however, showed no sign of his previous panic or anxiety. Instead, he leisurely sipped his red wine and laughed. I'm telling you, the championship will definitely go to the Hunyuan Xingyi team. Why? How about we make a bet? If I win, you'll grant me a wish. Otherwise, I'll grant you a wish. Are you in? Without a second thought, Bai Yun Tian replied, Okay. Chapter 61, 5 against 5? Wrong. 1 against 9? Right? The battle has begun. For a moment, the entire audience fell silent. The voices of the two commentators, Zhi Zhang and his team, echoed throughout the stadium. Xiaozhi, just as I expected, the Hunyuan Xingyi team focused their attacks on Yin Zhi right from the start. Xiaozhang, normal. Yin Zhi's milk supply is really too much. Look, Ma Baowu has actually used his special skill, Thunder 5-Strike Whip. Ma Baowu's summon spirit is the legendary 2-star Orc-type attack-type summon spirit, Professor Sheep. The character Yang Jiaoshou, is composed of sheep on top and a human-like figure on the bottom. It makes sheep bleating sounds and can generate electricity, hence its name. 1 second ago, the other 4 members of the Hunyuan Xingyi team launched a fierce, head-on attack on the strongest team on the ground. The next second, Ma Baowu unleashed the sheep professor's signature move, the Thunderous 5-Strike Whip. This Thunderous 5-Strike Whip could unleash 5 electric whips with immense destructive power, directly forcing Jinluan and the others away and launching a direct attack on Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi dodged and weaved with a Thunderous 5-Strike Whip, creating a perilous situation that made everyone hold their breath in suspense. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the black-clad youth Xia Xing rushed in front of Yin Zhi and slashed at him with great force, wielding a long, straight-back sword. If the first strike misses, he'll strike again with incredible speed. When Yin Zhi dodged 5 blows, but the 4th one was too difficult to dodge, so he used a giant syringe to block it. Killer Star chuckled coldly and said in a low voice, You have absolutely no chance of winning this match. Yin Zhi laughed. You're that confident? With a burst of strength, Xia Xing leaned closer to Yin Zhi, their eyes no more than 10 centimeters apart. Do you know why? Because you're fighting 9 opponents at once. How can you possibly win? Yin Zhi thought to himself, Are you stupid? It's clearly 5 against 5. How could it be 1 against 9? Just then, he suddenly heard the female commentator's voice. Oh dear, the defense has been breached. Yin Zhi was startled. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an enemy who had broken through the obstruction of the wooden vines and was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, Yin Zhi felt something was wrong. Something was very wrong. The Hunyuan Xingyi team is very strong overall, but the strongest team on Earth is not weak either. The Hunyuan Xingyi team does not have an overwhelming advantage against the strongest team on Earth. It's very strange that someone has so easily broken through the wood immortal vine and attacked. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and the blade multiplied into 3, striking Yin Zhi's body. Xia Xing precisely seized Yin Zhi's momentary distraction. Clearly, Xia Xing's spirit weapon is the straight-backed longsword in his hand, the blood-sucking blade. Immediately, The members of the Hunyuan Xingyi team launched an attack from the right rear. The mechanical-type Spirit Rocket Raccoon unleashed its rocket kick skill, lifting both feet off the ground and kicking straight at Yin Zhi. The immense force of the kick sent Yin Zhi flying. This scene immediately caused an uproar among the audience. Xiaozhi, Xiaozhang, something's not right. Have you noticed anything strange? Xiaozhang, oh dear, this is really unexpected. The strongest team on Earth has made such a big mistake. Their healer is in danger now. Xiaozhi, I feel this is definitely a mistake that shouldn't have happened. Xiaozhang, actually that's normal. In battle, even the slightest carelessness can lead to bad results. No one can guarantee they won't make a mistake, right? Xiaozhi, but now Yin Zhi's situation is not good. As a healer, he's being targeted by two offensive players. His chances of survival are slim. Xiaozhang, yeah. If you ask me, unless he summons the Azure Flame Empress. Xiaozhi, no, that would be against the rules. Xiaozhang, all right. You can't change your spirit after the battle starts, or you'll be disqualified. Let's see how he gets out of this predicament. At this moment, Yin Zhi was being attacked from both sides by Sha Xing and another member of the Hunyuan Xingyi team, and his situation was quite bad. As for Jinluan and his three companions, they were firmly held back by Ma Baohua and his two companions. They tried to break through the obstacles several times, but failed each time. 4 against 3, both sides unleashed a variety of skills, a truly spectacular display of individual abilities, making for a very exciting and entertaining match. They had a great time, but Yin Zhi was naturally in a miserable situation. Damn it, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. If you guys won't come over, I'll handle them myself. Yin Zhi muttered something, then swung the huge syringe and swept it around swiftly, forcing Sha Xing and the other person back. Just as Sha Xing was about to rush up and slash Yin Zhi twice more. I'll spray you all over the face. Yin Zhi shouted, and a stream of milky white liquid spurted out from the needle hole, shooting straight at Sha Xing. Sha Xing's expression changed, and he instinctively chose to dodge the spray of milky white liquid. Yin Zhi then turned the needle around and sprayed it at another guy. He didn't have the will to kill and reacted too quickly. He was sprayed directly by the milky white liquid, and the huge impact sent him flying, landing on the ground. Xiaozhi, what kind of skill is that? I didn't know that syringe could be used like that. Xiaozhang, I didn't expect the force of the spray to be so great. It actually sent people flying. It looks so weird, cough. I mean, it's a really strange attack method. Xiaozhi, there are countless spirits in the world, and of course, countless skills as well. So it's not surprising what kind of skill appears. Xiaozhang, haha, oh yeah. Hey, look, that Meng contestant who got shot all over can't get up. If he doesn't get up within 5 seconds, he'll be disqualified. Xiaozhi, in that case, Yin Zhi's attack just now was indeed very deadly. 2 things that the commentators couldn't say were said by some viewers. Holy crap, it can even shoot out directly? What an evil skill. The force of the shot was immense. It sent people flying. Yin Zhi's spirit summon is really powerful. It can heal and attack at the same time. At this moment, Ma Baohua's voice rang out. Meng, get up. Stand up quickly. Sprayed to the bone, Meng lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to speak. Master, I can't muster any strength. Just then, Sha Xing closed in on Yin Zhi like lightning, unleashing the blood-sucking blade's 10-fold blood slaughter skill, sending 10 blades of light slashing towards Yin Zhi from 10 different directions. At this moment, Yin Zhi made a surprising move, suddenly throwing away the syringe in his hand. At the same time, he protected his head with one hand and his heart with the other, 2 vital organs. Beep. The referee's sharp whistle rang out. This is a warning to Sha Xing not to use lethal attacks. Sha Xing gritted his teeth and thought to himself, if it weren't for the young master, I would kill you right now. The vampire knife slashed Yin Zhi 3 times, the last slash piercing his abdomen. This stab wasn't fatal, but it was enough to disable Yin Zhi's mobility. Sha Xing thought viciously, drain your blood. Just before the blood-sucking knife pierced Yin Zhi's body, a syringe was inserted into Yin Zhi's body from behind. The white-clad Empress's level 5 skill. Give yourself a body-strengthening injection. Sha Xing, however, didn't see this. He coldly whispered, their families are in our hands. Do you think they'll help you? We've got you in the bag in this final. In his view, Yin Zhi was doomed to defeat. Smack! A heavy slap landed on Sha Xing's face, completely stunning him. Chapter 62, I haven't even used my strength yet. How come you've all fallen down? Snap. This slap not only stunned Sha Xing, but also startled the audience. Xiao Ji, ouch. That slap was amazing. Xiao Zhang, that's so shocking. That was a slap in front of 200,000 people in the audience, and everyone watching on TV. Xiao Ji, Yin Zhi has guts. He had his summoned spirit heal him, and then he took the hit from the Sand Star himself. Xiao Zhang. They must have known the opponent wouldn't dare use a fatal attack, so they traded blows. It definitely takes a lot of courage to do that. Xiao Ji. It looks like Yin Zhi slapped Sha Xing quite hard, completely stunning him. If he didn't react in time. Snap. Yin Zhi slapped Sha Xing on the other side of his face again. That did just fine. He knocked Sha Xing to the ground, his cheeks swollen high, and saliva mixed with blood leaking from between his lips. Xiao Zhang. Sand Star has fallen. Can he get back up in 5 seconds? Xiao Ji. Meng Meng has been disqualified from the competition. If Sha Xing cannot get back up in time, it means that the Hunyuan Xingyi team will lose 2 key players in succession. Xiao Zhang. In that case, the strongest team on Earth will turn the tide and win 3 out of 5 matches, greatly increasing their chances of victory. At this moment, the supporters of the strongest team on the ground cheered instantly. Correspondingly, supporters of the Hunyuan Xingyi team shouted slogans like "Stand up, stand up." Some people had already started swearing and were extremely agitated. Why are you so excited? Because they all invested money in the Hunyuan Xingyi team. At this moment, VIP private room, Bai Zhilu lost his previous composure and cursed. Useless. Bai Yintian was not surprised at all by Yin Zhi slapping Sha Xing twice. It was perfectly normal for Yin Zhi. Brother, things seem a bit bad. Although he was betting on Yin Jing, he didn't want Yin Jing to win at all. He would rather lose to his brother on one condition than see Yin Jing win. Bai Zhilu smiled and said, "Don't worry, the one who laughs last laughs best." He gazed down at the arena with a cold, sharp smile curving his lips. On the field, Yin Zhi gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he pulled the blood-sucking knife out of his body and threw it far away. He looked down at Sha Xing and said, "Come on, get up, stand up. Let me slap you a few more times. Stand up." Due to the rules, Sandstar was unable to continue attacking after he fell to the ground. Sha Xing opened his eyes wide, growled like a wild beast, and struggled to his feet. The moment he stood up, Yin Zhi slapped him hard across the face again. Just as Sha Xing was halfway down, another slap landed on his other face, sending him flying. It flew a full 8 or 9 meters before landing, and then began to convulse uncontrollably. Yin Zhi took the huge syringe that the white-clad Empress threw to him again and walked toward Sha Xing. "Stand up. Weren't you so awesome before? How come you can't even stand up now? If you don't stand up now, you'll become the only person on this field to be defeated by a slap. Didn't you say you were my killer? Are you sure you're not joking? With so many people in front of you, and I keep slapping you in the face, don't you want to retaliate? Ding. You have received 16,000 points of killing intent from Sandstar. Please check." Haha, I made a profit. He had used the 200,000 he had earned to unlock several level 4 and 5 skills of the white-clad Empress, and it was almost all gone. When it comes to unlocking skills, Yin Zhi has never been stingy with his killing intent. Just now, if I hadn't used this skill of giving myself a boost of energy, I might have already withdrawn from the competition. Therefore, he will not give up any opportunity to gain the desire to kill. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Young man, let this old man play with you." Yin Zhi turned his head and saw Ma Baohua leading his spirit sheep beast towards him, with crackling electricity flashing between his hands. Without using any other miscellaneous skills, he unleashed his ultimate move once again, thunderous 5-strike whip. Yin Zhi had already tossed the syringe to the white-clad Empress. The white-clad Empress chuckled and pierced Yin Zhi's body with a needle. Level 5 skill. Give yourself a shot of lightning speed. Judging from the skill name, this is a speed-increasing potion. The injection had barely finished when the first of the Thunderbolt 5-strike whip struck. Yin Zhi vanished instantly, and the first whip struck the ground, scorching it black. When Yin Zhi reappeared, he was already behind Ma Baohua. Just as the commentators and audience were shocked by Yin Zhi's speed, Yin Zhi had already slapped Ma Baohua across the face from behind. Puff! The person fell to the ground. "Master, mean, get out of the way. Don't block the way." Ma Baohua's other 2 disciples were extremely excited and were about to break through the obstacles of Jinluan, Huoxiong, Zondishu, and Muxiantang. They were probably really furious, and they actually performed beyond their usual level. With a wave of skills, the two of them actually knocked down all four of Jinluan's people. Whoosh! The audience erupted in uproar. Two people managed to take down four people? When did the Hunyuan Xingyi team become so strong? When did the strongest team on Earth become so weak? One of the commentators, Xiao Zhi, could hardly believe his eyes. Am I seeing things? Jinluan and the others were taken down in one fell swoop. Xiao Zhang, you didn't see it wrong, and neither did I. But although it was unexpected, it was also within reason. Xiao Zhi, is this even reasonable? Xiao Zhang, Xiao Zhi, think about it. They are all Master Ma's disciples, and their bond with him is deep. Master Ma is getting old after all. It's understandable that they would perform beyond their usual level after seeing Master Ma defeated, out of concern for their master's safety. Xiaozhi. At that moment, Xiaozhi had only one thought in her mind. What kind of idiotic talk is this? What's wrong with her? He was naturally unaware that Xiao Zhang had also been bribed. Xiao Zhang's role is to use her explanations to make some unreasonable points seem reasonable. On the field, Yin Zhi said to Ma Baohua, who was lying on the ground, Senior Ma, you said before that you wouldn't try to extort medical expenses from me, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Baohua's other two disciples rushed forward like raging lions and tigers, each unleashing their own special moves to attack Yin Zhi. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. What a boring farce. While still in a state of physical conditioning and lightning speed, Yin Zhi dodged the attacks of the two men, getting slapped by one and then by the other. Snap! Snap! With two slaps, Ma Baohua's two disciples fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The commentators and audience were completely speechless in the face of this roller coaster-like situation. What happened? What exactly happened? That's it. The King of Spirits, Grand Finals. That's it. Is Yin Zhi too strong? Or are the others too weak? What's the point of watching a game like this? All they heard was Yin Zhi shouting, stand up, let's keep fighting. I haven't even used my full strength yet. How come you've all fallen down? My thoughts after reading chapter 63 are that this Spirit King tournament is absolutely rubbish. The team competition of the finals of the Spirit King tournament has ended. The victor is the strongest team on Earth. The losing side, Hunyuan Xingyi team. As both teams left the stadium, an awkward atmosphere lingered. VIP private room. Bai Zhulu was covered in cold sweat and slumped on the sofa, his face completely drained of color. Bai Yuntian, who was standing nearby, noticed Bai Zhulu's unusual behavior and quickly asked, Brother, are you all right? Elder brother? Bastard. You son of a bitch. You damn scum. I'm so angry. Aya! Bai Zhulu started yelling and screaming like a madman, kicking over the sofa and flipping the table, venting his anger violently. It's over. It's all over. More than 100 billion in debt. How is he going to repay it? At this moment, I wonder how many people want to skin him alive and drink his blood. What to do? Go home. Yes, let's go home. As long as I stay at home and don't go out. Who in the entire true Dragon Kingdom can touch me? And who dares to touch me? Bai Zhulu calmed down and stared intently at Yin Zhi in the rest area. One day I will kill you. Kill you. Seeing Bai Zhulu turn and leave, Bai Yuntian asked, Brother, where are you going? It's none of your business. Bang. The door to the VIP room slammed shut. Bai Yuntian was completely bewildered. He vaguely felt that his brother's changes were related to Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi, why do you insist on making things difficult for us? Why are you so hateful? While in the rest area, Yin Zhi heard several more beeping sounds. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. He was practically laughing hysterically. Why? Because he became incredibly rich. Just moments before, the moment the referee declared him the winner, he was stunned by the beeping sound. No exaggeration. He was genuinely stunned. Fortunately, the dizziness subsided quickly, but the recovery was also quick. Even now, he still receives beeping sound from time to time. He just checked his murderous intent balance. Good heavens. How many? More than 2 million. The exact number is 2,393,204. Why so many? How can there be so many? Yin Zhi thought about it, and then he understood. This final of the Spirit King competition was manipulated by behind-the-scenes capital. They used this as a basis for gambling, and countless people participated. As the outcome was decided, those who lost naturally vented their hatred on Yin Zhi. God knows how many of them lost. Even if each person contributes 1, 2, 3, or 4 points of murderous intent, The total would reach over 2 million, which is terrifying to think about. But Yin Zhi didn't think about these things. We made money. That's the most important thing. What are we waiting for? Unlock skills. Unlock skill. Azure Flame. Azure Flame never dies. Murderous Intent balance minus 50,000. Unlock skill. Azure Phoenix's third rebirth. Murderous Intent balance minus 50,000. Unlock skill. Azure Flame 3,000 burning winds and surging waves. Murderous Intent balance minus 500,000. Unlock skill. Ether Realm. Murderous Intent balance minus 200,000. Unlock skill. Magnetic Storm Impact. Murderous Intent balance minus 150,000. Unlock skill. Give yourself an injection that makes you immune to all poisons. Murderous Intent balance minus 70,000. Unlock skill. Give someone a drowsy injection. Murderous Intent balance minus 80,000. Yin Zhi is like a nouveau riche who has won the lottery. Now that he has money, he doesn't think about anything but spending it. He had over 2 million before, but now he only kept 300,000 for emergencies. We've gotten stronger. We've gotten so much stronger, haha. Coming to this Spirit King tournament was definitely the right decision. I should actively participate in these kinds of hateful activities from now on. Hee hee. The idea is certainly wonderful. But he also knew that such a wonderful thing was something that could only be encountered by chance. If no one had used this major tournament to set up betting odds, he wouldn't have been able to make so much money. Yin Zhi is beautiful. A voice came over, Mr. Yin. Yin Zhi didn't even bother to open his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. Don't talk to me. I have nothing to say to you. As previously agreed, the bonus is yours. You won't get a single penny of my money. After receiving the award, we went our separate ways and had no further contact. Yin Zhi's positive feelings towards them have been completely wiped out. Not holding them accountable is already more than enough. That is, the white-clad Empress who possesses the 9 stars of the Holy Spirit. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself in front of everyone, saying on the spot that he was going to prove he wasn't a loser, but instead he lost. I've never seen anyone prove themselves by losing. Isn't this just contradicting yourself? As for the reason for their betrayal, what does it have to do with him? Jinluan and the others looked at each other, then said sorry and sat down in a seat a little further away. At this moment, they were also worried and showed no joy at winning the championship. Why? Because their families were still being held captive by criminals, while their strongest team on Earth won the finals. They were extremely worried about the safety of their family members, but had no idea what to do. The perpetrators hadn't contacted them either, and they could only watch helplessly. All they could do now is pray and wait. Time passed. The individual competition is over, and the champion has been determined. That guy also wanted to challenge the strongest team on Earth and compete for the title of Spirit King. I refuse. This is Yin Zhi's answer. All he wants now is to end this boring farce as soon as possible. King of Spirits? What is the purpose of this title? After that, the runner-up and third place were also determined through the competition. Of the 4 teams that made it to the finals, only the Hunyuan Xingyi team was eliminated and did not achieve any ranking. Finally, it's time for the awards ceremony. The person who presented the championship trophy, certificate, and prize money to the champion was none other than the famous star Yang Feiyue. Congratulations to all the warriors. Thank you for giving us such a wonderful match. Yang Feiyue is very beautiful, and her voice is also very pleasant. If Yin Zhi hadn't been so used to the beauty of the Azure Flame Empress and the Mechanical Empress, he might have been captivated by her as well. Quick-talking Hua handed the microphone to the strongest team on the ground, asking them to share their feelings about winning. Jinluan and the others reluctantly offered their thoughts. When the microphone fell into Yin Zhi's hands, he first showed a bright smile. Then he dropped a bombshell. My impression is that this Spirit King tournament is absolutely rubbish. There's a guy named by Zhu Lu who's secretly manipulating the outcome of the competition and using it for gambling. To manipulate the outcome of the competition, they even kidnapped my teammates' families and coerced them into throwing the game. They also framed Zhang San, causing him to be disqualified from the competition. As you all just saw, I fought terribly in this duel. Is this the Spirit King tournament? Are you kidding me? You've wasted my time and energy. You can keep these trophies and certificates to use as chamber pots and for wiping your bottoms. Goodbye. Toss the trophy, certificate, and microphone aside and walk away. For a moment, Everyone was stunned. Chapter 64, Claiming the Reward. I didn't expect you to be such a big-bellied toad. Yin Zhi left, leaving behind a complete mess. As for the impact of exposing the inside story, it will only offend some behind-the-scenes capital. The question is, would Yin Zhi be afraid of this? He only hoped that some people would hate him to death, wishing they could kill him. Only in this way can he gain more killing intent. And what was the result? Ha ha ha, just as expected. After that, a series of beeping sounds rang in his mind. Unlike before, there were many single-digit murderous intents before. What about now? They're at least in the 5 figures, in the tens of thousands. One of the sums was as high as 600,000. Tisk TSK TSK. One person had the murderous intent to kill him for 600,000. Yin Zhi was very curious about who that guy was and really wanted to thank him in person. When Yin Zhi returned to Sacred Heart Academy in the Lightning Bus, his murderous intent balance had exceeded 3 million. Yes, he's become incredibly rich again. If the previous 2 million were built up by sheer numbers, this time it was purely based on quality. It only beeped 20 times in total, which averages out to 150,000 per beep. Cool. This is awesome. Of course, he also knew that behind so many murderous intentions lay a huge, deadly crisis. But does he care? He doesn't care. With the death-seeking system, he was destined to embark on a unique path to becoming stronger. The more he sought death, the stronger he became. Fear death? Not courting death? Go beg for food. All right, we're back at school now. Everyone disperse. Everyone disperse. All right. Although there were some problems with this Spirit King tournament, there were still many commendable aspects. I hope you can write a review or reflection. Zhuang Mo used the phrase, I hope, meaning that you can write if you want, or not if you don't want to. Yin Zhi said, did you all hear what the teacher said clearly? Write down your reflections today, and I'll collect them tomorrow. Yin Zhi Dao, speak up, everyone. Did you hear me clearly? The students of class 10 immediately said, we heard it clearly. Some were listless and weak, while others were scattered and disorganized. Listen carefully, and then hurry up and do your homework. No slacking off. Everyone do your homework seriously. Anyone who dares to be perfunctory will receive one-on-one special tutoring. Come on, come on. What are you looking at me for? Let's go. Sun Liangwu gritted his teeth and said, squad leader, could I have a sip of your water? Yin Zhi was taken aback. My water? Oh, I remember now. Tomorrow. I'll give you guys some a drink when you hand in your homework tomorrow. He almost forgot that to prevent these piglets from escaping, he fed them poison, the poison of farts, which was just boiled water. After the students of class 10 left dejectedly, Yin Zhi said to Zhuang Mo, teacher, I'm going back too. Zhuang Mo said, Yin Zhi, you should stay at school all the time, stay at school. Yin Zhi asked, what's wrong, teacher? Zhuang Mo shook his head and sighed. Although you did the right thing by exposing the inside story, you were also a bit reckless. I'm afraid many people already harbor resentment towards you, especially by Zhu Lu, who is by Sihai's son and by Yuntian's brother. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi responded with an "oh," somewhat surprised. Is Bai Zhulu by Yuntian's older brother? That's interesting. If his illegal gambling is verified, he will definitely face imprisonment. I'm afraid the Bai family will take their anger out on you. You should also be careful about your relationships with your classmates. In addition, there may be other people involved in organizing illegal gambling, and I'm afraid they might also harm you. Zhuang Mo is very clever. His words implied that he was basically certain that illegal gambling existed. Yin Zhi felt very grateful and appreciated Zhuang Mo's caring words. When you really think about it, it seems like there's only one person in this world who cares about you. Teacher, don't worry. Since ancient times, evil has never prevailed over good. The light of righteousness shines on the earth, and those petty villains will not dare to act recklessly. Since I dare to expose this, I have no fear in my heart. Seeing Yin Zhi's upright appearance, Zhuang Mo was still very happy. That's true, but we still need to be cautious. But don't worry, you're a student at Sacred Heart University. The master is known for protecting his own. Anyone who dares to touch you should be prepared to face his wrath. Who can withstand the wrath of the second strongest in the true Dragon Kingdom? Then, Zhuang Mo gave Yin Zhi a few more instructions, telling him to seize the time to cultivate and prepare for the trip to the South China Sea Dragon ruins 3 months later. After parting ways with Zhuang Mo, Yin Zhi hummed a little tune and walked briskly back home. It feels so good to have a home to return to. As soon as I entered, I saw Ma Bai jumping around in the yard. Luckily, the yard of this house is big enough. Otherwise, how could she have room to play like this? Upon seeing Yin Zhi return, Ma Bai let out a roar and jumped over to him with some joy. Yin Zhi laughed and said, I've told you many times, don't yell, talk. Come on, say to me, welcome home. Ma Bai bit her tongue and stammered, welcome home. That's more like it. Look what delicious food I bought for you. Yin Zhi handed the snacks he bought to Ma Bai and told her to eat them herself before returning to the main house. After taking a sip of water, Yin Zhi asked, System, I've already won the championship of the Spirit King tournament. Are there any extra rewards? The suicide system responded quickly. Yes. The legendary 1-star big-bellied toad corresponds to the third-place reward. You've won the championship, and the big-bellied toad's rarity has been upgraded to epic 1-star. Yin Zhi then asked, What if I obtain the title of Spirit King? You have not obtained the title of Spirit King. The system refuses to answer your question. Okay. Hurry up and give me my reward. In an instant, Yin Zhi felt as if a method for drawing a summoning circle had appeared in his mind. A brown luster emanated from his fingertips, and a summoning circle was quickly drawn. Around, Plump Toad jumped out and croaked twice. Mythical beast type, spatial type spirit, big-bellied toad. Rarity, epic 1-star. Overall rating, 8.9. Growth level 1. Intimacy, 20. Skills, none. It's a spatial type spirit summon. Yin Zhi couldn't wait to check out the big-bellied toad's spirit control skill tree. He quickly realized the true value of this big-bellied toad. Wow, that's great. I never expected you to be such a big-bellied toad. It turns out that this big-bellied toad's belly has its own space where it can store things. It is an extremely rare storage spirit. After unlocking the level 7 skill, can you still carry living creatures? Haha, I was just worried about what to do with Ma Bai after we left, but now the problem is solved. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and unlock the skill with the killing intent. Chapter 65, The 3-Year Agreement. Li Feiyun's true identity is extraordinary. The big-bellied toad has only one skill, a huge belly that can hold everything. The function of this type of storage spirit is storage. Having this one skill is enough. Who would expect it to fight? Although Yin Zhi had come to understand, through his growing knowledge, that spirits capable of both fighting and storing items did exist, the problem was that he didn't have one. Upgrading the big belly capacity to level 7 consumed over 2 million of Yin Zhi's murderous intent. In return, they received a space measuring 25 meters in length, width, and height, capable of accommodating living beings. This money was absolutely well spent. The skill of having a large belly can be upgraded further. But the problem is that Yin Zhi's murderous intent is no longer enough. Fortunately, my original murderous intent was enough to upgrade the big belly skill to level 7. Otherwise, Yin Zhi would be very upset. After, Yin Zhi tried to bring Ma Bai into the big belly space. They went in and came out immediately. Why? It was pitch black inside, and there's no oxygen. Yin Zhi could only fill the belly of the toad with air first, then put on the spirit lamp and enter the belly space a second time. With light and air, that's much better. The large space was empty. There was nothing there. The ground was flesh-colored and soft to the touch, making it difficult to find a foothold. Yin Zhi felt it was necessary to lay a layer of soil in the large space to make it a real ground. Finally, we need to build a house. Ugh, look at my pig brain. What kind of house am I building? Why not just buy a building to summon spirits? Incidentally, Yin Zhi can enter the big belly space, but there is a limitation. He can only disband the big belly toad when he is not in the big belly space. The so-called disbandment means that the spirits return to another unknown space, commonly known as the spirit space, to await the master summons. With this big-bellied toad, it will be much easier to carry things around in the future. However, if you want to put Ma Bai inside, you have to calculate the air consumption inside. Otherwise, if there's no air, she might suffocate inside, and that would be terrible. The next day, a sunny day is a day when good things are likely to happen. Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow as soon as he stepped out the door early in the morning. The figure standing in front of the door looked familiar and was quite touching. By the way, it looks like Li Feiyun's. He turned around, and sure enough, it was Li Feiyun. Yin Zhi smiled and said, "Good morning, school beauty Li. Are you waiting for teacher Dongfang Laxi? Then you're standing in the wrong place. She's next door." When Li Feiyun heard the words, "Dongfang has diarrhea," she still frowned slightly. She took a breath and parted her lips slightly. "I'm waiting for you." Yin Zhi was puzzled. "Waiting for me? What are you waiting for me for?" Li Feiyun said, "Two things. The first thing, she suddenly bowed to Yin Zhi and said, "I'm sorry. I apologize for what happened before." Yin Zhi frowned. What surprise. This proud woman actually apologized to me. Yin Zhi rubbed his nose and chuckled. After all, I'm not a stingy person, right? If you've already apologized, there's no point in me holding on to this. Okay, let's drop this matter. What's the second thing? Li Feiyun straightened up, head held high, and looked sharply at Yin Zhi. 3 years from now, let's have a duel. Yin Zhi asked in surprise. Huh? A life or death battle? No, it's a gamble. A gamble with everything we have. Risking everything for each other? Yin Zhi frowned and asked, what do you mean? I won. Everything you have belongs to me. Conversely, if you win, everything I have belongs to you. Body, soul, wealth, power, everything. Yin Zhi laughed, a laugh that was arrogant and aloof. Forgive my bluntness, but Li Xiaohua, everything you have and everything I have are not of equal value. He was being rather tactful. He didn't directly say that you were more despicable than me. Li Feiyun raised her head and chest slightly, declaring as if it were an official statement. I am the first princess of Zhaohan Island Kingdom, and also the first heir of the Li family dynasty. Yin Zhi's eyes widened. No way? Really? Li Feiyun said, do you think I would fake this? Li Feiyun certainly doesn't seem like the kind of swindler. Yin Zhi frowned and said, but if I remember correctly, the future female heir of Zhaohan Island is named Li Fengman. He was about to say future queen, but quickly changed his mind. Li Feiyun's proud face paled in surprise. How do you know my real name? Who are you? Yin Zhi touched his nose and chuckled. I am who I am. It seems she really is the first princess and heir of the Zhaohan Island Kingdom. How did I know? I knew this in my past life. However, why didn't Yin Zhi recognize Li Feiyun? It's very simple. In her previous life, Li Feiyun, also known as Li Fengman, would always wear extremely heavy makeup whenever she appeared in public. How concentrated is it? So thick you can't even see her true face. Thinking of this, Yin Zhi looked at Li Feiyun and Li Fengman. I'm really a little surprised. You, a princess of a country, actually came to the true Dragon Kingdom. Li Feiyun calmed down and temporarily stopped worrying about why Yin Zhi knew her real name. Studying abroad, completing academic achievements, and then returning to contribute to the country. Is that really unexpected? Asking a question in return, Li Feiyun looked directly into Yin Zhi's eyes. How about it? Am I in this state your worth? Yin Zhi laughed. I see. You've set your sights on my azure flame, Empress. You are wrong. Zhaohan Island has a traditional 9-star spirit guardian. Having another azure flame Empress would be more harmful than beneficial. This involves some international issues that you wouldn't understand. Yin Zhi laughed. All right, I don't understand. Then why are you challenging me to a duel? Li Feiyun said, for the sake of pride. Just for a moment of pride? To gamble everything? Even your country? Is it worth it? Worth it? Do you dare to take the gamble? Is this woman out of her mind? Yin Zhi stroked his chin, deep in thought. About 20 seconds later, he extended his palm. Make a deal. Snap. Li Feiyun was clearly determined, and without thinking, she high-fived Yin Zhi to make a vow. Make a deal. 3 years later, on the Strait of Hormuz, we risk everything and fight with all our might. Yin Zhi Dao, are you leaving? I graduated and returned to China 2 years later. 10 days from today, 3 years from now, will be the day I am crowned queen. After saying that, Li Feiyun turned and left. Yin Zhi watched her retreating figure until she was out of sight, then chuckled to himself. This is your own doing. It has nothing to do with me. 3 years later? Hey, I have a suicide system, and I also have 3 9-star holy spirits. What will you use to beat me then? 3 years later, if we defeat Li Feiyun, we will win a country. Zhaohan Island Nation is a medium-sized power, by no means small. To possess everything a queen has, it's kind of exciting to think about. Chapter 66, 3 new female students arrived in Class 10. One of them was actually... The days that followed were busy yet peaceful. Yin Zhi treated himself like a sponge, frantically absorbing all kinds of knowledge to enrich himself. Why work so hard? Because he knew very well what kind of path he was on. Even with the suicide system. Even with 3 Holy Spirit 9-star Spirit Masters. If you don't work hard, not only will you be doomed, but you will also waste your precious life. There's nothing we can do about wasting our past lives. In this life, he wants to let his life shine with infinite brilliance and live out infinite splendor. Before we knew it, 2 months had passed. That day, Zhuang Mo led 3 girls into the classroom. The 3 girls were all stunningly beautiful, each one a top-tier beauty. How beautiful! Each of them possesses extraordinary beauty that could easily place them in the top 10 of the school beauty rankings. In an instant, the boys in Class 10 felt that they didn't have enough eyes to see everything. After looking at the left side, I want to look at the middle one. I've looked at the middle one, but I can't bear to leave the right one. Who is it? It can't be. Is he new here? Sitting in the corner of the classroom, Yin Zhi blinked, glanced at the girl in the middle, and muttered something like, interesting. Why did he say that? He knew that girl. At this time, Zhuang Mo smiled and said, starting today, our Class 10 will have 3 new members. Let's all give them a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Isn't that obedient? Under the tutelage of class monitor Yin Zhi, those arrogant and spoiled rich kids have completely transformed into obedient kittens. Listen to your teacher. Study hard. Please consciously observe classroom order. Being polite and courteous makes it easier to get along with teachers. Class 10 has now undergone a complete transformation, and its reputation within Sacred Heart University has been completely reversed. Now, no one calls Class 10 a useless class anymore. They're even rivaling Class 1 in popularity. Zhuang Mo gestured for everyone to quiet down. 3 students, please introduce yourselves. The tallest girl on the far left with a single ponytail took a step forward. My name is Mu Pingting. That's all. After saying that, she took another step back, decisively and cleanly. Zhuang Mo smiled and said, Student Mu, this isn't the military base. You can relax and be more casual here. Mu Pingting said seriously, yes. Force? Is she a soldier in the military? After thinking about it, everyone looked at Mu Pingting again. She seemed to truly exude a sharp and murderous aura. Zhuang Mo could only help her with introductions. Mu was sent by the military to Sacred Heart University for further training. Don't be surprised. Zhao, it's your turn. Zhao responded with a hello, teacher, and began to introduce himself. My name is Zhao Yanwu, and I come from Saint Skull City. I am very honored to be admitted to Sacred Heart University. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yes, that's right. The person Yin Zhi knew was none other than his former fiancée, Zhao Yanwu. Why did she end up at Sacred Heart University? He's in the same class as Yin Zhi. There's a reason for that, of course. Yin Zhi was somewhat curious, but that was all he was curious about. He felt that his time and energy were precious, and he couldn't be bothered to waste them on Zhao Yanwu, a person from the past. Of course, he would be quite happy if she could contribute more of his murderous intent. Next, on the far right, is a petite and slender girl. She bowed to the crowd, and her smile was very beautiful. Hello, everyone. My name is Su Jiujio, because I was born on September 9th. You can call me Xiao Jiao. I'm new here, so if there's anything I've done poorly, please feel free to criticize me. I will humbly accept your feedback and strive to improve. Thank you, everyone. Applause erupted. At this time, some school staff moved desks and chairs into the classroom and placed them in the empty spaces at the back of the classroom. Zhuang Mo then asked the 3 of them to sit down. Su Jujio quickly walked to the spot near Yin Zhi and plopped down. But Mu Pingting walked over and said, This is my seat. Su Jujio asked, Is your name written on this seat? Where is it? I didn't see it. Mu Pingting took out a pen and carefully wrote her name on the desk. Here. Su Jujio blinked her big eyes, looking completely stunned. This counts? I've already sat down. Aren't there still seats available next to me? Mu Pingting said stiffly, But I want this position. Su Jujio pouted her rosy lips and muttered, How could you do this? I was the one who did it first. She looked left and right, seemingly looking for someone to uphold justice, and then she saw Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi didn't want to miss class over a seat. They're all in the last row. Aren't all the positions the same? What's there to argue about? Since someone's name is already written on the spot, Su, you should move to the side. Su Jujio immediately looked aggrieved and grumbled. Isn't this bullying? But she still stood up, not arguing with Mu Pingting, and sat down in the seat next to her. Ding! You have received 2,000 points of murderous intent from Su Jujio. Please check. The sound startled Yin Zhi. Uh-huh. What's going on? For the sake of a seat, she actually harbored murderous intent towards him, and you get 2,000 points right away. Su Jujio's heart was indeed as small as her chest. Yin Zhi pursed his lips. Mu Pingting sat down, her back ramrod straight, her already full chest now standing even more upright. Especially when viewed from Yin Zhi's direction, the curve on the side looks just like a roller coaster track, with steep rises and falls. It's a feast for the eyes. Yin Zhi swore. He definitely didn't let Mu Pingting sit next to him, because her breasts were bigger than Su Jujio's. It's because he has keen insight and the ability to judge people. He saw at a glance that Su Jiujiu was not a good person. That's right, that's exactly it. After taking her seat, Mu Pingting turned to look at Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi thought she was going to thank him, but she only looked at him for 2 seconds before turning her head away. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. Well, he had been overthinking things. Then, Zhuang Mo began his lecture. As soon as the bell rang, Zhuang Mo closed his lecture notes. There's something I need to tell you. Everyone has probably heard of the Wan Longsu in the South China Sea, right? What Zhuang Mo was talking about was the trial at Wan Longsu in the South China Sea, which would take place a month later, along with a friendly exchange meeting for the 6 alumni. He said that anyone who wants to go can try to take the gold level exam at the Sacred Heart City Sanctuary. However, obtaining the gold level only grants one the most basic eligibility to register. To actually reach Wan Longsu in the South China Sea, one must go through competition and contest. Yes, competition. Sacred Heart University encourages all forms of competition. It doesn't prohibit life or death competition, though it doesn't encourage it. Even what is the motto of Sacred Heart University? 8 characters. Survival of the fittest and continuous self-improvement. It is precisely this competitive spirit that has made Sacred Heart University #1. Yin Zhi was already aware of this and had been preparing for it for a long time. After Zhuang Mo left, Yin Zhi stepped onto the podium. Did you all hear what the teacher said clearly? Go take the test, everyone. If you fail, I'll give you one-on-one tutoring. I'll go tomorrow. I'll ask for leave for you guys. After Yin Zhi left, the classroom was filled with wails. Chapter 67. Okay, I get it. You can get lost now. This has nothing to do with me. What are you doing here? Let's go. I have nothing to say to you. I'm in a hurry to get back and cook. Don't waste my time. Yin Zhi said this to Zhao Yinwu. For some reason, she followed Yin Zhi after class. Yin Zhi initially ignored her, but she kept following him. He rolled his eyes and impatiently shooed them away. Zhao Yinwu kept her head down, so he still couldn't see her pretty face clearly. I have something to tell you. Yin Zhi Dao. Didn't I just say I have nothing to say to you? Get lost. Zhao Yinwu not only didn't leave, but continued to follow him. Ouch. Are you trying to be shameless? Yin Zhi's words were quite impolite. Okay. You have something to tell me, right? Go ahead and tell me. I am listening. After you've finished, hurry to the cafeteria to grab some food. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you go too late, you'll only be able to lick the bottom of the basin. This is no joke. The meals provided in the cafeteria are limited in time and quantity, so there will always be some people who don't get enough to eat. So every mealtime, everyone rushes to the cafeteria like it's a battle. Zhao Yinwu remained silent. Yin Zhi Dao, why are you mute? Say something. Zhao Yinwu lowered her head, her seemingly delicate body trembling slightly. I am sorry. What did you say? As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. He hates it when people say things like, what nonsense are you talking about? I never imagined that I would utter such nonsense today. Zhao Yinwu said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The first, I'm sorry, was said quite softly. The second, I'm sorry, was much louder. The third one was shouted out with his whole body tense. At this time, there were still some students leisurely coming and going around. After all, some students don't rely on the cafeteria for meals, so they don't need to rush there. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes and then gave a cold snort. Do you think that saying sorry is enough to get rid of some things? After last time, I thought we were even. I'm even waiting for the day you get stronger so you can slap me in the face. So when we met again, all you did was apologize to me? Can I say it's boring? It's fucking boring. After saying that, he turned and left. What a waste of time and energy. Unexpectedly, a thud came from behind. Yin Zhi turned around and saw Zhao Yinwu kneeling down. This scene caught the attention of the students nearby, who immediately began pointing and whispering among themselves. What happened? Have no idea. Isn't that Yin Zhi? What could possibly warrant kneeling down? Yin Zhi was amused by Zhao Yinwu's actions. What does that mean? He even knelt down? This will only make me look down on you more. Humph, if our roles were reversed, I'd be kneeling on the ground, and you'd be standing. Hey, I bet you won't even glance at me. You should be grateful that I at least glanced at you and spoke to you. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yinwu started crying. She cried and kept saying sorry. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have done that. Yin Zhi found it all too noisy, too lazy to pay attention to her. I was about to leave when suddenly a voice asked, What's going on? Yin Zhi turned his head and saw a familiar face walking over, followed by several men and women. Student council uniform, an armband with the word discipline on it. Isn't that the student union's discipline department? As for Yin Zhi's acquaintance, it was none other than Minister Shi Xiang, who led the team that searched Yin Zhi's house last time. Please get up, student. No matter what happens, why kneel down? If you are bullied, just say so, and we will stand up for you. Upholding justice? So, you're admitting I bullied her? Yin Zhi pursed his lips. You've come at the right time. This woman is yours to take care of. I'm in a hurry to get back and cook. Shi Xiang said, Yin Zhi, I'm afraid you can't leave. Why? This concerns you. Things aren't finished yet. How can you leave? After saying that, Shi Xiang said in a stern voice, why aren't you helping him up? Two female students from the discipline department quickly went to help Zhao Yinwu up and persuaded her to get up. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yinwu broke free from the other support and shouted, this is between him and me. It's none of your business. This put the people in the discipline department in an awkward position, and their expressions turned rather unpleasant. Shi Xiang's eye twitched, but he reacted quickly. Schools have their own rules and regulations. This is a public place. Please be mindful of your behavior. You can't just do whatever you want here. Since this is a private matter, please find a private place and resolve it behind closed doors. But I also advise you to exercise restraint and not go too far. Yin Zhi clicked his tongue and muttered something nonsensical. Stand up. Zhao Yinwu surprisingly stood up obediently, her face streaked with tears, looking pitifully at Yin Zhi. Now, Shi Xiang could finally see Zhao Yinwu's face clearly. For a fleeting moment, he was completely mesmerized. Zhao Yinwu's appearance at this moment was indeed extremely lethal. Few young males could withstand it. When he came to his senses, all he saw was Zhao Yinwu's beautiful back view, walking further and further away with Yin Zhi. Suddenly, a nameless anger welled up in Shi Xiang's heart. What's wrong with this world? Why do such beautiful girls cling to someone like Yin Zhi, even kneeling before him? Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? As for what kind of person that is, to put it bluntly, Shi Xiang might not even be able to find many flaws in Yin Zhi. He simply disliked him a lot. Envious. I hate it. Pooh. Spitting angrily, Shi Xiang said, let's go. Yin Zhi jia. The door slammed shut, and Yin Zhi said, I'll give you 3 sentences, just 2. Then get out. Zhao Yinwu knelt down again, sobbing softly. I was wrong, I was so wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that back then. Please forgive me. Please give me a chance to make up for the mistakes I made back then. No matter how you treat me, I will have no complaints. Looking at her, Yin Zhi sneered. You can still say one more word. Zhao Yinwu's body trembled. She looked up at Yin Zhi, only to see a cold face and a pair of cold eyes. Yin Zhi looked down at her and said, hurry up. 2 more tears streamed down Zhao Yinwu's face. If the previous scenes were all an act, then these 2 lines of tears were real. Yin Zhi's cold-blooded ruthlessness, the Zhao family's dire situation, all of this severely impacted her inner world. Where's the pride and arrogance of Zhao Yinwu now? In desperation, Zhao Yinwu had no choice but to use the backup plan. My dad and my brother were taken hostage by a group of people. They want me to get close to you, to get your forgiveness, and to do everything I can to repair our engagement. If we don't do what they say, they'll kill my dad and my brother. Wah! Yin Zhi nodded, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. Okay, I got it. You can get lost now. This is none of my business. Chapter 68, Who Made Me Lose My Parents? I'll make sure they lose theirs too. Squeak. Yin Zhi opened the door. Please. It's getting late. I really need to cook. I'm really hungry right now, okay? Zhao Yinwu stared blankly at Yin Zhi. Why? Why are you so heartless? Are you determined to drive my whole family to their deaths before you're satisfied? Yin Zhi chuckled. He couldn't be bothered to refute that. Did I kidnap your family? How did it become that I'm trying to force your whole family to their deaths? Baffling. Do you still want to renew our engagement? Ha ha. This is truly the #1 international joke. Zhao Yinwu looked at Yin Zhi's sneer and silently stood up. She took an envelope out of her pocket and handed it to Yin Zhi. This is a secret my dad asked me to give to you. He said, if you refuse to help, I'll give you this. You'll change your mind after you see it. Yin Zhi made 2 ho-ho sounds. You guys are certainly well prepared. Hey, I'm actually quite curious about what's written in here. But I just won't watch it. Get lost. Get lost. Zhao Yinwu was absolutely furious. She didn't care about anything else. Quickly tore open the envelope, unfolded the letter inside, and read its contents. This says that my dad knows the truth about your dad's death. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi's expression changed. He immediately snatched the envelope and began to read it. He was poisoned to death. I have very limited clues, but I do know something. Among Taniying's belongings was half a piece of black metal, right? In addition, I know some things about your mother. Let's discuss the details in person. Yin Zhi slowly crumpled the letter into a ball, his face extremely gloomy. Face-to-face chat? I'd like to have a face-to-face talk with your mother. Get out of here. If you don't leave, believe me, I'll kick you out. Seeing Yin Zhi's expression, Zhao Yinwu felt her heart pounding and quickly turned away. Bang! Looking at the closed vermilion gate, Zhao Yinwu felt a deep sorrow and helplessness, yet utterly powerless. She had done everything she could, and she didn't know what to do next. A wave of sadness washed over her, and she gritted her teeth, turned around, and left. She hadn't walked more than a few steps when a slightly concerned voice reached her ears. Are you all right, student? When Zhao Yinwu looked up, he saw an extremely beautiful woman looking at him with concern. No, it's okay, I'm fine. She kept saying she was fine, but tears streamed down her face. Seeing Zhao Yinwu like this, Dongfang Weishi was immediately overwhelmed with sympathy. Being family, Yin Zhi returned to the room and unfolded the letter he had been clutching in his hand, rereading every single word. Father's death. And mother? Mother? I actually have a mother? That's obvious. Without a mother, where would I be? The problem is, Yin Zhi has never actually had a mother. Ever since he came to understand the concept of a mother, he has asked his father, who is mom? Where did mom go? The answers he received from his father were always perfunctory, to the point that he eventually stopped bothering to ask. Over time, Yin Zhi almost never had any thoughts about his mother or mom. I never expected this. This letter, which he didn't want to read, contained information about his mother. And of course, there was the death of my father. In his mind, his father had always died of illness. This is true from past lives to this life. But now, a letter from Zhao Yinwu's father has shattered his preconceived notions. My dad didn't die of illness. My dad was poisoned to death. To put it more seriously, Yin Zhi felt a sense of collapse at this moment. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, it took him almost an hour to recover. He doesn't even know or remember what he thought during that hour. Sudden, Yin Zhi quickly summoned the big-bellied toad and crawled into its belly. He arrived at the Lingyu building within the big belly space, which he had bought for 120 million, and found his father's belongings. The half-piece of black metal that Zhao Fengming mentioned in his letter was quietly held in Yin Zhi's hand. Rough, slightly sinking, it has a cool metallic feel. Why did Zhao Fengming specifically mention this? Could it be related to my father's death? Yin Zhi held that black lump of iron and examined it over and over for a full hour. They even included a magnifying glass. Nothing special was found. He even imitated a passage from a novel he had read before, dripping his own blood onto it. However, nothing particularly noteworthy happened. Well, Yin Zhi sighed and began to make plans in his mind. It seems I really have no choice but to rescue Zhao Fengming. But is what Zhao Yinwu said true? Or what if what Zhao Fengming said is false? Although given his relationship with my father and his knowledge of the metal's existence, it's reasonable that he would know some secrets. I'm afraid they'll set a trap, etc. Afraid? I'm scared. Yin Zhi suddenly jumped up. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? What's there to be afraid of? Now that I'm in this situation, without parents, and I suddenly have a lead, how can I not investigate it thoroughly? I'm going to find out the truth. Who told me to be orphaned? I'll make sure they're orphaned too. It's decided. I'm hungry, so I cook and eat my fill. Only when I'm full can I get to work. Although Yin Zhi desperately wanted to know information about his father's death and his mother's disappearance. But he wasn't a hot-blooded, impulsive young man after all. He was well aware of the crisis and danger involved. Knowing full well that this was a trap set for them, why did they still blindly walk into it? Even if I'm a professional at courting death, isn't it shameful to do it in such a low-level way? No ruse. No ruse. I'll talk about it after I find the dragon-slaying sword in the Wanlong ruins of the South China Sea. No matter who it is, I'll play with you and have a blast. Afterwards, Yin Zhi had a chat with Zhao Yinwu, that little vixen. He hadn't had a chance to ask before, so this time he asked her 2 questions. First, who are the people who kidnapped their family? Second, why did you take the Zhao family hostage? When faced with both questions, Zhao Yinwu answered, I don't know. Have no idea? Do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Yin Zhi didn't have mind-reading abilities, so naturally he didn't know. But Yin Zhi didn't know the answer to the first question, but he felt he had already guessed the answer to the second question. What is it about me that makes others go to such lengths? Empress Qingyan. This. Could it be considered a honey trap? The mastermind behind this scheme actually used Zhao Yinwu to carry out a honey trap. Do you really think I, Yin Zhi, have never seen a beautiful woman before? Or do you see me as someone who's already gone back to the same place? Thinking about this, Yin Zhi felt looked down upon and despised again. Oomph. Go ahead and look down on me all you want. You'll be crying for your parents someday. Chapter 69. To complete the mission, I'll also use my beauty to seduce you. Late at night, the old campus has been abandoned for a long time. Zhao Yinwu came to this place alone and stood next to a broken statue. She looked around, clearly waiting for someone. Suddenly, she turned around abruptly and, in the dim moonlight, saw a figure emerge from the darkness. Her heart jumped in her throat. Are you the person I'm in contact with? Say something. The other party silence made Zhao Yinwu uneasy. Suddenly, a beam of intense light shone on Zhao Yinwu's face, forcing him to close his eyes tightly and shield his eyes with his hand. She only heard a mocking voice. You're such a fool. No wonder you played such a good hand so badly. Aside from being a little good-looking, I really haven't found anything else remarkable about you. Zhao Yinwu gritted her teeth. As the other person approached, the beam of light moved away from her head, and she could barely make out who it was. Who are you? Ye Halong. Snap. He slapped Zhao Yinwu across the face. The visitor said, You dare call Ye Halong by his name? Zhao Yinwu felt a burning sensation on her face, filled with hatred, anger, and bitterness. My face hurts, but my heart aches even more, and I am filled with even greater sorrow. When did I, Zhao Yinwu, become someone who could be slapped so easily? Ye Halong pulled out a silk handkerchief and wiped his hands, as if there was something dirty on them. Tell me, what's the situation? Zhao Yinwu gritted her teeth. I apologized to him and even knelt down before him. I abandoned all dignity and relentlessly pursued her. I finally got his forgiveness, but he refused to renew our marriage agreement. Ye Halong chuckled, his smile full of disdain. Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Not to mention he's not even a hero. He's nothing but a lowly nouveau riche. Zhao Yinwu knew who Ye Halong was talking about. Who else could it be but Yin Zhi, who had obtained the Qingyan Empress? She remained silent. If you knew that Yin Zhi already knew about the coercion my family was experiencing, you would know that Yin Zhi already knew about it. You can underestimate him all you want. Many people who underestimated him were proven wrong by him, and I don't believe you will be an exception. Zhao Yinwu naturally kept these thoughts to himself. Now the entire Zhao family is in the other party's hands, so she can only obediently listen and endure. Ye Halong reached out, pinched Zhao Yinwu's chin, and looked at her face. Look at that face. She immediately pushed the 5th-ranked girl off the school beauty list. If it weren't useful to you, I would have liked to keep it for myself. Next, use all your skills to completely subdue him. Don't worry, as long as I get back what is rightfully mine, your Zhao family will be safe and sound. Releasing Zhao Yinwu's chin, Ye Halong said, You can leave now. Zhao Yinwu pursed her lips and left silently. Ye Halong watched Zhao Yinwu disappear into the darkness, muttering to himself. Empress Qingyan, Empress Qingyan, you originally belonged to my Zhao family. Soon you will return to the Zhao family and help us revive our great cause. Yes, the student council president, Ye Halong, is not actually named Ye Halong. His surname is Zhao. His real name is Zhao Halong. They are actually descendants of the Zhao family, who unified the 7 kingdoms and established the Qing Empire more than 2,000 years ago, and have always considered themselves sons and grandsons of the dragon. Why did the Qing Empire perish after only 3 generations? It's because that sinner Zhao Zheng failed to pass on the Qingyan Empress's legacy. This lingering resentment has been accumulated by the descendants of the Zhao family for over 2,000 years. Now, the Azure Flame Empress has finally reappeared in the world, only to be resonated with by a good-for-nothing. Since learning of the Qingyan Empress's reappearance, all the power and resources of the Zhao family descendants have been concentrated and mobilized. There's only one goal: reclaim the Azure Flame Empress that rightfully belongs to the Zhao family. Yes, it's not about stealing, it's about taking it back. Even after more than 2,000 years, the Zhao family still firmly believes that Empress Qingyan belongs to their Zhao lineage. It is only right to retrieve Empress Qingyan. Next, we need to go to the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea to retrieve the dragon-slaying sword. Haha, I really didn't expect to find out the whereabouts of the dragon-slaying sword so easily. Heaven is truly helping me. Zhao Haolong. Yi Haolong chuckled and turned to leave. The old school buildings have returned to tranquility. Not long. A dark, inky black figure emerged from the ground. The scene was as if the solid ground were water, and the dark figure was rising from beneath the surface. The dark ink slowly faded, revealing a tall woman with stunning curves. If Yin Zhi were here, he would definitely recognize that this woman is his seatmate, Mu Pingting. Who is Mu Pingting? Her official identity was that of a soldier sent by the military to Sacred Heart University for further training. What is the reality? The Dragon Guards of Dragon Guard Manor. This time, her mission was to protect Yin Zhi at Sacred Heart University. To be precise, it's about ensuring that his Qingyan Empress won't be taken away by the descendants of the Zhao family. Mu Pingting looked in the direction Yi Haolong had left and snorted with disdain and disgust. What era are we living in? There are still people dreaming of becoming emperors. As long as I'm here, you won't succeed. After uttering those harsh words, she immediately frowned again. The descendants of the Zhao family actually used a honey trap this time, which is both insidious and troublesome. Zhao Yanwu, that woman, has the look of a vixen. If Yin Zhi really falls for her tricks and becomes completely infatuated with her, then things will be very bad. Should I give him a heads up? All men are the same. Their IQ drops to negative numbers the moment they see a beautiful woman. Even if I give him a heads up, will he believe me? What to do? What do I do? She carried this question with her back to her dorm room. As she washed up, looking at herself in the mirror, a sudden inspiration struck her, and an idea came to her. Do you think I, Mu Pingting, am any worse than you, Zhao Yanwu? If you can use your femininity, why can't I? It's all for the sake of completing the mission. As a dragon guard, completing the mission is paramount. That's what she said, but as she spoke, she felt her face getting hot. Let's do it. Mu Pingting immediately drew a summoning circle and summoned a utility spirit. The talking snail? Calling for mom. Calling for mom. This is Moing. A moment later, the snail began to speak. I am the mother. Speak. Mu Pingting said to the snail on the phone. I need some books on how to use a honey trap. I haven't taken any courses on this yet, so I don't know how. The snail on the phone stared wide-eyed and opened its mouth. They used a honey trap over there, so why can't I? It's all about completing the mission. Chapter 70, oh my goodness. Is this the prelude to kicking me out of Sacred Heart University? Su Jojo asked. Class monitor, could you explain this problem to me? It's so hard, I just can't figure it out. Yin Zhi replied, I'm Busa. Solve it yourself. Mu Pingting asked. Class monitor, shall we have a friendly match? Are you in? Yin Zhi replied, come on, I won't hold back. Su Jojo asked. Class monitor, I want to compete with you. I want to know where I'm lacking. Yin Zhi replied, no, you don't want to. Mu Pingting asked, Class monitor, could you explain the 3 principles of synchronized rhythm to me? Yin Zhi replied, you said 3 principles? The first one is, Yin Zhi suddenly realized that he seemed to have become popular at some point. Su Jojo has small breasts. Mu Pingting is tall and has a good figure. They'll always find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with me, or to ask questions, or it could be an invitation to a duel, or you could buy yourself some snacks or small gifts. They both became exceptionally proactive about anything related to themselves. This puzzled Yin Zhi. Did I become more handsome after my hair grew out? Or is it that after a period of hard work and studying, I've armed my mind with knowledge and become more refined? Otherwise, why do these 2 newcomers seem to have turned into little fangirls? I don't understand. Since he couldn't figure out, he stopped thinking about it. He didn't care about them and just went about his own business. Oh, and there's another newcomer, Zhao Yanwu. Since he needed to put on an act with her, Yin Zhi didn't actively try to kick her out anymore. But that just meant they didn't kick her out. Most of the time, Zhao Yanwu followed Yin Zhi like a maid. Sometimes, when she followed Yin Zhi into his house, she would obediently sit on a small stool by the wall for an hour or 2 before leaving. There wasn't even a glass of water to drink. Do you want me to act all sweet and loving with you? Vomit. If it weren't for wanting to know the truth about his father's murder. If it weren't for wanting to know information about my mother. I can't even be bothered to talk to you. Why would I put on an act with you? In addition, Yin Zhi asked Zhao Yanwu if he knew who was monitoring them at Sacred Heart University. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Yanwu's answer was still the same 3 words. I don't know. Yin Zhi was skeptical, but too lazy to waste his energy on it. He has his own ideas on how to handle this matter. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. There are only 10 days left before heading to the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea for the trial. The other 10 days are spent traveling, and the journey to the South China Sea is extremely long. That day, after finishing his classes for the morning, Zhuang Imo took out a box and began calling out names one by one. Those whose names were called went forward to receive 3 golden 5-pointed stars. Those whose names were called were all those who had signed up to participate in the South China Sea Dragon Ruins trial. Under Yin Zhi's intense pressure, 10 people passed the gold level exam, a very high percentage. Speaking of, Bai Yuntian and Sun Liangwu, these sons of powerful and wealthy families, are not only not weak, but can even be described as strong among their peers. Why are there only 21 people like Bai Yuntian and his group who entered Sacred Heart University when there are so many powerful and wealthy children in the true Dragon Kingdom? Yin Zhi boasted that he already knew quite a bit about Sacred Heart University. If you don't have real talent, do you think you can get into Sacred Heart University just by relying on money and power? Dream. Why was it previously called a waste house? It's all because Bai Yuntian and his gang are too spoiled, too unrestrained, and too lazy. After Yin Zhi's brutal, almost re-educational training, the atmosphere and demeanor of Class 10 underwent a complete transformation. Under these circumstances, the true potential of Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, and their group was unearthed. 21 people participated in the gold level assessment, and 10 of them passed. This result truly surprised many people. Even the pass rate for Class A was not this high. At this time, with a touch of pride and emotion, Zhuang Imo distributed the 39 golden 5-pointed stars to the 13 people. Aside from Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, Qiu Yaoyao, and 3 others, the other 3 are Yin Zhi, Mu Pingting, and Su Jujiu. Yin Zhi wasn't surprised at all that Mu Pingting had passed the gold level assessment, considering she was a military personnel undergoing further training. But he had some reservations about Su Jujiu. You clearly have the strength of a gold level expert, yet you pretend to be a newbie in front of me. You're definitely not a good person. You little rascal. You must have some ulterior motive for getting so close to me. I'd like to see what you're really up to. After distributing the 39 golden 5-pointed stars, Zhuang Imo said, "Next, I will explain the rules for competing for the qualification to go to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea. The rules are as follows. Each person uses their 3 gold 5-pointed stars as chips to duel with another person who also has a gold 5-pointed star. Those who collect all 9 golden 5-pointed stars will be able to exchange them for a ticket to the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea. Every change of ownership of a golden 5-pointed star must be done through a duel, and each change of ownership is recorded. All gold 5-pointed stars obtained outside of duels are invalid. Furthermore, there is no limit to how many stars you can bet in a duel. You can bet 1 star or all of them. Furthermore, you cannot refuse a duel invitation more than 3 times. Also, each person can only send out 3 duel invitations per day and can only send 1 duel invitation to the same person per day. Anyone who fails to complete 3 duels by the deadline will be expelled. Just like our school motto, survival of the fittest, strive for self-improvement. If you want to get it, you need to compete and fight. Those who lack the ability to win, but also lack the will to fight, will be expelled from Sacred Heart Academy. Keep it up, everyone. Your teacher is looking forward to your excellent performance." After saying this, Zhuang Imo left. Yin Zhi tossed the golden 5-pointed star in his hand, his eyes like those of a wolf searching for its prey. Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, and the others seemed to sense something, and none of them dared to speak. Yin Zhi smiled. "You seem nervous? What? Are you afraid I'll steal your stars? Don't worry. A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. I wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment stealing the stars from you. However, even though I don't want yours, if the stars in your hands end up benefiting someone else, then I need to give you all one-on-one special guidance again, except for Qiu Yaoyao. Qiu Yaoyao, who has masochistic tendencies, immediately pouted. The eyes that had just lit up immediately dimmed. But a few days later, Yin Zhi regretted saying the phrase, "A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow." Why? It's simple. No one accepted his challenge. They would rather waste a chance to refuse than confront Yin Zhi. Wouldn't that be awkward? There are only 10 days in total. If this continues, he won't even be able to collect enough stars for 3 duels, let alone gather 9. He'll be in direct danger of being expelled. Just as Yin Zhi was feeling down, Mu Pingting brought him some information. It was a joint effort by the student council and another club called the Tianxing Support Group. They discouraged others from accepting your challenge. This is what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. Yin Zhi chuckled. This is practically kicking me out of Sacred Heart University. Chapter 71 Yin 1. I want to take on 36 of them by myself. That little guy seems to be in trouble. In the principal's office, Confucius, wearing a white vest and flip-flops, had a gloating look on his face. Zhuang Montauk smiled helplessly. It seems no one is accepting his challenge. There's nothing that can be done about it. After all, he was the master of the Azure Flame Empress, and his other two spirit masters were also very strong. It's normal to be refused a duel you're not confident in. Confucius and Mencius drank a cup of tea with a smile. If he doesn't find a solution, then he'll have to be fired. These words turned Zhuang Mo's helplessness into distress. Master this. I don't think this is his problem. Our rules have some loopholes. If we fire him because of this... Snap! Confucius and Mencius's flip-flops fell to the ground. Zhuang Mo, look, my shoe fell on the ground. I have no shoes to wear. What should I do? Zhuang Mo said, of course, we should pick up the shoes. Confucius and Mencius bent down, picked up the shoes from the ground, and put them on. Then I can go barefoot. Or I can just discard these shoes and buy a new pair. That's the problem. Problems are static, but people are dynamic. Of course, the rules we've made have problems. But so what? There are no rules in this world that are without problems. But why has our civilization been able to continue to this day? It's because we can find solutions to problems within various rules. Zhuang Mo nodded, sighed, and said, the master is right. The master is right. Just then, there was a knocking sound at the door. Immediately afterwards, Dongfang Weishi walked in with a gloomy face, looking furious. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Master, that Yin Zhi is utterly reckless and lawless. I'm so angry. Zhuang Mo looked at her, puzzled. Teacher Dongfang, weren't you hosting the duel at the Sacred Heart Gymnasium? What happened to Yin Zhi? Dongfang Weishi was probably really angry. Zhuang Mo, your student is getting more and more capable. Confucius and Mencius laughed and said, Dongfang, I think you and him are naturally incompatible. He always seems to be able to make you very angry. Master, how can you still laugh? The Sacred Heart Stadium is practically in complete chaos. Zhuang Mo asked, Teacher Dongfang, what exactly happened? Dongfang Weishi asked, what happened? That guy Yin Zhi, actually. Let's turn back time a little. Location, Sacred Heart Stadium. Yin Zhi swaggered into the Sacred Heart Stadium. As soon as he entered, given his current level of attention, he immediately attracted a lot of eyeballs. These people are all looking for opponents to duel with. He's here again. What good will it do if they come? Yeah, no one would accept his duel challenge. Exactly. Who would accept a duel with little chance of winning? To be honest, I really want to fight him, but haha. Hearing the discussions coming from all directions, Yin Zhi arrived at the duel registration area. Dongfang Weishi is stationed here. When she saw Yin Zhi, she asked, why are you alone? Where's your boyfriend? Yin Zhi chuckled. Teacher Dongfang Laxi, I don't have a boyfriend yet, so I'm single. How about you be my boyfriend, teacher? Everyone who heard this was stunned. This guy is incredibly audacious, daring to even make jokes about Teacher Dongfang, and it was this kind of joke. I must worship you. This can be said to be the common sentiment of everyone. Dongfang Weishi's face turned cold, and she said in a chilling voice, where is your duel opponent? As for Yin Zhi's lewd remark, she pretended not to hear it. Did he expect her to argue with Yin Zhi in front of all the students? That person is shameless, but she still has a sense of shame. Yin Zhi took out a piece of paper and slammed it on the table. Here. Dongfang Weishi looked down and saw a bunch of names written on the paper. She frowned so deeply it could trap a fly, and asked, what do you mean? Yin Zhi pointed to the names on the paper and said, those people on the paper are the ones I'm going to challenge. Everyone. What did you say? What did you say? Yin Zhi and Dongfang Weishi said almost simultaneously, what did you say? Hee. Yin Zhi chuckled, sniffing. I knew you'd say what you were going to say. See, I guessed right, didn't I? Dongfang Weishi said, be serious. Stop joking around. Explain yourself clearly. Yin Zhi's face instantly turned serious. This speed of changing his expression is absolutely amazing. I made my point very clear. I'm going to challenge everyone on this list to a duel. Dongfang Weishi paused for 2 seconds, then asked, are you here to mess around? Yin Zhi retorted, how did I act recklessly? Dongfang Weishi retorted, how? Is this not nonsense? Is this how you initiate a duel? Everyone else fights one-on-one. Look at this list. How many people are on it? Yin Zhi asked again. Teacher Dongfang, Do the rules stipulate that duels can only be one-on-one? Dongfang Weishi was stunned again. Are there any rules that restrict duels to one-on-one only? Of course not. She was involved in creating these rules, so how could she not know them? This rule is obviously not included. However, no buts. Yin Zhi waved his hand, decisively interrupting Dongfang Weishi. No buts. But all of that is superfluous. As long as I don't break the rules, then everything I do is in accordance with the rules. Dongfang Weishi was extremely uncomfortable being cornered by Yin Zhi. Are you crazy? You alone are challenging 36 gold-level spirit masters? Do you really think you're invincible? Even after saying these words, Dongfang Weishi still felt a tightness in her chest. Yin Zhi stood tall and proud, a smug smile on his face. That's right, I want to take on 36 of them all by myself. Teacher Dongfang, this is not your concern. Go and find all these people quickly. Accept or reject. Give me a straight answer. Upon hearing his words, everyone in the stadium was shocked. He wanted to take on 36 people one-on-one? Has he really gone mad? Let's go back to the present. Location, principal's office. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Dongfang Weishi's description, Confucius and Mencius immediately burst into hearty laughter. Dongfang Weishi said, Master, you're still laughing? With that kid messing things up, how can the duel continue? Confucius and Mencius waved their hands. In that instant, a hint of the aura that had dominated the world for 200 years seemed to leak out. Zhuang Mo and Dongfang Weishi both felt a tremor in their hearts. Proceed as planned. Wasn't he going to take on 36 people at once? As long as it's within the rules, let him do whatever he wants. Ha ha ha. Interesting, that kid is really funny. Chapter 72, if you agree, then do it. If you refuse, then get lost. Wild nonsense. Attention, students. Attention, students. Now, a notification is being broadcast. Those whose names are called, please proceed to the Sacred Heart Stadium immediately. Those whose names are called, please proceed to the Sacred Heart Stadium immediately. Yehalong, Yehalong, Zhanhongni, Zhanhongni. The announcement will be broadcast again. The loudspeakers were also used by the spirits to broadcast the sound to every corner of Sacred Heart University. One by one, names echoed and spread throughout the Sacred Heart University. At this moment, Yi Haolong was holding a work meeting in the Student Union conference room. Upon hearing the broadcast, I couldn't help but frown. Shi Xiang, who was very close to Yi Haolong, leaned towards him and asked for his permission. Chairman, please continue the meeting. I'll go see what it is. If it's not anything serious, you don't need to make the trip. Shi Xiang's name was also among those read aloud on the radio. At this moment, another young man said, President, 16 of those names that were read out seem to be from our student council. Yi Haolong thought for a moment, stood up, and said, Since I've been called out, let's go take a look. That's all for now. Meeting adjourned. Immediately afterwards, Yi Haolong, Shi Xiang, and others headed straight for the Sacred Heart Stadium. Along the way, they also encountered a group of women, the Tianqing support group, led by Zhan Hongni. The two sides exchanged glances but did not communicate. Instead, they joined forces and arrived at the Sacred Heart Stadium. As soon as they entered, they heard murmurs from those around them. It's here. Wow, the show's about to begin. Wow, he's really bold, directly attacking the student council. Oh ho, there's a group of girls too. Hearing the murmurs and comments around them, as if they were watching a show, Yi Haolong, Zhan Hongni, and the others felt very uncomfortable. Good. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, drawing the attention of everyone in the Sacred Heart Stadium. Who else could it be but Yin Zhi? He smiled and said, Teacher Dongfang, everyone is here. Could you please take some notes? Dongfang Weishi's face remained stiff. Yin Zhi's voice echoed throughout the Sacred Heart Stadium. Yi Haolong, Zhan Hongni, you both heard this clearly. I'll only say this once. Don't ask me anything like that. I'm tired of hearing that. I now formally challenge all 36 of you to a duel. Accept or refuse, please answer. The lingering sound echoed in the air. Yi Haolong, Zhan Hongni, and the other 36 people were stunned. Shi Xiang couldn't believe his ears and shouted, What did you say? Say it again. Yin Zhi gave Shi Xiang a helpless look, as if to say, Are you kidding me? Shi Xiang then remembered that Yin Zhi had told him not to ask him any nonsense, but he had ended up saying it anyway. Immediately, Shi Xiang's face flushed red, and his heart surged with emotion. He seemed to hear snickers from all around him. Zhan Hongni laughed arrogantly and domineeringly. Did I hear that right? Yin Zhi waved his hand and said, Shut up. You ugly freak who's had plastic surgery. Just answer. Yes or no. Ding. You have received 20,000 points of killing intent from Zhang Hongni. Please check. Haha, did I touch a nerve? At first glance, Zhang Hongni is extremely beautiful, but upon closer inspection, she is just average. Why? It's because her face has been surgically altered. When it comes to cosmetic surgery, Japan is world-class, practically a sorcery. How powerful is it? Even the most misshapen and deformed fruits can be transformed into stunning beauties. The problem is a fake. Even if you put phoenix feathers on a pheasant, it's still a pheasant. On the contrary, the phoenix feathers would only make the pheasant look even uglier. Therefore, even though Zhang Hongni has an extremely beautiful face, she is not on the list of school beauties. No one would be so bored as to bring up Zhang Hongni's plastic surgery. But is Yin Zhi someone else? If Zhang Hongni doesn't provoke him, then so be it. Yin Zhi is too lazy to expose her shortcomings. But since you provoked me, you want to kick me out of Sacred Heart University? Then don't blame me for completely tearing your face apart. Zhang Hongni shouted, Fine, I accept. The spoiled and domineering girls in Tianxing's fan club also shouted angrily. I accept. Let's teach him a lesson. Sisters, avenge brother Tianxing. Because Tianxing dropped out of school, they had long hated Yin Zhi with a passion that made them grit their teeth. However, they also knew that taking revenge would not be easy. Their original plan was to expel Yin Zhi from Sacred Heart University first. Without the protection of Sacred Heart University, they can gang up on him and avenge brother Tianxing. To be a die-hard fan to this extent is no longer the definition of a fan. Calling them a believer would be more accurate. Now, Yin Zhi has openly humiliated Zhang Hongni and provoked their Tianxing support group. This is intolerable, Yin Zhi shouted. Then get out there and register. Then, he looked at the student council members. What about you? Will you accept or refuse? Stop talking nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Why waste so much breath? If you refuse, get lost. If you accept, go register over there. Shi Xiang said, Yin Zhi, you only have 3 stars, so how can you fight against so many of us? Those women are brainless. All they think about is fighting, but he's not stupid. What is the fundamental purpose of this duel? In order to obtain the golden 5-pointed star, and in turn obtain the ticket to the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea. Yin Zhi only has 3 stars, so what if he wins? But if they lose a duel, Yin Zhi will be able to collect all the golden 5-pointed stars. And there is another problem. Shi Xiang looked at Dongfang Weishi. Teacher Dongfang, what he did, is it against the rules for one person to challenge our group to a duel? Dongfang Weishi was in a bad mood. With a stiff face, she asked, Are there any rules that explicitly prohibit duels between one or more people? Shi Xiang opened his mouth as if to speak, but then fell silent. Indeed, none of the rules seemed to prohibit doing so. Yin Zhi was already very impatient. Hey, I'm already so thirsty, okay? If you agree, then do it. If you refuse, then get lost. What's with all this nonsense? Do you guys have too much saliva to spare? One word, do it. Isn't that all? The 16 members of the student council immediately turned red with anger. How arrogant! How arrogant! Sure, Xiangdao I. At this moment, Yi Haolong spoke up. I refuse. There are so many of us. He meant to say that it was unfair for so many of us to gang up on one person. But Yin Zhi was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and said directly, If you refuse, then get lost. The feeling of having something to say but being unable to say it is undoubtedly very frustrating. Yi Haolong gritted his teeth secretly but smiled calmly. Let's go. President. Yi Haolong had already turned his back on him. Yin Zhi shouted, Get lost. If you have no guts, don't do dirty work behind people's backs. It's shameful. Chapter 73 1 man and 20 women. Come to me all at once, I'll make you all cry today. President. Why refuse? That guy. Outside the Sacred Heart Gymnasium, 16 gold-level spirit masters from the student council strode away with great poise. As Shi Xiang chased after Yi Haolong, he couldn't help but reveal his resentment and frustration. Yi Haolong stopped and looked at Shi Xiang. Under Yi Haolong's piercing and sharp gaze, Shi Xiang lowered his head guiltily, not daring to look directly at him. As soon as he stopped, everyone stopped too. From this perspective, Yi Haolong, as the student council president, can be said to be very prestigious and capable of winning people's respect. Yi Haolong snorted and continued walking forward. Don't ask why you're refusing. You should ask why they agreed. With so many of us, we can take him down by force. Hey, win or lose, we've already lost. Why did we agree? Remember, the real contest is never about being brave and aggressive. Fighting and brawling is merely a very low-level contest. Regardless of winning or losing, it's not worth mentioning. The real victory will be achieved here. Understand? Yi Haolong pointed to his head. Upon hearing this, the other 15 people all nodded in agreement, saying that the chairman was right. However, is that really what Yi Haolong was thinking? I'll hold back for now. If we do not move, we will remain still. But if we do move, we will kill. Yin Zhi, our game is yet to come. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Heart Stadium, the spacious dueling arena has been cleared. Everyone took their seats in the audience, waiting to watch the spectacle of one man taking on 20. Hey, let's make a prediction and see who wins and who loses. Needless to say, it's definitely Zhang Hongmi and the others. No matter how powerful Yin Zhi is, how could he possibly take on 20 at once? That's not necessarily true. They have the Azure Flame Empress. So what if she has the Azure Flame Empress? It's all about the number of skills. The key is the number of skills. I also think Yin Zhi's chances of winning are slim. If 20 skills are unleashed at him as soon as the fight starts, how can he withstand it? Amidst the heated discussions, the tall and curvaceous Mu Pingting quietly sat down on a spectator chair. As she watched Yin Zhi stretching his muscles in the arena, she couldn't help but recall the scene from before. Oh my God, is this going to kick me out of Sacred Heart University? So what do you plan to do? What should I do? What should I do? Let me think. If all else fails, you can play a game with someone in your class, betting 1 star per game, and 6 games should be enough. I got it. I've got a solution. What? I challenged all those who were messing with me. TSK, I'm so clever. At that time, Mu Pingting thought Yin Zhi had gone mad. Even at this moment, she still thought Yin Zhi was crazy. Of course, at the same time, she admired Yin Zhi's courage and boldness. To challenge everyone? Fortunately, he was able to come up with this solution. This kind of wit alone is rare among ordinary people. Oh dear, what are we going to do now? Suddenly a voice came from the side, and Mu Pingting was secretly startled. Damn it, I didn't even notice. Turning my head, I saw Su Jiujiu's delicate and lovely face, her brows furrowed with worry. Su Jiujiu turned her head and glanced at Mu Pingting. If the class monitor loses, not only will he not be able to go to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea, but he will also be expelled. What's the point of Sacred Heart University without our class monitor? I don't even want to study here anymore. The performance-based agreement has been finalized. Yin Zhi bets 3 stars, all of them. The 20 members of Tianqing's support group each took out 1 pill. According to the rules, anyone who has fought fewer than 3 duels will be expelled. If Yin Zhi loses the first round, how will he make it to 3 rounds? Others have 3 chances, but Yin Zhi only has 1. Mu Pingting shifted her gaze away from Su Jiujiu's face. He will win. Su Jiujiu looked surprised, then smiled and said, Sister Mu, you really have a lot of confidence in the class monitor. Mu Pingting said, Stop talking, just watch. On the dueling field. The 2 duelists are now in position. The referee was personally officiated by the director of the Sacred Heart Stadium. Remember, this duel is a battle of victory or defeat. It will only determine the winner, not the life or death. But you should fight with all your might. If someone's life is in danger, I will step in to help. Any other questions? Both sides said no. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 girls rushed towards Yin Zhi with shouts. They were unusually excited. Finally, the opportunity has arrived. Finally, the chance to rightfully avenge Brother Tianqing has come. Yin Zhi, damn Yin Zhi, today will show you the power of the Tianqing support group. Whoa, is this to stop Yin Zhi from summoning the spirit beast? It's obvious. If he can't even summon a spirit, Yin Zhi will undoubtedly lose this duel. Some people in the audience shared their opinions on the duel's outcome. And what they said was true. That was exactly the tactic of Tianqing's support group. 10 people summoned spirits, and 10 people stopped Yin Zhi from summoning spirits. Yin Zhi snorted coldly, turned around, and ran away. As he ran, his fingertips emitted a white and a silver light, respectively, and drew 2 summoning circles. He can actually move and summon. Hey, those girls' wishful thinking has backfired. It seems Yin Zhi's chances of winning aren't as low as I thought. The so-called mobile summoning is summoning a spirit while moving. Why is this the case? since drawing and summoning spirits require a high degree of concentration. Remaining still is undoubtedly more conducive to concentration. Mobile summoning is an even more advanced technique. It is quite difficult to master. Yin Zhi's move alone was enough to catch everyone's eye. The 10 girls who were closely following Yin Zhi all changed their expressions. It would be a lie to say they weren't panicked, and they didn't summon any spirits. Retreat. Retreat now. How fast could Yin Zhi draw the summoning array? Immediately, the mechanical Empress and the white-clad Empress jumped out of the magic circle. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of many males. Master, I await your call. The doctor is here. Do you want a shot? 2 symbiotic chains linked Yin Zhi and the 2 spirit beasts together. Let's fight. Let's have a good fight today. The mecha girl activated her subspace gliding ability, and Yin Zhi instantly appeared in front of the 10 girls. Smack! With a single slap, a girl who could be described as beautiful was sent flying. He flew straight out of the dueling arena, defeated. This scene made many viewers wonder. He really has no chivalry at all. And at this moment, right behind Yin Zhi, Zhan Hongni and the other 10 girls also summoned their respective spirit beasts. Kill him. Avenge Brother Tianqing. Watch how awesome I am. In an instant, 10 skills, wind, fire, lightning, and ice, bombarded Yin Zhi's back. Yin Zhi turned around instantly, not only not dodging, but also opening his arms as if to hug. The mechanical Empress unleashes her ether domain skill. A dome filled with a pale blue glow was released. In an instant, all the wind, fire, electricity, and ice that collided with the etheric realm vanished without a trace. The effect of the etheric domain disrupts the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and dispels energy-based skills. This scene immediately shocked everyone. At the same time, the white-clad Empress injected a body-strengthening acupuncture needle into Yin Zhi's body. Haha, come at me together. I'll make you all cry today. Chapter 74, you actually changed the rules because of me? Is it really necessary? Asshole. Bastard. Snap. Go to hell. Go to hell. Bang. I'm going to take you down with me. A mutuelle destruction. Boom. 20 people ganging up on one person? Wrong. One person ganging up on 20? Right? Zhan Hongni and the others are all gold-level spirit masters and are definitely among the strongest in their age group. Even a diamond-level spirit master would have to think twice about their chances of winning if all 20 of them were together. Unfortunately, they offended Yin Zhi, a person with a suicide system, a prodigy possessing 3 9-star Holy Spirit Guardians. Yes, she's a monster. In particular, Yin Zhi is not the kind of person who is reckless and dissolute. He consistently avoided directly confronting multiple enemies at the same time. Instead, they fully utilized the unique characteristics of the 3 Empresses' spirit abilities to employ a strategy of defeating enemies one by one. From an observer's perspective, at first glance, it looked like 20 girls were besieging Yin Zhi. But upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that Yin Zhi was leading 20 girls in flying kites. It can be said that every time Yin Zhi launches an attack, he actually faces no more than 3 enemies. With his strength, dealing with 3 enemies would be a piece of cake. Yin Zhi completely and utterly controlled the rhythm of the entire battle. Even though Zhan Hongni realized the problem, it was too late to change anything. Concentrated combat. Yin Zhi has a deadly area of effect attack skill. Scatter? They'll be picked off one by one again. How are we supposed to fight this? As the fight went on, fewer and fewer people remained on the girls' side. Oh, right. The supporters of Tianqing were given special treatment by Yin Zhi and had already been defeated and left the scene. Without healers to nurture their wounded, the girls in the Tianqing support group simply couldn't sustain a prolonged battle. Finally, the last one still standing, Zhan Hongni, was also kicked by Yin Zhi, and his face made intimate contact with the ground. Now, not a single girl was left standing in the dueling arena. That's it. That's it. Your so-called Tianqing support group is utterly trash. That's true. Birds of a feather flock together. What good could someone be who idolizes that trash, Tianqing? Not far away, a girl shouted, "You're not allowed to curse Brother Tianqing." Yin Zhi strode over and looked down at her. Tianqing is trash. I'm just cursing him. What can you do about it? Beep beep. You have received 8,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Yin Zhi is now complaining that 8,000 kills isn't enough. We need to provoke them a bit. Right in the same place, I beat Tianqing like a dead dog. You wanted to save him back then, right? Unfortunately, you couldn't. And now, I'm standing right here, giving you your chance for revenge. But what about you? You can't even avenge him. Do you think you're a competent support group for Tianqing? You are even worse than him. You don't even deserve to worship him. In the future, if he asks you, did you help me get revenge? How will you answer? Will you still have the face to stand in front of him? As soon as Yin Zhi finished speaking, the beeping notification sound rang out. This wave has garnered over 150,000 kill intents, which is quite satisfying. That wasn't a waste of breath. Then, those brainless fans all acted like righteous people who had been persecuted, displaying a tenacious fighting spirit. They stood up one after another, shouting and lunging at Yin Zhi, baring their teeth and claws like fierce ghosts. Yin Zhi deliberately doesn't play by the rules. He stopped physically assaulting them and instead led them in running laps. After running several laps, all 20 girls in the Tianqing support group, whose spiritual energy, physical strength, and emotions were completely depleted, collapsed from exhaustion. Then they really cried. Dignity, face, image. This time, we've completely lost everything. Though no one was killed, the hearts of men were destroyed. That Yin Zhi is ruthless. I think he's a lunatic. The audience members all thought so. However, just when everyone thought it was over. The next day, Yin Zhi came to Dongfang Weishi again. Dongfang Weishi asked, "What are you doing here again?" Snap! Yin Zhi slapped the document he had written yesterday in front of Dongfang Weishi. "I'm going to challenge these 36 people." For a moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Dongfang Weishi took a deep breath and said, "Yin Zhi, are you crazy? Should I get you a psychologist?" Yin Zhi curled his lip and asked, "Are you crazy? What do you think? I'm asking you again, are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy." "How can you prove you're not crazy?" Dongfang Weishi was speechless. "I'm not crazy. Why should I prove that I'm not crazy?" Yin Zhi Dao. "Similarly, I'm not crazy, and I don't need any psychologist." Dongfang Weishi stared at him and said, "You already have enough stars. Is it meaningful to do this?" "Hey, that's interesting. So interesting. Yi Haolong and Zhan Hongni's group conspired to use the rules to expel me from Sacred Heart University. I'm now using the rules to fight back against them, and I find it very interesting. Does Sacred Heart University only allow others to mess with me, but not me to mess with others?" Although Yin Zhi's words sound reasonable and legal, if others mess with him, as long as it doesn't violate the rules, he can of course mess with them. But Dongfang Weishi thought, why is this person so annoying? I really want to kick him out of Sacred Heart University. Dongfang Weishi took a deep breath and tossed the list to the student next to her. "Go, send it to the broadcasting station and call someone." Therefore, Yi Haolong, Zhan Hongni, and 36 others were brought to the Sacred Heart Stadium. Yin Zhi repeated what he had said yesterday. "I now formally challenge all 36 of you. Answer me. Accept or refuse." "Princess, princess, princess." The air was filled with the sound of teeth grinding. Hatred filled the stadium. After a while, Zhan Hongni screamed, "I accept, I accept, I accept." After shouting, she stared at Yi Haolong with wide eyes. "If you're a man, come at me." Yi Haolong smiled and said calmly, "I refuse." Yin Zhi laughed and said, "Okay then, remember to come again at this time tomorrow. Don't make the students at the broadcasting station work so hard." Yi Haolong's expression froze. He suddenly realized something, and his face immediately darkened. "Yin Zhi, was this really necessary?" "Yin Zhi Dao, when you and Zhan Hongni teamed up to target me, did you ever think it was necessary to do so?" Yi Haolong shook his head and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. It seems you have some misunderstandings about me. How could he possibly admit it? If the school really investigates, he will naturally shift the blame to Shi Xiang. A stain will never be on him." Yin Zhi was too lazy to waste words with him. "See you tomorrow." Next, Yin Zhi made 20 girls cry, earning 210,000 murderous intents. He thought to himself, if only every day could be like this. Another day passed. Dongfang Weishi stopped Yin Zhi directly at the entrance of the Sacred Heart Stadium. The duel rules have changed. Players with more than 10 stars are no longer allowed to initiate duels. Yin Zhi was speechless. "Really? Really? You actually changed the rules because of me? Is that really necessary?" Dongfang Weishi squinted, looking both annoyed and speechless. Chapter 75 Departure. Riding the Kuan and the Peng, they soared into the blue sky, heading south. "Well, they've even changed the rules. What can we do?" "It can't be. Why not just confront the people who made the rules?" "Look at Dongfang Weishi in front of you, and think about how Confucius and Mencius, the second Confucius of the true Dragon Kingdom, admitted defeat. Okay. You guys are the bosses. You call the shots. With a shrug, Yin Zhi turned and left. The rules have changed, so there's no more fun. Oh well, without a partner, Yin Zhi, who has no desire to kill, can only spend his time in the library and continue to absorb knowledge. He focused on collecting records about Wanlongsu in the South China Sea. There's quite a lot of information in this area. After all, the Wanlongsu in the South China Sea is now in the hands of the 6 universities of Sacred Heart University. Every 10 years, the 6 major universities would send people to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea to hone their students. After their return, they would naturally leave behind some records of their experiences. These are all invaluable pieces of intelligence. The remaining time was naturally spent cultivating. Even though Yin Zhi's skill unlocking doesn't rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, having the will to kill is enough. He still meditates and cultivates, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through spirit control to strengthen himself. According to Zhuang Mo, his current physical strength is roughly equivalent to that of a diamond-level spirit master. In other words, Yin Zhi still has a very long way to go on the road to becoming stronger. Clearly, he didn't take the fact that I had grown from an ordinary person to a gold 6-star spirit master in less than 5 months to heart. Such an astonishing rate of growth didn't seem to surprise the others. After all, Yin Zhi is the master of the Azure Flame Empress, so how can we judge him by common sense? Time passed day by day. The day finally arrived for our departure to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea. Class monitor, over here. As soon as Yin Zhi approached the meeting point, he heard Su Jiujio's voice. TSK, with such small breasts, could you please stop bouncing around like that? It's not attractive at all. Okay, he didn't mean to look down on women with small breasts at all. He simply didn't like Su Jiujio. Her small breasts were just one of the things he complained about. Yin Zhi walked over. Wearing a smart camouflage uniform, Mu Pingting smiled slightly at Yin Zhi. Her slightly tanned face gave her smile a sunny quality. Class monitor, you're here? Yin Zhi felt much more favorably disposed towards Mu Pingting. Yes. You were here quite early. Mu Pingting said, I'm used to being on time. I didn't mean to say that you, class monitor, are not on time. Yin Zhi laughed and waved his hand. He looked at Bai Yuntian, Sun Liangwu, and the others. 10 people participated in the duel, and 6 of them successfully collected enough stars to exchange for a ticket. That's a pretty good ratio. Slap, slap. Yin Zhi patted Bai Yuntian and Sun Liangwu heavily on the shoulders with both hands. Not bad, very good. I'm going to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea this time. If I'm lucky, I might have a wonderful encounter. When we become stronger, won't we be able to settle scores and grievances? Is that right? Bai Yuntian and Sun Liangwu remained silent. They had nothing to say. Yin Zhi suddenly asked, by the way, Xiao Bai, how is your brother now? Beep beep. You have received 3,000 points of killing intent from Bai Yunshin. Please check. 3,000 points? It's SOSO. This only shows that Bai Yuntian had murderous intent towards him, but it wasn't particularly strong. Bai Yuntian whispered, life imprisonment. That's a case involving over 300 billion. If the Bai family hadn't wielded immense power, Bai Zhulu would have undoubtedly been shot. Life imprisonment? That's great. Working for the government for life, it's a good deal. Where's he being held? I'll go see him once a year. I bet he really wants to see me too, right? Bai and Tiandao, I don't know. Yin Zhi sighed regretfully. I don't know. Never mind then. Suddenly, Yin Zhi's eyes lit up. He released Bai and Sun and strode towards a group of people. Yin Zhi laughed and said, Chairman Yi, Minister Shi, are you also going to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea? Shi Xiangdao, what? You think we won't get tickets? Yin Zhi waved his hand repeatedly. No, I'm happy, very happy, because we haven't settled our score yet. This is a good opportunity to do some serious calculations. These words immediately caused a slight change in the expression of the 9 student council members, led by Yi Haolong. Shi Xiang gave a cold laugh and said, this is a difficult score to settle. I'm afraid you can't. Yin Zhi was too lazy to waste his breath on a verbal battle. He chuckled, said, you'll see when the time comes, and left. Shi Xiang said fiercely, that's utterly arrogant. Another person said, let's see how long he can be so smug. Yi Haolong pursed his lips slightly, a smile playing on his lips. He didn't bother to respond to Yin Zhi's provocations and threats. In his eyes, Yin Zhi was nothing more than a clown and a monkey hanging from a tree. And what about myself? I am a descendant of the Zhao family, a son of the dragon, and it's not worth arguing with him. It would only lower my status. Yin Zhi left the student council members behind, stood on tiptoe, looked around, and searched for something. After searching for a while without finding it, he shouted, "Hey, where's Tianqing's fan club? Where are they?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Stop looking. They all fail." Another voice rang out. "After you've been messing with them for 2 days, how are they going to gather 9 stars? Yin Zhi felt utterly bored and disappointed, muttering under his breath, "You guys are trash and you still won't admit it." Well, that's it, the pig is gone. Before long, the 2 professors who were in charge of leading the team arrived. One is Dongfang Weishi. The other is Zhou Darren, a married professor who has feelings for Dongfang Weishi. Zhou Darren gave a speech before the departure. It's nothing more than encouraging everyone to perform well outside, and especially to always remember that when you're out there, you're representing Sacred Heart University, and you can't let Sacred Heart University down. After a mobilization speech, cough cough, Zhou Darren coughed heavily twice. Set off. Before long, a gigantic mechanical Kuanping from the northern sea ascended into the sky, soaring straight up and heading south. That's right, the brimming mechanical Kuanping is also a spirit beast with a mythic 3-star rarity. It can fly in the sky and dive into the sea. This was Yin Zhi's first time riding in such a flying spirit. It feels completely different from flying in an airplane or airship. Being inside, Yin Zhi didn't feel the slightest sway. It was as stable as if he were on the ground. This brimming mechanical Kuan is amazing. I wish I had a spirit beast like that. With murderous intent, he bought a bunch of snacks from the system store and ate them while looking at the notes he had borrowed from Zhuang Mo. A moment later, Su Juzhou knocked on Yin Zhi's cabin door. "Class monitor, the journey is lonely. Let's play cards to pass the time." "I'm not coming. Please don't disturb my studies, okay?" After saying that, he closed the hatch. Su Juzhou, who was standing outside the door, stomped her foot in frustration and went back to her cabin. She took out a mirror and looked at her face, left and right, her head full of question marks. "That's strange. I'm very pretty. Why does he just ignore me? Am I destined to fail the first time I try to use my charm? When will this mission be completed if I can't get close to him?" Suddenly, she recalled Yin Zhi's ruthlessness towards those girls, and a thought flashed through her mind, causing her to blurt out a sentence. Could it be that he likes men? Chapter 76, Yin Zhi. When you're in the game, you mean what you say. The brimming mechanical Kuanping is incredibly fast. 2 days later, it arrived in Santo To, a coastal city in the south. The Sacred Heart University team will stay here for a day or two, awaiting the arrival of the other 5 university teams. As soon as the brimming mechanical Kuanping landed, Su Juzhou knocked on Yin Zhi's door. "Class monitor, since we have some time, let's go shopping. I've heard that Santo City is full of handsome men. Xiao Gu is from Santo City." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi looked at Su Juzhou with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you sure you're not crazy? You want me a guy to go see handsome men? What else can I say? I need to study, so I'm not going. Go find some handsome guys and have some fun." After saying that, he turned her away and refused to let him in. Su Juzhou stood at the cabin door, looking at the tightly closed door, and stomped her feet angrily twice. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Why are you so stubborn? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. I will definitely find a way out. You just wait, you bastard. Why are you stomping your feet here?" The sudden sound startled Su Juzhou. How could I not have noticed anyone approaching? I was so careless. He turned back, still shaken, but with a big smile on his face. "It's Sister Mu. I'm fine, my heels are just a little itchy, so I stomped them and scratched them." Hee. "Sister Mu, are you here to see our class monitor? He's studying. He won't even go shopping with me." The newcomer was none other than Mu Pingting. "Oh, really?" After responding, Mu Pingting rang the doorbell. "TSK, didn't I say I was going to learn from Pingting?" As soon as Yin Zhi saw Mu Pingting, his tone immediately changed. "Is there something wrong?" Mu Pingting said, "Staying in the cabin is quite boring. How about we go to the casino and play a few rounds of dribbling?" Yin Zhi laughed and said, "All right, let's go then." Su Juzhou stared in astonishment. "Class monitor, aren't you supposed to be studying?" Yin Zhi closed the cabin door. "Yes, I need to study. But shouldn't we also balance work and rest when studying?" Su Juzhou watched as Yin Zhi and Mu Pingting walked away. until their laughing and chatting figures disappeared around the corner of the corridor. She stomped her feet a few times. Hateful. Damn it. When I invite you shopping, you say you need to study. When someone surnamed Mu asks you to play ball, you say you need to balance work and rest. You bastard, you're targeting me. Suddenly, a jolt went through her mind, and her scalp tingled slightly. Did he discover my true identity and purpose? The idea had barely crossed her mind when she immediately rejected it. Unless he has the ability to foresee the future, there is no way he could know my identity. So, what exactly is Su Jiujio's identity? Assassin. Moreover, it was the same assassin who had been hired by the Yin family to assassinate Yin Zhi once. This time, however, she was hired by a different, mysterious employer. For this mission, the organization even summoned her to headquarters for 2 months of intensive training. Moreover, the organization also granted her 2 powerful spirit beasts. Naturally, her admission to Sacred Heart University was also arranged by that mysterious employer. He was originally full of confidence. She thought that with her good looks, she could easily win him over by using her charm. To my surprise, after so long, there has been no progress at all. Why? Why is that? To say that Yin Zhi likes men. He won't go see any handsome guys even when I ask him to. Moreover, his attitude towards Mu Pingting was clearly different. What is it about me that I'm inferior to Mu Pingting? As she pondered, Su Jiujio lowered her head. You can see your toes as soon as you look down. Su Jiujio thought of a possibility and immediately shook her head again. Impossible, impossible. It's definitely not because I have small breasts. It can't be. It absolutely can't be. Why is that? The day after the brimming mechanical Kunpeng landed in Shengji City, instead of the people from other schools, they were greeted by another very important visitor. Who? Qin Qing is the second richest man in the True Dragon Kingdom, the ultimate boss of the company where Yin Zhi worked in his previous life. She is also Sun Liangwu's mother. She said she happened to be in Santo To inspecting the construction progress of the production base and stopped by to take a look. But just by looking at the gifts she brought, you could tell she had come prepared. Qin Qing brought very generous gifts. Food, drug, arms, equipment. Bringing all these things along, and you say you just stopped by to take a look? Who would believe that? Professors Dongfang Weishi and Zhou Darren accepted Qin Qing's gift after exchanging polite pleasantries. While Qin Qing was exchanging ideas with the 2 professors, Yin Zhi joined in the fun and took a look from afar. Then he said to Sun Liangwu, "Your mom is really beautiful." Hee hee. Sun Liangwu immediately bristled like a cat or dog whose tail had been stepped on. Yin Zhi, I'm warning you, if you dare to mess around, I'll fight you to the death. This weak and feeble threat made Yin Zhi laugh. Fight me to the death? What do you have to fight me with? Sun Liangwu became increasingly excited, but he could only suppress his excitement. Yes, I can't beat you, but my family is rich. If my Sun family were to risk everything and use even 1,000th of our assets to buy your life, there would be no place for you in the entire world. Ding. You have received 2,000 points of killing intent from Sun Liangwu. Please check. Depend on 2,000 points? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? Little did he know that Sun Liangwu harbored murderous intent towards him in a state of both rage and fear. Such murderous intent is not pure. How much of it can there be? Yin Zhi chuckled. Are you trying to scare me? Oh dear, I'm so scared. Upon hearing Yin Zhi's words, Sun Liangwu immediately cowered, his face contorted in a tearful grimace. Yin Zhi, I beg you. Come at me if you have a problem. Do whatever you want with me. It's all my fault, no matter what. Yin Zhi chuckled, looking at the mature woman in the distance, whose every move and smile seemed to possess a certain magic. Didn't you call me your mother back then? Did I ever say, I'm your mom to someone? A man in this world, if he says he'll take your mother, he takes her. That's called keeping his word. If you don't want me to be your mother, then go all out to become stronger, and then kill me at any cost. If I die, how can I keep my promise? Strive to become stronger, young man. Your mother needs your protection. That's what they say, but does Yin Zhi Jin actually intend to do it? Hey, just kidding. Why not use words alone to maximize Sun Liangwu's murderous intent? Yin Zhi's words made Sun Liangwu feel like he was being driven crazy. Neuropathy. This lunatic. If you really want to die, why don't you just grab a knife and stab yourself? I regret it so much. If God could give me another chance, I would never provoke such a lunatic. At this moment, Sun Liangwu completely overlooked one thing. What's up? Even if Yin Zhi really misses his mother, can he actually reach her? If the second richest person in the true Dragon Kingdom were so easily harmed, would she still be alive today? The main reason why Sun Liangwu overlooked this point was that he really suffered from the aftereffects of Yin Zhi's actions. Just then, Qin Qing seemed to have finished talking with Dongfang Weishi and Zhou Darren. She turned her head and looked in the direction where Sun Liangwu and Yin Zhi were, then walked towards them. In an instant, Sun Liangwu was burning with anxiety and his heart was filled with impatience. Mom, don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Chapter 77, This woman is truly a deadly woman. The woman walking towards us was elegant, graceful, and radiantly beautiful. Her fair and beautiful face was exquisite, with slender willow eyebrows and a high, straight nose. Every feature was beautiful. Her two full, red lips were so alluring that they stirred a burning desire within one's heart, making one yearn to pounce upon them and savor them. Her bright eyes shone with light, deep and sharp. Wearing a smart and dignified black business suit, which was conservative, it perfectly outlined her figure. This woman truly exudes the charm of a mature woman from head to toe. In addition, her control of a huge conglomerate and her long-standing high position give her an oppressive and authoritative aura. When this kind of temperament appears in a male, it inspires awe and admiration. However, if it occurs on a woman, especially a mature and beautiful one, it can arouse a male's desire to conquer. Looking at the woman getting closer and closer, Yin Zhi sighed inwardly. This woman is truly a deadly woman. It's not that he hasn't met Qin Qing before, but can meeting her through a screen be the same as meeting her face to face? It just doesn't feel the same through a screen. But to see her in person, to truly see her standing before me, to smell the faint, sweet fragrance emanating from her, that's truly wonderful. That's the vibe. As for what exactly that flavor tastes like, that's the smell of spring. It's the smell of everything coming back to life. It's also the smell of the animal's breeding season. Qin Qing was currently immersed in the joy of reuniting with her beloved son. Xiao Wu, have you eaten yet? Look at you, you've lost weight. You must not have been eating properly at school. The first thing they said was, eat, which is a typical motherly question. Sun Liangwu, however, was extremely nervous and even frightened. Mom, what brings you here? Perhaps due to excessive anxiety, the tone of these words was quite harsh. Qin Qing, however, did not take it to heart at all, and her face was still full of joy at the reunion. Mom's here, checking on the progress of the new factory construction. She heard you were here, so she came to see what was going on. I know you're going to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea, so I prepared some useful things for you. When you go to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea this time, you must listen to the advice of the two professors and take good care of yourself. Okay? Sun Liangwu became increasingly anxious. Okay, Mom, I understand. If there's nothing else, you should go back now. I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. Go back now. Qin Qing said in a slightly reproachful tone. You child. Then, she turned her gaze to Yin Zhi, and her smile deepened. You must be Yin Zhi? I'm Xiao Wu's mother. My surname is Qin. Yin Zhi grinned, revealing a bright smile. Hello, Aunt Qin. I am Yin Zhi. Auntie, how do you know me? Before Qin Qing could speak, Sun Liangwu urged, Mom, why aren't you leaving yet? These words were even more aggressive, almost as if they were trying to drive Qin Qing away. Qin Qing gave her son a reproachful look. Yin Zhi grabbed Sun Liangwu's shoulder and squeezed it hard. Liangwu, that's where you're wrong. Your mother finally came to see you. How could you do this? What kind of son are you? Hurry up and apologize to Aunt Qin. I apologize. Sun Liangwu cursed inwardly, but said aloud, Mom, I'm sorry. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Qing's eyes. It could even be described as disbelief. How could a mother not understand her own son? When has my son ever been so obedient? It seems Professor Zhuang Mo was absolutely right. This class monitor, named Yin Zhi, really has a knack for getting his son to do well. Thinking of this, Qin Qing's smile grew even brighter. He even apologized to his mother. She was very happy. From childhood to adulthood, when has my son ever said the 3 words, I'm sorry to me? My son's sudden maturity and drive are all thanks to squad leader Yin. She found Yin Zhi more and more pleasing to the eye. Of course your aunt knows you. Professor Zhuang told me that since you came to Class 10 has completely changed. Xiao Wu's ability to reform himself and study hard is all thanks to you. I only found out a few days ago that Xiao Wu had passed the gold-level Spirit Master assessment. You have no idea how happy Auntie is. Yin Zhi had a big smile on his face. I'm so happy. Auntie, your happiness makes me happy too. Liang Wu's ability to become a gold-level Spirit Master shows that all my hard work wasn't in vain. Moreover, Liang Wu was able to go to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea this time entirely through his own abilities. Qin Qing repeatedly said, Okay, Yin Zhi, you've really worked hard and troubled me. It's neither hard work nor troublesome. We're like family in the same class. I'm like Liang Wu's older brother. Bringing my misguided brother back to the right path is what I should do. Son Liang Wu, standing to the side, clenched his teeth tightly, his heart filled with sorrow and desolation. Mom, if you knew what this madman did to me, would you still think he's had a hard time? Qin Qing naturally couldn't hear what Son Liang Wu was thinking. A dazzling light emanated from her fingertips as she drew a summoning circle. A pink and tender snake swam out. It was very cute. The pink snake opened its mouth and spat out a palm-sized square box, which turned out to be made of jade. Yin Zhi, Annie came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't mind. Yin Zhi quickly waved his hand and declined, saying, No, Aunt Qin, I can't accept this. Qin Qing said, Your aunt told you to keep it, so just keep it. As she spoke, she pushed the jade box towards Yin Zhi. No wonder he was the second richest man in the true Dragon Kingdom. Even his gift-giving exuded a sense of dominance. Yin Zhi looked embarrassed. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Aunt Qin. Qin Qing said, It should be Auntie. Thank you, who you are. She then looked at Son Liang Wu and gave him detailed instructions. Xiao Wu, when you go to Wanlongsu in the South China Sea this time, you should ask the class monitor for advice on everything, understand? If you go out safely, you must come back safely, understand? Son Liang Wu said, Okay, Mom. Nu. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Say what you have to say quickly, and then leave as soon as you're done. The above is what Son Liang Wu truly felt. Don't worry, Aunt Qin, just leave Liang Wu to me. I promise to bring him back to you safe and sound, and in perfect condition. After all, I am Liang Wu's older brother. Hearing Yin Zhi's promise, Qin Qing's worries lessened somewhat. After all, Yin Zhi was the master of the Azure Flame Empress, and she knew about his power. Okay. Then Annie will wait for you and Xiao to come back. When I get back, I must visit my aunt's house. Upon hearing this, Son Liang Wu felt a chill run down his spine. Invite Yin Zhi to our home as a guest. Isn't this like inviting a wolf into the house? At this moment, Qin Qing's assistant ran over, seemingly to report something urgent. Son Liang Wu quickly seized the opportunity to send Qin Qing away. Qin Qing then took out a small backpack from the pink snake storage space and handed it to Son Liang Wu. After giving him a few more instructions, she reluctantly left in a hurry. Yin Zhi put his arm around Son Liang Wu's shoulder and chuckled. Liang Wu, your mother has entrusted you to me. I really can't let you die out there this time. Otherwise, I won't be able to come to your house for a meal. That's something to look forward to. Chapter 78, What's the Deal with You? A female teacher, always focusing on the boy's weaknesses. I really can't let you die out there this time. Otherwise, I won't be able to come to your house for dinner. Hearing Yin Zhi's words, Son Liang Wu even had a fleeting thought of wanting to die outside. I absolutely cannot let him come to my house. Absolutely not. I'll stop this madman, even if it costs me my life. We absolutely must stop him. Son Liang Wu screamed, roared, and howled in his heart. Yin Zhi didn't care what Son Liang Wu was thinking. He chuckled and weighed the jade square box in his hand. Let me see what gift Aunt Qin gave me. The box was only slightly ajar. Suddenly, a burst of colorful mist poured out of the box. In an instant, a pleasant and refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the air. The aroma of the medicine wafted into the nostrils of Yin Zhi, Son Liang Wu, and those around them, instantly invigorating and intoxicating them. It smells so good. What does it taste like? You can tell it's good just by smelling it. Yin Zhi took a deep breath, his face full of enjoyment. It smells so good. I bet it's a treasure. The box was fully opened, and a small, perfectly sized dumpling was quietly placed inside. That dreamlike, dazzling light emanated from that little dumpling. Son Liang Wu exclaimed in shock. The 7-colored 9-aperture ice jade pill. His exclamation immediately startled those around him. The 7-colored 9-aperture ice jade pill. That's not. Yes, it's the legendary pill from Jiuji Jirantang. I heard that just one pill can transform a person completely. I remember the last time Tianlong Auction House auction one. The price was over 13 billion. How generous. TCH, it's just a pill. Who knows how much of it is a scam? Some were shocked. Some people envy him. Some people also consume citric acid. Yin Zhi conjured a 7-colored, 9-aperture ice jade pill, which felt cold and hard to the touch. Will this thing hurt my teeth? Listening to Yin Zhi's mutterings, Sun Liangwu's face twitched. Do you know how valuable this thing is? It takes 3 years to train to produce 10 pills. And you're worried about them getting stuck in your teeth? Mom, what's wrong with you? Why did you give him something so precious? Why won't you give it to me? Why should I give it to him? If you help him become stronger, how am I supposed to kill him? Acid. It's on fire. Sun Liangwu felt that his mood was extremely bad at this moment. Then, under the stunned gazes of Sun Liangwu and the others around him, Yin Zhi flicked his wrist, and the 7-colored 9-aperture ice jade pill flew into his mouth. Creak, creak. Yin Zhi nodded as he chewed. It felt hard to the touch, but it turned out to be quite crunchy when I ate it. It's sweet, even sweeter than peppermint pearls. When you have time, ask your mom for a few more. The faces of everyone around, including Sun Liangwu, froze. This is insane. Or is he just stupid? How could they compare a 7-colored 9-aperture ice jade pill worth billions to even a single piece of 10 mint candy beads? Wasting resources. What a waste. Sun Liangwu took a deep breath, turned around, and strode away. He was worried he'd go crazy if he didn't leave soon. Yin Zhi licked his lips, feeling pleased. After he finished watching the commotion, he returned to his cabin. The effects of the 7-colored 9-orifice ice jade pill then took effect. For a moment, Yin Zhi's entire body was enveloped in a dreamlike 7-colored light. He took off his clothes. The 2 tattoos on his body, one a dragon and the other a tiger, shone with a golden luster. It's becoming increasingly lifelike. It has become increasingly powerful and domineering. Coupled with the dreamy, colorful light, Yin Zhi looks like a god descending to earth, displaying a divine miracle. If the creator of the 7-colored 9-aperture ice jade pill were here at this moment, he would surely be shocked. It was because Yin Zhi's body was radiating a rainbow of light. Why? This is because only when the effects of the 7-colored 9-aperture ice jade pill are 100% fully absorbed by the human body will the extraordinary phenomenon of colorful light surrounding the body appear. Colorful light surrounds the body. The clouds and mist are magnificent. These strange phenomena were only recorded in the handbooks left by our ancestors, which are practically equivalent to rumors. If the creator of the 7-colored 9-aperture ice jade pill were to see it, how could he not be shocked? Yin Zhi knew nothing about this. He had no idea what kind of sensation what was happening to him would cause if word got back to the world of alchemy. As for why he was able to absorb the 7-colored 9-aperture ice jade pill 100% of the way, it's very simple. This is another remarkable effect of the 1,000-refined Dragon Tiger Mystic Pill. It assists the physical body in condensing the effects of the pill and allowing it to be completely absorbed. Therefore, if Yin Zhi understood this, he would probably think that the rewards and punishments of the suicide system were roughly equal. Suddenly, Yin Zhi felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Although not intense, it could be endured by sheer willpower. But he still rolled onto the bed, rolled himself up in the blanket, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. I don't know how much time has passed. Yin Zhi was awakened by the incessantly ringing doorbell. He muttered something about who it was, then got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Dongfang Weishi was standing in the doorway. Are you kidding me? It's you. You've ruined my sweet dream. How are you going to compensate me? At this point, Yin Zhi suddenly noticed that the other person was staring at him with wide eyes. Yin Zhi sensed something was wrong and looked down at his lower body. For a moment, he felt a wave of shame. But in an instant, he laughed, the kind of shameless laugh. Hey, you can't do that. Why are you, a woman, always staring at men? In an instant, Dongfang Weishi's fair cheeks were covered with a rosy glow. A moment of shyness. An instant of anger. Annoyed in an instant. The speed at which his expression changed was absolutely astounding. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Weishi blushed and gave a cold snort. If you're so shameless as to show it off, how could I possibly be embarrassed not to look? Oomph. We've arrived at Wanlongsu in the South China Sea. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Don't embarrass yourself here. After saying that, she glanced at Yin Zhi again, then gave a disdainful and mocking snort, and calmly turned and left. Yin Zhi was stunned and called out to her retreating figure. Hey, what do you mean by that, Sai? Explain yourself. Dongfang Weishi didn't even look up, but instead raised a little finger at Yin Zhi. What does that mean? Need I say more? Yin Zhi was dumbfounded. Holy crap. He felt insulted. Suddenly he realized something. Wait, we've arrived at Wanlongsu in the South China Sea? Isn't it still in Santo City? How long did I sleep? As soon as the cabin door closed, I quickly changed my clothes. Little did he know that when Dongfang Weishi reached the corner at the end of the corridor, she suddenly leaned against the wall, her face so red it looked like steam was rising from it. You shameless bastard. You shameless scoundrel. I don't know if she meant Yin Zhi or herself when she said, taking a breath, she suddenly looked at her little finger. A stunningly beautiful face stared blankly, still retaining a hint of coldness. For some reason, he raised his thumb again. Then, she made a ring with her index finger and thumb. 1 second ago, the ring was closed with the tips of the thumb and index finger touching. The next second, the ring opened up and the tips of the thumb and index finger were pulled apart a little. This makes the ring a little bigger. Suddenly, Dongfang Weishi shook her head violently, spat 3 times, and strode away with her long legs. That bastard! That scoundrel! The echoes of her angry curses seemed to linger in the corridor. Chapter 79, Quest Reward. Guaranteed to resonate and produce the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress component. Yin Zhi got dressed and hurried to the exit. Everyone else had already gathered here. As soon as Su Jujio saw Yin Zhi, she started calling him Class Monitor. Class Monitor, what have you been up to these past 2 days? Every time I go to look for you, you're not there. If I don't see you again, I'm going to call the police and report you missing. Yin Zhi casually replied. Didn't I say I was studying hard? Su Jujio tilted her head and looked at Yin Zhi's face. Class Monitor, why do I feel like you've gotten a little more handsome? Be honest, did you get plastic surgery in Zhaoan Kingdom? Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. Huh, I'm so handsome. Do I need to go to Zhaoan Kingdom for plastic surgery? Are you kidding me? Yeah, you must be kidding me. However, I would suggest you visit Zhaoan Kingdom to enrich yourself. Make the most of your time, understand? Zhaohong's breast augmentation surgery is unparalleled. Even hands can't tell the difference between real and fake. After saying that, Yin Zhi used a head-patting technique to mess up Su Jujio's hairstyle. At this moment, Mu Pingting also came up and stared at Yin Zhi's face for a couple of seconds. Yin Zhi asked with a smile, Why are you staring at my face too? You're not also captivated by my handsome face, are you? Mu Pingting said with a serious expression, I suggest you go and get some sun. Why? Otherwise you'll be seen as a gigolo. Yin Zhi was speechless. Even Mu Pingting said so. Have I really become fairer and more handsome? Could it be that the 7-colored 9-aperture ice jade pill also has a beauty-enhancing effect? Waving his hand, Yin Zhi said, Don't worry about these details. I don't make a living off my looks. Are we already at the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea? Su Jujio had just fixed her hair, which Yin Zhi had messed up. Yeah, Class Monitor, didn't you know? Yin Zhi replied matter-of-factly. I'm so engrossed in studying that I forget about time. Is that not allowed? At this moment, Professor Zhou Darren's voice rang out, asking each class to confirm whether all personnel had arrived. Once everyone had arrived, Zhou Darren announced the details of the trial. The trial at Wanlong Ruins in the South China Sea will last for 2 months. During this period, everyone is free to move around without any restrictions. At the same time, everyone is fully responsible for their own actions. Each person assumes all risks and enjoys all the benefits. In addition, as you know, 5 other universities are also involved. The principle for getting along with them is simple: friendly communication and harmonious coexistence. Don't provoke trouble, but never be afraid of trouble. Finally, you must return on time in 2 months, or you will have to wait here for 10 years. As Zhou Darren announced the opening of the hatch in front of everyone slowly opened. The blazing sun, accompanied by a strong sea breeze, blew into the cabin. The unique fishy smell of the sea instantly filled the air. Everyone quickly stepped out of the cabin, eager to see the true face of the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea. No wonder. After all, this is probably the only chance in a lifetime. Yin Zhi wasn't in a hurry at all. He waited until almost everyone else had left before slowly taking his own steps. As he approached the cabin door, he looked at Dongfang Weishi, who was talking to Zhou Darren. Dongfang Weishi responded to Zhou Darren in a cold and indifferent manner, seemingly unaware that Yin Zhi was looking at her, and naturally did not look at Yin Zhi either. Teacher Dongfang Laxi. Zhou Darren glared at Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi, how could you even get Teacher Dongfang's name wrong? Teacher Dongfang's name is Dongfang Weishi, not Dongfang Lala. He simply couldn't bring himself to say the word diarrhea. Yin Zhi quickly apologized and admitted his mistake. He doesn't just criticize everyone he meets. Dongfang Weishi looked at him coldly. Speak if you have something to say. Yin Zhi grinned. It's nothing. Just thank you for going to the trouble of calling me beforehand. Also, you've seen my dirty secret, so you can't go around telling everyone. Dongfang Weishi was furious and said, You don't need to thank me. You can leave now. If it weren't for Zhou Darren, she would have rolled over instead of walked. I'm leaving now. With a flick of his sleeve, Yin Zhi strode out of the cabin with high spirits. Mu Pingting and Su Jiujiu followed closely behind. Su Jiujiu asked curiously, Class monitor, what secret did Teacher Dongfang see about you? Looking at the scene before him, Yin Zhiwan casually replied, I already said it's a handle, so how could I tell you? Then he ignored Su Jiujiu. Looking at the scene before him, he thought to himself, Is this the Wanlong ruins of the South China Sea? In Yin Zhi's eyes, the Wanlong ruins in the South China Sea were truly difficult to describe in words. At first glance, it looks like a huge island, but upon closer inspection, it seems quite strange and doesn't resemble an island at all. How should I put it? It's more like a pile of snake bones made up of bones, then magnified 1,000,000 times. The bones intertwined, tangled, and compressed together form the ground on this island where people can stand. According to records in the Sacred Heart University Library, the myriad dragon ruins are formed by the knotted and piled up remains of the ancient dragon race. How many dragon skeletons are there exactly? Countless. They're all tangled together. How can you count them? It was simply named Wanlongsu, 10,000 dragon ruins, because it can be summarized as 10,000. The name Wanlongsu in the South China Sea is not a recent one. It has existed for over 2,000 years. The person recorded in historical books as the one who named it was none other than Emperor Qin Shi, Zhao Zhong. The location of Wanlongsu in the South China Sea is not fixed. Historically, it has often gotten lost, changed its location, and become impossible to find. It was rediscovered more than 100 years ago. Looking at the Wanlong ruins before him, Yin Zhi sighed. What a pity. I overslept and missed the chance to see it from the air. Mu Pingting beside her said, Even if you didn't oversleep, you still wouldn't be able to overlook this place. How? Mu Pingting pointed to the sea and said, We came from the sea. Yin Zhi slapped his forehead. TSK. Look at my memory. I actually forgot that the spiritual energy here is chaotic, and I've read the book for nothing. Yes, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Wanlongsu and a large area around it is extremely disordered. In this world, all spirits will be affected. This is why the records about Wanlongsu are all written in hand-drawn sketches. Because spirits with cameras or video cameras are completely useless here. Even something like the brimming mechanical kumping is no exception. Flying over from the sky is too risky. Just then, a sea breeze blew in. Yin Zhi Dao, I'll be spending the next 2 months here. I wonder what I'll gain. I'm really looking forward to it. Beep beep. A challenging task has been issued. Collect all 6 Dragon Balls. The task has a 2-month deadline. Beep beep. Mission reward. 6 Dragon Balls are your reward. Beep beep. Mission failed. Deprive the Mechanical Empress and the White-Clad Empress of their titles. System, you're cheating. I've collected all 6 Dragon Balls. That's what I was supposed to get. You're rewarding me with what I rightfully deserve. This is a classic example of capitalist exploitation. And now you want to take away the Mechanical Empress and the White-Clad Empress that I worked so hard for? Isn't that robbery? I protest. I vehemently protest. Yin Zhi was just saying it casually, thinking that the powerful, death-seeking system wouldn't respond, but unexpectedly, beep beep, protest valid. Beep beep, task rewards adjusted. 6 Dragon Balls will definitely resonate to obtain the Great Heavenly Dragon Empress component. Yin Zhi? What? Resonance? So the so-called Dragon Balls are actually spirit crystals? Chapter 80, since you asked for the hammer, then I'll let you have it. System, how do I find the 6 Dragon Balls? Beep beep, please overcome the difficulties on your own. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes, speechless. You just throw a task at me without any clues. How am I supposed to find the Dragon Balls? Yin Zhi searched his mind for a moment. As a result, I couldn't recall that any of the information I had read about Wanlongsu mentioned Dragon Balls. They don't even know what the Dragon Balls look like. So how are they supposed to find them? Suddenly, Yin Zhi thought of something. Oh right, don't I have a spiritual pressure sensing radar? I'll take it out and try it later, just in case it works. Just thinking. Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of killing intent from Yi Tianxing. Please check. Who? Yi Tianjing. Yin Zhi looked around, his eyes lit up, and he locked onto one person. Oh my. He clapped his hands and strode toward the person. Look, TSK, TSK, TSK. Look who this is. Isn't this our Yi Tianxing, our great male goddess? Long time no see. How'd you been? Have you bought a decent pair of sturdier pants yet? Yi Tianxing, dressed in a black combat suit, possessed a face that could captivate countless young women. His cheeks were twitching, but he was gritting his teeth. He had actually seen Yin Zhi long ago. That's how the desire to kill arises. The reason he didn't leave was to search for Li Feiyun. Yi Tianxing didn't speak, but a tall and beautiful girl next to him spoke up. Tianxing doesn't want to talk to you, so please get out of his sight immediately. Yin Zhi looked over and immediately recognized her. Wasn't she Lu Mei, who had been expelled from Sacred Heart University? Hey, you two got together? Congratulations. A bitch should be paired with a dog. That's how a relationship lasts forever. Lu Mei was instantly enraged and extremely agitated. Who are you calling a bitch? Yin Zhi pointed at her and said, I said you're a whore. You. Lu Mei's chest heaved violently. At this moment, Yi Tianxing really wanted to leave. He didn't want to say even a single word to someone like Yin Zhi. But why doesn't he leave? It's very simple. It's all in your head. If I just leave like this, wouldn't that mean I'm afraid of him? What a joke. Yi Tianxing am afraid of him. It was under this psychological influence that he didn't move for a moment. Yi Tianxing on the other side. A beautiful young woman with long, straight black hair furrowed her willow leaf eyebrows. She looked at Yin Zhi and asked, Are you from Sacred Heart University? Yin Zhi looked at her and replied with a single word, Yes. The girl with long, straight black hair smiled slightly and turned to look at Yi Tianxing. Brother Tianxing, no wonder you left Sacred Heart University. How can someone with such poor manners get into Sacred Heart University? She gently shook her head, her pretty face showing disappointment and regret. One leaf falling heralds autumn. It seems Sacred Heart University is truly declining. The title of the #1 university in the true Dragon Kingdom is probably no longer worthy of its name. Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you know me? The girl with long, straight black hair smiled. Do I need to get to know you? There was no disdain on her face, only a slight, faint smile. But this kind of indifferent expression is often more annoying than a strong sense of disdain. Even if you look disdainful, at least they took you seriously. A faint smile? You don't even know if they treat you like a human being. Although Yin Zhi is now a minor celebrity, he's not yet known to everyone in the world. But that's not the point. You certainly don't need to know me. I don't know you either. Since we don't know each other, your understanding of me is almost zero. You don't even know me, yet you assume I'm a person without manners and then drag Sacred Heart University into it. Do you think that's appropriate? The girl with long, straight black hair continued to smile, a faint smile. In my opinion, a person with good manners would not use foul language. Yin Zhi asked, When I said bitch and dog, was I referring to you? The girl with long, straight black hair said, No. Yin Zhi nodded. Okay, that's clear now. I don't know you, and you don't know me. When I said bitch and dog, I wasn't referring to you. What I've said from beginning to end has absolutely nothing to do with you, right? So, on what basis do you conclude that I lack manners? Then they say that Sacred Heart University is getting worse and worse? The girl with long, straight black hair parted her delicate, rosy lips as if she wanted to say something, yet seemed to have nothing to say. Yi Tianxing gritted his teeth. Yin Zhi, I think of the mad dog who bites anyone you see. Moral Lu Mei, let's go. There's no need to waste time with this mad dog. Yin Zhi chuckled. Hey, classmate, do you think I'm trying to reason with you, or am I trying to bite you? The girl with long, straight black hair pursed her lips. Yin Zhi pointed at Yi Tianxing and said, What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you scared? Yi Tianxing, what a joke. You think I'm afraid of you? Yin Zhi Dao, you and this bitch can get lost. But this classmate has to stay for a bit. Yin Zhi, what are you trying to do? Yin Zhi chuckled. Why are you so agitated? What can I do? I want her to apologize for her comments about Sacred Heart University. If you do something wrong or say something wrong, it's okay to apologize, right? So far, I think I've been quite reasonable. After all, I've always tried to persuade people with reason. You dare to try to reason with me? What a joke. These were Lu Mei's words, but Yin Zhi completely ignored them. The faint smile on the girl's long, straight black hair could no longer be maintained. All right, what did you just say? No wonder Yi Tianxing left Sacred Heart University? He didn't tell you the real reason he left Sacred Heart University. Yi Tianxing immediately exploded. Yin Zhi, don't push your luck. Yin Zhi pointed at Yi Tianxing and brazenly exposed his shortcomings. I beat him so badly he was stripped naked and forced to leave Sacred Heart University in a sorry state. Beep beep. You have received 20,000 points of killing intent from Yi Tianxing. Please check your account. Yi Tianjing Grodet, Yin Zhi. Today, it's either you or me who dies. That's enough. The girl with long, straight black hair uttered 2 words in a measured tone. Yi Tianxing suddenly transformed from a raging lion into a mud dog. Although he was furious, he managed to control himself. Yin Zhi was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, this girl is something else. The girl with long, straight black hair glanced at Yi Tianxing, then at Yin Zhi, and said calmly, what if I don't apologize? Yin Zhi shrugged. What can I do if you don't apologize? What can I do when I encounter an unreasonable person? Of course, they're even more unreasonable than unreasonable people. And I will also be rude to you. You will see my rude side just like they did. The girl with long, straight black hair smiled slightly, exuding an air of pride and disdain that emanated from her very bones. Well, I'd like to see your uncivilized side. Yin Zhi scratched his head, nodded, and sighed helplessly. Since you're asking for a hammer, then I'll grant you that wish. Sigh. I should have thought of that sooner. What a waste of my breath to spout such nonsense. They're all following Yi Tianxing around. What good can they be? They're just another brainless idiot. It's a pity your parents raised you all these years. They might as well have raised a sow who could have piglets to sell for money when they grew up. I'm leaving. I'm not wasting my time and breath on you guys. Talking to you might lower my IQ. Chapter 81. Even Yin Zhi didn't realize he had crushed the king of soldiers. Stop. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, Yin Zhi curled his lip. If you tell me to stop, I'll just stop. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Besides, who do you think you are? The same voice came from behind. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? I heard it. I heard it. But I'll pretend I didn't hear you. What do you do to me? Bite me. Wait, bite. Bite? The word yak, yao, can be broken down into I'm so wicked. Yin Zhi is just amusing himself here. However, his self-amusement was soon interrupted. An ordinary-looking young man appeared before Yin Zhi, who was about the same age as Yin Zhi. Although he had an ordinary appearance, his eyes were bright and sharp. Like a blade, he said, I suggest you stop. It will be better for you. Yin Zhi looked at him and asked, Who are you? He said, Who I am is not important. What's important is that you stand firm. What if I don't stop? You could give it a try. Yin Zhi smiled. Let's give it a try. After saying that, he took a step forward. Oh, the ordinary young man also laughed, and then he moved. His hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Yin Zhi's shoulder with deadly force. Then another hand reached out and grabbed Yin Zhi's clothes and took a step forward. This is a typical wrestling technique, seemingly intended to give Yin Zhi an over-the-shoulder throw. But in that instant, Yin Zhi lashed out with his other hand, striking the head of the ordinary young man in front of him. The whooshing sound of wind breaking through the air startled the ordinary young man. He didn't bother to grab Yin Zhi's hand anymore, but instead tilted his head and body to one side to avoid Yin Zhi's whip. This guy is not simple. Call. Yin Zhi's slap almost grazed the ordinary young man's cheek. Did you hit nothing but air? It doesn't matter. Yin Zhi kicked out with lightning speed, landing squarely on the ordinary young man's thigh. The kick was fast and powerful, instantly causing the ordinary young man to lose his balance and stagger. Would Yin Zhi let such a good opportunity slip by? Strike when the iron is hot. However, this time he didn't slap her roughly or crudely. He used his hand as a sword and thrust it out with lightning speed. His palm passed through the opponent's center gate, and with a flick of his wrist, he used the base of his palm to push against the ordinary young man's chin. When an ordinary young person is infected, their already unbalanced body leans backward. Is that all? No. He tripped and fell backward, his feet leaving the ground and his whole body tilting to the side. This should be over by now, right? Not yet. Yin Zhi's other hand transformed into a whip and lashed out fiercely, hitting the ordinary young man squarely in the cheek with perfect speed and accuracy. Snap! The force was so great that it sent the ordinary young man spinning twice in the air. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. However, it's still not over. Just as the ordinary young man was about to land, Yin Zhi delivered a powerful kick, striking the ordinary young man squarely in the abdomen and sending him flying far away. The ordinary young man landed and immediately flipped to his feet, panting, staring intently at Yin Zhi. Impossible. I, a top-ranking soldier, was utterly defeated in hand-to-hand combat. How could the opponent possibly have such a perfect grasp of strength, speed, awareness, skill, and timing? How long has it been? How long has it been since I've tasted this feeling of being crushed and utterly defeated? He admitted that he had underestimated his opponent and been careless. Even if I underestimated my opponent and was careless, surely I shouldn't be so easily defeated? What exactly happened? He stared at Yin Zhi, mentally reviewing the hand-to-hand combat they had just had. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't reviewed the play, but once he did, he was surprised to find that the opponent's tactics were flawless. Even if he had to try again, he wasn't confident he could crack it. It seems that the moment I took the initiative to attack, I was destined to be utterly defeated. For a time, he felt extremely depressed. So what exactly happened? Just a few months ago, Yin Zhi was just an ordinary person. How did he develop such superb fighting skills just a few months later? Even the king of soldiers was beaten and crushed in front of him. Of course, Yin Zhi did not know that the ordinary young man in front of him was the king of soldiers. It's very simple. All credit goes to the mechanical Empress. The mechanical Empress has a skill that requires 600,000 kill intents to unlock, called Dream Space. Yin Zhi gritted his teeth and unlocked the skill. After unlocking this skill, Yin Zhi's consciousness can enter his own dreams. In his dream, the mechanical Empress created a false yet real world for him. The time ratio between the dream world and the real world is 10:1 to 10 hours in the dream world equals 1 hour in the real world. Yin Zhi used this extra time to learn various skills in the fictional yet real dream world. This includes various combat skills. This is Yin Zhi's weakness, and of course he needs to make up for it. With the help of the mechanical Empress, the dream world is set up as a cruel and dangerous place. Yin Zhi honed his combat skills in the dream world, forgetting how many times he had been killed. Death in dreams can feel incredibly real. So what if he's a top soldier? How could a soldier who has never died even once possibly defeat Yin Zhi, who has died countless times? At this time, Yin Zhi snorted coldly, and a blue flame ignited at his fingertips as he swiftly drew a summoning array. Empress Qingyan makes her debut. This immediately drew the attention of everyone around. That is, it's the Azure Flame Empress. That's right. Unexpectedly, the Azure Flame Empress's master has also arrived. Raging, a ball of blue flame ignited in Yin Zhi's palm. He turned around and looked at the girl with long, straight black hair. Want to fight? Then let's risk our lives. I would be more than happy to oblige. The girl with long, straight black hair was stunned. She never expected that the elite soldier Hong Yi would be defeated so easily by the other party. Even more unexpectedly, the person in front of her was none other than the Azure Flame Empress Master, who had been making headlines recently. Soldier King Hong Yi rushed to the girl with long, straight black hair in an instant, staring at Yin Zhi as if facing a formidable enemy. Miss, please go back to your cabin. Then he looked at Yin Zhi. Please calm down and don't act impulsively. This is just a minor skirmish. It shouldn't escalate to the point of risking lives. Behind him, the girl with long, straight black hair pursed her lips tightly, unable to smile. Stubbornness, resilience, and an unwillingness to admit defeat were clearly written on his face. Even the Azure Flame Empress made an appearance, and soon the teachers leading both teams showed up at the same time. Yin Zhi put away the Azure Flame Empress. Hey! In front of outsiders, Yin Zhi was still quite willing to give Dongfang Weishi face. Internal and external matters should naturally be treated differently. Zhou Darren asked reproachfully, what exactly happened? How did things turn out like this? The other party's two teachers were also questioning the girl with long, straight black hair and Yi Tianqing. Yin Zhi pointed at the girl with long, straight black hair. She said that our Sacred Heart University is getting worse and worse and is no longer worthy of its name. I asked her to apologize, but she wouldn't. I couldn't be bothered arguing with her, so I just walked away. And what's worse, she wouldn't let me leave. She even had her dog block my way. I thought her dog was some kind of tough dog, but I kicked it away with one kick. Even if your elite universities are domineering, at least show some domineering ability, right? That's it. Do you know how much willpower it took for me to hold back from laughing at you? So boring. After saying that, Yin Zhi turned and left, leaving everyone with an infuriatingly smug look on his back. Chapter 82. What's going on? Is Empress Qing Yin going to betray me? The conflict ended with Yin Zhi's departure. The teachers from Sacred Heart University and Elite University exchanged a few words and then went their separate ways. It's just a conflict between students. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Final. Only the girl with long, straight black hair, the ordinary young man, Yi Qianxing, and Lu Mei remained standing there. Yi Qianxing composed himself and looked at the girl with long, straight black hair. Murong, that guy is a self-righteous madman. In particular, she has a sharp tongue and is unforgiving, capable of saying the most vicious things. If you take it seriously, you'll only make yourself miserable. He was only acting with impunity because of Empress Qing Yin, no different from a nouveau riche. We don't need to pay any attention to him. Murong Rong pursed her red lips. She glanced at Yi Tianxing, said nothing, and turned to leave. A hint of anxiety flashed across Yi Tianxing's face. Murong, don't talk to me. Murong Rong didn't even turn his head. Murong, listen to me. Yi Tianxing took a step to catch up. He only took one step before stopping. A finger poked his chest. The owner of the finger was none other than Hong Yi, the king of soldiers who was utterly defeated and crushed by Yin Zhi. Since the young lady doesn't want to talk to you, please don't bother her. After saying that, Hong Yi quickly chased after Murong Rong. Yi Tianxing stared blankly as Murong Rong's long, straight black hair gradually disappeared into the distance. His face gradually darkened. His eyes flashed with intense hatred. Yin Zhi, Yin Zhi, Yin Zhi, you damn bastard. Why? Why do you always have to ruin my plans? Li Feiyun has already failed. Is our relationship with Murong Rong going to end like this? It took a lot of effort for her to call him Brother Tianxing. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Just give me some more time. Just give me some more time. With my looks and skills at picking up girls, I'm sure I can completely win over Murong Rong. It definitely can. And now, all her efforts were in vain just because she met Yin Zhi. I'm not reconciled. He was so unwilling to accept it. No, I can't give up like this. There's still a chance to save it. They failed to capture Li Fengman, but they absolutely cannot fail here with Murong Rong. Absolutely not. Good heavens. It turns out that Yi Tianxing already knew Li Feiyun's true identity. I know she is the first princess and the first in line to the throne of the Zhaohan Island Kingdom. He was definitely trying to pick up girls with a specific purpose in mind. If he weren't so confident, if it weren't for Yin Zhi's appearance, he might just succeed. And once he becomes a couple with Li Feiyun and then gets married, what will happen in the future? Do you even need to think about it? Yi Tianxing, will become the queen's husband, as long as it is managed and operated properly. He might very well become the king of Zhaoan Island in the future. Of course, at this moment, that imagined beautiful future has become a mere illusion. Unwilling to give up, Yi Tianxing set his sights on another target, Murong Rong. So, what is Murong Rong's identity? I'm not going to keep you in suspense any longer. Her grandfather was the 5th-ranked big shot in the True Dragon Kingdom. Her father was the richest man in the True Dragon Kingdom, right ahead of Qin Qing. And what about her mother? The deputy mayor of Sacred Heart City, a girl with such a terrifying family background, especially one who is also a top-tier beauty, is worth him using all his skills to win over. Only by winning her over can I achieve greater things in this life. Watching Murong Rong's retreating figure in the distance, Yi Tianxing's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit. Far away, Murong Rong smiled slightly and glanced at Hong Yi. Hong Yi, your title of King of Soldiers is somewhat undeserved. I thought you were so amazing. As a result, they were easily defeated. Hong Yi sighed, a bitter taste rising in his mouth. I admit that I am less skilled than others. But please rest assured, I will definitely protect you. Murong Rong smiled slightly. That's really interesting. I actually met someone who tried to reason with me today. He wants to reason with me? I'm not going to reason with him. Do you believe it or not? One day, he will kneel before me like a dog and obey me like a dog. Just like you were back then. I always have a knack for dealing with arrogant men. He. Hearing her unusual giggles, Hong Yi fell silent. But he cursed inwardly. You old geezer, you've really screwed me over. This woman is simply a Yandera and a pervert. If I had known, I would never have come to protect her, even if it meant my death. Oh shit. Heaven knows what this elite soldier went through with Murong Rong. Yin Zhi was naturally unaware that he had once again ruined Yi Tianxing's plans to woo a girl. Little did they know that the girl with long, straight black hair had an extraordinary family background and a hidden side. These are not things he cares about. After declining Su Jiujio and Mu Pingting's invitation to team up, Yin Zhi entered Wanlongsu alone. The total number of people who came to Wanlongsu this time, including those from the 6 universities, is around 2,000. But Wanlongsu is too big. The roads are intricate and crisscrossed in a chaotic manner. More than 2,000 people entered, which was simply not enough. There were other people traveling with us when we first entered Wanlongsu, but after walking only a few steps, Yin Zhi felt as if he were the only person left in the whole world. He took out his spiritual pressure-sensing radar and scanned the surroundings. I don't know if it will work. Give it a try. With a muttered sound, his fingertips lit up the blue flame. He summoned the Azure Flame Empress. Many high-danger creatures inhabit Wanlongsu. Since we can maintain the existence of the Azure Flame Empress for a long time, we might as well keep the connection going, just in case. Wanlongsu is not a barren area. After countless years of sedimentation, this place has soil and vegetation. Aside from its unusual terrain, it's almost identical to any other island, and frankly, the scenery is extremely beautiful. Yin Zhi walked forward through the lush green weeds. The spiritual energy here is truly chaotic. It flows around like water, sometimes dense here, sometimes dense there. Dragon Ball, oh Dragon Ball, where are you? And so, without realizing it, Yin Zhi wandered around Wanlongsu for 3 days. During this time, they encountered some local native monsters. However, in front of Empress Qingyan, they were not worth wasting ink describing in detail. On the 4th day, as they walked, Empress Qingyan suddenly stopped. Yin Zhi didn't notice it at first. After walking quite a distance, I realized she hadn't followed. What happened? Aren't spirit summons supposed to follow you automatically? Why did it suddenly stop? Faced with this situation, which was happening for the first time, Yin Zhi was puzzled. Then, something even more unexpected happened. Empress Qingyan was completely out of Yin Zhi's control and flew off in one direction. Vanished in the blink of an eye. The symbiotic chain broke directly and completely dissipated. What's going on? Is she going to betray me? This doesn't make sense. I didn't do anything to her. Why would she betray me? After a moment of surprise, Yin Zhi quickly chased after him. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the chaotic and intertwined bone path. Chapter 83. This dragon-slaying sword belongs to me, Yin. Does anyone object? Yin Zhi chased after them anxiously. Even so, he already possesses 2 Holy Spirit 9-star guardian spirits, the Mechanical Empress and the White-clad Empress. In terms of value, they are in no way inferior to the Azure Flame Empress. However, Empress Qingyan holds a different meaning for Yin Zhi, regarding her position in Yin Zhi's heart. Even if the Mechanical Empress and the White-clad Empress were combined, they probably wouldn't be as good as the Azure Flame Empress. She was the regret of Yin Zhi's past life. In this lifetime, this regret has finally been made up for. How could he allow himself to lose Empress Qingyan again? As he chased after them, Yin Zhi kept muttering to himself. What exactly happened? Why would Empress Qingyan suddenly lose control? Did I do something that lowered our intimacy level? Just as he was wondering about it, Yin Zhi suddenly exclaimed, and actually stopped. Why did you stop chasing? It turns out that Empress Qingyan has returned to the spirit control space. If a spirit is disconnected from its master for an extended period of time, it will be forcibly disbanded and returned to the spirit space. Yin Zhi hesitated for a moment, then drew a magic circle with his fingertips as blue flames danced. The Azure Flame Empress was summoned once again. Call. He breathed a huge sigh of relief. Since they were able to be summoned, it proves that Empress Qingyan has not betrayed them. How come you? He was about to ask her what was wrong when Empress Qingyan disappeared again, seemingly out of control. Yin Zhi's question was met with silence. What can we do? Keep chasing it. After chasing for a distance, Empress Qingyan was forcibly disbanded due to the broken chains and returned to the spirit control space. I want to see what's going on. Then, Yin Zhi summoned the Azure Flame Empress again. So it is. That's how it is. The process of tracking, summoning, tracking again, and summoning again was repeated time and time again. Finally, it reached the 13th time. Yin Zhi was about to summon the Azure Flame Empress for the 14th time. Sudden, he heard a noise. The sounds of battle. After stroking his chin and remaining silent for a moment, Yin Zhi made his decision. He carefully leaped across the crisscrossing dragon bone paths, approaching the source of the fighting sounds. when the distance is as close as possible. Yin Zhi stopped and hid behind a huge, pale white mushroom. Mecha girl, it's your turn to appear. With a thought to himself, Yin Zhi summoned the mechanical Empress. Just as she was about to speak, Yin Zhi quickly covered her mouth. Yin Zhi moved his lips without uttering a sound, saying, "Don't speak. Be quiet." The mecha girl understood her master's lip movements and obediently remained quiet and still. Yin Zhi then used his holographic scanning skill to spy on them. Upon seeing it, he was immediately slightly taken aback. Huh, aren't they? Do you know who it is? The two on the other side were Yi Tianxing and Lu Mei. The group of 7 consisted of Yi Haolong, Shi Xiang, and their fellow student council members. However, only 5 students from the student council actually took action. Yi Haolong and Shi Xiang watched from the sidelines. The battle was incredibly intense. Yi Tianxing is truly remarkable. Although Lu Mei is no less capable, he is the one who mainly holds up the battle. He did not fall behind when surrounded by 5 enemies. Yi Tianxing's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. However, Yin Zhi's concern wasn't limited to the ongoing fight. His attention immediately shifted elsewhere. The place where Yi Haolong, Yi Tianxing, and the others were located was a dilapidated and abandoned village. The buildings in this village have mostly collapsed into ruins. Only in the very center of the small village is there a miniature palace-style building. It sat there quietly, looking fairly intact. The architectural style is clearly that of ancient architecture from the true Dragon Kingdom. More precisely, architecture from the Qing Empire era. What place is this? How could there be an abandoned village? Why would Yi Haolong and Yi Tianxing be here? Also, why did Empress Qing Yin uncontrollably rush this way? Could it be? At this moment, Yin Zhi, who wasn't stupid, had already thought of a possibility. Yi Haolong's words, spoken at that very moment, confirmed Yin Zhi's suspicions. Yi Tianxing, I have no grudge against you. On the contrary, I actually really want to be friends with you. If you voluntarily hand over the dragon-slaying sword to me, perhaps we can truly become friends. Yin Zhi thought to himself, it really is for the dragon-slaying sword. So, Empress Qing Yin clearly sensed the dragon-slaying sword, which is why she was unable to control herself and rushed this way. Strangeness. Isn't it said that once a spirit changes its master, all memories related to the previous master will be completely erased? This dragon-slaying sword was forged for Empress Qing Yin by her first master, Zhao Zheng. Logically, Empress Qing Yin should have forgotten about the dragon-slaying sword. Is there something fishy or suspicious about this? Just as Yin Zhi was pondering this, Yi Tianxing's voice came from the other end. President Yi, I would also like to be your friend. After all, we have a common enemy, don't we? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, I discovered and obtained the dragon-slaying sword first. Unclaimed property belongs to whoever finds it first. Asking me to give it to you is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? As negotiations were underway, both sides temporarily ceased fighting. Yi Haolong said, Unclaimed property? No, you're wrong. This dragon-slaying sword originally belonged to me. Ah, belongs to you? That's not funny at all. If the dragon-slaying sword has an owner, it is Emperor Qing Shi, Zhao Zheng. You say it belongs to you? Are you Zhao Zheng? Yi Haolong said, Of course I am not Zhao Zheng. However, my surname is not Yi. My original surname is Zhao. Zhao, you're not trying to say you're a descendant of Zhao Zheng, are you? Huh, that wouldn't be right either. Zhao Zheng never married or had children, so how could she have any descendants? Yi Haolong proudly and confidently announced his true identity. The Zhao family doesn't just consist of Zhao Zheng. My ancestor was Zhao Zheng's younger brother. Therefore, this dragon-slaying sword originally belonged to my Zhao family. If you hand it over to me, it's returning it to its rightful owner. If you don't, it's robbery. Yi Tianxing, however, was not buying it. You say you are a descendant of the Zhao family. So you are a descendant of the Zhao family? So what if you're a descendant of the Zhao family? Since you're not a descendant of Zhao Zheng, this dragon-slaying sword has nothing to do with you. Yi Haolong said in a deep voice. So, you're determined not to hand over the dragon-slaying sword? Yes, I won't pay. Yi Haolong sighed. What a pity. It seems we can't be friends anymore. It's really a pity. But at this moment, a hand reached out from the void without warning, like a ghost. That hand grasped the hilt of an ancient sword hanging at Yi Tianxing's waist. With a clang, a bright blue light flashed, and the sword was drawn from its sheath. A voice then reached everyone's ears. Stop arguing, all of you. This dragon-slaying sword belongs to me. Anyone object? Chapter 80 For the Empress holds the slaying dragon, and a pillar of blue flame rises to the blue sky. Yin Zhi? This is what Shi Xiang exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? This was what Yi Tianqing called out. Immediately afterwards, he shouted angrily, "Give me back the dragon-slaying sword." Yi Haolong pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes slightly. A murderous aura seemed to emanate from the slits of his half-closed eyelids. With the dragon-slaying sword in hand, its gleaming green blade seemed to burn with flames. Yin Zhi chuckled. Without further ado, want the dragon-slaying sword? Let your abilities speak for themselves. Azure flames danced at my fingertips. He's about to start drawing the summoning circle. Shi Xiang's expression changed, and he shouted, "Stop him!" Without him needing to say a word. Yi Tianqing had already taken action. Wearing the infinite cloak, he used the infinite shuttle technique and appeared in front of Yin Zhi in a flash. He moved both hands simultaneously. A hand flashed and grabbed at Yin Zhi's hand holding the dragon-slaying sword. His other hand slapped against the hand that Yin Zhi was drawing the summoning circle. Clearly, he wanted to seize the dragon-slaying sword, but also wanted to prevent Yin Zhi from summoning the Azure Flame Empress. Of course, the Azure Flame Empress is too much of a threat. We must not allow her to be summoned. However, despite his well-thought-out plan, can he actually pull it off? Mechanical Empress's skill, Magnetic Storm Impact, activated. A powerful shockwave emanated from Yin Zhi and spread outwards in all directions. The shockwave was also accompanied by crackling electric snakes. Yi Tianqing was knocked flying on the spot. Bang! It crashed solidly into a strange tree. The tree broke, and the person fell to the ground and rolled around. Brother Tianqing. Lu Mei was naturally concerned and anxious, and with a scream, she rushed over. Yi Tianqing wasn't the only one thrown away by the magnetic storm. There are 3 other student council members. However, the closer the magnetic storm was to Yin Zhi, the stronger its impact became. They were a little further away from Yin Zhi, so they weren't as disheveled as Yi Tianqing. In addition, the magnetic storm has a fatal restraining effect on mechanical-type spirits. 2 mechanical-type spirits were immediately affected by the magnetic storm and crashed. Now, who can stop Yin Zhi from summoning the Azure Flame Empress? The summoning circle is complete. Empress Qingyan has appeared once again. The instant she was summoned, buzzing, as if sensing something, the dragon-slaying sword began to tremble violently and hum. Empress Qingyan snatched it away. Once the dragon-slaying sword entered the hands of Empress Qingyan, in an instant, a burst of blazing blue flames erupted from the dragon-slaying sword. Then what? Soaring into the sky, piercing the clouds in fury. The area where everyone was located was completely bathed in a bluish light. The terrifying heat swept outwards like a giant tsunami. The patch of weeds at Yin Zhi's feet was instantly burned to ashes. Run! Shi Xiang roared anxiously and turned to run away. Yi Haolong had already summoned a golden conch shell at top speed. As soon as the golden conch shell appeared, he jumped into it. As Yi Haolong plunged into the conch shell, he took one last look at Yin Zhi. That one glance, however, seemed to wish it could transform into 1,000 swords. What are you doing? I'd like to tear Yin Zhi to pieces and chop him into mincemeat. Yin Zhi, you just wait. The dragon-slaying sword is mine. The Azure Flame Empress will be mine sooner or later. You were destined to be my stepping stone to the top. The instant Yi Haolong entered the golden conch, it burst into a puff of white smoke and vanished without a trace. This golden conch is actually a spatial-type spirit, named the Twin Star Golden Conch. If you drill into one, you can drill out from the other. With such effectiveness, it's truly a lifesaver for escaping. Yi Haolong has the Twin Star Golden Snail. Shi Xiang reacted quickly and ran fast. The other 5 student council members were not so lucky. If they didn't escape in time, the terrifying heat would burn their lives to ashes in the blink of an eye. What about Yi Tianqing? He reacted quickly enough, immediately using the instant transmission technique to escape. In the rush, he abandoned Lu Mei. She was stunned as she stared at the empty space in front of her. Brother Tianqing, just like that you left? You just left me like that. She was located quite far from Yin Zhi. It was precisely because it was far away that she had the time and space to be stunned. A second or two later, a terrifying heat wave struck. The pain brought her back to her senses, and she ran forward without thinking. The clothes on her back were on fire. Without an open flame, the clothes ignited solely by the temperature of the air. You can imagine how high and terrifying the temperature is in this area. Lume's painful screams echoed throughout the area. But misfortunes never come singly. She tripped and fell to the ground. The flowers and plants on the ground were naturally set ablaze. As she fell, she was instantly engulfed by the flames that ignited on the ground. The screams were continuous. At the same time, the port area where the 6 universities dock, Dongfang Weishi, Zhou Darren, and the other teachers all looked in one direction. What did they see? A pillar of cyan flame rose up from within the myriad dragon ruins, pointing straight to the sky. I can't even see the end. I don't know if it's just my imagination. They felt that there was a restless atmosphere in the air, and something was very wrong. Blue flames. Zhou Darren murmured. Teacher Dongfang, could it be that Yin Zhi did this again? Dongfang Weishi shook her head. No, impossible. With his abilities, he simply couldn't do it. Zhou Darren gave an awkward laugh. Haha, you're right. Look at me. The moment I see blue flames, I think of the Azure Flame Empress. But how is that pillar of blue fire generated? Dongfang Weishi shook her head again. I had no clue either. There are still many secrets in Wanlong ruins waiting to be discovered. I really want to go in myself. Zhou Darren quickly said, No. Teacher Dongfang, have you forgotten what the master instructed? Dongfang Weishi said, Why are you so nervous? I was just saying. Turn out to be. There's a rule among the 6 major schools regarding this matter. That is, none of the professors leading the teams enter Wanlongsu. Inside one of the cabins of the brimming mechanical Kuanpun, Yi Haolong, who emerged from another twin golden snail, gazed at the towering blue fire pillar in the distance, his face grim. Although the dragon-slaying sword and the Azure Flame Empress will eventually be his, but this moment did not belong to him. The dragon-slaying sword was already a cooked duck. It just flew away like that. No matter how much he tried to comfort himself, Yi Haolong was still very unwilling to accept it. I'm extremely unwilling to accept this. Just then, the distant pillar of blue flame vanished instantly. Inside Wanlongsu, on the ruins of a village, the terrifying blue flame subsided. Yin Zhi watched as Empress Qingyan gripped the dragon-slaying sword tightly, gazing at it silently. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Wei, it's Lin Wei. Suddenly, Empress Qingyan turned her head to look at Yin Zhi. That sudden glance. Yin Zhi felt both incredibly amazed and under immense pressure. Empress Qingyan parted her lips slightly. Thank you. After speaking, Empress Qingyan vanished and returned to the spirit control space. Huh. Did I hear that right? She actually spoke to me? Did you say thank you to me? Sudden. Intimacy level, 51. Hiss. The intimacy level has skyrocketed to 51. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Just as Yin Zhi was shocked, a huge, long, pale creature emerged from the Dragonbone Road behind him. It hung halfway in the air, silently approaching Yin Zhi. Getting closer. Chapter 85. The White Snake with Horns is hard to deal with. Well, I'm going to deal with it by force. Yin Zhi suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He didn't think much of it and just covered and rubbed his neck. With a question in mind about why it suddenly felt so cold, I turned my head to look behind me. It's okay if you don't watch. Upon seeing this, the hair on his entire body stood on end. A gigantic white snake was hanging right in front of them. An enormous head. Those vertical snake eyes were as tall as Yin Zhi's. Its body is thick and long, and it's crooked. Under the sunlight, the snake scales shimmered with a deathly pale glow. This instant, a human and a snake stare at each other, one small and one large, with their eyes locked. At this moment, Yin Zhi felt more than just a chill on the back of his head. He felt completely cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Along the way, Yin Zhi did encounter monsters. But this was the first time he had ever encountered such a huge and terrifying monster. He had seen snakes before, too. But this was the first time he had ever encountered such a huge and terrifying white snake. And what kind of snake is this? It's big enough, but why does it have 2 strange horns on its head? I was careless. That was too careless. The monster was right behind you. And you only just noticed? Yin Zhi's eyes and mouth twitched and twitched. The moment he spoke, the long-horned white snake moved instantly. The snake's mouth gaped open, and a dark, flesh-colored tunnel appeared before Yin Zhi's eyes. The next second, Yin Zhi felt the sky darken. It wasn't that it was dark. he was bitten in the mouth by the long-horned white snake. Although the long-horned white snake is huge, it is not slow at all. Not slow at all. The speed at which it erupted was so fast that Yin Zhi was swallowed up before he could even react. Gulu. The giant horned serpent raised its head high and made a swallowing motion. It swallowed the soil that it had bitten into its mouth along with it. Then it was about to leave. Suddenly a loud noise came. Holy crap. That scared me to death. It really scared me to death. That voice, isn't it Yin Zhi? He reacted the instant he was deep-throated, immediately using subspace glide to slide out of the giant snake's body. Although he escaped, he was still shaken. My heart was pounding rapidly. Fortunately, I have the ability to glide through subspace. Yin Zhi took a breath. Then anger rose in his heart. You want to eat me, right? Then I'll taste what you really like. With those harsh words, Yin Zhi ignited a blue flame at his fingertips and drew a summoning circle at lightning speed. Result. What happened this time? Why isn't Empress Qin Yin showing up? While Yin Zhi was still in shock, the long-horned white snake had already moved. Its massive form instantly blurred into a blurry silhouette, demonstrating its incredible speed. Empress Qin Yin suddenly went on strike, leaving Yin Zhi helpless. The 9 stars of the Holy Spirit are the 9 stars of the Holy Spirit. They cannot be judged by common sense. Logically speaking, what kind of spirit goes on strike? Yin Zhi immediately used his quantum computing skills. At the same time, activate the plasma shield to add an extra layer of protection for yourself. With his mind working at lightning speed, he dodged the attack of the long-horned white snake with perfect angle and speed. Yin Zhi rolled on the ground once, then got up and rushed forward at full speed. His fingertips moved rapidly through the air. Come out, little white. The white-clad Empress jumped out and, under Yin Zhi's control, immediately administered a lightning-fast injection to him. In an instant, Yin Zhi's speed increased dramatically. That's the good thing about injections. They're incredibly effective. The long-horned white snake bit empty air again, ending up with a mouthful of mud. It roared loudly, its mouth wide open in fury. In an instant, the cold air condensed in its mouth like a vortex. A gigantic ice ball formed in an instant and hurtled towards Yin Zhi like a cannonball. How fast does an ice hockey puck travel? It disappears in an instant and reappears in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Yin Zhi, and the huge impact sent him flying. If quantum calculations hadn't detected its trajectory, Yin Zhi wouldn't have been able to stop in time. Otherwise, that ice hockey puck would have hit him directly. Boom! The ice hockey puck exploded upon hitting the ground. Countless shards of ice, sharp as blades, scattered in all directions. Fortunately, Yin Zhi had already deployed his plasma shield, blocking the splashing ice fragments. However, cracks suddenly appeared on the plasma shield. Troublesome. This is really difficult. But so what if it's difficult? It's tough, but I'm determined to make it work, to do it head on. He muttered to himself, then shouted, Little White, giving him miracle injection. The miracle needle is the next level skill after the body strengthening needle. Time for shot. The white-clad Empress laughed excitedly, carrying a huge syringe, and inserted it into Yin Zhi. Well, after a while, she got used to it. Skill. Give yourself a powerful miracle injection. Effect. Strength increased 100-fold. As the medicine was injected into Yin Zhi's body. Strength. He felt an incredibly powerful force filling his entire body. It was so full it looked like it was about to overflow. Mechanical Empress's nano arsenal activated. The emerging nanoparticles coalesced into a pair of metal gauntlets, which were then placed on Yin Zhi's hands. Yin Zhi muttered, Next, I'll let you taste the power of my iron fist. Bang, bang. He clashed the 2 metal gauntlets together twice, then charged towards the long-horned white snake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ice spikes shot towards him, but Yin Zhi dodged them. There was one that he couldn't dodge, so he punched it and smashed it to pieces. As he approached the long-horned white snake, he pushed off with his feet, charged forward, and shouted to boost the power of his punch, which landed on the white-horned snake just below its chin. Boom! The power, amplified 100-fold, was channeled into the long-horned white snake through the iron fist. Waves were clearly visible on the surface of the snakeskin. The long-horned white snake roared in pain as its massive body was thrown upwards and crashed into a piece of dragon bone. Immediately, its entire body plummeted from midair. Its thick, Massive body rolled and twisted on the ground, causing waves of tremors. That punch felt so good. Again, again, and again. Today I'm going to unleash all my energy on you. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. With a loud shout, Yin Zhi swung his thick, black iron fist and slammed it towards the long-horned white snake. A secluded place. A pair of eyes closely watched the battle between Yin Zhi and the long-horned white snake. Above his eyes, several beads of sweat, cold sweat, were still hanging. Impossible. Why? How could he be so strong? How long has he been a spirit master? Even if the azure flame Empress existed, he hadn't summoned her at all. Also, what level of spirits are those two spirits? The owner of these eyes is none other than Yi Tianqing, who has returned. Emboldened by his invisible cloak, he turned back. Then, he saw Yin Zhi punching the giant snake. I was terrified. He was really scared. If it were me, I probably would have been killed by just one punch. Can I really get revenge? Yi Tianqing, who was caught in self-doubt, suddenly perked up and his eyes lit up. Because he saw Yin Zhi being whipped away by the long-horned white snake's tail. The flying Yin Zhi crashed into the only remaining palace-style building in the abandoned village, turning it into ruins. What did he see? He saw hope. White snake, kill him. Kill him. If both sides suffer heavy losses, it will be perfect for me to reap the benefits. It also gave me the opportunity to take revenge myself. God help me. I want to kill him with my own hands. However, Yi Tianqing was unaware that while he was staring at Yin Zhi, another pair of bright, dark eyes were quietly watching him. Chapter 86, Enanshan. Where has your former demeanor gone? Where has your former elegance? Where has your former charm gone? Where has your former handsomeness gone? Who is staring at Yi Tianqing? It was Mu Pingting, the dragon guard assigned by the Dragon Guard Manor to protect Yin Zhi. She was well aware that her mission was to protect Yin Zhi. Unfortunately, Yin Zhi wouldn't let her team up with him, so she naturally couldn't protect him closely. After some deliberation, Mu Pingting changed her target, Yi Haolong. The core purpose of the mission to protect Yin Zhi is actually to prevent the Qingyan Empress title from being taken away by the descendants of the Zhao family. Therefore, the other dangers that Yin Zhi encountered were actually not a concern. Therefore, following Yi Haolong can also achieve the mission objective. She watched as Yi Haolong used a small cyan sword as a guide, following them all the way here. Then, he watched as Yi Haolong and Yi Tianqing fought each other over the dragon-slaying sword. After learning that the dragon-slaying sword belonged to Emperor Qing Shi Zhao Zheng, she also harbored the idea of seizing it. This kind of antique should be handed over to the state. She just didn't expect Yin Zhi to come too. Upon appearing, he seized the dragon-slaying sword and handed it over to Empress Qingyan. She naturally witnessed the terrifying and spectacular sight of the blue flames piercing the sky. When Yin Zhi and the long-horned white snake were locked in fierce combat, and Yi Tianqing returned, she guessed that Yi Tianqing was planning to reap the benefits. Without much thought, Mu Pingting had a plan. If Yi Tianqing wanted to be the mantis catching the cicada, then she would be the oriole behind it. At the same time, she was also closely watching the battle between Yin Zhi and the giant white snake. What kind of snake is it? Surely it can't be a dragon from Legends, with horns on its head? But all it has are horns on its head. Everything else looks like a snake. Could it be a mutation? In addition, Mu Pingting shared the same thoughts as Yi Tianqing at this moment. Yin Zhi is really strong. In her judgment, the long-horned white snake's danger level was at least diamond. Yin Zhi was actually able to go toe-to-toe with a diamond-level dangerous creature. This truly refreshed her understanding and judgment of Yin Zhi's combat strength. Today I thought of another question. He's so strong. Does he still need me to protect him? Also, what exactly is the rarity of his two new spirit beasts? It's incredibly powerful. As she looked and thought, Mu Pingting suddenly muttered to herself. All three of his summoned spirits seemed to be beautiful women. Just as I was thinking that, I heard Yin Zhi shout, "Take this punch from me again." He leaped into the air and slammed his thick, black iron fist down hard on the head of a long-horned white snake. A deafening roar followed. The long-horned white snake's entire head was slammed to the ground. Its thick, long body twitched and twisted twice, then remained motionless. Dead? Still dizzy? Then Yin Zhi shouted, "Are you pretending to be dead here? No need to pretend. I'll make you really die." Mu Pingting saw Yin Zhi take the huge syringe from the white-coated spirit and insert it directly into the body of the long-horned white snake. The long-horned white snake, which had been motionless just a second ago, suddenly began to move wildly, roaring and shaking its head violently. It wants to throw Yin Zhi, who is standing on its head, off. In its rage, it actually flung Yin Zhi away and turned to run away. As a result, it didn't swim very far before collapsing and lying motionless on the ground. It's been given a drowsy injection in the head, and it still wants to run? Keep dreaming. Yin Zhi got up from the ground. He was panting heavily. His breathing was rough and rapid. He's not in much better shape right now. Miracle injection has side effects. In addition, he also took several hits from the long-horned white snake, so he was in bad shape. The combination of these two factors left Yin Zhi feeling sore, weak, and in pain, completely unable to exert any strength, as if his body had been hollowed out. This is the first time I've ever worked this hard since my debut. Supporting his back, Yin Zhi struggled to straighten up. I need to get Xiao Bai to give me a shot of adrenaline. Although the vitality injection has its time limit and a period of fatigue as a side effect, the white-clad Empress's enhancement injection also has side effects. But at least it can restore some of his energy and spirit for now, so that he won't be unable to straighten his back, right? This situation is extremely dangerous. But at this moment, a whooshing sound came from behind. Yin Zhi thought to himself, "Oh no." Without thinking, he rolled onto the ground. A black wooden stick grazed almost the back of Yin Zhi's head. After Yin Zhi fell to the ground, he rolled over and saw Yi Tianxing raising a wooden stick to smash it down on his head. He quickly raised his arms to block. Bang! The wooden stick was as hard as iron, and Yin Zhi felt as if his arm was about to break from the pain. Fortunately, he didn't get hit on the head. Why can't you let the other person hit you in the head? Aside from the head being a fatal weakness, striking the Spirit Master's head can break the symbiotic chain and dispel the spirit. The combat power of a Spirit Master comes almost entirely from Spirit Mastery. If the spirits are dispelled, then all that's left is to be beaten and wait to die. You've finally gotten what you deserve. Plapava to die. Yi Tianxing shouted excitedly and raised the wooden stick to strike again, but he hit nothing. Yin Zhi had already used subspace gliding to dodge. At this moment, he was not connected to the Azure Flame Empress. Naturally, they would be unable to use the Jade Body technique to absorb damage and strengthen their physical body. As a non-masochist, he didn't want to endure being beaten without any benefit. This time he skied the maximum distance, keeping a great distance from Yi Tianxing. As soon as they left the subspace, the white-clad Empress injected Yin Zhi with a life-giving acupuncture needle. In the blink of an eye, my energy was back. When Yi Tianxing reappeared, the plasma shield blocked his attack. Yin Zhi gave him a bright smile. "You had a chance to take me down just now, but unfortunately you didn't seize it. Now it's my turn." Yi Tianxing immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly used his infinite shuttle ability to make a run for it. Result: smack. Yin Zhi's attacks were faster and more ferocious than ever before. A slap landed on Yi Tianxing's face, sending him flying and leaving him dazed. His head throbbed violently, and the connection between Yi Tianxing and the Infinity Cloak snapped. He was instantly filled with anxiety and tried to escape as fast as he could. Before he could run 3 steps, Yin Zhi kicked him in the back, and he fell face first into the air. Yin Zhi walked over and stepped on Yi Tianxing's head. "Me, getting my comeuppance? Haha, what are you trying to say?" "What? Trying to be the fisherman?" Yi Tianxing shouted. "Yin Zhi, Confucius and Mencius are my maternal ancestors. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you can forget about staying at Sacred Heart University." Yin Zhi stomped on Yi Tianxing's head like a rubber ball, rolling it back and forth. TSK, 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 TSK. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that our beloved Yi would have to resort to using his connections to save his life? Where has your former elegance, your former charm, your former handsomeness? And you actually ambushed me just now? In other words, you don't even have the courage to fight me head on, right? To be honest, I'm very disappointed, extremely disappointed. Yi Tianxing was panting heavily, his face flushed. Shame and indignation, humiliation, hatred, defeat. A mix of emotions instantly filled his mind. Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of killing intent from Yi Tianxing. Please check. 10,000 points? Improvise. Don't want to die? Here's your chance. I'm curious. How did you find this place? Tell me, please. Tell me, and you can save your life. Isn't that worth it? Chapter 87 Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball. System. Do you realize you're using the wrong terminology? I followed Empress Qingyan all the way here, and that's how I got to this place amidst the intricate network of roads in the myriad dragon ruins. How did Yi Haolong and Yi Tianqing find this place? Yin Zhi was very curious. Since you're curious, you should naturally find out. Yi Tianqing, you keep your word? At that moment, he only had one thought on his mind: to survive. Only by surviving. Only then will I have a chance to take revenge. Only then will we have a chance to avenge our defeat. He'll do anything to survive. Yin Zhi chuckled. To put it nicely, you don't even have a right to be killed by me now. Is that something nice to say? Were those unpleasant words? Yi Tianqing felt like he was about to explode with anger. Yi Tianqing, oh Yi Tianqing, you've already left. Why did you come back? Why? At this point, he could only vent his anger on himself. Yi Tianqing gritted his teeth and reluctantly spoke. I have a map. It was found by my ancestor in that large tomb from the Qing Empire era. Yin Zhiqiao stretched out his hand. Give it to me. Continue. As if he had lost his parents, Yi Tianqing summoned a safe and took out a map. Yin Zhi took a leather map, unfolded it, and began to look at it. Yi Tianqing continued to speak freely and without reservation. According to records passed down from my ancestors, the owner of that large tomb was also searching for the dragon-slaying sword. Furthermore, he has already found out. He actually came to Wanlongsu. However, someone is guarding the dragon-slaying sword, so he can't take it with him at all. So he drew a map and left, intending to gather more people to come to Wanlongsu again. Yin Zhi listened while looking at the map. The map is quite large. When unfolded, it is about 1 meter long and wide. The surface was covered with dense writing and drawing. There are not only maps, but also some text. Although it was written in classical Chinese, Yin Zhi could understand it. By order of the emperor, I will carry the dragon-slaying sword and journey south to find the elixir of immortality. That's utter nonsense. In reality, it was in search of the Dragon Ball from ancient mythology. Dragon Ball? Upon seeing the words Dragon Ball, Yin Zhi felt a chill run down his spine and his heart burn with excitement. What is this called? The mountains and rivers seem to block the way. After the darkest hour comes the dawn. He quickly and carefully read through the text, word by word. Before long, he had read every single word on the sheepskin map. Yi Tianqing finished speaking. Seeing that Yin Zhi didn't make a move, he could only shut his mouth. Humiliation. Extremely negative, infinitely humiliating. He felt like a lamb to the slaughter. The feeling of having his life and death in someone else's hands was so painful that he could hardly bear it. If I can survive this, next time, I will never act unless I am absolutely certain. If we do not move, we will remain still. But if we do move, we will kill them. Sudden. You can get lost now. Hearing this, Yi Tianqing came to his senses and realized that the foot that had been stepping on his head had been moved away. He gritted his teeth and prepared to get up. Yin Zhi kicked him, knocking him over. What are you doing? Who told you to get up? Yi Tianqing exclaimed excitedly. You broke your promise. Yin Zhi Dao. I told you to get out, get out. Did you hear me clearly? I didn't tell you to leave. I told you to get out. Grit your teeth. Clench your fist. Tremble. Yi Tianqing closed his eyes. He didn't go to see Yin Zhi. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would rush up to fight that beast to the death. Live on. Survive first. Only by surviving can we take revenge. 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 With a roar raging in his heart, Yi Tianqing rolled on the ground, rolling further and further away. This scene was witnessed by a person with burns all over their body not far away. It was indeed Lu Mei. She's incredibly resilient. She's still alive. But now her eyes were filled with utter despair. She cried. She smiled too. I actually ruined my life for a piece of trash. Oh, Lu Mei, what have you done? Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I will repay the kindness I owe you in my next life. Then she suddenly got up from the ground, not knowing where the strength came from. Yi Tianqing, you're a piece of trash. Trash. Lu Mei shouted and rushed out, leaping off the Dragon Bone Road. Below was a bottomless abyss. The lingering echoes of the word waste still reverberate in this area. Yi Tianqing witnessed this scene. He lay there stunned. After a while, he actually chuckled and continued rolling. As he rolled, he thought about many things. As he thought about it, he even began to hate Li Feiyun. If it weren't for her, how could I have gotten involved with that beast Yin Zhi? If I hadn't provoked that beast, how could I have ended up in such a miserable state today? He seemed to have completely forgotten that he was pursuing Li Feiyun with ulterior motives. Anyway, it's all someone else's fault. Beep beep. You have received 30,000 points of killing intent from Yi Tianxing. Please check. Another 30,000 points. Good. Yin Zhi chuckled. He then went to the side of the long-horned white snake, who had fallen into a deep sleep. It's so big, it's hard to kill anything without a long enough knife. Never mind. I'll cut off a piece of your flesh, just to show my appreciation. Unleashing the mechanical Empress's nano-arsenal, she condensed a knife from nanoparticles and began to butcher snake meat raw. The long-horned white snake, despite being injected with the drowsy needle, showed no reaction whatsoever. During this time, a spurt of snake blood spurted into Yin Zhi's mouth. He tasted it and found it not only not fishy, but also unusually sweet and delicious. It shouldn't be poisonous, right? Even if it's poisonous, I'm not afraid. One injection is all you need to prevent all poisons from spreading. With a healing type Holy Spirit 9-star Guardian Spirit by my side, what do I have to fear? He immediately began to drink large gulps of snake blood until he was full. Soon, he felt a warm sensation inside his body, as if he were in a sauna. Clearly, this snake blood has some kind of miraculous effect. Then, a large piece of meat was cut off. It weighed about 500 pounds and was thrown into the belly of the big-bellied toad. After finishing all that, Yin Zhi abandoned the long-horned white snake. He walked straight toward the palace-like building that he had crashed into. According to the map mentioned earlier, inside the Divine Dragon Hall, there is a bead-shaped object enshrined. The person who left the map suspected that the bead-like object was the dragon pearl that Emperor Qingshi had sent people from afar to search for in Wanlongsu. Only, why did these people who were ordered to find the dragon balls not leave after they found them, but instead settle down in the place where they were? That remains to be seen. Next, Yin Zhi searched extensively among the ruins. Finally, he found a stone bead-like object under a pile of stone slabs. Or rather, the ball. Yin Zhi held the stone ball in front of him, which was several times larger than his head. System, is this Dragon Ball? Beep beep. Yes. Is that really true? He rolled his eyes. System, are you aware that your word choice is inaccurate? Is this a pearl? This is called a ball, understand? Despite his complaints, Yin Zhi was actually very excited. He secretly rejoiced that he had asked Yi Tianxing one more question to satisfy his curiosity. Otherwise, I would definitely have missed out on this Dragon Ball. Hey, we should really thank Yi Tianxing. Just then, angry and painful roars came from not far away. The long-horned white snake has awakened. Yin Zhi immediately took the dragon pearl and left in another direction. There's no need to waste time on it. According to the death-seeking system, these Dragon Balls are also spirit crystals. So, he is now very much looking forward to finding out what exactly the so-called Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon Empress components are. Chapter 88, What a Huge Head. Such a huge head. After Yin Zhi left, Mu Pingting hid in the shadows and waited until the enraged white-horned snake left before she departed. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel discouraged and frustrated. I'll just wander around by myself. If I could really get some kind of opportunity to improve my strength, that would be even better. Given his strength, even if I follow him, will I be the one protecting him, or will he be the one protecting me? With a sigh, Mu Pingting went elsewhere. Yin Zhi hopped and skipped along the crisscrossing Dragon Bone Road, finally stopping in another flat, wide area. He circled around, clearing out some potential threats before getting down to business. Bang! Click! He punched the Dragon Ball, shattering the outer layer of stone. In an instant, an amber-colored, translucent sphere appeared before Yin Zhi's eyes. Transparent, crystal clear, flawless. Upon closer inspection, one can see shimmering light inside, as if it were filled with amber-colored liquid. Is it really a spirit-controlling crystal? This is the first time I've seen it. He muttered something to himself, and then asked the system. System, you said you would definitely extract the components of the great mighty heavenly dragon empress? Beep beep. Yes, but Yin Zhi immediately interrupted him. Stop. That's all that matters. Don't give me any buts. I hate but the most. What was the death-seeking system originally planning to say? It meant to say, however, you haven't collected all 6 Dragon Balls, so there's no guarantee you will get the Great Dragon Empress component. But Yin Zhi interrupted him. Yin Zhi then embraced the enormous Dragon Pearl. Just a second before the resonance occurred, He muttered that it felt strange using such a large spirit-controlling crystal for the first time. The next second, the resonance begins. I don't know when. Yin Zhi opened his eyes. He found himself in a place shrouded in mist. The surroundings were in complete chaos. Where's this? How did I get here? I clearly remember using Dragon Ball resonance. How did you end up here? For a moment, Yin Zhi's mind was filled with questions. Suddenly, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Yin Zhi looked around and found himself in a silver-gray corridor. The corridor stretched endlessly to both sides, with no end in sight. Yin Zhi smiled. Calm. It's not a big deal. Panicking won't help, will it? Since we're already here, let's just wander around. His nerves, having been brutally beaten in the dream space, had become exceptionally strong. The current situation was not enough to make him panic or get nervous. Left, right. Go for the right side. Having chosen the right-hand side, Yin Zhi walked straight along the corridor. As we walked, a group of people suddenly rushed towards us from the front. Huh? Is anyone there? They were all men, women, and children wearing white coats. Although they were wearing white coats, they didn't look like doctors. They're more like researchers from a movie. They rushed towards them in terror, glancing back as they ran. It was as if a vengeful ghost was chasing them from behind. Yin Zhi greeted them. Hey, you guys. Suddenly, that group of people in white coats disappeared. Hallucination? Yin Zhi continued forward. After walking for a while, we came to a set of steps that extended upwards. I want to see what they're up to. With a muttered sound, Yin Zhi stepped onto the stairs and began to climb. I counted the steps as I went up, and finally reached the top of the steps when I counted to 108. An ordinary door appeared before us. Without any hesitation, Yin Zhi turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Behind the door was pitch black, a blacker darkness than ink. At first glance, he even thought that what he was looking at was ink. Oh, does this mean they want me to go in? Let's go in. I want to see what kind of mess is inside. With a large stride, Yin Zhi stepped through the door. Before my eyes, it was truly pitch black. Pitch blackness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. If it were someone with poor pressure resistance, they might have already peed their pants in fear. Yin Zhi groped his way forward like a blind man. As I was walking, two large lights suddenly appeared in front of me, completely without warning. Even with Yin Zhi's courage, he was startled. The light from the two lamps in front of them dispelled the surrounding darkness. Then, Yin Zhi saw the scene before him clearly and immediately exclaimed, Wow, what a huge head. What did he see? It's an enormous head, a woman's head, and all of them are heads. Below the neck, there was nothing. And those two brightly shining lamps were not lamps at all, but rather the eyes on the woman's head. Good heavens! Judging by its size, this head is at least 10 meters tall. It's almost 3 stories high. Yin Zhi inwardly exclaimed in amazement, and then spoke. Can we chat? The two eye lights flickered. Then a deep, authoritative female voice rang out. I quite like you. Accept the trial. Pass the trial, and my body will be at your disposal. If it fails, Yin Zhi smiled confidently. Bring it on, because I'm sure I can pass. Today, Yin Zhi has undergone a complete transformation and is now brimming with confidence. The eye light flashed twice. Good. In an instant, the scenery around Yin Zhi changed again. 18 robots stood before me. Without saying a word, they launched an attack on Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi clenched his fist and chuckled. I thought it was something else. Fight? This is something I'm good at. He immediately went to meet him. Bang! A fleshy fist and an iron fist collided, producing a deafening roar. Moonlight filtered through the gaps between the dragon bone paths, quietly scattering across the ground. It also affected Yin Zhi. Just then, a pack of wolf-like monsters slowly emerged from the darkness. They crouched down and quietly approached Yin Zhi. Saliva dripped onto the ground from their eager mouths. Suddenly, Yin Zhi, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The wolf-like monsters were immediately startled and shrank back in unison. It seems they weren't very brave after all. At the same time, click! The Dragon Ball shattered completely, scattering across the ground. Then it turned into a puddle of powder. Yin Zhi let out a breath. That trial was really tough, thanks to my previous training and experience at Dream Space. Otherwise, things might be in serious trouble this time. Enjoying the joy of success, Yin Zhi was full of fighting spirit and waved to the wolf-like creatures. Come on, I'll play with you guys until you're satisfied. As a result, the pack of wolf-like creatures turned tail and ran. It's not that they're truly timid, but rather that their instincts tell them that the creature in front of them is not to be trifled with. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes and muttered something about how boring it was. Immediately, he saw golden light illuminate the space, and the strokes in the air drew a huge golden magic circle. Golden light illuminated the area. A gigantic female head slowly descended from the golden magic circle. A sudden gust of wind arose. Golden lightning flashed and thunder roared. Yin Zhi looked up at the female head that was suspended in midair. She possesses a beauty that surpasses all the beauties in the world. Despite her being so large, Yin Zhi said he felt no emotional reaction whatsoever. Dawei, tell me quickly where the other 5 Dragon Balls are. Chapter 89. Hey, you peeping Tom over there, have you seen enough? Time to come out, huh? Yin Zhi was very fortunate. I was the first to obtain the head component of the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress. Why? This is because the head component can sense the positions of the other 5 components, even if it's just a general location. Otherwise, in the vast Wanlong ruins, what year and month must he find to gather all 6 components of the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress? The rest is simple. Guided by the head unit's sensors, Yin Zhi began his journey of running around. 4 days later, inside a super huge cave, I got the second Dragon Ball. Through resonance, he extracted the right leg component of the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress. 5 more days passed. Yin Zhi found the third Dragon Ball. This time, the left-hand component of the great heavenly dragon Empress was drawn. Continue. This tangible sense of accomplishment and satisfaction fueled Yin Zhi's enthusiasm. What he is looking forward to now is, after collecting all the components and piecing them together, what exactly does the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress look like? Although he could probably imagine it. But imagination is just imagination. Seeing with your own eyes is the most real and the most tangible experience. Time flies. More than 30 days and nights passed in the blink of an eye. Going through 100 hardships is less difficult than going through 10,000 hardships. The left leg component and the right hand component are now complete. Next, the torso component is the last one, and its importance is second only to the head component. At this point, Yin Zhi already felt that time was running out. After all, it takes time to get back to the birth. Another serious problem is the compass needle provided by the school has started to malfunction intermittently. Wanlongsu is so huge. Those who enter into trials and tribulations may easily lose their way. If things go wrong, you might go in and never get out. To address this, 6 universities jointly developed a compass. This thing is a sphere. There is a pointer inside that always points to the birthing area. However, Yin Zhi felt that he was probably really too far from the parking area. As a result, the pointer malfunctioned several times. Even so, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't just stop searching for the last Dragon Ball because we're worried about getting lost, can we? If we miss this opportunity, we can simply wait another 10 years. The suicide system will also strip the mechanical Empress and the white-clad Empress of their titles if the mission fails. This won't do. Try to find. Keep searching. After running and jumping for a few more days, Yin Zhi arrived at a large area where pale white bones were piled up and laid out, resembling a world of white bones. Wow, this is absolutely spectacular. It's all bones. If this were used to make bone broth, how many pots could it make? Yin Zhi summoned the head assembly of the great heavenly dragon Empress again. That's right. My torso is nearby. In that direction. The great mighty heavenly dragon Empress's enormous head looked towards the 2 o'clock position where Yin Zhi was. Wow. Finally, we've moved from a 3-dimensional perspective to a 2-dimensional one. This last Dragon Ball was hidden really well. Under normal circumstances, who would come here? If I hadn't extracted the head component, I might not have been able to collect all 6 Dragon Balls, let alone in 2 months or even in 2 lifetimes. This is too much of a gamble. System, could you please release some more reliable tasks next time? By the way, I've always wanted to ask you, how did you know there were Dragon Balls here? Yin Zhi muttered. Well, he's pretending to be mute again. The problem here. If we investigate further, it might be a big problem. How did the death-seeking system know that there were Dragon Balls in the myriad dragon ruins? How did it know that the Dragon Balls could extract the great heavenly dragon Empress? I even guarantee I'll definitely win. But if you don't look into it too closely, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with it. The suicide system is truly amazing. There's no other reason. It's just that awesome. You just need to play according to its rules. as long as you receive tangible benefits. That should work, right? Scratching the itch on the back of his head, Yin Zhi sprinted towards the 2 o'clock direction. After running for about 20 kilometers, he stopped and listened intently. Huh, why are there sounds of fighting? And who else but me has come here? With doubts in his mind, he continued on his way, but became much more cautious. Take a closer look. Yin Zhi couldn't help but mutter to himself. What a coincidence, we meet again. One of the two sides in the battle was none other than the white horned snake that Yin Zhi had previously knocked unconscious, cut off its flesh, and drank its blood. On the other side, upon closer inspection, I realized I recognized someone. Yi Qianxing is one. Su Jiujiu is one. There are two other people Yin Zhi also knows. It was the woman with the long black hair and her bodyguard, with whom Yi Qianxing had previously clashed. Besides these 4 people, there were 14 other people who were complete strangers. It's a good thing they managed to come here. At this moment, the humans were using all their skills and coordinating closely to besiege the long-horned white snake. Judging from this situation, the long-horned white snake was actually at a disadvantage. After watching for a while, even Yin Zhi nodded secretly. As expected of the elites selected from the top 6 schools, they are truly amazing. Control-type spirits are responsible for restraint. A healing-type spirit provides full support. Offensive spirits focus their fire and launch a fierce attack. Each type of spirit fully utilizes its strengths and specialties under the master's control. On this basis, they cooperate and work closely together. Even with its massive body and overwhelming power, the long-horned white snake was beaten into a very sorry state. After watching for a while, Yin Zhi noticed something amiss. The one who plays a key role among the humans is none other than that one with long, straight black hair. She didn't directly participate in the battle, but instead used her words, and her words moved incredibly fast. Wang Chao Maoyang, you retreat to the left. Qi Xing, attack its vital point. Quick. Shimen Xia prepares to use a full-body healing spell on Group B. Not a single word she uttered wasted, and every single sentence was exceptionally accurate and correct. Yin Zhi's feeling was, she was in control of the entire battle. Not accurate. It seems more accurate to describe her as being able to predict the future of the battle, because every word she uttered was a calculated move that anticipated the enemy's moves. It's as accurate as having the ability to predict the future, somewhat similar to the quantum computing ability of the mechanical Empress. If this continues, the white snake will really be worn down to death by them. TSK, why am I looking at them? I'm here to find. Okay, found it. The last Dragon Ball has been found. Where? She was actually being used as a stool by someone with long, straight black hair. Yin Zhi was depressed. In that case, we'll have to wait until they leave before we can retrieve the Dragon Balls. I hope the long, straight black hair doesn't take it away, otherwise, we have no choice but to rob it. Yin Zhi didn't really want to be a bandit, but he was determined to get that last Dragon Ball. Waiting. Finally, with a mournful howl, the long-horned white snake collapsed completely. The crowd immediately erupted in excited cheers. Suddenly, a long, straight, dark voice rang out. Hey, you peeping Tom over there, haven't you seen enough? Time to come out, right? Chapter 90, what is the principle of fairness? Whoever makes me unhappy, I'll make them unhappy too. We've been discovered? Could this be a scam? In spite of, wait and see. Then he saw the long, straight black hair stand up, turn around, and look straight at him. Haha, you really did spot me. Yin Zhi smiled, wiped his nose, and walked out confidently. As soon as Yi Qianxing, who was panting, saw Yin Zhi, his face turned extremely ugly. Without even realizing it, he took 2 steps back. He now hates Yin Zhi to the extreme. But at the same time, I was terrified. Should we use these people to kill him? The moment this thought popped into his head, he cried out in his heart, no. He rejected himself immediately. Calm down. Stay calm. Never act rashly unless you are absolutely certain of victory. If we do nothing, we will remain still, but if we do, we will kill. Just as he was thinking this, he heard a joyful shout. Wow. Class monitor. It was Su Jiujiu. She ran out of the crowd with a look of surprise and went to greet him. Class monitor, what are you doing here? Actually, I had a feeling we would definitely meet. Look, we met now. Don't you think this is fate? Yin Zhi reached out and used his signature head-patting technique. Make her hair as messy as possible. Yeah, what a wonderful coincidence. Su Jiujio said with a grin. Oh dear, class monitor, you've messed up my hair. How annoying. It's a mess, isn't it? The messier it is, the better it looks. That's called having personality, you know? You don't know how to appreciate it. Murong Rong had a slight, faint smile on his face. It's your freedom to flirt and banter. But shouldn't we find a place where there are no people? Are there so many of us, just air? Su Jiujio's cheeks immediately flushed red. Don't talk nonsense. We didn't flirt at all. Don't you think so, class monitor? Seeing her like this, the boys who were interested in her were instantly filled with jealousy. Yin Zhi chuckled. That's right. I'm a respectable person. Respectable people never engage in casual relationships. Miss, please don't ruin my reputation. If it affects my future dating prospects, I'll come after you. Su Jiujio's eyebrows, the corners of her eyes, and the corners of her mouth all twitched twice in unison. What does that mean? Are you saying I'm not a decent person? It's infuriating. That's infuriating. At this moment, a tall, strong boy who was interested in Su Jiujio, but disliked Yin Zhi stepped forward and directly attacked Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi, you're sneaking around hiding inside. What do you want to do? Could it be that they're hoping to get a bargain? Yin Zhi exclaimed, oh, and looked at him. You know me? The tall, strong man's expression was strange, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and displeasure. You are the master of the Azure Flame Empress, or the champion of the Spirit King Grand Finals. How can I not recognize such a prestigious name? Yin Zhi chuckled and muttered, so I'm that famous. Don't misunderstand. Please don't misunderstand. I follow that white snake all the way here. I just didn't expect you guys to take it down first. You guys are really amazing. I admire you. However, since you guys took care of it first, I certainly won't touch the fruits of your labor. I still have some self-respect. Yin Zhi's easygoing nature left the tall, muscular boy speechless. The other girl just snorted. That's what you're saying now, of course. That means we killed the giant white snake. If we fight the great white snake to the death, wouldn't you be able to reap the benefits? This was clearly the thought in the minds of most people present. The thought of this possibility. No one would feel comfortable if they risked their life and ended up losing it, only to have someone else reap the huge benefits. Looking at those unfriendly gazes, Yin Zhi shrugged and sighed. That's not a valid point of your statement. Has the situation you described actually occurred? Did I once again reap the benefits of others' misfortune? The girl persisted. Humph. You just didn't have a chance. Otherwise, why would you be secretly hiding to the side? Yin Zhi looked helpless. Okay. Since you're being unreasonable, there's no point in talking to you. If you say so, then so be it. That's hilarious. To bring up something that never happened at all, are you out of your mind? What? Am I being unreasonable? The girl immediately became angry. Explain yourself. How am I being unreasonable? Did I say something wrong? You can't even talk to me? I can tell you're just feeling guilty. Don't you guys agree? Many people nodded. Su Jiujio immediately began to anxiously defend Yin Zhi. Young Mei, don't talk nonsense. Our class monitor is definitely not that kind of person. Maybe he's planning to come to our rescue if we're in danger. Class monitor, don't you agree? Yin Zhi chuckled and shook his head like a rattle. No, of course not. I'm not crazy. Why would a complete stranger, someone with nothing better to do, offer help? To put it nicely, it's none of my business. That's the logic, but shouldn't be said like that. But in this life, Yin Zhi, who doesn't want to compromise himself, really says whatever he wants. The girl's words had already annoyed him. He was also annoyed by the looks he received from others who seemed to think he was a thief with ill intentions. In his past life, if he was misunderstood, Yin Zhi's first thought was to defend himself and clear up the misunderstanding. What about this life? So what if it's a misunderstanding? Excuse? Clarify? I'm too lazy to waste my breath. He will only act according to the principle of fairness. What is the principle of fairness? Whoever makes me unhappy, I'll make them unhappy too. As expected, Yin Zhi's words caused everyone present to change their expressions. Their anger rose steadily. Yes, Yin Zhi makes a good point. Why would someone who is a complete stranger offer help? But what if it makes sense? Screw that logic. Listening to his words. Thinking about how he stood by and watched me die when I was in danger. Accurate. I'm extremely annoyed. Some people were already whispering about it. Damn it. I feel so bad about punching someone. I want to too. It's as if we need him to save us. Su Jiujio was also taken aback by Yin Zhi's words and looked completely astonished. Is this guy out of his mind? No, this guy's always been mentally ill. I was even thinking about how to scheme against you. You got yourself into trouble. Let's see how you get out of this mess. Really? The tall, strong guy spoke up. Yin Zhi, do you think we need you to save us? Don't be so presumptuous. You have the Azure Flame Empress. That's impressive. But don't underestimate us. You're not welcome here. Please leave. Chapter 91 oo. Super thick, super big, super long. Please ask me to leave? Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow and chuckled. That's strange. Is this your private territory? What right do you have to make me leave? The tall, strong man was furious. You. At this moment, Murong Rong, with his long, straight black hair, spoke up. Everyone, what he said makes sense. This is not our private property. We have no right to make him leave. Since he's not leaving, then we'll leave. The girl named Yang Mei started yelling fiercely. No, this white snake is so big, we can't possibly take it with us. We can only take a portion. What about the rest? Won't the rest just go to someone else? On what grounds? Several people actually nodded in agreement with this statement. In the endless universe, humans are the only ones who cannot directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There are two main ways in which humans indirectly obtain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. One way is, naturally, to absorb it through spirit control. The other one is eating. Eat rare and precious natural ingredients that have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Consume elixirs and miraculous medicines made from rare and precious ingredients. They eat animals that have also absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, the astonishing value of the white snake needs no further explanation. Everyone worked hard, chasing the white snake all the way here. It took almost half a month to finally kill it. Why should someone who did nothing get the benefit? On what grounds? Who would be willing to accept that? Who would be willing to do it? Murong Rong smiled slightly. In her mind, Yang Mei was ridiculously naive. They don't think about what they can gain. What's the point of staring at others? If you're so capable, then take the whole white snake with you. Those who are willing to leave, come with me. Those who don't want to leave, please stay. Murong Rong's words left everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. What she said really worked. After glaring at Yin Zhi, most people went to cut off the flesh and blood of the long-horned white snake. Immediately, the others followed suit and hurriedly cut off pieces of flesh to draw blood. Only Yang Mei stubbornly stood there, glaring at Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi narrowed his eyes. I'm not here to see Yang Mei, but to see the girl with long, straight black hair, because he saw that the black-haired man had actually bent down and picked up the Dragon Ball. It looks like they're going to take them away. That won't do. What was the point of all that hard work I did for over a month? Isn't it all for this big ball? How could I possibly let you take it? Just as he was about to do something. Sudden, the ground beneath the skeletons trembled violently. The bones rubbed against each other, making a cracking sound. What's wrong? What's wrong? Earthquake? Over there. Look, what's that? Everyone looked in the direction where the strange phenomenon had occurred. Far away. Then a huge, thick thing emerged and pushed aside a large area of white bones. That was a white snake that was even larger than half of the long-horned white snake. Why half a strip? Because half of it was still buried in the pile of bones and had not been completely pulled out. It was not visible to the naked eye. The colossal white serpent roared to the sky, its howl shaking the entire universe. A terrifying pressure surged forth from afar like a tsunami. In an instant, the ferocious beast called fear swallowed everyone whole, except for Yin Zhi. Wow, super thick, super big, super long. Haha, see? Killing the little one has attracted the big one. What are you waiting for? Run for your life. After hearing Yin Zhi's loud laughter, the others seemed to finally realize what was happening. Some people immediately took off, running for their lives. Some people, however, sped up their selling, clearly unwilling to leave empty-handed. What about the long, straight black hair that Yin Zhi is interested in? She actually grabbed the Dragon Ball and ran away. Depend on, does she really know the value of the Dragon Balls? I'm determined to get those Dragon Balls. Don't even think about taking them away. Immediately, Yin Zhi shouted run and chased after the long, straight black hair. Then, black light emanated from the tips of his long, straight black fingers, and he began to draw a summoning circle. It's also a mobile summoning. Yin Zhi immediately summoned the white-clad Empress and the mechanical Empress. The former has a speed-up skill. The latter has scanning skills. With a two-pronged approach, I refuse to believe we'll lose track of them. The spirit summoned by Murong Rong was actually a black skateboard. The moment she stepped onto the skateboard, A blue flame shot out from the back of the black skateboard, and her speed increased instantly. It's a skateboard with a jet acceleration ability. Yin Zhi also immediately gave himself a shot of lightning speed. The distance between the two sides, which had widened instantly, was shortened again. From behind, the girl with long, straight black hair looked incredibly dashing and graceful as she skateboarded. Her figure and curves were on full display. Class monitor, wait for me. What a huge snake. How could there be such a big snake? I'm so scared. He heard Su Jiujio's voice behind him, but Yin Zhi pretended not to hear it. Sudden, a deep engine roar came from the distance. Extremely fast, it moved from the back to the side in an instant. Yin Zhi turned his head to look to the left. All that could be seen was the bodyguard with long, straight black hair, an ordinary-looking young man, riding an extravagantly designed metal motorcycle. Hey, that motorcycle of yours is really cool. Where did you buy it? I'll get one too sometime tomorrow. Hong Yi rode his spirit-controlling battle axe motorcycle, looking at Yin Zhi. At that moment, he felt that the guy in front of him was both audacious and shameless. It was pulled out, not for sale. Yin Zhi, I'm warning you now. I don't want to be your enemy. However, if you dare to harm the people I need to protect, let's risk our lives and fight. After saying that, he revved the engine. The energy came from liquid spiritual energy. The tomahawk motorcycle roared like a wild beast, overtaking Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi was secretly surprised. This car is going really fast. Suddenly, he turned his head to look behind him. The enormous, thick, and long white snake had already launched its pursuit, leaving sparks and lightning in its wake. Upon closer inspection, Yin Zhi was shocked. Am I seeing things? That snake actually grew legs? If it grows legs, is it still a snake? Could it be? No, it's not a dragon. It still looks like a snake. It's neither a snake nor a dragon. Isn't that a jiao? Just then, the white dragon opened its mouth wide and spewed out a sphere of flames mixed with lightning. The flames are raging. Lightning flash. The fireball was moving at extreme speed. It created a perfectly straight trail of sparks and lightning. Oh no! Yin Zhi muttered something to himself and immediately used his subspace gliding skill to glide the longest distance possible. As he glided out of the subspace, he heard a loud, distorted explosion behind him. A terrifying surge of power swept outwards. The entire area seemed to be trembling. Amid the explosion, the terrified screams and cries of some people were completely silenced. Others, however, couldn't even be called out, because they were blown to pieces. Even Yin Zhi, upon witnessing this scene, swallowed hard. This was the first time he had experienced such deadly danger in the real world. This is seriously dangerous. Looks like I'll have to focus on escaping for my life. The next second, he chased after the black-haired, straight-haired boy and the ordinary-looking young man, plunging headlong into the intricate Dragon Bone Road. Chapter 92, it's all for one ball. Grab it and run. Call. It should be safe now, right? Yin Zhi lay on the ground, half-jokingly. On the haphazardly crisscrossing Dragon Bone Road, several people lay sprawled out. They were all panting heavily, exhausted like dead dogs. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the Dragon Bone path, illuminating them. Clearly, we are safe for now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped. The complex environment of Dragon Bone Road provided them with excellent opportunities to escape. Those Dragon Bone paths intertwined, chaotic and crisscrossed. Some places are very wide. However, some places are very narrow. The thermal power plant's white dragon, let's call it that for now, is too thick and robust. It cannot pass through places that are even slightly narrow. The keel is exceptionally hard. It simply cannot break it. Forcing it to bump into, insert, or squeeze only caused it to suffer more. Therefore, it has no choice but to take a detour and pursue the enemy from a more spacious area. Having realized this, the fleeing people, like rats, kept squeezing into narrow spaces. The effects are immediate. They quickly got rid of the fire and electricity white dragon. But just to be on the safe side, the survivors continued to run. They stopped running when they were almost completely exhausted. There were originally 18 people, but now there are only 6 left, 7 including Yin Zhi. The rest either perished or separated. Sudden, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. A scream rang out, immediately drawing everyone's attention away from their exhaustion. Young Mei, looking disheveled, angrily pointed at Yin Zhi, her face flushed with excitement. If it weren't for you, we would have left long ago. It was you. You're the one who killed Su Fei. You almost killed everyone else. Yin Zhi looked at her and smiled. He pretended to stand up with some difficulty. Right? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. So what are you planning to do? Everyone looked at Yin Zhi, thinking, is this guy crazy? No rational person would blame him for the mistake. Yang Mei was clearly in an abnormal state of irrationality at this moment. You're something else. It has nothing to do with you, yet you still admit it? What else could it be but a disease? The tall, strong man said, Yin Zhi, Yang Mei is a bit agitated right now. Can't you say less? The other two girls rushed over to comfort Yang Mei. These people do indeed come from different schools. However, this time, they spent about 20 days together in the operation to hunt down the white snake. Over such a long period of time, they naturally developed a friendship. At this moment, Yang Mei was devastated by the loss of her boyfriend and was overwhelmed with grief and excitement. The other two girls couldn't help but feel sorry for her and quickly went over to comfort her. Yin Zhi smiled. My mouth is on my body, isn't it? I'll say whatever I want. Is it any of your business? The tall, strong man shouted angrily. Are you sick in the head? Yin Zhi raised his hand and pointed angrily at him. You're the one who's sick. What the hell does this have to do with me? You killed the white snake, right? You're the ones who lured the white dragon out. That's right, isn't it? Now that someone has died, they're trying to shift the blame onto me? Fine, I'll take the blame, okay? I'm just asking you, what else do you want? Do I have to kneel down and kowtow to you in repentance? Or slit my throat and atone for my sins? The tall, strong man's powerful chest heaved violently. Ew. A slightly chubby girl who was comforting Yang Mei shouted, Can't you, a man, be a little more magnanimous? Yin Zhi spat on the ground. How magnanimous of you to go. When will you be magnanimous when someone shifts the blame onto you? Let's see. You have to be magnanimous. Your belly does look quite big, though. The slightly chubby girl was so angry her face turned red, and she stammered. You were simply... Yin Zhi then looked at the girl named Yang Mei. I'm the one who killed your partner. I'm the one who almost got you all killed. What do you do to me? Come on, let me see what you can do to me. Yang Mei was thoroughly provoked by Yin Zhi. She let out a scream, like an angry tigress, and pounced on Yin Zhi. I'm going to kill you. Beep beep. You have received 21,000 points of killing intent from Yang Mei. Please check. 21,000 points? Not bad, not bad. That's quite a lot. The murderous intent generated under such intense excitement is quite strong. Yin Zhi's provocation of Yang Mei was not solely motivated by a desire to kill her. He had other, more important purposes. Upon seeing Yang Mei rushing towards him, he immediately took off running. It still moves like a snake, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. From behind, one could hear the voices of others trying to dissuade them. But Yang Mei's screams became even sharper. Get out of here. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to avenge Su Fei. In the chase and escape, Yin Zhi got close to the long, straight black hair. Murong Rong saw Yin Zhi running in his direction. Without thinking much, she moved to the side to clear the way. The elite soldier Hong Yu was very alert, standing guard beside Murong Rong. In the instant Yin Zhi passed by Murong Rong. Without warning, he acted swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly, snatching the Dragon Ball in one fell swoop. Then he sprinted 2 steps at full speed, reached the edge of Dragon Bone Road, and jumped down. I'm out of here. Good luck to you. It was only at this moment that Murong Rong seemed to realize the stone ball had been stolen. In that instant, several thoughts flashed through her mind. His goal from the very beginning was this stone ball. Everything he did was to snatch the stone ball from my hands. That stone sphere is something of extraordinary value. That guy is really damned. I haven't even settled accounts with him yet, and he's already plotting against me. Murong Rong immediately shouted, Follow me. Soldier King Hong Yi wanted to stop her. Before he could even finish saying the word slow, the other person had already jumped off Dragon Bone Road. Helpless, he could only chase after them. The others, however, just looked at each other, bewildered. Everyone here is an elite from their respective schools. They are outstanding in both physical strength and intelligence. It wasn't long before someone realized what was happening. Yin Zhi's goal was to steal the stone ball. I feel he deliberately provoked Yang Mei. Could that stone ball be some kind of extraordinary treasure? I guess so. That place before was littered with bones, but there was a stone sphere. I bet that stone sphere was something special. As people were whispering among themselves, they heard Yang Mei scream loudly. Yin Zhi, you bastard. That damn bastard. She seemed to realize that she had been used by Yin Zhi. My boyfriend is gone. Do you know how heartbroken I am? I'm already in such a miserable state, and you still use me to achieve your goals? Are you even human? You beast. She clearly forgot one thing. If she hadn't been the one to shift the blame to Yin Zhi first, how could Yin Zhi have taken advantage of her? Of course she'll forget, because no one thinks they're the one who is wrong. It's always someone else who's wrong. At this moment, completely unnoticed by anyone, Su Jiujio had also disappeared. Chapter 93. Murong Rong and Su Jiujio remarked. Yin Zhi's stamina is incredible. On the haphazardly intertwined Dragon Bone Road, one person was on a skateboard, and the other was on a motorcycle, quickly leaping and bounding up and down the boulevard roads. Young miss, forget it. Can we stop chasing him? It's not worth it for Stoneball. Hong Yi shouted and pleaded loudly. Murong Rong couldn't bring herself to show her almost signature slight smile at this moment. On the contrary, she looked extremely unwell. A sinister aura was brewing between her beautiful brows. Stop talking nonsense. Focus on chasing it. If I don't catch up with him and get the Stoneball back, I'll take his surname. He dared to snatch something from me. Haha, I really admire his courage. Murong Rong's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, as if he were having a casual chat. But Hong Yi understands her. Whenever Murong Rong spoke in this indifferent, neither heavy nor light tone, this proves that she is extremely angry. This indifferent, lukewarm way of speaking is simply her way of suppressing herself. In order to maintain the most basic manners and elegance, Hong Yi was filled with helplessness. Where is Yin Zhi? He carried the stone ball and leaped and bounded forward quickly, about 100 or 2 meters ahead. Are these two clingy? It's stuck on, and you can't shake it off. Is it really necessary for a broken ball? Let's see who can outlast whom. At this moment, he had already summoned the mechanical Empress and the white-clad Empress. Originally, Yin Zhi planned to use the mechanical Empress's other spatial skill, the sandwich, to hide in the subspace crevice. Unexpectedly, he himself could enter the subspace rift, while the stone sphere could not. This is clearly a unique characteristic of Dragon Ball. There was nothing he could do but keep running while carrying the Dragon Ball. About 2 hours later, the two sides were still chasing each other. However, both Murong Rong and Hong Ye's vehicles had exhausted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They had no choice but to rely on their own 2 legs. Since they had been using vehicles, they still had plenty of stamina. Murong Rong's wishful thinking was very simple. We chase with vehicles, you run on 2 legs. Once your physical strength and spiritual energy are exhausted, you're finished. Even if my vehicle runs out of energy, my physical strength and spiritual energy are still very abundant. Let's see how long you can keep running. However, what's the use of having the best of a plan? An hour later, her plan fell apart. She was tired from running. Hateful. Is that guy's stamina that good? It's been almost 4 hours. How come he's not tired yet? Hong Yi glanced down at the ball pointing at him, and his expression suddenly changed. Miss, you can't keep pursuing her. He grabbed Murong Rong's arm. The ball is no longer pointing smoothly. Once the ball stops working, we'll be completely trapped in Wanlongsu. Are you really going to spend your whole life in Wanlong ruins just for a stone ball of unknown purpose? With a whoosh, Murong Rong stopped. She grabbed the ball and looked at it. Really? The pointer pointing at the ball looks listless. Murong Rong's face showed a struggle. Trapped in Wanlongsu for the rest of my life. Does that mean I can't watch TV series anymore? Can't play games anymore? Can't watch the live stream anymore? Can't shop online anymore? That won't do. That bastard. She gave a mild scolding. He'd better never go back. Otherwise, seeing that Murong Rong had given up the chase, Hong Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Let's quickly return along the same route. Murong Rong gave a soft reply, glanced indifferently in the direction where Yin Zhi had disappeared, and then returned with Hong Yi along the way they had come. Before long, the two walked through an area with a complex environment. Once their figures disappeared, a figure emerged from the hiding place. It was Su Jiujio. She was still panting, her whole body covered in sweat. Have they given up? Huh. They should probably give up by now. They chased for 4 whole hours, but still couldn't catch up. Yin Zhi, you're amazing. Your stamina is incredible. She also took out her compass, looked at the listless, limp pointer inside, and sighed deeply. Forget it. I'm not going to chase after it anymore. Damn it. Killing is just a job. There's no need to sacrifice your entire life for a job. She was thinking, let's see if we can complete the assassination of Yin Zhi while Yin Zhi Rong and Hong Yi are both exhausted from their fight. Looking back now, I realize I was overthinking things. Rong and his companion didn't even manage to catch up with Yin Zhi, let alone fight him to a standstill. This is outrageous and extremely embarrassing. Take a break. Let's rest for a bit and then go back. Sigh. It seems that to assassinate Yin Zhi, I'll have to rely on a honey trap. I kill people based on my skills, but now I have to rely on my looks. If it weren't for the high pay, would I have taken this stupid job? Just as Su Jiujio was resting on the ground. This is a place 400 or 500 meters away in a straight line. Yin Zhi also lay on the ground, covered in sweat and feeling weak all over. The Dragon Balls lay quietly not far away. Oh my god. Finally free. Never mind. Let's take a break. How many life-saving injections did I get along the way? 36 needles? Still 37 stitches? As for the side effects, he didn't care. Whenever I'm exhausted, I just get an injection, and I'm instantly full of energy again. Rong and Su Jiujio were both amazed by Yin Zhi's stamina, but little did they know that Yin Zhi's endurance was entirely due to injections. Before long, Yin Zhi felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness and weakness wash over him. He could barely resist the urge to doze off. Oh no! All the side effects came at once. Damn it, hang in there. He gritted his teeth, mustered his last bit of strength and spirit, and summoned the big-bellied toad. Mabai was spat out by the powerful toad. Carrying me. Get the ball. Run when in danger. Wait for me to wake up. Before he could even utter the word come, upon waking, Yin Zhi fell into a deep sleep. He instantly fell into a deep sleep, as sound as a dead pig. Half-Horsebai quietly stared at Yin Zhi without moving. I don't know how much time has passed. Yin Zhi woke up. He saw Mabai grilling meat not far away. The Dragon Balls lay quietly beside him. The place he found himself in was no longer the place where he had fallen asleep before. No matter what happened during that time, Yin Zhi felt incredibly fortunate to have woken up safely. When Mabai noticed that Yin Zhi was awake, she ran over and handed him the barbecue. Eat. Meat. Roasted. Yin Zhi smiled, took the roasted meat, and started eating it. He was the one who taught Mabai to eat cooked meat. Mabai, thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I really don't know if I would have been able to wake up. You saved my life. Mabai stared wide-eyed at Yin Zhi, blinking rapidly. Yin Zhi smiled and waved to her. Come on, come on. Sit down, sit down. Let's eat together. One piece of grilled meat is definitely not enough. Fortunately, Yin Zhi still had white snake meat. Normally 1 pound is enough to fill me up, but this time I ate a full 3 pounds. They ate and drank their fill. Yin Zhi picked up the stone ball, smashed the stone shell, and revealed the Dragon Ball's true face. It must be said, this Dragon Ball is really beautiful. We're just missing you, torso component. Finally, I can collect the complete, great, mighty, heavenly dragon Empress. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 94 Dongfeng Weishi. I can say what I want to say about Yin Zhi, but you can't. The sky is blue. The sea is bluer. The crashing sound continued. It was the sound of waves hitting the shore, and it was quite loud. 6 boats of different designs were moored in the sheltered harbor, bobbing and rocking with the waves. On a grassy area by the sea, 12 people are having a seafood barbecue party. The atmosphere was joyful and lively. They were the teachers and professors who led the 6 universities to Wanlongsu. Sai, how many days have we been at Wanlongsu today? 54 or 55. The female teacher, wearing a bikini, was grilling a giant lobster when she suddenly shouted something. Zhou Darren from Sacred Heart University smiled and said, Professor Lee, it's the 53rd day. We only have 7 more days before we go back to school. As he spoke, he took the opportunity to glance at Professor Lee while replying. Professor Lee laughed twice. We were having so much fun that we forgot about the time. There are only 7 days left until the end. I'm really reluctant to leave. It's so carefree and comfortable here. I almost don't want to go. A male professor chuckled and said, Professor Lee, why don't you stay here? We'll come back for you in 10 years. Professor Lee sighed repeatedly, his face full of distress. I wish I could, but I'm most afraid of being alone. Let alone 10 years. I couldn't even stand 1 year. Why don't some of you stay and keep me company? Hee hee. Seeing Professor Lee laughing so hard he was practically shaking with joy, Zhou Darren really wanted to say, I'll stay and keep you company. They chatted and laughed as they grilled the seafood. Before long, the picnic blanket was covered with all kinds of grilled seafood. The 12 people sat in a circle, eating and chatting. Hey, Professor Kai, I heard about that guy from your school. Jinghao, you found a legendary crystal, haven't you? So, did you manage to pull any powerful spirits? Professor Dongfang, Yi Haolong from your school is truly amazing. A few days ago, he single-handedly beat 5 people from our school so badly that they slunk back home. No wonder he is the student council president of Sacred Heart University. By the way, the day before yesterday, Yi Tianxing from our school brought back a piece of snake meat. I tried a little bit, and wow, I was totally blown away. Guess what? The snake meat contains immense spiritual energy, making it highly nourishing. Competing. The competition is everywhere. The 12 people gathered together, seemingly chatting in a relaxed and pleasant manner. But if you look closely, you'll find that every word each person says has a unique meaning. The most obvious implication is the competition in all sorts of ways. The students they brought with them naturally became the subject of their comparisons. As they chatted, suddenly, one of the professors, surnamed Kai, spoke up. Hey, Professor Dongfang, Professor Zhou, why haven't you mentioned Yin Zhi? He is the master of the Azure Flame Empress. Any standout performances? Don't keep them to yourself. Tell everyone. Immediately, the others looked at Zhou Darren and Dongfang Weishi. The former chuckled and said, I haven't seen him since the first day I met him. I have no idea what he's up to. Professor Kai said, Really? We haven't seen him for so long? Didn't he come back for supplies? Zhou Darren shook his head and said no. It's been over 50 days. Hopefully nothing bad has happened. Another professor said, It shouldn't be that bad. He has the Azure Flame Empress. No matter what, protecting himself shouldn't be a problem. Another professor offered his opinion. The 9 stars of the Holy Spirit are indeed powerful, but it also depends on the person controlling them. That makes sense. He hasn't had the Azure Flame Empress for very long. He may not have unlocked her life-saving skills yet. He didn't summon the Azure Flame Empress during the last Spirit King tournament. In my opinion, it's because the Azure Flame Empress is too difficult to cultivate. Why are they so keen to talk about Yin Zhi's life or death? It's simple, they all want Yin Zhi dead. Why? Do they have a grudge against Yin Zhi? No. They only wanted Yin Zhi dead because they were considering things from the perspective of their respective schools. With its 9-star Holy Spirit Guardian, Sacred Heart University's top position is even more unshakable. In fact, Sacred Heart University might even be able to reach a higher level in the future thanks to Yin Zhi. Sacred Heart University is number 1 in the True Dragon Kingdom, but its ranking is somewhat lagging behind globally. Dongfang Weishi and Zhou Darren lacked knowledge about Yin Zhi, so when others asked them about the Qingyan Empress, they both replied that they didn't know much. Others laugh and say, You're his teachers. How could you not know? I think you're just hiding it from him. At this moment, Professor Li, who belonged to the elite university, smiled and said, Speaking of him, I actually have some information about Yin Zhi. The other professors all looked at her. Professor Li said, Didn't I just say that Yi Tianxing brought back highly nutritious white snake meat? He encountered Yin Zhi while hunting the white snake. She then briefly explained what Yi Tianxing had seen. What good things could Yi Tianxing say about Yin Zhi? Of the 10 statements, 7 are true and the remaining 3 are false. These 3 lies alone were enough to completely change the face of the whole thing. What? They're lying in wait, reaping the benefits in the shadows. What? You've alerted a powerful monster and caused the deaths of others. What? They forcibly seized Murong Rong's treasures? In Yi Tianxing's eyes, Yin Zhi was clearly a complete scoundrel and a villain. After everyone heard this, their expressions changed. Dongfang Weishi and Zhou Darren's expressions grew increasingly grim. Zhou Darren hesitated for a moment, then said, Yi Tianxing and Yin Zhi have a grudge, so what he said may not be credible. Dongfang Weishi remained silent, quietly eating the grilled crab. Professor Lismilat. Really? I haven't forgotten that the 2 of them almost got into a fight on their very first day in Wanlongsu. I also asked Murong Rong, and her story was similar to Yi Tianxing's. One of her treasures was stolen by Yin Zhi. One professor remarked, I never imagined such a thing could happen. Professor Dongfang, Professor Zhou, it seems you need to strengthen Yin Zhi's ideological education to prevent him from going astray in the future. Yes, he is the master of the Azure Flame Empress. If his thoughts are not upright, the consequences will be unimaginable. That makes sense. They talked about Yin Zhi back and forth, their words laced with barbs. Suddenly, Dongfang Weishi, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Our Sacred Heart University has its own set of methods for educating students, so you don't need to worry about it. I may dislike Yin Zhi, but based on my understanding of him, he never provokes anyone unless provoked. Therefore, I suggest that you do not jump to conclusions based on others' one-sided or two-sided accounts. I'm finished eating, excuse me. After saying that, she stood up, turned around, and left. Snort. Yin Zhi is, after all, a student at Sacred Heart University. I can say it, but you cannot say it. The other professors looked at each other in bewilderment. But just then, roaring roar roar. A deafening roar erupted from within the Wanlong ruins, startling a flock of seabirds. All the professors jumped to their feet, looking in a certain direction with expressions of horror. Chapter 95. This moment, the fear of being dominated by the colossal white serpent. What happened? Where did this come from? What kind of monster makes that sound? What a terrifying roar. Some students were terrified. When he speaks, his teeth chatter involuntarily. They instinctively sensed a sense of fear and oppression. At the same time, Yi Qianxing, who was resting in his cabin, suddenly jumped up. The speed was as if he were lying on a hot iron plate. Was that just now a cry? No, it won't. I must have misheard. But at that very moment, just like before, but even more high-pitched, violent, and furious roars came. In an instant, all the color drained from Yi Qianxing's face. A terrifying figure that was incredibly thick, incredibly large, and incredibly long appeared in his mind. At this moment, Yi Qianxing's legs couldn't help but tremble. Yes, it is. That's it. Run. We have to run right now. He immediately rushed out of the cabin as if his pants were on fire, shouting and yelling. Professor Lee, where are you? Dongji. Evacuate immediately. Yi Qianxing wasn't the only one who reacted so strongly. There are also Murong Rong and Hong Yi. There are also Su Jujiu and Yang Mei, and those who participated in hunting the long-horned white snake. They were reminded of the fear they had felt just days before when they were dominated by that gigantic white snake. Murong Rong immediately went to the balcony and looked out at Wanlong Su. Only saw a colossal white serpent, engulfed in flames and crackling with lightning, emerge from the Wanlong ruins. It roared furiously and wildly to the sky. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The immense, terrifying pressure spread outwards from its center like a torrent of water. Even though they were some distance apart, Murong Rong still felt as if a giant hammer was hitting her head. She pursed her lips tightly, her shoulders trembling slightly. Ah! Monster! What is that? At that moment, all sorts of screams erupted. So what if they are all elites from their respective schools? In the face of fear, everyone is equal. Fighting. Engage in battle now. All students, get back to the ship. Quickly. A series of loud shouts rang out, coming from the 12 professors leading the team, including Dongfang Weishi and Zhou Darren. Faced with a sudden and enormous threat, they reacted immediately. In an instant, various colors of light shone, and summoning circles of different colors were drawn. No wonder he's a professor from one of the top 6 universities. Each of them demonstrated extraordinary skills. For example, Dongfang Weishi drew 2 completely different summoning arrays by using both hands simultaneously. For example, there was an older professor who, by moving both hands together, drew a huge magic circle in midair. Almost simultaneously, all sorts of spirit beasts sprang out from the magic array. They come in various sizes, as small as a golden electric mouse. It's so big it's like a military fortress or an iron fortress. The diversity of spirits is on full display at this moment. To use a popular phrase, you never know what kind of spirit your opponent will summon to fight. Dongfang Weishi summoned 2 spirit beasts. A winter queen whose entire body is made of ice and surrounded by swirling cold air. The other is a weapon, a long-handled greatsword made of ice, Frost Tiger Soul. She held a large sword in one hand, with the winter queen by her side, and the surrounding air seemed to condense into tiny ice crystals. Professor Zhou, go back to the ship and sail it a little further away. Hurry, we must ensure Kuanpeng's safety. Otherwise we'll be stuck here. Zhou Darren said, but Dongfang Beixi shouted, Novats, do as I say. Zhou Darren stomped his foot hard, yelling ouch, and ran towards the northern darkness mechanical Kuanpeng. Dongfang, be careful. Be very careful. The professors from the other 5 schools also each assigned one to protect the vehicle. In this way, 12 people suddenly became 6. Dispersing manpower at this time seems unwise. But there's nothing I can do. As Dongfang Weishi said, how would they get back if the vehicle was damaged? Do we really have to stay in Wanlongsu for 10 years? In a rush, there was no time to think things through and weigh the pros and cons. It's wise, isn't it? Foolish, it may be. Just one word, do it. At this moment, the white dragon of firepower roared. The roar still echoed in the air. It lowered its head, looking down at the birthing area from its elevated position. Then, its enormous mouth opened, revealing a deep, dark throat that seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and the earth. In an instant, raging flames and raging lightning coalesced into a gigantic sphere. The fireball vanished instantly, shooting towards the parking area at incredible speed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, all the cannons on that military fortress, that steel stronghold, fired in unison, skill. Barrage of cannon fire. In an instant, countless shells converged on the same point. The scene was quite spectacular. The fireball and countless cannonballs collided in midair, creating a deafening roar. Fire, lightning, cannonballs. They were all smashed to pieces in midair, scattering everywhere. A terrifying sound and the shockwave that followed spread outwards. For a fleeting moment, even the sea surface was shaken by the sound waves, creating waves. Those who escaped back to the ship all covered their ears tightly. But what if you cover your ears? The sound flowed and echoed inside the cabin. They felt a loud bang vibrating and booming inside their bodies, making them dizzy and disoriented. Oh my God, why am I so unlucky? That's terrifying. Where did this monster come from? I don't want to die here. I don't want to die here. What to do? What to do? What to do? I wish I hadn't come. Many of these elites from various schools seemed to have turned into timid and cowardly lambs. However, before they could catch their breath from their current fear, a new fear descended upon them. Because the fire and lightning white dragon shot out another ball of fire and electricity. Who would have thought it would ejaculate again so quickly? So this time no one intercepted that fireball. It was simply too late. As a straight, thin wire of firelight streaked across the void, the fireball brushed past a warship and shot into the sea. The next second, the fireball exploded. The seawater instantly vaporized, and thick, hot white steam rose into the air. The warship Yuling was thrown into the air, spun 3.5 times, and then crashed heavily into the sea, creating a huge splash. The people inside don't know whether they are alive or dead. At the same time, the shockwave from the explosion also created huge waves. The other 5 ships were pushed outward by the giant waves, violently rocking and swaying. Judging from its ups and downs, its swaying left and right, it seems as if it could collapse and fall silent at any moment. This scene filled the professors who rushed towards the white dragon at the thermal power plant with shock, anger, and fear. Quick, stop it. We can't give it another chance. Dongfang Weishi raced along an ice track she had created herself, her face cold and her movements agile. The advantages of long legs are on full display. Suddenly, Dongfang Weishi swung his long-handled broadsword and slashed furiously. This single strike unleashed 20 icy tigers. They trod on icy ground, racing through the air, and in an instant pounced on the fire and lightning white dragon. Is Frost Tiger's sole skill, frenzied tiger assault. Meanwhile, the other 5 professors also displayed their skills. A 6-on-1 battle between humans and beasts has fully erupted. Chapter 96 Sigh. I knew you guys weren't up to par. In the end, I'll have to take your place. Depend on. It's getting lively. Somewhere on the surface of Wanlongsu, Yin Zhi peered around, watching the battle between humans and beasts below. After watching just a few episodes, he found it exciting, intense, and thrilling. The 6 people, making full use of their small advantages, entangled themselves with the white dragon of the thermal power plant. But their only advantage seems to be their insignificance. The white dragon of thermal power is too powerful. Their overwhelming size and strength go without saying. It can also unleash extremely destructive and devastating flames and lightning. As a result, Dongfang Weishi and his group could only rely on ranged attacks. Unfortunately, the white dragon of fire and electricity has tough skin and thick flesh. Ordinary ranged attacks are ineffective against it. Ultimate moves and killing moves consume a lot of spiritual energy, and not every move can be effective. Overall, the situation is quite dire. Watching the fierce battle between the 6 humans and 1 beast, Yin Zhi's eyes gleamed. Let's wait and see. What if those teachers could solve it? Yin Zhi was waiting and watching. Many people are also waiting and watching. And they were praying. They prayed that the professors would be able to defeat the terrifying monster. At this point, the 6 ship-like vehicles had already traveled to a considerable distance. Zhou Darren and 6 other professors gathered together to discuss the matter. The professor who was on the sunken ship is still alive, and the sunken ship was resuming operation and floating on the sea again. Unfortunately, instead of coming up with anything, they ended up arguing amongst themselves. At this point, can't we just cooperate sincerely for once? Do you all want to die here? Are the 6 of us just going to sit here doing nothing? Why are we making noise? It's very simple. In a crisis, everyone only thinks about their own safety. The reasons behind this are extremely complex, numbering at least 8 or 10, and are impossible to explain in detail. Anyway, the result is Zhou Darren's proposal to leave the largest ship to house the students while the others went to support the war effort could not be agreed upon. Therefore, the current situation is somewhat strange. 6 professors were fighting to the death on the shore. The 6 professors here just watched as the argument raged on. It all boils down to one thing. No one trusts anyone else. Ship-type vehicles are spirit mounts. Nature needs connections to exist in this world. As Zhou Darren suggested, someone must stay behind to maintain the presence of the ship-type spirits. Who owns the largest ship? It is the Northern Darkness Mechanical Kunpeng from Sacred Heart University. To others, Zhou Darren's suggestion was essentially, I'll stay here and you guys go fight. It would be strange if we could even reach an agreement. Arguing and making a fuss. Zhou Darren's chubby face twitched 3 times as he waved his hand and shouted, "All right, that's settled then. Do whatever you want. Please make yourselves a home. Go ahead, no need to see me out." The other 5 professors left with gloomy expressions. Where's the close and friendly atmosphere we used to have when we had barbecue together? Zhou Darren cursed. A bunch of short-sighted and selfish bastards. He went to the window, gazing at the distant battle, his heart heavy. Just then, Yi Haolong, the student council president, came to find him. "Teacher, please forgive my bluntness." Yi Haolong calls Zhou Darren teacher instead of Professor Zhou, which is precisely a sign of their close relationship. If the situation is truly dangerous, you should consider the bigger picture. According to my calculations, 60% of the students boarded the ship. Timely evacuation can save 60% of the students. In case of, Zhou Darren exclaimed in surprise. "You mean you're abandoning Professor Dongfang and the other students?" Yi Haolong sighed, just about to begin his performance. Not abandoning, but Zhou Darren waved his hand. "Okay, I understand. You can go now." He then turned around, gazing at the fierce battle in the distance, a look of struggle on his face. Yi Haolong obediently left without saying a word. If Zhou Darren had listened, one sentence would have been enough. If he doesn't listen, saying more won't help. Yi Haolong was confident that Zhou Darren had taken his words to heart. He believed that Professor Zhou would make the decision that was best for him. However, there was another thing that displeased Yi Haolong. "Damn it, Yin Zhi, where the hell have you been? If you die and destroy my Azure Flame Empress, I will make their entire family pay with their lives." Does Yi Haolong want to leave at this time? He doesn't want to. He was extremely worried because Yin Zhi's whereabouts were unknown and his fate was uncertain. If you don't want to leave, if I don't leave, I might lose my life here. Yi Haolong could tell whether his own life or that of the Azure Flame Empress was more important. Yi Haolong went to a window and gazed at the distant battle between humans and beasts. I never imagined that there would be a heavenly thunder and earthly fire dragon in this world. Given time, it will surely transform into a dragon. If only we could tame it. With the protection of the true dragon, I am now the true son of heaven. On another ship, Murong Rong gazed into the distance at the battle between humans and beasts, his bright eyes sparkling. Hong Yi, standing beside her, looked grave. "Miss, the situation is not optimistic. If things continue like this, defeat is probably only a matter of time. Your spirit might be able to turn the tide." Murong Rong smiled slightly. "My spirit can certainly turn the tide. But so what? I don't want to go up there and die. The implication is, I can help, but I'm afraid of dying, so I won't help." Hong Yi said, "Miss, I can protect your safety." Murong Rong glanced at Hong Yi with a slight smile. "First, they put me in a dangerous situation, and then they protect my safety? You're doing a really good job as a bodyguard, Han Yi said. But what if those 6 people are defeated and killed? Murong Rong continued to smile slightly. Isn't that simple? Go and reveal my identity to Professor Liacha. Does she dare not take me with her? All right, stop talking nonsense. Watch carefully. If anything seems wrong, make your escape immediately. Han Yi remained silent, sighing inwardly. The level below Murong Rong's cabin was Yi Tianxing's room. People might not believe it if they heard out loud. Yi Tianxing's die-hard fans would find it even more unbelievable. Their idol, Yi, had already wrapped himself in the blanket. It seemed that the quilt possessed an amazing ability to provide absolute protection. Once you're under the covers, you're completely safe. This is not an isolated incident. Another person also crawled into bed. It was none other than Su Jiujio. Go ahead and fight. I'm going to take a nap first. I'm so sleepy. She mumbled something twice and then actually fell fast asleep. However, such unconventional individuals are, after all, a minority of very small minority. Most people were on tenterhooks, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the distant battle. As I watched, suddenly, the fire and lightning white dragon and the thunder and earth fire dragon unleashed a powerful technique. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, and countless fire serpents leaped from the ground. This scene resembled the arrival of the apocalypse. A thunderbolt struck, instantly engulfing the 6 teachers completely. At that moment, a desperate wail echoed from inside the 6 ships. This scene naturally caught Yin Zhi's eye. Well, I knew you guys couldn't do it. In the end, you still have to rely on me. After saying that, golden light shone from the index fingers of both of Yin Zhi's hands. Come out, the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress. Let them see what real power is. Chapter 97, that's it? Just like that? It was resolved so easily? This moment, an extraordinary natural phenomenon. People who were captivated by the thunder and lightning just a moment ago, and who have now fallen into the abyss of despair. In that instant, my gaze and attention were diverted by the sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon. If it were just a normal phenomenon, that would be fine. After all, given everyone's current state of mind and condition, who has the time or inclination to care about anything else? But the strange phenomenon that was appearing at this moment was something they couldn't ignore. It was simply too eye-catching. As long as you have eyes, once you see it, it becomes impossible to look away or lose focus. Look, what's that? How could such a huge magic array appear in the sky? There were 6 of them at the same time. Something's coming out. Above the halfway point of Wanlongsu, 6 magic arrays are arranged in a special formation. Thick and thin, densely packed golden lightning bolts connected the 6 magic circles. From afar, it shimmered with a vast expanse of gold. Then, something emerged from the 6 summoning circles. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be hands and feet, a head, and a torso. What kind of spirit is that it can be summoned in this way? That's not the point, though. The key point is, that was a female giant, actually 95 meters tall, but actually 100 meters tall. But see, she wore a dazzling golden dragon robe, a crown on her head, and golden lightning crackled around her, faintly resembling a dragon. She floated quietly and steadily in midair. The golden dragon robe fluttered, displaying the supreme and unparalleled majesty of an emperor who reigned supreme over all under heaven. At this moment, she was the sole focus of attention in the world. Empress? So big. Can anyone tell me what's going on? One unexpected event after another is driving me crazy. What if it's an enemy? Look, a symbiotic chain. There are 6 of them. The existence of a symbiotic chain means. What does this mean? Do I need to say more? That enormous dragon-robed empress was actually a spirit summoner. Since there are spirits, what about the master? Who is her master? Could it be that a reclusive master is living in seclusion in Wanlong ruins? At this moment, almost everyone's gaze followed the direction in which the symbiotic chain extended. Unfortunately, the symbiotic chain extended into the myriad dragon ruins, and they could not see that reclusive master. However, where are these reclusive masters? It was Yin Zhi. At that moment, he let out a sigh. Wonderful. This powerful feeling is absolutely wonderful. In fact, he had already controlled the great heavenly dragon empress before. But this time it still brought him indescribable comfort. Yin Zhi knew very well where this comfortable feeling came from that incomparably powerful and domineering sense of strength. Almost everyone noticed the sudden appearance of the Empress. How could the heavenly thunder and earthly fire dragon not notice it? Boom! Boom! Its massive forepaws slammed down on a dragon bone, producing a deafening roar. A roar, seemingly from an ancient, savage beast, erupted and resounded across the sky. This sound was more violent, brutal, and ferocious than any of the previous ones. In an instant, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Just by listening to the sound, you can tell that the snake and the emperor are enemies, not friends. The heavenly thunder and earthly fire dragon opened its massive maw in fury and unleashed another heavenly thunder and earthly fireball. In just a fraction of a blink of an eye, the enormous sphere formed from raging fire and lightning shot right in front of the Empress. Rumble, rumble. A sonic boom that completely shatters the sound. Crimson flames and lightning engulfed the Empress's upper body. Visible shock waves rippled outwards. Some vegetation and soil on the surface of Wanlongsu were torn away with the force of a plowing and sweeping, revealing pale, white bones. At that moment, almost everyone's heart was in their throat. What happened? Why is the Empress not moving? Get moving. Let's get moving. Surely it can't be all show and no substance, right? Get moving and destroy the monster. Immediately, the sea breeze blew, carrying away the remaining flames and lightning. The Empress's upper body, which had been engulfed by flames and lightning, reappeared. From a distance, it appeared completely undamaged. At that moment, both students and professors were stunned into silence. Some even forgot to breathe. They had already witnessed the power of that fireball. Some people have even experienced it firsthand. The impact of the ball's explosion alone was enough to lift a warship weighing over 5,000 tons into the air and make it spin around. If you were shot directly, no one would doubt that you would be turned into a pile of scrap metal. But what about now? The Empress ate the ball without moving an inch and didn't react at all. Just how powerful is this? This is terrifying to think about. Even my soul seems to tremble when I think about it. The heavenly thunder and earthly fire dragon roared once more. The roar continued unabated, and the massive body charged towards the Empress, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning. Presumptuous. The Empress spoke, uttering only 2 words. The sound wasn't particularly loud, far less so than the roar of the heavenly thunder and earthly fire dragon. However, it seemed to contain an oppressive force, as if the sky were about to collapse. The sound traveled through the barriers of space and reached the 6 ships. Everyone heard it clearly. Everyone felt an impulse being released from their very bones. What impulse? The urge to kneel and submit. However, kneeling is ultimately an act of abandoning all dignity. Almost everyone instinctively resisted this impulse. Those professors are all right. After all, they are all extremely capable individuals. But those students instinctively looked for places to support their bodies. Finding no support, you plop down on the ground. Sitting on the ground is more dignified than kneeling, right? One of these people, Ye Halong, he suddenly slapped himself several times, swelling his face. The pain on his face allowed him to resist the urge to kneel. Zhao Haolong, Zhao Haolong, how could you even think of kneeling before her? You are destined to be the emperor. Only others kneel before you. How can you kneel before others? He growled and slapped himself a few more times, almost knocking himself unconscious. But in the end, he completely suppressed the urge to kneel down. Speaking of, is everyone's reaction an exaggeration? It's not an exaggeration. The great mighty heavenly dragon Empress's outburst was a form of mental pressure attack. What is power? This is Wei Daowei. If she doesn't even have this much prestige, what qualifications or the right to call herself the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress? The crowd braced themselves and strained their eyes to gaze at the Wanlong ruins in the distance. The giant serpent monster charged at her furiously. The Empress raised her left hand high, pointing it straight to the sky, her 5 fair, jade-like fingers spread wide. What was she trying to do? Soon, those who had doubts saw the answer with their own eyes. Just as the colossal white serpent monster approached the Empress, her left hand slammed down. This moment, everyone felt a pressure descending from the sky and had the illusion that the sky was about to collapse. The next moment, the colossal white snake was pinned to the ground, blood spurting out, as if the sky had collapsed and crushed it. Oh, whoa. The gigantic white snake screamed and struggled. His upper body was pinned to the ground, and he couldn't move at all. His hindquarters were thrashing and slamming against the ground, accompanied by convulsions and tremors. A deathly silence permeated the 6 ships. Everyone stood motionless, like wooden or clay sculptures. At this moment, a similar sense of unreality arose in everyone's heart. That's it. That's all. Was it really solved so easily? Chapter 98, I can visit your house as soon as I get back. I'm already so eager. Others have questions. Yin Zhi also had a question in his mind. Should he kill it? After thinking for 3 seconds, he made a decision. With a thought, the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress raised her giant hand. Back off! Another powerful shout rang out, its awe-inspiring force filling the air. Hold head high! Hold head high! The heavenly thunder and earthly fire dragon roared. But compared to the previous rage, anger, and ferocity, the roar now sounded weak and feeble, filled with resentment amidst anger and hatred. Of course, it was unwilling. The child was murdered and dismembered. The great revenge remains unavenged, and the anger has not subsided. How could it possibly be willing to slink away in such a sorry state? But the formidable enemy before us. Hurry, go. If you don't leave now, I'll chop off your head. You dog's head. Under Yin Zhi's control, the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress shouted out a series of sounds. Every word carries the imposing pressure of a sky collapsing and an earth sinking. At this moment, Yin Zhi felt that this domineering and outspoken way of speaking was just too satisfying. Nature, just talking about it, doesn't carry enough weight. With a flick of her sleeve, the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress revealed her 5 white jade fingers. In an instant, golden light burst forth, condensing into a massive golden sword nearly 40 meters long. Its sharp edge exudes a chilling aura. See this? The heavenly thunder and earthly fire dragon, its front half stained with blood, tensed up and trembled twice. In particular, its head, which had always been held high, shrank back slightly. It was scared. Suddenly, it roared again, then plunged into a huge crevice in the dragon bone path, not far away, and disappeared. They actually ran away? And he was even let go by the Empress? This scene left everyone stunned and filled with regret. Why? Why did the Empress release the serpent monster? Why not kill it? With this huge question in their minds, people did not immediately feel the joy of surviving a disaster. Why not kill it? If Yin Zhi heard what others were thinking, he would only ask one question. Why did you kill it? I killed it so you could all get a bunch of freebies? Dream on. I'd rather not have the blood or flesh of a dragon than let you benefit from it. In any case, I'm already quite satisfied with what I have gained from the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress. Dragon blood and dragon meat. If you can't enjoy them all by yourself, it's best to avoid them. Besides, he wouldn't have bothered to take action if it weren't to protect the transportation back home. When did we become some kind-hearted, life-saving gentlemen? At this moment, the dragon retreated, and Yin Zhi immediately disbanded the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress. The moment the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress disbanded, Yin Zhi felt as if all his energy and spirit had been drained from his body. He wobbled for a moment and then plopped down on the ground. Good heavens! His body was completely drained by the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress. How strong does my body have to be to satisfy her needs? Fortunately, Yin Zhi was prepared and had the white-clad Empress give him a shot of vitality injection, which immediately restored his energy. Without lingering, he immediately left. We need to keep a low profile for now. The Azure Flame Empress has attracted worldwide attention. The Mechanical Empress and the white-clad Empress were all right. They were both drawn for the first time, so others couldn't recognize them. The great heavenly dragon Empress is different. Her towering 95-meter height could pierce the sky. Once exposed, Yin Zhi has no idea what awaits him in the future. The same principle applies. Be high profile in your work, but low profile in your personal life. When we become stronger in the future, we can be high profile or low profile as we wish. Just after Yin Zhi left, Professor Dongfang Weishi and 5 other professors arrived at the area where the female emperor had appeared. The nonsense spouted by seniors. Naturally, their shouts were heard by the air, and the air had no way to respond to them. It seems that senior has already left. I wanted to thank him in person for saving my life. Yes, it's just that we weren't destined to have this opportunity. They glanced at the dry dragon blood on the ground, their faces full of regret and sorrow. These were all treasures. Where is Yin Zhi? He wandered around for a while, and then emerge from Wanlongsu in another place. After the Great Calamity, the 6 colonels did not leave immediately, because there are still students inside Wanlongsu who haven't come out yet. They will have to wait until the trial period is over. Another key reason is that they can't leave even if they want to. The current monsoon and ocean currents are moving in the opposite direction to those of the true Dragon Kingdom continent. Leaving the safe haven will only lead to being swept away by the powerful forces of nature. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the 6 universities will have to wait until the monsoon and ocean currents change direction before setting off. With only a few days left before the expiration date, Yin Zhi had no intention of entering Wanlongsu again. However, he didn't just eat and sleep or sleep and eat. He had important things to do. What important business is it? Make money. Didn't he accumulate over 2 million yuan in murderous intent? It's gone again? Yes, it's gone again. He unlocked 2 skills of the great heavenly dragon Empress. The great mighty heavenly dragon's thought consumes 1 million points of killing intent. The great heavenly dragon sword consumes 1 million points of killing intent. Yes, that's the situation. Therefore, Yin Zhi was fortunate that he had just accumulated a little over 2 million units of murderous intent. Otherwise, even with the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress, he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. When he returns to the northern darkness mechanical Kuanpeng, guess how much of his balance will be left? 217 points of murderous intent. Yes, so-called saving up a little over 2 million. That means 217 points is the starting point. 2 million gone, leaving only a little over. As the saying goes, having extra food in your pocket means you won't panic. So in the days that followed, he tried every means to provoke Yi Haolong, Shi Xiang, Yi Tianxing, Murong Rong, and others. Oh, and there are also by Yun Tian and Sun Liangwu from Class 10. They were so angry they were about to explode. They all wanted to skin him alive, pull out his tendons, eat his blood, and drink his flesh. After this series of clever maneuvers, Yin Zhi's balance exceeded 100,000 again. He originally wanted to keep up the good work and earn more. As a result, those people would avoid him when they saw him. They couldn't fight back, but if they didn't avoid him, would they just continue to suffer? Seeing that he seemed to have become a plague god, Yin Zhi had no choice but to give up. A murderous intent of 100,000 is much better than 217 points, isn't it? And so, time passed day by day. Finally, on this day, the wind and current on the sea changed direction. The timing was perfect, exactly 60 days. On the 61st day, the 6 ships set sail for their return journey. At this point, there were still some people who hadn't returned. But so what if they didn't come back? We agreed on 60 days, and it will be 60 days. We won't wait a single day longer. If you die, you die. If you're still alive, then wait 10 years. The brimming mechanical Kuanpeng sailed out of the safe harbor, and propelled by strong winds and currents, it grew further and further away from Wanlongsu. Yin Zhi put his arm around Sun Liangwu's shoulder, patted him twice, and chuckled as he gazed at Wanlongsu. I can visit your home as soon as I get back. I'm so eager to go. Chapter 99 Yin Zhi. Studying abroad? Not interested? Fine, I'll do it. Don't even think about it. You can't. I will absolutely not let you succeed. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect my mom. Yin Zhi's words once again provoked Sun Liangwu. He was screaming incessantly inside, almost going mad. Yin Zhi, you damn bastard. Why didn't you die in Wanlong ruins? What kind of broken Wanlong ruins is this? It boasts such a great reputation, but out of so many monsters, not a single one of them managed to kill this madman. And there's Bai Yenshin, and Yi Tianxing too, and Yi Haolong too, and Li Feiyun. Aren't you all supposed to be so awesome? Why can't any of you kill him? At this point, Sun Liangwu had completely abandoned all methods except killing Yin Zhi, because he had come to a profound and clear understanding that, apart from killing Yin Zhi, there was no other way to stop him from harming his mother. What to do? What should I do to kill him? Sun Liangwu had a flash of inspiration. Oh right. Damn it. I'm so damn it. How could I have forgotten him? He will definitely help me, and he is fully capable of helping me. Yin Zhi, oh Yin Zhi, I'll teach you to be arrogant. I'll teach you to be smug. You'll regret it when you're done. Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of killing intent from Sun Liangwu. Please check. Hearing this beautiful sound, Yin Zhi smiled. He never misses an opportunity to make money. Earning 10,000 just by saying a few words is an extremely worthwhile deal. At this moment, Yin Zhi, lacking the ability to read minds, could not hear Sun Liangwu's thoughts and was unaware that Sun Liangwu had already devised a plan to deal with him. What followed was the needless journey. Previously, when dealing with the heavenly thunder and earthly fire dragon, the 6 major schools had a gap in their operations. After the ordeal, the professors had a discussion, but it ended badly. Now that they've left Wanlongsu, none of them have said goodbye. They've all gone their separate ways. The power of strong winds and currents is beyond imagination. With the help of this feng shui power, the brimming mechanical Kunpeng approached the southern part of the true Dragon Kingdom in just 10 days. Immediately afterwards, the brimming mechanical Kunpeng transformed from Kun into Peng, soaring into the heavens and heading straight for Sacred Heart University. This day, the brimming mechanical Kunpeng rides the wind and breaks through the clouds under the clear sky. Dongfang Weishi and Zhou Darren suddenly gathered everyone in the belly compartment. Once everyone had arrived, Zhou Darren looked at Dongfang Weishi, indicating that she should speak. Dongfang Weishi nodded and took a step forward. Although the Wanlongsu trial encountered some twists and turns and dangers, it could be considered to have come to a successful conclusion. Here, I also wish everyone a safe and peaceful journey home. As for those who couldn't return, while we mourn their passing, we also hope that everyone will learn from this experience. Now that you've embarked on the path of spirit masters, struggle and death will always be with you. After a brief opening, she got down to business. This time, the trial at Wanlong Ruins actually has another purpose. Another purpose? Upon hearing this, everyone's heart stirred. What is the purpose? Dongfang Weishi immediately answered the questions that were on everyone's mind. That is to select candidates to study at Howard University in Odimala. In an instant, the scene became lively. Odimala, the world's #1 superpower. Howard High School, the world's #1 super university. With 2 world-leading titles, it's easy to imagine how enticing this exchange and learning opportunity is. There's something even more important. It is said that Dr. Estienne of Howard University proposed the photon harmony theory. If this theory succeeds, it will allow you to draw any spirit you want at will. Theoretically speaking, this photon harmony theory is a level above the resonance rhythm theory developed by Zhuang and Mo. The resonance rhythm theory can also draw any spirit, but the prerequisite is that you must find the accurate rhythm. If you can't find the right rhythm, the theory of resonance rhythm becomes essentially useless. However, the photon harmony theory does not require finding a rhythm. Once you master the resonance method based on this set of theories and techniques, you could draw any spirit you want. Unfortunately, firstly, the photon harmony theory is still in the demonstration stage. Secondly, even if the proof is successful, the photon harmony method will certainly not be easily disseminated. If I have the opportunity to go to Howard University for an exchange program, even if I don't learn the photon harmony method, it would be great to be able to get close to it, understand it, and learn from it. After the scene quieted down a bit, Dongfang Weishi and the others spoke again. There are 20 places available for this exchange program. The selection process is simple. Write down the details of your trials in Wanlongsu. Ultimately, the more detailed and valuable the handwriting, the more likely the participant will be selected. Immediately, someone with even more courage complained, "Teacher Dongfang, why didn't you say so sooner?" Dongfang Weishi said, "It was originally intended to test your abilities in observation, memory, summarization, and learning. If I told you all this beforehand, how could I distinguish between the good and the bad?" These words left everyone speechless. Indeed, whether or not you are informed beforehand is the difference between an open book and a closed book. Okay, now you all know. Come forward and get your paper and pen. You have 5 days to take notes. After 5 days, we will arrive at Sacred Heart University and hand in our notes before we are allowed to disembark. The students immediately went to collect paper and pens, showing great enthusiasm. Yin Zhi, however, showed little interest. He has absolutely no interest in any kind of exchange or learning. Oh, right. Howard High School. That's the school Yin Chung attended in his previous life. In his previous life, after stealing his Qingyan Empress, that brat Yin Chung rejected Sacred Heart University's invitation and entered Howard High School instead. Afterwards, he even renounced his citizenship of the true Dragon Kingdom and joined the kingdom of Odimara. To put it more bluntly, Yin Chung betrayed the country. Yin Zhi still has a strong sense of identity and belonging to the true Dragon Kingdom. In his past life, the Yin family wronged him, but the country treated him very well. Thanks to the national medical insurance policy, the hospital has made every effort to treat him. Unfortunately, the subsequent medical expenses were too high, and ultimately, due to lack of funds, treatment had to be discontinued. Yin Zhi wasn't the kind of person who would be grateful for a small favor, but resentful for a larger one. The country and the hospital had done everything they could. He only hated the Yin family. At this point, Yin Zhi had absolutely no interest in going to Howard for exchange and study. Result: DD. Advanced mission issued. Travel to Howard University for exchange and study. Beep beep. Mission reward. Unlock 1 skill for free. Beep beep. Mission failed. 10 skills randomly blocked. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. System, I protest. 1 for 10. That's not fair at all. Beep beep. Protest valid. Rewards and punishments adjusted. Beep beep. Mission reward. Unlock 1 skill for free. Beep beep. Mission failed. 15 skills randomly blocked. Yin Zhi immediately shouted. Why? Why? How come there are more and more of them? Beep beep. Host, can you do math? You can unlock an ultimate skill, but I've only blocked low-level skills. Do you think that's fair? Yin Zhi's eyes lit up. Can it unlock the ultimate skill? Okay, I'll do it. Chapter 100. This brat. He gets cocky just because he's got a little talent. Can't he live without being smug? Dry. It's definitely going to be done. How great is it that you can unlock an ultimate skill for free? Upon closer reflection, this reward and punishment seems to be somewhat unequal. No, very unequal. Unlock the ultimate skill. How much killing intent is needed to unlock the Azure Flame Empress's ultimate skill, Azure Flame Dawn, which sweeps across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions? 100 million. How much killing intent is needed to unlock the Mechanical Empress's ultimate skill, the Subspace Big Bang? 90 million. How much killing intent is needed to unlock the White-Clad Empress's ultimate skill, which is to inject everyone? 80 million. How much killing intent is needed to unlock the ultimate skill of the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon Empress, the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon Annihilation Wave? 200 million. Can all of these be unlocked for free? Is it true or false? Am I acting strange? Or is the system malfunctioning? But Yin Zhi wasn't stupid. He immediately realized something was wrong. Even if I unlock the ultimate skill, so what? If you don't have enough spiritual energy in the world to use it, it'll be the same as not unlocking it at all. Thinking about it this way, one word popped into Yin Zhi's mind: rip-off. This system is awful. It actually traded a free skill unlock for 15 of my already unlocked skills. Oops, I was careless. Hearing about the ultimate skill makes my brain stop working for a second. Fine. Anyway, I can't refuse the tasks issued by the suicide system. If that's the case, why not just complete the task? What's more, you can keep this free skill unlock reward. It might come in very useful in the future. So here's the question. How should I write this Wanlongsu trial notes? Looking back, it seems I was busy searching for the Dragon Balls the whole time and didn't really have any proper training. I can't exactly write down my entire journey of searching for the Dragon Balls, can I? There's nothing we can do. I can only make things up. Let me put my talents to use and write a wonderful and exciting 2-month trip to Wanlongsu. Yin Zhi is confident about this. After all, he had made thorough preparations beforehand and had a considerable amount of material about Wanlongsu stored in his mind. Moreover, he did do some things during his time in Wanlongsu, didn't he? Furthermore, although I can't write about the Dragon Balls, I can still write about my experiences searching for the Dragon Slayer sword. After a brief moment of preparation, Yin Zhi began to write with flowing, powerful strokes. 5 days later, the beaming mechanical Kuan slowly landed on the nameless square of Sacred Heart University. The hatch opened. Yin Zhi was in the middle of the line, moving forward with the procession. Upon approaching Dongfang Weishi, Yin Zhi grinned and handed her a notebook filled with writing. Teacher Dongfang Laxi, I'll reserve a spot for you at Howard. Dongfang Weishi seemed to have become immune to the nickname Dongfang Laxi by now. She said coldly and indifferently, talking big is useless. You have to see if you have real skills. Yin Zhi chuckled. I'm not only good with words, but I'm even better with my hands. If Teacher Dongfang doesn't believe me, just try it and you'll see. Dongfang Weishi felt that Yin Zhi's words had a hidden meaning, but for the moment she was too preoccupied to think about it deeply. Handing your notes and leave. Don't waste the time of the people behind you. Okay. After patting his bottom, Yin Zhi hummed a little tune and jumped off the spaceship. After walking a few steps, Su Jiujiu pulled Mu Pingting to catch up. Class monitor, Su Jiuzhou's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. Shall we go out to eat? Celebrating our safe, smooth, and fruitful return. My treat. She patted her chest, making a loud thud, but nothing happened. If it were even slightly larger, it wouldn't have come to this. Yin Zhi waved his hand and said no. Su Jiuzhou held Yin Zhi's hand, shaking it and acting coquettishly. Come on, let's go class monitor. Sister Mu is going too. 2 beautiful women like us will have dinner with you. Many people would kill for that. Yin Zhi pursed his lips. Mu painting is indeed a great beauty. You could be considered a pretty girl, if you can. All I want to do right now is go back, take a shower, and then sleep soundly for ages. Never wanted to wake up. Let's have a celebratory meal next time. Next time for sure. Next time for sure? Wrong. There won't be a next time? Right? Su Jiuzhou pouted as she watched Yin Zhiwan's departing figure, stomped her foot, but her chest remained completely still. Seriously, how could he do this? How could he bear to reject 2 beautiful women like us? I'm starting to doubt if he's even a man. Seeing that Yin Zhi wasn't going, Mu Painting politely told Su Jiuzhou before leaving as well. Su Jiuzhou gave a heavy snort. If you guys aren't going, fine, I'll go eat by myself. I ate enough for 3 people by myself. Snort. Now let's talk about. Dongfang Weishi and Zhou Darren took everyone's notes to the principal's office. Confucius and Mencius were picking their toes again. Upon seeing Dongfang Weishi and Zhou Darren, he laughed heartily. You're back. How was the trip to Wanlongsu? Sit down. Tell me about it. Zhou Darren said with a wry smile. Master, we almost suffered total annihilation this time. It's entirely thanks to God's blessing that we came back alive. Confucius raised a white eyebrow, showing great interest. Oh, looks like something interesting has happened. Tell me. He acted like a bystander, waiting for the drama to unfold. That's right. So Zhou Darren and Dongfang Weishi finally told the story of the giant white snake monster and the giant empress. After listening, Confucius and Mencius said, I see. Huh? That's it? After hearing such explosive content, this was the master's reaction? Dongfang Weishi asked, Master, do you know? Confucius and Mencius said, I don't know. Zhou Darren was puzzled. Then why was your reaction so calm? Confucius and Mencius waved their hands. What you're saying isn't anything surprising. I've seen much bigger scenes than this. Yours is insignificant. By the way, where are those kids' notes? Let me see them. Confucius and Mencius then quickly flipped through everyone's notes. The speed was incredibly fast. He finished reading a book in just 2 seconds. Suddenly, he exclaimed, huh, and stopped, carefully examining the notes in his hand. A moment later, he laughed and said, This is interesting. We've actually discovered the village of the old Qing people. He glanced at the name. It was this kid. Huh. Thank goodness he found the dragon-slaying sword. After saying that, he threw the notebook in his hand to the ground. Add Yin Zhi to the exchange list. Dongfang Weishi opened her eyes slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but Kong Mengzi had already continued reading the next notebook. She could only pick up Yin Zhi's notebook and start reading. After watching it, Dongfang Weishi also felt that choosing him was the right thing to do. Only, she couldn't help but recall his previous attitude and curse it inwardly. That bastard. He gets cocky just because he's got a little talent. Does he have to be so smug? Chapter 101, even if it costs me my life, I will never let him lay a finger on my mother. Okay, just these 20 people. Snap. Confucius and Mencius patted a stack of 20 notebooks. Hey, they've been given the opportunity. As for how much they learn, that's up to them. Zhou Darren looked at Confucius and Mencius, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping himself. Master, Confucius and Mencius said, Speak your mind. Spit it out. Zhou Darren said, I feel that Howard's sudden initiative to propose exchanging students for learning is somewhat unusual. Yes, this time, it involves sending students to each other's universities for exchange and study. Sacred Heart University is sending students to Howard. Howard will also send students to Sacred Heart University. Dongfang Weishi frowned slightly upon hearing this. She glanced at Zhou Darren, secretly wondering why he said that. Confucius and Mencius smiled and waved back. Why think so much? As long as your fist is big enough, who cares if something is abnormal or not? Just smash it with one punch. Ha. All right, you've worked hard these past 2 months. Here's a 5-day break for you all to relax and unwind. Dongfang Weishi shook her head. Master, I won't be taking a holiday. After being away for 2 months, I need to check if those brats have neglected their studies. Confucius smiled and pointed to Dongfang Weishi. I like teachers like you. The pay wasn't much, but the work was very thorough. Dongfang Weishi's cheek twitched. Then, Master, could you give me a raise? We'll see. We'll see. Ha! After Dongfang Weishi and Zhou Darren left the principal's office, the smile on Confucius's face gradually faded and finally became solemn. In fact, were the sights and experiences described by Dongfang Weishi and Zhou Darren really insignificant to Confucius and Mencius? The heavenly thunder and earthly fire dragon is indeed not worth mentioning. Confucius and Mencius knew of its existence long ago, as did the other 5 principals. It could even be said that they were consciously raising the heavenly thunder and earthly fire dragon, just waiting for it to transform into a dragon. What's truly worth mentioning is something else entirely. Confucius and Mencius were seen leaning back on the sofa, muttering to themselves. Empress Dawei Tianlong, Empress Dawei Tianlong. I didn't expect you to actually be in Wanlongsu, and you were even pulled out. If Yin Zhi had heard Confucius and Mencius muttering, he would have been shocked. It turns out that Confucius and Mencius knew about the great, mighty, heavenly dragon Empress. Who could it be? Who could it be? Whoever you are, I hope you will continue to stay in Wanlongsu. Otherwise, the problem will be much bigger. At this moment, Yin Zhi, who had just finished taking a bath, sneezed twice in a row. I sniffed, muttered, "Who's thinking about me?" and then rolled onto the bed and fell fast asleep. He went to sleep as soon as he got back, but some people were not sleepy at all. On the contrary, they were extremely excited. Sun Liangwu immediately asked for leave. He had just asked for leave when he left Sacred Heart University. He drove at breakneck speed all the way back to Sacred Heart City. The car almost overturned on the road because it was going too fast. As soon as he got home, Sun Liangwu made a phone call, a transoceanic call. "Hello, Uncle, it's me, Liangwu. Uncle, do you have time? I have something very important to tell you. It's about my mother, and it's extremely important. Could you come back to China? I want to talk to you in person." Okay. I'll wait for you to come back." Sun Liangwu breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the transoceanic call. Yin Zhi, do you really think no one can deal with you? So what if there's the Azure Flame Empress? So what if we won the finals of the Spirit King tournament? This time, I'm going to show you what a true powerhouse is. People are always prone to being self-righteous, blindly confident, or blindly trusting others, especially when feeling desperate and helpless. It's like a drowning person clinging to a straw. Certainly, Sun Liangwu does not consider himself to be the one who fell into the water. My uncle is even less of straw. At this moment, in his mind, his uncle was already a big tree and a big mountain to rely on. To be honest, Sun Liangwu was unwilling to tell his parents. It's shameful to have a conflict with classmates at school, and instead of resolving it yourself, you tell your parents. But now, with his mother's safety at stake, he can no longer worry about that. Just then, Sun Liangwu's communicator rang. It was his cronies calling. "Kunzi, your information is really accurate. You called me as soon as I got back. Ha, the usual spot. Let's meet up tonight. Let's invite Runsher, Ashu, and Xiaocha too. Let's have a blast tonight." After hanging up the phone, Sun Liangwu let out a sigh of relief. 2 months of hardship. In particular, he was so angry at that scoundrel Yin Zhi that he almost exploded. He's taken a day off now and wants to relax completely. Did he really relax that night? No. Instead, while they were having a blast at their usual spot, they got into a fight with another group of spoiled brats, and both groups ended up in jail. On the 3rd day, a man and a woman finally managed to get Sun Liangwu out of the jail cell. The woman, needless to say, was none other than Sun Liangwu's mother, Qin Xing, the second richest person in the true Dragon Kingdom. The man was Sun Zhongxuan, Sun Liangwu's uncle, whom he regarded as a great tree and a great mountain. After rescuing Sun Liangwu from the temporary housing and bringing him home, Qin Xing naturally gave him a good scolding. "To be frank, I thought you had turned over a new leaf and truly grown up and become sensible, but I never expected you to be like this. Can't you just give your mother a break?" Sun Chongquan spoke up for Sun Liangwu, but in reality, he was protecting him. Finally, the family education session ended with the classic line, "He's still a child." Qin Xing was so angry that she locked herself in her room to process her negative emotions. Sun Chongquan then took Sun Liangwu to his private tea house. At this moment, Sun Liangwu still looked resentful and aggrieved. "Uncle, this really isn't my fault. That bastard dude, Jing Hao, deliberately stirred up trouble. You have no idea how awful his words can be. Sun Chongquan was in his 40s or 50s, tall and strong, with a heroic air about him. He asked with a smile, "Oh, what did he say?" Sun Liangwu said, "You'll be angry just hearing it. He said that the men in our Sun family are all useless, letting a woman run the household." Sun Zhongquan's eyes flashed, and he smiled. "You actually take what little brats say when they're arguing seriously?" He leaned back in his chair. "Didn't you say you needed to talk to me about something? Tell me, what exactly happened that pulled me back from Odin and Mara? I canceled several days' schedule for your sake. Thanks to the tunnel worms that connect the two countries, it only takes one day to travel from Odinmala to the true Dragon Kingdom." Sun Liangwu sighed angrily and said, "Uncle, I really had no other choice but to come to you. Here's what happened." So he gave a brief account of the situation. After listening, Sun Zhongquan's eyes narrowed slightly. "That Yin Zhi, that's incredibly audacious." Sun Liangwu's face was filled with anger and hatred. "He's not just incredibly audacious, he's a complete madman. Uncle, you must help me. Even if it costs me my life, I will never let him lay a finger on my mother." Chapter 102. Something that wasn't originally going to happen was created by him. A high-end, luxurious private tea room. The top-grade calming incense, worth 10,000 times more than gold, burns quietly. A plume of cigarette smoke rose straight up. An incredibly pleasant fragrance filled the room. Even this top-grade calming incense couldn't soothe Sun Liangwu's restless mind. He didn't dare interrupt his uncle's thoughts. I could only wait for his reply, each second feeling like an eternity. What is Uncle thinking right now? Sun Liangwu really wished he had the ability to read minds. Suddenly, the whistling sound of the kettle boiling rang out, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet room. Sun Liangwu was genuinely startled. At this moment, Sun Zhongquan smiled and spoke. "Since he wants to come to your house for dinner, then you should invite him." Sun Liangwu could hardly believe his ears. "Uncle, why?" "Knowing he has malicious intentions. Isn't this like inviting a wolf into the house?" Sun Chongquan chuckled and shook his head, then pointed at Sun Liangwu a couple of times. "You're still too green. Hot-blooded, impulsive, that means not using your brain. You only thought of letting the wolf into the house, but didn't you think of the saying, 'Close the door and beat the dog'?" Sun Liangwu blinked blankly. "Close the door? Beating a dog?" Sun Zhongquan picked up the kettle and began to brew tea with elegant and slow movements, his actions practiced and experienced. "You shouldn't be thinking about fighting and killing all the time. This is a city, not a wilderness. In the wilderness, you can fight and kill all you want and nobody will care. But there are laws and order in the city. Like before, if you get into a fight, they'll lock you up. Murder? That's outrageous." Sun Liangwu scratched his head, completely ignoring what Sun Zhongquan was saying. "Uncle, how do you plan to trap and beat the dog?" Sun Chongquan lowered his head slightly and poured hot water into the purple clay teapot with great concentration. "We can set a trap to ruin his reputation. If he doesn't resist, we'll send him to prison. Once he's in, he'll never get out. If he resists, he'll be openly defying the state. Someone will deal with him then. You don't need to worry about it." Sun Liangwu's eyes grew brighter and brighter, like two light bulbs turned on at maximum power. He was so excited that he stood up abruptly. "Well, Uncle, you're amazing. So what kind of situation should we create?" Sun Chongquan placed a cup of tea in front of Sun Liangwu and reminded him to be careful as it was hot. "This can't be rushed. After all, the other party is the Azure Flame Empress's master. We need to think about this carefully. Let me consider it further." "Empress Qingyan?" "Yes. I completely forgot about that." Sun Liangwu's heart began to pound faster. "Uncle, you said, is it possible? So, it's about snatching Empress Qingyan away from him?" After mustering his courage to speak, he looked at Sun Zhongquan with expectant eyes. Sun Zhongquan lowered his head and took a sip of tea. This boss's demeanor was absolutely impeccable. Nothing is impossible if you put your heart into it. If you really want to get Empress Qingyan, I'll help you think of a way." Sun Liangwu was immediately thrilled. "Real? This? Thank you, Uncle." His hesitant words betrayed his excitement at that moment. Sun Chongquan put down his teacup, raised his head, and looked at Sun Liangwu with bright eyes. "Haha, we're family. Why are you thanking me? You're my own nephew. If I don't think about you, who else should I think about? Just don't make your mom angry so often in the future. You're not exactly a child anymore. You should be more sensible." Sun Liangwu readily agreed. At least for this moment, he genuinely wanted to be an obedient and sensible child. Who knows what will happen next? Sun Liangwu didn't stay with Sun Chongquan for long, and to be honest, he didn't like the overall style of the tea room. After drinking 2 cups of tea, he left, saying he had made an appointment with a friend to see a movie. After Sun Liangwu left, Sun Zhongquan continued to drink tea alone. A short while. Hee ha ha. Sun Chongquan suddenly burst into laughter. An eerie laugh echoed through the tea room. What is this called? You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Even the heavens are on my side. I'm going to win this time. The next day, Sun Zhongquan, dressed in a suit and tie, arrived at Qin Qing's office. After some meaningless small talk, Sun Chongquan got down to business. I've already given Liangwu a severe dressing down. He realized his mistake and promised me he would never do it again. Qin Qing sighed, her mature and beautiful face filled with sorrow and distress. I've heard his promises countless times. I thought he had changed for the better and become more sensible. But what happened? I was overjoyed to hear that he had returned safely. To my surprise, I received a call from the police station the very next day. Qin Qing grew angrier as she spoke, but she still tried her best to restrain herself. In the end, she waved her hand, unwilling to say any more. Sun Chongquan smiled, displaying great poise. This time, it really isn't his fault. It was all because of his shady friends. As the saying goes, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black. Just keep him away from those shady friends from now on. Qin Qing nodded. What you said makes sense. This is a classic case of shifting blame. A person suddenly popped into her mind. Xiao Wu's improvement was related to his class monitor. It seems necessary for him to spend more time with Xiao Wu. With better role models, and by staying away from those fair-weather friends, he will gradually change his bad habits. Sun Zhongquan looked puzzled and asked, "Oh, really? What's going on?" Qin Qing gave a brief explanation. Sun Zhongquan nodded. If that's the case, then Xiao Wu should really spend more time with him. Moreover, he is also the master of the Azure Flame Empress, and his future achievements are limitless. If Xiao Wu could become friends with him, it might be beneficial for his future. I have a suggestion. Qin Qing asked, "Oh, what suggestion?" Sun Chongquan said, "What do you think about inviting him to our home for a casual meal?" Qin Qing gave a puzzled, pondered for a moment, and then said, "That's a good suggestion." Sun Chongquan said, "You've been quite busy lately, haven't you? Leave this to me." "This won't do." Sun Chongquan smiled and waved his hand. "It's just a small matter. I've been on vacation lately, since I'm free anyway. As Liangwu's uncle, I'm very happy to be able to do something for him." Qin Qing thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, brother." It turns out that Qin Qing had completely forgotten about inviting Yin Zhi to her home for dinner. No wonder. She's so busy with work that she can't possibly remember things she just casually mentions. Under Yin Zhi's constant reminders, Sun Liangwu firmly believed that his mother would definitely invite Yin Zhi to their home for dinner. If Sun Liangwu knew that his mother had long forgotten about eating, I wonder what he would think. To put it bluntly, Qin Qing has forgotten about this matter, and there will basically be no follow-up. Would Yin Zhi really be so shameless as to keep running to the Sun family's house for free meals? So, the original plan of not coming home for dinner ended up being something he orchestrated himself. Chapter 103. Sorry, I called you the wrong name. I was a little excited. Oh, you're actually treating me to dinner? I thought your mom was just saying it, but I didn't expect her to actually do it. After class that day, Sun Liangwu stiffly invited Yin Zhi to his house for dinner on his day off. Yin Zhi was somewhat surprised to hear this. To be honest, he didn't really take the meal seriously, though he did have a tiny bit of anticipation. Unexpectedly, Qin Qing's previous words weren't just polite talk. He was actually serious. Sun Liangwu gave a faint hum. "Do you think we Sun family members speak with impunity?" At least he didn't utter a fart. "Since I said I'd treat you to a meal, I will. But I'm warning you. Eat your food. Don't get any other dirty or filthy thoughts. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. I keep my word." His fierce and menacing appearance seemed to amplify the intimidating power of his words. Yin Zhi stroked his chin and blinked. "Should we go? Should we not go?" After thinking about it, he smiled. "Ugh, I see. Someone's treating me to dinner. What a great thing. Why not take advantage of it?" Sun Liangwu watched Yin Zhi's retreating figure and snorted inwardly. "Whatever you eat, I'll make you vomit it all back. Your chance for revenge has arrived, and you've delivered it right to your doorstep. I will definitely treat you to a good meal." At this moment, Sun Liangwu noticed the strange looks being cast at him by Yun Tian and the others. He glanced at them. Previously, Sun Liangwu would have been wary of the power and influence of the Yun Tian family. But now he completely disregards Yun Tian. His own brother was sent to prison by Yin Zhi, which meant he would be imprisoned for life. You've been bullied and humiliated like this, yet the Bai family hasn't done anything about it. You're a bunch of cowards. Thinking this way, Sun Liangwu became even more proud and smug. I will do the things that you dare not do or cannot do. What does this prove? Prove that I'm better than you. I know what you're thinking. Think what you want. Soon I'll surprise you all. With that thought in mind, Sun Liangwu strode out of the classroom. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, he heard a voice coming from inside, wondering if that guy was like Qiu Yao Yao. Sun Liangwu's face twitched, and he cursed, "A bunch of useless trash. All they do is talk behind people's backs. Reste. Hurry up and come. I can't wait." Yin Zhi returned to his home. There was still a burden following behind. Who? Zhao Yinwu. To the outside world, the two have already reconciled. It is unknown who spread the news that Zhao Yinwu was once Yin Zhi's fiancé to Sacred Heart University. Zhao Yinwu has now become an object of ridicule for boys and contempt for girls. Of course, it also became a ready-made negative example. If any boy is looked down upon by a girl, Zhao Yinwu will definitely bring up an example. However, this situation is still very rare. At Sacred Heart University, everyone is a prodigy with a bright future ahead of them, and few look down on anyone else. Let's not dwell on such trivial matters. Zhao Yinwu followed Yin Zhi into the Yin family's gate as usual, and then sat down against the wall, as was her habit. Watching Yin Zhi's retreating figure, Zhao Yinwu gritted her teeth. She mustered her courage and asked, "Yin Zhi, when are you going back to Saint Skull City?" Yin Zhi waved his hand impatiently without turning his head. "What's the rush? The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuchs are. I will go back whenever I want." Zhao Yinwu stared in the direction where Yin Zhi had disappeared, her heart filled with endless humiliation. Little did she know that as soon as Yin Zhi entered the house, he muttered, "He really knows how to pick his time." It turned out that Yin Zhi planned to go back to Saint Skull City on his next day off. The truth about his father's death. Regarding his mother's situation, Yin Zhi is going abroad for an exchange program in another month, and he wants to resolve this matter as soon as possible. However, since the second richest woman in the True Dragon Kingdom, Boss Qin, invited him to dinner, of course, we can't refuse them, right? He got someone he could only look up to in his past life to treat him to a meal, especially since it was a stunningly beautiful woman in every sense of the word who invited me to dinner. Yin Zhi's self-esteem and vanity were greatly satisfied. As for returning to Holy Skull City, after dinner, I can take a few more days off without any delay. Time flies. The week's rest day arrived quickly. Having already taken 10 days off, Yin Zhi, along with Zhao Yinwu, walked to the parking lot of Sacred Heart University. A long, black sedan was already waiting quietly by the roadside. An elderly woman dressed as a maid was waiting by the car. When she saw Yin Zhi, she walked up to him, crossed her hands over her abdomen, and bowed slightly. "You must be young Master Yin Zhi. I am a steward of Sun Garden. My surname is Rome. The lady asked me to pick you up." Yin Zhi smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Granny Rome wore a very pleasant smile. "You're too kind. This way, please." Zhao Yinwu followed Yin Zhi and approached the car. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the car's license plate. What caught Zhao Yinwu's eye about the license plate? Even without mentioning her, the numbers on the license plate alone are enough to attract the attention of most people. Heartbeat 888888. This is a license plate that money can't buy. Unless they are extremely rich, like the Sun family. The Sun family, to which Qin Qing belongs, is truly one of the top wealthy families in the country, compared to the Zhao family. That shows how much respect you have for the Zhao family. How incredibly ignorant and foolish they must be. That's why they compare the Zhao family of Saint Skull City with the Sun family of True Dragon Kingdom. The moment I sat in the car, my bottom pressed against the soft, cloud-like seat. A thought suddenly popped into Zhao Yinwu's mind. She desperately wanted to shake it off, but she couldn't get rid of it no matter what she did. Without realizing it, she bit her lip. That thought completely exploded in my mind. If I hadn't called off the engagement, what will happen now? For the first time, a feeling called regret spread like wildfire from Zhao Yinwu's heart. The car, bearing the dragon emblem and the number B888888, entered Sacred Heart and stopped in front of a hotel. Zhao Yanwu was taken off. When we went to Sun Yuan for dinner, naturally there was no food for her. Zhao Yanwu stared blankly as the car with the license plate B888888 drove away, unable to recover for a long time. An hour later, B888888 drove into Jinshan. This is a mountain located in the city center of Sacred Heart, its shape resembling a reclining dragon. The ancient imperial palace is located to the left of Jinshan Mountain. The fact that the Sun family could own a large mansion in the heart of Sacred Heart City, next to the ancient palace, speaks volumes about their wealth and influence. Yin Zhi admired the beautiful scenery of Jinshan Mountain, where the mountains were covered in red leaves and the forests were dyed in vibrant colors, and finally arrived at Sun Garden. 2 men and a woman were already waiting at the gate. It was Qin Qing, Sun Liangwu, and Sun Zhongxuan. Qin Qingsu's face was adorned with a friendly smile. Yin Zhi, welcome to my home. Yin Zhi was also all smiles. Sister Qin, sorry, I called you the wrong person. I was a little excited. Aunt Qin, you are so young and beautiful. It feels a bit strange to call you Aunt. Please don't laugh at me. As soon as he spoke, Qin Qing smiled radiantly, a smile that stirred the heart. Chapter 104. This banquet at the Sun family's house is really getting tough. Part 1. On the side, Sun Liangwu watched Yin Zhi and his mother exchanging pleasantries, feeling extremely annoyed. Just wait. Just wait. How happy are you now? I'll make you cry your eyes out in a minute. Just then, Qin Qing introduced Sun Zhongxuan to Yin Zhi. The two exchanged a few polite words in a harmonious and pleasant manner. Seeing that her son remained silent, Qin Qing looked at him with a slightly reproachful gaze. Xiaowu, why aren't you saying anything? Today, you and Yin Zhi are the main characters. Your uncle and I were just there to keep you company. Yin Zhi casually put his arm around Sun Liangwu's shoulder. They slapped each other twice, acting like best buddies. Aunt Qin, Liangwu and I are already so familiar with each other. We're practically brothers, so there's no need to be so polite. Brother, don't you think so? Sun Liangwu gave a dry, forced laugh. Yeah. Mom, why are you being so polite? Class monitor, since you're here at my house, please don't be shy. Make yourself at home. Yin Zhi laughed heartily. Did you say that? Then I really won't hold back. You know me. I'm a very single-minded person. I do what others tell me to do. I believe whatever others say. What can Sun Liangwu say about such shamelessness? Laugh. I'm waiting to see you cry. Immediately afterwards, the 3 hosts and 1 guest entered the house. Upon arriving in the living room, everyone took their seats as host and guest. The diligent maid served tea and water and laid out fruits. The 4 guests and hosts chatted casually in the grand, luxurious yet understated living room. The group had plenty to talk about regarding the Wanlongsa trial. After chatting for a while, Yin Zhi realized that this wasn't just an invitation for him to have dinner alone. What's about to begin is a banquet, neither too big nor too small. The guests were all neighbors who live in Jinshan. There are also some relatives and friends of the Sun family. As for the reason for the banquet, it was Sun Liangwu who returned safely from Wanlongsu. According to the social pattern, that big shots tend to be in the same social circle. It's easy to imagine that everyone attending the banquet tonight must be a big shot. Upon learning this, 2 words immediately came to Yin Zhi's mind. High class. This is the legendary upper class. At the same time, 2 other words popped into Yin Zhi's mind. That's boring. I thought he had come all the way to invite me to dinner. I never imagined I was just here to make up the numbers. I might even have to speak up for Sun Liangwu and say a good word for him. After we finished chatting, Sun Chongquan said that there was still some time before the banquet and asked Sun Liangwu to take Yin Zhi to the guest room to rest first. Sun Liangwu then got up and led the way for Yin Zhi. En route. Like a country bumpkin visiting the city, Yin Zhi looked around, touched everything, and exclaimed in admiration all the way. They truly live up to their reputation as a wealthy family. Look at these decorations. Look at these ornaments. Liangwu, do you sleep in a 20,000 square meter bed at night? Do I really need to take a plane just to get up and pee at night? Also, with so many rooms, won't you go to the wrong one? Sun Liangwu found the barrage of questions utterly annoying. He led Yin Zhi to the door of the guest room, but Yin Zhi didn't even go in. He left after saying that someone would come to invite him after the banquet started. As soon as Yin Zhi entered the guest room, he felt as if he had entered a top-tier suite in a 5-star hotel. He collapsed onto the bed, feeling as if he were lying on a cloud soft and bouncy, with a wonderful sense of being enveloped. Huh, there's incense burning in a room? This smells very high-end. That's the life of the rich. I don't know if it was because the incense smelled so good or because the bed was so comfortable. After a short while, Yin Zhi felt drowsy. I don't know how much time has passed. A knock on the door startled Yin Zhi awake. He rolled over and got up, looking around blankly. Am I asleep? It seems like there isn't one. They wouldn't drug me, would they? Muttering to himself, he shouted, "Wait a minute," at the door, and then summoned the white-clad Empress. Xiaobai, do I look sick right now? Xiaobai tilted his head and looked at Yin Zhi. You're not sick. Don't need a shot? You can get a shot even if you're not sick. Getting shots can be fun. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes and dismissed her. Why would I get shot if I'm not sick? It's not like I'm sick. Am I overthinking it? Even if this family wanted to get back at me, they wouldn't have invited me to their house, would they? How stupid would that be? Isn't that right? Who would be stupid enough to invite the person they're about to kill to their home, and then bring a bunch of rich and powerful people to watch and join the fun? No matter what, the Sun family is just a rich family. In the true Dragon Kingdom, no matter how rich or powerful you are, you cannot do whatever you want. Hey, I don't care what you're up to. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. When a beautiful woman comes, we'll draw our guns and fight. Who am I afraid of? With this enthusiasm, Yin Zhi followed the Sun family maid and swaggered to the venue for the banquet, the backyard of Sun Garden, by the artificial lake. Night had already fallen. It was a starry night. An airplane flew overhead. The stars in the sky are bright and dazzling enough. However, it couldn't compete with the bright lights in Sun Garden, which illuminated the place as if it were daytime. There were already quite a few people standing by the artificial lake. The man was very elegant. The woman was adorned with jewels. Both men and women were incredibly beautiful. Well, it's mainly about their overall demeanor. When it comes to looks alone, there's a lot of variation. However, there were also some good-looking men and women, but most of them were waiters dressed in waiter uniforms, specifically there to serve people. At that moment, Sun Zhongquan's voice rang out. Look who's here. Our most important guest at this banquet. Mr. Yin Zhi, the class monitor of Liangwu's class. Of course, I think everyone's understanding of him comes from the fact that he was the master of the Azure Flame Empress. The master of the Azure Flame Empress. Instantly, everyone present cast various glances at Yin Zhi. Soon, the sound of muttering began. I know him. He shone brightly at the finals of the Spirit King competition. He even sent the eldest son of the Bai family to prison. How could he not shine brightly? The younger generation is truly formidable. Has he really gotten involved with the Sun family? If so, that would be very interesting. Yin Zhi had become accustomed to being the center of attention. He wasn't intimidated in front of 200,000 people before, let alone with only 20-odd people present. What? Were all those present powerful and wealthy individuals? Laugh. So what if they're powerful and wealthy? Do we still need to grovel before the powerful and wealthy in this lifetime? As long as you don't have 4 eyes and 2 noses, we'll treat you as human beings, and that's fine. After that, it was just a bunch of messy, unremarkable things. With the superficial projects completed, Yin Zhi focused his energy on what was truly important to him. What? Eat. Chapter 105. This banquet hosted by the Sun family is really struggling to keep up. Middle. Everything is superficial. Reputation is meaningless. Face is meaningless. What you eat is what's real, what's truly yours. And so, Yin Zhi's figure moved around the various parts of the banquet. Wherever there's a freshly served dish, you'll find him working tirelessly. As for how others see me, not give a damn about. At first, some people tried to talk to Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi still possesses the most basic manners and etiquette. Whenever someone comes to talk to him, he will stop what he is doing, wipe his hands and mouth clean, and chat and laugh with the person seriously. After the person who had spoken to him left, he continued his work. Gradually, other people became too embarrassed to bother him while he was eating and drinking and stopped trying to contact him. During this time, Qin Qing brought Sun Liangwu over to toast Yin Zhi. Qin Qing also formally thanked Yin Zhi for his reform of Sun Liangwu. Of course, that wasn't the exact wording, but the word reform was the most fitting and vivid. At the same time, she also hoped that Yin Zhi would continue to reform Sun Liangwu and mentor him. Yin Zhi readily agreed. He patted his chest and said, Auntie, you can leave it to me. Sun Liangwu had no say throughout the entire process. Soon, a very important person appeared at the banquet. That was the matriarch of the Sun family, Madam's Sun. She is Qin Qing's mother-in-law, Sun Liangwu's grandmother, and Sun Zhongquan's mother. Out of politeness and respect, Yin Zhi took the initiative to greet Madame Sun. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but although Madame Sun appears kind and gentle, but Yin Zhi always felt that the way she looked at him was strange. Yin Zhi didn't delve into it further, thinking he was just overthinking things. Madame Sun left in less than 5 minutes, clearly only appearing as a parent to make a formality. As soon as she left, Yin Zhi went back to his work. Keep eating. Keep drinking. While eating, Yin Zhi suddenly frowned and his brows furrowed. No way. My stomach isn't that bad, is it? Surprisingly. Just then, Sun Zhongquan happened to walk by. Seeing that Yin Zhi was acting strangely, he couldn't help but show concern. Brother Yin, what's wrong with you? Is the food not to your liking? Yin Zhi waved his hand, frowned, and his face was contorted. No, the food was delicious. It's just a little bit. I want to empty my bowels. Oops, that's a little embarrassing. Sun Zhongquan suddenly realized what was happening and beckoned someone over. It was none other than Granny Rong, the steward of Sun Garden. Aunt Rong, could you take Brother Yin to the restroom? Granny Rong bowed slightly. Yes, sir. Yin Zhi said there was no need for either of them, and that he could go by himself. Sun Zhongquan smiled, and said something that left Yin Zhi speechless. What did you say? The Sun family home is quite large, with many roads and rooms, so I'm afraid you might get lost, Brother Yin, haha. So what else can Yin Zhi say? He said, then I'll have to trouble you, Granny Rong, and followed her. This is the time. As Yin Zhi walked away with his back to the crowd, he certainly didn't notice some details. For example, Sun Liangwu, who was talking to a childhood playmate, looked at Sun Zhongquan. Sun Zhongquan gave him a reassuring look. Then Sun Liangwu burst out laughing. His childhood friend asked him, Liangwu, are you all right? Were you laughing at all of a sudden? Sun Liangwu laughed and said, It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something happy. Huh. My childhood playmate was full of questions. Sun Liangwu smiled mysteriously and said, You just wait and see the show. The question marks above the heads of my childhood playmates are even more numerous. The banquet proceeded in a harmonious and joyful atmosphere for more than 10 minutes. Qin Qing, who was chatting and laughing with several noble ladies, suddenly frowned, apologized, and got up to leave. What's wrong with her? We were having such a great conversation. Why did she suddenly leave? I don't know. Maybe something suddenly happened. Do you guys think it might be Aunt Hong who's here? The banquet continued. At the same time, Yin Zhi sat on the toilet to relieve intestinal pressure. While releasing the emotions, he was filled with gonkai, deep feelings. I really don't understand the world of the rich. Even the toilets are built in such a high-end and classy style. Is it necessary? Wouldn't it be better to use that money to do something more meaningful? Why did Yin Zhi have such feelings? Because he is currently in the toilet. The space is very spacious. The decoration is exceptionally luxurious. The toilet is extremely comfortable. The incense smells exceptionally sweet. Is this a toilet? You wouldn't doubt it if you called it a palace. Moreover, this is only a public restroom for guests. If the public restrooms used by guests are this luxurious, how luxurious must the restrooms of the owners be? Poverty limited Yin Zhi's imagination. He couldn't even conceive of it. After squatting for a while longer, Yin Zhi still felt something was wrong. It seems like it can still be pulled. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he realized a possibility. No way. Could the Sun family have given me laxatives when I wasn't looking? This is so low class and lacks any technical sophistication. Yin Zhi quickly summoned the white-clad Empress. Xiao Bai, I think I might have been given laxatives. Give me an injection right away. I don't want my chrysanthemums to wither and my legs to give way. Hurry. The white-clad Empress was overjoyed and quickly gave Yin Zhi an injection, a non-skill injection. After receiving the injection, Yin Zhi felt much better. He immediately gritted his teeth. Sun Liangwu, you son of a bitch. I thought you could come up with some brilliant ideas. They actually gave me laxatives. You're something else. You're really something else. Just wait and see how I deal with you. How to tidy it up. The principle of fairness still applies. Treat others the way they treat us. Didn't you give me laxatives? I'll treat you to some too, until you're so sick you're dizzy and faint. He muttered and cursed under his breath. Yin Zhi suddenly touched his cheek and forehead. That's strange. Why is it suddenly so hot? I'm even sweating. Besides, Yin Zhi lowered his head. Hey bro, This isn't your business. What are you doing? Let's calm down for a bit. As the saying goes, it's not about doing it early, it's about doing it well. Don't worry, you'll come in handy sometime. When he's alone, Yin Zhi tends to be quite talkative. Of course, he talks even more when there are many people around. It feels about right. Yin Zhi pressed the smart flush and dry button on the toilet and exclaimed how comfortable it felt. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. I'll go and do it too. He pulled up his pants and walked nearly 10 steps before reaching the wash basin. Upon seeing himself in the mirror, Yin Zhi's brows furrowed tightly. My face is blushing for no reason. Yin Zhi's face in the mirror was clearly blood red. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a thought popped into his mind. Could they have given me some other drug? He was about to summon the white-clad Empress again. But just then, Yin Zhi's ears twitched. He heard footsteps, and soon the handle of the toilet door was turned. However, Yin Zhi locked it from the inside, so it couldn't be opened from the outside. Yin Zhi shouted, "Wait a minute, it'll be ready soon. Let's go out first." He walked over and opened the door. In no mood, the moment the door opened, a slightly warm fragrance wafted out, and then a figure bumped into Yin Zhi's arms. Holding a handful of soft jade, Yin Zhi stared in disbelief. What's going on? Chapter 106. This banquet at the Sun family's house is really getting tough. Continued. A banquet is underway by the lake. The wine cups were clinked and toasts were exchanged. They were chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious and congenial. Everyone presents their most graceful and elegant side. Sudden, a scream, growing louder as it approached, shattered the atmosphere of the banquet. Oh no! Oh no! A man broke into the ladies' room. That scream instantly silenced the banquet. At this very second, in the next second, the people at the banquet all looked bewildered, shocked, and confused. What? A man broke into the ladies' room? That would be terrible. Who is the lady? In this sun garden, if the word old isn't added before Madam, then she is simply Madam Qin. Who is Madam Qin? The undisputed second richest person in the True Dragon Kingdom. It is said that he is not much different from manhwa, the richest person in the True Dragon Kingdom, the president of a giant conglomerate with a market value in the trillions. At this moment, at Mrs. Qin's house, a man actually forced his way into the room. Who is that man? What does that man want to do? This. What? What the heck is going on? Just when everyone's minds were slow to react. What did you say? Say it again. Who? Who is it? Who dares to break into my mother's room? Speak up. Sun Liangwu was the first to react. He had rushed up to the maid and was gripping her arm tightly. The maid was in excruciating pain from his pinching, but dared not cry out. Young master, it seems to be your classmate. I didn't see it clearly. Before she could finish speaking, Sun Liangwu roared. Asshole! Yin Zhi, I'm gonna kill you. He roared and screamed with a ferocious expression, then ran away and disappeared. At this point, Sun Liangwu's mind was completely overwhelmed. Whenever he calms down, even a little, a question pops into his head. Why is this completely different from what was said in the script? Sun Zhongquan was the second to speak out. That kid is really too presumptuous. They're worse than animals. What are the security guards at Sun Garden doing? He shouted angrily as he quickly followed Sun Liangwu away. With his departure, the banquet was left without a host. Instantly, the guests relaxed. Should we go take a look? Isn't that a bad idea? What are you afraid of? Let's go. So what if they're upper class? The upper class is more open-minded about certain things. If an ordinary person encountered this situation, they would likely try to avoid it, out of consideration for the host's feelings. Were they ordinary people? They need to consider this and that. The exciting event right in front of us is too good to pass up. After tonight, this will become quite a topic of conversation. That's enough for them to become the center of attention at other banquets and social circles in the future. So a group of wealthy and powerful people followed suit, each one running faster than the last. Only Sun Liangwu's childhood playmate stood there blankly, muttering to himself. This, could it be what he just said? Isn't it lively? What a strange feeling. On the other side, Sun Liangwu gritted his teeth and rushed to his mother's door as fast as he could. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! He pounded on the door. Open the door. Open the door. Yin Zhi, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Sun Liangwu took a few steps back, gathered all his strength, and kicked the door open. Bang! The door remained completely still. On the contrary, Sun Liangwu was forced back several steps by the recoil. Good heavens! Sun Liangwu is at least a gold-level spirit master. His full-force kick could shatter even rocks. They couldn't even kick open a door. How sturdy and durable must that door be? Open the door. Ah! Sun Liangwu was so anxious that his whole body was trembling. He wanted to summon the spirit, but because he was too excited, he couldn't concentrate on drawing the summoning circle. Frustrated, angry, and resentful, he kicked the door repeatedly. At this moment, Sun Zhongxuan also rushed over. A group of people followed behind. Let me. Sun Zhongxuan pushed Sun Liangwu aside, gathered his strength, and kicked the door open. Boom! The sound was like a cannonball hitting the door. Everyone clearly felt the ground shake a few times. They were all secretly shocked by Sun Zhongxuan's power. The incredibly sturdy door was kicked open. Sun Liangwu rushed in immediately, shouting, "Mom, I'm here to save you, Mom." Sun Chongquan, along with a group of guests who had come to join in the fun, filed in. However, there was no exciting scene inside as expected. Inside, everything was calm, as if everything was normal. What about Qin Qing? Where is Yin Zhi? What about Qin Qing, who was invaded by Yin Zhi? Mom, where are you? Yin Zhi, get out here right now. Sun Liangwu's voice filled the entire luxurious, spacious, and brightly lit room. There was even an echo. At this moment, Sun Zhongxuan shouted, "There's someone in the toilet." After saying that, he took the lead and stepped onto the side door, reaching out to pull the toilet doorknob. But just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob actually moved by itself. At that moment, even Sun Zhongxuan's eyelids twitched. The door handle won't move by itself, of course. There must be someone pulling the door from behind. Sure enough, the door was open from the inside. At this moment, everyone craned their necks and stared wide-eyed, like ducks being lifted up by the neck. Then they saw Qin Qing standing behind the door. A burst of hot air shot out. Qin Qing was wrapped in a bath towel, her large breasts pushing the white towel high. Her head was also wrapped in a white towel, with a few strands of hair hanging down, wet, not fully wrapped in the towel. The arms and shoulders exposed to the air were delicate, smooth, and rosy, tempting one to want to suck on them or take a bite. Coupled with her dignified and charming face that showed no signs of aging, a face that was both alluring and innocent. Any man who sees Qin Qing like this has the urge to look up. What are you doing? How did you get into my room? What exactly is going on with this emphasis on power? Sun Zhongxuan was stunned. You're asking me what exactly happened? I still want to ask you what exactly happened. That's not how the script was written. Sun Liangwu reacted with a start and immediately rushed forward. Mom, where is Yin Zhi? Where's that bastard? Qin Qing immediately glared angrily at his son. Sun Liangwu, what are you doing coming to my room looking for? Yin Zhi, how did he end up in my room? Are you out of your mind? Sun Liangwu was stunned by the scolding. Looking at her furious mother, her mind went completely blank. Everyone else had the same expression, stunned. At the same time, Yin Zhi, supporting his back, returned to the banquet hall with slightly sore feet. He looked at the empty lakeside and muttered something. The Sun family's banquet at night was really too much for them to handle. Chapter 10716 yuan is just enough for me to have a hot pot meal. So, what exactly happened? Let's rewind a few minutes. Yes, just a few minutes. Yin Zhi opened the door, and a soft, beautiful woman rushed into his arms. It's Qin Qing. Soon, Yin Zhi understood what had happened. She contracted the virus and is now delirious. And I myself have also been infected, and I'm losing my senses. So the two people, burning with fierce flames, set each other on fire. In that tense moment, a loud banging sound came from the door. Yin Zhi also heard Sun Liangwu shouting outside. In an instant, it felt like a lightning bolt struck my brain, and my scalp went numb. Damn, it's a trap. This is a trap. A trap set for me and Qin Qing. What to do? Yin Zhi, quick-witted, immediately summoned the mechanical Empress. At this moment, Qin Qing actually started urging Yin Zhi. Right now, she's not really rational anymore. She's driven entirely by instinct. The moment the mechanical Empress appeared, quantum computation was immediately activated. In an instant, Yin Zhi's brain started working at high speed. He quickly came up with a solution. System, I want my bonus in advance. Hurry up and give me the reward for unlocking skills for free. The system responded immediately to the suicide pact. Beep, you have not completed the task. Unable to. Yin Zhi's temper flared up, and he blurted out a load of bullshit. I've already secured a spot. Going to Odin in Latin America is just a matter of time. Would I still try to take your reward for granted? Even if something unexpected happens, you could disable all skills, right? Beep beep. Deal done. Immediately, Yin Zhi received the benefit of unlocking skills for free. Unlock the Mechanical Empress's skill, Matrix Box. Spirit Control skill, Matrix Box. Skill effect. Creates an independent matrix space. Time is relatively still inside and outside this space. Unlocked a second ago. It will be used in the next second. Immediately afterwards, Yin Zhi summoned the big-bellied toad. He, a large-bellied toad, slipped into the matrix box. Then, he, Qin Qing, and the mechanical Empress entered the belly of the big-bellied toad. This creates a nested structure. As for what happened after entering the big belly space, it goes without saying. Afterwards, a man and a woman lay quietly, staring blankly at the ceiling. Yin Zhi turned his head and looked at Qin Qing. Aunt Qin, are you feeling better? I can't hold on much longer. Maintaining the matrix box also requires spiritual energy. It's already quite an achievement to have persevered this far. Qin Qing also turned her head to look at Yin Zhi. Her cheeks, still flushed, held a complex expression. I never expected this to happen. Why? Oh well, it's already happened. Qin Qing is no ordinary person after all. Let's just pretend this never happened. You were a victim too. I still have to thank you. Annie will give you some money later. Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow, feeling quite displeased. Give me money? What? What do you take me for? No need for money. I don't lack money. Besides, even if I'm short of money, I can always earn enough to squander. Qin Qing looked at Yin Zhi. Please don't misunderstand. This is just a small token of my aunt's appreciation. Furthermore, this is also my way of making amends to you. She sighed, closed her eyes, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. It's my fault for dragging you into this. If you don't have the ability to handle it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yin Zhi felt a little better after hearing Qin Qing's words. He smiled. Okay, then just give me 16 yuan. Qin Qing was taken aback. 16 pieces? If you asked me for 1.6 billion, I wouldn't even bat an eye. You actually wanted to give you 16 yuan? Yin Zhi grinned. 16 yuan is just enough for me to have a hot pot meal. Just as Qin Qing was speechless. Unable to resist his curiosity, Yin Zhi asked about the reason for the matter. Aunt Qin, what exactly happened? I think it would be difficult for me to outmaneuver you. Indeed, if Qin Qing were so easily manipulated, she would never have gotten where she is today. But today's situation, it looks very rough at first glance. But upon closer reflection, achieving this result is extremely difficult. Putting everything else aside, the timing of the drug's effects is extremely difficult to control. And they need to meet the man and the woman at the exact time. Looking back, it can be said that everything was handled perfectly. So much so that in the end, everything seemed so coincidental. No one would believe it if you told them. I doubt even a novel would dare to write it like this. You can say that. If Yin Zhi didn't possess the Mechanical Empress, if it weren't for the fact that he happened to be able to unlock and use the advanced skill, the Matrix Box, this plan has already been set in stone. The thought of what would happen to me if I were successfully tricked. Accurate. I'm extremely annoyed. If it really comes to that point, not to mention others. Qin Qing, right in front of me. It is estimated that there are 1.1 trillion people who want to destroy themselves, to be reduced to ashes, and to disappear completely from this world. So, asking Qin Qing for the reason was not simply driven by curiosity. More importantly, he wanted to know who had tricked him. Sun Liangwu? Impossible, impossible, impossible. What kind of unfilial and perverted son could there be in the world? Not Sun Liangwu. So who exactly is it? Qin Qing shook her head at Yin Zhi's question. She propped herself up and sat up, giving Yin Zhi a rosy-cheeked back view. This matter. Just leave it alone. I'll handle it. Qin Qing's voice was calm and even, but Yin Zhi keenly sensed the murderous intent within it. At this moment, Qin Qing's face indeed wore an expression that said, I want to kill someone. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. It's terrifying. Yin Zhi blinked and sighed. Aunt Qin, even if you don't say anything, this matter can't just be left unresolved as if nothing happened. There will definitely be follow-up. While we still have a little time, we should exchange information. Let's keep each other informed and minimize the impact of this matter. They might even turn against us. What do you think? Qin Qing turned around and looked at Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi met her gaze. Looking at her expression, my heart was pounding. She's so beautiful. It looks so terrifying now. Looks like someone's in for some bad luck. Qin Qing stood up, head held high, chest puffed out like a queen. In fact, with her wealth, she's not much different from the queen. You are right. There are countless people plotting against me, but how many of them actually succeed? However, no matter how much you guard against it, it's hard to guard against a thief within your own household. The person who plotted against me this time wasn't just one person, but everyone in the entire Sun family. Chapter 108, leading a group of people to kick down the widow's door at night. What kind of decorum is that? After, Yin Zhi and Qin Qing both left the toad belly space in the matrix box. Just then, a loud crash came from the other side of the door. It was Sun Liangwu who was kicking the door. The two quickly made the bed and then went into the bathroom. With Yin Zhi's help, Qin Qing quickly wet her body and hair, then wrapped herself in a bath towel. In this way, she looks exactly like she has just taken a shower. Yin Zhi was about to leave. Seeing Qin Qing's appearance at this moment, an impulse surged up. He hugged Qin Qing tightly and whispered in her ear, "Aunt Qin, don't forget my $16. I will remember what happened tonight forever. In addition, I want to take one of your things as a souvenir. Whether you agree or not, I'm determined to have it." As he spoke, he bit off the earring from Qin Qing's left earlobe, then disappeared in a subspace glide. Qin Qing unconsciously pinched her empty earlobe, which still retained a blush. Thinking of his words, "Whether you agree or not, I'm going to have you," Qin Qing suddenly felt an emptiness and an itch in her heart. She had never heard such domineering and forceful words since her husband passed away. Now I suddenly heard it again, and it happened after some kind of relationship had occurred. She felt a mix of surprise, nostalgia, and warmth. It was truly a mix of emotions. "This, you brat." Qin Qing couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. Sudden, boom! A loud bang came from outside. The room door was kicked open with great force. Naturally, it was Sun Zhongquan's kick. Then a shout came from outside. "There's someone in the toilet." Upon hearing this voice, Qin Qing took a deep breath. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze sharp and terrifying, like a knife. At this moment, all her chaotic thoughts have been left behind. She is no weak woman. She is Qin Qing, the dictatorial CEO of the ABA group. Even in the true Dragon Kingdom, money cannot buy anything. But with money to that extent, who else is she afraid of besides those in power at the very top? She went behind the toilet door. With a forceful pull, the door opened. Looking outside, he saw Sun Zhongquan and the others. Qin Qing frowned deeply. "What are you doing? How did you get into my room? What exactly is going on with this emphasis on power?" At this moment, Sun Zhongquan was completely dumbfounded. He was thinking to himself, "You're asking me what's going on? I'd like to ask you what's going on too. Where is Yin Zhi? Shouldn't he be here? Also, why does Qin Qing seem completely unharmed? Having been afflicted by the fallen angel, the two of them should have been completely consumed by desire and driven to frantic cravings. Has the fallen angels stopped working? No, impossible. This is a drug developed by the potions department under Howard High School. It can turn the most chaste and loyal men and women into wild beasts in spring. Furthermore, fallen angels are merely the inducing catalyst. It's not poison, so even the spirit-controlling antidote skill is ineffective against it. Therefore, the only solution for those who have been infected is to frantically take from each other until they are completely exhausted. So where exactly did things go wrong? I just don't understand. Just as Sun Zhongquan was racking his brains, Sun Liangwu had already rushed forward. "Mom, where is Yin Zhi? Where's that bastard?" Qin Qing had already managed to control her emotions. But upon hearing her son's words, a surge of anger suddenly erupted within her. It can't be stopped even if you try. She immediately started cursing. "Sun Liangwu, what are you doing coming to my room looking for? Yin Zhi, how did he end up in my room? Are you out of your mind?" Sun Liangwu's mind went completely blank after being subjected to such a torrent of abuse. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Qin Qing has a good eye for people. At this moment, however, she couldn't tell whether her son was involved in the matter. Of course, she hoped her own son wouldn't do such a thing. But she also knew that reality was sometimes just that cruel, bloody cruelty. In wealthy families like the Sun family, kinship is as cold as water. For money, for power, what can't they do? She had seen and experienced much more of the filth and depravity in this place. After being plotted against, she no longer trusts anyone, even if it's his own biological son. Sorrow, heartbreaking, anger. Sun Liangwu, you better explain yourself. And you, Brother, what exactly happened? I'm just feeling a bit unwell, so I'll come back, take a shower, and rest. Why did you kick down my door for no reason, and then come looking for Yin Zhi? Why is Yin Zhi in my room so late at night? Seeing Qin Qing's fury, son Zhongquan felt guilty and weak. Yes, feeling guilty. Weakness. He was afraid of his younger brother's wife. After his younger brother died, he had a power struggle with Qin Qing. And what was the result? He was utterly defeated. They slunk away to Odinmala to expand their new business. To put it nicely, it's about expanding into new businesses. To put it bluntly, it's nothing more than exile and escapism. But can Sun Chongquan accept this? It would be strange if they were content with that. Therefore, he had been waiting for the opportunity to launch a counterattack and was secretly preparing for it. Waiting and waiting. Waiting and waiting. I waited 3 years, then another 3 years, then yet another 3 years. Unexpectedly, they saw an opportunity from Sun Liangwu, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, Sun Chongquan took action. While away, he used every means at his disposal to obtain various drugs, including Fallen Angel. He conspired with almost everyone in the Sun family. They worked together, both internally and externally, to set up this scheme. The goal was to completely ruin Qin Qing's reputation and utterly destroy her honor. How can she continue to lead the ABA group after such a huge scandal? Qin Qing is gone, so naturally he'll take her place. Only, I never expected this. This is the result we've come to. Why is this happening? Where exactly did we fail? I can't figure it out. I just can't figure it out. Just as he was in a daze. What happened? An old voice came in, but it was old Madam Sun who arrived. Beside old lady Sun stood Roan Mama, supporting her with her head bowed. Old lady, Madam, what brings you here too? Old lady. The upper-class people who had come to join in the fun started behaving politely and elegantly again. Madam Sun walked through the crowd and came to Qin Qing. Upon seeing Qin Qing's appearance, she immediately reprimanded her. Qin Qing, why are you dressed like this? You don't see any guests here. What kind of behavior is this? Qin Qing showed respect, but no fear towards Madam Sun. They usually take meticulous care of her. But today, she didn't want to give anyone a friendly look. Mom, I'm in my room. I just took a shower. What else should I wear if not this? Asked her older brother. He led a group of people to kick down a widow's door at night. What kind of decorum is that? Sun Chongquan blushed immediately. Chapter 109 I didn't. It wasn't me. Don't talk nonsense. How can you smear my innocence? Kicking down a widow's door at night? Everyone present looked somewhat embarrassed. Hearing this, although it is true, it just makes people feel uncomfortable. Hurry. Madam Sun jabbed the ground forcefully with her sandalwood dragon head cane, her face contorted with anger. Qin Qing, how can you talk like that? Listen to what you're saying. They don't act like a wealthy family at all. Qin Qing gave old Madam Kong a deep look. Then she glanced at Roan Mama beside her. Roan Mama had her head down. I got emotional. I hope you can understand how I feel right now. An apology is not an admission of weakness. Rather, she didn't want to waste her energy and emotions on these trivial matters. Qin Qing stared sharply at Sun Zhongquan. Brother, please tell me. What on earth is going on? You kicked my door open. If I hadn't come out first, I'm afraid the door to my bathroom would have been in grave danger. If I'm any later, won't I have absolutely no privacy? What do you mean by having absolutely no personal privacy? So what if I'm seen naked? If it were a man, it would be fine. But for a woman, it is indeed an extremely serious matter. Sun Chongquan was organizing his thoughts and preparing to speak when Sun Liangwu spoke first. Mom, don't blame Uncle. My uncle was also eager to save people. Someone saw Yin Zhi break into your room. We all rushed here to save you. Sun Zhongquan nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly it. He thought to himself, Liangwu, you are truly my good nephew. Actually, what he fears most right now is that Sun Liangwu is too young and might let something slip. Hearing Sun Liangwu's words, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Qin Qing asked, Who is it? Sun Chongquan said, He is a servant. Qin Qing's face, still flushed, was both alluring and terrifyingly cold. Go and fetch him. This matter must be made clear. Otherwise, if it gets out, who knows what kind of rumors will spread. Furthermore, would you all be willing to stay and bear witness? This incident directly concerns the innocence of me, Yin Zhi, and even the entire Sun family. This must be handled properly. Madam Sun looked dissatisfied and anxious. Qin Qing, All of you distinguished guests are very busy people. It's getting late, so let's not waste everyone's time on this. We can handle it internally. Family scandals should not be aired in public. Qin Qing's expression was resolute and determined. Mom, this matter concerns my innocence. Without third-party witnesses, outsiders will be more likely to gossip and fabricate stories. Everyone, is this convenient for you? Madame Sun's slightly wrinkled face flushed red. After exchanging bewildered glances, the guests agreed to stay and bear witness. Why? It's very simple. First, there's the act of watching the drama unfold and joining in the fun. Secondly, wash away your own stains. The idea that someone would kick down a widow's door at night is extremely damaging to one's reputation. They just wanted to join in the fun, but didn't want to get caught up in it. After, the group temporarily left Qin Qing's room and headed towards the living room. Qin Qing naturally needed to change her clothes. You can't stay wrapped in a bath towel forever, can you? On the other side, Yin Zhi was wolfing down his food. I've emptied my bowels from all the food I ate before. Furthermore, a major battle also consumes a lot of physical strength. The lost heat must be replenished. Speaking of, why doesn't he learn his lesson and eat it again? The primary reason is that I was really hungry. Besides, Yin Zhi didn't think the problem lay with the food. There was plenty of food at the banquet, and everyone ate. Why did I get diarrhea when everyone else did? Therefore, he suspected that he had been poisoned elsewhere, and that the food on the table was not poisonous. They were eating. Then I saw Sun Liangwu walk over with a gloomy face. Upon seeing Sun Liangwu, Yin Zhi felt a little strange. Your mother is my mother was originally just a joke. Well, it really happened. He really did what he said he would do. Speaking of, if I really started dating Aunt Qin, does that mean I'll become his stepfather? It's a bit fantastical, a bit bizarre. Sun Liangwu looked at Yin Zhi and said fiercely, you still have the mood to eat here. Yin Zhi chuckled. That's a strange thing to say. I came here just to eat, didn't I? Of course. We should eat to our heart's content. Suppressing his nameless anger, Sun Liangwu said, stop eating. Come with me to the living room. What are you doing? I haven't finished eating yet. Sun Liangwu said, can I invite you to come? Sure, of course. You're the host. I'm a guest. The guest goes along with the host. After wiping his hands and mouth clean, Yin Zhi intimately put his arm around Sun Liangwu's shoulder and they talked as they walked. Liangwu, you heard what Aunt Qin said earlier, right? I heard you got into another fight. This is not good. In order not to disappoint Aunt Qin, I feel it is necessary for me to be a little stricter with you. As the saying goes, spare the rod and spoil the child. Aunt Qin wouldn't bear to hit you, but I certainly would. So if you ever want to neglect your studies or break the law, just think about my stick. Unless you kill me someday, my stick will be hanging over your head forever. Got it? Sun Liangwu clenched his teeth and remained silent throughout. Yin Zhi asked him what was wrong, but he wouldn't say. On the surface, things seemed quite calm. As for what he's thinking, only he knows. Living room. Upon seeing this scene, Yin Zhi let out a shout. What's wrong? Doesn't this look like a joint trial in a TV show? What's going on? All eyes in the living room were on Yin Zhi. Qin Qing, now dressed in a sharp-edged suit, looked at Yin Zhi with an expression that betrayed no sign of anything amiss. Yin Zhi, something has happened that needs to be investigated. Don't be nervous, it's not a big deal. Once the investigation is completed, everything will be fine. Brother, I'll leave this matter to you. What do you think? Sun Chongquan said. Me? Is that appropriate? Qin Qing smiled faintly and said, you are the eldest son of the Sun family, and there is no one more suitable than you. Sun Chongquan looked at old Madame Sun. Old Madame Sun didn't even glance at him. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead, and it was unclear what she was looking at. All right then, I'll do it. At this point, Sun Zhongquan had no trace of bossy demeanor left. He turned to look at Yin Zhi with a smile on his face. Brother Yin, you left the banquet midway through, right? Where did they go? Yin Zhi looked puzzled. Yes, I ate too many different kinds of food, and I have a bit of diarrhea. Uncle Sun, it was you who asked Granny Rong to take me to the toilet, saying you were afraid I would get lost. What's wrong? Sun Chongquan then asked, which toilet did Granny Rong take you to? How would I know? Since your Sun family's house is so big and has so many rooms, I'll just follow Granny Rong. You can ask her. By the way, may I ask you something? What exactly happened? Qin Qing snorted and said, someone saw you break into my room and said you intended to do something indecent to me. What? Yin Zhi's expression changed instantly, and he shouted. I didn't. It wasn't me. Don't talk nonsense. How can you smear my innocence? Chapter 110. Wow. 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 The revelations are coming one after another. I don't. It wasn't me. Don't talk nonsense. How could you smear my innocence? Yin Zhi's self-defense echoed in the hall. That voice, that expression, that movement. Everyone present was unsure whether he was telling the truth or lying. To tell the truth, right? It looks like it too. Is it a lie? That's possible. Actually, everyone present was a shrewd and knowledgeable person with a deep understanding of the world. They had some guesses about this matter. Speculation 1. Yin Zhi and Qin Qing were caught in the act of collusion. Speculation 2. Yin Zhi broke into Qin Qing's room, and Qin Qing endured it to clear her name and reputation. Speculation 3. The servant either misread or misunderstood. Speculation 4. Someone set a trap to use Yin Zhi to frame Qin Qing. The problem is, which guess is the truth or closest to the truth? Because there are so many possibilities, it's no wonder that Qin Qing insisted on investigating everything thoroughly. Otherwise, if it gets out, it might evolve into many different versions. Speaking of, will it get out? This is the only thing that no one doubts. Such explosive news is bound to spread. At this moment, Sun Chongquan comforted Yin Zhi, saying that he would definitely investigate the matter thoroughly and clear his name, and then looked at Granny Rong. Aunt Rong, do you remember the restroom you took Brother Yin to before? Granny Rong kept her head down and remained silent. Aunt Rong? Granny Rong raised her head, looked at Sun Zhongquan, and then at Qin Qing. Qin Qing lowered his eyelids, looking like an old monk in deep meditation. Granny Rong finally spoke. I remember. I led young Master Yin Zhi into the madam's bathroom. Wow. Everyone present got excited, their eyes shining. This is possible. This is absolutely stunning. In an instant, all sorts of jokes flashed through the minds of everyone present. This is incredible. This is truly incredible. This is a really big story. Ha! Qin Qing is such a perfect match. An old cow and tender grass. Damn, I'm so envious of that kid. Madam Sun suddenly looked up at Granny Rong. Rongxin, are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting in front of so many people? Even Yin Zhi was shocked. Why are you surprised? Rong Mama's behavior of speaking the truth is very unusual. At this point, anyone in the Sun family with a brain would not have allowed her to tell the truth. He had already discussed it with Qin Qing. This public trial is actually a game of strategy against the Sun family. Scare them, deter them, force them. That's all. Qin Qing certainly wanted revenge, but she is a rational person. Making the Sun family a laughingstock in order to seek revenge is not in her interest. What Granny Rong just said was practically table flipping. Sun Liangwu glared angrily at Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi, so you really went in my mom's room, didn't you? Qin Qing shouted. Sun Liangwu, shut up. You have no right to speak here. Mom, are you being disobedient? Sun Liangwu gritted his teeth and glared at Yin Zhi. At that moment, he desperately wanted to pounce on Yin Zhi and bite him to death. Sun Zhongquan seemed to realize at this moment. Aunt Rong, why did you do this? This is not what we agreed on. Granny Rong looked at Sun Zhongquan and said calmly, Young master, didn't you tell me to do this? Wow. The crowd stirred up a commotion. What's going on? What's going on here? Sun Chongquan cried out as if his pants were on fire. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Aunt Rong, don't slander me. Madam Sun had already raised her cane and was about to strike Rong Mama on the head. With the cane, he knocked Rong Mama to the ground. You're insane. You crazy woman. I'm going to beat you to death today. As Rong Mama was being beaten, she suddenly burst into laughter, a loud, hearty laugh. Go ahead and fight. Go ahead and fight. Kill me. Huh? Haven't you hit me enough? I've been in the Sun family since I joined, and now I'm 60. You've been beating me for 50 years. 50 years. If you kill me, I'll be free. Huh? Old Mrs. Sun was exhausted from hitting him, panting heavily, and shouted while leaning on her cane. Help! Help! Are they all dead? Drag this crazy woman away. Drag her away. Several security guards from the Sun family immediately entered. Wait, Yin Zhi spoke up. But why would the Sun family security guards listen to him? Yin Zhi let out a sigh. He rushed forward, throwing punches with his left and right hands, kicking from above and below, and in the blink of an eye, he had taken down all 4 security guards. What are you doing? What are you doing? Playing around? Is this the attitude of investigating thoroughly? Old Madam Sun snapped. You little brat, this is my home, and it's none of your business how things are done here. A servant was called. Come here, you son of a bitch. You old hag, shut your chrysanthemum mouth. What? You think everything's over after you've schemed against me? No way. Today, you must give me an explanation and clear my name. Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because your Sun family is rich. I'll still send Bai Sihai's son to prison. Do you think your Sun family is more powerful than the Bai family? These words instantly made Yin Zhi the most eye-catching person in the living room. Because Yin Zhi was absolutely right. And you got guts. Madame Sun was so angry she was panting. Sun Zhongquan immediately became murderous and shouted, Yin Zhi, how dare you be so insolent? You motherfucker. You're blind as a bat. You've tried to scheme against me. You're even capable of doing something as despicable as putting laxatives in my food and drink. I'm asking you, do you have any shame? Oh, another bombshell. Laxatives? This is absolutely tasteless. You, Sun Zhongquan, was already blushing. You're asking for it. Beep beep. You have received 50,000 points of killing intent from Sun Zhongquan. Please check. Oh my, 50,000 points? That guy's really strong. Yin Zhiha smiled. Yes, I'm asking for it. Are you going to kill me in front of all these people? If they can't outsmart me, they'll kill me? Wow, you're really something. Everyone look at this. Look at this. This is how the Sun family behaves. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Qin Qing looked at Yin Zhi and said, Yin Zhi, I am also a member of the Sun family. She was reminding Yin Zhi not to go too far. Yin Zhi waved his hand. Aunt Qin, this isn't directed at you. I'm only targeting people with the surname Sun. I finally understand this. Granny Rong, if I'm not mistaken, it was Sun Zhongquan who asked you to use me to scheme against Aunt Qin and ruin her reputation, right? Granny Rong exclaimed excitedly. That's right. That's exactly it. See, Aunt Qin, is it really necessary for you to stay here with the Sun family? With your abilities, you could easily build your own Qin family. Why stay in the Sun family and suffer in silence? Qin Qing said, Yin Zhi, that's enough. Didn't she ever think about starting her own business? But this is, after all, her husband's family. She had promised her husband that she would protect the Sun family. But just then, suddenly, Granny Rong exclaimed, Madam, the second young master was poisoned to death by the eldest young master. Upon hearing this, Qin Qing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Wow! The crowd erupted in uproar. Another bombshell. These revelations are really coming one after another. Chapter 111, Do You Think I Don't Exist? I'm the main character in this play. Okay? What you said. Is it true? Aminta. Qin Qing stood up in a daze. Sun Liangwu rushed to Rong Mama's side and grabbed her. What did you say, Granny Rong? What did you say? Explain yourself. Tell me how my dad died. Tell me now. Madam Sun cried out. Liangwu, don't believe a crazy woman's words. She's insane. She's absolutely insane. Guards, quick, drag this madwoman out and beat her to death. Beat her to death. Sun Chongquan strode over. Yin Zhi stepped forward and blocked his way. Sun Zhongquan shouted, Get out of the way. Yin Zhi Dao, get lost. Sun Chongquan roared, You're asking for death. He actually swung his fist and slammed it towards Yin Zhi. In that instant, everyone present became dissatisfied. What does that mean? We're still here, but you asked us to do the notarization. They attacked us right in front of us. Do they even respect us? At their level, they have money and power, and what they value most is face. Besides, your Sun family set a trap for Qin Qing, but ended up dragging us into it. What does this mean? So you're using someone else to do your dirty work and use someone else's words to slander others, right? Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zhi and Sun Zhongquan had exchanged several punches and kicks. It's all about fists and kicks, head-on collisions. It seems that no one gained an advantage and no one suffered a loss. What is the reality? This guy's punches and kicks are really tough. This was Yin Zhi's inner thought. This brat's fighting skills are actually amazing. This was Sun Zhongquan's secret surprise. Just in time, Qin Qing shouted, Rong Xin, explain yourself clearly. At that moment, Granny Rong revealed even more shocking information. Because the second young master wasn't born to her and the master. Actually, the master always knew. She just thought she was clever. The master raised and nurtured the second young master as if he were his own son. And in the end, he even handed over the company to him. This woman has always favored the eldest son. After the second young master inherited the group, she and the eldest young master began to plot to poison him. She killed her own son with her own hands. That old hag. She's worse than an animal. Worse than an animal. At this moment, the upper-class people present fell silent. There was no uproar. Utter silence. Why? I feel the same way. They either personally experienced or witnessed such tragic family dramas within wealthy families. Not surprising. As for some of Sun's relatives and friends, their hearts were in turmoil, but they remained silent. You, I. Madam Sun was already out of breath. Granny Rong hugged Sun Liangwu, trembling with emotion, tears streaming down her face. What a wonderful person the second young master is. What a wonderful person. Of the entire Sun family, he's the only one who treats me like a human being. Why did such a good person not have a good ending? I waited and waited. I waited for the chance to avenge the second young master. Finally, it's here. Yin Zhi, the master of the Azure Flame Empress. The blue flames burn away the sinful souls. If it is him, he can definitely avenge the second young master. Just in time, that old woman and a young master are about to ruin Madam's reputation again. This is God's opportunity for me. I'll play along. Perhaps this will hurt Madam's feelings. But I can't control it anymore. I'm too old now. If I don't take revenge now, I'll never get my revenge in this lifetime. Old Madam Sun pointed a trembling finger at Granny Rong. You crazy woman. You're worse than a dog. I've raised you my whole life, and that's all I am. Is this how you repay me? You deserve to die. Puff. Old Master Sun coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the sofa, his whole body convulsing. Sun Zhongquan shouted, Mom. He rushed over, calling out Mom, Mom, Mom repeatedly. Madam Sun looked at Sun Chongquan, moved her mouth a few times, rolled her eyes, and collapsed. Life and death unknown. Mom. Sun Liangwu looked at Sun Zhongquan and asked, Is it true, Uncle? My dad. Shut up. You bastard. What right do you have to call me that? Sun Chongquan was like a raging lion or tiger. The Sun family is mine. The group is mine too. On what grounds? I am his biological child. Why should he give everything that belongs to me to a bastard? That bastard is dead, and everything that belonged to me was taken away by his woman. And what about me? I actually ran to Odinmala like a stray dog. Do you know how I've spent the last 10 years? You do not know. All I want now is to take back what rightfully belongs to me. Sun Liangwu was stunned. It was as if his soul had flown out of his body. Sun Chongquan took a deep breath, called over several maids, and ordered them to take Madam Sun back, and then ordered them to find a family doctor for treatment. After doing all this, he looked around at the guests and relatives. Sorry, everyone. I was negligent today. I will definitely visit you in person to apologize another day. Next, I need to clear out some unnecessary personnel within the Sun family. I won't see you off. I'm so sorry, so sorry. This is to see the guests off. But then a voice chuckled and said, Mr. Sun, since you're already here, I'm not in a hurry to leave. Another person said, That's right. I'd like to witness your ascension to the throne of the family head. Would that be convenient? Another person said, Old Sun, it's not that I'm reluctant to leave. It's just that I've watched half of the show and I don't want to leave. Who among us is afraid of Sun Chongquan? You're just a defeated general, a homeless dog who's wasted 10 years in Odinmala. What are you pretending to be? Acting all high and mighty. If you want to use us, call us over. If they can't use us, they'll just drive us away. It's not that easy. Sun Zhongquan's eye twitched, then he nodded. All right, then please witness the moment when I become the head of the Sun family. After saying that, Sun Zhongquan looked at Sun Liangwu with the eyes of someone looking at an ant. Bastard, today is the day you and your mother die. Qin Qing's expression changed drastically. Xiao Wu run. How noisy. Sun Chongquan shouted and kicked Sun Liangwu. At that very moment, Yin Zhi appeared and delivered a flying kick to Sun Zhongquan's waist, sending him flying. Bang! Sun Zhongquan crashed into the wall and bounced back to the ground. At this moment, two spirit beasts were already following him. They are the mechanical Empress and the Azure Flame Empress, engulfed in azure flames, wields a sword burning with azure flames, the dragon-slaying sword. Previously, Empress Qin Yin entered a period of dormancy in order to fuse with the dragon-slaying sword. Now, she has completely merged with the dragon-slaying sword and has been summoned by Yin Zhi once again. It turned out that Yin Zhi had secretly slipped outside to summon the spirits. He even used subspace gliding to appear at the crucial moment and kicked Sun Zhongquan away. Hey, are you pretending I don't exist? I'm the protagonist of this play, okay? Chapter 112, I thought you were so great. Do you even know how much you've left me sexually frustrated? Oof, oof. Sun Chongquan sneered. He calmly got up from the ground. He patted the footprints on his ribs where he had been kicked, and looked at Yin Zhi with a sinister and fierce gaze. Immediately, his gaze swept over the azure flame Empress and the mechanical Empress. You arrogant brat, your naivety and childishness are laughable. Do you know that? Do you think that with Empress Qing Yin, we are invincible? Today, I will show you just how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. It's not spacious enough here. Let's go outside to fight, so as not to accidentally hurt our distinguished guests. In order to avoid the rumors that my Sun family doesn't know how to treat guests, please stay inside. This house is sturdy enough to protect you all. After saying that, Sun Chongquan gave Qin Qing a cold stare. Qin Qing, I hope you can hand over all your group shares in a dignified manner later. Out of consideration for our past relationship, I can ensure that you and your son will have a comfortable life for the rest of your days. If you don't want to make yourself look decent, then I'll just have to help you save face. I hope you think this through carefully. After saying this, Sun Chongquan strode out of the hall. Yin Zhi pursed his lips, muttered so much nonsense, and turned to walk out the door. The other guests and relatives immediately crowded to the window and looked outside. This is something I have to join in the fun. They wanted to see just how powerful the Azure Flame Empress really was. I'd also like to see if Sun Chongquan can defeat Yin Zhi. What's your opinion on this fight? It's hard to say. One side has a 9-star Holy Spirit Guardian, but they're still too young. Indeed, Sun Chongquan has cultivated for almost half his life. His spirit control skills must be quite strong. Just wait and see. Who will win, who will lose, who will live, and who will die will soon be revealed. At this moment, no one noticed that there was another person next to Qin Qing. A woman. A woman in purple wearing a silver mask. Saw the Qin Qing closed her eyes and pursed her lips. She lay back on the sofa, feeling as if all her strength had been drained away. Only his two fists, sometimes loose, sometimes tight. Qin Qing did not respond to the silver-masked woman in purple's apology. She appears to be Qin Qing's bodyguard. I went and killed him. The woman in the silver mask and purple dress spoke again. Judging from her tone, it seemed as if killing Sun Chongquan would be a piece of cake for her. Qin Qing said calmly, "No need." The woman in the silver mask and purple dress fell silent. At this moment, Rome Mama, who had fallen to the ground, got up. She staggered to the doorway, leaned against the door frame, and stared wide-eyed. She needs to keep an eye on things. I witnessed Sun Chongquan being killed with my own eyes. What about Sun Liangwu? He sat on the ground, dumbfounded and utterly dejected. At that moment, he was forgotten by everyone, perhaps even by himself. Outside, on a flat, wide meadow, Sun Chongquan used both hands simultaneously to draw 2 magic arrays, summoning 2 spirit beasts. One is a huge and exaggerated 6-barrel machine gun, covered in flame patterns. Weapon type, offensive spirit, legendary 8-star rarity, Hellfire Gatling gun, overall rating 6.6. A Spider-Man with the upper body of a human and a lower body of spider, whose 6 spider legs are as sharp as spears. Beastman type, control-oriented spirit, legendary 9-star rarity, Spider Witch, overall rating 6.8. Sun Chongquan was holding the Hellfire Gatling gun. Do you have any last words? Yin Zhi was not empty-handed at this time. He held the dragon-slaying sword in his left hand. He held a nano gun in his right hand. Can you please stop talking so much nonsense? It's annoying and dragging on, do you know that? Sun Chongquan barked like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. My mouth is on my body. I'll say whatever I want. You have to listen, whether you want to or not. Go to hell. Sun Chongquan hated it most when others pointed fingers at him and said this or that. What he wants is the freedom and privilege to say whatever he wants and do whatever he wants. Anyone who tries to control him deserves to die. Hellfire Gatling gun skill, Full Metal Frenzy, activate. The gun barrel immediately began to spin, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Bullets shot out from the 6 barrels like a tidal wave, sweeping towards Yin Zhi. Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of murderous intent from Sun Zhongquan. Please check. Subspace gliding, unleash it. Yin Zhi instantly appeared on Sun Zhongquan. The dragon-slaying sword burst into blue flames, releasing terrifying heat, and slashed down towards the back of Sun Zhongquan's head. Sudden, 6 spears suddenly emerged from Sun Zhongquan's back. They shot towards Yin Zhi's entire body from 6 directions at speeds invisible to the naked eye. With the support of quantum computing, Yin Zhi remained completely calm and composed. Subspace Rift, unleash your power. Yin Zhi directly burrowed into the crevice of subspace, leaving the 6 spears to pierce nothing. Sun Chongquan suddenly spun around, and a Hellfire Gatling gun swept 180 degrees as well. Bullets flew in all directions. A large number of bullets hit the walls and glass. Those who were just there to watch the show and join in the fun were forced to become cowards. Even though the Sun family's house was sturdy enough, bullets still managed to leave a large number of craters in it. Sun Chongquan roared, "Come out! Come out and face your death!" Unable to see Yin Zhi, he simply grabbed the Hellfire Gatling gun and started spinning around. A tidal wave of bullets swept across 360 degrees. The nearby landscape plants were instantly blasted to smithereens by the arrows. Suddenly, Yin Zhi appeared before Sun Zhongquan without any warning. He emerged from the crevice in subspace. This skill has 2 major drawbacks. First, it cannot be moved. Second, the main space must be free of clutter. Especially the second point. If there are debris in the crevice of the subspace where you enter, that debris will directly embed itself into your body. Yin Zhi appeared the instant Sun Zhongquan moved the Hellfire Gatling gun aside. Otherwise, the Hellfire Gatling gun would have embedded itself directly into his body. Before Sun Chongquan could even utter a sound, the dragon-slaying sword slashed down. Sun Zhongquan lost one of his arms. Yin Zhi launched another kick, which landed squarely on Sun Zhongquan's abdomen. This kick, imbued with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was even more powerful and fierce, sending Sun Zhongquan flying. Just as he was about to land, Yin Zhi used subspace gliding to appear in front of him again and delivered another flying kick. This happened several times. It's just like playing ping pong or kicking shuttlecock. Sun Zhongquan is the ball and the shuttlecock. Bang! Sun Zhongquan was kicked in midair and slammed straight to the ground. You've spouted a bunch of nonsense. I thought you were some kind of genius. I wanted to use you to test the power of the dragon-slaying sword. You're so weak. Do you know that's a waste of your expression? Do you even realize that you're leaving me sexually frustrated? No, you must taste this sword of mine. After saying this, Yin Zhi jumped up. The azure flame great blaze of the dragon-slaying sword, pointing straight at the night sky, instantly unleashed 9 azure flame fire dragons. In an instant, the entire sun garden seemed to be coated with a layer of blue light. I'm going to be completely arrogant for once. This Dragon Ascension 9 Tribulation Sword. Can you stop it? In midair, Yin Zhi suddenly flipped upside down, and the dragon-slaying sword pierced down from above. 9 azure fire dragons roared and twisted wildly, then descended simultaneously, instantly engulfing Sun Chongquan. Ah! A scream instantly filled the sky above Jinshan. Chapter 113. You give me your embrace. I give you everything I have. The screams continued. In the mountains at night, the sounds were chilling. Sun Zhongquan, who was afraid of death but didn't want to die, was already calling for help and begging for mercy. Help! Help me! Please don't kill me. I was wrong. Please have mercy. Where's even a trace of his former grace and poise? Meanwhile, the guests were shocked by the strength that Yin Zhi had shown. He's incredibly strong. Is this the power of the Azure Flame Empress? Sun Chongquan was completely powerless to fight back. No. I don't think he's that strong. It's purely a matter of skill counter. Indeed, spatial abilities are extremely difficult to deal with. Unless Sun Chongquan also possesses spatial spirit control, he is destined to lose. Brother Yi, if it were you, could you withstand that sword strike? Haha, don't laugh at me, but I really don't know how I'm going to go head-to-head with him. This kid has a limitless future. The guests discussed the matter animatedly, expressing their own opinions. That ball of azure flame, representing the 9th tribulation of Ascending Dragon, lasted for a full 5 minutes before gradually extinguishing. Naturally, Sun Zhongquan's screams lasted for nearly 5 minutes. Even after the blue flames died down, his screams continued. He's not dead. Of course he's not dead. How could Yin Zhi bear to slaughter a pig that has a total of 50,000 points in its blood? Only a landlord's foolish son would do something so stupid. As the master of the Azure Flame Empress, with his current strength, he is already able to control the temperature of the Azure Flame. Yin Zhi came to Sun Zhongquan's side. Is there anything more to say? I'm asking you a question. Do you want to die? Sun Zhongquan said, trembling. I wouldn't dare to do it again. Who told you to speak? Stop talking nonsense. I know you're not convinced. You probably think I only beat you because of my spatial abilities, right? Sun Zhongquan quickly said, No, I didn't, I admit it. Why are you still talking nonsense? Did I ask you to speak? At this moment, Sun Zhongquan even felt an urge to cry. At the same time, he also harbored deep hatred for Yin Zhi. This hardly needs further explanation. Yin Zhi patted Sun Zhongquan's charred face with the dragon-slaying sword. I won't kill you today. I'll give you a chance. We'll fight again later. You left me unsatisfied this time, and I hope you'll let me have my fill next time. Did you get it? Sun Zhongquan stared wide-eyed at Yin Zhi in disbelief. Did I hear that right? They didn't kill me? Really? Why are you staring at me with such wide eyes? I'm asking you. Did you remember it? Do you want me to teach you a lesson again? Sun Zhongquan immediately shouted, I've got it. I've got it. The guests nearby, upon hearing this, began to murmur amongst themselves. They're still young. They're not ruthless enough. After all, this is the capital city. If someone dies here, it will be quite troublesome. But ultimately, letting the tiger return to the mountain brought endless disaster. At this moment, Granny Rong shouted loudly, Kill him! Kill him quickly! Avenge the second young master! She stumbled and ran towards Yin Zhi and Sun Zhongquan, tears streaming down her face. Even the guests who heard and saw it were quite moved. This Granny Rong is a kind and righteous woman, worthy of admiration. However, she was immediately knocked unconscious by a woman with a silver mask and dressed in purple, and taken away. However, at that moment, another roar of I'm going to kill you erupted. It's Sun Liangwu. He charged forward like a madman, his eyes bloodshot and his killing intent soaring. At this moment, he understood. I understand everything now. He was used by Sun Zhongquan. They were completely exploited from beginning to end. I was the one who hurt my mother. Then I remembered what Granny Rong said, that my father was murdered by Sun Zhongquan and my grandmother in a joint effort. Right now, Sun Liangwu had only one thought in his mind, to kill Sun Zhongquan and avenge himself. Result: bang! Sun Liangwu was punched in the face and sent flying, rolling a long way. The one who did it was Yin Zhi. Sun Liangwu got up and roared, Get out of the way! He rushed over again. Bang! He took another punch to his left cheek and rolled a long way. Sun Liangwu roared like a raging beast. I'll kill you. Beep beep. You have received 20,000 points of killing intent from Sun Liangwu. Please check. Ouch. 20,000 points? With his strength, he was able to unleash 20,000 points of killing intent. There's only one possibility. His murderous intent has reached its limit right now. Sun Liangwu was so emotionally and mentally agitated that he was unable to summon any spirits. After failing twice, he roared and charged savagely at Yin Zhi. However, Yin Zhi, who used quantum calculation, grabbed his clothes and threw him to the ground. Yin Zhi stepped on his chest. You want revenge, don't you? I've crippled him now, and you're coming to finish him off? What kind of revenge is that? What kind of revenge are you talking about? If you're a man, take revenge on your own. Whether it's me or Sun Zhongquan, revenge will have to be taken by ourselves. Rely on yourself. Rely on yourself. Rely on yourself. Did you hear me clearly? Looking at Sun Liangwu at this moment, Yin Zhi couldn't help but think of himself in his past life. Wasn't I in my past life, just like Sun Liangwu in this moment? However, Sun Liangwu was far luckier than he had been in his previous life. As long as he is willing to work hard to become stronger, he will have a chance to take revenge in his lifetime. But what about my past self? No chance. There is absolutely no chance. This grudge was only truly avenged in this lifetime. Sun Liangwu stopped yelling and shouting. His chest heaved violently, but his eyes were wide open to the limit. Yin Zhi then removed his foot from his foot. Then he kicked Sun Zhongquan with the same foot. Why aren't you leaving? Would you like to have some barbecue? Sure, let's continue. With a loud thud, a ball of blue flame appeared on Yin Zhi's palm. Sun Zhongquan quickly got up, enduring the pain all over his body, and scrambled away. You just wait. You just wait. Sun Zhongquan, will repay you 1,000 times, 100 times, 10,000 times, and 100,000 times for the grudge I have committed today. Beep beep. You have received 60,000 points of killing intent from Sun Zhongquan. Ho ho. You've contributed another 60,000 points to me. I'm even less willing to kill you. With Sun Chongquan's ignominious escape, the farce in the Sun family seems to have finally come to an end. Or is this the beginning of another farce? Who knows? As the host, Qin calmly and politely saw off all the guests and relatives. Many people secretly thought, Qin is Qin after all. This patience and composure are not something that ordinary people can possess. As for Yin Zhi, he originally wanted to leave, but Qin persuaded him to stay. Then stay. Night was falling. Yin Zhi, however, found it difficult to fall asleep. What happened to the Sun family today has completely shattered his worldview. What kind of weirdos are these? Sudden, the sound of the door opening rang out. Who? No one responded. A curvaceous figure walked in. Smelling a familiar, delicate fragrance, Yin Zhi exclaimed in surprise. Qin, don't speak. The voice was somewhat forceful, yet also carried a hint of pleading. In the darkness, the curved black shadow overlapped with Yin Zhi's black shadow. I'm so tired. I need a hug to rest. Give me your embrace, and I'll give you everything I have. Tonight, Chapter 114, the Sun family was destroyed, but its members survived. The Yin family was destroyed, but its members perished. That night, big fish swim freely in the ocean. The rats were running wildly through the sewers. On the construction site, workers who are working through the night are using pile drivers to drive piles, one after another. In space, the two satellites successfully docked and merged into one. The endless outer sky is dotted with countless stars that shine exceptionally brightly. There was even a meteor shower, with each meteor streaking across the sky with a white tail. Everything was so harmonious and beautiful. The next day, Yin Zhi had breakfast at Sun Garden before leaving. Besides him, Qin, Sun Liangwu, and old Madam Sun were also at the breakfast table. Granny Rong stood aside, head bowed, serving him. However, only Qin and Yin Zhi dined there. Sun Liangwu and his wife remained seated. Qin, in particular, seemed to have a very good appetite and ate with great relish. That's normal, considering the physical activity last night expended a lot of energy. Yin Zhi really couldn't stand the strange atmosphere at the dinner table. He wolfed down his food until he was full, then got up to say goodbye. Qin said that Auntie hadn't eaten enough, so he wouldn't see her off, and then asked Roan Mama to see her off. With Roan Mama's polite farewell, Yin Zhi got into the arranged car and left Sun Garden. After Yin Zhi left, Qin put down her cutlery and elegantly wiped her hands and mouth with a napkin. Aunt Rong, go and call all the servants over. Soon, all the servants of Sun Garden gathered in the dining room. Aunt Rong held a tray in one hand and handed them the cards one by one. You have been fired. The servants immediately became agitated. Madam Sun slammed her hand on the table in excitement. Qin, what are you going to do? What right do you have to dismiss Sun Yuan's servants? You. Granny Rong walked up to old Madam Sun and slapped her across the face. Madam Sun collapsed to the ground. She was stunned by the beating. The servants and laborers fell silent instantly. Qin's voice echoed in their ears. There are 10 million in the card. That's enough to ensure you have enough to eat and wear for the rest of your lives. From this day forward, you shall have no further connection with Sun Yuan. Let's pack our things and go. An old gardener said, Madam, I have worked in Sun Garden my whole life. Before he could finish speaking, Qin shouted, Get out. The old gardener shuddered in fright and shut his mouth. The servants and men quickly clutched the bank cards in their hands and hurried away. Return. All of you, come back here. I am the rightful master of the Sun family. Old Madam Sun shouted. Qin said calmly, From today onwards, I, Qin, and the group have no further connection with the Sun family. Grandma Sun screamed excitedly. You can't do that. What right do you have to do this? Qin, are you trying to rebel? Qin continued speaking in a calm tone. I will transfer some of money to you every month from now on. Not much, but enough to keep you from starving. Aunt Rong will stay here to take care of you. Granny Rong said, Madam, don't worry. I will take good care of you. Although Madam Sun is old, she is not stupid. She had already realized something at that moment. No, don't. Qin, you can't do this. You can't do this to me. I am a mother with the same name. Smack. Granny Rong slapped her across the face and screamed, You are not worthy to mention the second young master. You are not worthy to mention the second young master. Qin continued her calm words. I have changed the land use of this Sun Garden. After you die, this place will be converted into an orphanage. As for the rest of the Sun family, I will send them far away. After your death, the Sun family will cease to exist. Cherish the last moments you have with the Sun family. After saying that, she walked away. Sun Liangwu silently got up and followed behind Qin Qing. Qin, stop right there. Liangwu, don't go, don't leave Grandma. Come back. Nobody paid any attention to her. At this moment, she was abandoned by everyone and tasted the bitter fruit of her own making. Granny Rong stood beside old Madam Sun. Madam, aren't I still with you? Don't worry, I will take good care of you. You said I was born to serve others, a lowly fate. You also said I would serve you for the rest of my life. You're right, I will serve you for the rest of my life. She was smiling. Old Madam Sun cried. On the bus, Sun Liangwu stared quietly and blankly at the Jinshan mountain outside the window, which was covered in red leaves. Qin Qing broke the silence inside the car. Xiao Wu, give this to Yin Zhi. Remember, you must hand it to him personally. Sun Liangwu blankly accepted the red envelope. Mom, this is... Why give him a red envelope? Qin Qing said. Why ask so many questions? Just give it to him if Mom tells you to. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at the red maple leaves covering the entire Jinshan mountain outside. The red maple leaves seemed to have blushed her cheeks as well. Sun Liangwu returned to Sacred Heart University. At one point, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and opened the red envelope. 16 yuan? Why is Mom so upset? Should we give that bastard 16 yuan? Achoo! Achoo! On the airplane. Yin Zhi sneezed twice. He sniffed. Who is insulting me? Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. At this moment, Yin Zhi had already boarded a plane bound for Holy Skull City. Going back to Holy Skull City again. Would you call this a triumphant return home? Before going to the Zhao family, I could definitely need to go back to the Yin family first. I used to be afraid of those old fogies, but now do I still need to be afraid of them? Just then. Hello. Yin Zhi turned his head and saw a tall, round-faced flight attendant. Hello. Is there anything I can help you with? The round-faced, tall flight attendant's face was flushed like a ripe apple. Mr. Yin, I admire you very much. Could you please sign your name for me? Yin Zhi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, Okay. The round-faced, tall flight attendant was overjoyed. Soon, her name was signed. She happily grabbed the handkerchief with the signature, thanked everyone repeatedly, and left. After that, other flight attendants also came over one after another to ask for autographs. Hee. I never expected someone would come to me asking for my autograph. And they're all beautiful women. In the back seat, Zhao Yinwu's face was gloomy. 3 days later, Yin Zhi returned to St. Skull City. Breathing the air of his hometown, he felt it was exceptionally sweet. Go home and wait there. I need to go back to the Yin family first. Remember to get your dad ready to welcome me. After saying that, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Yin family's house. But when he arrived at the Yin family's house, his expression was one of surprise and suspicion. The Yin family home has been burned to the ground and is now a complete ruin. At this moment, firefighters are extinguishing the remaining flames. Smoke still filled the air above the Yin family's house. That's terrible. I heard the whole family was burned to death. In my opinion, he deserved it. Sure, word can be dangerous. Don't you understand? Chapter 115. Last time I tried to break in, but this time I was welcomed in. Amazing, isn't it? Did the Yin family really end up destroyed like this? Who did it? Why do this? Could it be because I offended a lot of people and they took their anger out on me? In an instant, a variety of questions arose in Yin Zhi's mind. Then, an emotion welled up inside me. Accurate. I'm so annoyed. I'm willing to do anything for the Yin family. But no matter what, he never thought of destroying the Yin family. But he wouldn't allow anyone to mess with the Yin family. Not to mention something like now, where everything was burned to the ground. Sure, whoever you are, you're really something. Playing with fire and setting people on fire. Is that it? Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, let's have a competition to see who's better at playing with fire. Why does Yin Zhi believe it was man-made? Because as long as he's not stupid, he can tell that the fire that burned down the Yin family's house was man-made. After thinking for a moment, Yin Zhi left the ruins of the Yin family and took a taxi straight to the sanctuary. He met with Jin Han Hai, the director of the sanctuary, without any difficulty. It was he who pulled strings to get Yin Zhi into Sacred Heart Academy. Jin Han Hai was somewhat surprised to see Yin Zhi. Why are you back? When did you get back? Yin Zhi smiled and said, I just arrived today. I had some things to take care of on my way back, so I stopped by to see you. As he spoke, he handed over the gift box in his hand. Jin Han Hai laughed and said, Just come. That's enough. Why bring any gifts? Specialty products of Sacred Heart City. It's just a small wish. Please don't refuse. Besides, I'm not asking you for any favors, so it doesn't count as a bribe, right? Jin Hanhai laughed. I never refuse things that are offered to me. Immediately afterwards, Jin Hanhai inquired about Yin Zhi's situation at Sacred Heart University. Fine. The students were very friendly. As soon as I arrived, they nominated me to be the class monitor. They were so enthusiastic, I felt bad refusing. Later, I went to Wanlongsu with them. I'll be going to Howard for an exchange program soon. Jin Hanhai nodded. Good. Very good. Now I'm even more convinced that sending you to Sacred Heart University was the right thing to do. However, once you arrive in Howard, remember to visit the local sanctuary. Yin Zhi Dao. Do I still need to report for duty? Jin Hanhai nodded with a serious expression. Others don't need it. But you need it. Just because you are the master of the Azure Flame Empress. Yin Zhi laughed. Hee. I understand. You're worried someone will steal my Azure Flame Empress? Jin Hanhai shook his head and said no. Ooh, no? Jin Hanhai, I'm worried they'll kill you. I even want to advise you not to go to Howard. I definitely have to go. Why would they want to kill me? And who are they referring to? Jin Hanhai said with a serious expression. Almost everyone is an Odin Mera. Yin Zhi was startled. No way. Is it really that exaggerated? He appeared surprised on the surface. What about in your heart? Of course, it's a happy occasion. Joy. Great joy. He desperately wants others to kill him. The more the better. Jin Hanhai then answered Yin Zhi's questions. The fact that you asked this question proves that you don't understand the basic situation of the country of Odinmala. You should go and find out more about it later. In short, the Azure Flame Empress is the most ferocious demon lord in the Yo religion mythology of Odin Mela. She has a name over there called Sanden, which means the demon who destroys the world. Ultimately, it all started more than 2,000 years ago when Zhao Zheng used the Qinyan Empress to conquer the Han Kingdom. If you draw the Azure Flame Empress, then in the eyes of the Odin Mera people, you are the incarnation of the Demon King. More than 90% of the Odinmera people are followers of the Yayo religion. You, the incarnation of the Demon King, have run into the territory of the Yahweh Church. What do you think they will do? Yin Zhi touched his nose and said, so that's how it is. He was secretly overjoyed. Then I'm even more determined to go. No one can stop me. To me, Odin Mera is a land of money. Afterwards, Yin Zhi chatted with Jin Hanhai for a while and then asked about the fire at the Yin family's residence. Jin Hanhai sighed. I knew you'd ask that. The official statement was that the fire at the Yin family's residence was caused by a ruptured gas pipeline. But in reality, it was Yin Tianxiong who set fire to the Yin family's house. Yin Zhi was taken aback. Yin Tianxiong? Yin Tianxiong, the head of the Yin family, actually burned down the entire Yin family estate? Is he crazy? Not a single survivor? Jin Hanhai said no. They were all tied up and burned alive. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi felt a chill run down his spine. That Yin Tianxiong is really ruthless. After chatting with Jin Hanhai for a while, Yin Zhi got up and left. Jin Hanhai personally escorted Yin Zhi to the entrance of the sanctuary. Watching Yin Zhi's retreating figure, he muttered to himself, it's better to burn it down. Burn away everything that shouldn't exist, and the world will be a cleaner place. I hope so. His murmurs were so soft that even he himself might not be able to hear them. After leaving the sanctuary, Yin Zhi, who had nowhere to go for a while, found a star-rated hotel and booked a room with internet access. He then locked himself in his room and began searching online for information about Odinmala. You won't believe it until you search. A whole bunch of things come up. For example, right now there are two very exciting things happening in Odinmala. First, a contagious disease, Black Stripe, is raging in the country of Odinmala, with the number of infected people exceeding 50 million. Second, the struggle for the presidency. The Bear faction and the Wolf faction are fighting for the presidency, and the whole country is in chaos. Wow, it seems I'll have to be careful not to get infected with melasma when I go there. I really wouldn't want to go to such a chaotic place if it weren't for my desire to kill and my mission. Sudden, he also saw an entertainment news article. Yang Feiyue is trapped in Odin Mera. This is really... Why would you go to such a dangerous place just to receive an award? Isn't this just asking for trouble? For the next 2 days, Yin Zhi stayed in his room. On the third day, he finally went out and headed straight for the Zhao family. As soon as Yin Zhi got out of the car, the gatekeeper of the Zhao family ran into the Zhao family's house. Young Master Yin has arrived. Young Master Yin has arrived. Young Master Yin has arrived. The sound came from the other side of the high wall. The other gatekeeper, with a beaming smile, came forward to greet them. Young Master Yin, welcome. Please wait a moment. The young master, and young lady will come out to greet you shortly. Yin Zhi looked at the Zhao residence in front of him, put his hands on his hips, and sighed deeply. I managed to get in last time, but this time I was welcomed in. Isn't that amazing? The gatekeeper bowed and scraped, grinning obsequiously. Chapter 116, tell me, what exactly happened? Tell me quickly. Ha ha ha. My dear nephew, we've been waiting for you. Welcome, welcome. Zhao Fengming walked out of the door to the accompaniment of his hearty and enthusiastic laughter. Behind him, Zhao Kuang and Zhao Yinwu followed on either side. Zhao Yinwu wore a very genuine fake smile. Zhao Kuang kept his head down, so his face could not be seen. Yin Zhi chuckled, sounding rather perfunctory. I didn't want to come. After all, I'm usually quite busy. But he couldn't resist Miss Zhao's persistent pleading. I was also thinking of going back to my hometown to visit, so I decided to take leave and come back. Zhao Fengming laughed and said, Yes, yes, yes. Your uncle is very happy that you could come, my dear nephew. Come on, let's go inside. Yin Zhi glanced at Zhao Kuang. Uncle Zhao, right? It seems that young master, Zhao, doesn't welcome my arrival. Look, I've arrived, and he hasn't even looked up. Zhao Fengming quickly said that it was nothing, and then said to Zhao Kuang, Kuanger, hurry up and call me brother. The tone was quite stern. Zhao Kuang gritted his teeth, raised his head, and forced a very ugly smile. Elder brother, you are welcome to visit my home. Yin Zhi laughed heartily, and then walked into the Zhao residence with the 3 members of the Zhao family. Walking along the retro-style corridor, Yin Zhi sighed. The Zhao family still looks so grand. It's a pity. The Yin family home has been reduced to ruins. Zhao Fengming also looked regretful. Why? As the saying goes, the weather is unpredictable, and fortune can change in an instant. Misfortune has struck, there's no escaping it. My dear nephew, please accept my condolences. Yin Zhi sighed. The person is dead, so we can only grieve in moderation. The 3 of them made their way to the living room. The quick-witted servant immediately brought over the tea. Yin Zhi touched the teacup with his fingers, but showed no intention of drinking it. He went straight to the point and got to the heart of the matter. Uncle Zhao, right? Since our 2 families are already so familiar, let's not beat around the bush. You should know perfectly well why I came back, right? Zhao Yinwu became anxious. Yin Zhi. She was afraid of people secretly monitoring the Zhao family. Don't speak. You have no right to speak here. Yin Zhi interrupted her without any politeness. Zhao Yinwu's face immediately turned red. Yin Zhi looked at Zhao Fengming and said, So Uncle Zhao, let's get straight to the point. What do you say? Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Fengming's eyes darted around. Let's talk about your marriage to my daughter. Yin Zhi's face darkened. Uncle Zhao, are you joking with me? Zhao Fengming kept giving Yin Zhi meaningful glances. How can such a serious matter as marriage be treated as a joke? After all, this was something your parents and I decided on a long time ago. Although there were some setbacks along the way, it was all because Yin was too young and naive and made a big mistake due to her impulsiveness. Zhao Fengming emphasized the words parents. Yin Zhi frowned. He could hear that Zhao Fengming emphasized the words parents even more. Naturally, he understood what the other person meant. I know what you want to know, so you have to do as I say. Yin Zhi smiled. Uncle Zhao, you should be familiar with my way of doing things. I'm the kind of person who likes to take the initiative. Being proactive means that others should follow my lead, instead of letting others lead me by the nose. Uncle Zhao, you should understand what I mean, right? Looking at Yin Zhi's expression, Zhao Fengming sighed, his face showing bitterness. Since my dear nephew has already put it this way, he stood up and said, Then please come with me to the study, my dear nephew. It's a better place to discuss matters. Yin Zhi also stood up and started walking. Uncle Zhao led the way. Zhao Fengming then instructed Zhao Kuang and Zhao Yinwu, the siblings, to go to the kitchen to prepare lunch, while he and Yin Zhi went to the study to discuss the so-called important matter of marriage. The Zhao siblings watched Zhao Fengming and Yin Zhi leave. After a while, judging that Yin Zhi and his father had already gone far away, Zhao Kuang immediately cursed, That damned bastard. Zhao Yinwu's expression immediately changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Kuang was completely different from before at this moment. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Sis, what are you so nervous about? From now on, you're completely free. Hey sis, you've had a tough trip. Don't worry. You'll get back everything you suffered and were wronged by him right away, with interest. Zhao Yinwu stared blankly. Zhao Kuang, what are you talking about? What do you mean by getting it back with interest? Zhao Kuang chuckled smugly, picked up his teacup, and was about to take a sip when he suddenly remembered something and quickly threw the teacup away. That was close. I almost forgot this tea is poisoned. Although I took the antidote beforehand. What a pity. What a pity. The guy didn't drink it. But it's all right. He entered the Zhao family's gate upright, so he can expect to leave horizontally. The more Zhao Kuang spoke, the more pleased he became. Zhao Yinwu said, Zhao Kuang, what exactly are you saying? Explain yourself. Hee. Sister, now I can tell you. Actually, it was all a setup. A scheme to lure Yin Zhi into the Zhao family. The Zhao family has now laid a trap. The man surnamed Yin has no chance of escaping. Zhao Yinwu was stunned. Director, what about the matter of you and your father being coerced? Zhao Kuang laughed heartily. Of course it's fake. Sister, I have to apologize for this. We really didn't mean to lie to you. We were just afraid you'd find out. In this situation, you are the most crucial one. Only if you truly believe that my father and I were coerced can you put on a genuine performance and fool that scoundrel Yin Zhi. Zhao Yinwu was struck dumb. Fake. It's fake. Then what about all the grievances I've suffered these past few days? Then what about all the fear and anxiety I've been going through these past few days? Overwhelmed by the events of the past few months, tears streamed down Zhao Yinwu's face. Zhao Kuang's smugness vanished instantly. Elder sister, why are you crying? Don't cry. Zhao Yinwu stared blankly at Zhao Kuang, then suddenly raised his hand as if to slap him. Zhao Kuang was so frightened that he quickly raised his hand to block. Seeing Zhao Kuang's expression, Zhao Yinwu raised his hand but ultimately did not strike. Zhao Kuang quickly apologized. Sister, I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Isn't this all to ensure absolute safety? It's all for the sake of the bigger picture. Zhao Yinwu wiped away her tears and said fiercely, Tell me, what exactly happened? Tell me now. Tell me. Chapter 117, I am the true heir of the Zhao family. You imposter. Get out of here. This matter. We need to go back a few months. But no, that's too long. Let's not go back. Zhao Kuang suddenly looked mysterious. Sis, let me tell you a secret. Don't be surprised when you hear this. Promise me. Zhao Yinwu said. Stop talking nonsense. Speak up. Zhao Kuang leaned close to Zhao Yinwu's ear. Sis, let me tell you something. In fact, our Zhao family are descendants of the Zhao royal family of the Qing Empire. That is, relatives of the emperor. Zhao Yinwu was shocked. What did you say? Zhao Kuang had a big smile on his face. Sister, I told you not to be surprised, but look at you, you're surprised again. That's normal, though. When I first heard about it, I was so shocked that my head went numb, you know. Zhao Yinwu was stunned. Qing Empire? Descendants of the Zhao imperial family? Imperial relatives? Zhao Yinwu asked. Is this true? How do you know? Of course, you should look at the family tree. However, due to the passage of time, our branch's genealogy can only be traced back to the 30th generation. Thank goodness. Other descendants of the Zhao family have come looking for us. Otherwise, we would never have known that royal blood flows in our veins. Zhao Yinwu immediately seized on a key point. You mentioned other descendants of the Zhao family? Yes. And let me tell you, the ancestor of this branch was actually the younger brother of Emperor Qin Shi, Zhao Zheng. In other words, everyone else is a collateral branch, while we are the direct descendants. If Zhao Zheng had passed the throne to her younger brother back then, and it had continued down the lineage, in our generation, you will be the princess, and I will be the prince. Zhao Kuang was extremely excited, his eyes shining. There was one more thing he didn't say. Maybe I'll still be the crown prince. Zhao Yinwu stared wide-eyed. Are you out of your mind? That's over 2,000 years ago. What does that have to do with anything? Princess? Prince, are you trying to say that you're the crown prince and your father is the emperor? Zhao Kuang chuckled to himself, thinking, You said it, I didn't. Zhao Yinwu asked. Then what does this have to do with Yin Zhi? The moment Yin Zhi was mentioned, Zhao Kuang's expression changed instantly. How can it be unrelated? His Azure Flame Empress belongs to our Zhao family. Since it belongs to our Zhao family, of course we should take it back. Why should that good-for-nothing surnamed Yin be in charge of controlling our Zhao family spirit beast? We must take it back. It's our right. Zhao Yinwu was stunned. She realized that the person who had coerced her father and brother was actually the Qingyan Empress. But to her utter surprise, the so-called coercion did not exist at all. It was clearly her own father and brother who wanted to seize the throne from Empress Qingyan. But, wrong. That doesn't make sense. What's the deal with Yi Haolong? What role did he play in this matter? Zhao Yinwu's mind raced, and she muttered to herself. Actually, there's a force secretly targeting Yin Zhi. In other words, the father was cooperating with that force. But the problem is, Zhao Yinwu grabbed Zhao Kuang's shoulder. Zhao Kuang, tell me, if the Azure Flame Empress is taken back from Yin Zhi, who will she be given to? Tell me quickly. Zhao Kuang cried out in pain, saying, Sister, why are you using so much force? Tell me quickly. Zhao Kuang said, Is that even a question? Of course it's for me. We are the direct descendants of the Zhao family. The people from the imperial clan court said. Zhao Yinwu's cheeks flushed instantly, and she was extremely excited. What a load of bull. You've been scammed. You guys are really. Why should the Azure Flame Empress, with such an important 9-star Holy Spirit, be given to you? You believe everything people say. Have you and your dad lost your minds? We've all been used. Zhao Kuang said, Sister, what are you saying? How is this possible? Why can't it be impossible? Suddenly, a voice with a faint smile came in. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Yinwu suddenly turned his head to look. Yi Haolong. It's Yi Haolong. In an instant, Zhao Yinwu's face, which had been flushed with excitement, turned as pale as paper. Leaf. Zhao Kuang, startled and furious, exclaimed, Who are you? Who gave you permission to enter my house? Dressed casually, Yi Haolong bowed slightly, appearing very polite. Please allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Zhao, the Zhao of the Zhao clan, and my name is Zhao Haolong, the direct descendants of the Zhao family. Exactly the 95th generation. 95. I like this number. Zhao Kuang said, You're a direct descendant of the Zhao family? Nonsense. Where did you get 2 direct descendants from? I am the one. Zhao Haolong shook his head, a proud, aristocratic smile on his face. No, you are not. However, one thing is certain. Your branch is indeed a descendant of the Zhao family. It's just that you're from a side branch, a very, very side branch. You don't even have the right to call yourselves descendants of the Zhao family. Zhao Kuang was so angry that his face turned red. Qualifications? What qualifications do you have? Our family has a genealogy. The genealogy is clearly written and can be matched with the genealogy of the imperial clan court. Zhao Haolong chuckled, his expression full of disdain. Isn't that simple? I'll have the imperial clan court create a fake family tree that matches your branch perfectly. Wouldn't that solve the problem? All of this, of course, is to make you obediently become my pawns. Help me set up this scheme. Don't worry, I will remember the contributions you have made to the Zhao family. When rewards are given for meritorious service in the future, you will certainly receive a share. Zhao Kuang was absolutely furious. Impossible. That's impossible. I don't believe it. I am the true descendant of the Zhao family. You imposter. Get out of here. With a roar, Zhao Kuang charged forward. Zhao Yinwu was about to rush forward to stop him. Zhao Kuang. Result. Smack. Zhao Haolong slapped Zhao Kuang across the face. How weak was Zhao Kuang? How strong is Zhao Haolong? With that slap, Zhao Kuang immediately fainted. Zhao Haolong raised his hand, and the attendant behind him handed him a handkerchief. He slowly wiped his hands. This slap is a reward for you. Insubordination is a crime deserving of death. Considering your past contributions, I will temporarily spare your lives. Why aren't you kneeling down to express your gratitude? He said the last sentence while looking at Zhao Yinwu. Zhao Yinwu and Zhao Haolong's eyes met briefly, and they immediately lowered their heads. Aren't you going to kneel? Zhao Yinwu trembled all over, and with a thud, he knelt down. Chapter 118. When I ascend the throne and become emperor, you will have a place in my harem. The Zhao residence. Study. Please have a seat, my dear nephew. Zhao Fengming gestured for him to sit down in the host's seat. Yin Zhi casually sat down opposite Zhao Fengming. Uncle Zhao, is it more convenient to talk here? Let's cut to the chase and get straight to the point. How? Zhao Fengming smiled. Nephew, you really are an impatient person. Okay, since that's the case, then I'll just say it directly. Yin Zhi pricked up his ears, pretending to listen attentively. Zhao Fengming said, Actually, regarding your father's death. At this point, he sighed. Suddenly, he stomped his foot on the ground. Suddenly, Yin Zhi disappeared. It turned out that the area where Yin Zhi was sitting had suddenly collapsed. Without any warning. It happened so suddenly. In the blink of an eye, the person, the seat, and the ground were gone in an instant. Instead, two pieces of flooring were joined together, fitting perfectly. Zhao Fengming sighed again. Brother Yin, for the revival of the Zhao family, I can only apologize to you. These words were clearly spoken to Yin Zhi's father, Yin Tianying. He and Yin Tianying are indeed good brothers. But so what? Yin Tianying is dead after all. When a person dies, the debt is settled, and so is the affection. Not to mention, the Zhao family and Yin Zhi had long since severed all ties and had no relation whatsoever. There's absolutely nothing wrong with dealing with Yin Zhi for the sake of the Zhao family's grand cause. Underground, Yin Zhi was already enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. The smoke entered his mouth and nose, and he found it unusually sweet. That's awesome. I knew it was a trap. Just you wait and see. I'll settle this score with you. He was cursing in his heart and cursing out loud. Zhao Fengming, you tricked me. Cough, cough. Zhao Yanwu, you bitch, you just wait. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. I will never, ever let you get away with this. He was cursing. He roared, roaring. Gradually, the sound grew weaker and softer. In the end, Yin Zhi completely lost consciousness and fell into a coma. The situation inside the locked room was being broadcast live on a screen. Zhao Fengming, Zhao Yanwu, Zhao Kuang, and Zhao Haolong. In addition, there were Zhao Haolong's entourage. A group of people watched quietly and waited silently. Zhao Kuang's cheeks were still swollen and pinkish red, and his shoulders were trembling slightly. Zhao Yanwu looked at Yin Zhi, who was lying motionless on the ground on the screen. Her expression was very complicated. At this moment, she felt she should be very happy. The person who brought you endless humiliation has now ended up like this. Isn't that something to be happy about? However, for some reason, Zhao Yanwu felt no happiness at all. It's even a bit of a pity or a shame for him. Hee, what good is it if you were once successful? From now on, you will become a useless person again. Of course, it's just a pity and a shame for him. She doesn't think she did the right thing. But I absolutely do not believe I did anything wrong. Not to mention she was kept in the dark at first too. Even if she knew from the beginning that it was a setup, so what? She will still do what she should for her family. At this moment, Zhao Fengming spoke up. Young Master Zhao appears to have completely lost consciousness. He's lived to a ripe old age. He's not as foolish or naive as Zhao Kuang. From the very beginning, he knew he was nothing more than someone else's pawn. After much deliberation, he was quite willing to be a pawn. Yin Tianxiong wants to elevate the Yin family to a higher level. Doesn't Zhao Fengming want the Zhao family to become a bigger and stronger family? In his view, this is an opportunity. To put it bluntly, as long as they can latch onto the powerful Zhao family, the Holy Skull Zhao family can reach even greater heights. Zhao Haolong wore a confident smile on his face. No ruse. That guy is very cunning. Although he was no match for the gentle hero's tomb, it was better to be safe than sorry. Haha, Yin Zhi, you finally met your match. The land of gentle pleasures is the graveyard of heroes. The ancients were right. Zhao Haolong looked at Zhao Yanwu, his eyes gleaming with a decadent light. Zhao Yanwu noticed Zhao Haolong's gaze and looked away as soon as their eyes met. It had become like a timid, frightened little white rabbit. Zhao Fengming saw this and felt a little pleased. If Yin Yin can get together with him, it will be of great benefit to my Zhao family. Zhao Haolong asked, Zhao Yanwu, do you know what to do next? Zhao Fengming quickly replied, Young Master Zhao, I haven't had a chance to tell my daughter about this yet. Then I'll speak. He pinched Zhao Yanwu's fair and delicate chin, a domineering and wicked smile playing on his lips. Next, with the assistance of the gentle hero's tomb, the hypnotist will hypnotize Yin Zhi, make him fall hopelessly in love with you. Then, the two of you will get your marriage certificate and tie the knot. From then on, you live together in the Zhao residence. After that, he will willingly marry Empress Qingyan to you. After that, I will come a Holy Skull City and meet you by chance. The grand finale is that you started something and then abandoned me, leaving Yin Zhi to be with me. In the end, you willingly transferred Empress Qingyan to me. Did you understand? Zhao Yanwu suddenly felt an urge to cry. I've become a laughingstock for many people. If I continue to do as you say, I will become a despicable, shameful, and mocking bitch that everyone will despise and ridicule. What exactly am I, Zhao Yanwu? A good tool to help you obtain the Azure Flame Empress? Zhao Haolong's voice continued to reach her ears. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. Once the matter is accomplished, you will be credited with the greatest merit. When I ascend the throne and become emperor, you will have a place in my harem. At that time, your Holy Skull Zhao clan can also be recognized as ancestors and return to the ancestral home, and even your chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Zhao Fengming quickly said, Yin, why don't you thank young Master Zhao? Thanks? Zhao Yinwu gave a bitter smile to his heart. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhao, for your great kindness. It is an honor I have earned through 3 lifetimes to serve young Master Zhao. This humble woman will certainly do her utmost for young Master Zhao's great cause of restoring the country and ascending the throne, serving him with utmost loyalty and devotion. Zhao Haolong frowned. He felt very uncomfortable listening to Zhao Yinwu's words. Are you mocking me with these flowery words? Snort. Zhao Haolong didn't bother to argue. In his eyes, Zhao Yinwu was nothing more than a pawn, a tool. It's not worth getting angry over. Waiting and waiting, waiting and waiting. After waiting for an hour, Zhao Haolong felt it was about time and stood up. That's about it. Let's begin. Erdizi, go and tell Master Xiao and the others to make preparations. Make sure they are absolutely certain that everything is foolproof. Erdizi, a trusted follower, responded and then disappeared in a flash. Chapter 119, I'm not exaggerating. Every single one of you here is trash. Are hypnotists really that amazing? Can it completely change a person's mindset? The answer is yes. However, it is extremely difficult to completely change a person's mindset. There are many challenges to overcome. But so what if it's difficult? No matter how difficult it is, there are always people who want to do it. Not only do we have to do it, we have to make it a success. Afterwards, Yin Zhi was packed up and taken away. The group was led out of Holy Skull City through a secret passage. They were eventually taken to a manor at the foot of Yinmei Mountain, right next to Yintong Lake. In ancient times, Yin was associated with the left and Yang with the right. Therefore, Yinmei Mountain is the left eyebrow of the Saint's skull. Yintong Lake is naturally the left eye hole of the Saint's skull. This manor naturally belongs to the Zhao family, and it was built in a very luxurious and grand manner. It's practically a palace. Don't underestimate the Zhao family, just because they're a nobody in the true Dragon Kingdom. However, in Saint Skull City, they're a genuine, wealthy, and powerful family. Zhao Fengming can build a palace if he wants to. And sure enough, he actually did. Zhao Haolong was very satisfied with the Zhao family manor. The spiritual energy here is especially abundant, making it a treasure land for cultivation. It's decided. Next time we come to Holy Skull City, we'll stay here, enjoy the natural scenery. While cultivating, she unlocked the skills of the Azure Flame Empress, while enjoying the service of Zhao Yinwu, Yin Zhi's wife. When the time is right in the future, we can ride the wind and soar through the clouds, transforming into a dragon and ascending to the highest peak. Feeling exhilarated, Zhao Haolong burst into laughter. He opened his arms as if embracing heaven and earth, facing the blue sky and the lake. This world, it will eventually belong to me, Zhao Haolong. However, at this moment, ha ha ha, fuck you. Upon hearing this sound, Zhao Haolong turned around abruptly in shock. His face was even frozen in a laughing expression. However, no more laughter came out. At the same time, Zhao Fengming, Zhao Yinwu, and Zhao Kuang looked in the direction of the sound and were dumbfounded, standing frozen like stone statues. Zhao Haolong's followers were the quickest to react. They immediately drew summoning arrays and summoned their respective spirits. They instantly assumed a fighting stance. Whose voice did they hear? Whom did they see? Who else could it be? It was Yin Zhi. At this moment, Yin Zhi stood with his hands on his hips, twisting his waist and neck, moving his body which hadn't moved for several hours. Stiffness is no pleasant feeling. To his left was Empress Qingyan, wielding the dragon-slaying sword. To his right was the white-clad Empress, holding a huge syringe. He himself, however, wore a face full of contempt and arrogance. I thought it was a setup by someone. Oh, it's you, Yi Haolong. So your surname is Zhao. You should really take a piss and look at yourself. Look at yourself. What a piece of trash you are. This world will eventually belong to me. Zhao Haolong. Ugh. Zhao Haolong's face darkened. Zhao Fengming's chubby face trembled as he exclaimed, How did you wake up? Zhao Yinwu's face and lips were pale, and her large, dark eyes trembled. Zhao Kuang remained motionless, stunned. Yin Zhi chuckled dryly twice. How did I wake up? Uncle Zhao, I'm so sorry. I was awake the whole time. What kind of trashy sleeping pills did you use? I inhaled for over an hour, and the more I inhaled, the more awake I became. You didn't buy counterfeit or substandard products, did you? Trying to fool me with counterfeit goods? You motherfucker, who do you think you are? Whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew from Yin Tong Lake, ruffling everyone's hair and unsettling their emotions. By the way, why is Yin Zhi all right? Of course it's not the Gentle Hero's tomb. It's a counterfeit product. On the contrary, this stuff is quite potent. It is not just a physical drug, but also a psychotropic drug. It can cause physical weakness and soreness. At the same time, it can also induce indescribable dreams in the mind. In dreams, the poisoned person can experience the ultimate pleasure. He willingly and completely succumbed to the allure of pleasure, unwilling to wake up. There are those in the world who are immune to the graves of gentle heroes. Logically speaking, Yin Zhi should not be included in this category. He's just a gold-ranking spirit master. At this level, neither physical nor mental strength can withstand the effects of the gentle hero's tomb's medicine. That's right. That's right. Logically speaking, Yin Zhi would indeed be buried in the tomb of gentle heroes. The question is he someone who can be judged by common sense? Why is the gentle hero's tomb ineffective against Yin Zhi? Holy Spirit 9-star spirit-controlling white-clad Empress's skills. How about giving yourself an injection that makes you immune to all poisons? How about giving yourself a calming and soothing injection? Before stepping into the Zhao residence, Yin Zhi gave himself several injections. No matter how advanced the gentle hero's tomb is, can it surpass the Holy Spirit 9-star spirit control skill? Zhao Haolong was naturally completely unaware of all this. At this moment, looking at the energetic and spirited Yin Zhi, Zhao Haolong almost blurted out, "This is impossible." But in the end, he held back. Why should I hold back? Because it's too embarrassing. What does it mean to shout, "This is impossible" at this time? This means that you have lost control of the current situation and circumstances. It means that I am incompetent. How much effort and energy did the descendants of the Zhao family put into this scheme? Failure is unacceptable. Oof. Zhao Haolong forced a couple of cold laughs, hoping to mask his lack of confidence. Yin Zhi, you seem quite smug. Do you think you've got the victory in the bag by holding off the gentle hero's tomb? If I were you, do you know what I would do? I won't waste a single word. Instead, I'll launch the most ferocious attack right away. It's a pity. In an instant, 4 people appeared around Yin Zhi. 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, each stood in a blind spot surrounding Yin Zhi. Of these 4 people, all except the woman were quite old. The woman, though stunningly beautiful, didn't look young either, roughly the same age as Qin Qing. Each of them was accompanied by 2 spirit beasts. Although they vary in type and shape, their rarity is evident from their appearance alone. Do you know how many preparations we made for this operation? You've missed your chance, and now you have no more opportunities. Even if you, a gold-level spirit master, have the Azure Flame Empress, so what? Before you stand 4 king-level spirit masters. Do you really know how strong a king-level spirit master is when you're not even a diamond-level spirit master? A bewitching fake smile burst from Yin Zhi's mouth. I really don't know how strong a king-level spirit master is. But you know nothing about my power. I'm not exaggerating. To me, every single one of you here is trash. Chapter 124, King-level beings? Is that all they've got? Not a single one of them is even worth a fight. I'm not exaggerating. For me, every single one of you here, it's all garbage. It's all garbage. This sentence instantly ignited the anger in some people's hearts. Arrogant. One of the elderly men, with a white beard, shouted and immediately used his spirit control skill. His spirits are 2 frameless rectangular mirrors. Tool type, space-based spirit summon. Boundless magic mirror, epic rarity, 1 star. Overall rating, 7.1. Spirit control, skill, mirror switch casting. Yin Zhi's figure was reflected in the boundless demon mirror. The next second, Yin Zhi disappeared into thin air, replaced by a large expanse of water pouring out. This mirror switch moved Yin Zhi to Yin Tong Lake. Meanwhile, the water in Yin Tong Lake was switched to the location where Yin Zhi was. That's not the point. The key point is that the Azure Flame Empress and the white-clad Empress were left behind in their original positions. The symbiotic chain has been severed. This is the true power of the boundless magic mirror. The extraordinary strength of a spirit master almost entirely originates from spirit mastery. Once the symbiotic chain is broken, all spirit-controlling abilities will be rendered useless, and the consequences are predictable. Let's go. Another bald, old man laughed loudly, his body crackling with electric snakes. He grabbed another middle-aged man in white and hugged him tightly. In an instant, the two transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight towards Yin Lake. This is the skill Thunder Flash from the Spirit Ball Lightning, an extremely fast movement skill. Almost instantly, the lightning bolt struck a spot above Yin Lake and transformed back into two people. Elegant brat. Let me show you what I'm capable of. The middle-aged man in white was drinking loudly. He was holding a huge gun-like weapon in his hand. The gun barrel, as thick as an arm, pointed directly at the lake below. Weapon type, control-type spirit, free spray gun. Epic rarity, 3 stars. Overall rating 7.6. The Spirit Master skill, Deep Chill Breath, is unleashed. A deep white wisp of cold air mixed with a hint of pale blue shot out from the free spray gun. The moment this chill touched Yin Lake, the lake's surface froze instantly, turning into thick, solid ice. Furthermore, the icing area is rapidly spreading outwards, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters in the blink of an eye. The key point is that the frozen area not only radiates outwards, but also extends into the lake bed. Needless to say, Yin Zhi was right below the lake's surface. This is going to freeze Yin Zhi in ice. The middle-aged man in white and the bald old man landed on the ice. The bald old man touched his bald head and laughed. Oh dear, the back of my head feels cool. Suddenly, several other people appeared on the ice not far from them. Oh dear, little brother was so arrogant just now. I thought he was so great. How come he's not good anymore? I didn't even get a chance to make a move. It was so boring. The alluring woman in red spoke in a seductive voice, her flirtatious tone penetrating to the bone, making listeners' hearts itch. The white-haired old man chuckled. Young people are still too inexperienced. Zhao Haolong said, Elders, you must not be careless or underestimate the enemy. Please subdue him immediately to avoid any unforeseen complications. Having suffered a major setback, Zhao Haolong was clearly much more cautious. The white-haired old man bowed to Zhao Haolong and said, Yes, young master. He immediately intended to use the boundless magic mirror to pull Yin Zhi out of the ice. But at this moment, a burst of blue flame shot into the sky from beneath the ice not far away. Its momentum was like a volcanic eruption. Under the terrifying blue flames, the solid ice instantly turned into water vapor, which swept outwards. The bald old man and the middle-aged man in white have been forced to retreat. How is that possible? Why is he still able to use his skills? Really? Logically, if the symbiotic chain breaks, the Spirit Master will no longer be able to use spirit control skills. Here, unless the Master unlocks the spirit while it is in a linked state, the Master cannot disband the spirit. The spirit can only be dispelled on its own after a period of time. Therefore, Yin Zhi had no way to disband the Azure Flame Empress and summon her back. So reconnect? That's impossible. Yin Zhi and Empress Qingyan are so far apart. How could they have such a long symbiotic chain? How on earth did he manage to use his skill? When Yin Zhi reappeared before everyone, they immediately understood. The symbiotic chain is actually that long. It can connect things that are a kilometer apart. Is this what makes the 9 stars of the Holy Spirit so special? After Yin Zhi appeared, the mechanical Empress appeared beside him. Sharp. Wow, you're pretty good at using those skills. Now it's my turn, isn't it? The middle-aged man in white immediately fired his freezing spray gun, unleashing countless ice needles with a single shot. Unfortunately, all those ice needles missed their target. The white-haired old man shouted, Behind you! Yin Zhi glided out of the subspace, a nanoblade forming in his hand as he slashed at the middle-aged man in white. The bald old man reacted extremely quickly. He grabbed the middle-aged man in white and vanished in a flash of lightning. Yin Zhi's nanolongsword only struck the lightning. But when a middle-aged man in white reappeared, he had a bloody gash on his back. Clearly, Yin Zhi's strike hit its mark. Its blade actually pierced through my king-level physical body. The middle-aged man in white was both shocked and furious. Just then, a red mist swept towards Yin Zhi at an extremely fast speed. They moved so fast that they surrounded Yin Zhi in the blink of an eye. A voice with an irresistible allure began to resonate around Yin Zhi. Hey bro, not coming? Too much fighting and killing is not good. Let's play some fun games. Poke it, pull it out. Sister will take you to the pinnacle of blissful bliss, okay? This is the red-clad enchantress casting a seductive spell. Her summoned spirit is a lifelike geisha figure of epic 5-star quality. Upon hearing that sound, every man present felt something. However, shut up. Who wants dry, loose, and rotten goods? Get lost. Are you trying to make me throw up my dinner from last night? As he spoke, he slapped her hard and swiftly. A king-level expert is indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for quantum computing, Yin Zhi wouldn't have been able to catch a glimpse of the red-clad demoness at all. Her speed was simply too fast. Even with quantum calculus, he still relies more on his predictive capabilities. And this prediction also has a percentage probability. Yin Zhi's slap was aimed at the position with the highest probability of success. Unexpectedly, each one hit the mark. The woman in red fell to the ground, her left cheek swollen high, and lay on the ice, revealing her 2 long, white legs. She remained motionless, completely stunned by the blow. She was dumbfounded, but Yin Zhi was not. He appeared in front of the white-haired old man again, using a subspace glide, but disappeared the moment he appeared. The white-haired old man turned around subconsciously, only to find the place empty behind him. Behind you. This time, it was Zhao Haolong who spoke up. However, it was too late. Yin Zhi, who had emerged from the subspace rift, plunged a knife into the white-haired old man's kidney. Yin Zhi grabbed the white-haired old man's hair. Don't blame me for disrespecting the elderly. With a violent spin and a flick of the wrist, he was sent flying, his scalp ripped off. 4 king-level beings? Is that all they've got? Not a single one of them is even worth a fight. Yin Zhi's infinitely arrogant voice spread across the ice. At this moment, Empress Qingyan and Empress Bai also arrived. In an instant, 3 empresses stood beside him. Chapter 121. Why? Why are you so strong? Tell me why. These people are really ridiculous. They went to such great lengths for the sake of the Azure Flame Empress. If you knew that my other 2 empresses also possessed the power of 9-star holy spirits, I wonder if I'll be bursting with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yin Zhi thought this way because a well-fed man doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. Certainly, the most important factor is pride. Yes, pride. I have 3 of the 9-star holy spirits that you've gone to such lengths to obtain. No. We also need to add the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress. Thus, we now have as many as 4 holy spirit 9-star guardian spirits. That's twice as much as the supreme saint of the holy court. How can I not be pleased? I'm so proud of myself. Thinking of this, Yin Zhi smiled smugly. The look in his eyes as he glanced at Zhao Haolong and the others revealed a deep-seated disdain. At this time, Empress Qingyan, the Empress in white, Mechanical Empress. 2 people stood on the left and 1 on the right, standing on either side of Yin Zhi. 3 humanoid spirits. Each one of them is an absolute beauty, flawless. But now there are 3. At this moment, the 3 members of the Holy Skull Zhao family were completely shocked. At this moment, Zhao Haolong's heart was filled with jealousy, sourness, and resentment, even ignoring the fact that Yin Zhi was multitasking. On what grounds? What exactly is the basis for his surname, Yin? Even I, a direct descendant of the prestigious Zhao clan of Daqing, do not have such good fortune. What exactly makes him so special? Take it. Grab them all. Only I, Zhao Haolong, am worthy of them. With a roar raging in his heart, Zhao Haolong roared out, "What are you standing there for? Take him down." In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck Yin Zhi with the speed befitting lightning. It was the master of ball lightning, the bald old man. But just as the lightning bolt approached Yin Zhi, it struck an invisible wall. It's the plasma shield. With a crack, the plasma shield shattered instantly. The bald old man also transformed back into human form from lightning, screaming as he slammed his head against something and bled profusely. Due to the severe head injury, its 2 guardian spirits instantly dissipated. He originally wanted to give Yin Zhi a numb hug to electrify him until he was completely scorched. Little did they expect that Yin Zhi had an exceptionally strong plasma shield. Yin Zhi swiftly swung his knife, and the exceptionally sharp nano blade instantly severed one of the bald old man's arms. Ah! With a follow-up kick, Yin Zhi sent the man flying. Beep! You have received 100,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Beep! You have received 90,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Beep! You have received 120,000 points of killing intent from an unknown entity. Whoa. Instant income of 310,000. Awesome. He guessed it probably came from the old man who pulled scalps, the bald old man with a missing hand, and the old lady who got slapped. As expected, the three of them roared, "I'll kill you," and unleashed their most lethal skills to attack Yin Zhi. Zhi shouted, "Well done." He appeared in midair in an instant with a subspace glide, and swept out the Dragon Slayer sword in his hand. In an instant, the Azure Flame sword chi blade, powerful enough to melt iron into water, shot out, blazing hot and sharp. It had only flown halfway when the Azure Flame sword energy shattered into countless pieces, which scattered outwards like a rain of swords. This sword strike is called Azure Flame Shattering Rain. It can solo kill. It can also attack multiple targets simultaneously. After the Azure Flame Empress completely fused with the dragon-slaying sword, her spirit control skill tree gained a whole bunch of new skills, including the Azure Flame sword technique. The already powerful Empress Qingyan is now even stronger. The three king-level spirit masters immediately sensed impending danger and quickly changed their attack to a retreat. "Ah, you bastard, you're asking for it." It was that middle-aged man in white. He held the free spray gun and aimed it at Yin Zhi, spraying a large area of ice-like blades. This is the strongest skill he can unleash at this moment. Ice Blade Frost Sword. Raging. Azure Flames erupted from Yin Zhi's body, a level 6 skill. Azure Flames 3,000 burning winds and waves. At that moment, everyone present felt the temperature in the air rise sharply. The ice beneath their feet was melting at a visible rate. As for the sky, filled with ice blades and frost swords, it vaporized as soon as it entered the raging blue flames. The next second, Yin Zhi used a subspace glide to appear behind the old man whose scalp had been ripped off. The Azure Flames instantly engulfed him. "This guy has spatial spirit control. He's troublesome. We have to deal with him. Spare me, spare me." Cries for mercy emanated from the surging blue flames. Those who heard it were all terrified and chilled to the bone. At that moment, a thought popped into the minds of the others. Too powerful. Empress Qingyan is terrifying. We can't win at all. Not only the Azure Flame Empress. The other two humanoid spirits were also exceptionally powerful, complementing the Azure Flame Empress. How are we supposed to fight this? Some people have already begun to consider giving up. Zhao Haolong also considered retiring, but he was unwilling to give up. Driven by this unwillingness to give up, he roared, "Hold on. He can't hold on much longer." The 3,000 flames of Azure Flames and the surging wind and waves vanished instantly. Zhao Haolong was overjoyed. "Did you see that? Attack now. Hurry." The bald old man, whose hand had been severed, roared hysterically. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, plunging headfirst into the water, splashing a large spray of water. Where did the water come from? It was formed from the ice melted by the blue flames. At this moment, Yin Zhi's knees and below were not in the water. The one-armed, bald old man immediately unleashed his strongest skill, Electric Snake Dance, after falling into the water. The electric current was conducted to Yin Zhi through the water. Unfortunately, he disappeared with a subspace glide. On the contrary, the old man, whose body was already charred black, convulsed from the electric shock and screamed in agony. Yin Zhi once again appeared behind the red-clad enchantress. Snap! He slapped her hard across the other side of her face, knocking her to the ground. "Lie down. Don't stand there and disgust people." Immediately afterward, he dodged left and right, rushed in front of the middle-aged man in white, and cut him down with a single stroke. The bald man climbed up from the hollow in the ice. With a wave of his hand, Yin Zhi unleashed the twin dragon flames, which instantly engulfed him. Another scream rang out. Is Yin Zhi already strong enough to crush them? No. Instead, Yin Zhi completely controlled the rhythm of the battle, while the enemy was thrown into complete chaos. With the aid of quantum computing, he will not miss any opportunities and can inflict maximum damage with minimal effort. That's the secret to his effortless success. He looked at Zhao Haolong and smiled. Chairman Yi Haolong, or Zhao Haolong. Are you just going to watch like this? 4 king-level monsters are already useless. Do you want to fight me or run away? Zhao Haolong stared intently at Yin Zhi. His mental state has completely collapsed. Why? Why are you so strong? Tell me why. If you weren't mentally broken, would you have asked such a stupid and childish question? However, just as Yin Zhi was about to answer, a gigantic, abyss-like mouth emerged from beneath the ice. It will bite through the ice floe and swallow everyone on it whole. Its enormous body tumbled on the surface of Yintong Lake, swung its tail that blotted out the sky, and then disappeared back into the lake. A surge of waves rose on the lake, but quickly subsided. Only a few pieces of ice floated on the lake, gradually melting. Chapter 1, 22 No Way Out? Then I'll forge a way out. I don't know how much time passed. I don't know where or where. Yin Zhi woke up. Cough. Cough, cough. Upon waking up, he felt that the air he inhaled through his nose was unusually acidic and pungent. Ugh. He gagged loudly, tears streaming down his face. Fortunately, after gagging a few times, I felt a little better. He turned his head and looked around. Thanks to the white light that seemed to emanate from nowhere, I could clearly see the surrounding environment. It was actually a desert? Where's this place? How did I get here? Oh, right. I've been wanting to come. Previously, they were fighting Zhao Haolong and his group on the surface of Yintong Lake. As the game progressed, they realized they had the victory firmly in their grasp. The result was, suddenly, a huge mouth, seemingly big enough to swallow the sky, emerged from beneath the lake. It swallowed them all in one gulp. Then, they were swept away by the rapids and plunged into a seemingly bottomless abyss. Then, I lost consciousness. Thinking of this, Yin Zhi felt a sudden tightness in a certain area. Luckily, that was close. It's so lucky we weren't eaten as snacks by the monster. After letting out a huge sigh of relief, he focused his attention on the present. He faces 2 pressing problems that urgently need to be addressed. First, what place is this? Second, how do I leave here? Yin Zhi grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and muttered to himself. That's strange. I was swallowed by the monster, so I should be in its stomach. How'd I end up in this place? Just to be on the safe side, Yin Zhi summoned the Azure Flame Empress. However, something unexpected happened. The Azure Flame Empress collapsed to the ground, utterly weakened, the moment she was summoned. Qingyan, what's wrong? Yin Zhi seemed to have forgotten that the Qingyan Empress did not communicate with him. But this time, Empress Qingyan actually spoke. This place will devour my existence. I cannot stay here. The dragon-slaying sword is yours to protect yourself. Yin Zhi was slightly taken aback when he heard the Azure Flame Empress's voice again. He immediately realized what was happening. Okay. The next second, the Azure Flame Empress was dismissed. Right now, he wasn't even paying attention to Empress Qingyan talking to him. What's going on? This place actually devoured the existence of the Azure Flame Empress? Devourer l'existence? What does that mean? This was the first time he had ever heard such a statement. Immediately afterwards, Yin Zhi summoned the white-clad Empress and the mechanical Empress. As a result, both of them, like Empress Qingyan, appeared extremely weak. Yin Zhi had no choice but to immediately disband them. No way. How could it possibly devour a being of the 9-star Holy Spirit? What kind of magical existence is this? Should I summon the great heavenly dragon Empress as well? I think I'll pass. Empress Dawei Tianlong, being one of the 9 stars of the Holy Spirit, may not be an exception. Furthermore, there's another important point. The great mighty heavenly dragon Empress has a really big goal. Arriving in this unfamiliar place for the first time, I knew nothing about the situation. Summoning such a large target is just like setting up a target, isn't it? Then, Yin Zhi summoned the big-bellied toad. This guy was paralyzed the moment he appeared. Yin Zhi could only quickly make it vomit out the luggage he had prepared. We need to find a way out of this awful place as soon as possible. This place is a death trap for spirits. Although there are some oxygen tanks stored in the toad's belly space, enough to last the half-horse manhwa for 10 to 15 days. But what if we still haven't gotten out after 10 days or half a month? With the backpack on and the dragon-slaying sword in hand, something suddenly occurred to me. System, are you there? Beep beep. Yes. Yin Zhi asked. I've come to a strange new place. Based on past experience, there should be a mission, right? Beep. There is no value in exploring or excavating the area where the host is located. As Yin Zhi walked, he asked, "You knew that?" Beep beep. Got it. I understand. You've already explored this place, haven't you? Beep beep. Yes. Yin Zhi was pleased with his cleverness. Then tell me, what exactly is this place? And how can I leave from here? Beep beep. No comment. Please explore on your own. Yin Zhi Dao. Name your price for how much killing intent you want. Beep beep. One answer costs 200,000. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes, saying things like no comment or please explore on your own. Just tell them you want money. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. System, could you be more direct next time? Next time you encounter this situation, just state your price. I'm haggling. Can you lower the price a bit from 200,000? Beep beep. No way. This system has done what the host was supposed to do, and the host still has the nerve to haggle. Wow. Who knew this suicide system could be so eloquent? Okay. Here's 200,000 for you. Give me the first answer. Beep beep. The host is currently in an alternate dimension within the stomach of the ancient divine beast, the void abyss fish. What? The ancient mythical beast, the void abyss fish? An alternate dimension inside the stomach? Yin Zhi took a moment to process this, then asked, and then? Beep beep. The answer to the first question has been given. Yin Zhi was so angry his nose almost twisted out of shape. You charge me 200,000 for just one sentence? System, I have a curse word that I'm not sure if I should say. You're good. The second question is, how do we leave here? As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Zhi quickly added something. Could you please explain in more detail? Thank you. Beep beep. A collapse hole exists in this space. You can leave by going through the collapse hole. However, this system does not recommend that the host do so. Why? Beep beep. Whether the host can survive the collapse tunnel is unknown. Even if the host does pass through the collapse tunnel, they will fall into the stomach of the void abyss giant fish and be completely digested. Yin Zhi immediately let out a shout. System, this is outrageous. I paid the money, and this is the answer you give me? You're ripping me off. Beep beep. This system isn't a scam. This is the only way to leave this alternate dimension. So, if I don't go through the collapse tunnel, I'll be stuck here for the rest of my life. Beep beep. Yes. This space contains the spiritual power of a sage, nurtured for millennia, making it exceptionally stable. Unless you possess the abilities of an ancient sage, the collapse cave is your only way out. Yin Zhi felt a headache coming on and started scratching his head rapidly. What the hell is going on? Am I having the worst luck? However, is Yin Zhi the kind of person who would so easily admit defeat and accept his fate? Of course not. The repeated deaths and overcoming of difficulties within the dream world have shaped his character, making him take all hardships lightly. Can't get out? I refuse to believe it. Is there no way out? Then I'll pave a way out. Immediately, Yin Zhi picked up the dragon-slaying sword and strode off in one direction. Chapter 123. Once this truth is confirmed and revealed, it will upend the entire world. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Yin Zhi walked for 4 days in a lifeless desert before finally hearing human voices. And the voices even sounded somewhat familiar. Following the sound, we crossed a sand dune and were surprised to find an oasis with water and greenery. The noisy voices were coming from the oasis. He stepped forward and saw Zhao Fengming and his daughter, Zhao Yinwu, fighting with Zhao Haolong and the red-clothed demoness. Yin Zhi was horrified when he heard this. Zhao Haolong and the red-clad demoness actually want to eat Zhao Fengming and Zhao Yinwu. Cannibalism? Why do people eat people? Because I was starving. Although there is water in the oasis, drinking water alone cannot fill one's stomach. Having been starving for 4 days, Zhao Haolong and his companion turned their green eyes to the Zhao father and daughter. Zhao Fengming and Zhao Yinwu certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. So the two started fighting. However, the Zhao father and daughter are clearly at a disadvantage. The red-clad enchantress was ultimately a king-level spirit master. Even when she was starving, her strength was still greater than Zhao Fengming's. Not to mention Zhao Yinwu. Zhao Haolong's mouth was almost biting her face right now. So what if she's beautiful? Even the most beautiful woman becomes ugly after 4 days of starvation. Even if they hadn't starved for 4 days, in the eyes of a starving man, a beautiful woman was nothing more than a piece of meat. Don't want. No. Zhao Yinwu made a final, desperate struggle. Yin Zhi hid the dragon-slaying sword behind his back and walked out. Wow, it's quite lively here. The crazed Zhao Haolong suddenly turned his head, his blood-red eyes glaring out like those of a vicious wolf. It's you. It's you. I'll eat you. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. Not to mention that Zhao Haolong's eyes were already blood-red. Zhao Haolong immediately abandoned Zhao Yanwu and rushed towards Yin Zhi like a hungry wolf. Zhao Yanwu was stunned. At that moment, she never expected that the person who saved her from Zhao Haolong's clutches would be Yin Zhi. But she quickly put that thought out of her mind. She scrambled to her feet, rushed over, and shoved the red-clad demoness aside. The red-clad enchantress's heart was also drawn to Yin Zhi. Now, with a push from Zhao Yanwu, he tumbled off Zhao Fengming. She rolled twice, got up, and rushed towards Yin Zhi. Result: take this. Yin Zhi shouted and drew his dragon-slaying sword, the giant sword slashing towards Zhao Haolong. Zhao Haolong screamed in fright, dodged to the left, and fell to the ground. Ha, look how scared you are. As soon as Yin Zhi Gang finished speaking, the red-clad demoness pounced on him, baring her teeth and brandishing her claws, her face contorted in a ferocious grimace. It looked exactly like a vengeful ghost in red. Yin Zhi kicked her, knocking her to the ground, but he also took 2 steps back. Oh my, is this the difference in physical strength? He secretly rejoiced. If this woman hadn't been starving, I might have been at her mercy. She tried to get up, but Yin Zhi wasn't going to give her the chance. He rushed up and started punching and kicking her. Beep beep. You have received 30,000 points of killing intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. Huh? How come it's only 30,000 points? Could it be that being hungry has dampened the murderous intent in one's mind? This seems to be the only explanation. Yin Zhi suddenly turned around and kicked out, hitting Zhao Haolong squarely in the groin. He held a rock high in his hand and smashed it on his own head, then curled up like a shrimp and fell to the ground. His head hurts, and his lower body hurts too. He probably doesn't even know where to cover himself. Look at yourself, you pathetic sight. You're trying to ambush me again? I'm too lazy to even hit you. Lazy as you may be, I'm still going to beat you up. So another beating ensued. At this moment, Zhao Haolong could only take the beating and secretly harbor resentment in his heart. Beep beep. You have received 8,000 points of killing intent from Zhao Haolong. Please check. 8,000 points? It's all right. Are you hungry? I have cookies and chicken legs here. Do you want it? As he spoke, Yin Zhi took out some biscuits and chicken legs from his backpack. Zhao Haolong's eyes lit up immediately. Give it to me. Give it to me. Yin Zhi laughed. I can have it. Don't you want to be the emperor? Come, count on me and shout, long live the emperor. 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 You can't. You can't. Zhao Haolong, of course, would not give in at first, but the chicken legs were just too tempting. In the end, with tears in his eyes, he knelt down before Yin Zhi, shouting long live the emperor, and exchanged it for a chicken leg. Yin Zhi gained another 12,000 points of killing intent. Even starving like that, he still managed to generate 12,000 points of killing intent. How much did he want to kill himself? Then, Yin Zhi used the same trick again, making the red-clad demoness kneel down, kowtow, and shout, long live the emperor. Another 20,000 points were earned in one go. Yin Zhi felt he really knew how to make money. Then, Yin Zhi spent 40,000 points of killing intent to buy a 100,000-volt collar from the system shop. What are you doing? It was placed around the neck of the red-clad demoness. This woman is at least a king-level spirit master, so we must be careful. Then he tossed her 2 compressed biscuits. After entertaining the 2 of them, Yin Zhi walked over to Zhao Fengming and his daughter. Zhao Fengming said, trembling, my dear nephew, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with Yin Yin. Zhao Yanwu said, Dad. Instantly, Yin Zhi's shout blasted into their ears. Shut up. Who wants to listen to your rambling nonsense? Now I'm the only one who has the right to speak. The Zhao father and daughter immediately shut their mouths. Without a doubt, at this moment, Yin Zhi is the sole ruler of this oasis. Yin Zhi looked at Zhao Fengming. Tell me about my father's death and my mother. Is it true, or is it just a trick you used to lure me back to Holy Skull City? I want to hear the truth. Zhao Fengming swallowed hard, his eyes lingering on the other 2 who were eating. Yin Zhi laughed. Want to eat? Yes, yes, yes. Once you've said what you need to say, you'll have something to eat. Zhao Fengming swallowed again. My dear nephew, it's best if this matter isn't heard by outsiders. Yin Zhi immediately went and knocked Zhao Haolong and the red-clothed demoness unconscious. Can you tell me now? Zhao Fengming smiled bitterly to himself. How could the refined and gentle Yin Tianying have given birth to such a violent son? I don't know much either. Yin Zhi said impatiently. Can you stop talking nonsense? Just say what you know. Yes, yes, yes. Before he died, Tianying told me that he seemed to have found the truth about the existence of spirits. He said that once this truth is confirmed and made public, it will upend the entire world. He said he was determined to investigate, and even a holy court couldn't stop him. Holy court? Yin Zhi frowned. How did my father's death get involved with the holy court? Chapter 124, I must be seeing things. There's a whole ship full of spirit crystals. The truth? What is the truth behind the existence of spirit summons? The truth with the power to overturn the entire world. What is the truth? Yin Zhi narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean the holy court? Are they trying to stop my dad from investigating the truth about the existence of spirits? Yes or no? Zhao Fengming waved his hands repeatedly. No, my dear nephew, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. I'm just relaying to you what I heard from your father. Yin Zhi asked. What else did my dad say? Zhao Fengming shook his head. That was all. I asked him about the truth behind his so-called spirit control, but he wouldn't tell me. He even said it wasn't time to announce it yet. Yin Zhi Dao. So you're saying my dad was poisoned? Zhao Fengming thought of Yin Tianying and sighed. Your dad is someone who likes to go on adventures. He was already a 9-star king-level master. His physical condition had always been excellent. And after that conversation, he never left St. Skull City. But not long after, he suddenly fell ill and died. I found that very strange at the time. The more I thought about it, the more likely it was that he had been murdered. After all, the truth he was investigating. According to him, it could overturn the entire world. To say that someone eliminated him to stop him from overthrowing the entire world. This conjecture is entirely plausible and reasonable. Yin Zhi remained silent for a moment, then asked several more questions about his father. For example, what is that half-black lump of iron? Unfortunately, Zhao Fengming didn't reveal any more valuable information. Let me tell you about my mom. He hadn't called her mom much since he was little, and now that he's saying it, he just feels really awkward. Zhao Fengming said, I don't know much about your mother either. Yin Zhi waved his hand impatiently. Let's get to the point. Tell me what you know. I only want the essentials, not the fluff. How did this kid develop his personality? Kids without parents are really wild. Zhao Fengming muttered to himself. Your mother doesn't seem to be from the real dragon country, although she looks exactly like us, with black hair, eyes, and yellow skin. Your dad didn't give me a detailed introduction to your mom either. I only heard them mention Howard when they were talking. That's all. Yin Zhi was startled. Howard? Could it be Howard High School? Yin Zhi asked. Have you seen my mother? What does she look like? I have indeed met her once, but I've forgotten what she looks like. Yin Zhi joked. Uncle Zhao, I didn't realize you were face blind. Zhao Fengming shook his head. I'm not face blind. The day after I met your mother, I couldn't remember what she looked like. I immediately guessed that your mother must have used some kind of ability to make me forget or not remember her face. Hearing this, Yin Zhi fell silent. My own mother. Is it that mysterious? You can't even remember someone's face? Yin Zhi stroked his chin, deep in thought. Howard. It seems this is the only clue we have now. In that case, I really should go to Howard. Zhao Fengming interrupted Yin Zhi's thoughts. My dear nephew, look, I've told you everything I know. Can you? Yin Zhi pursed his lips and casually tossed him a few packets of food. Zhao Fengming thanked him repeatedly and told Zhao Yinwu to eat quickly. Zhao Yinwu silently tore open the biscuit packaging and began to wolf down the cookies. Yin Zhi walked to an unnamed tree and leaned against it. He closed his eyes, digesting and analyzing the intelligence he had obtained from Zhao Fengming. Unfortunately, there was very little valuable intelligence available, making it extremely difficult to analyze and deduce anything. Doesn't Dad have 3 books? One of the books contains several hypotheses about the existence of spirit summons. I'll read those 3 books later. Perhaps we'll gain something from this. Hopefully, this trip to Howard will yield some clues. As for whether or not they can leave this fishbelly space, he doesn't think about it. We must exhaust all efforts to find a way out. If all else fails, let's jump into that collapsed hole. After resting for half an hour, Yin Zhi stood up. Immediately, he used water to wake Zhao Haolong and the red-clothed demoness. Yin Zhi looked at the two of them and asked, Do you want to kill me? The red-clad enchantress said, I don't want to. Yin Zhi beat her severely and then asked, Do you want me to die? No. Bang. Bang. Smack. 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 After another beating. I'll ask you one more time. Do you want to kill me? Do you want me to die? Whether the red-clad demoness had finally understood or truly wanted to kill Yin Zhi, she screamed in a hoarse, cracking voice. Yin Zhi gained 10,000 points of killing intent. There are fewer and fewer of them. Yin Zhi then used the same method to entertain Zhao Haolong, harvested 4,000 points of killing intent. Then he set off with the two pigs. Zhao Fengming and Zhao Yin followed at a distance. Yin Zhi couldn't be bothered with the father and daughter. As for treating them like pigs, I think I'd better not. After all, Zhao Fengming is my father's friend. Even if we don't respect him, we should respect him. Besides, how much killing intent could they possibly have? The effort and the reward are completely disproportionate. What a waste of energy. Keep blindly rushing on. This alternate dimension has no day-night cycle. Yin Zhi could only follow the time shown on his watch. Travel for 4 hours, rest for 2 hours, and repeat this process to ensure you have plenty of energy. Thus, another 2 standard days, that is 48 hours, took place. Suddenly, Yin Zhi saw a hazy, illusory outline at the 10 o'clock position, which looked like a large ship. Is it a mirage? But Yin Zhi immediately realized that it was not a mirage. A key condition for the formation of mirages is that high temperatures cause rising air currents from the ground. However, the temperature in this alternate dimension was not high enough to heat the ground and make it steam. Yin Zhi immediately walked towards the outline of the large ship. Zhao Fengming reminded Yin Zhi that it was a mirage, but Yin Zhi ignored him. Do I need you to remind me that there's a mirage? The closer Yin Zhi got, the more convinced he became that it wasn't a mirage. Sudden, he heard the clanging sound of blacksmithing. The sound of hammering? How could there be a sound of hammering? Immediately following was a furious roar. I will never let you do this. Yin Zhi immediately deduced that a fight was taking place. The clanging wasn't the sound of blacksmithing, but the sound of weapons clashing. Yin Zhi couldn't help but think, it seems there are other people in this alternate dimension. He ordered the others to wait where they were, while he continued to sneak forward. He quickly climbed a hill, and upon seeing what lay before him, his eyes widened and he gasped in shock. I must be seeing things. There's a whole ship full of spirit crystals? Chapter 125, What is meant by extreme joy turns to sorrow. This is exactly what extreme joy turns to sorrow means. The entire human civilization in the endless sea of time is built upon the foundation of spirit control. How important is spirit control? Just imagine a world without spirit summons. Without spirits, humans cannot obtain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How can humans become stronger without the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? If we don't become stronger, how can we fight against those wild beasts that can directly obtain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Without spirit summons, humanity might have gone extinct long ago. Not to mention modern inventions such as vehicles, televisions, the internet, and communication devices. They were all inspired by and researched from spirit summoning. Thus, it is easy to imagine what the most precious and important resource is in the endless universe. It is indeed the spirit crystal. Without spirit-controlling crystals, where would spirit control come from? However, since ancient times, the Holy Court has controlled the exploration, excavation, mining, processing, and distribution of spirit crystals. They strictly control and allocate the spirit crystals according to the rules they have set. How strict is it? The process is so rigorous that even a piece of junk crystal has a unique serial number that allows for traceability. Therefore, it is determined that the spirit crystal is not something that can be seen often. Even Yin Zhi, since his rebirth, has only had direct contact with 2 spirit crystals. One is a reward for the autumn hunting event. One is a benefit obtained by passing the gold 6-star assessment. But what about now? What did he see? A whole ship full of spirit crystals. Can you believe it? Yin Zhi felt his eyes were blurry. But after rubbing his eyes and looking again, he finally became absolutely certain that there really was a whole boat full of spirit crystals. They were neatly arranged in the ship's warehouse. Blue, red, golden. It was so dazzling that it made one's eyes dazzled. By the way, Yin Zhi doesn't have X-ray vision, so how could he see the spirit crystal in the cabin? Because the entire ship is semi-transparent. The translucent hull, when viewed from a distance, only reveals a blurry outline, which explains why it is often mistaken for a mirage. Yin Zhi muttered to himself. How could there be such a ship? He didn't know that the ship was also a spirit vessel. Moreover, it is the nuclear peace aircraft carrier, a mythical 9-star rarity carrier, second only to the Holy Spirit. The reason it appears translucent. This fish-belly-shaped alternate dimension is slowly devouring its existence. Unaware of this, Yin Zhi had already focused his attention on the two people who were forging iron. Oh no, fighting. Both of them looked quite old. Despite their advanced age, their strength was extraordinary, judging from their mutual attacks. Every clang of the hammer was incredibly powerful. The lingering buzz of hammering continued to spread. The old man wielding the knife roared as he slashed. I'm done. I want to leave here. I'll do anything to get out of here. Another old man wielding a sword said, I will never let you touch a single crystal, unless you step over my dead body. After listening to them for a while, Yin Zhi understood who they were and why they were fighting each other. It turns out they were all Holy Star Knights of the Holy Court. They had been trapped here for 35 years. The old man with the knife pinned his hopes for escape on the ship full of spirit crystals. He firmly believed that as long as he could draw out a powerful spatial spirit, he could escape alive. However, the old man with the sword upheld his duty as a Holy Star Knight and firmly opposed the old man with the knife using the spirit crystal without authorization. Judging from this, they've been fighting over this for many years. Yin Zhi, however, had some respect for the old man with the sword. Even in this situation, they still stick to their duties and guard a pile of spirit crystals without using them, which is admirable. I admire him as much as I admire him. But the old man with the knife's words really appealed to him. Should we extract spatial-type spirits? That's one possible approach. But even a 9-star holy spirit like the Azure Flame Empress was devoured. Thinking of this, Yin Zhi couldn't help but waver again. At this moment, Yin Zhi frowned. Then, the other 3 people began to move silently. Those 3 people were the other 3 king-level spirit masters. A bald, one-armed old man, a middle-aged man in white, an elderly man with white hair and a scalp missing. Yes, they're here too. Just as the old man with the sword had his back to them, the 3 men launched a fierce attack on him. Their sudden arrival instantly shattered the balance of the battle. The old man with the sword was immediately plunged into a fierce battle. He shouted angrily, Why? Why did you do this? Because we also want to leave here. This reason is quite compelling. Final. The bald, one-armed old man was killed by the old man with the sword. The old man with the sword died under the blade of the old man with the knife. Unexpectedly, after killing the old man with the sword, the old man with the knife swung his knife at the middle-aged man in white and the old man with white hair. The middle-aged man in white demanded to know why they were being attacked. The old man with the knife nearly enraged them to death with his reply. You killed my old friend, and I will avenge him. Then, the 3 of them engaged in a fierce battle. After watching for a while, Yin Zhi dragged the red-clad demoness over. Go, give me a hand. Let's take down the one with the knife first. Then take down your 2 lovers. Remember, you can only take them down, not kill them. Do whatever you want. In any case, you'll be electrocuted into a pile of roasted meat in just a few seconds. 100,000 volts, that's awesome. After saying that, Yin Zhi kicked her off the sand dune. The arrival of the red-clad enchantress immediately changed the situation. After a fierce battle, the old man with the knife was exhausted and defeated, and was killed by the middle-aged man in white with the sword of the dead Holy Star Knight. Just as the middle-aged man in white and the scalp-neglecting old man were enjoying their victory. Bang! Bang! The red-clad enchantress smashed her metal baseball bat onto their heads. The metal baseball bat was naturally purchased by Yin Zhi from the system's in-game store. Once they came to their senses, Yin Zhi chuckled. Those 2 old geezers, they're in my hands now, aren't they? You're really something. They kindly took you in and even gave you food. You guys are really something, sneaking up on people and stabbing them in the back. You're really something? What an ungrateful wretch. He's lived such a long life, yet he's acted like an animal. I am now going to reshape your outlook on life and values. We will beat you until you repent of your sins and reform. Next, they were given a beating with a metal baseball bat. No need for further explanation. As expected of a king-level spirit master, his skull is incredibly hard. After the beating, the metal baseball bat was dented and unrecognizable. Perhaps it was because they were both in good form, but Yin Zhi, who had earned 190,000, was determined to kill them. This was definitely a profitable move. Devil. This guy is absolutely a devil. This is the shared sentiment of Zhao Fengming, Zhao Yinwu, Zhao Haolong, and the red-clad demoness. After finishing this task, Yin Zhi stepped onto the semi-transparent boat, walking on the semi-transparent floor. He arrived at a warehouse containing a large quantity of spirit crystals. Although the warehouse door was semi-transparent, it remained very sturdy and could not be opened without a key. Yin Zhi was too lazy to look for the key. He grabbed the dragon-slaying sword and forcefully broke the door lock. He flung open the door, jumped into the warehouse, laughed loudly, and shouted, "I'm rich." His excited voice echoed inside the warehouse. The next second, all the spirit-controlling crystals in front of them turned into powder. The expression of laughter was still frozen on Yin Zhi's face. What does it mean when extreme joy turns to sorrow? This is a classic case of extreme joy turning into sorrow. Chapter 126 Quick. Unleash my power, fill my emptiness, satisfy me. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh rang out. It was incredibly enjoyable. I'm so happy. The source of the laughter was Zhao Haolong. 1 second, he was jealous and resentful that Yin Zhi had obtained so many spirit crystals. At that moment, he felt excited and happy that Yin Zhi's efforts had come in nothing. Watching helplessly as a whole ship full of spirit crystals turned into a ship full of powder. For Yin Zhi, it was a case of extreme joy turning into sorrow, but for Zhao Haolong, it was a case of extreme sorrow turning into joy. Good. Oh, God, you finally opened your eyes. He could laugh, but no one else could. Especially the middle-aged man in white and the old man with a missing scalp who had just been beaten up by Yin Zhi. The spirit crystals have all turned to dust. So what's the point of summoning spirits now? Although the hope of extracting the spatial spirit to leave this place is very slim. Even the slimmest hope is still hope. Now look what's happened. Even that last glimmer of hope has vanished. Despair. An unprecedented despair. Zhao Yinwu suddenly stood up, grabbed a dented metal baseball bat from the ground, and walked toward Zhao Haolong. What are you going to do? I'm warning you not to do anything reckless. You. Zhao Yinwu screamed and swung the badly damaged baseball bat at Zhao Haolong. Zhao Haolong had just been beaten up by Yin Zhi and was extremely hungry and weak. At this moment, he couldn't even beat Zhao Yinwu. He dodged twice before being hit on the arm by a baseball bat. A scream rang out. Screams of agony rang out. You slapped me in the face. You made me kneel. You must take me into your harem. Who do you think you are? You piece of trash. You don't even deserve to be called one. Zhao Yinwu screamed and smashed the object, causing Zhao Haolong to howl in pain. At first, he was yelling, cursing, and making threats. After a dozen or so blows, he cried and begged for mercy. Who would have thought that not long ago he was still shouting that the world belonged to him? Zhao Haolong. The red-clad enchantress, the white-clad middle-aged man, and the scalp-negative old man watched this scene unfold. A deep sense of contempt was evident in their eyes. Is this the direct descendant of the Zhao family? Is this the hope for the Zhao family descendants to restore their kingdom? Funny. This is utterly ridiculous. What about Yin Zhi at this time? Zhao Haolong underestimated Yin Zhi's psychological resilience. Once the word dry popped out of his mouth, the feeling of extreme joy turning into sorrow dissipated. He didn't rush to leave the warehouse, but instead wandered around inside. Without seeing it with your own eyes, who can be sure that all the spirit crystals in this huge warehouse have turned to dust? Just as expected, Yin Zhi walked through almost the entire warehouse, and his eyes lit up. At that moment, his eyes reflected a dreamlike, dazzling, and pure holy luster. It's a holy spirit crystal. Only holy spirit crystals can emit a dreamlike, dazzling, and pure holy luster. Yin Zhi strode forward. Through the thick, semi-transparent safe, he stared at the 3 holy spirit crystals inside. It's addictive. The dazzling, colorful luster really got Yin Zhi a little tipsy. There isn't even a serial number on the crystal yet. This means that these holy spirit crystals were just mined and processed. Oh, marvelous. Yin Zhi immediately used the dragon-slaying sword to violently dismantle the safe. What he didn't know was that the safe originally had a mechanism, but it was no longer functional. After opening the safe, Yin Zhi silently prayed for blessings and gently pulled out the tray. Click, click. 2 voices rang out in succession. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 holy spirit crystals shattered. Yin Zhi felt that if he had 3 hearts, 2 of them would have broken by now. Bless. Bless. Don't let this last one break. Although Yin Zhi didn't expect to be able to leave this place by drawing a spirit artifact. All right, he was still hoping for something, but he also knew that such hope was far too slim. Even so, he still longed to experience the thrill of drawing Holy Spirit crystals. Under normal circumstances, Yin Zhi knew that he had absolutely no access to the Holy Spirit crystal. Don't even mention Holy Spirit crystal. Legendary crystals are extremely rare on the market. You can't even see them, let alone obtain them. But right now, he actually has a Holy Spirit crystal in his hand. Yin Zhi truly felt a sense of unreality. Let's begin. If we don't hurry. If this one breaks, I'll really go crazy. Taking a deep breath, Yin Zhi sat down cross-legged on the spot, holding the Holy Spirit crystal in both hands. Resonance. Start. In the midst of his confused consciousness, Yin Zhi saw a dreamlike array of colorful particles drifting by. Like fireflies, they slowly began to gather, and then gathered again. Huh? There was no particle flickering? Is it possible that the Holy Spirit crystal can only draw out one specific spirit? Gradually, in the instant that all the dreamy, colorful particles coalesced into a graceful female figure, a blinding flash of light erupted. Suddenly, Yin Zhi realized that he had withdrawn from the state of resonance. For a moment, he was stunned. Looking at the shattered glass in his hand, Yin Zhi had only one thought in his mind. Is this a failure? Or did it succeed? Suddenly, a mysterious surge of information flooded into his mind. It's done. It was done so easily. Yin Zhi's heart was surging with excitement, and his blood was boiling. He jumped up, eager to summon the spirit he had drawn from the Holy Spirit crystal. But the thought of this place's ability to devour spirit beings made him hesitate for a moment. Then, a transparent stream of light bloomed from my fingertips. Transparent, of course, means invisible. However, it can be seen indirectly through the distortion of space. The magic circle drawn by the transparent flowing light is also transparent. The next second, a tall woman, composed entirely of glass and crystal fragments, strode out of the transparent magic circle, her long legs swaying as she did so. She looked around and finally faced Yin Zhi. "You're the one who summoned me?" Her voice also had a fragmented quality. Yin Zhi nodded. "Yes, it's me. And who are you?" "I am empty." She took a step forward and suddenly wrapped her arms around Yin Zhi's neck. "Can you feel the emptiness in my heart?" What kind of outrageous and treacherous words are these? Never mind, I'll just agree. I will try my best. But how do you want me to fill it out? The way of emptiness. Only a full space can fill my emptiness. As she spoke, she turned her head to look around and licked her lips. Even though her lips were broken, why were they so alluring? For example, the space here is quite delicious, but my power needs you to unleash it. Quickly, unleash my power, satisfy me. Quickly. The more they talk, the more outrageous it gets. Wait, let me first get a feel for what kind of spirit this is. Humanoid, spatial type spirit master, the Void Empress. Rarity, Holy Spirit 9 stars. Overall rating 10. Intimacy 1. Skills none. It's the Holy Spirit 9 stars again. Another Empress? What's going on? Why am I only getting Empresses in my draws? Chapter 127. Every draw of the Spirit Master was a 9-star Holy Spirit Empress. Once, twice, 3 times. All of them are rare, 9-star Holy Spirit Guardian Spirits. 1, 2, 3. They were all Empresses. How could I have such good luck and such a good life? Of course, it's a good thing, and it's a fantastic thing. But the problem is, something unusual must be going on. I kept drawing spirits, and every time I drew a 9-star Holy Spirit Empress. What's going on? What's the reason? If it's just a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. Just as Yin Zhi was in shock, the Void Empress suddenly shook him, urging him impatiently. "Honey, what are you daydreaming about? Unleash my power. How could you keep me waiting for so long?" Yin Zhi came to his senses. His eye twitched. "With only 1 point of intimacy, you already call me darling. Are you kidding me? Don't rush, don't rush. Very soon. Emptiness. Are you unaffected by this space?" Empress Void said, of course, her tone full of self-righteousness. "I am emptiness. Emptiness is me. I both exist and do not exist. Although the power of this space is very strong, it cannot affect me. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi was overjoyed. He immediately became impatient. Emptiness. I'm now trapped in this space. Can you take me away from here? The answer is yes. The problem is, her power needs to be unlocked before it can be used. Yin Zhi immediately sensed her spirit control skill tree. Upon closer inspection, it was surprising to discover that the Void Empress's skill tree was quite different from other spirits. There's a massive skill at the base of the tree, Void Feast. Other minor skills all start from this major skill and extend along the skill tree. Yin Zhi attempted to unlock the Void Feast using his murderous intent. Result: not enough murderous intent. Good heavens, just one Void Feast skill, and it costs 2 million kill intent. Faint. The Great Heavenly Dragon Empress's skill only costs 1 million points. How much does he have now? 340,000 points. That's still a long way off. 1.66 million points. How long will it take to accumulate that? Wow. No matter how long it takes to save, keep saving. Start saving now. Previously, they didn't even know how to leave this alternate dimension. Now that we know the path, what else is there to say? Don't rush, don't rush. I will soon unleash your power. Just wait patiently, it won't be long. After disbanding the Void Empress, Yin Zhi left the semi-transparent ship. He saw that Zhao Yanwu had already beaten Zhao Haolong until he was covered in blood, so he quickly stopped her. This is none of your business. Get out of the way. Zhao Yanwu had vented all her anger and returned to her father's side in a good mood. Yin Zhi looked at the red-clad enchantress, the white-clad middle-aged man, and the scalp-missing old man. Next, there's only one thing you need to do. You must concentrate and focus your attention. They really wanted to kill me. Anyone who doesn't want to, I'll beat them up, beat them to death. But I won't actually kill you. I'll make sure you can't even die if you want to. Did you all hear that clearly? The red-clad demoness immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, her face contorted in a pitiful state. Yin Zhi then proceeded to deliver a barrage of punches and kicks. Whoever wants to kill me, the most will get beaten less. Those who beg for mercy like this, I'll just give him a good beating. Did you understand? After thinking it over, Yin Zhi felt that he needed to add fuel to the fire. All right, I've already found a way to leave this place. If you're not thinking of killing me, I'll be all better off after I get out. How I treat you now is how I will treat your family after I get out. We won't let anyone, young or old, get away with it. As a family, of course we should share the good times and the bad, right? This trick really worked. The bald old man immediately offered up 100,000 units of killing intent, shouting, "I'll fight you to the death," and charged forward. He inevitably got another beating. Time passed day by day. Yin Zhi entertained the 3 king-level spirit masters in various ways. They were driven to the brink of ecstasy and madness. Naturally, Zhao Haolong was no exception. He had been beaten up by Zhao Yanwu before. In order to survive, he summoned one of his healing spirits. Just as he cast a healing spell on himself, the spirit was swallowed up by this alternate dimension. He was so angry that he yelled loudly. On the 8th day, Yin Zhi was entertaining them. Zhao Haolong seems possibly has gone mad. He began to pretend to be an emperor. They would either shout things like, "My beloved subjects, rise. If you have something to say, speak up now. If not, the court is dismissed." Or he'd laugh incessantly, calling Zhao Yanwu his beloved concubine, and even demanding milk from the red-clad enchantress. Yin Zhi initially suspected that he was faking his madness. But for the next few days, he showed no murderous intent whatsoever. He must have truly gone mad. Is it really necessary? I've given special treatment to quite a few people. Why are you the only one who's gone crazy? How bad is your psychological resilience? With such poor resilience, how could he possibly want to be emperor? Is he dreaming of restoring his kingdom? That's absolutely hilarious. And so it is. That's how it is. Hard work pays off. On the 14th day, Yin Zhi finally raised 2 million units of murderous intent. It really wasn't easy. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the Void Empress and unlocked her Void Feast skill. Spirit Master skill, Void Feast. Skill effect, absorbs void power. Sufficient void power must be absorbed to unlock and unleash void skills. Now, Yin Zhi understood. Unlike other spirits that rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to unlock and release skills, the power of the void is the source of the Void Empress's power. No wonder she kept complaining about feeling empty, needing to feel fulfilled, and needing to be satisfied as soon as she came out. Immediately afterwards, the Void Empress led Yin Zhi to a place, the very spot where the collapse cave was located. The collapse hole looked like a vortex, quietly rotating. The center of the vortex was pitch black, an extreme black, pure black. Everything around the collapse hole was distorted, like water around a whirlpool, and slowly sucked in. This is it. This space is very sturdy, making it difficult to eat. But this is where it's easiest to eat. Darling, let's begin. Fill me up. Hurry up. The Void Empress needs Yin Zhi to perform the Void Feast in order to absorb the power of the Void. Yin Zhi secretly scoffed at the empty Empress's boastful words. I like to fill you up, though. The problem is you don't have an interface either. Bar? Does the empty Empress have an interface? Yin Zhi really didn't know. Anyway, he couldn't see it, so he'd have to take action, he guessed. Darling, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, hurry up. Okay, coming right away. Chapter 128. Seriously? Teacher Dongfang Laxi, you're leading the team again this time? On the shore of Yintong Lake. Just then, a torrential downpour began, as if the sky had a huge hole in it. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It flickered and swayed and rumbled and roared. The world was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a hole appeared wide open in the grassy area by the lake. In other words, there was no one there, otherwise I would have been terrified. But someone appeared the next second. Get out of here! A disgusted and impatient shout came from the hole. Then 1, 2, 3 for people rolled, flew, or crawled out of the hole. In the blink of an eye, they were soaked to the bone by the torrential rain. Immediately, Yin Zhi stepped out of the hole. Naturally, he also got soaked, but he felt fantastic. They even spread their arms, as if embracing the heavens and earth. It's finally out. It's so much more comfortable outside. Immediately afterward, Zhao Fengming and Zhao Yanwu walked out of the hole with complicated expressions. The two even looked towards the other side of the spatial rift, seemingly reluctant to part. It's not that I'm reluctant to part. Rather, it was their closest relative, Zhao Kuang, whose whereabouts remain unknown to this day, and whose fate is uncertain. They had previously gone to the fish belly space to search for something. After searching for more than 10 days, I found nothing. Either they haven't found it yet, or they've already fallen into the monster's stomach. Either way, it's terrible. Unable to find Zhao Kuang, the two were naturally reluctant to leave the space inside the fish's belly. Zhao Yanwu mustered her courage and said, Yin Zhi, please. Shut up. I don't want to talk to you. Bringing you out here is already an act of great kindness on my part. With a single thought, the arbitrary hole was completely closed. From unlocking any hole to casting any hole, Yin Zhi consumed a full 60% of his void power. The empty Empress looked both heartbroken and sexually frustrated. She insisted on continuing to consume the power of the void within the fish's belly space. But Yin Zhi doesn't have that much time to give her meals. He was calculating the time. I'll be going to Odinra in about 6 days. This matter cannot be delayed. Firstly, if he misses his trip to Harvard, the death system will seal all of his spirit control skills. This won't do. Yin Zhi scolded Zhao Yanwu, then came to Zhao Haolong's side and stepped on his chest. This guy was still putting on a show, saying, my beloved subjects, rise, no need for formalities. You and all of you. He pointed to the other 3 king-level spirit masters. Do you know why I didn't kill you, but instead brought you out? Because I want you to live the rest of your lives with the goal of killing me. You shall do everything in your power and every means to kill me. If you don't take concrete actions to kill me. You all know my methods all too well, so I don't need to elaborate, right? Get out of here. I'm waiting for you to come and kill me. The 3 king-level spirit masters scrambled away. After a few steps, Yin Zhi called out to him, wait a minute. People should have a sense of public morality. Don't you know you can't litter? You brought this trash, so of course you should take it away. As he spoke, Yin Zhi kicked the deranged Zhao Haolong over. The middle-aged man in white hoisted Zhao Haolong onto his shoulder and ran. The 3 of them quickly disappeared into the thick rain. Yin Zhi clapped his hands and turned to look at the Zhao family father and daughter. What are you still doing here? Get out of here. Get out of my way. If it weren't for his deceased father, who would bother with these 2 people who had wronged him? Zhao Fengming originally wanted to apologize to Yin Zhi to ease the tension. But Yin Zhi's attitude had made it clear to him that the 2 of them no longer had any relationship. I originally intended to leverage the influence of the Zhao family descendants to elevate my Zhao family to a higher level. In retrospect, it's fortunate that Yin Zhi didn't take his anger out on us. Now, they've offended the descendants of the Zhao family again. One wrong step, and there's no going back. Zhao Fengming pulled Zhao Yinwu away. During the journey, Zhao Fengming noticed that Zhao Yinwu was in low spirits and sighed. Yin, this is fate. Since it's fate, we can only accept it. We've now thoroughly offended the descendants of the Zhao family. We can no longer stay in Saint Skull City. Once we get back, we'll pack up and head to Sacred Heart City. That's the capital city. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly there. I don't ask for anything else. Being able to live a peaceful and safe life is a blessing. Zhao Yinwu was extremely depressed and said in a low voice, "What about my younger brother?" "Well," Zhao Fengming let out a long sigh, shook his head, but remained silent. What else can be said? Life and death are predestined. The figures of the father and daughter, one fat and one thin, gradually disappeared into the downpour. On the shore of Yin Tong Lake, the empty Empress looked conflicted and distressed. "No, darling. The space here is more secure. I can't suck it in at all. There's nowhere to put it in my mouth. Nowhere to start eating?" This was unexpected by Yin Zhi, yet also quite reasonable. It should be understood that this space is where countless living beings live and reproduce, and where countless substances exist. It would be strange if it wasn't sturdy. It would be doomed. Seeing her like that, Yin Zhi could only comfort her. "Can we still go back to the fish's belly space? When I have time later, I'll bring you here again so you can have a good meal. Furthermore, we might encounter similar spaces in the future. I promise I'll make sure you eat your fill. I really don't have time right now." The empty Empress wrapped her arms around Yin Zhi's neck. Her face, composed of glass and crystal fragments, was unusually alluring. "Honey, if you can't satisfy me, can't fill my emptiness, I can run. I'm serious." "Yin Zhi Dao, I understand. Don't worry, I'll definitely fill you up completely." He didn't feel that the empty Empress was threatening him. Just like a woman, if a man can't even guarantee his basic needs, can he blame the woman for leaving him? After disbanding the Void Empress, he walked in the rain, humming a tune, straight to Holy Skull City. Back in Saint Skull City, I checked into a hotel, took a shower, and changed my clothes, needless to say. The next day, he took a plane straight to Sacred Heart. 3 days later, Yin Zhi returned to Sacred Heart University. I had only taken 10 days of leave before, but now it's been almost 20 days. Yin Zhi then went to Zhuang Mo and apologized. Zhuang Mo naturally wouldn't hold this against him. After all, in his eyes, Yin Zhi was a truly rare and excellent student. The next day, once everything was ready, Yin Zhi prepared to depart. As soon as the door opened, Sun Liangwu was standing in the doorway. Before Yin Zhi could speak, Sun Liangwu handed him a red envelope. "This is what my mom asked me to give to you." Yin Zhi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and accepted it. Sun Liangwu asked, "Why will my mom give you a 16 yuan red envelope?" Yin Zhi had his arm around his shoulder, a deep smile on his face. "This is the money my aunt paid for my spicy hot pot. As for why you treated me to malatang, it's all because of you, haha. You know what to do when I'm not around, right? If you don't study hard and improve every day, I'll have a beating waiting for you." Sun Liangwu said, "You don't need to tell me," and left. After that night, he had undergone a complete transformation. Yin Zhi hadn't taken more than a few steps when he suddenly heard the door open and saw Dongfang Weishi carrying a suitcase as she walked out. "Seriously? Teacher Dongfang Laxi, you're leading the team again this time?" Chapter 129 Odemera does not welcome you, you incarnation of a demon. Having already resigned herself to her fate of having diarrhea, Dongfang Weishi gave Yin Zhi a cold look. Is that not allowed? She looked exceptionally radiant today. Her travel attire, rarely seen on her usual days, added a unique touch of glamour to her. The inherent coldness did not make her feel like a stranger should stay away. It could even be said to have the exact opposite effect. Anyone who isn't attracted to her absolutely needs to see a urologist. Yin Zhi smiled broadly. Yes, of course you can. There's one thing. Teacher Dongfang, you can't keep targeting my weaknesses this time. Handle? Dongfang Weishi was taken aback, then suddenly remembered something. Anger immediately filled his brow. Rogue. After uttering those 2 words, Dongfang Weishi turned and left, her long, straight legs encased in jeans moving with an alluring gait. Yin Zhi wanted to say, "Teacher Dongfang, slow down. Your back is swaying too much." But after thinking about it, I decided against it. Making fun of someone else's body parts and expecting no response is truly indecent. We can't do things that are beneath our dignity. Yin Zhi arrived at the nameless square. A fast airship was already waiting quietly. When the time came, they still hadn't set off. Only after asking did I learn that Yi Haolong had not yet arrived. Yi Haolong? It's just Zhao Haolong. Yin Zhi pursed his lips. We don't even know if he'll be able to come. Result. To Yin Zhi's surprise, Zhao Haolong actually came. At this moment, he was nowhere near the disheveled and crazy figure he had been before. He was clearly a handsome young man with a ruddy complexion, elegant demeanor, and a spirited demeanor. After he arrived, he apologized to teacher Dongfang Weishi, saying that he had been delayed by something. He didn't look at Yin Zhi at all during the entire process. However, Yin Zhi received a notification from the suicide system. Beep beep. You have received 50,000 points of killing intent from Zhao Haolong. Please check. Good. Wonderful. Ever since he unlocked the Void Empress's Void Fee skill, his killing intent has been completely depleted. But these past few days, those 3 king-level spirit masters haven't shown him the slightest bit of murderous intent. Yin Zhi even suspected that the 3 of them had been killed by the descendants of the Zhao family. And he was right. The 3 of them were indeed dead. Not only were they dead, but their 3 corpses were also thrown into Yintong Lake to feed the fish. Then, everyone boarded the airship. Just as the airship took off, Yin Zhi suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Everyone, I have some exciting news to share. Our chairman Yi Haolong is actually a descendant of the Zhao family of the Qing Empire. His surname isn't Yi, it's Zhao, and he's a direct descendant. In other words, if Zhao Zheng had passed the throne to her younger brother more than 2,000 years ago, our chairman Yi is practically the crown prince of our time, the future emperor. Are you scared? These words immediately sparked discussion among the people in the cabin. No way. Really? Haha, so what if it's true? Indeed, more than 2,000 years have passed. Yin Zhi continued speaking with an exaggerated expression. Don't take this lightly. Who knows? Our crown prince, Zhao, might even harbor the ambition to restore his kingdom and become emperor. What if he actually succeeds in the future? Oh my. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's incredible. We're classmates of the founding emperor. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab onto their coattails. Who knows? He might become a cuckold king or something in the future. A burst of laughter erupted inside the cabin. Beep beep. You have received 30,000 points of killing intent from Zhao Haolong. Please check. TSK. How come it's gotten less? Dongfang Weishi spoke up to stop everyone, and the airship quieted down. A beautiful young woman sitting next to Zhao Haolong gently comforted him. Zhao Haolong smiled and said, just a mad dog. The gentle, beautiful girl nodded and said, exactly. He's just an annoying mad dog. Yin Zhi chuckled and sat down. Mu Pingting said, you really do say everything. Yin Zhi smiled. There's nothing that can't be said. That guy wants to steal my Azure Flame Empress. I was tricked and lured back to St. Skull City by him before, and I almost got killed by him. Mu Pingting's heart skipped a beat. Really? Is this even real? Otherwise, why do you think I took 10 days off and didn't come back until 20? But, I was one step ahead. I didn't get any meat, and I even knocked out a few of his teeth. Su Jujio peeked out from behind Yin Zhi. Class monitor, you're amazing. Even a student council president can't beat you. I've heard that his Ice Soul Heavenly Fire is extremely powerful. Yin Zhi gave a disdainful smile. What Ice Soul Heavenly Fire? I don't know. When he attacked me, he didn't even have a chance to summon his spirit. I threw a left jab, and, with a thud, he didn't even have time to dodge before he was rolling on the ground. It was so fast. Yin Zhi's voice was quite loud. And who among you here isn't a person with sharp hearing and keen eyesight? He listened carefully to every word he said. Dongfang Weishi walked over, her face serious. Yin Zhi, do you have any evidence for what you're saying? Seize Empress Qin Yan. This is no small matter. This is not something to joke about. Yin Zhi chuckled. Of course I have evidence, but I won't release it, because if I take it out, I'll ruin a promising young man's future. It might even offend the future emperor. Firstly, I couldn't bear to do it, and secondly, I was afraid. Let me tell you what I have to say, and you can listen to what I have to say. Take it as true if you want, or just listen to it as a story if you don't. Dongfang Weishi looked at the grinning Yin Zhi and returned to her seat speechlessly. Mu Pingting said, you're practically stripping someone naked and displaying them to the public. Don't talk nonsense. She's not a beauty. Why would I bother to expose her? If you can dig up dirt, I'll dig up dirt on her. He pointed to Su Jujio behind him and immediately changed his mind, saying, she's no good. She's not worth watching. Su Jujio's face turned green. You. Mu Pingting glared at her, looking quite fierce. Yin Zhi laughed. I won't expose anyone. I won't expose anyone. Ha! Beep beep. You have received 15,000 points of killing intent from Zhao Haolong. Half gone again. I think I've squeezed enough today, right? Not bad, not bad. In such a short time, I've already squeezed 95,000 points of murderous intent out of one person. I really am a master at extracting blood from people. Ahead, Zhao Haolong still had a faint smile on his face as he admired the scenery outside the window. It was as if he hadn't heard anything or anything had happened. However, the gentle girl beside him had her hand bruised from being squeezed so tightly. The gentle girl's eyes were brimming with tears, glistening with moisture. Several hours later, the airship arrived at the International Transport Station. After completing the necessary procedures, everyone boarded the railcar bound for Odinmala. The track vehicle is located inside the spirit tunnel worm. The tunnel worm, a spatial spirit, can shorten the distance between two places by 1,000 times. With the addition of the high-speed rail vehicle, it only takes 2 hours to reach the kingdom of Odinmala. The wonder of spirit control is vividly demonstrated in transportation. Everything went smoothly, until, when passing through the immigration checkpoints in Odinmala, the fair-skinned, blonde staff member in charge of checking Yin Zhi's passport and visa stamped his visa with a look of disgust and rejection. He casually tossed the documents back to Yin Zhi. Odinmala does not welcome you, you incarnation of evil. Chapter 130, there's a dog that fucked all your fathers. As staff at the immigration inspection point, Tom's job is to check every single document. After verifying that everything is correct, greet the person in front of you with a sincere smile and say, "Welcome to the kingdom of Odinmala." But he just didn't want to say welcome to Odinmala to Yin Zhi. They even went so far as to say something that violated professional ethics. Odin, the land of Mara, does not welcome you, you incarnation of the devil. He believed that his father would forgive him for this small sin. But the person in front of me, Tom believed that, given his sins, he wouldn't even be able to get his father's forgiveness. Who is the Father? He is the deity of the Yahweh religion, the greatest, most benevolent, most omniscient, and most omnipotent supreme Lord in the world. Yin Zhi smiled and carefully put away his identification documents. Then he raised 2 middle fingers at the staff member in front of him whom he didn't recognize at all. This is the most standard, friendly, and enthusiastic greeting gesture from Odinmala, which he learned online. Tom's breathing became heavy in an instant, and his neck turned red. It resembled an angry bull. Beep. You have received 10 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Des Zoklaki. That's really treating a beggar like that. However, considering that the other party is just an ordinary person, it'll have to do. Yin Zhi walked out of the immigration checkpoint. Dongfang Weishi witnessed what had just happened. We're abroad now. Can't you tone down that awful temper a little? Yin Zhi grinned. No, Teacher Dongfang. It's precisely because I'm abroad that I don't need to hold back. Looking at Yin Zhi's expression, Dongfang Weishi couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness. You're here to exchange ideas and learn, not to cause trouble. Would it kill you to hold back? Yin Zhi nodded seriously. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will retaliate. If someone offends me and I'm told to endure it, I'll really die. Dongfang Weishi suddenly regretted bringing Yin Zhi along. I should have expected this to happen. I should have strongly opposed his coming for the exchange program. It's too late to say anything now. In short, you should be careful. The group walked through the exit passage and arrived at the exit. Sudden. It's him. It's him. Behold, there he is. Sandin, get out. You monster. You're not welcome here. Get out. You son of a bitch. Your mother should have given birth to you in the sewer. Get out of Odinmala. This sacred land is disgraced because of you. A large crowd gathered across the street, blowing horns, banging drums and gongs, holding banners, and shouting slogans. Gradually, the shouts mingled and eventually coalesced into 3 words. Get out! Get out! Get out! The overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd was palpable. Yin Zhi smiled, turned around, and walked towards those people. His movement immediately caused the police officers maintaining order around him to also move. These police officers, both men and women, all had alarmingly large bellies. Dongfang Weishi quickly stopped Yin Zhi. Don't do anything reckless. Yin Zhi laughed and said, Don't worry, Teacher Dongfang, I definitely won't do anything reckless. Really, look at me. How sincere my expression is. He bypassed Dongfang Weishi. He hadn't walked far when two fat, burly policemen stopped him. Sir, what are you trying to do? I advise you not to do anything reckless. This is Odimala. Freedom of speech is protected by the Constitution here. At the same time, the two men had already placed their hands on the pistols on their belts. Yin Zhi laughed. Get out of here, you fat pig. The two policemen were instantly enraged. Sir, please watch your words and actions. Another policeman had already drawn his gun and was shouting sternly, Back off! Back off! At the same time, the surrounding police officers also walked over, all of them on high alert. Dongfang Weishi stepped forward, grabbed Yin Zhi, and said to the two policemen in front of her, This is a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Teacher Dongfang, can't you have some backbone? I didn't do anything, but these two fat pigs are talking nonsense, clearly targeting me, and they want me to give in. Impossible. If you're afraid of trouble, then walk away. I didn't really intend to do anything. I just planned to exchange insults with those animals and see who could win. But since these fat pigs think I'm going to do something, they've even pulled out their guns. Today, I'm going to do something. Dongfang Weishi has become mute. Madam, please move aside. Sir, I suspect you're a potential dangerous individual. Please put your hands behind your head and kneel down to cooperate with our investigation. I advise you not to do anything rash. Yin Zhi smiled and pushed Dongfang Weishi away. Suddenly, I felt something soft and bouncy in my hand, with an excellent tactile sensation. After realizing what he had said, he laughed and said, Teacher Dongfang, it feels pretty good. Dongfang Weishi's ears immediately turned red. What time is it? Are you genuinely unaware, or are you pretending not to know, the consequences of confronting the police of a nation? Not to mention the Odimara police, who are notorious for their violent enforcement and indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Just as Yin Zhi was about to say something, a woo sound rang out. Then a bald, muscular man with a pointed head walked over. His imposing physique, standing over 2 meters tall, was extremely intimidating. In an instant, everyone around seemed to shrink considerably. Relax, relax, gentlemen. They are teachers and students from the Kingdom of True Dragon who came to Howard University for exchange studies. They're not terrorists, you know? Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jonathan, the head of security at Howard High School. I'm here to pick them up. You must be wondering why I, the security chief, am the one picking up these exchange students, right? It's not about protecting them. It's about protecting you from being burned to ashes. Ha ha. No one around him laughed, except for him. Okay, this joke doesn't seem funny at all. But that's not the point. The important thing is that I'm going to take this beautiful Oriental lady and this handsome young man away now. Is there a problem? The police officers looked at each other in bewilderment. A man who looked like a sheriff and also had the largest belly said, No, I just hope you can keep an eye on them. Don't let anything bad happen. Jonathan said, Of course. Well then, Miss Dongfang, we can go now. Let's go. The bus is over there. Don't worry, it's been reinforced. It can definitely stop eggs thrown from any direction. Ha ha ha. And so, under the watchful eyes of a group of police officers, Yin Zhi boarded a bus. As soon as the bus started moving, Yin Zhi stuck his head out and shouted, There's a dog that fucked all of your fathers. Ha ha ha. In an instant, Yin Zhi received countless beeping sounds. Chapter 131, Watch Your Words and Actions. Control your temper. I'm doing this for your own good. Beep. You have received 10 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Beep. You have received 13 points of murderous intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Ding. You have received 7 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Beep beep. Beep beep. The beeping sound, like a swarm of bombers, echoed in Yin Zhi's mind. Although it's only a little over 10 points each time, the quantity is huge. Why did Yin Zhi's words provoke so many murderous intents? It's very simple. The father he referred to was not his biological father. The father of all people refers to the god they believe in. To put more bluntly, there's a dog fucking your god. How could those Odimarans not be furious? The desire to kill Yin Zhi erupted instantly. What they didn't know was that the stronger their murderous intent, the happier Yin Zhi became. At this moment, Yin Zhi was overjoyed. When he was in a good mood, he gave a middle finger to the person behind the car. Just then, a piece of egg flew over and hit the car, splattering egg white and yolk everywhere. Yin Zhi reached out and grabbed an egg, then objected. It shattered on the bearded man's face with a loud crack, smearing his face with grime. The bearded man roared and pulled out an assault rifle, firing at the bus. Da. Kill him. Send him to hell. Go to hell. If there's one, then two, then three. If there are three, then there are more. Among the crowd of protesters, those with guns drew their weapons and opened fire. A hail of bullets rained down on the bus. A cacophony of clanging and banging filled the air. Sparks flew everywhere. The Odimra police simply watched this scene unfold. Even worse, they were still chatting and laughing. It's none of my business. This is truly magical. In the true Dragon Kingdom, this situation is absolutely impossible. On the bus. What a free country. Every day is like New Year's Day. What are the characteristics of Chinese New Year? They're setting off firecrackers with a bang. He muttered something and then waved to Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, do you have a gun? I want to say hello to the warm and friendly people of Odimla. In our area, we call it reciprocity. Jonathan was acting as the driver. Sorry, buddy. This is an armored vehicle, not an armory. Furthermore, it's their freedom to shoot at you. But you can't shoot at them. Yin Zhi asked why. Because this is the free country of the Odinmera. But you're not an Odinmera, so you're not free. Ha ha ha. Yin Zhi realized that Jonathan was telling a lame joke. Of course, it wasn't funny at all. Then Jonathan's voice rang out again. Relax, guys. This is an armored school bus. It could defend against not only bullets, but even rockets. He had just finished speaking. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and flames exploded at the rear of the vehicle. The whole car shook violently. The people inside the car were horrified. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? As I said, this car can withstand rocket-propelled grenades. At this moment, everyone in the car was stunned. Was this really the country of Odinmala that touted freedom, democracy, civilization, and equality? Is this really the land of Odinmala? Have we stumbled into a mental hospital? I wonder what those people in China who keep praising Odinmala would think if they saw this. You're overthinking it. In their eyes, even the shit in Odinmala tastes like chocolate. Haha, you have to understand them. After all, most of them can't even afford a train ticket to go abroad. These students from the top universities in the true Dragon Kingdom were quite proud. Yin Zhi chuckled and said to Mu Pingting, I like this place. Mu Pingting rolled her eyes. You're just someone who thrives on chaos. On their way to Howard, the group witnessed both the civilization and the barbarity of the city of Watson. Speaking of civilization, its skyscrapers are truly awe-inspiring. As the bus drove down the street, you couldn't see the top of the building unless you stuck your head out. The dense high-rise buildings stand straight ahead, and the term steel jungle is truly apt. Such a scene is something you can't even see in Sacred Heart City. To call it barbaric, chaotic crowds can be seen everywhere on the streets. Some of them were marching and demonstrating, some were confronting the military and police, and some were looting and vandalizing. There were even lively scenes of street brawls. Various warnings were broadcast from loudspeakers, but to little avail. Because of this, the bus carrying Yin Zhi and his group was forced to change routes several times. By the time the school bus, riddled with bullet holes, burn marks, spray paint, and unidentified liquid, came to a stop, the sun had already set. Yin Zhi jumped out of the car and exclaimed, We're finally here. It wasn't easy. Before he could even take a good look at Howard High School in front of him, my eyes and attention were drawn to a man in a wheelchair who was approaching. Then Dongfang Weishi stepped forward and said, Principal, it's been a long time. Is this the principal of Howard University? Yin Zhi couldn't help but look him over. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, thin, with prominent cheekbones and a bald head. The principal looked at Dongfang Weishi with a deep smile on his face. Dongfang, we are all waiting for you to come back. Huh, that sounds like something. Behind the bald principal were a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, dressed smartly and impeccably, with skin even whiter than that of the average Caucasian. His face was filled with a strong sense of pride and self-satisfaction. His expression and gaze were probably the same as a city dweller's view of a country person. The woman was blonde with blue eyes, had a generous heart, a slim waist, wide hips, long legs, and an astonishing height. Even by the standards of beauty in the true Dragon Kingdom, she was a top-tier beauty. The man gazed at Dongfang Weishi with deep affection. Dongfang, welcome back. We all missed you. The woman walked straight up to Dongfang Weishi and gave her a big hug. I've finally waited for you, my dear. Huh, honey? Yin Zhi's gaze towards the two of them immediately changed. Dongfang Weishi is so charming. She's irresistible to both men and women. Dongfang Weishi exchanged a few words with them before introducing herself to everyone. Principal Neo Smith. Professor Henry Harry, head of the potions department. Professor Elizabeth Anna, head of the theoretical department. They were also the instructors for this exchange program. Principal Neo Smith said a few polite words to everyone. The general message is that everyone is welcome to Howard University, and we hope that everyone can have a pleasant life and study experience and gain something from it. After that, Henry Harry and Elizabeth Anna led the boys and girls into the dormitory. No further explanation is needed. Finally, Yin Zhi followed Henry Harry to his dormitory. Just as Yin Zhi was about to thank him, "I know you. I also know some things about you. But please remember, this is Harvard, the land of Odimala. As the master of the Azure Flame Empress, you are not welcome here. So I hope you will watch your words and actions and control your temper. I'm doing this for your own good." After saying that, Henry Harry turned and left. Stop. Chapter 132. You and your true dragon people are no different from dogs in my eyes. Stop. Henry Harry stopped and turned around. He looked at Yin Zhi. "I don't like the way you talk." Yin Zhi chuckled. "This is also what I want to say. What does it mean to pay attention to my words and actions and to control my temper? What? You're just assuming I'm rude and have a bad temper, aren't you? So you're the civilized one and I'm the barbarian, right? That's absolutely hilarious. Go out on the street and see for yourself. Unless you're blind, it's obvious who's the barbaric one. The so-called free, civilized, and equal Odimara. I really saw something today." After all, Yin Zhi had received a proper education. Although the American accent wasn't perfect, it was still quite fluent. Henry Harry's pale brows furrowed tightly. If there had been a fly there before, it would probably be trapped and killed by now. "Look, that's why I'm telling you to watch your words and actions. You seem to have no idea what you should say and what you shouldn't say." Yin Zhi chuckled dryly twice. "Teacher, have you noticed something interesting? Every word you say applies perfectly to yourself. But you insist that I should be careful about my words and actions. In other words, you can say whatever you want, while I can only shut up and listen to you obediently. Is it right?" Henry Harry's brow furrowed even more deeply, and he fell silent. He really wanted to say yes, that's it. Only I can say it, and you just have to shut up. However, his upbringing and manners prevented him from saying it. If you say it's right, isn't that the same as admitting that you're an uncivilized barbarian? I'm asking you a question. He's mute. Right or wrong? Tell me louder. Henry Harry smiled, turned around, and left. He no longer bothered to speak to Yin Zhi, a barbarian who lacked manners and basic decency. Want to leave? He hasn't even shown any murderous intent yet. Dream on. Yin Zhi quickly blocked his way. "Teacher, you haven't answered my question yet. Why did you leave? I was talking to you, and you just ignored me and walked away. That's incredibly rude." Henry Harry looked at Yin Zhi with disgust and disdain. "I only speak to cultured and civilized people. Obviously, you are not included. Please move aside. Thank you." Yin Zhi immediately raised 2 middle fingers at Henry Harry. "Thank you, your mother's ass. Did you understand? I'm sending my greetings to the place where your mother gave birth to you." He's clearly a barbarian, but he insists on putting on a civilized facade. Have you no shame? Henry Harry's deathly pale face had regained its color. He narrowed his eyes. Do you want to die?" Yin Zhi's eyes lit up, and he nodded hurriedly. Yes, I want to die. I really want to die. But the question is, can you kill me?" Ding. You have received 150,000 points of killing intent from Henry Harry. Please check. Ooh, how many? 150,000 points of murderous intent. Another record broken. This wave is even more than what the previous king-level spirit master gave. It's worth it. No, it's a huge profit. Henry Harry looked at Yin Zhi with a pitying expression. "Hadri has some of the world's best psychologists and hypnotherapists. I suggest you go and have a talk with them." Yin Zhi immediately started making oh noises. "I understand now. Are you trying to label me mentally ill? Am I wrong? Is this how you deal with people you can't kill directly?" "Princess." Henry Harry gritted his teeth. "This person, they should be humanely exterminated." Henry Harry took a step to the side, but Yin Zhi blocked his way again. "You haven't answered the question I just asked you. According to what you just said, you have freedom of speech, while I can only shut up, right? I remember your constitution says that freedom of speech is an inherent human right. You have freedom of speech, but I don't. I don't even have basic human rights. Turns out I'm not human. It seems that in your mind, we people of the true Dragon Kingdom are not even human." Henry Harry pursed his lips, gave a faint smile, and his expression became increasingly arrogant. "You're right. You, and all you Chinese from the true Dragon Kingdom, are no different from dogs in my eyes. You have the answer you wanted. Now, please don't block my way. Thanks. Using extremely polite and civilized language to say extremely impolite and rude things, it somehow doesn't feel out of place at all. Yin Zhi suddenly turned around and shouted towards the corner of the corridor not far away. Teacher Dongfang, did you hear that? In Professor Henry Harry's eyes, we Chinese are no different from dogs. In his eyes, you're nothing more than a female dog. Henry Harry's expression changed drastically. Looking up, I saw Dongfang Weishi walking out from behind the corner of the corridor. His face was covered in frost. He immediately strode forward to meet them. Dongfang, this is a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. Dongfang Weishi took a step back, widening the distance between them. Okay, you go ahead. I'll listen to your explanation. Henry Harry opened his mouth, paused for 2 seconds, and then spoke. Dongfang, you are different from the other people of the true Dragon Kingdom. You have received a truly high-level, civilized education. In my eyes, you are the special one. Dongfang Weishi asked, Is that all? Dongfang Weishi stepped aside and said, Please. Henry Harry pursed his lips, hesitated, and finally sighed. I must excuse myself now. I'll come back to you later. Finally, he glanced at Yin Zhi and strode away. With just one glance, Yin Zhi gained another 50,000 points of killing intent. One person contributed 200,000 to the killing intent. This pig is too fat. After he left, Dongfang Weishi came to Yin Zhi. If I don't come, are you going to fight him? Yin Zhi chuckled. I'm pretty sure he won't fight me. Maybe he feels that fighting with me would be an insult to his status as a superior person. Of course, I'm going to give him a good scolding. If I keep getting angry, he might just explode. Dongfang Weishi said, Be careful of him. He's the head of the potions department. If he really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even need to lift a finger. No need to lift a finger? Poisoning? Luckily, I'm not afraid of poison. Teacher Dongfang, you should also be careful. Since he's skilled at drugging, what if he gave you some aphrodisiacs? You might wake up the next day and find yourself fertilized. Dongfang Weishi's eyebrows immediately furrowed. You get itchy to talk if you don't say a few words, don't you? Just shut up already, okay? You only have 3 months. After you go back, you could do whatever you want. Yin Zhi's eyes lit up. Do whatever I want? Teacher Dongfang, you said it yourself. A promise made is a promise kept. Dongfang Weishi left after saying hopeless and then turned around very quickly. Another game won. Back in the dorm, before I could even take a sip of water, the beeping started. Didi, a difficult task has been issued. Chapter 133 Burn. D. Him. Burn. D. Him. Burn. D. Him. Didi. A challenging mission has been issued. Investigate the truth behind the black stripe disease. Limited to 3 months. Beep beep. Mission reward. 1 Emperor virus. Beep beep. Mission penalty. Physical strength reduced by 90%. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes and muttered, I knew it. System, isn't this punishment a bit too harsh? Physical strength reduced by 90%. If I fail, won't I just go back to square one? Also, why should I, a foreigner, investigate something like black stripe disease? Beep beep. The system only issues tasks. The host only completes them. Don't ask why. Wow. System, I've noticed you're getting more and more arrogant. What on earth is the Emperor virus? The word virus doesn't sound like a good thing. The suicide system didn't respond, leaving Yin Zhi helpless. Investigating the truth about black stripe disease. Where should we begin with this task? Hey. Thankfully, we have the all-around mechanical Empress mecha girl. Yin Zhi summoned the mechanical Empress and used quantum calculation. My brain immediately started working at lightning speed. Then he turned on his computer and searched online for information about melasma. Previously, Yin Zhi had done some research online in Jinlong. However, there is relatively little information available for searching within Jinlong. Furthermore, a major drawback of news on the Chinese internet is the prevalence of copy-pasting. The same news story is copied and pasted by a dozen or even dozens of websites, with even the punctuation and typos being the same. It has absolutely no reference value. Now I'm in Odin, America. A quick online search reveals a wealth of information about melanosis coli. The next step is to extract valuable intelligence from the disparate and scattered information online. The more Yin Zhi read, the more he clicked his tongue in amazement. This black stripe disease is quite terrifying. It is highly contagious and has a long incubation period. Many people are infected but don't realize it until it's too late. Once the disease develops, black spots will appear on the body of the infected person. It is accompanied by symptoms such as high fever and cough, bloodshot eyes, mental excitement, mania, and violence. There is currently no effective treatment available. Preventing infection is the best solution right now. However, even more terrifying than the Black Stripes was the Odin Ramians. The current Wolfpack leader, Ron T. Edwards, is implementing pandemic prevention policies that are simply unworkable. The wise Odin, a Latin American, openly opposes the authorities' pandemic prevention policies in the name of freedom. If you tell them not to do something, they'll do the opposite. They also claimed that the Black Stripe disease was fake and a scam. Meanwhile, Arthur Jordan, the leader of the Bear faction, followed public opinion and, in the name of freedom, competed with Ron Edwards, the leader of the Wolf faction, for the next head of state. The two sides were locked in a fierce bayonet charge. Chaos thus brewed and erupted. The Black Stripe virus spread so wildly that in the country of Odinmala, with a total population of 1 billion, the number of infected people reached 100 million. Keep in mind, it was only 50 million 20 days ago. 20 days later, it actually doubled. Terrifying indeed. Truly terrifying. As he was watching, Yin Zhi suddenly slapped his head. He quickly summoned the white-clad Empress, who gave him an injection that made him immune to all poisons, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It took Yin Zhi more than 4 hours to turn off the computing terminal. Exhausted and dizzy, Yin Zhi climbed into bed, drowsiness washing over him like a tide. In the last moments before falling asleep, he was still muttering something to himself. Phoenix Biotechnology Research Institute? Yes, Phoenix Biological Research Institute. This is the most likely result he obtained after using quantum calculus to search through a bunch of random information online. The source of the Black Stripe virus is the Phoenix Biological Research Institute. I slept soundly through the night. Yin Zhi was awakened by a knock on the door. Who is it? With his eyes still sleepy, Yin Zhi opened the door, only to find Mu Pingting and Su Jiujio standing in the doorway. Su Jiujio immediately shouted, "Class monitor, you can sleep way too much. Don't you even look at what time it is? Thank goodness there's no class today. Otherwise, you would have missed your first day." Yin Zhi yawned widely. Who told me to overwork myself last night? Su Jiujio's eyes lit up. Class monitor, who are you working so hard for? Yin Zhi Dao. Who else can I share all this hard work with? Of course it's... He immediately realized what was happening and reached out to mess up Su Jiujio's hair. Can't they learn something good at such a young age? Then he turned to look at Mu Pingting. What do you want so early in the morning? Su Jiujio preemptively said, I'm looking for you to go see the excitement. Yin Zhi has no interest in any kind of excitement. Su Jiujio's next sentence piqued his interest. A large crowd has gathered outside the school. They're yelling that they're going to burn you alive. They said that if you were burned to death, the Black Stripe disease would disappear. Yin Zhi was taken aback, then overjoyed. What? How many people approximately? Is it tens of thousands? Su Jiujio said. Class monitor, what's with that expression? Mu Pingting said, don't tell me you're happy right now. Yin Zhi immediately gave her a thumbs up. The one who truly understands me is the beautiful Mu. Wait for me a moment. I'll take a shower, change my clothes, have breakfast, and then go meet them. Let's leave aside the trivial matters. When Yin Zhi arrived at the gate of Howard University, he heard the deafening shouts of the crowd. Burn him! Kill him! Burn him! Kill him! Burn him! Kill him! Yin Zhi jumped up and down, leaping 2 meters high, yet he still couldn't see the end of the crowd. So many people! So many people! Yin Zhi exclaimed in surprise. Wow, this is really lively! Mu Pingting shook her head. I can hardly believe it. We are now in Odinmala. I thought I had returned to a dark and chaotic barbaric era. There are actually people who believe that burning you to death will eliminate the Black Stripe virus. Yin Zhi laughed. Anti-intellectualism knows no era. Look at them. Don't they look like a pack of wild dogs barking indiscriminately? There were quite a few people joining in the fun. Some students from Howard University had already gathered here. At the same time, they also noticed the arrival of Yin Zhi and his 2 companions. The arrival of Yin Zhi, the Azure Flame Empress's master, is a major event. Few in the entire Harvard are unaware of it. Amazing. Yin Zhi wasn't even known to the entire population of Jinlong Kingdom. However, this trend is emerging in Odin's America. Students who were near Yin Zhi heard his comment, look, doesn't it sound like a pack of wild dogs barking? And immediately walked over with angry expressions. Please show them some respect. They were just too terrified. As the source of their fears, you should understand them, treat them kindly, instead of humiliating them. Chapter 134, just consider this a beautiful sight. Yin Zhi looked at the person who was reprimanding him, then at Su Jiujio, and then at Mu Pingting. He blinked, pointed at the person who had reprimanded him, and asked Su Jiujio and Mu Pingting, "I'm starting to doubt my ears. Could you guys help me confirm it?" He told me to talk to the group of people outside who were yelling about burning me alive. They want me to be understanding of them and to treat them kindly. Did he say that? Su Jiujio and Mu Pingting nodded in unison, their expressions somewhat incredulous. Yin Zhi nodded, then looked at the three Howards in front of him, whose faces were grim. "Can you guys please stay away from me? Thanks. I don't want to be infected by your mentally challenged virus, lest I become mentally challenged myself." The two men and one woman in front of Yin Zhi instantly became furious. The tall, handsome guy said, "What are you talking about?" The short, chubby boy said, "He said we were mentally challenged." The girl with the pockmarked face said, "How can you be so rude?" Yin Zhi ignored them, pretending they didn't exist. The tall, handsome boy immediately reached out and shoved Yin Zhi. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? What did you just say? Answer me. Should we take action?" Hee. Yin Zhi also gave him a push, causing him to take 2 steps back. The tall, handsome young man's face instantly turned from pale to red. "True Dragon Man, this is Howard, Odin, and Mara. How dare you lay a hand on me? Apologize. Apologize to me right now." Mu Pingting retorted angrily. "Why should I apologize? You were the one who started it." The pockmarked girl yelled, "Bitch, shut your mouth." At the same time, not far away, Zhao Haolong and the gentle girl named Wenru were watching under a tree. Zhao Haolong had a happy smile on his face. "Just wait and see. This is going to be interesting. Go ahead and cause all the trouble. The bigger the commotion, the better. Then we'll see how you die." She smiled gently and hummed in agreement. Seeing Zhao Haolong happy made her happy too. Just in time. "Shut your mother's mouth. You should shut your mouth too. Otherwise your intellectual disability will be passed on and harm the next generation." Yin Zhi's shouts and curses came from behind. Good heavens, one curse has affected 3 generations. Her gentle face carried a hint of disdain and annoyance. He was really too rude. Zhao Haolong smiled gently, appearing extremely refined and cultured. Some people in this world only look like people. Some people call others dogs, which is an insult to dogs. We watched the play quietly. The weather was quite nice today. On Yin Zhi's side, his sharp tongue left the pockmarked girl speechless. The short, chubby boy was the first to react. He roared angrily and swung his chubby fist at Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi took a step back to the left. A slap landed with lightning speed. Smack! The sound was indeed quite jarring. The short, chubby boy rolled to the ground like a ball. He remained silent, completely stunned by the beating. Hiss! Yin Zhi gasped and shook his hand. That skin and flesh are way too thick. As we all know, forces act in pairs. As Yin Zhi slapped the short, fat boy's face, the short, fat boy also slapped Yin Zhi's hand with his face. Clearly, Yin Zhi's hand was hurt by the short, fat boy's slap. "How dare you? Who do you think you are? What do you think you are?" The tall, handsome boy yelled at the top of his lungs, spitting as he shouted. He was even trembling all over. Why? Because they came from a barbaric, backward, and poor country. How dare they lay a hand on us, these civilized, advanced, wealthy, noble, and superior people? This is a disgrace. This is an extremely malicious provocation. This is an insult to their dignity from head to toe. You will pay a huge price for this. I swear. You. Before he could finish speaking, a fierce kick flew out. The owner of the foot was naturally Yin Zhi. However, to Yin Zhi's surprise, the tall and handsome boy actually dodged Yin Zhi's sudden kick. Wow, not bad. Yin Zhi rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, a series of fast, accurate, and ruthless punches were delivered. The handsome guy only held on for 2 seconds before Yin Zhi tripped him and caused him to lose his balance. Then came another slap, sending him sprawling to the ground. He looks like a person. What they said was nothing but animalistic talk. The only way I can communicate with you is probably through physical violence. With one kick, she knocked out several of the handsome boy's teeth. The short, chubby boy roared and charged forward, only to miss. Yin Zhi tripped him and slapped him, knocking him to the ground again, then stomped hard on his round, fleshy head twice. Finally, Yin Zhi looked at the girl with the pockmarked face. What are you going to do? I warn you. You. Yin Zhi waved his hand and said, Get lost. I don't hit girls. The girl with the pockmarked face glanced at the 2 miserable figures on the ground, then at Yin Zhi and turned to run away. He hadn't run more than a few steps when a slap came from behind, knocking the pockmarked girl to the ground. Su Jiuzhou was dumbfounded. Sir, didn't you say, don't you hit girls? Yin Zhi laughed and said, you'd believe me if I said I liked you? Would you believe me? Su Jiuzhou's eyes lit up, and she feigned shyness, saying, really? But in her heart, she was excitedly shouting, ha ha ha, my beauty trap has finally succeeded. Then she heard Yin Zhi say, of course it's fake. You believe that? Are you stupid? Su Jiuzhou froze on the spot. Yin Zhi felt the angry gazes directed at him from all around. At the same time, beep beep, you have received 9,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. Beep beep, you have received 10,000 points of murderous intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. Beep beep, you have received 8,000 points of murder intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Beep beep, beep beep. Oh, this must be from those Howards around here. Upon closer inspection, I've accumulated a whopping 170,000 points of killing intent. Not bad at all. At this moment, the deafening shouts of burn him to death still echoed outside. Yin Zhi Chao, a boy, walked over. The boy was on high alert. What are you going to do? Yin Zhi do. Can I borrow your baseball bat for a moment? The boy remained calm and fearless and said, what if I say no? Then I'll spend 100,000 yuan to buy it. Make a deal. Yin Zhi curled his lip, picked up the baseball bat, and said, wait here, I'll give you the money later. He swung his metal baseball bat and walked toward the front door. And then he summoned the mechanical Empress. As soon as Yin Zhi stepped out the door, Jonathan, who was 2 meters tall, blocked his way. Wow, handsome guy. Relax. You don't need to worry about them. With me and my team here, they can't get in. Just think of it as a beautiful sight. Yin Zhi looked at the extremely imposing Jonathan and smiled. You should relax a bit. Don't worry, I won't use the Azure Flame Empress. I just wanted to use the baseball bat in my hand to teach them how to be civilized and well-mannered people. Chapter 135, with a baseball bat in hand, I will smash even 1,000,000 men. Dude, I still advise you not to do that. See that? There are a lot of police outside. Trust me, you definitely don't want to get into trouble with them. As long as you stay here, nothing will happen. Jonathan still tried to stop Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi smiled and asked him a question in return. Dude, if a bunch of people were yelling, I'm going to burn Jonathan alive. He's a damn bastard. Tell me, what would you do? Truth. Jonathan said, if it were a man, I would tear off their penis and shove it into their mouth. Wow, that's creative. Yin Zhi asked, what if it's a woman? They shove her head down the drain so they could never speak again. Sewer? Wow, this is even more creative. He suddenly realized that not all Odinmerans were disgusting. Jonathan, the guy in front of me, is quite an interesting person. Yin Zhi Dao, so please move aside. I can assure you, I won't burn them to ashes. You promise? Yes, I promise. Jonathan patted his pointed, bald head, shrugged, and made way for him. Yin Zhi strode out of the gates of Howard High School. In that instant, he felt as if he had passed through a thin membrane. Look, it's him, the embodiment of evil. He's out. He's the one who brought the black stripe disease. Burn him. We will be saved. Burn him to death and purify the air of Odin and Rama. Such intense, distorted hatred stemmed from the fire Zhao Zheng set more than 2,000 years ago. In order to expedite unification, she unleashed the Azure Flame Empress's ultimate skill. Azure flames break the dawn, sweeping across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions. The entire continent of Odinmera was enveloped in raging blue flames. It's hard for people today to imagine the fear and disaster that fire brought to the people living on this continent at the time. The disaster is over, but the fear has been passed down from generation to generation. Now, even if Yin Zhi had absolutely no connection to that fire more than 2,000 years ago, so what? As the master of the Azure Flame Empress, he has become the object of hatred for the Odinmera. No other reason is needed. Yin Zhi took a deep breath and roared. Quiet, you idiots. He had already shouted at the top of his lungs, but his voice was still much softer in the face of the surging crowd. Surprisingly, the crowd gradually quieted down. Oomph. Yin Zhi sneered and opened his mouth to shout. You idiots. I'm right here. If you got the guts, come and burn me alive. You bunch of stupid, disgusting, idiotic, and ridiculous trash. Yin Zhi's voice spread, instantly stirring up a huge wave of discussion. The police officers who have been watching the show all turned pale. Has he gone mad? What does he want to do? Does he want to die? Of course, they didn't care whether Yin Zhi lived or died. It would have been better if he had died. But they didn't want to anger Howard High School. So, if Yin Zhi is really in danger, they still have to protect him. Damn it, who wants to protect that incarnation of a devil? Soon, the consequences of Yin Zhi's words came to light. Kill him. Destroy the embodiment of evil. In the name of our Father, charge. In an instant, the crowd pushed down the fence and rushed towards Yin Zhi. At the same time, rat, da, 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 bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted, and a dense hail of bullets rained down on Yin Zhi. Now, even if the police wanted to protect Yin Zhi, they wouldn't dare risk their lives. Moreover, they were very reluctant to do this in the first place. But did Yin Zhi fall? Of course not. The plasma shield protected him completely. When bullets hit it, they bounce off. Bullets ricocheted everywhere, and some unlucky police officers were even shot and fell to the ground. Cool, mate. Let's have a blast today. Yin Zhi laughed loudly and rushed towards the crowd, already swinging the baseball bat in his hand. If viewed from the air, the scene must be quite spectacular. One side is a person, and the other side is a stick. On one side were thousands upon thousands of people, densely packed together, like wolves and tigers, with countless weapons. It truly is like having a baseball bat in hand. I can smash even 1,000,000 people. This is insane. He's a complete madman. Jonathan, the rocket-headed guy, slapped his head and muttered something. He was ready to go and rescue people. Why would he think that way? It's very simple. Numbers matter. I won't say anything else. How long can the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the body last? Without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the spirit control will dissipate. Even if a spirit master's physical strength far exceeds that of an ordinary person, they still cannot withstand the surging crowd. Many others share Jonathan's views. But apart from Mu Pingting, none of them were hoping for Yin Zhi Hao. Some people are looking forward to seeing Yin Zhi make a complete fool of himself. Some people are hoping to see Yin Zhi die. Some people even hesitated about whether to get involved. At the same time, the reporters in Odimala were also incredibly excited, chattering away into their cameras. They don't care who's right or wrong. All they care about is trending news, high ratings, and bonuses. Because it was a live broadcast, quite a few people were even sitting in front of their televisions watching it. Many people are praying for their father. May Yin Zhi, the embodiment of evil, receive the judgment he deserves. And so, under the watchful eyes of the world, the two groups collided. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zhi was swallowed up by the crowd. It was almost a foregone conclusion. However, the next second, a huge shockwave erupted. All those who had drowned Yin Zhi were knocked away. In that instant, there was no one else within a 5-meter radius of Yin Zhi. Immediately afterward, while everyone else was still in shock, he had already charged forward with a baseball bat in hand. Bang, bang, bang. One blow and someone is knocked unconscious. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were knocked unconscious. The enraged crowd surged towards Yin Zhi once more. Just as he was about to be submerged, he grabbed a baseball bat and swung it around, knocking out a group of people. Then he leaped up, stepping on the heads and shoulders of the crowded people, and swung a baseball bat to smash them. None of them needed to be hit twice. Time, just like that, slips away little by little. People who were originally waiting to see Yin Zhi make a fool of himself and suffer. The expression on his face was gradually replaced by shock. Finally, devil, devil, he's the devil. Run. Yin Zhi's voice rang out. Trying to run? No way. Mechanical Empress skill, force field barrier, activated. Thus, an invisible fence stopped those who wanted to run away. What awaited them was the baseball bat in Yin Zhi's hand. Stop. Hands up. Police intervention. Baseball bat, please. And so it is. 2 hours passed from the time the first person was knocked unconscious to the time the last person was knocked unconscious. In the end, people lay scattered on the ground in front of Howard School. Only Yin Zhi was still standing. He approached a reporter, took her microphone, and pointed it at the camera. Who else wants to burn me alive? Who else? You bunch of self-proclaimed civilized barbarians. Bring it on. Me and my baseball bat are waiting for you. Besides, this was legitimate self-defense, right? If anyone wants to sue me, the lawyer watching on TV can contact me. Whoever sues me, I'll sue them. I'm rich but stupid, come quick. After saying that, he raised 2 middle fingers at the camera lens, turned around, and strode away. Chapter 136 Yin Zhi. Odinmara is indeed a very civilized country. Shhhhhhhh. Yin Zhi waved a whistle and walked toward Howard, brandishing a baseball bat. He was passing by a man who had just regained consciousness when he knocked him unconscious again with a thud. Why are you whistling? Because he was very happy. After working for more than 2 hours, how much murderous intent did he accumulate? Not much, maybe around 400,000. Including what I earned before, my current account balance is 892,458. That's $1 million. We've finally escaped poverty again. Just as I stepped through the gates of Howard, Jonathan called out to me. Hey, buddy, can you tell me? What's your secret to lasting so long? Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. He left after saying something like, I guess it's because I usually go to bed early, get up early, and exercise regularly. Jonathan muttered enviously, looks like I shouldn't keep staying up all night watching Baby Octopus. Yin Zhi found the original owner of the baseball bat. Come on, let's go get the money. Who knew he'd just say, this is for you, and then disappear in a flash? Joke. If he actually takes this money, he can forget about ever working at Howard again. Yin Zhi smiled at Su Jiujiu and Mu Pingting, who had come over and said, I feel a little embarrassed for getting a baseball bat for free. Su Jiujiu's eyes sparkled, and she held them to her chest with both hands. Wow, 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 wow. Class monitor, I admire you so much. From this moment on, I'll be your fan for life. That's actually about 60% true. She had long been unhappy with those Odimerants. She was also looked down upon by some girls yesterday. However, she had to swallow her anger because of this and that. As a result, the stunt that Yin Zhi pulled today made her feel truly triumphant and gratified. Yin Zhi Dao, keep a low profile. Stay calm. Mu Pingting was both amused and exasperated. Yin Zhi, you certainly had a good time this time. However, there will likely be a lot of trouble afterward. You might even be deported back to your home country. Yin Zhi smiled and waved. Don't be afraid. This civilized country has laws and lawyers. Do they like to sue people all the time? Whoever wants to play with him. After 3 months, we packed up and went back home, never to play with him again. Seeing Yin Zhi's confident demeanor, Mu Pingting was at a loss for words. Su Jiujiu said, but I heard that lawsuits are very expensive here. Yin Zhi laughed and said, didn't I just say? I'm not short of money. Not far away. Zhao Haolong's face turned ashen. The real show is just beginning. He left after saying that. She gently said, Brother Haolong, wait for me, and then chased after him. Yin Zhi returned to his dormitory. He took out a communicator and made an overseas call. That thing. Hey, Aunt Chin, I reckon I'll have to fight several lawsuits here. It's a bit tight. Could you lend me some? I will definitely pay it back in the future. Chin Chin's reply was simple. I'll give you my private fund manager's phone number later. You can talk to him directly about how much you need. Just tell me how much you need. This means there's no upper limit. After thanking him and hanging up the phone, Yin Zhi chuckled. It's great to have a rich woman by your side. He doesn't think of himself as a kept man. Yin Zhi doesn't doubt his ability to make money. He just doesn't have time to make small amounts. When I'm less busy, I can make a fortune and pay it back, right? Soon, Dongfang Weishi knocked on Yin Zhi's door and immediately showered him with praise. You're amazing. You're really something. I realized I underestimated your abilities. Yin Zhi, without a care in the world, said thank you for the praise, and that he would continue to work hard. Dongfang Weishi suddenly felt it was a miracle that she hadn't fainted from anger. Come on, let's go see someone. Yin Zhi asked, who? Lawyer. Dongfang Weishi screamed in anger. Based on what you just said, even if you had 100 million, you wouldn't be able to fill the stomachs of those Odin and Mela lawyers. Yin Zhi Dao, but I have prepared 10 billion. Are you coming or not? Yin Zhi quickly said, let's go. After that, Yin Zhi went with Dongfang Weishi to meet her lawyer friend. Sure enough, anyone who can be friends with a beautiful woman must be a beautiful woman herself. Dongfang Weishi, this lawyer friend, is the head of Howard's legal department and also the vice dean of the law school. What happened next? Just as Zhao Haolong said, it was absolutely brilliant. First, Yin Zhi was arrested by the police, and then his legal team appeared. After paying bail of 50 million, Yin Zhi swaggered out of the police station. Secondly, he was prosecuted on more than 200 charges. Once convicted, he will face a prison sentence of up to 3,400 years. Next, the legal team stepped in and engaged in a fierce battle with the prosecutors. Ultimately, Yin Zhi was found not guilty and released in court. The entire case was completed in 15 days, which is incredibly fast. As the radiant Yin Zhi walked out of the courtroom, he was surrounded by a group of reporters. A reporter asked Yin Zhi how he felt at that moment. Yin Zhi thought for a moment, then said something into the microphone and into the camera that was enough to infuriate anyone. What I want to say here is that Odinmala is indeed a very civilized country that governs by the rule of law. People living in this country are truly, truly blessed. Breathing in the free air here, I feel better than ever before. Furthermore, anyone who wants to burn me alive is welcome to do so anytime. My Dragon Boy baseball bat is always ready for self-defense. In an instant, he received countless beeping sounds. God knows how many people wanted to shove their guns into his chest and pull the trigger at that moment. Did you think that was the end of it? No, the real show is just beginning. Triggered by Yin Zhi's acquittal, large-scale demonstrations erupted across Odinmala. The chaos has escalated to an unprecedented level. Arthur Jordan, the leader of the Xiong faction, delivered a speech, publicly stating that Yin Zhi's acquittal was a desecration and trampling of the spirit of the law. The criticism was directed at the Wolf Party's government, saying that they had brought shame to the nation of Odinmala and made them a laughingstock around the world. At the same time, Arthur Jordan also stated that once he takes office, he will definitely reopen the baseball bat case and ensure that the criminals receive the severe punishment they deserve. Within just a few days, Arthur Jordan's poll numbers surpassed those of Ron Edwards. The election starts in just 1 month. At this rate, Ron Edwards' position as head of state may be in jeopardy. Yin Zhi, with just a baseball bat, managed to stir up the political situation in Odin and the United States. Tell me, is there any reality more surreal than this? Chapter 137 Teacher Dongfang. Be careful, someone might drug you. You'll be startled. We made money. We made money. How much income does Yin Zhi get from all this stirring up trouble? 46.42 million. Yes. 46,420,000 points of killing intent. The remainder can be ignored. I ask you, how could Yin Zhi not fall in love with this civilized country? He absolutely adores Odin's country of Mera. Odin and Alami people are such a lovely and generous bunch. These past few days, I've watched my murderous intent level rise rapidly every day. My excited heart couldn't calm down for a long time. He refrained from using it, wanted to see how many points of killing intent he could ultimately gain. Even now, he can still see his murderous intent growing. To give myself some peace and quiet, he has strongly demanded that the Death Seeker system disable DD notifications for those with a kill intent level below 10,000. Otherwise, his beeping sound would drive him crazy. Yin Zhi even doubted how he had managed to settle down in Odinmala. Soon we'll be able to gather enough killing intent to unlock the ultimate skills of each Empress. However, he knew that this was impossible. Right now, the authorities would love nothing more than to deport me. However, Odinmala is a country that prides itself on having the rule of law. My student visa is valid for 3 months. During this period, the authorities have no reason to deport him. If it dares to find any excuse to kick me out, Yin Zhi is ready to sue the government in court. He owes Aunt Qin a huge debt of tens of billions, and he has plenty of money to feed his legal team. Who's afraid of who? The spirit of the rule of law, freedom, and democracy? Funny. Ultimately, it all comes down to money. Yin Zhi truly understood this point this time. In Odinmala, as long as you have money, you can do whatever you want. This is absolutely unimaginable in the true Dragon Kingdom. As of today, Yin Zhi's murderous intent has reached nearly 50 million. I can't take it anymore. We can't stand it anymore. Spend money like crazy. Unlock skill, Azure Flame Sword. A single strike pierces the heavens and shatters the azure sky. Murderous intent balance minus 5 million. Unlock skill, Azure Flame, Azure Blaze, burning clouds, sky filled with flames. Killing intent skill, 5 million. Unlock skill, Causality Prediction. Killing intent skill, 10 million. Unlock skill, Nano Mobile Armor. Killing intent skill, 6 million. Unlock skill, Give yourself a life-saving injection. Killing intent skill, 9 million. Unlock skill, Inject a dose of hedonistic pleasure into 100 people. Killing intent skill, 3 million. Unlock skill, The mighty heavenly dragon subdues all directions. Killing intent skill, 8 million. After such a lavish expenditure, Yin Zhi was left with less than 4 million in murderous intent. Cool. That was so awesome. Especially unlocking the Azure Flame Empress's skills. Not only has the Azure Flame Empress's strength increased, he could clearly feel a significant improvement in his own physical strength. He even had the feeling that he could easily defeat a king-level spirit master with his physical strength alone. After calming down, having gotten the better deal, Yin Zhi started acting innocent. It seems I have a lot of Holy Spirit 9-star guardian spirits. The killing intent of nearly 50 million has been almost completely used up in this one go. What was originally intended to train one good student is now intended to train 4. This money is still a bit insufficient. Fortunately, the empty Empress doesn't need to spend money, otherwise it would be a huge expense. Have a look. While others can only dream of possessing a legendary level spirit beast, he was troubled by how to allocate his killing intent and cultivate the Empress. Isn't this just being hypocritical after getting a good deal? Why didn't Yin Zhi direct all his murderous intent toward an Empress? This is the result of his thinking in a state of quantum calculus. His current actions ensure that he can recklessly seek death without actually dying. Take the causality prediction skill of the mechanical Empress as an example. It can predict the future within a certain area and a certain time period. Although the size of the predicted area and the length of the prediction period are limited by one's own capabilities. But predicting the future, isn't that amazing? If this skill is applied to combat, it can directly predict the opponent's future moves and tactics, making it difficult to lose. That 10 million was absolutely worth it. It's even a skill you absolutely must unlock once you have the money. The other Azure Flame swords cleave the heavens with a single strike, giving themselves a shot of resurrection. These are all extremely practical skills. No further explanation needed. Now I can go ahead and court death again. The more you seek death, the stronger your murderous intent becomes. The stronger your murderous intent, the more powerful it becomes. This is truly a wonderful, virtuous cycle. That day, class is over. Yin Zhi whistled as he strolled happily through the beautiful campus of Howard University. Sudden, beep beep, you have received 11,000 points of killing intent from an unknown entity. Please check your account. Beep beep, you have received 13,000 points of killing intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Now, Yin Zhi has become numb to the beeping sound. Walking on the campus of Howard, 5 out of 10 students he encounters would contribute at least 10,000 murderous intents to him. On average, that's 500,000 kill intents gained every day. However, the local natives only fantasized about killing Yin Zhi. Did they take direct action? Not a single one. Are they afraid of Yin Zhi? Yin Zhi doesn't know about this. Anyway, according to what Mu Pingting and Su Jiujiu found out, that rude barbarian is not worthy of our attention. Oh dear, so they think we're not qualified to let them take action? TSK, TSK, TSK. They're indeed noble and civilized Odin-Mare people. At this time, Yin Zhi walked towards the school gate. The baseball bat incident caused a 20-day delay. Today, he began investigating the black stripe disease. Suddenly, a car stopped next to him. The car window rolled down, and Dongfang Weishi's cold and stunningly beautiful face came into view. Have a meal. Are you going or not? Yin Zhi is about to ask you if you're treating. Suddenly, he saw Henry Harry in the driver's seat. There's also Elizabeth Anna beside Dongfang Weishi. Yin Zhi pursed his lips. No, I'm not going. In some people's eyes, I'm just a dog. What if he gives me some dog food later? If I eat this, I'll really become a dog. Wouldn't it be impolite not to eat it? Should I eat it or not? Henry's lips twitched as he gripped the steering wheel in the driver's seat. Dongfang Weishi's expression grew even colder, and she said, Fine, then don't go. The moment she closed the car door, Yin Zhi's voice came into the car. Teacher Dongfang, be careful, someone might drug you. It will fertilize. Elizabeth Anna said, My dear, your student is not gentlemanly at all. That's just how he is. Ignore him. After saying that, she turned her head to look out the window. Elizabeth Anna gave an awkward smile. Henry Harry drove quietly ahead. Chapter 138, You actually came here for a late-night snack in the middle of the night? How classy. Yin Zhi held a grudge. But he also remembered the kindness. This time, Dongfang Weishi helped him a lot. The legal team she's working with was established by her friend. In the end, they charged him a friendly price, and the total cost was less than 50 million yuan. Yuan Jin is the currency unit in the Odinmere region. 1 yuan gold is equivalent to 10 long yuan. Although Yin Zhi has hooked up with Aunt Qin, a super rich woman, and is not short of money. But the money was borrowed after all. It was a debt. Since it's debt, Naturally, we should try to minimize it. What's more, they were in an unfamiliar place, or rather, in enemy territory. Even if you have money, you may not be able to hire a truly reliable lawyer. God knows how many rogue lawyers are thinking of taking a piece of his flesh. They might even lose the lawsuit in the end. Thanks to Dongfang Weishi's help, he was able to have a truly elite yet affordable legal team. Otherwise, if they lose the baseball bat case, if he didn't want to go to jail, he had no choice but to run away in disgrace. Therefore, Yin Zhi remembered this kindness. I just told Dongfang Weishi, Teacher Dongfang, be careful, someone might drug you. You could get pregnant. It was both a well-intentioned reminder to Dongfang Weishi and it was a malicious warning to Henry Harry. As for whether these well-intentioned or malicious reminders are useful, Yin Zhi couldn't care less about all that. Dongfang Weishi is not a naive and innocent 15 or 16-year-old girl. If I warn her and she still falls for it, well, then I don't need to feel guilty. Knowing there was danger, why would someone still go out to eat with you? Are they out of their mind? Although she didn't know what Dongfang Weishi's motives were for inviting her to dinner, she still didn't know. Have a meal? Eat shit. What's the difference between eating with someone like Henry Harry and eating shit? Even if Yin Zhi had nothing important to do right now, he would still refuse decisively. Whistling, Yin Zhi left the school gate and came to the roadside, where he hailed a taxi. Unexpected. Is that you? Get lost. Fuck your mother. The taxi driver gave Yin Zhi the middle finger, then stepped on the gas and drove off. Having inhaled a strong odor of exhaust fumes, Yin Zhi pulled out his communicator and dialed the reporting hotline. Refusing to carry you? And he even insulted the guests? I'm reporting you. No questions asked. Then, Yin Zhi hailed another taxi. The driver, who was so fat he almost filled the cab, also recognized Yin Zhi. If you don't give me a ride, I'll report you. I will report you once a day. I'll keep reporting you until you're fired. There was a driver just now. Guess how many days it will take him to lose his job? The fat driver was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Come up here. Explain. Where do you want to go? I really want to take you to hell. The fat driver thought to himself. Yin Zhi Dao, Phoenix Biological Research Institute. The fat driver said, Buddy, you're heading to hell yourself. He spoke again shortly afterward. I need to close the car window. This is not an armored car. If anyone sees you in my car, you and I will go straight to hell. Ho ho. The Odimra are really funny. 3 hours later, the fat driver stepped on the brakes. Ahead lies the gate to hell. Although I have my own bulletproof vest and am all fat, but I don't want to go up there and get shot. Yin Zhi tossed him a few coins, got off the bus, and left. Hey, Odin and Mara don't welcome you. You know that? Yin Zhi didn't even turn his head and gave him 2 middle fingers. This is already in the northwestern suburbs of Watson. It's a little past 9 o'clock at night now. The moon in the sky is no rounder than the one in China. The road is well lit by streetlights on both sides. Some of the streetlights were broken by something. A few streetlights were still flickering incessantly. Sudden, slap, slap, slap. A jumbled, dense sound came from afar. That's gunfire. Yin Zhi walked along the road for a while, entered a valley, and saw the Phoenix Biological Research Institute. A gunfight is taking place here right now. One side attacks, the other defends. The dense, chaotic gunfire echoed through the valley. It was accompanied by frenzied, insane shouts of killing. Wow, I almost thought I had arrived on a battlefield. No wonder the driver said this place was the gate to hell. Being shot here is like a journey to hell. Yin Zhi was not surprised at all by this, because he already knew about the situation here from the internet. There's no smoke without fire. Many people online are saying that the black stripe disease is a biochemical virus created by the Phoenix Biological Research Institute. However, due to the lack of conclusive evidence, no one can touch it in this civilized country of Odimla. But those infected with the black stripe disease and certain righteous individuals overflowing with a sense of justice, they don't care about evidence. He came straight here with a gun, shouting that he wanted to destroy the source of evil. Phoenix Biological Research Institute is no pushover either. They hired elite mercenaries from a well-known local security company, Redwater Security, to directly engage the invaders. Why aren't the police and military doing anything about it? Mind your own business. Tell me, isn't it magical? Yin Zhi watched from afar and exclaimed in amazement. This is truly an eye-opener. However, the more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it is for him. He summoned the mechanical Empress and slipped into the Phoenix Biological Research Institute through a blind spot in the surveillance system and a subspace. Thanks to holographic scanning, The entire environment of the Phoenix Biological Research Institute was laid bare before Yin Zhi. Surveillance and security are practically non-existent. As for some protective isolation doors, they couldn't stop Yin Zhi's subspace gliding. After some investigation, Yin Zhi actually found a pure black virus in Laboratory B of the Phoenix Biological Research Institute. The label above is for the T sample of the black stripe virus. System, have I completed the task? Beep beep. Nothing. What? Nothing? I've already found the black stripe virus. How come a mission isn't complete yet? Yin Zhi pursed his lips. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from inside. Immediately returned the black stripe virus sample T to its original location. Then he quickly hid in the spatial rift. An elderly man with a large belly, wearing protective clothing, walked in and carefully took the black-striped virus sample T. It was none other than Fujiwara Kuri, the director of the Phoenix Biological Research Institute. Yin Zhi then secretly followed him. They discovered that he was carrying a sample of the black-striped virus T and was preparing to leave the Phoenix Biological Research Institute through an underground passage. He immediately glided to the trunk of Fujiwara Kuri's car. I'd like to see where you're going to take something so dangerous. Lying in the trunk, it was bumped around for more than 2 hours before finally coming to a stop. Yin Zhi used holographic scanning to sense that this was indeed an underground parking lot. No further explanation needed. Continue to follow up. Finally, he arrived at the top of the skyscraper. The rooftop, however, is a completely different world, resembling a sky estate. Yin Zhi hid in a thicket of bushes, watching Fujiwara Kuri enter a grand, bright mansion. The mansion has extremely tight security. Just to be on the safe side, Yin Zhi put away the mechanical Empress. Then, the even more professional Void Empress was summoned. Using his Void Walk skill, Yin Zhi successfully entered the mansion. A dinner party was clearly taking place inside. It was very lively. It's also very high-end, classy, and sophisticated. Yin Zhi glanced at it from the Void Realm. He didn't see Fujiwara Kuri, but he did see someone else who surprised him. You actually came here for a late-night snack in the middle of the night. How classy. Chapter 139, Causality Prediction. Witnessing the future that is about to happen. Who is it? It was just before dawn. Yin Zhi noticed that she was sitting in a multi-person seat. There were 2 other sets of cutlery on the table. So, Henry Harry and Elizabeth Anna were also there, but no one knew what they were doing. They even come here for a late-night snack. They really know how to enjoy life. Ignore her. Yin Zhi was on his way to find Fujiwara Kuri when he saw him walk out of a corridor. Then, led by a large Western waiter, he sat down in a seat. At this moment, the Void Empress suddenly urged Yin Zhi to leave the Void Realm quickly, so as to save her some Void power. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes and went to a secluded spot, the toilet, before stepping out of the Void Realm. Then, he summoned the Mechanical Empress. He felt completely relaxed listening to her master's voice saying, "Please use the machine girl to your heart's content." The Mechanical Empress is still more likable. Empress Void is simply a woman of fierce nature. If they're well-fed, it's fine. If they're not, they're really annoying. Wait, once I get your intimacy level to 100, I'll see how I satisfy you. No, I can stuff you until you burst. Yin Zhi tried using holographic scanning and found that it did not trigger any alarms, so he was relieved. He then sat on the toilet and used holographic scanning to monitor Fujiwara Kuri. Huh, I didn't notice just now. Where's the box containing the black-striped virus sample T in his hand? He suddenly realized something and felt a sense of foreboding. Clearly, Fujiwara Kuri has already handed over the box containing the black-striped virus sample T to someone. Perhaps this is why he came here, and because I didn't follow up in time, I missed it. Pity. What a pity. What do we do now? After thinking and thinking, Yin Zhi came up with the most direct and effective method. What is it? A burlap sack with Fujiwara Kurisu's gag was used to pry his mouth open. That's right, let's do it. So Yin Zhi kept a close watch and waited quietly. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Henry Harry and Elizabeth Anna returned to their seats. Judging from their intimate behavior, they might have just gone to fire cannon. A little while later, 2 more people whom Yin Zhi knew entered the mansion. It was actually Zhao Haolong, the young Master Zhao. There was a girl with him. I remember her name was Wenru, and she was almost inseparable from Zhao Haolong. TSK. It's true that there are always people who love even the worst kind of scoundrel. Maybe she's dreaming of becoming an empress? What is he doing here? Yin Zhi saw that Prince Zhao was led to his seat by a servant. Then, he seemed to see Dongfang Weishi, So he and Winter got up and went over to greet her. They exchanged a few words with Dongfang Weishi and then returned to their seats. Time passed little by little. The number of empty seats in the lobby of the mansion is decreasing. What exactly is this supposed to be? Suddenly, Yin Zhi had a thought. Why not try causality prediction skills? Of course. To be honest, he didn't quite understand the principle behind this skill. According to the skill description, it can predict the future within a certain area and a certain time period. Can it really predict the future? Yin Zhi actually had some doubts. I was getting a little bored while waiting, so I decided to give it a try. Let's see if this causal prediction skill is really that amazing. Immediately, a thought struck him. Causal prediction, put to use. In an instant, he felt his head become heavy, and there was a feeling he couldn't quite describe. At the same time, the results of the holographic scan also changed. It was as if the fast-forward button had been pressed, and everyone's movements sped up. Yin Zhi stood up and walked out of the restroom. In reality, his true form is still in the toilet. What is now emerging from the toilet is a virtual entity within the area of causality. Upon arriving at the mansion's lobby and seeing the people around him moving at a rapid pace, Yin Zhi felt an extraordinary sense of wonder. Furthermore, he also knew that he could adjust the acceleration factor through his mind. Yin Zhi's virtual form wandered up to Dongfang Weishi, staring at her from left to right. TSK, TSK, TSK. Upon closer inspection, teacher Dongfang really is beautiful. Only Empress Qingyan can surpass her in terms of looks. Of course, this doesn't mean that the other empresses were less beautiful. It just means they had different characteristics and strengths. Comparing the voluptuous, white-clad empress to the tall, aloof, and elegant Qingyan empress is clearly not a fair comparison. At this point, Henry Harry poured red wine for both Elizabeth Anna and Dongfang Weishi. Yin Zhi slowed down. Henry Harry said, "Come on, let's celebrate our reunion after 10 years and reminisce about the innocent and wonderful days of our student days. Cheers!" Elizabeth Anna then said to Dongfang Weishi, "Darling, cheers." Dongfang Weishi hesitated for a moment, but still drank a cup with the other two, only taking a small sip. Yin Zhi muttered to himself, "Drinking such a small amount, I'm still afraid of being drugged." Seriously, if you're afraid of being drugged, then don't eat late-night snacks with them. A classmate I haven't seen for 10 years. Who knows what they become? Finding nothing interesting, Yin Zhi accelerated the causal region again. He then wandered over to Zhao Haolong and slapped him twice, but missed. It was all fake, of course he missed. "I'll slap you twice first, and then I'll reward you with even more. Keep accelerating, keep accelerating." Soon, Yin Zhi found out what this high-end, sophisticated banquet was all about. So, it was a charity auction. Huh? Are you kidding me? Doing charity? What kind of charity are you doing? Are you going to use the money raised to buy guns and ammunition for others, so they can keep shooting in the streets? Let me see what good stuff you have here. As I watched, until a straight-backed, rusted antique longsword was placed on the auction stage, and Zhao Haolong immediately bid for it. Yin Zhi's heart skipped a beat. Could Zhao Haolong have come for this antique knife? What kind of knife would make Zhao Haolong come all the way here to bid for it? Knife. Holy crap. Could it be the immortal slaying blade? This possibility is not non-existent. Besides, even if it's not the immortal slaughtering blade, since Zhao Haolong wants it, it must be something extraordinary. He wants it. We'll take it from him. Yin Zhi had an evil thought. In the end, Zhao Haolong spent 17 million yuan to win the rusty, straight-backed antique knife. Just as Yin Zhi was about to dispel the causal prediction, his eyelids suddenly twitched. Suddenly, Dongfang Weishi's cheeks flushed red, and she felt dizzy. Yin Zhi immediately adjusted the speed back to normal. All that could be heard was Dongfang Weishi weakly and laboriously saying, "Henry, what did you do to me?" Henry Harry continued, cutting his steak leisurely. Elizabeth Anna stood up and went to help Dongfang Weishi. "Honey, you must be tired. Come on, let me take you to rest." Dongfang Weishi tried to struggle, but she had no strength to do so. "I say, why? Why did you do this? Honey, what are you saying? You seem really exhausted." "It's okay. Honey, a good night's sleep will make you feel better. Let's go." Then, Dongfang Weishi was helped away by Elizabeth Anna. Yin Zhi watched all of this and curled his lip. "See? You didn't listen to me. Still eating? I bet you're taking your medicine." Chapter 140. Fearing that teacher Dongfang would be plotted against, he specially came to act as her protector. Aren't you touched? Causal prediction. Released. In an instant, Yin Zhi felt dizzy. My head felt incredibly heavy, like it was filled with lead. His mental energy was completely depleted. The spiritual energy within his body was completely depleted. Yin Zhi hurriedly summoned the azure flame Empress and the white-clad Empress. What are you doing? Meditate and cultivate on the spot, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The rarer the spirit, the more efficient it is at absorbing and purifying the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Holy Spirit 9-star Spirit Guardian has the highest efficiency in absorbing and purifying the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, what we call spiritual energy here. If 3 Holy Spirits and 9-star Spirit Masters attack together, what would happen? In an instant, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this area was completely absorbed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that Yin Zhi had exhausted was also replenished. It really does charge in 3 minutes and last all day. He then leaned against the toilet, closed his eyes, and rested to recover his energy. Time passed, second by second. At a certain moment, the lobby of the mansion, Henry Harry poured red wine for Dongfang Weishi. A slightly sour and fragrant aroma of wine filled the air. An expert can tell it's a top-quality wine just by smelling it. Henry Harry raised his glass. Dongfang, there was some misunderstanding between us before. I'm deeply sorry. This glass of wine represents my sincere apology. It also celebrates our reunion after 10 years. The innocence and beauty of my student days seem like they happened just yesterday. Come on, let's drink this up. Elizabeth Anna smiled charmingly and raised her glass to look at Dongfang Weishi. Cheers, darling. This is the blood of a young girl that Henry has treasured for 10 years. I've been craving it for so long, but he just wouldn't take it out. For a man, that's incredibly stingy. Henry Harry smiled without saying a word. Dongfang Weishi looked at the girl's blood in front of her and hesitated. Henry Harry asked, "What's wrong, Dongfang? Do you really think I would hurt you?" As he spoke, a bitter smile and sadness appeared on his pale face. Dongfang, please believe me. I will never hurt you. I swear to you. Elizabeth Anna glanced at Henry Harry, her allure tinged with a hint of ferocity. Hurt my dear? Henry, do you dare? As long as I'm here, don't even think about it. Then he said to Dongfang Weishi, Don't worry, darling. I'm here. I will protect you. Dongfang Weishi seemed to believe Elizabeth Anna, smiled, and raised her glass. Cheers to our friendship. Cheers. Cheers. Just as Dongfang Weishi poured the wine from her glass into her mouth, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched the glass from her. Teacher Dongfang, you'd better not drink this wine. If there's something poisoned in it, you'll be a mother this time next year. It's a hybrid variety, a cross between Chinese and foreign breeds. Dongfang Weishi exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Yin Zhi swirled the red wine in his hand, a broad smile on his face. Yeah, how did I get here? It's because they were afraid that teacher Dongfang would be framed, so they came here specifically to protect her. How about that? Aren't you touched? At this point, Henry Harry's face had darkened. Elizabeth Anna's eyes flashed, and she smiled seductively. Young man, this is a private banquet venue. How did you get in? Did you sneak in here? Yin Zhi glanced at her and said, I don't want to talk to you, golden-haired so. Elizabeth Anna was stunned. She could hardly believe her ears. What did you say? What did you just call me? Yin Zhishuan picked up an empty chair from the side and sat down. Teacher Dongfang, you now have two choices. First, believe me, don't drink this glass of wine. Second, if you don't believe me, drink this glass of wine. Even if you don't believe me, considering how you helped me before, I'll play the role of your protector tonight. Then you'll see the true colors of this despicable couple. Dongfang Weishi stared blankly at Yin Zhi. Then, she turned to look at Henry Harry, her gaze sharp as a knife. Henry, tell me there's nothing wrong with this drink. Henry Harry pursed his lips and gently put down his wine glass. Dongfang, I am very sad. It seems you no longer believe me. All right then, since you don't trust me, I'll drink this glass of wine. He got up to get the wine, but Yin Zhi stopped him. What? You want to destroy the evidence? Henry Harry's pale face had turned red. Beep beep. You have received 300,000 points of killing intent from Henry Harry. Upon hearing this suggestion, Yin Zhi smiled. Elizabeth Anna's beautiful face was ugly. Yin Zhi, do you have any evidence? Without evidence is slander. They will bear legal responsibility. Yin Zhi laughed. It's all right. It's just a lawsuit, right? I have plenty of money for lawsuits. I enjoy lawsuits. Elizabeth Anna was speechless for a moment. Dongfang Weishi snatched the wine back from Yin Zhi's hand and stared intently at Henry Harry. Henry, I'm asking you one more time, and this is the last time. Is there something wrong with this drink? Elizabeth Anna said, My dear, how could you doubt Henry like that? Dongfang Weishi ignored her. Henry Harry stared into Dongfang Weishi's eyes. I will not do anything to hurt you. Dongfang, please believe me. Dongfang Weishi nodded. Okay, I believe you. Then she looked at Yin Zhi. I hope you will keep your word. Then she drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Henry Harry's expression changed drastically. Dongfang you. He never expected that Dongfang Weishi would actually drink the wine. A hint of surprise flashed in Elizabeth Anna's eyes as well. She then beckoned over a waiter and pointed at Yin Zhi. I suspect this person is not a guest invited tonight. I hope you can handle this as soon as possible. Now, Yin Zhi must be driven out, and driven out as soon as possible. Yin Zhi chuckled. What? You want to kick me out and stop me from being your protector? How ruthless of you to destroy flowers. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table. It instantly drew the attention of everyone around. Let me tell you, no way. Gentlemen and ladies present. Now, there is something that requires your witness. This despicable couple conspired to poison their friend, but they are unwilling to admit it. Now, their friend, this beautiful young lady who trusted her friend, has drunk the poison wine. What you need a witness is, I was the one who wronged and slandered them. It was their trampling of friendship and betrayal of trust that led to this. The answer will be revealed soon. Yin Zhi's words immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the people present. Chapter 141 I'm impressed. The future emperor really does spend money like it's nothing. So extravagant. He actually poisoned his friend? Unbelievable. This is absolutely despicable. If that's true, then they should go to hell. Wait, isn't that person? That's right, it's him. They actually managed to invite him. At first, they were still talking about what Yin Zhi had said. But soon, the focus of the discussion shifted to Yin Zhi. All of you here are wealthy, powerful, and renowned. This is fundamentally different from those ignorant people who clamored for Yin Zhi to be burned alive. Given their knowledge, cultivation, and perspective, they are very restrained in their words, no matter what they think in their hearts. Before long, a well-dressed, middle-aged man stepped forward. Sir, please don't make loud noises. It will disturb other people. Also, do you have an invitation? What we're doing here is a private charity dinner. If you're not among those invited, we regret that we cannot host you. Please forgive me. Elizabeth Anna breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. She was waiting to see Yin Zhi make a fool of himself. Zhao Haolong was also waiting to see Yin Zhi make a fool of himself. He has now calmed down from the initial shock of meeting Yin Zhi. Zhao Haolong explained to Wenru. This private charity auction was hosted by Mr. Stark. He was a powerful figure in Odinmala. Just wait and see how he gets kicked out. She gently and softly hummed in agreement. She didn't care about Yin Zhi or anything like that. She just wanted to quietly enjoy the time she spent with Zhao Haolong. Similarly, many people are also waiting to see what will happen to Yin Zhi. Elman Stark is the steel oligarch of Odinmala, one of the key pillars of the wolf pack. How dare they disrupt Mr. Stark's charity auction? All I can say is that their courage and boldness are admirable. As for the ending, he would have to pray that Mr. Stark would be merciful. You need to know, due to the baseball bat case, the Wolf faction's poll support has been overtaken by the Bear faction, putting President Randall Edwards in a re-election crisis. The Wolf Pack probably hates him to death. He's actually walked right into the line of fire? Interesting. Very interesting. At that moment, everyone heard Yin Zhi's voice, tinged with laughter. I don't have an invitation, but I do have this. Everyone saw him pull out a jet black card. In the brightly lit hall, the jet black card stood out conspicuously. Black card? Am I seeing things? He actually pulled out a black card. Is it real or fake? Yin Zhi held the black card in his hand, a broad smile on his face. I heard that holding this card allows you to enter any high-end venue. I wonder if I could have a spot here? Where did the black card come from? It was given to me by Aunt Sheen, of course. The last time he called her to borrow money, her private fund manager delivered the card to him the very next day. This card is incredibly overrated. However, Yin Zhi couldn't find any information online that could prove its awesomeness. Now is the perfect time to take it out and try it out. Judging from the reactions around him, this black card might really be something special. The attitude of the middle-aged man standing in front of Yin Zhi immediately underwent a huge change. If it's convenient, could you please show me your black card? Certainly. The middle-aged man took the card with both hands, looked at it twice, and then returned it with both hands. Sir, on behalf of Mr. Stark, I welcome you. Please be mindful of this so as not to disturb other guests. Have a wonderful time at the party tonight. Excuse me. He dared not turn away guests with black cards. Otherwise, it will offend a large group of oligarchs. Why? Because this black card is something oligarchs create to flaunt their status and position. Whoever denies the black card is essentially denying the privileged rules established by the oligarchs. Chasing him away? That's just asking for trouble. Even if a dog came in with a black card in its mouth, they'd still have to prepare the world's best dog food to serve it. Yin Zhi put away the black card and looked at Elizabeth Anna with a smile. Are you disappointed that I wasn't kicked out? You so. And you male dog? The male dog refers, of course, to Henry Harry, his sharp tongue, but who never forgiving when he's right. As for you, do you want to leave now? Look, everyone is watching you now, waiting to witness the results. If I leave now, I can still save face. Beep beep. You have received 200,000 points of killing intent from Elizabeth Anna. Please check. Praise. Another 200,000 points of income. Elizabeth Anna glared at Yin Zhi, wishing she could devour him. Harry Henry's face turned pale and then flushed. Upon closer inspection, I even saw a fine layer of cold sweat on my forehead. Dongfang Weishi sat quietly, not looking at anyone, seemingly waiting silently for something. Before long, the charity auction officially began. Yin Zhi waited patiently. He completely disregarded the other items in the auction, showing them no interest whatsoever. Soon, the straight-backed antique rusted knife was placed on the table. Just like the scenario predicted by causality, Zhao Haolong participated in the filming. The price quickly soared to 17 million. 17 million once. 17 million twice. 1,000. Before the auctioneer could call out the price, Yin Zhi made his bid. 19 million. In that instant, Zhao Haolong clenched his fist. His worst fears came true. Damn it, how did he know that? Do you want me to give up? No, I will never give up. Zhao Haolong said to Wenru. Wenru, you bid for me. Whatever he bids, you add 2 million. Understand? Okay, I understand. Zhao Haolong immediately got up, went to the restroom, and made a phone call. Dad, it's me. Something's gone wrong. Yin Zhi's here too, and he's trying to take the knife from me. I didn't bring enough money. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Haolong returned to the lobby, and then he heard, 1 billion, 12 million. It's a gentle voice. Did I hear that right? 1 billion. Zhao Haolong hurriedly returned to his seat and asked in a low voice, what happened? How did it reach 1 billion? He said gently. He had previously added 800 million. Zhao Haolong growled menacingly. Then why are you adding more? Are you stupid? But you're the one who made me add it. At this point, the auctioneer began making bids. 1 billion 12 million at a time. 1 billion 12 million twice. 1 billion 12 million 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao from table number 10 for successfully bidding on the genuine Dragon Kingdom Ancient Sword. We also thank him for his contributions to charity. Let's give him a round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. Yin Zhi clapped his hands forcefully. Prince Zhao, well done. I applaud you. More than 1 billion yuan of Chinese currency were used to buy a rusty knife. I am impressed. The future emperor is indeed as extravagant as throwing money around. Zhao Haolong felt dizzy and saw stars. Chapter 142, since you're so enthusiastic about giving it to me, then I'll gladly accept it. Clang! Zhao Haolong tumbled off the chair and rolled onto the floor. At that moment, he felt his ears ringing and his eyes were filled with a dreamlike, colorful glow. 10 billion. 10 billion. If it were a 10 billion purchase of the real Immortal Slaughtering Blade, that would be one thing. The Immortal Slayer Blade is indeed worth the price. However, the green blade only contained the possibility that the whereabouts of the Immortal Slaughtering Blade were unknown. It doesn't necessarily exist. It is merely a possibility. What if it turns out that there was no information about the whereabouts of the Immortal Slaughtering Blade at all? Wouldn't that 10 billion be wasted? The Zhao family isn't unable to come up with 10 billion. The question is whether it's necessary and worthwhile. After all, nobody's money comes from thin air. Even if 100 billion were blown in by a strong wind, just picking up the money would be exhausting. What to do? The family only approved 50 million yuan. The final price is now over 1 billion. How am I going to explain this to my family? Brother Long, are you all right? Brother Long, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Wenru knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face, her whole body trembling with nervousness and fear. Zhao Haolong suddenly realized what was happening and slapped Wenru across the face, knocking her to the ground. Wenru was completely stunned by the slap. "Are you brainless? What's in your head? He raised the price by 800 million, and you followed suit? What are you thinking? How could there be such a stupid woman in this world? I just don't understand. Can you tell me why you're so stupid?" Smack! He slapped Zhao Haolong across the face. Crisp and loud. "Yi Haolong, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? How could you do that?" It was Dongfang Weishi who made the move. Wenru was, after all, one of her students. How could she pretend not to care about Zhao Haolong's actions? Am I going crazy? I'm absolutely furious at how stupid she is. Oh my god, that's absolutely idiotic. With a loud shout, he strode toward the toilet. Immediately, a security guard whispered a few words into his earpiece. If you listen closely, you'll hear him say, "Pay attention to the location of the restroom." This is to prevent Zhao Haolong from running away. Dongfang Weishi helped Wenru up. "Gentle, how are you? Wait here. I'll treat you right now." She shook her head gently, tears streaming down her face. "No need. Thank you, Teacher Dongfang. It's all my fault. It's not Brother Long's fault." Dongfang Weishi opened her mouth, but for a moment, she couldn't say anything. "You really are." She wanted to scold Wenru for being so lacking in self-love and self-respect. But seeing her like this, he couldn't bring himself to say anything to scold her. Just then, Dongfang Weishi felt a wave of dizziness, and, at the same time, all the strength in her body was instantly drained away. She braced herself against the table with all her might, shook her head violently twice, and turned to look at Henry Harry, trembling. "Henry, you actually—" Before he could utter a single word, Dongfang Weishi collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. Luckily, Yin Zhi reacted quickly and caught her in his arms. "Day. So soft. It's so soft." Yin Zhi picked up Dongfang Weishi in a princess carry. Everyone, see that? This beautiful lady has indeed been poisoned. At this civilized, harmonious party where everyone gathers for charity. How could someone resort to such despicable means to target such a kind and beautiful young lady? Especially since they are friends. Is this something a human would do? This is something a beast would do. When is the best time to demonstrate that you are a civilized and upright person? This is the time. Immediately, some people began to condemn Henry Harry and Elizabeth Anna. Disgrace. You are a disgrace to Odin and Mara. Get them out. I can't believe I'm at the same party as this kind of person. Elizabeth slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her face contorted with rage, like an enraged leopard. Everyone shut up. Yin Zhi, what evidence do you have to prove that Henry poisoned you? If you can't provide evidence, can I also accuse you of poisoning us and framing us? Yin Zhi summoned the big-bellied toad and threw Dongfang Weishi into the toad's belly space. Whatever. Say whatever you want. Instead of arguing with me here, you should think about how to withstand Teacher Dongfang's wrath. 2 pigs and dogs in human skin, disgusting. That's disgusting. Ugh, utterly disgusting. Elizabeth Anna roared. I'm going to kill you. Henry Harry stood up and looked intently at Yin Zhi. It seemed he wanted to etch Yin Zhi's face, which he loathed to the core, into his very bones. He left his seat and started to walk, but stopped after taking only a few steps. There will be a sapphire necklace later. That item holds special significance for the East. After saying that, he strode away. Henry, Elizabeth Anna called out, but Henry Harry ignored her completely. She stomped her foot and said to Yin Zhi with murderous intent, I will kill you. I swear. Beep beep. You have received 100,000 points of killing intent from Elizabeth Anna. Watching her departing figure, Yin Zhi curled his lip. It screamed so fiercely, but it only had this little bit of murderous intent. It seems they squeezed too much out of it before, and there's not much left to extract. But what Henry Harry said was true. A sapphire necklace? Could it be that Dongfang Weishi came along just for that sapphire necklace? It seems quite possible. A short while later, Zhao Haolong returned with a gloomy face. She called out gently and tremblingly, Brother Long. Brother Long, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Zhao Haolong gritted his teeth fiercely. Get out of here. I don't want to see you right now. Get out. Wenru ran away with tears streaming down her face. Zhao Haolong glanced at Yin Zhi and sat down again. Beep beep. You have received 60,000 points of killing intent from Zhao Haolong. Please check. Yin Zhi chuckled. After, the auction continues. Yin Zhi ate while waiting. The late-night snacks here are really delicious. Sure enough, a sapphire necklace was taken out and photographed shortly afterward. After thinking about it, Yin Zhi decided to help Dongfang Weishi place the order. She had saved the money before, so he would repay her now. The transaction price was 430 million yuan. TSK, TSK, TSK. How come this money is like worthless paper? After everything is over. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi. I will definitely kill you. I'll kill you. He arrived at the parking lot in a daze, his whole body trembling. Just as he walked to his car, bang! A baseball bat hit him on the head. Zhao Haolong fell to the ground stiffly, his hands and feet twitching slightly. Yin Zhi, who had just emerged from subspace, bent down and picked up a long box. Upon opening it, it was indeed the straight-backed, rusty knife inside. Hey, Prince Zhao, since you're so generous in giving it to me, I'll gladly accept it. Thank you so much. After saying that, Yin Zhi turned around. Wenru stood not far away, her face still streaked with tears. Her spirit beast followed closely beside her. Give a knife back to Brother Long. I will fight to the death to never let you take it away. Chapter 143. If the black stripe virus is successfully developed, it will change the world and make history. Looking at the gentle woman before him, Yin Zhi smiled disdainfully. I have a question for you. Do you know how despicable you are? If you don't know, look, there are so many cars here. Pick any car and check its rearview mirror. Look at how lowly you are now. Even a dog will bite back if its owner kicks it. You live worse than a dog. If you want to be a jerk, go ahead and do it yourself. Don't try to disgust me. After saying that, Yin Zhi used a subspace glide and disappeared without a trace. Currently, his maximum gliding distance has reached over 120 meters. With this slide, he directly jumped into Fujiwara Kuri's car, which was 80 meters away. Don't go. Return. Give me back my knife. Why? Why are you so vicious? A gentle, yet piercing, cry came through the air, filled with despair, helplessness, and utter misery. Yin Zhi felt sorry for her and thought she was pathetic. I feel nothing else. After waiting for a while, Fujiwara Kuri stepped out of the elevator. He got into the car and started it. They were completely unaware that there was an extra person in the dark back seat of the car. The car passed by Wenru. Fujiwara Kuri muttered, "This is a pitiful child." The car drove out of the underground parking lot. It's almost 1 a.m. now. At this time of day, even a city like Watson was a little quieter. However, as you pass some intersections, you can still hear sounds of riots and chaos. The piercing sirens came from all directions, creating a near-stereo surround sound effect. Fujiwara Kuri cursed. What a bunch of barbarians. He immediately switched to his native language. Yin Zhi laughed and said, "That's absolutely right." He was also speaking in Taiha language. Why does Yin Zhi know the Taiha language? I learned it at Dream Space. Learning various knowledge and skills in the dream space is surprisingly efficient. Whatever it is almost easy to learn and understand. Fujiwara Kurimi, right? He had just replied when he suddenly realized something and slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The tires screeched against the ground, and the car came to an abrupt stop. Fujiwara Kuri turned her head away. Who are you? Is that you? How did you end up in my car? He had already recognized Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi grinned, a bright smile on his face. Good evening, Dr. Fujiwara. Don't be nervous, I'm just hitching a ride. You'll definitely help me with this, right? Fujiwara Kuri was speechless for a moment. Hitchhiking? Is this how you hitchhike? Also, when exactly did you get on the bus? Damn it, I didn't notice at all. Where are you planning to go? Considering that the other party was a very wealthy person, Fujiwara Kuri was exceptionally tolerant of Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi laughed and said, I'm going to Central Park. Central Park? I don't go through Central Park. Fujiwara Kuri sighed, muttered okay twice, and then turned the steering wheel around. The two chatted intermittently along the way. Central Park is located in the heart of Watson Town. Although it's called a park, it's actually a mountainous and forested area within the city. It covers a huge area with mountains, water, and forests, making it a unique, even bizarre place. Guided by Yin Zhi, Fujiwara Kuri drove into Central Park. Finally, the car slowly came to a stop next to an incredibly thick redwood tree. Yin Zhi smiled and said, Dr. Fujiwara, why don't we talk about the black stripe disease again? Fujiwara Kuri was startled and immediately realized what was happening. Mr. Yin, I think you must have misunderstood. Everything circulating online is fake. I don't know anything about the black stripe virus. Yin Zhi pushed open the car door and got out, leaning against the driver's side window frame. Yeah? That's strange. I saw you leave the Phoenix Biological Research Institute with my own eyes, carrying a box containing a sample of the black stripe virus T. Black striped virus sample T? How did he know? Fujiwara Kuri's expression changed drastically, and he slammed on the gas pedal, sending the car speeding away. Yin Zhi could only watch helplessly as the car's rear end disappeared into the woods. Inside the car, Fujiwara Kuri gripped the steering wheel tightly. How could he know? He couldn't possibly know. Could there be a spy in the research institute? Suddenly, a person appeared in front of them. Isn't that Yin Zhi? Fujiwara Kuri instinctively tried to slam on the brakes, but a thought flashed through his mind, and he floored the accelerator, looking at the car heading towards him. Yin Zhi lifted his foot and kicked off the front of the car. Bang! A crashing sound rang out. The car, with the accelerator floored, was brought to a complete stop by a single stomp. The front of the car was dented. In the driver's seat, Fujiwara Kuri felt as if she had crashed into an indestructible wall, not a person. His head slammed into the steering wheel, and he felt dizzy. Yin Zhi pulled Fujiwara Kuri out of the car. I just want to chat with you, but you wanted to run me over. Fine, then I'll run you over too. As he spoke, he tied Fujiwara Kuri to a tree. Immediately afterwards, Yin Zhi drove Fujiwara Kuri's car, made a U-turn, and turned on the high beams. He was pressing the brake and the accelerator at the same time. The engine roared, its roar striking the chest and brain. At that moment, Fujiwara Kuri was terrified and immediately started screaming. I said, no. I said, please. I'll tell you everything. The car suddenly lurched forward, and amidst Fujiwara Kuri's terrified screams, it came to a stop on the side of the road. The car door was pressed against Fujiwara Kuri's large belly. Dr. Fujiwara, you should probably take some time to lose some weight. After making a joke, he laughed and said, tell me, I want to know everything about the black stripe virus. Fujiwara Kuri, breathing heavily with fear, began to recount her story. So it turns out he really did create the black stripe virus. But Fujiwara Kuri only admits that he created the black stripe virus, but he did not invent it. Someone gave me the original research materials and production process. I simply synthesized the black stripe virus according to the formula and data above. Then I handed the finished black stripe virus to that person. To put it bluntly, I'm just a virus creator. As for the rest, it really has nothing to do with me. Everything I said is true. Please believe me. Yin Zhi smiled. Haha, you're quite good at shifting blame. You created the virus. It has nothing to do with you. So who does it have to do with? Tell me, who is that person? Fujiwara Kurimichi. I don't know. Yin Zhi frowned. You don't know? I really don't know. Really? He always takes the initiative to contact me. Then I bring the virus samples and research materials and place them at the designated location. I have never had any direct contact with him. Looking at him, Yin Zhi didn't seem to be lying. One last question. I'm curious. How much money did he give you? You actually made me create the highly infectious black stripe virus for a complete stranger. Fujiwara Kuri's cheeks flushed with inexplicable excitement. No, he didn't give me any money. All of this was done voluntarily by me. The person who discovered the black stripe virus is a genius. Did you know? If the black stripe virus is successfully developed, it will completely change the world and make history. I feel incredibly honored to have been a part of the creation of the black stripe virus. At that moment, his eyes shone. Chapter 144. Oh no. I completely forgot about teacher Dongfang Laxi. Change the world? Making history? Is it really that exaggerated? At first glance, Yin Zhi also thought it was an exaggeration. But then I listened to Fujiwara Kuri's explanation of the black stripe virus. He, however, felt it was not an exaggeration at all. Turned out to be. The final product of this black stripe virus has the effect of completely altering the human physique, allowing humans to directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The endless ocean of time contains all living beings and all things. Since ancient times, only humans have been unable to directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Why? Nobody knows why. Is this fair? From a human perspective, this is clearly extremely unfair. Therefore, since ancient times, many people have tried to solve the problem that humans cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this problem remains unsolved. If it weren't for humans discovering the spirit crystal, and it resonated with the spirit crystal to summon the spirit, I'm afraid that weak humans would have long since perished under the sharp teeth and claws of wild beasts and magical creatures, and under their supernatural powers. If the black stripe virus can truly help humans directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it can change the world and make history. This black striped virus, can it really allow people to directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Fujiwara Kori nodded vigorously. Of course. Theoretically. I think it's very likely. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? It's still uncertain. As you said, this black-striped virus is of great significance. Why not announce it publicly, instead of secretly researching and producing it? Moreover, this black-striped virus has now infected 50 million people. The number of people who died as a result was as high as 1 million. Fujiwara Kori stared wide-eyed at Yin Zhi. Don't you understand? How could the Holy Court possibly allow the black stripe virus to appear? Once they learned of the black stripe virus's miraculous effects, they will definitely stop any research on the black stripe virus and destroy everything related to the black stripe virus. Yin Zhi frowned and immediately understood. What is the foundation upon which the Holy Court rules the world? Spirit Master. Spirit Crystal. Humans must rely on spirits to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance their strength. Once humans can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on their own, will they still need spirit-controlling crystals? Do we still need to consider the Holy Court's opinion? The answer is obvious. After a moment's thought, Yin Zhi asked, how long until the black stripe virus is truly successfully developed? Fujiwara Kori shook her head. I don't know either. Nobody knows. It's possible that it will succeed tomorrow. It's also possible that it will never succeed. But as long as you keep going, there is hope for success. Seeing Fujiwara Kori's fanatical and excited appearance, Yin Zhi was speechless. Is it necessary? Slap. Slap. Yin Zhi patted Fujiwara Kori on the shoulder. Thank you, Dr. Fujiwara. I'm so sorry about that. Do you want me to reimburse you for your car repair costs? Fujiwara Kori paused for a moment, then quickly said no need. Then it's all right. Yin Zhi untied Fujiwara Kori, told her to go home and get some sleep, and then left. Fujiwara Kori was stunned for a long time. What a bizarre person. That's what he said, but he breathed a huge sigh of relief. He was terrified. He thought he was going to die. He was still very afraid of death. Just as he was about to get into the car, a girl in a white dress suddenly appeared beside him. Without any warning. Like a ghost. Fujiwara Kori was so scared she almost jumped out of her skin. Who are you? The girl in the white dress has a perfect 9 head-to-body ratio. With a perfect figure, she has a great bust and hips, and the golden ratio is simply perfect. Pure white skin, paired with a pure white dress, and long, gray-white hair reaching her waist. At first glance, she seemed to radiate a holy light. At first glance, you might overlook her face. But if you look at her a second time, absolutely no one can take their eyes off her face. Her exquisitely beautiful features made her look like she had stepped out of an elven world, especially her sapphire-like eyes, which possess an indescribable beauty. Saibalasa. It belongs to the Special Mission Investigation Bureau of the Holy Star Knights. I have a few more questions for you regarding the Blackstripe virus. Please answer truthfully. Sabo, Ace's voice was very cold and aloof. The sapphire eyes reflected the fearful expression on Fujiwara Kuri's face. Thump. Fujiwara Kuri was so startled that she sat down on her bottom. If Yin Zhi had been accompanied by the Void Empress before, he would definitely have been able to sense the presence of Saibar Asa. However, he brought with him the Mechanical Empress. Or perhaps, the Mechanical Empress's causal predictions could also foresee it. However, he couldn't possibly consider everything. Therefore, he was unaware of what had happened since the building before Fujiwara Kuri left. Sibyl Asa was hiding in the Void Realm, secretly following them. After leaving Central Park, Yin Zhi found a hotel nearby and booked a room. It's expensive, but he can afford it. As soon as he entered the room, he took out the rusty, antique, straight knife. Hee, I spent 10 billion to buy this thing, but I knocked it out with a stick and took it away. Prince Zhao, please don't really go crazy with anger. If you're crazy, I won't have any fun. He then began to carefully examine the antique knife in his hand. He then casually summoned the Azure Flame Empress. Qingyan, take a look. Is this the Immortal Slayer blade? Zhao Haolong actually spent 10 billion to buy this knife. After much thought, Yin Zhi had reason to suspect that this antique sword was the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. However, Empress Qing Yin shook her head, her expression unusually cold and aloof. No. Yin Zhi's eyes widened. No. Didn't Prince Zhao spend 10 billion to buy it? There should be a limit to how much foolishness and wealth one has, right? Empress Qing Yin spoke again. There's no rush to find the Immortal Slaying Blade. Ouch. Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow. Now we can not only communicate, but they also take the initiative to talk to me. Is this the result of increased intimacy? Hee. I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Yin Zhi dismissed the Azure Flame Empress and then summoned the Mechanical Empress. He performed a holographic scan on the antique knife. He immediately noticed something amiss. There was something inside the blade of the antique knife. He then pried the antique knife open with his bare hands and pulled out a metal tube from the blade. Then he poked a roll of cloth out of the tube. Upon unfolding it, Yin Zhi murmured the words on it. In the Manhwa mountain, there lies the fairyland of Lulong. On the clear spring and the rocks, a knife can slay immortals. A sword can slay immortals. If I'm not talking about the Immortal Slaying Blade, I'll take my own head off. So this knife contained clues to the Immortal Slaying Blade. No wonder. Great. We have the Dragon Slaying Sword. Good things come in pairs. How can we forget the Immortal Slaying Blade? I'll go look for it when I get back. After a busy day, Yin Zhi was exhausted. He quickly took a shower and lay down on the bed to sleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and sprang up like a spring. Oops. I completely forgot about teacher Dongfang Laxi. Chapter 145, what can I do? What can I do? I'm helpless too, okay? Yin Zhi rolled over and immediately summoned the big-bellied toad. Just to be on the safe side, he summoned the Mechanical Empress and used the Matrix Box. Why use the Matrix Box? It's very simple. Guard against potential dangers. Time is relatively still inside and outside the Matrix Box. Even if you go inside, you don't need to worry about enemies attacking the big-bellied toad, although there is no direct evidence that attacking a toad will endanger one's life. But Yin Zhi didn't want to use himself as an experiment. Just like last time, the big-bellied toad jumped into the Matrix Box. Yin Zhi himself was sucked into the toad's belly space by the big-bellied toad. Sudden, Yin Zhi had a flash of inspiration. I wonder if this toad belly space can be transferred to the Void Empress? It's quite troublesome to summon the big-bellied toad every time. I'll talk to Empress Void later. Just then, he suddenly heard strange, suggestive sounds. This sound is... Yin Zhishuan followed the sound and went to the room, where he saw a scene that left him speechless. Dongfang Weishi, disheveled, held Ma Bai, who was also disheveled. The scenery is breathtaking and breathtaking. Damn, this. Ugh. When Ma Bai saw Yin Zhi, she immediately called out to him for help. Dongfang Weishi's power is greater than Ma Bai's. If she insisted, Ma Bai simply couldn't resist. Yin Zhi was shocked for 2 seconds before he immediately realized what was happening. Depend on. Those two scoundrels drugged her with an aphrodisiac. Picking up girls is one thing, but does it have to be this despicable? Yin Zhi rushed over and summoned the white-clad Empress. Xiao Bai, quickly give her a shot to clear heat. The term cooling needle is Yin Zhi's own explanation, but he believed the white-clad Empress could understand. Sure enough, the white-clad Empress chuckled and thrust the enormous syringe toward Dongfang Weishi. Time for a shot. As a result, a sudden change occurred. Dongfang Weishi transformed into a tigress and pounced on Yin Zhi. Its power was incredibly immense. The white-clad Empress's needle missed Dongfang Weishi, but instead pierced Ma Bai's body. After one injection, Ma Bai fainted. Yin Zhi was also on the verge of fainting. As luck would have it, Dongfang Weishi's lunge resulted in the back of his head hitting the edge of the solidwood bed. The incredibly sturdy solidwood bed frame snapped off, leaving Yin Zhi feeling dizzy and seeing stars. As is widely known, a severe blow to the head can cause mental disarray, and the spirit summoning ability will dissipate. Thus, the white-clad Empress vanished before she could even insert her second needle. At this moment, Yin Zhi was somewhat dizzy, but generally conscious. But he soon realized that being sober was useless. Why? Because in terms of physical strength alone, he was no match for Dongfang Weishi. He struggled and resisted several times, but the oppression and confinement he suffered only intensified. This is awkward. There's no other way. Since we can't resist, we can only... This isn't my fault. Hiss. Everything is understood without words. Speaking of, sometimes such coincidences do happen in this world. Previously, Qin Qing was afflicted by a fallen angel. This time, Dongfang Weishi was also fed by a fallen angel. And this fallen angel was created by Henry Harry, the head of the Potions Club at Howard High School. It is said that one should not fall into the same trap twice. Yin Zhi, however, fell into two different traps due to the same trigger. And so it is. That's how it is. At sunrise in the east, Dongfang Weishi woke up in a large bed. Pain. That was her first impression. My head hurts. My neck hurts. My hands and feet hurt. As well as. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and sat up abruptly. The blanket covering her slipped off, and the warm sunlight bathed her snow-white, jade-like skin. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. For once, a look of panic appeared on that usually cold face. What happens? No. Impossible. No, you can't. A beep sounded. Dongfang Weishi tossed her head and looked over, only to see Yin Zhi walking and carrying a tray of breakfast. Hey. Yin Zhi reached out his hand as if to stop him. Teacher Dongfang, please calm down. Let me explain first. After you've heard my explanation, you could decide whether or not to get angry. Dongfang Weishi immediately began to pant heavily. His chest heaved. She gritted her teeth, pulled up the blanket, and covered herself from the view of the precipitous peak. I'm very calm right now. You want an explanation, right? Okay, I'll give you a chance to explain. Listen. Listen to that deliberate, slow way of speaking. Does it sound like you're calm? I don't care. Yin Zhi Dao, do you want to eat while I explain? That's what he asked. Unexpectedly, Dongfang Weishi gritted her teeth and said, "Want? If you want it, then take it." Yin Zhi set up a table on the bed and placed breakfast in front of her. Eat a banana first to aid digestion. Dongfang Weishi grabbed a baguette, took a big bite, glared at Yin Zhi, and chewed vigorously. Yin Zhi thought to himself, "This isn't eating bread, it's tearing my flesh apart." Cough, cough. He cleared his throat. Let's start from the beginning. First, you insisted on going to that meal yesterday, right? Chew. Second, you drank that glass of wine yesterday because you wanted to. Nobody forced you, right? Chew. Third, I'm the one who took you away from that dog man and pig woman. Do you have any doubts? Chew. Fourth, you were given an aphrodisiac. I was going to give you a shot to clear the heat, but you went berserk and knocked me down. Chew. Fifth, you are stronger than me. I can't fight back. Since I can't fight back, then I can only... Chew. In conclusion, you are 100% responsible for this. No more chewing. Yin Zhi was not polite and did not indulge her. Yes, we benefited. But Yin Zhi is stubborn and insists on keeping things separate. Let's put aside the things that bring us benefits. But this shouldn't be blamed on me, right? I told you yesterday to be careful not to get drugged. You wouldn't listen and insisted on coming to eat with me. What can I do? Then I told you that the wine was poisoned, and it was up to you whether you drank it or not. But you insisted on drinking it anyway. What could I do? You don't believe in superstitions, do you? Well, in the end, you got possessed by one. I'm helpless too, okay? Looking back now, it seems that whether I intervened last night or not wouldn't have changed the final outcome. The only difference is that the man you see when you wake up the next day is different. After saying that, Yin Zhi lay back down. Okay, I'm done talking. Do whatever you want with me. Kill me or torture me. But let me make this clear first. I will not sit idly by and wait to die. Despite the rising sun, Dongfang Weishi's stunningly beautiful face was shrouded in gloom. Chapter 146. My dear, Dongfang will lie beside you and be with me sooner or later. You can get out now. Okay. Yin Zhi responded, immediately got up, and quickly left the room. As for Dongfang Weishi, they've already told you to get lost, so why are you still hanging around? Even if you want to show concern or offer comfort, you have to see if the other person appreciates it. Care? Comfort? I was the one who was forced. Suddenly, he thought of something. He scratched his head and went back into the room. Through the door, he suddenly heard Dongfang Weishi crying inside. Why are you crying? You brought this on yourself. What's there to cry about? If someone persecutes you, you can cry, and that's it. Even if you have indeed been persecuted, the main reason lies entirely with yourself. We have only ourselves to blame for things getting to this point. If they had been more careful before, things wouldn't have turned out this way. What's there to cry about? Yin Zhi waited at the door for a full half-hour before the crying inside finally subsided. Only then did he knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, Dongfang Weishi's cold face came into view. Yin Zhi couldn't help but shudder. Didn't I tell you to get lost? Dongfang Weishi's crying still affected him. In the past, he might not have given a pleasant look. Now, never mind. What can I do? I'm a man. Some things, regardless of who is right or wrong, who is reasonable or unreasonable, it's all the man's fault. The man is always in the wrong. Yin Zhi took out the sapphire necklace. Before he could speak, Dongfang Weishi snatched the sapphire necklace and held it tightly in her hand. That's what Henry told me. Tell me what special meaning this thing has for you. Here's the stuff. I'm leaving now. He turned and left without hesitation. Then he went to the front desk, paid for 2 extra days, and left. I took a taxi back to Howard University. I definitely won't be able to make it to class this morning. By the time we got back to afterward, it was almost lunchtime. When they arrived at the dormitory entrance, they found Prince Zhao standing there. Oh my, look who this is. Isn't that Prince Zhao? What wind blew you to my humble abode? Zhao Haolong stared at Yin Zhi with eyes full of resentment and hatred. If looks could kill, Yin Zhi would probably be riddled with holes by now. Beep beep. You have received 50,000 points of killing intent from Zhao Haolong. Please check. Zhao Haolong suppressed his voice. Give me back my knife. Yin Zhi pretended to be confused, even though he knew the truth. A knife? What kind of knife? Zhao Haolong said, you know what kind of knife it is. Yin Zhi pursed his lips. I don't know what kind of knife it is. How am I supposed to know what kind of knife it is if you don't explain clearly? Zhao Haolong's face was flushed, as red as a monkey's bottom. That antique knife from last night. That's mine. I bought it for 10 billion. Give it back to me. Otherwise, I will tell the Holy Court what happened at Yintong Lake. If they investigated. That big ship is the USS Nuclear Peace aircraft carrier. For 35 years, the Holy Court has been searching for its whereabouts. As long as the Holy Court finds out you have a way to enter and exit that space, they will definitely cause you trouble. Ouch. Threatening me? I'm so scared. Yin Zhi smiled. Threatening me? Oof. Prince Zhao, do you think I am someone who can be threatened? Zhao Haolong did not believe that Yin Zhi was not afraid of the Holy Court. Don't push me. I'm telling you, don't push me. If you push me too far, I'll take you down with me. Yin Zhi sighed, his face full of helplessness. Prince Zhao, I really didn't take your knife. What would I do with a broken knife? You don't happen to have paranoia, do you? I always feel like I'm going to hurt you. You can't do this. I still suggest you see a psychologist. Looking at Yin Zhi's expression, Zhao Haolong was somewhat skeptical. Could it really not be him? But Wenru clearly said it was him. Did Wenru deceive me? Zhao Haolong resembled an angry, trapped beast. If you didn't take my knife, who else could it be? Yin Zhi snorted. You ask me? Who should I ask? If you have evidence, then produce it. If you don't have evidence, don't make baseless accusations. Get out of my way. He shoved Zhao Haolong aside and pushed the door open to enter. Zhao Haolong stood there stunned for a while, then ran off and found Wenru. Under persistent questioning, Wenru maintained that it was Yin Zhi. Zhao Haolong was practically driven crazy by all the torment. In his excitement and loss of control, he beat Wenru on the spot. It was only after other students saw this that they rushed over and stopped him. Otherwise, Wenru might get beaten to death. You're driving me crazy. I'm going crazy, you know that. 10 billion. 10 billion. 10 billion was spent on a broken knife, and it's all gone. How am I supposed to explain this to my family? Shouting and yelling, Zhao Haolong disappeared. Yin Zhi was completely unaware of this. He had no interest in knowing anymore. At that moment, he was delighted by a new discovery. What was discovered? It turns out that, although the toad belly space cannot be transferred to the Void Empress, however, the Void Empress can use her void power to create a void secret realm, equivalent to the space inside a toad's belly. Of course, this is on the premise that she has enough void power. And just in time, the Void Empress can feed on the space inside a giant toad's belly. Yin Zhi was happy because he can use his murderous intent to upgrade the space inside the toad's belly, making it available for the Void Empress to consume. Although, according to the Void Empress, the space inside a toad's belly is not as delicious as the space inside a fish's belly. But it's still the power of the void, which is better than nothing, isn't it? That's brilliant. Yin Zhi immediately spent 4 million units of killing intent to upgrade the toad's belly capacity to level 8. Immediately, there was a space that was 100 meters long, 100 meters wide, and 100 meters high. Then, let the Void Empress consume the excess space. Only leave a space of 10 meters in length, width, and height, so as not to let the big-bellied toad go crazy for being eaten. After that, Yin Zhi had the Void Empress create a void secret realm. Everything from the original Toad belly space was moved into the void secret realm. In this way, Yin Zhi was happy, and the empty Empress was temporarily satisfied as well, so it was a win-win situation. While Yin Zhi was busy with this, inside a room at Howard University, "Honey, that damn kid is back." But the East has not yet returned. Elizabeth Anna leaned her upper body against Henry Harry's back in a very intimate manner. Henry Harry broke free. He didn't seem to like being pinned down by Elizabeth Anna. Maybe something happened between them last night. "Aren't you going to do anything about it?" Henry Halley asked. "What are you trying to say?" Elizabeth Anna smiled alluringly. "I want to kill him. I've never wanted to kill anyone more than I do now. He's the only one." Henry Harry said, "You don't need to tell me what you want to do." Elizabeth Anna put her arms around Henry Harry's neck and gazed at him affectionately. "Honey, trust me. Sooner or later, Dongfang will lie beside you, with me. Leave the women's affairs to me. And you, just continue doing what a man is supposed to do." Chapter 147 Extracurricular Activities. Visit to the Odinmara History Museum. The following week was spent in peaceful campus life. During this period, the proposer of the photon harmony theory, the world-renowned Dr. Estienne, 2 special classes were given to all the exchange students. The first lesson was a theory lesson. The second lesson was a practical lesson. Surprisingly, he actually taught everyone his photon harmony theory without reservation. Shouldn't this be a state secret? Is it really okay to just pass on this knowledge to a group of foreigners like this? Could there be a trap here? Despite this thought, everyone listened attentively during Dr. Estienne's lectures. The purpose of the exchange students coming to Howard is to learn the photon harmony theory, isn't it? In practical class, to help everyone apply what they've learned, Dr. Estienne even brought 5 junk crystals for everyone to practice with. This really excited everyone. Don't underestimate these low-quality crystals. They're not something you can just get easily. 5 crystals meant more monks than porridge. They then selected the practitioners by drawing lots. Yin Zhi was unlucky and failed to catch him. 5 lucky individuals attempted to extract spirit beasts using the photon harmony resonance method. In the end, 3 people actually managed to draw the spirit beast. Among them, the lucky one, Su Jiujio, even managed to draw a rare elite 9-star spirit beast using a trash crystal. She was overjoyed, jumping and skipping around, not even afraid of breaking the ceiling. This made everyone's blood boil. The photon harmony theory is truly amazing. Yin Zhi probably doesn't have much feeling about the photon harmony theory because he keeps playing the Empress. But I was also amazed by the photon harmony theory. This photon harmony resonance method is difficult to learn and master. But it seems that once you truly master it, you can greatly increase the success rate of drawing spirits. Furthermore, the success rate of drawing high-level spirits using low-level crystals is greatly increased. It's not hard to imagine. Once the photon harmony resonance method is widely adopted, the number of spirit masters in the endless sea of time is increasing like a geyser. As he was thinking, a sudden inspiration flashed in Yin Zhi's mind. I feel. The photon harmony resonance method and Professor Zhuang's rhythm synchronization theory complement each other. Yin Zhi's learning ability has been honed by the dream space. After comparing Dr. Estienne's and Professor Zhuang Mo's theories, I immediately noticed some clues. However, being a low-key person, Yin Zhi did not ask Dr. Estienne for advice on the spot. He decided to find another opportunity to ask him for advice. That day, the school bell had just rung. The blonde, blue-eyed, long-legged Elizabeth Anna entered the classroom right after the teacher left. Upon seeing her, Yin Zhi, who was sitting in the corner, curled his lip. Because of his past life experiences, he has absolutely no goodwill towards traitors. So what if this woman is beautiful? In his eyes, it was nothing more than an ugly shell. Dear students, please listen to me. We will not have class tomorrow, but will instead have an off-campus activity. The content involves visiting the Odinmala Historical Museum. Therefore, please, students. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting Elizabeth Anna. Old pig, no, teacher. Who else but Yin Zhi would talk like that? I have absolutely no interest in visiting the Odinmala History Museum, so I apply not to go. Elizabeth Anna glanced at him, then scanned everyone in the classroom. This visit will be included in your final assessment score for the exchange and learning activity. Howard will not be held responsible for any consequences arising from his refusal to participate. Therefore, please take this matter seriously. Meet at the school gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Students, punctuality is an essential quality for both gentlemen and ladies. After saying that, she swayed away with her hips that made the boys' hearts race. Yin Zhi also stared at her waist and hips, a vicious thought popping into his mind. I really want to kick it hard. Visiting the Odimala History Museum? That's utterly meaningless. I have important things to do. A week has passed. The investigation into black stripe disease has made no progress to date. He then went to the Phoenix Biological Research Institute. However, they did not find Fujiwara Kori. They interrogated a researcher and learned that he had suddenly had to take leave and return to his home country. Returning to China? I can't exactly go to the island nation of Taiha to find him. Right now, Yin Zhi is naturally anxious, but he also knew that he couldn't rush things. Actually, he wasn't completely without any clues, but that lead was just too troublesome to investigate. For a moment, Yin Zhi had not yet made up his mind. He plans to wait a few more days and see. If there's really no progress, we have no choice but to continue investigating along that lead. At the moment, visit the Odinmala History Museum. He really didn't want to go. I haven't even fully grasped the history of my true dragon kingdom yet. Where are you going to waste brain cells in the history of your Odinmala kingdom? But then I think about the assessment results of this exchange program. Should we go? What if this assessment result is linked to some subsequent activity? It would be frustrating to lose the qualification because of failing the assessment. Sacred Heart University loves playing this game the most. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Yin Zhi arrived at the school gate right on time. Hey buddy, how are you? This time, I'm your driver again. Hopefully, we won't get attacked with eggs this time. Ha ha ha. That cheerful voice belonged to Jonathan, the rocket head. Yin Zhi laughed. Maybe it's not an egg, but a rocket. Jonathan said, Ha, no matter what kind of bullet it is, my darling can withstand it. Elizabeth Anna sat in the front passenger seat of the campus bus. Everyone's here. Let's go, bald guy. At this moment, someone asked, Teacher Anna, isn't Teacher Dongfang going? She was feeling unwell. So, unfortunately, I had to be absent. Wouldn't you all be able to enjoy your holiday more fully without her here? Some people do like to hear these words. The East is beautiful as it is before the sun shines, but it's too cold. The passionate and beautiful Elizabeth Anna was more likable. So the bus headed straight for the Odinmala History Museum. A short while later, a tall figure walked out of the gate of Howard High School. She was wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a coat. It's like being wrapped in a shell. If it weren't for her bulging, high-set breasts, it would be almost impossible to tell whether she was male or female. She hailed a taxi. Where to? Odinmala Historical Museum. Upon hearing that voice, the driver couldn't help but shudder. Why is it so cold? Chapter 148. To defend the dignity of the kingdom of Odinmala, a revenge is launched. Who is this person wrapped in a case? Even speaking makes others shiver from the cold. Who else could it be but Dongfang Weishi? Why did she go to the Odinmala Historical Museum? It's simple. She's going for revenge. Is Dongfang Weishi someone to be bullied? No, never. This time, she was really bullied. How terrible was it? A body with over 30 years of clean and honest health was gone, just like that, in a muddle and confusion. That's all. Does she hate it? Hatred. Since there is hatred, revenge is inevitable. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Yin Zhi was completely unaware of this. He was chatting and laughing with Mu Pingting and often teasing Su Jiujiu. Just in time, the school bus drove past another group of protesters chanting, "We want freedom." Speaking of, looking at the crowds of demonstrators outside, Mu Pingting suddenly changed the subject. This country is truly amazing. To be honest, I even have a bit of admiration for Odin's kingdom. Su Jiujiu, standing in the back seat, pressed her chest against the seat back. Because it was so small and flat, it posed absolutely no pressure for her. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but shout, "No way. Sister Mu, is this the kind of country we're talking about? You still admire it?" Since Mu Pingting said that she naturally had her reasons and justifications. Think about it. The whole country is in such a state of chaos. There are infectious diseases, competition for the position of head of state, racial discrimination, and so on. A host of problems erupted at once, yet the country did not completely collapse. I even saw a strange sense of order within this chaos. Look, some are marching, some are going to work, and some are shopping. And now we're actually visiting the Odinmala History Museum. Isn't that just a tourist attraction? I really don't know what's keeping this country going. Su Jiujio was stunned. Now that you mention it, it's true. Yin Zhi laughed and said, I know what it is. Su Jiujio's eyes immediately lit up with stars. Wow, no wonder you're the class monitor. Tell me quickly. I'm very curious. Yin Zhi asked, do you have money? Money? No. How about you give me some, class monitor? Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. You're dreaming. Even if I have plenty of money, why would I give it to someone? Why can't we donate it to do some good deeds? Su Jiujio immediately pouted. What about in your heart? But he started yelling in a frenzy. I'm so angry. Who cares about your paltry sum? Once I stab you to death, I can earn enough money to last a lifetime. You just wait. Just as I was getting frantic, I heard Mu Pingting's voice. Yin Zhi, do you mean? Money? Is it money that keeps this country from collapsing? Yin Zhi chuckled. But isn't it money? Believe it or not, look at those people marching outside. Most of the core members are backed by powerful financial figures. Ultimately, the riots in this country are all about the power struggle among capitalists. As long as the truly wealthy people in this country don't collapse. No matter how chaotic this country gets, it will not fall. Su Jiujio immediately exclaimed with starry eyes, Wow, class monitor, you even know this? I admire you so much. Mu Pingting also cast an admiring glance at Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi laughed heartily. He then proceeded to pat Su Jiujio's head, ruining her hairstyle. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Mu Pingting smiled. Then suddenly her heart skipped a beat. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Was Mu Pingting's feeling just an illusion? No, because there really was someone looking down at their campus bus heading to the Odimura History Museum. There are 4 people in total, 3 men and 1 woman. They were standing on the top of a tall building on the left. He was in that car. Guys, are you ready? They arrived at the museum quickly. Previously, Odin and Mara had completely lost face. This time, we're going to win back the face we've lost. The speaker was a person completely encased in metal armor. His voice also sounded like it was synthesized electronically. That suit of metal armor, red and silver, had a very graceful human form, with clearly visible muscle lines. You know what, guys? I can't wait. I want to smash him in a mincemeat right now. Burp, this brandy is absolutely fantastic. Captain, you really should have a bite. This is a short, stocky blonde man. Half of his face was covered by a beard. He carried a large, square, dark silver iron hammer on his shoulder. His other hand was holding a bottle of wine. Thanks. Alcohol will affect my fighting ability. Thor, I also suggest you stop consuming alcohol. The speaker was wearing a half-face helmet, which only covered the upper part of his face. Wearing a blue bodysuit, the lines of her muscles were perfectly outlined. A round shield hung on his arm. In the sunlight, the shield gleamed with a faint golden light. Thor laughed. No. Alcohol makes me stronger. The remaining woman had an exceptionally hot figure. She was also wearing a tight-fitting black bodysuit with a snakeskin-like pattern. She carried a bow and a quiver of arrows on her back, which were clearly her weapons. Only, her face doesn't do justice to her figure. Although not ugly, it's just not ugly. Promise me, gentlemen. I must finally shoot him dead. Okay. As she spoke, she licked her lips, looking as if she were desperately thirsty. Metal mech humanity, no problem. The man with the big hammer laughed and said, Since you're a man, then go ahead and shoot. The man with the shield said, I don't mind as long as I can get rid of him. The archer girl laughed. What a surprise, Captain Patriot actually wants to kill someone. The shield-wielding man said, The great kingdom of Odinmura will not be defiled by anyone. That is the reason he deserves to die. Metal mech human, this is why we're here. The man with the big hammer said, Let's go, let's get moving. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Who are they? The legendary hero, the Spirit Master, is a household name in the nation of Odinmura. The so-called heroic Spirit Masters are the nemesis of evil and the partners of justice. They are respectively mechs clad in twilight armor. Thor, the dwarf wielding the Doomsday Hammer. The Patriot Captain wielding the Patriot Shield, as well as a dark elf with extraordinary archery skills. They are all among the top 10 most popular heroes in the Spirit Master rankings. Typically, these heroic Spirit Masters act alone. But this time, the 4 of them formed a temporary alliance. What are you doing? We must take revenge on Yin Zhi. Everything is for the sake of defending the dignity of the kingdom of Odinmura. Chapter 149, I have just one question for you. Aren't you fucking shameless? Odimura Historical Museum, a majestic and magnificent building situated on the banks of the Hiro River in the King's District. The Hiro River, translated into the True Dragon Kingdom, is the River of Heroes. This location is quite fitting. Those familiar with the history of Odimula know this. The history of this country and civilization is a history of individual heroes. Since ancient times, the kingdom of Odimula has been rife with hero worship. It can be said that the entire history of civilization is built upon the heroic deeds of countless heroes. From a grand scale of faith, from the smallest details of daily family life, we all need heroes. The Odimurans have a mysterious belief in one thing. No matter how bad the world is, there will always be a hero who comes to save them and save the world. What they seem to be doing is recklessly courting death before the hero appears. Above, this is what Yin Zhi has summarized over the past few days. Therefore, he had absolutely no interest in visiting the Odimula History Museum. What's worth visiting? It's just about watching the amazing deeds of foreign heroes. So what if they're incredibly awesome? It's amazing that the Azure Emperor Zhao Zhang could burn down the entire Odinmera continent with his azure flame. Besides, heroes of other countries are sometimes criminals in our own country. Historically, the kingdom of Odimula fought against the kingdom of True Dragon. A group of top students from the True Dragon Kingdom went to the Odimula History Museum to see the heroic deeds of this country. Yin Zhi strongly suspects that the organizers of this event have ulterior motives. Thinking of this, before officially entering the Odimura History Museum, Yin Zhi spoke up. "Everyone, let me say a few words first." His voice drew everyone's attention. This time, we're treating it as a sightseeing trip. Although it was a tourist trip, the places we visited were somewhat special. This place displays many of the country's heroes. Some people are heroes to the people of this country, but to us, they are sinners. I feel it's necessary to remind everyone of one point. Don't forget who we are. We are people of the True Dragon Kingdom. Don't wander around, getting so moved by other people's heroic deeds that you forget your own name. Anyone who loses the spirit and vitality of our true dragon nation. I'll still beat up my own people. These words were spoken by a true dragon. His speech was melodious, forceful, and passionate, like the sound of a great bell. Almost everyone who heard this was greatly impressed. Although Yin Zhi's words, "I'll still beat you up," were quite unpleasant. But his words were accepted by almost everyone. The fact that many people nodded in agreement is proof enough. People haven't forgotten that they are from the True Dragon Kingdom, but people are inevitably influenced by their environment. When everyone saw the majestic and magnificent Odinmera History Museum, seeing those towering statues of heroes, it's inevitable that some psychological impact will be felt. Even if someone realizes it, they might not shout it out. They feel it's impolite. But what about Yin Zhi? Realizing it was inappropriate, he deliberately refused. He insisted on shouting it out loud. His words instantly cleared everyone's minds and dispelled the gloom. Putting everything else aside, my posture is much straighter now. Elizabeth Anna, however, understood Yin Zhi's true dragon words. Her pretty face darkened, and she let out a barely audible snort. The group then entered the Odimula History Museum and began their visit. Today, other people also visit this museum. They are mainly Odimura people. There are also some foreign tourists, especially from the Republic of China. All I can say is that foreigners who come to Odimura for tourism at this time are incredibly stubborn. Along the way, the museum guides enthusiastically and in detail introduced the glorious deeds of each hero. The students of Sacred Heart were also listening, but they all stood tall and proud, full of energy, no matter how passionate and moving the guide's explanation was. The students of Sacred Heart remained unmoved. Their actions greatly discouraged the tour guide and made him even angrier. They really are a bunch of barbarians, without even a shred of respect. Walking and visiting. However, someone recognized Yin Zhi, the embodiment of evil. Satan, carriers of destruction and evil. Odin, a sinner of Mera, a thug wielding a baseball bat. Yin Zhi is now very well known here. They immediately started whispering among themselves. Why did he come? He will tarnish this sacred place of heroes. He should be kicked out. That's disgusting. I hate him. I'm leaving. I don't want to breathe the same air as him. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't bother with these idle gossips from passersby. But is Yin Zhi someone else? He is not. Then, I'm here. I'm standing right here. Who can kick me out? Do you think I wanted to come? I wouldn't have come even if someone hadn't invited me. If you don't want to see me, get out. It's not like I want to breathe the same air as you. Seriously, can you foreigners please stop wearing such strong perfume? It smells awful. Can't you guys smell it? He was confronted and verbally attacked by Yin Zhi. The Odimrans immediately showed anger. Some hot-tempered people wanted to argue with Yin Zhi, but were pulled back by the people next to them. Never mind. The people of the True Dragon Kingdom really have no manners. Let's go. Ignore him. They seem to be very good at forgetting. They forgot that they were the ones who started the foul language. Yin Zhi shouted, "Get out of here." Due to its unique interior structure, the echo of the words "roll away" reverberates within the building. But just then, I said, "Can't you be a little more considerate? Do not shout in public. Your actions will only make us, the True Dragon people, seem like uncivilized barbarians. Seriously, it is because of some rude people that others have ruined their impression of us." Yin Zhi frowned and turned his head to look, only to see 3 well-dressed young men. 2 men and 1 woman. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. The woman was also wearing a pair of large sunglasses and dressed very fashionably. Yin Zhi looked them up and down, left and right. "Let me confirm. Are you from the True Dragon Kingdom?" The short, handsome man retorted, "Otherwise what? You suspect we're fake?" I think you're the fake one. They are deliberately trying to damage our international image." Both Gao Junan and the woman with the sunglasses looked disdainful. The latter even said, "Let's go," seemingly unwilling to look at someone as rude as Yin Zhi any longer. Yin Zhi laughed heartily. Muttering something like that about international image really made me laugh. "I have one question for you. Aren't you guys fucking shameless?" "How shameless is that?" Chapter 150. No trash allowed in my themed pavilion. Time for a thorough cleaning. The 2 men and 1 woman were stunned by Yin Zhi's question. "Isn't that cheap?" Immediately, Gao Junan was the first to react. "Are you fucking crazy? Can't I even say anything to you? With your kind of manners, you've embarrassed people even internationally. What a disgrace. What a piece of trash. Let's go." "Am I embarrassing?" "Wow." Yin Zhi scoffed. "Don't rush off. A gong won't sound unless it's struck. A truth won't be clear unless it's debated. Let's talk about it." The short, handsome man said, "There's no point in talking to someone as rude as you." Yin Zhi nodded. "You're not going to use your mouth, are you?" "Sure. Instead of talking, let's get to work." Gao Junan scoffed. His disdain seemed to emanate from his very bones. "Should we take action?" "Ha! Do you think we're easily scared?" "Kid, I've noticed you're being very arrogant. Do you even know who we are?" Yin Zhi pointed to his face and asked, "Then do you know who I am?" Gao Junan chuckled. "Do I need to know who you are? My dad is a high-ranking official in a remote region. My grandfather's connections went all the way to Beijing. Who do you think you are? I need to know who you are. That's so boring. I took a big star I'd just started dating abroad for a trip, and we ended up running into this jerk. What a disappointment." He laughed, and Yin Zhi laughed too. "Yes, you don't need to know who I am. Let me introduce myself." The short, handsome man interrupted Yin Zhi. "No need. I have absolutely no interest in who you are. Brother Jiang, let's go." "What bad luck. I ran into a lunatic." Smack. Yin Zhi went up and slapped the man to the ground. "The sickness of God. Only a mentally ill person could produce a brain-dead, despicable person like you." Gao Junan was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. "You're asking for it." Yin Zhi slapped him hard across the face, and he fell to the ground. "I'm looking for your mother." The fashionable woman immediately screamed, "Help! Someone's hitting me." Yin Zhi shouted, "Shut up. I'll beat you up too." The fashionable woman was so frightened that she shut her mouth. "See that, guys? I just said that, didn't I? Anyone who disgraces our True Dragon Kingdom will be severely beaten, even by our own people." A group of Sacred Heart students full of strange thoughts. Gao Junan struggled to his feet. "You're dead. You're dead. I'm going to kill you." Yin Zhi waved his hand. "We'll talk about that later. Let's start by explaining the reasoning. Were those foreigners the ones who started insulting me? When they were cursing me, you didn't say a word. When I retaliated, you all jumped out and said I was rude, that I tarnished the image of the Chinese people. Come on, tell me, what's the logic behind this?" At that moment, the museum security guards ran over. Yin Zhichong pointed at them, glared and shouted, "This is none of your business. Get lost." A thunderous shout stunned them all. Gao Junan stared intently at Yin Zhi. The short, handsome man also got up, roared, "I'll destroy you," and was then slapped down by Yin Zhi. "Speak up? You're mute. So you're saying I deserve to be scolded and insulted, and I can't even talk back?" You think you're so cultured and well-mannered. Let me tell you, that's not what you call being cultured or well-mannered. If you keep quiet, it's none of my business. But you guys are actually lecturing me? What's this? In one word, despicable. In 2 words, shameless. In 3 words, extremely despicable. The fashionable woman grabbed Gao Junin's arm and said, "Brother Jiang, let's go. This guy's a complete lunatic, like a mad dog." Jiang Ge glared at Yin Zhi, trembling with rage. Saying I've disgraced myself? Saying I've tarnished the image of the Chinese people? You are the ones who are shameful. You are the ones who are tarnishing the image of the true dragon nation. This is what you call being well-mannered, making others think we're weak and easy to bully. 2 grown men. Where's your courage? You're all targeting your fellow countrymen, aren't you? Go ahead and attack the foreigners if you dare. You bunch of scoundrels. At this moment, the short, handsome man got up again. He muttered, "You're dead, and pulled out his communicator to dial a number. You dare hit me? You're dead. Do you know who my dad is? My dad is the head of the Red Dragon Society. You're blind as a bat. I'm telling you, you're not leaving Odimala alive." After he got through on the phone, Yin Zhi snatched the communicator from him and kicked him away. "Hello, you're that bastard's father, aren't you? If a child is not properly taught, it is the father's fault. Since you can't teach him well, I'll teach him for you." "What? You're asking who I am? My name is Yin Zhi. If you don't know me, just search online for baseball bat beats up Odin and Mara. If you want revenge, I'm ready anytime. I fought Odin and Amara ruthlessly, and I won't hold back when I fight my own people either. I want to beat you up for raising such a despicable son." After saying that, he cut off the communication. "And you two, too. I'll look into you guys after I get back to China. Let's see what your family's assets are really like. I'd also like to ask your family members in person how you raise your children." Gao Junan looked at Yin Zhi and said, "You are the master of the Azure Flame Empress?" "Yin Zhi do." "Oh, you recognize me now?" Gao Junan gritted his teeth and spoke. "It was her fault just now, and I apologize to you." Yin Zhi waved his hand. "No need. It makes it seem like I'm abusing my power. I've been trying to reason with you all. Don't let me see you act like idiots again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." After saying that, he put the 3 people out of his mind and turned to look at the commentator. "Where are we? Go on. We're listening." Commentator. She really wanted to quit. I took a deep breath, wanted to continue explaining, but my mind was a mess, and I couldn't remember where I was at before. Let's just go somewhere else. Next, we will visit the Patriot Captain Theme Hall. Please follow me. Captain Patriot is the only living historical hero to date. He was in the World War 100 years ago. The group followed the guide to the Patriot Captain-themed pavilion. Yin Zhi stood in front of the statue of the patriotic captain, clicking his tongue in admiration. Those pectoral muscles are so well developed. Little Jiu, look, his pectoral muscles are bigger than yours. Su Jiu was speechless and wanted to spit on Yin Zhi, but suddenly her eyes widened. Live chest muscles. No, live patriotic captain. What did you say? Yin Zhi asked in confusion. I followed her gaze and looked to my left. Sure enough, he saw a man with unusually well-developed pectoral muscles standing next to him. That image is exactly the same as the statue of Captain Patriot. Captain Igwa greeted Yin Zhi with a smile. Then, without warning, he struck his Patriot shield, slicing halfway around and slamming into Yin Zhi's chest. Bang! A gong sounded. Yin Zhi was sent flying straight out, smashing through the window and hurtling out. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone else. The commentator exclaimed in surprise, "My God, Captain Patriot, is that you?" The patriotic captain smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. "No litter is allowed in my pavilion, and litter is absolutely forbidden in my country. Now it's time for a thorough cleaning." Chapter 151, I'm back from hell. The boss there asked me to pass on a message. Go. 2 men and 1 woman walked out of the Odimara History Museum. Hateful. Hateful. I can't swallow this. Brother Jiang, I won't let this go so easily. So what if he's Empress Qingyin's master? This is Odimara, not in the country. He will soon find out just how powerful the Red Dragon Society really is. The short, handsome man gritted his teeth and kept cursing. Judging from his tone, he was certain he had Yin Zhi under his thumb. They completely disregarded Yin Zhi, the Qingyin Empress's master. Where does his confidence come from? They come from the Red Dragon Society, the largest true dragon people group in the entire Odin Mela kingdom. True dragon people who want to make a living in Odinmara. 6 out of 10 people have some connection to the Red Dragon Society. It seems that the Red Dragon Society is helping the true dragon people establish themselves in this foreign land. What is the reality? Collecting protection money, forcing women into prostitution, offering up blessings. The Red Dragon Society has amassed its current wealth and power by exploiting and sucking the blood of its fellow countrymen. Money and power have fostered a distorted sense of pride. Deep down, the short, handsome man had already formed the idea that he was superior to other true dragon people. Only sons of officials like Brother Jiang are qualified to catch his eye. What about the other true dragon people? In his eyes, there were livestock, slaves, and lowly people. Today, a lowly commoner dared to slap him in the face? This is intolerable. Tall, handsome man remained silent in the face of the short, handsome man's harsh words. Although he also hated Yin Zhi to death. But he's different from the short, handsome guy. Although the short and handsome man still holds the nationality of Jinlong, he only has one nationality that is still related to Jinlong. But he's different. He's just here for vacation to relax. After his trip and relaxation, he will return to the true dragon kingdom. Therefore, he had reservations. If Yin Zhi reports what happened today back to China, his future will be over. This is no exaggeration. His future is in the hands of the older generation. The older generation is the most spirited and principled. They were shocked to learn that they were on the side of foreigners in Odimala. He can forget about ever working for the government again. At that moment, he even wondered, do I really lack courage and backbone? Speaking of, is he that afraid of Yin Zhi? Yes. After all, Yin Zhi is the ruthless man who sent the eldest son of the Bai family to prison. Seeing that Brother Jiang looked gloomy, the fashionable woman spoke up to comfort him. Brother Jiang, calm down. Don't let a mentally ill person ruin your good mood. He's so arrogant and rude. Sooner or later someone will come and teach him a lesson. The fashionable woman had barely finished speaking when, clang, the sound of breaking glass could be heard. The three of them instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. Then I saw a person smash through the window, fly out, and fall to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the same guy from before. The short, handsome man was first taken aback, then delighted. Miss Zhao, is your mouth blessed? Whatever you say goes. Just then, a loud, deafening laugh rang out. Taste my earth-shattering thunder. A short, stocky figure, coiled with electric snakes, fell from the sky and crashed to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! The huge iron hammer smashed into the ground, causing a huge earthquake and shattering the earth. It was like a magnitude 12 earthquake. At the same time, violent electric snakes danced wildly, roaming and wreaking havoc across the ground. The two men and one woman were shocked and quickly retreated. They saw it clearly. That hammer was originally meant for Yin Zhi, but Yin Zhi rolled to the side twice and dodged. Otherwise, if you get hit squarely, you'll definitely be smashed into a pile of minced meat. Damn, what a pity. The short, handsome man was filled with regret. He was actually hoping that a foreigner would smash his fellow countrymen to death. Yes, Yin Zhi dodged the hammer blow and was not killed, but it was bounced into the air by the recoil from the ground. Furthermore, the rampaging electric snakes and thunder eels were still coiling around him, ravaging his body. Just in time, a jet black, straight arrow shot down diagonally from the sky. Puff! It hit Yin Zhi squarely in the body, knocking him down from midair and pinning him to the ground. Then, Mechs clad in twilight armor descended from the sky. His palms were aimed at Yin Zhi on the ground, and a dazzling light shone from his palms. Sorry, buddy. You should die. Goodbye. Please give my regards to the head of hell. Twilight armor spirit bombardment skill activated. Just then, a delicate shout rang out. Stop. It was Mu Pingting. She was the bodyguard assigned by the Dragon Guard Villa to protect Yin Zhi. Unfortunately, all of this happened too suddenly. She lost the initiative from the very beginning. Then she was stopped by the patriotic captain. Although they had broken through Captain Patriot's obstruction, it seemed too late to save the people. At this critical moment, a huge fist slammed into the mecha's face. A loud bang. The mecha was blasted away and crashed heavily onto the grass. Soil mixed with scattered bits of grass was splashed everywhere. Sorry, guys. As Howard's security chief, I cannot let you kill him. A person landed on the ground. It was Jonathan. That's quite magical. Yin Zhi's compatriots longed for his death. In the end, it was an Odimara who saved Yin Zhi's life. The mecha stood up, Jonathan, look at what you've done. You actually beat up your own compatriot for the sake of a foreigner. There was a hint of anger in his voice. The dwarf Thor swung his large iron hammer around twice. Jonathan, believe it or not, I can smash your head into your chest. If you don't want to, then get out of here. The patriotic captain made an incredible long jump and landed in front of Jonathan. It's time for a thorough cleaning. Please don't stop us from cleaning up the trash. Okay. Jonathan shrugged. So, you've gone from heroes to criminals. Is it right? And I, a former criminal, am now playing the role of a hero to save others. Haha, this is so funny. Yes, Jonathan was once the top enforcer for a criminal organization. I once dealt with these heroic spirit masters, and they sent me to prison. After being released from prison and becoming unemployed, Jonathan was hired by Howard as the head of security. The patriotic captain assumed a fighting stance. The Patriot Shield was pointed at Jonathan. All of this is for the dignity of this country. If you stop me, then I'll have to beat you up again, until I collapse. It was at this time. A blue flame containing terrifyingly high temperatures was released. Empress Yin stepped out of the summoning array. Immediately, blazing blue flames erupted from Yin Zhi's body, transforming into a phoenix that lifted him up. Yin Zhi opened his eyes and pulled out the black arrow stuck in his chest. This black arrow was able to withstand the blue flames. It's no ordinary item. Amidst the raging blue flames, Yin Zhi casually tossed the black arrow to the ground, a sinister grin on his face. I'm back from hell. The boss there asked me to pass on a message. Go. Chapter 152, are all the cameras ready? I'm about to begin my performance. They even used the Phoenix rebirth technique. Clearly, Yin Zhi was not joking. He really went to hell. Of course, this is just a rhetorical device. Where in the world is there hell? To put it bluntly, Yin Zhi died once. That black arrow was poisoned. The arrow wound was right next to his heart. So, Yin Zhi is dead. A stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Jonathan bought him time to summon the spirit. Even if it was only for a few seconds, it saved Yin Zhi's life. The revenge team was not surprised at all by Yin Zhi's resurrection. Since they had decided to take revenge on Yin Zhi, they had naturally done their homework thoroughly. So how could she not know that Empress Yin possessed the Phoenix rebirth skill that could bring her master back from the dead? That's why, even though Yin Zhi was hit by the black arrow, the revenge team still launched an attack on him. Yin Zhi, how are you? Mu Pingting rushed over. Yin Zhi Chao grinned at her. I'm fine, very fine. Pingting, move a little further away. I'm afraid that if a fight breaks out, it will affect you. The azure flame attacks indiscriminately. Mu Pingting remained silent. She had to face the fact that, with her own strength, it seemed she couldn't protect Yin Zhi at all. Mechs, Thor the dwarf, patriotic captain, dark elf. These are all powerful and renowned spirit masters from the kingdom of Odinmala. I'm not even in the same league as him. Then be careful. She knew she didn't even have the right to act tough. Yin Zhi Chao waved to her. Jonathan, thank you so much for earlier. You saved my life. But now it's my turn to perform. You can't steal my thunder. Jonathan was taken aback, then raised both hands. Okay. To be honest, I didn't want to fight him either. The feeling of being beaten up twice by the same group of people is obviously terrible. Laughing, Jonathan patted his bald, pointed head and left. With one hand, Yin Zhi drew a summoning circle, summoning the white-clad Empress, while with the other hand, he took the dragon-slaying sword. He looked at the revenge squad in front of him. Now, isn't it my turn? Thor the dwarf growled. I will smash you into mincemeat. Just as he was about to attack, Yin Zhi suddenly shouted, wait a minute, and then pointed to the left. Let them set up the camera positions first. It turned out that a group of media reporters had already arrived outside the walls of the Odinmala History Museum. The cameras with long lenses and short lenses were pointed right in this direction. At the same time, there were also drones and helicopters in the sky, all equipped with cameras. Looks like this is going to be live-streamed, the whole thing. Yin Zhi laughed and said, we didn't call these people here, did you? Mech human, I know you love fame. So, I'd be happy to help you become famous. You're right. I really enjoy being famous. At this moment, the white-clad Empress pierced Yin Zhi's body with a needle. It's an invulnerable needle. The dark elf shouted, stop him. She shot arrows so fast they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Without her hand moving, a black arrow transformed into a sharp black light and shot out. At the same time, Captain Patriot also made a move. With a thud of his thick arm muscles, he hurled the Patriot round shield. It's the Patriot shield's spirit-controlling skill, Patriot Throw. The shield flew at a speed no slower than a black arrow. Yin Zhi dodged the black arrow, but was struck squarely by the Patriot's round shield. With another bang, Yin Zhi was sent flying. A statue of Odin, a historical hero, was smashed to pieces. The dwarf Thor roared in a gruff voice. "Taste my raging flood again." Every skill in Doomhammer represents a catastrophe that brought about the end of the world. This is a divine artifact with a rarity of 4-star mythic level. He charged forward, wielding the Doomsday Hammer, roaring to the heavens, and swept it with all his might. In an instant, a torrent of water surged out of the Doomsday Warhammer. The great flood surged into the sky and then suddenly plunged down like a raging beast swallowing Yin Zhi whole. A large number of the surrounding hero sculptures were immediately knocked down. The floodwaters, however, seemed to be under control, coalescing and swirling like a tornado. Not far away, the live-streaming media were making a ruckus. "It's already started. Why not wait? Fuck. Hurry up and plug them in. If you don't, I'll shove them in." Okay. I'm all set here. Perfect. Signal strong. Starting the Revenge Battle live stream. And so, the Revenge Battle that took place at the Odimala History Museum was broadcast live to every household online. One of the children excitedly waved his fist. "Go, Captain Patriot. You're the best. Patriots are invincible. Kill the bad guys." A bearded man holding a shotgun took a big gulp of liquor and roared. "Get him, Thor. Let him taste just how tough the Doomhammer really is." A couple was embracing, and the man kissed the woman passionately. "See, my dear, I told you, justice may be delayed, but it will never be denied." A group of wealthy people sat around a table, raising their glasses and smiling. Father shelters Odin and Mara. Let's raise a glass to celebrate the impending victory. The young man who was hit by Yin Zhi with a baseball bat is still lying in the hospital. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him right now. Kill that scumbag. As a result, he got so excited that he fainted and lay on the hospital bed foaming at the mouth. On sight, the mech unleashed another skill, swarm missiles. The dense array of miniature missiles shot out like a swarm of bees and disappeared into the waterspout. As they exploded together, the raging waterspout was shattered into pieces, splashing water everywhere. There was even a mist spreading out. When the sunlight shone down, a rainbow appeared, which was exceptionally beautiful. Far away, 2 men and 1 woman stood on tiptoe, gazing into the distance. The short, handsome man laughed smugly. "Hey, John, just you wait. That kid's dead meat. Do you know why? Those 4 people are all famous and exceptionally powerful spirit-controlling heroes. Each of them possesses a mythical-level spirit. So what if there's the Azure Flame Empress?" Gao Junan frowned slightly. He certainly disliked Yin Zhi. However, they were also quite unhappy with the actions of the 4 captains of the patriotic team. At the same time, Mu Pingting, Su Jujio, and others were also watching the battle outside from inside the History Museum. Needless to say, Zhao Haolong was currently praying to all the gods and Buddhas in the world. "I just hope they'll show their power and let Yin Zhi die sooner." "Gentle, you pray for me too. Pray that he is killed." She nodded gently and obediently. "I understand, Brother Long. If being shameless can lead to sainthood, that gentleness absolutely deserves the title of Saint of Shame." At this moment, however, no one noticed that Elizabeth Anna was smiling happily. Actually, she orchestrated all of this. But just then, a loud shout came from over, which made her smile freeze. "Are all the cameras ready? If they are, then I'm about to begin my performance." This voice did more than just freeze Elizabeth Anna's expression. Many people froze because of this sound. What happened in Chapter 153? What exactly happened? Can someone tell me why? Yin Zhi emerged from a mist. His fingers slid through the air, their tips gleaming with a silvery sheen. The white-clad Empress has successfully retired. Her role was to give Yin Zhi 3 injections to enhance his abilities. Why not give more injections? Too much medication can cause adverse reactions. 3 injections are the safest option. Otherwise, Yin Zhi wouldn't mind applying every possible buff injection. Anyway, he's gotten used to it now. The mechanical Empress stepped out of the summoning circle. "Master, the mecha girl awaits your command." Yin Zhi always felt very comfortable with the greetings from Mechanical Empress. The kind of comfort that goes straight to your bones. Currently, My intimacy level with the mechanical Empress has reached 66 points. It's the highest among all the Empresses. If it weren't for the extraordinary significance that Empress Qingyan held for Yin Zhi, he would definitely have preferred the mecha girl. Yin Zhi raised the dragon-slaying sword and slowly pointed it at the 4 members of the revenge squad. There's no need to waste everyone's time. Come at me all at once. But don't worry, I won't kill you. You must live. To live is to taste the bitterness of failure. Live to taste the bitterness of being despised by those who worship you. That's what makes it fun, isn't it? Instantly, Yin Zhi received 4 beeping sounds. Income of 1.3 million. Wow, this is so satisfying. The dwarf Thor was already short-tempered, and now that he was half-drunk, he couldn't stand Yin Zhi's teasing. Stay still, since he wants to get beaten up. Then I'll use the Doomsday Hammer to satisfy him. The dwarf Thor roared. The Doomsday Hammer was raised high, and instantly a raging fire broke out. Let me see if your blue flames are more powerful. My sky flame is still the best. Doom Hammer skill, cataclysmic fire rain. In an instant, bursts of fiery meteors rained down from the sky, hurtling towards the area where Yin Zhi was located at incredible speed. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Yin Zhi was instantly engulfed by the so-called heavenly fire that fell from the sky. The flames were truly powerful. Some of the metal-carved hero statues melted into molten iron on the spot. Ha! I'll burn you to death, you bastard. Suddenly, a streak of azure flame pierced through the rain of fire and soared into the sky. A voice echoed in the sky. You have fire falling from the sky. I have one too. Take this. Azure Flame Sword. Ascending Dragon 9 Tribulation Sword. Go. With a thrust of the dragon-slaying sword into the ground, 9 fire dragons formed from condensed azure flames swooped down. Burning blue flames. The dragon's might is at its peak. The combination of the two creates a powerful and overwhelming force, with all 9 dragons emerging together, as if the entire sky had collapsed. Sensing the impending crisis, the dwarf Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain Patriot shouted, "Thor!" As soon as the shout was uttered, the others followed. A powerful figure flashed and arrived in front of Thor, raising the Patriot shield. Patriot's round shield skill, Patriot's protection, activated. Effect: defend against all attacks. The 9 Tribulations sword of Ascending Dragon instantly engulfed the 2 of them. The rampaging blue flames left nothing but scorched earth in their wake. Upon closer inspection, you might even see crystals on the scorched earth. This is glass that has been directly burned out. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out. The Dark Elves have made their move. Her right hand and the bowstring vanished instantly. But then, beams of dark, sharp light shot toward Yin Zhi. The Black Arrow skill, Volley of Arrows, is used to break through enemy defenses. In almost an instant, she ran out of ammunition. Attacking at this moment would undoubtedly leave Yin Zhi hanging in the air with nowhere to hide, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, her wishful thinking backfired. Yin Zhi used a subspace glide to instantly appear behind the Dark Elf. He delivered a flying kick, striking the Dark Elf squarely in the buttocks, sending her tumbling away. Ouch! That kick felt pretty amazing. I have an urge to kick it again. Thinking this, Yin Zhi turned his head to one side. This maneuver allowed him to dodge a punch that came from the side and behind the mech. Yin Zhi turned around and unleashed a furious sword strike. In no mood. Boom! A ball of energy shot out from the mecha's chest. Yin Zhi is currently in a state of quantum computation, and his reaction is extremely fast. On a whim, he immediately slipped into the spatial rift. The cannon shot pierced the chest. Yin Zhi immediately emerged from the spatial rift, and the dragon-slaying sword continued its downward strike. The mecha retreated, narrowly avoiding the blade of the dragon-slaying sword. Yin Zhi was about to launch an attack when he bowed deeply to the mecha. The Patriot round shield flew past Yin Zhi's back. With a clang, the Patriot's round shield slammed into the mech's chest, sending him staggering back several steps. "Sorry, buddy." Captain Patriot shouted and leaped up, catching the Patriot shield as it bounced into the sky. He swung the Patriot shield down at Yin Zhi. Patriot's round shield skill, Patriot's cut. Effect: cut through all matter. The Patriot round shield is the hardest shield and the sharpest shield. However, one cannot possess both the attributes of toughness and sharpness simultaneously. An attack can only possess one attribute at a time. Yin Zhi glided a little further, and appeared behind Captain Aigua, just as he was about to kick him in the buttocks. The Patriot captain had an extraordinary reaction. After missing his target, he immediately turned around. Bang! The Patriot shield blocked Yin Zhi's kick. Immediately afterwards, Captain Patriot threw a punch at Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi was startled. That seemingly ordinary punch. How could quantum calculus be unable to calculate the trajectory and evasion strategy? Bang! Laugh. The patriotic captain's fist slammed into Yin Zhi's chest. The dragon-slaying sword also cracked open in Captain Patriot's chest. At that moment, the dwarf Thor swung his iron hammer and smashed it down. After Yin Zhi dodged, the dark elf joined in. An arrow grazed Yin Zhi's face. She actually used a bow and arrow for close combat. Her archery skills were truly superb. Yin Zhi was secretly surprised. Wow, impressive. No wonder he's a famous figure. Even quantum calculus cannot predict their attack. At this moment, Yin Zhi planned to use subspace gliding to escape the encirclement. Suddenly, the mecha shouted, "Don't even think about it." Twilight armor skill, spatial shock, activated. Yin Zhi immediately discovered that he could no longer glide out of subspace. We were actually countered by their skills? Yin Zhi was not surprised at all by this. Spirit control skills are inherently mutually restraining. Once you find a skill that counters it, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort and win against the strong with the weak. Since that's the case, at this point, many people probably thought I was doomed, right? I'm sorry to disappoint you. Watch me show you all. Causal prediction. Launch. In an instant, the scene before Yin Zhi's eyes underwent a tremendous change. From the outside perspective, Yin Zhi is now surrounded by the revenge team. Excited. I'm so moved I could cry. Some even cried out, "Father, bless Odin and Mara." The next second, their eyes widened in disbelief. Someone exclaimed, "What happened?" Someone exclaimed in surprise, "What exactly happened?" Some people even clutched their heads in despair. "Father, someone tell me why." Chapter 154, Dongfang Weishi. Come with me. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't obey, I'll chop you up. What happened? It's very simple. That Yin Zhi, they actually defeated 4 heroic spirit masters in an instant. Thor the dwarf, he was sent flying by a single punch. Dark elf, he was slapped to the ground. Patriotic captain, he was cut down with a single sword strike. Mecha, he was sent flying by a knee strike. Just a second ago, the 4 heroic spirit masters were surrounding and beating up the demon's avatar. They all collapsed to the ground in that instant. The contrast is so huge. How could the people of Odinmala, who had placed such high hopes on the 4-man revenge team, possibly accept this? I absolutely cannot accept this. What exactly happened? The people of Odinmala need an explanation. They need an answer. This inexplicable defeat is just too strange. What exactly happened? What's going on? Why did it happen so suddenly? Not only are the people of Odinmala going crazy, even Yin Zhi's fellow clansman, the young leader of the Red Dragon Society, went crazy. What he wanted to see was Yin Zhi being killed by Captain Aigua and his 3 companions, instead of Yin Zhi easily taking on 4 opponents at once. And it seems he hasn't used the Azure Flame Empress's skills yet. He's all alone. How could he be so strong? Why is he so strong? While the young leader of the Red Dragon Society was going crazy, Zhao Haolong was already laughing foolishly. Hee. That laughter was quite chilling. People around him couldn't help but distance themselves from him. I knew it. I knew he wouldn't die. Suddenly, Zhao Haolong roared excitedly. Waste. You bunch of useless trash. For people can't beat one. What are you if not trash? At this moment, some astute media outlets turned their cameras on Zhao Haolong. Their professional instincts told them there was a big story to uncover here. A man from the True Dragon Kingdom is suspected of siding with the kingdom of Odin and Mara, hoping that Yin Zhi will be defeated and killed. This is big news. Yin Zhi heard Zhao Haolong's commotion. He only found it noisy. Others only saw that he easily took down 4 heroic spirit masters. It's not actually that easy. These 4 hero spirit masters are indeed very strong. Individually, each of them could fight Yin Zhi to a standstill in a head-on confrontation. 4 of them together are even more difficult to deal with. Wasn't he killed once before? This time, he failed a total of 965 times before finally finding the opportunity to take down everyone in one fell swoop. At this time, looking at the 4 revenge team members lying on the ground, Yin Zhi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Raise both hands, give a thumbs up, and then 2 thumbs upside down. It's time to slaughter the pig again. Is this the skill of your heroic spirit tamers? I'm so disappointed. I'm extremely disappointed. They used to boast so loudly. What about now? They all fell down. All you ever do is sneak up on me when I haven't summoned my spirits. Once I summon the spirit, you so-called heroic spirit masters are utterly pathetic. At this moment, Yin Zhi knew that many more small, miscellaneous murderous intents must have entered his account. We made over 40 million in that last wave. I wonder how much I'll earn this time. When Yin Zhi said, "High time," the mecha stood up. He stood up with his head held high and stretched his limbs. I haven't fallen yet. I can still fight. Right today, right now, right here. I will kill you. As he spoke, his twilight armor was visibly filled with blood. The form of the armor has also changed slightly. A faint crimson light flickered, and a faint aura of blood permeated the air. The ultimate skill of the Twilight Armor, Ragnarok. Effect? The Twilight Armor absorbs the Master's life force, resulting in a comprehensive increase in attributes and a complete enhancement of skills. Without a doubt, this is a desperate move. Hee. Do you think you're the only one with a mecha? Sorry, I have one too. Mechanical Empress's Spirit Control skill, Nanomobile Armor, activated. Black nanoparticles surged from the Mechanical Empress's body and stuck to Yin Zhi. In the blink of an eye, Yin Zhi was wearing a cold, domineering, and perfectly sculpted mecha suit. In terms of design, it instantly surpasses the Twilight Armor. That's all. More than. A burst of blazing blue flames erupted from Yin Zhi's body. He still held the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. With renewed vigor, we will reach new heights. Yin Zhi opened his arms as if to hug. Kulme, let me begin the 3rd round of the battle. Besides, how many so-called heroic spirit masters want to kill me? Come on, everyone. Come on, everyone. Let the whole world see how Odin and Mara ganged up on the weak, and how I beat them all up by myself. Then, 2 figures, one in green and one in red, collided under the stares of countless eyes. At this moment, countless Odimra people are praying. Mechman, you must defeat that demon incarnate. Father, please, show us a miracle. However, perhaps their father was dozing off and didn't hear his children's prayers. The mech was punched in midair. It fell from the sky like a meteorite, smashing a large hole in the Odimra History Museum. He never got up again. The outcome of this battle has already been fully revealed. The mecha had been defeated after the Twilight Armor dissipated. A thin, bony young man lay on the verge of death amidst a pile of rubble. At that moment, countless angry Odimra citizens shattered the screens in front of them. Various fragrances emanated from their mouths. But the target of their curses and outbursts was not Yin Zhi, but the Revenge Group. Why go looking for him if you're incompetent? Instead, they got beaten up. You 4 good-for-nothings have utterly disgraced the Odin and the Mara people. Hero? You don't deserve to be called heroes. As a result, angry people took to the streets to protest again. They need to vent. Odimra Historical Museum. Having shed his fighting stance, Yin Zhi approached Jonathan. Hey buddy, shall we continue our tour? Jonathan said, visiting ruins? Might as well go back to sleep. Haha, I agree. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Before long, everyone got on the bus. However, one person was missing, Elizabeth Anna, who was leading the team. After waiting for a while, Jonathan decided to leave and drove off. Given the reliability of the armored vehicle, Yin Zhi leaned against it and took a nap. Nothing much happened after that, and Yin Zhi went back to school and continued to sleep. Until, wow, Teacher Dongfang? Yin Zhi was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she opened her eyes and saw Dongfang Weishi standing motionless beside her bed. In the afterglow of the setting sun, she really looked like a ghost. It almost scared the soul out of him. Come with me. What? I told you to come with me. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't obey, I'll chop you up. Chapter 155, due to her exactly what you did to me that day. What? Chop me up? I was scared out of my wits. Yin Zhi secretly pursed his lips, then said, then I'll change my clothes. I'll go with you. Are you afraid of me? Speaking of, this was the first time Yin Zhi had seen her since that incident. He once suspected that Dongfang Weishi might have killed herself because of that incident. At first glance, it seems impossible, but upon closer reflection, it's not impossible. He knew, when a woman gets stubborn and fixated on something, she's capable of anything. So for now, Yin Zhi chose to obediently listen. It's not that I'm afraid of her. There's simply no need to confront them head on. If it really came down to a fight, I might not be a match for her, otherwise I wouldn't have been forced into this situation last time. Let's see where you want me to go with you. With this in mind, Yin Zhi followed Dongfang Weishi into a sports car. The sports car sped along, whirring and humming as it weaved through the steel jungle of Watson. At that speed, if you crash into someone, you'll be crippled or killed. Yin Zhi wasn't afraid of car crash, but he couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere inside the car. So he fumbled around and turned on the radio in the car. Listening to music or the news is good too. While switching channels, I was suddenly drawn to a news topic. After listening to it twice, I realized it was about the battle that took place this morning at the Odimala History Museum. The patriotic captain apologizes to the people of the whole country. The mech man stated that he would establish a formal organization, the Odinmera Revenge Alliance. The organization's mission is clear: to launch a revenge campaign against any individual or organization that is detrimental to the kingdom of Odinmera. He called upon many heroic spirit masters to join him. To date, as many as 20 heroic spirit masters have expressed their desire to join Odin and Mera's Revenge Alliance. However, the Mecha Warriors and others are now facing multiple charges. These include crimes such as intentional injury and damage to historical and cultural buildings. Perhaps the most important thing for the Mech right now is not to form an Odinmera Revenge Alliance, but to find a good lawyer, because if convicted, they will face at least 20 years in prison. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi laughed heartily. Let you play the hero. You guys just had to cause trouble. Should I get involved too? Never mind. If they really get locked up in jail, how am I supposed to raise pigs? Today, those four of them generated 1.3 million in revenue for him. That's direct income. Yin Zhi hasn't looked at the extra income yet. He wanted to wait until tomorrow to see if there would be a big surprise. Looking forward to it. As for the Odin and Mera Revenge Alliance, isn't this just like building a pigsty for me? The people in this pigsty all want to kill me, and most of them are quite strong. TSK, TSK, TSK. They're all good people. Yin Zhi listened for a while longer, then got bored and cut it off. An hour later, the sports car braked suddenly and came to a stop. When Yin Zhi got out of the car, he suddenly felt that the surrounding environment was very familiar. Huh, that's it. Is it the same hotel as last time? Why did Dongfang Weishi bring me here? Could it be that she wants to do it again? The thought of this possibility gave Yin Zhi a headache. Why? Because he prefers to take the initiative. Passive. It doesn't have the same feel to it. While he was still in a daze, Yin Zhi suddenly shivered. But Dongfang Weishi was staring at him coldly from a few steps away. Yin Zhi muttered a couple of things to himself before following them. What's there to be afraid of? Like I always say, if you can't resist, then enjoy it. Thinking this, Yin Zhi looked at Dongfang Weishi's rear area and felt a strong urge to return. As Yin Zhi expected, he followed Dongfang Weishi to the same room as last time. When he entered the room, he stared wide-eyed. The scenery before us is alluring and eye-catching, but the problem is, that's so weird. So what did he see? He saw Elizabeth Anna. He was wearing the Emperor's new clothes. Yin Zhi was dumbfounded. What's Elizabeth Anna doing here? And it looks like this? Yin Zhi was a little embarrassed to look. He may dislike Elizabeth Anna, but he still has some principles. Staring at people is inappropriate. But the scenery was simply too beautiful to pass up. This is the first time I've ever conducted an on-site investigation of a foreign woman. In my past life, I had seen some short films featuring foreigners, but none of them could compare to Elizabeth Anna. Dongfang Weishi came to Elizabeth Anna's side. 2 slaps landed across his face. Elizabeth Anna's face immediately turned red. Seeing that she didn't move, Dongfang Weishi slapped her twice more. This time, Elizabeth Anna finally reacted and slowly woke up. Honey, snap. Dongfang Weishi slapped her. Who is your beloved? Elizabeth Anna felt her face burning, but then she realized that she couldn't move her body. How so? Where's this place? What is Dongfang Weishi up to? Immediately, her eyes widened because she saw Yin Zhi. Cough. Hello. Don't look at me like that. This has nothing to do with me. Dongfang Weishi turned to look at Yin Zhi, her expression as cold as ice. Due to her exactly what you did to me that day. Yin Zhi responded unconsciously at first, then realized what was happening and immediately shouted. Yin Zhi was shocked. Dongfang Weishi looked at him coldly. Teacher Dongfang, are you kidding me? Dongfang Weishi's gaze was icy cold. Do I look like I'm joking? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would joke around? Elizabeth Anna seemed to realize something as well, and immediately began to plead with great difficulty. Darling, you can't do this, please. Smack. If you call me darling, I'll slap you. I'm just doing to you what you did to me. It's fair, isn't it? After saying that, she looked up at Yin Zhi. I learned this from you. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes inwardly. Teacher Dongfang, if you want to take revenge, please don't drag me into it, okay? Seeing that Yin Zhi didn't move, Dongfang Weishi glared at him fiercely. Didn't you hear me? Or are you saying you don't intend to listen to me? Do it or not. Believe me, or I'll chop you up. Yin Zhi Dao. Teacher Dongfang, why don't you find someone else? Dongfang Weishi resolutely shouted. No way. I want you. What do you think I'm doing? I'm taking revenge. If it were someone else, why would I seek revenge? Yin Zhi really wanted to look in a mirror right now and see what kind of expression he had. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 156. Great. Let's go. But I have one condition. Otherwise, I'd rather die than go. What are you standing there for? Go. Immediately. Right now. Looking at the cold and fierce Dongfang Weishi. Instead, a thought popped into Yin Zhi's mind. You think you can just go ahead and do it like that? Wouldn't I lose face? I'm a man, after all. Can't I even have autonomy over this? Elizabeth Anna desperately tried to save herself. Please, my friend from the East. She was just about to call Dongfang Weishi darling. The burning pain on her face made her immediately change her mind. I know I was wrong. Please, don't treat me like this. Dongfang Weishi angrily retorted. And how did you treat me? I trust you. I consider you my friend. But what did you do to me? Yin Zhi was stunned. What's going on? Wasn't it Henry Harry who did that last time? Elizabeth Anna was at most a coerced accomplice, right? From what Dongfang Weishi is saying, this foreign white tiger girl is the main culprit. Actually, that's true. The relationships here are a bit complicated, yet also quite simple. Elizabeth Anna was infatuated with Henry Harry. Henry Harry, however, had a special fondness for Dongfang Weishi. Indifferent to Elizabeth Anna? I feel nothing. Elizabeth Anna's next move was quite daring. She wanted to please Henry Harry and also to make things happen between them. They actually encouraged Henry and Harry to use the fallen angel on Dongfang Weishi. This thought process can only be described as extremely peculiar. Men, there are always times when you lose your mind, especially when it comes to women. Henry Harry couldn't resist Elizabeth Anna's encouragement. In addition, she had a falling out with Dongfang Weishi because of Yin Zhi, and she was holding a grudge. So, caught between desire and guilt, he drugged Dongfang Weishi. This also explains why Henry Harry eventually told Yin Zhi about the sapphire necklace. This can also be seen as his apology to Dongfang Weishi after his defeat. So, how did Dongfang Weishi know that? She went to seek revenge on Henry Harry. As a result, Henry Harry's attitude of admitting his mistake was extremely good. How good is it? He'll be beaten and killed without fighting back. Dongfang Weishi had some understanding of Henry Harry. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind, and I thought of Elizabeth. Henry Harry did not betray Elizabeth. Even if he doesn't say a word, Dongfang Weishi can read his expressions. And today, she took advantage of the chaos to knock Elizabeth unconscious and take her away. After further questioning, the truth came to light. Yin Zhi's understanding is correct. When a woman goes crazy, she's capable of anything. Are you trying to knock me out so I can be humiliated by men? Then I'll make you unconscious and let men humiliate you too. Blood for blood, an eye for an eye. Thus, this bizarre turn of events unfolded. After angrily rebuking Elizabeth Anna, Dongfang Weishi glared at Yin Zhi. You're not listening to me? Do you really think I'm joking? You wouldn't even sleep with a woman if I asked you to. Are you impotent? What? You actually doubt my ability? Yin Zhi was furious. Don't you know whether I'm capable or not? He really wanted to righteously question Dongfang Weishi. At this time, Elizabeth Anna's rescue attempt at Dongfang Weishi's place failed. She knew she could only place her hopes on Yin Zhi. I'm warning you. If you dare touch me, I'll kill you. Oh my. Did I hear that right? Even at this point, you're still threatening me? Teacher Dongfang. Actually, I'm a germaphobe. As you know, Dimmer's women are incredibly open-minded. I don't want to share a bus with another man. Elizabeth Anna was indeed a top-tier Western woman. But so what? I'm not indiscriminate in my hunger. Don't worry about that. I just checked. You will be her first man. Yin Zhi was stunned. Huh? Unopened? Original product? Is it true or false? Why can't I believe it? An unnatural smile crept onto Dongfang Weishi's lips. She is a Tanka, Buddhist, Danish believer's advocate, giving one's virginity to the one loves most. But the one she loved most didn't love her back. Besides, if she were that open-minded, what's the point of my seeking revenge? It would be better to just chop her up. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you going to go or not? Yin Zhi blinked, looked at Dongfang Weishi, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. No way. Elizabeth Anna breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Dongfang Weishi said coldly, "Do you want to die?" Beep beep. You have received 600,000 points of killing intent from Dongfang Weishi. Please check. What the hell? 66 million points? With such a terrifyingly large number of people willing to kill, this is definitely for real. But so what? I'm afraid of you. Yin Zhi snorted. The weapon used in the crime was on me. How I use it is my business. No one can force me. Dongfang Weishi stood up and walked to Yin Zhi. His eyes were fixed straight on Yin Zhi's eyes. A bone-chilling cold emanated from her body. Yin Zhi couldn't help but shudder. Her body and the ground beneath her feet were covered in a layer of frost. This in itself is a testament to great strength, because a spirit master cannot detach themselves from their spirit to unleash supernatural powers, except for those who have truly reached a certain level of strength. So what exactly is a certain level of attainment? They all have to be at least at the royal level. Even some ordinary royal level beings can't do that. Should I summon the great heavenly dragon Empress to save my life? Yin Zhi thought to himself. It seems that only the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress can guarantee victory. Before the sun shone in the east, breath froze into ice. I'm asking you one last time. Superior. Still not going. Does Dongfang Weishi want to kill Yin Zhi? I don't want to, and I don't want to. I really do want to. Is this contradictory? That's exactly what makes it contradictory. The responsibility for what happened last time lies entirely with myself. It cannot be blamed on Yin Zhi. She knew that. So what if you know? She lost her precious innocence. She suffered the pain of betrayal. Not killing Yin Zhi outright was the maximum level of rationality she could maintain. And once she has a reason that is convincing enough for her to chop up Yin Zhi, she won't hold back. Now, the reason is right in front of us. I told you to sleep with a woman to avenge me, but you wouldn't. If you don't die, who will? Yin Zhi answered decisively. Let's go. Forget it. I'd better not risk my life. But I have one condition. You have to promise me, or I'll never go with you, even if it kills me. However, I will not sit idly by and wait to die. If we were to fight, those foreign girls would probably be the happiest. Dongfang Weishi gritted her teeth. Speak. Yin Zhi raised his head. They acted like I was a dead pig, ready to be scalded with boiling water. Let's go together. You first, then her. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing it. Up, up, up. Go, go, go. Since you, a woman, like to talk about going all out, then let's all go together. Chapter 157. You're acting strange? I'm even stranger than you. Let's see who's acting the strangest. Something's wrong with you, Dongfang Weishi. Playing the game without any set pattern. Then I'm even more suspicious than you. I don't play by the rules. Let's see who's the most off between us. Let's take another look and see whose card-playing strategy is the most effective. Yin Zhi doesn't want to sleep with Elizabeth Anna, that amazing foreign beauty. I learned that it was still original and clean. Of course I want to. He didn't have this fate in his past life. This opportunity is not something that comes often in this lifetime. But the problem is, he likes to take the initiative. To put it bluntly, he's just stubborn. Unless you want to move, you'll be pulled along and forced to retreat. The more Dongfang Weishi pressured him, the less he would comply. You're threatening me with death? Joke. Am I the kind of person who's afraid of dying? Countermeasures. We must retaliate. Even if it means missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I wouldn't mind. A real man, a tough guy, must firmly grasp the initiative. The last time we were on the defensive, it was an absolute disgrace. We have a chance today. We must turn the tide. Call. Call. Dongfang Weishi's frozen, pale cheeks flushed red. I think you are. Do you really want to die? She was so angry that she couldn't even speak coherently. Yin Zhi held his head high with pride. Anyway, I've already set the conditions. If you don't agree, then you can't blame me. I didn't force you. On the bed, unable to move, Elizabeth Anna let out a long sigh of relief. She knew she was saved. Given Dongfang Weishi's character and personality, it is absolutely impossible for her to agree to Yin Zhi's conditions. Snort. Greedy and foolish people. You just wait. I will definitely avenge myself today. She hadn't even truly escaped her predicament yet, but she was already thinking about revenge. Dongfang Weishi suddenly smiled. A beautiful woman's smile should be pleasing to the eye, but her smile made Yin Zhi's heart skip a beat. Then she went to Elizabeth Anna's side. Kid, look at her. Open your eyes wide and take a good look at her. This skin is so white like cream. Don't you want to taste it? Her cold fingers scraped across Elizabeth's body. Goosebumps covered Elizabeth's entire body. Elizabeth is begging for mercy, but Dongfang Weishi ignored it. At this point, Dongfang Weishi had essentially become a salesperson promoting products. Yin Zhi's gaze seemed to be drawn to Dongfang Weishi's finger. Climbing mountains and descending valleys is a piece of cake for them. Think, but you won't agree to my conditions. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Snap! Dongfang Weishi slapped Elizabeth's thigh, as if hitting a lump of jelly. Then get out of here. Roll. Yin Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. There was a mix of disappointment and the joy of victory. Then I'll go first. Goodbye. Yin Zhi turned and left without hesitation. TSK, TSK. I admire my own perseverance. Just as Yin Zhi's hand was about to touch the doorknob, a bone-chilling cold air swept over me from behind. Yin Zhi shuddered. The cold air instantly froze the doorknob and the entire door. Solid ice blocked the road, leaving no way to leave. The ice crystals were like mirrors, reflecting Yin Zhi's astonished face. Meanwhile, another scene is reflected on the ice. Yin Zhi turned around. Dongfang Weishi stood there coldly, radiating a chilling aura. Click! A crisp sound rang out. Her clothes turned into shards of ice and fell off piece by piece. Snort! You want to be together, right? That depends on whether you have the ability. As she spoke, a layer of seemingly thin ice material covered her body. Her skin was deathly pale. The Winter Queen, a rare 4-star holy spirit, stood gracefully behind her. A chilling, imperial aura was quietly released. Does this mean you want to fight me first? Wrong. Is it necessary to tear your clothes while fighting? This means you want to fight me. But she froze herself. If you don't have the ability, you won't be able to get the position even if someone offers it to you. This woman is it really necessary to go to such lengths for revenge? Teacher Dongfang, are you serious? To be honest, he was genuinely a bit dazed at that moment. Dongfang Weishi gave a cold laugh, putting on an expression that looked down on Yin Zhi. How? Are you all talk and no action? Yin Zhi pursed his lips. Then a steely thought flashed through his mind. Snort. Since that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Teacher Dongfang, have you forgotten? My spirit beast is the Azure Flame Empress. With a flick of azure flame, the Azure Flame Empress stepped out. As the blue flames ignited, everything in the way vanished into thin air. I never expected Empress Qin Yan to have this use. This was something Yin Zhi had not anticipated. He strode towards the east. At this moment, however, he did not notice that the Azure Flame Empress behind him frowned slightly. She seemed somewhat displeased. Elizabeth Anna, lying on the bed, stared wide-eyed. They watched helplessly as a ball of ice and a ball of fire collided. Ice can extinguish fire. Fire melts ice. A mixture of ice and fire, thick white steam billowed out. Elizabeth Anna's vision was obstructed. Crazy. Madman. Dongfang Weishi, you're a madman. She screamed in panic and anger. Just to get revenge on me. You're even willing to kill yourself? Is it really necessary? Is it really necessary? This moment, Elizabeth Anna was truly frightened. Help me. Someone please save me. Henry, come and save me. Dongfang Weishi has gone mad. This moment, Elizabeth Anna truly regretted it. Why? Why should I provoke Dongfang Weishi? Why was I so stupid to come up with such a terrible idea? This is not the result I wanted. Before long, a song of ice and fire began to play in the room. Elizabeth's cries for help echoed down the corridor. But no one heard it. Why? Because the entire hotel was booked by Dongfang Weishi. There was no fourth person breathing here. No matter how hard Elizabeth screamed, no one would hear her cries for help and come to her rescue. Just in time, a fast food restaurant attracted a customer. Boss, one custom-made super burger, please. I want the thickest and longest sausage. 2 eggs. That a must, of course. Oh, and I want 2 different kinds of bread. The top layer is yellow bread, and the bottom layer is white bread. Eating 2 slices of bread, 1 yellow and 1 white, sandwiched together is the most satisfying way to eat in the world. And don't forget to drizzle with cream. Soon, a special hamburger was placed in the customer's hand. He picked up the hamburger, opened his mouth wide, and took a big bite. Zzz. Juice splashed out. The guest's expression was exaggerated, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. Oh, this is so delicious. I can't even describe how satisfied I am right now. Life is so wonderful. He swallowed what was in his mouth, then took another bite. Chapter 158. Now that we've finished with the trivial matters, let's get down to business. Where's the black stripe virus sample tea? The next day, Yin Zhi's eyes were opened by the sunlight. He stared blankly at the ceiling. He looked utterly bored. Life. It's just SOSO. What happened yesterday was almost too surreal. It's so magical, it's like a dream. Dongfang Weishi and Elizabeth have both gone mad. At least last night, they were truly insane. Besides crazy, Yin Zhi really didn't know what other word to use to describe them. If it weren't for summoning the white-clad Empress and administering several life-saving injections, Yin Zhi really felt that he couldn't beat them at all and would be crippled. I should try to avoid offending women in the future. They can be so crazy that even I'm scared. This was Yin Zhi's true feeling at a certain moment last night. Now, snort. If you mess with us, we don't care if you're a woman or not. I'll deal with you without hesitation. At this time, as if sensing something, Yin Zhi turned his head and met Dongfang Weishi's pair of dark, bright eyes. In that instant, Yin Zhi actually caught the panic and hesitation in her eyes. Illusion? Forget it. I can't be bothered with it. Whatever. Dongfang Weishi said coldly. Take your hand away. Hand? Yin Zhi raised his hands, looking at Dongfang Weishi with a puzzled expression. Dongfang Weishi lifted the blanket. Without a doubt, the hand pressing down on her belonged to Elizabeth. Dongfang Weishi flung Elizabeth's hand away. Elizabeth immediately regained her senses. Then, the woman started arguing fiercely with Yin Zhi. A variety of fragrant greetings gushed from their mouths. Yin Zhi rested his hands behind his head and quietly watched them hurl insults at each other. I recall Dongfang Weishi's previous coldness. I recalled Elizabeth's previous arrogance. Think about yesterday and what's happening now. Interesting. That's so much fun. They are now arguing heatedly, their faces flushed. Who could have imagined it? Last night, their mouths were engaged in a fierce verbal battle. Magical. It's absolutely magical. They kept arguing. Suddenly, they stopped arguing. They all turned to look at Yin Zhi, one to the left and one to the right. Beep beep. You have received 10,000 points of murderous intent from Elizabeth. Beep beep. You have received 20,000 points of killing intent from Dongfang Weishi. What the heck? Did I hear that right? 10,000 each? 20,000 each? There should be a limit to how much. Are you trying to fob me off like this? Yin Zhi Dao, you guys keep arguing. Don't mind me. He had originally been prepared to summon his spirit beasts to fight at any time, but now it seems he can skip that. With their strength and the killing intent of 10 or 20,000, a fight simply wouldn't break out. Elizabeth suddenly smiled. His smile was eerie. It's also very strange. Honey, do you know what? Actually, I just want to share the same man with you. As for who that man is, I don't care. It could be Henry, or it could be this kid. Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow. This woman's statement is too explosive. What does it mean to only want to share the same man with you? I don't care who that man is. Could this woman be bisexual? Don't call me darling. If you yell again, I'll hit you again. After saying that, Dongfang Weishi pulled her long legs out and got off the bed. Elizabeth, however, held her hand. My dear, don't you understand? I love Henry, but I love you too. Everything I do is so that we can be happy together. I swear, you have to believe me. Ooh, explosive. This is amazing. What kind of unbelievable plot twists are these? Speaking of, Teacher Dongfang's charm is just too incredible. She's attractive to both men and women. Dongfang Weishi coldly said, let go. Elizabeth replied with a firm no. 10 years ago, you left Odimila. I am so heartbroken. You're finally back. Do you know how happy I am? But I know that you will eventually return to the true Dragon Kingdom. You know that given my status, I simply cannot leave Odimila. So I can only try my best to keep you here. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I just hope you can understand that my love for you is real. Dongfang Weishi shook off Elizabeth's hand. She looked at Yin Zhi. Forget everything that happened yesterday. It's all over. If you dare mention it again, I'll kill you. After saying that, he put on his bathrobe and left. Yin Zhi pursed his lips. Kill me? The words were quite harsh. Why don't you show some murderous intent? After Dongfang Weishi left, Elizabeth gave a charming and smug smile. A kind-hearted hen that won a fight. Half of what she just said was nonsense, like harvesting leeks without a sickle. Elizabeth did indeed have a little bit of affection for Dongfang Weishi, but it's definitely not as exaggerated as she described. As for sharing the same man, if it were Henry, I could accept it. If it were anyone else, they'd be given a death sentence. That's why I say that. This was to diminish Dongfang Weishi's sense of satisfaction from her successful revenge. Judging from Dongfang Weishi's reaction, Elizabeth knew she had succeeded. Then, she turned to look at Yin Zhi. That glance was quite complex. It seems to be tinged with a little bit of every emotion. She is a Muslim. According to the teachings of the Tanka religion, a woman's first time should be given to the person she loves most. A woman must be faithful to the man who took her virginity. A man who betrays his mother will be scorned by the god she worships. Now, by a twist of fate, it has ended up with such an unexpected result. At this moment, faith and selfishness erupted into a fierce conflict. Should I kill him? But if I kill him, wouldn't that be considered a betrayal of the Dan cult's creed? She was confused. Snort. Elizabeth Anna got out of bed. In the sunlight, she seemed like a radiant sprite, her golden hair shimmering with golden light. Yin Zhi was secretly amazed. It's truly a work of art. Elizabeth walked into the bathroom on her own. It was clear that she had some difficulty moving around. Under the shower, water splashed everywhere. Thinking about the battle that took place last night, she couldn't help but mutter, I must be crazy. However, a strange feeling arose in my heart. It seems like it's not bad. That was a completely new feeling I had never experienced before. Elizabeth couldn't help but lick her lips. After quickly washing herself, she put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. She wanted to leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, a hand reached out and wrapped around her slender waist. Elizabeth's anger was easily ignited. What are you going to do? I'll give you a shot. The syringe in the white-clad Empress's hand pierced Elizabeth's body. This is for weakness and soreness. The effect is self-explanatory. Elizabeth was shocked and immediately felt her strength rapidly draining away, making it difficult for her to even stand. Yin Zhi placed her on the sofa. Bring it on. Now that we've finished with the trivial matters, let's get down to business. Tell me, where's the black-striped virus sample T? Elizabeth's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 159, Mr. Yin Zhi, we need your assistance in investigating a case. That's impossible. How did he know that? There's no way he could know. At this time, Elizabeth's mind went blank after hearing Yin Zhi's words. So, does Yin Zhi know? He didn't know. The reason for asking the question in such a definitive tone is he just wanted to trick Elizabeth. So, why did Yin Zhi think of framing Elizabeth? This was the clumsy method Yin Zhi had come up with to continue investigating the black stripe virus. Why did Fujiwara Kuri, who was in charge of creating the black stripe virus, go to that charity auction dinner? Is that even a question? Naturally, the black striped virus sample T was handed over to the person behind the scenes. The question is, to whom did he hand it over? Have no idea. This requires a clumsy method, finding every single guest who was present that night. This includes Elman Stark, who hosted the charity auction dinner. This method is incredibly stupid, but with no clues at all. This was the only feasible solution Yin Zhi could think of. At the moment, isn't Elizabeth just someone who attended that charity auction dinner? Let's start with her. Not to mention, as the Minister of Potions, Henry Harry is naturally more suspicious than others. Only, I never expected this. The first shot hit the target. Elizabeth's reaction right now proves everything. I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing Elizabeth's words, Yin Zhi smiled. No, you just don't want to tell me. But even if you don't tell me, I already know the answer I want to know. Henry Harry, Minister of Potions, Howard. Is it right? He's the one who created the black stripe virus. Elizabeth had calmed down by this time. She tried to move her body, but found that her whole body was sore and weak. Damn it, this feeling is absolutely awful. Hee. Elizabeth smiled, looking incredibly charming and alluring. You have a very rich imagination. You could try becoming a novelist. I believe you can definitely become a best-selling author. Yin Zhi chuckled. He reached out his devilish hand and slipped it inside his bathrobe. His lips brushed against Elizabeth's ear. Good. Tell me more about the black stripe virus. Believe me, all I want to do is find out the truth about the black stripe virus. Elizabeth was already panting, her cheeks flushed. Her eyes welled up with tears again. As for the rest, I don't care. If you don't say it. First, you'll suffer some hardship here. Secondly, I will go to the Holy See to denounce Henry Harry. I don't think this is the result you wanted to see, is it? Elizabeth was panting. His face showed an expression that looked like he was in great pain. You are not an ordinary student. Who exactly are you? Who are you? Yin Zhi Dao. I am who I am. Enough with the nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. Elizabeth said, you're going to be disappointed. I know nothing. Next, Yin Zhi tried everything he could to extract something from Elizabeth. They were practically resorting to torture to extract a confession. However, Elizabeth kept her mouth shut. No matter what Yin Zhi did, she wouldn't say anything. Yin Zhi just felt incredibly bored. Are they serious? Never mind. After all, we spent a wonderful night together. Inappropriate. After pressing him for answers, he got nowhere. Yin Zhi was a little angry and couldn't help but do another set of morning exercises. Afterwards, he actually came to terms with it. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I'll go find it myself. But don't get in my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. After uttering those harsh words, Yin Zhi put on his clothes and left. I'm going to kill you. I will definitely kill you. I swear. The moment the door closed, Yin Zhi also heard Elizabeth's harsh words coming from the room. He pursed his lips. Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk. Can you give me a bit of murderous intent? If you didn't intend to kill, why did you kill me? That's strange. I treated her like that. How could she not have the heart to kill me? That's not scientific. Is she a masochist like Xiao Yao Yao? Yin Zhi was a little depressed. I spent 4 million yuan raising fattened toads. The current balance of murderous intent should be... Snap! Yin Zhi slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten about this? Yesterday must have drawn a lot of murderous intent. After being messed up by Dongfang Weishi, I haven't even checked the balance of my murderous intent yet. Yin Zhi immediately sensed it. Depend on. No way. What happened? Why is it only so little? Is there a mistake in the system? Did you rip me off? How much murderous intent does Yin Zhi still have at this moment? Ignoring the odd number and rounding to the nearest whole number is 16,400,000. But this isn't right. Shouldn't yesterday's transactions have resulted in a large sum of money coming in? Beep beep. The system has not made a calculation error. Please be aware, host. Beep beep. This system never does anything to harm its host. Yin Zhi was a little angry. Are you kidding me? Last time I received over 40 million. Why is there only so little this time? Beep beep. I don't know about this system. Okay. On the way back, Yin Zhi pondered deeply and suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that I went too far? Has everyone's murderous intent shifted to those 4 guys? He was right. For heroic spirit masters on whom high hopes were placed. In the end, they repaid everyone with despair and disappointment. Compared to Yin Zhi, who is an inherent external enemy, the people of Odimla wanted to kill the Mechs even more. For useless people, they have utterly disgraced and humiliated the nation of Odimla. They shouldn't have died, so who should? After thinking it over, this is the only possibility. All right, what a disastrous performance. Wasted a chance to make a lot of money. I need to tone it down a bit from now on. Yin Zhi returned to Howard with a sigh. However, they found a police car and several white cars parked in front of Howard. Those few white cars caught Yin Zhi's eye. It's a vehicle from the province of Sacred Judgment, which belongs to the Holy Court. You can tell by the markings on the vehicle. Police. Are there people from the province of Saint Judgment? Why did they all flock to Howard? Yin Zhi came to Jonathan's side. Hey bro, what happened? That's quite a show of force. Jonathan shrugged. I'm not quite sure. It seems they've come to arrest the head of the potions department. Haha, Henry Harry is really amazing. Even the province of Saint Judgment has been mobilized. This is not a lame joke. Sending the Holy Judgment province to arrest people is itself a form of reverse honor. Just at this time, a stunningly beautiful young woman in a white dress walked towards them from a distance. He arrived in front of Yin Zhi in an instant. Iam Saibalasa. It belongs to the Special Mission Investigation Bureau of the Holy Star Knights. Mr. Yin Zhi, we need your assistance in investigating a case. Jonathan gave Yin Zhi a thumbs up. Dude, looks like you're pretty amazing too. They meant to assist us in our investigation. It's just that we need to investigate your preferred way of speaking. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes at Jonathan's teasing. Chapter 160, I am Yi Feng, the head of the Li Zi Hall of the Dragon Guard Manor. It's a pleasure to meet you. What did you say? You said Yin Zhi was taken away by people from the Holy Judgment Province? When did this happen? Why? Upon learning from Su Jiujiu that Yin Zhi had been taken away, Mu Painting immediately launched into a barrage of questions. Su Jujio tilted her head. I don't know either. I just ran into that big bald guy, Jonathan, in the cafeteria. He told me that. It was about 2 hours ago. Mu Painting's face darkened. Saint Judiciary will not easily take people away for investigation. If this is done, it will definitely be a big deal. But the problem is, what could possibly warrant the Imperial Judgment Department's intervention to take Yin Zhi away? It couldn't be because of what happened at the Odinmala Historical Museum yesterday. The Holy Court is detached from a mortal world and never intervenes in worldly affairs. Su Jujio noticed that Mu Painting's brows were furrowed. The little hand waved in front of her eyes. Sister Mu? Sister Mu? What's wrong with you? Mu Painting snapped out of her daze and immediately stood up. Xiaojiu, I suddenly feel a little unwell. Could you please ask the teacher for leave for me later? Thank you for your help. After saying that, Mu Painting hurriedly left the classroom. Su Jujio blinked and chuckled. Hey, handsome, I suddenly feel a little unwell. Could you please ask the teacher for leave for me later? Thank you. After saying something to the person sitting in front of her, Su Jujio also left the classroom. Mu Painting was so preoccupied with her concerns that she didn't realize Su Jujio was following her. She came to a secluded place. Fingers moved with a flowing, shimmering motion. She summoned a bird-shaped spatial spirit. She took out a special communicator and dialed a number. Captain, there's been a bit of a problem. Yin Zhi was taken away by the people from the Holy Judgment Province. About 2 hours ago. The reason is currently unknown. Yes, I understand. The situation was quickly reported. But Mu Painting's brows were still furrowed with worry. With a sigh, she left. She needed to get to the embassy immediately. After Mu Painting left, Su Jujio suddenly appeared. I'm so smart. You really are from the Dragon Guard Manor. So, how can I utilize this discovery? Thinking and thinking. I wonder what he was thinking about. Su Jujio's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He let out a sinister and smug laugh. At the same time, Holy Judgment Provincial Branch. Inside Inquiry Room. I'm sorry, Mr. Yin. I have some things to take care of. Sorry to keep you waiting. Would you like a cup of coffee? Yin Zhi looked at the two people sitting opposite him. One of them was Sibyl Asa, who brought him back. The other one was the serious-looking middle-aged man who was talking to him. Thank you, I'm not thirsty. Is it convenient for me to ask? I shouldn't be classified as a criminal, right? They were suddenly taken to the province of Saint Judgment. He was quite upset, but what could he do when a Holy Star Knight was right in front of him? Even now, Yin Zhi still doubts whether Zhao Haolong really reported him. That's why he asked me if I was a criminal. What do you think? That's what the Holy Star Knight girl, Sibyl, asked in return. What do I think? I don't think so, although I did a few things that went viral. But surely it didn't violate any of the Holy See's sacred laws? Keep probing. The serious-looking middle-aged man spoke up. Mr. Yin, you don't need to be nervous. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Jerry Tang. We need you to come back this time to assist with the investigation. Actually, it was for black-stripe disease. Huh? Black-stripe disease? So that's what it was about? He was immediately startled. Strange. How did the province of Saint Judgment know I was investigating the black-stripe disease? Sabal said, I was right there when you interrogated Fujiwara Kuri last time. Her expression was indifferent. But Yin Zhi saw the pride and smugness in her eyes. It must be my imagination, right? However, he was still very shocked. There was someone right next to me, and I didn't even notice. Instantly, a feeling of dissatisfaction welled up in Yin Zhi's heart. Zedi Tang Sa Yin Wa Li. Sabal is just too straightforward. Mr. Yin, Sabal is on a secret investigation mission. She just happened to run into you while tracking Fujiwara Kuri. I absolutely did not mean to stalk you. Yin Zhi chuckled. Understand. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I certainly don't know as much about black stripes as you do. Sibyl asked the question directly. Please tell us everything you know. And why are you investigating the black stripe disease? That's why I invited you here. Yin Zhi looked at her. Miss Sibyl, since you were beside me that day. So what you heard is all I know. As for why I investigated the black stripe disease, I cannot disclose that information. Sabal stared intently at Yin Zhi. Her sapphire eyes were very beautiful. There's nothing here that's inconvenient to say. Please tell me the truth. Don't worry. We have confidentiality regulations. We won't reveal a single word you say. Jerry Tang put down his pen. His face showed helplessness. Who asked such a question? Never mind. He's a Saint Star Knight with a transcendent status. He can't control him. Yin Zhi scratched his head. How should I answer? I can't exactly say this is a task sent to me by a suicide system, can I? For a moment, the air in the interrogation room became unusually quiet. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking broke the peace. The Saint Judgment agent walked in and whispered something in Jerry Tang's ear. What? Embassy of the True Dragon Kingdom? He exclaimed in surprise, glanced at Yin Zhi, and said, I understand. After the agent left, Jerry Tang also stood up. Sabal, the people from the Jinlong Kingdom's embassy want to see Mr. Yin. Let's go outside first. Siebel stared blankly and said, but he hasn't answered my question yet. Jerry Tang could only patiently explain. Mr. Yin was only assisting us with the investigation. We have no right to stop him from meeting with others. Not to mention that the other party was from the embassy of the True Dragon Kingdom. Siebel agreed. She glanced at Yin Zhi, then got up and left. Yin Zhi curled his lip, then thought to himself, they actually managed to scare the people from the embassy out. Shortly after, a man and two women entered the room. One of the women was actually Mu Pingting. Mu Pingting asked, Yin Zhi, are you all right? Did they give you any trouble? Seeing Mu Pingting's concerned look, Yin Zhi's mood immediately improved. Not at the moment, but you arrived just in time. If I had arrived a few seconds later, I probably would have been put in a difficult position. Who are they? A very refined-looking young man with glasses pushed up his glasses. Yin Zhi, I've heard so much about you. I met him in person today. Yin Zhi found his words and tone quite agreeable. You flatter me. And who are you? The bespectacled young man smiled and then introduced himself. I am Yi Feng. On the surface, I am the Deputy Director of the Social Affairs Section of the Embassy of the True Dragon Kingdom in Odimala. Actually, I'm the head of the Lizi Hall of Hulong Mountain Villa. Nice to meet you. Chapter 161 invited me to join the Dragonguard Manor. I refused without even thinking. Huh? Dragonguard Manor? There really is a Dragon Guardian Manor? Yin Zhi rarely loses his composure. But when he suddenly heard about the Dragon Guardian Manor, he was genuinely shocked. Dragon Guardian Manor. This was a widely circulated urban legend that he had heard in his previous life. Legend. A group of extraordinary individuals formed the Dragon Guardian Manor, silently protecting the True Dragon Kingdom. Everything that threatens the existence of the True Dragon Kingdom, whether it's an individual or not, or it's some organization, even the nation, they are all targets of the Dragonguard Manor. There was also a very popular comic book online that told their story. Yin Zhi was also a loyal reader of Hulong Mountain Villa. After all, life is so miserable, you have to find some spiritual comfort, right? He had always believed that the Dragon Guardian Manor was a fabrication. I never imagined I'd actually meet the real person in this lifetime. Is it true or false? Ye Feng Simidet. Yin Zhi's reaction pleased him. Some of these legends are false, but some of them are true. But at least the existence of the Dragonguard Manor is real. Yin Zhi was no ordinary person in this life. The Dragon Guardian Manor only shocked him for a moment. He quickly calmed down. He then put on a polite smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. It is my pleasure to meet you. Ha! I never imagined that the legend would be so close to me. Yi Feng smiled and said, actually, the Dragonguard Manor is closer to you than you think. Yin Zhi looked at him with suspicion. Mu Pingting said, I'm sorry. Yin Zhi, there's something I need to apologize to you about. Yin Zhi then turned his questioning gaze to Mu Pingting. Then she said, actually, I am the Dragonguard of the Dragonguard Manor. What? Are you from the Dragonguard Manor? Yi Feng spoke again. That's right. Mu Pingting is a Dragonguard of the Righteousness Hall of the Dragonguard Manor. The so-called Dragonguards are there to protect certain special people. For example, you, the Master of the Azure Flame Empress. After saying that, he chuckled. Of course. As it turns out, you don't need the protection of the Dragonguard at all. On the contrary, if she really encounters danger, you'll probably be the one protecting her. Yin Zhi blinked and looked at Mu Pingting. I'm a little confused. I never expected that I would actually enjoy the protection of the Dragon Guardian Manor. I'm a little flattered. That's what I said, but I still have some reservations. It is said to be for protection. So, is it okay if we interpret it as surveillance? In other words, Mu Pingting gave him a very good feeling. If it were someone else, he wouldn't be so willing to give them a friendly look. Mu Pingting felt a little guilty and lowered her head, seemingly too embarrassed to look at Yin Zhi. However, she couldn't say much for the time being. Yi Feng said, because your spirit master is the Azure Flame Empress. He then revealed some of the clandestine actions of the Zhao family descendants. Finally, He gave a disdainful sneer. More than 2,000 years have passed. They're still having that ridiculous dream of restoring their kingdom and becoming emperors. This is absolutely ridiculous. However, it is still necessary to be cautious. It will be very troublesome if they get their hands on the Azure Flame Empress. Yin Zhi chuckled, his face also full of disdain. I've already experienced what those guys are like. At least so far, I haven't met any decent people. If all the descendants of the Zhao family are as cowardly as Zhao Haolong, even if they were given another 2,000 years, they wouldn't be able to restore their kingdom. Restoration of the kingdom? To become emperor? That's absolutely hilarious. It's been over 2,000 years. If it could have been done, it would have been done long ago. Why wait until now? We've waited this long. Is it still possible for it to work out? Keep dreaming. Yifeng smiled and waved. Let's not talk about that anymore. This time we're here. Firstly, I want to have an open and honest conversation with you. Secondly, it's because of the matter of you being taken away by the Holy Judgment Province. Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow. He was more interested in Yi Feng's suggestion of an open and honest conversation. What should we talk about? His doubts were quickly answered. Actually, we started paying attention to you not long after you obtained the Azure Flame Empress. To put it bluntly, we want to recruit you into the Dragon Guard Manor. However, the Dragon Guardian Manor bears a heavy responsibility, and this responsibility is not something everyone can shoulder. Although you have obtained Empress Qingyan, whether you can keep her is another question. Even if you manage to save it, how much of the Azure Flame Empress's strength can you unleash? These are all things we are paying attention to and examining. Of course, your personality and character also matter. Yin Zhi nodded, taking a moment to process Yi Feng's words. Yifeng pushed up his glasses, crossed his fingers, and looked at Yin Zhi. You have now passed our test. We are extending a formal invitation to you. We invite you to join the Dragon Guardian Manor and protect the true Dragon Kingdom with us. Are you willing? Without a second thought, Yin Zhi waved his hand. I'm not willing. Yin Zhi's decisive refusal surprised Yifeng, Mu Pingting, and the Silent Beauty. Why? Why are you unwilling? The first to question them was the beautiful woman who hadn't said a word. Her large, triangular eyes somewhat detracted from the overall beauty of her features. Yin Zhi glanced at her. He didn't like the woman's tone. The way she asked it made it sound like I was obligated to join the Dragon Guard Manor. After a moment of surprise, Yifeng smiled and asked, Can I ask why? That's right. This is the proper attitude for good communication. Yin Zhi completely ignored the woman. I like freedom and being unrestrained. Your Dragon Guardian Manor must have a lot of rules and regulations. I don't like feeling restricted. The woman with triangular eyes immediately asked 3 questions in a row. Just because of this? Is that why you refuse to fulfill your responsibilities and obligations? Are you still a true citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Hello. If you talk to me like that again, I'm going to lose my temper. Ye Feng frowned. Xia Zhen, leave things near me. Xia Zhen pursed her lips. Yifeng said, Xia Zhen is a bit straightforward. Yin Zhi chuckled and said, It is quite straight. Although I will not join the Dragon Guard Manor. But if the Dragon Guardian Manor needs me in the future, please feel free to come to me. I will definitely do my best to help whenever I can. After all, I am a genuine Chinese citizen. He couldn't help but subtly retort to Xia Zhen. Yifeng asked, Really? It can't be faked. Yifeng nodded with a smile. Hee hee, good. Your words are enough. After saying that, he changed the subject. Let's talk about the second thing. Chapter 162, I want to ask you, do you know where Henry Harry might be hiding? Yin Zhi, Mu Pingting, Yifeng, and Xia Zhen left the Holy Judgment Provincial Branch. At the entrance of the branch hall, Jerry Tang and Sibyl Asa watched them leave. Sibyl Asa's expression remained blank. Are we just going to let him go like that? But we couldn't get anything out of him. I have a feeling that he knows something we don't. Jerry Tang lit a cigar and took a deep drag. Sibyl Asa took a step to the left, away from Jerry Tang. She doesn't like the smell of smoke. However, she didn't seem to realize that her dazed, slumped posture was actually quite endearing. A premonition is not a reason for us to keep him. He is not a suspect. Moreover, he was a secret investigator belonging to the true Dragon Kingdom. Given his position, it is perfectly reasonable for him to investigate the black stripe disease. Saibal Asa started blankly. Jerry Tang exhaled a puff of smoke. Ignore him. The most important thing now is to find Henry Harry. My gut feeling tells me that he is the one we are really looking for. On Yin Zhi's side, he followed Yi Feng to his official car. Director Yi, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, given my temper, I would inevitably have a fight with them. I guess I'll be eating at the canteen in St. Judgment Province tonight. Je fink similit elegantly. It's nothing. Besides, this is also part of my job. The purpose of an embassy is to serve compatriots who are abroad. Get in the car. I'll take you back. Yin Zhi politely declined, saying, "You're a very busy person. I can just take a taxi myself." Yifeng didn't linger. He immediately said goodbye to Yin Zhi, got in his car, and drove away. Mu Pingting stood next to Yin Zhi. She is usually straightforward and decisive. But now he's like a child who's done something wrong and is waiting to be scolded. "Yin Zhi, I am sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you." Yin Zhi waved his hand dismissively. "Why apologize? You didn't do anything to wrong me. You were brought here under protection. Besides, I should thank you this time." Mu Pingting asked, "Are you really not angry with me? Hey, if you really feel bad, then give me a kiss. This is how you apologize with sincerity. What's the use of just saying sorry? How cheap are those 3 words? I'm sorry. Even those who aren't mute can speak. But how many people in this world are truly sincere when they say sorry?" Mu Pingting rolled her eyes. "Dream on. You should say that to Su Jiujiao. She'll be happy to hear that." Yin Jichao beckoned to her. "Come closer. I'll tell you a secret. Come here, come here. Are you afraid I'll eat you up?" Mu Pingting leaned closer to listen, still somewhat skeptical. Yin Zhi whispered in her ear, "I suspect Su Jiujiao is an assassin who wants to kill me." Mu Pingting's eyes widened, and she suddenly turned her head. "Real?" As a result, this turn of the head. As luck would have it, her lips collided with Yin Zhi's face. After a moment of surprise, she immediately realized what was happening, covered her lips, and glared at Yin Zhi. "Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Yin Zhi immediately protested his innocence. "Oh dear, I'm really innocent here. Am I that kind of person? How was I supposed to know you'd react so strongly? Besides, I like to take the initiative. Call." Mu Pingting puffed out her cheeks in anger and turned to leave. Yin Zhi took a big step to catch up. Inside Yifeng's car, Xiaozhen looked furious. "Brother Yi, we really misjudged you. We even arranged for the Dragon Guard to protect him. I never imagined he was such a selfish and petty person, with absolutely no spirit of dedication. Doesn't he understand the principle that with great power comes great responsibility? He says he doesn't like being bound by rules and regulations, but I think he's just shirking his responsibilities. If I had known he was this kind of person, I would have." Yifeng said, "Xiaozhen, be careful what you say." Yifeng closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. "What you said isn't entirely right, but it's not entirely wrong either. But your mistake was saying everything. It's fine as it is now. At least he has promised to provide assistance when we need it." Xiaozhen pursed her lips. "Joke. The Dragon Guardian Manor is full of hidden talents and powerful individuals. They might need his help." Yifeng seemed to have the ability to read minds. "I know what you're thinking. We need his help at least for this investigation into melanosis coli. This disease is terrifying. We must use every means possible to prevent it from spreading back to our country." Xiaozhen expressed doubt about this. Even the police in Sanchat Province and Odinmala couldn't find anything. "Can he do it?" "Ye fink sikit inyardli. This woman is really..." If he hadn't found anything out, why would the province of Saint Judgment be looking for him? Xiaozhen frowned. "That seems to make sense." Yifeng said, "Let's wait and see. Even the Holy Judgment Province has intervened. I believe this matter will be resolved soon." Yin Zhi and Mu Pingting returned to Howard. Walking on campus, I overheard students discussing the simultaneous deployment of the police and the province of Saint Judgment to search for Henry Harry. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi sighed inwardly. Are they police officers? Is it really the province of Sacred Judgment? Dogs have a really good nose. Henry Harry, that son of a bitch, has a really sharp nose. They actually managed to slip away first. The task of investigating the truth behind the black stripe disease has now become very clear. It can be basically confirmed that the black stripe virus was created by Henry Harry. Of course, the possibility that the principal was also involved cannot be ruled out. After all, Henry Harry was doing all sorts of things right under his nose. To say he was completely unaware? Yin Zhi expressed his doubts. But of course he wouldn't rashly take action against that principal right now. He's not out his mind. Don't let the fact that he's in a wheelchair fool you. He's actually very capable. So, the next thing to do is find Henry Harry. How do I find it? Now even the police in the province of Saint Judgment are looking for him, but they haven't found him yet. Where should I start? Elizabeth Anna? All right, don't tell me you don't know where she is now. Even if she knew, judging from her previous demeanor, she wouldn't say it. Sudden, Yin Zhi had a flash of inspiration. Will Dongfang Weishi find out? Possibly. Yin Zhi immediately told Mu Pingting that he had to leave first, and then rushed away. He arrived at Dongfang Weishi's residence as quickly as possible, and after ringing the doorbell for a while, the door was finally opened. The moment Yin Zhi saw Dongfang Weishi's eyes, he shivered from the cold. What? I want to ask you, do you know where Henry Harry might be hiding? Bang! He was slapped in the face with a bowl of cold shoulder. Chapter 163, Dongfang Weishi. Here with me, you. Never. Can. Take the initiative. Well, looking at the door that was right in front of my eyelashes, Yin Zhi was speechless for a moment. Is it really necessary? Just as he was about to knock on the door again. But the door opened. At this moment, Dongfang Weishi put on a brown trench coat. Her devilishly perfect figure was completely covered up. He also put on a pair of sunglasses. He looked increasingly cold. As she became increasingly cold and incomparably beautiful. Who could have imagined how astonishing this woman's extreme madness and complete liberation were last night? Teacher Dongfang, where are you going? Yin Zhi noticed that she was carrying a suitcase. Dongfang Weishi parted her icy white lips slightly. Get out of here. Hiss. It's so cold. Yin Zhi gasped. I'm not leaving. Dongfang Weishi's forehead twitched, clearly indicating that she was frowning. I'll say it again. Yin Zhi interrupted her. You can say it 1,000 times, and I still won't leave. Come on, let's go inside and talk. I'm calling you because I have something really important to discuss. He didn't care whether Dongfang Weishi wanted to or not, and just pushed her inside. Dongfang Weishi didn't want any physical contact with Yin Zhi, so she was forced to retreat back into her room. Bang! The room door was closed. Dongfang Weishi was also straightforward, coldly sitting down on the sofa. Yin Zhi sat down next to her. As a result, my butt touched the sofa cushion. Dongfang Weishi simply told him to get lost. Yin Zhi answered decisively, I won't. Dongfang Weishi made a move to get up. Yin Zhi suddenly grabbed her waist. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even with clothes on, it's still so thin when you hold it. Dongfang Weishi immediately shouted, let go. Her reaction was just like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It instantly bristled. What are you doing? What do you mean by that? You want to use me and then discard me? What do you take me for? They can't even speak properly. That's going too far. Oof. You were frozen solid yesterday. I melted you with my heat and scalding passion. I'll teach you a lesson today. Dongfang Weishi took a deep breath. I wonder if he was suppressing his anger. She then remained motionless. She let Yin Zhi hold her. Can you speak properly? If I can, I'll let go. We can't keep hugging each other. Let me make this clear first. I'm not going to put up with you. Dongfang Weishi remained silent. Yin Zhi then let go. Cough. I've already explained why I came to see you. I'm looking for Henry Harry now. Dongfang Weishi said coldly. Go find him if you want to. Why are you looking for me? Yin Zhi chuckled. Teacher Dongfang, you wouldn't? It's because I didn't come here specifically to see you. You're unhappy, aren't you? He was just saying it casually. Even he himself knew that this was just wishful thinking. Dongfang Weishi faced Yin Zhi and gave a disdainful smile. What kind of expression is that? I'll just go against you. Hee, I bet it is. Actually, Mr. Dongfang, I was looking for Henry Harry on official business. It's a private matter for me to contact you. Both public and private matters are important. We must manage both without neglecting either. Dongfang Weishi said, let's get to the point. Enough with the small talk. I'm catching a flight. Catching a plane? If you're rushing to catch a flight, then you're not going back to China. So where are you going? Yin Zhi Dao. Teacher Dongfang, where are you going? That's none of your business. I'm determined to get involved. Are you sick in the head? Oh, didn't you already know that? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Dongfang Weishi gritted her teeth. She adjusted her mindset. Let's get down to business. Yin Zhi smiled smugly to himself. Hey, we've got the initiative back in our hands, haven't we? Let's talk about our relationship first. Look, Dongfang Weishi said coldly. There's nothing to say between us. Yin Zhi waved his hand. This is between the two of us. Your opinion doesn't count for anything. From now on, we'll be seeing each other all the time. If we don't sort this out, it'll be so awkward when we meet again, right? Dongfang Weishi faced Yin Zhi coldly. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Nothing happened yesterday. It's all over. Mention it, and I'll kill you. I keep my word. Yin Zhi grinned. You won't kill me. You have no intention of killing at all? Who are you trying to fool? Dongfang Weishi coldly replied. I will. No, you won't. I said I'd do it soon. The daredevil is courting death again, You scratched me so hard last night, it even made my back bleed. I want to see if you really have the intention to kill me. Who was it yesterday who shouted, Mommy, I want to fly? You. A pillow hit Yin Zhi on the head. One after another. It was smashed in no time, and the down inside flew everywhere. After taking a few hits, Yin Zhi quickly took the initiative and became entangled with Dongfang Weishi. Result. Yin Zhi's physical strength is still inferior to Dongfang Weishi's. It was quickly suppressed. Dongfang Weishi seemed to have been completely enraged by Yin Zhi. Her stunningly beautiful face now appeared unusually fierce and terrifying. You like to take the initiative, right? Good. I'm determined not to let you take the initiative. Don't even think about it. Hear you. Never. Can. Take the initiative. After saying that, Dongfang Weishi pounced on Yin Zhi like a mother wolf attacking her prey and took a bite out of him. Yin Zhi's eyes widened. Oops. It seems like they went too far. Will I be, this time? Feathers of down drifted gently down. By sheer coincidence, one of the pieces landed right on the head of a small figurine. His eyes were covered, preventing him from seeing what he shouldn't have seen. I don't know how much time has passed. Anyway, it's been quite a while since night fell. I feel like I'm... Did he awaken the beast within teacher Dongfang? Intentionally or unintentionally? Women who have been single for over 30 years are truly terrifying. I went crazy yesterday and even summoned the white-clad Empress to give me an injection. But not today. The result seems to be somewhat tragic. Now that your personal business is done, let's talk about your official business. You came here looking for Henry. What does that mean? The lights were off in the room. Hearing Dongfang Weishi's panting coming from the dim light, Yin Zhi also started to pant. I don't want to talk about it today. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Dongfang Weishi said, Speak today. Don't open your mouth tomorrow. I won't listen. Okay. Here's what happened. So, while panting, Yin Zhi recounted the whole story. That's the situation. The police in the province of Saint Judiciary are now making every effort to capture Henry Harry. The guy has disappeared somewhere. Elizabeth knew without being asked that she wouldn't tell. I had no choice but to come to you. Dongfang Weishi said, You got the wrong person. I don't know where he is. You don't understand, man. Men often have a strange psychological reaction to women they like. Think about it carefully. Is there anything that has special meaning for you and Henry? That son of a bitch might be there. Dongfang Weishi said, Can't you be a little more polite? Cannot. To those who dislike me, I will show them the side of myself that they hate. I love seeing their frustrated expressions as they desperately want to kill me, but can't. In the darkness, Dongfang Weishi remained silent for a while. There's a place. This is the place where our class held a summer camp 10 years ago. There, Henry confessed his feelings to me. I rejected him. Yin Zhi praised the eloquent refusal before asking where it was. Crystal Lake Camping Area. Chapter 164. Stop him. Stop him now. He's a devil. He must be stopped. Crystal Lake Camping Area. It is located in the mountains about 200 kilometers west of Watson. It was once a very popular vacation destination for tourists. With its green mountains and clear waters, the scenery here is undoubtedly superb. However, the place was later bought by a private individual, and since then, entry has been prohibited without permission. Under the leadership of Dongfang Weishi, Yin Zhi arrived at the Crystal Lake camping area. A barbed wire fence blocked their way. Warning signs were hung on the barbed wire fence, which read, Warn, high voltage, do not touch, private property, no entry. Yin Zhi glanced around twice, then turned to look at Dongfang Weishi. Teacher Dongfang, could you please come with me on this trip? You can go back now. If that son of a bitch Henry were really here, it's better if you don't meet him. A hint of hesitation flashed in Dongfang Weishi's eyes. But then she shook her head. No, if the black stripe virus was indeed created by Henry, I must stop him. A resolute look flashed in Dongfang Weishi's eyes. This has nothing to do with nationality. A virus with such high transmissibility is a disaster for all mankind. They didn't stop the mastermind behind it all. Do not eliminate the black stripe virus. Today, the country of Odimala is infected. The True Dragon Kingdom might face disaster tomorrow. There are other countries and regions as well. If the black striped virus were spread worldwide, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yin Zhi agreed. He then summoned the mechanical Empress. Yin Zhi suddenly reached out his hand to Dongfang Weishi. He made a gesture as if to put his arm around her waist. Dongfang Weishi stared at him coldly. What are you doing? Yin Zhi blinked, his face showing an expression of complete entitlement. I'll hug you. How can you use your skills if you don't hug me? You don't mean to just walk in like that, do you? My mecha girl has the ability to travel through space and sense her surroundings, allowing her to evade surveillance. Dongfang Weishi sneered. That expression, that look, that cold laugh. This is clearly saying, I think you have ulterior motives. Then, colorful streams of light bloomed from her fingertips. A butterfly with a pair of brightly colored wings was summoned. Yin Zhi let out a curious, what kind of spirit is this? This is the first time I've seen this. It's quite pretty. Dongfang Weishi casually replied with illusory butterfly, without going into further details. Immediately, she used her spirit control skill. The iridescent butterfly fan created a large cloud of dazzling colored dust. The dust settled on Yin Zhi and Dongfang Weishi, completely enveloping them. Then, something amazing happened. Huh, I become invisible. How amazing. Hey, where are you, Teacher Dongfang? That won't do. If you can't see me and I can't see you, what if we get lost? Let's hold hands. Dongfang Weishi immediately realized he had made a mistake. I am hesitating. Suddenly, I felt my wrist being grabbed, and then my hand was pulled away. Never mind. Holding hands is better than being hugged and cuddled by him. Immediately, the two held hands and jumped over the high-voltage wire mesh wall. We walked through a forest of dead trees piled high with damp, rotting leaves. A lake and a mountain came into view. Yin Zhi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The scenery here is really beautiful. The mountain is so big. There's so much water. What do you think, Teacher Dongfang? Dongfang Weishi asked. Are you here to see the scenery or to take care of business? Yin Zhi chuckled. To the left is a small area of barracks. Rows of wooden houses are built against the mountain and hidden in the forest. It's obvious at a glance that it has been abandoned for a very long time. Look, I knew something was wrong here. It was surrounded by electrified barbed wire. Inside, however, it was completely deserted. Dongfang Weishi grabbed Yin Zhi and left. You talk too much nonsense. The two then began exploring the abandoned campsite. After looking around, they discovered some very well-hidden cameras. At this point, we still need to use the mechanical Empress's perception skill. As expected, once the holographic scan was applied, the area was immediately revealed. There is a hidden underground facility. Furthermore, holographic scanning cannot capture the entire picture. How big must it be? Yin Zhi wanted to use subspace gliding. It suddenly occurred to me that I should find someone more professional. However, before summoning the Void Empress, Yin Zhi first summoned the white-clad Empress. The needle that makes one immune to all poisons is naturally indispensable. Then, the Void Empress was summoned. Since having a more stable food supply, the empty Empress has become much more agreeable. We've reached an agreement with the Void Empress. Dongfang Weishi then spoke up. You really do have a special connection with female spirit mediums. Every spirit is female, and they're all top-tier beauties. Yin Zhi grunted. There's no way to refute it. Besides, do we need to refute this? Unnecessary. That's right. I'm destined to be with female spirits. Moreover, the spirits I'm connected with aren't just ordinary female spirits. They are all Empresses with the Holy Spirit 9 stars. I'll keep quiet about it. You'll be terrified if I told you. Thank goodness. Come here, hug me tight. I'm going to use the Void Walk skill. If you don't hold me tight, what if we get lost in the void? He certainly wouldn't say that this was an exaggeration. Dongfang Weishi reluctantly put her arm around Yin Zhi's waist from the side. Yin Zhi suddenly pulled her into his arms and held her close. Using their ability to walk through the void, the two passed through the Earth's barrier and successfully entered the underground facility. The two appeared in a corridor. The overhead lights were flashing. A faint smell of blood filled the air. It looks like things aren't going well here. Just in time, a person covered in blood rushed past at the end of the corridor. The next second, the blood-soaked man sprang out again. He roared and ran wildly toward Yin Zhi and the other man. Dongfang Weishi's fingertips moved. Almost instantly, the Winter Queen was summoned. A teacher is a teacher. The speed at which they summoned students left Yin Zhi feeling utterly in awe. If I had that speed, I wouldn't have been instantly killed last time. The blood-covered man was frozen into an ice sculpture the instant he rushed in front of the two. Yin Zhi Dao, is he experiencing a rabies attack? Dongfang Weishi said, let's look around here. Maybe we'll find the answer. The two then began exploring the underground facility. However, this place has now become a bloody hell. Blood was everywhere, and the strong, pungent smell of blood was particularly irritating. The The mangled corpses looked as if they had been torn apart by wild animals and were scattered everywhere. But in reality, it was bitten by a blood-soaked person suffering from rabies. After searching extensively, covering almost the entire underground facility, they finally found a normal, living person. However, quick, stop him. Stop him now. He's the devil. He must be stopped. After saying that, the woman in the white coat suffered a rabies attack and was frozen solid. Chapter 165. Henry, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Looking at the ice sculpture in front of me. Yin Zhi was speechless. Fei, Mom, get to the point when you speak. Don't you understand? You think this is a movie shoot? You're just deliberately keeping us in suspense. They only say to stop him, but don't say how to stop him or where to stop him. How do you expect us to stop him? He didn't know what else to say besides complaining. Dongfang Weishi turned and left. Let's go. Look again more carefully. There might be a clue. At this moment, she clearly realized the seriousness of the situation. So far, everyone they saw, whether dead or alive, had black markings on their bodies. There is no doubt that they were infected with the black stripe virus. Furthermore, their symptoms are more severe than those of the general infected population. Typical infected individuals present with high fever, cough, vomiting, and a heightened state of mind, along with violent tendencies. But the infected people in this place acted like they had rabies, biting anyone they saw. If the infected people outside are also like those infected here. God, it's important to know that the total number of infections has reached 60 million. More than 60 million people have gone mad and are biting anyone they see. It is also highly contagious. Those bitten may also become infected with the black stripe virus and go mad. This is practically the end of the world for humanity. Henry, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Afterwards, the two conducted a further investigation and search. Finally, they arrived at Henry Harry's office. How did you know that was Henry Harry's office? On the desk sits a photograph of Henry Harry and Dongfang Weishi. Yin Zhi is holding a photo frame. He truly loves you to the point of obsession. Look, they've put all the photos of you together where they can see them easily. Dongfang Weishi's face was icy. Would it kill you to say less? Quickly find clues. As she spoke, she rummaged through drawers and cabinets. Yin Zhi pursed his lips. Then he removed the photos. Then he used scissors to cut off the half of Dongfang Weishi. That feels so good. With half of Dongfang Weishi's photo tucked into his pocket, Yin Zhi began searching for clues. Result: clean and spotless. Nothing was gained. Dongfang Weishi frowned. How come there isn't a single clue? Yin Zhi was about to speak. Suddenly, he made a shushing gesture towards Dongfang Weishi. He whispered in Dongfang Weishi's ear. Someone's coming. It's Elizabeth. You distract her while I give her the injection. After saying that, Yin Zhi quickly replaced the mechanical Empress with the Void Empress and the white-clad Empress. At the same time, he used the Void walking skill and hid in the Void realm. The mechanical Empress's spatial rift can no longer be moved. The Void Empress's Void walk allows her to move freely through the Void. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. Of course, this is mainly because everyone has their own area of expertise. The omnipotence of the mechanical Empress is unmatched by that of the Void Empress. Dongfang Weishi obeyed Yin Zhi's advice and hid behind the wine rack. Soon, the office door opened. Elizabeth rushed in, her blonde hair tossing. Her summoned spirit, Cerberus, followed closely behind her. Henry, where are you? Dongfang Weishi stepped out from the wine rack. He's not here. Elizabeth turned around abruptly, her pair of bright green eyes wide open. What are you doing here? Suddenly, she sensed something and turned around abruptly. A needle was inserted into her body. She saw that face she hated to the core again. You. Then, she felt all the strength in her body draining away rapidly. Meanwhile, Cerberus was disbanded due to Elizabeth's mental breakdown. Elizabeth wanted to cry, but was powerless to do so. Yin Zhi picked her up just as she was about to collapse and placed her on a chair. Dongfang Weishi spoke first. Henry is not here. When we arrived here, this place had become hell. It's obvious that Henry turned this place into hell. Tell me quickly, where can I find him now? We must stop his insane plan. Elizabeth looked at Dongfang Weishi with disdain. Crazy? No, I would call it great. Dongfang Weishi, you know nothing. Henry is doing something truly great. Great. Dongfang Weishi's cheeks flushed with excitement. The development of the black stripe virus has resulted in more than 60 million infections. Millions have died. It endangers the lives of all humanity in the world. You actually say this is a great thing? Elizabeth's gaze was resolute. Pain and crisis are the driving forces of human evolution. Perhaps some people will pay with their lives for this. But in the future, people will remember and be grateful to Henry Harry. Henry Harry will usher in a whole new era. Dongfang Weishi was about to speak when Yin Zhi interrupted her. All right, Teacher Dongfang, let me do it. Yin Zhi looked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth snorted and turned her head away. It seems that Henry Harry's plan has reached its final stage. Tell me what he's going to do next. This is not for me, but precisely for Henry Harry. Elizabeth scoffed dismissively. Yin Zhi smiled. As far as I know, the black stripe virus allows humans to directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, what you call psionic energy here. Those infected individuals exhibited heightened emotions and violent tendencies. It's because they absorbed mixed spiritual energy and, at the same time, they were unable to properly digest and control it. Am I right? Elizabeth continued to scoff dismissively. Therefore, the Holy Court will absolutely not allow him to succeed. In fact, I was invited for tea by the Holy Tribunal yesterday. Do you think Henry Harry has the ability to fight against the Holy See? If he falls into the hands of the Holy Court, guess what his fate will be? Elizabeth pursed her lips, her brows furrowing slightly. No matter how much faith you have in him, it won't help. The Holy Court has stood in the world for millions of years. It would be ridiculous if someone couldn't even get Henry and Harry right. Therefore, the only way for that dog to survive is for us to find him first. That was close. I almost blurted out the words son of a bitch. Elizabeth said, if you find him first, he will die at your hands. Yin Zhi shook his head. No. I won't kill him. Why would I kill him? I have never liked killing. My goal is simple, to stop him from continuing to wreak havoc on the world. Elizabeth stubbornly exclaimed, he is doing something great. You have to stay alive first, right? Also, if I'm not mistaken, you're being followed by the Holy Court. I believe they will arrive soon. Once you're in their hands, they have plenty of ways to get you to talk. If you don't tell me, I'll just leave you here. A flicker of panic crossed Elizabeth's eyes. A moment later, when Elizabeth saw that Yin Zhi and the other person were really about to leave, she immediately called out no. If he's not here, he should go find the leader of the Red Dragon Society. The key to Genesis needs to be spread through the Red Dragon Society's prohibited sales channels. What? They've actually gotten involved with the Red Dragon Society? Chapter 166. You're lucky to have met me today. I'll handle this. Damn it. Just then, Yin Zhi left. Immediately afterward, a girl dressed in a pure white dress emerged from a void. A pair of sapphire-like eyes sparkled brilliantly. It was none other than the Holy Star Knight, Sibyl Asa. She stood gracefully in the middle of Henry Harry's office. He stared blankly around at his surroundings. Then, she moved her fingers in the air, but there was no light at all. Then, a chubby, bulky alarm clock suddenly jumped out. Tick-tock. Hello, little master. Tick-tock. How can I help you? This alarm clock clearly has eyes, a nose, and a mouth. The overall image looks very cartoonish. Sibyl Asa squatted down and looked at the swollen alarm clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I need you to turn back the time in this room. May I? The alarm clock ticked and bounced around once. Tick-tock. Of course, no problem. Tick-tock. Leave it to me, little master. A tool-type, time-based spirit, a ticking alarm clock with a rarity of 1 star, Holy Spirit, and an overall rating of 9.0. Spirit Master Skill. Time reversal activated. Instantly, time in a room began to run backward. Soon, the 3 people appeared out of thin air in front of Sibyl Asa. Was it him? Sibyl recognized Yin Zhi at a glance. Snort. It actually got ahead of me again. A hint of resentment flashed across Sibyl Asa's blank face. Then she stared intently at Elizabeth's lips. Prohibited items for sale. Red Dragon Genesis Key. The eldest brother, the Red Dragon, sought him out. She was reading lips. And because time is reversed, she's also reading lips in reverse. Time rewind can only rewind images, not any sound. Suddenly, the surrounding images disappeared. Tick-tock. Phew, little master, I'm so tired. Tick-tock. I'm too tired to tick anymore. The ticking alarm clock collapsed on the floor. He was like a deflated balloon, panting heavily, his tongue sticking out of his mouth. Sibyl Asa picked it up. The blank expression on his face was gone, replaced by a look of guilt and gratitude. Thank you, Tick-tock. Go and get some rest. After disabling the ticking alarm clock, Sibyl Asa became dazed again. Key Genesis Red Dragon Forbidden Item Sales. He sought out the leader of the Red Dragon. She muttered those two sentences softly, then shook her head, puzzled. Go back and ask Jerry Tang. He might know something. That night. Watsontown. Jinlong Street intersection. Tonight, Jinlong Street is brightly decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, with large red lanterns hanging high. The so-called True Dragon Street is actually a neighborhood where true dragons who live and work in Odinmala are concentrated. Almost every city in Odinmala has a True Dragon Street. The familiar smell of firecrackers and the sounds of gongs, drums, and swonas drifted from the street. Yin Zhi, standing at the street corner. Is today some special holiday? Dongfang Weishi glanced at Yin Zhi. Are you a fake true dragon? They don't even know what a dragon's tail swing is. Yin Zhi was taken aback. Dragon's tail swing? Oh, woo. I remember now. On the second day of the second lunar month, the dragon raises its head. 11. The dragon wags its tail. This is an important festival to welcome the end of the year. Yin Zhi, I know, but St. Skull City hasn't celebrated this festival in a long time. I'd almost forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. It's true that dragon tail swings are rarely seen in major cities in China anymore. However, people from other countries who are considered true dragons, a term referring to people from overseas, place great importance on these customs and festivals. As she spoke, Dongfang Weishi let out a faint sigh. Yin Zhi patted her waist. Let's go. You need to stop Henry immediately. Maybe today's dragon tail swing will turn into the Ghost Festival. The Ghost Festival, July 15th, is a day to commemorate the dead. Why should we commemorate the dead? Because the deceased is dead. Yin Zhi's words may seem like nonsense, but they are actually very apt. The two stepped into Jinlong Street and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Half an hour later, the two then saw the sign for the Zinlongren Hometown Association. The True Dragon People's Hometown Association is also the headquarters of the Red Dragon Society. This is something most people don't know. But Elizabeth knew. Just as the two walked over, someone flew out from inside. If Yin Zhi and his companion had taken 2 more steps forward, they would have bumped into each other. Lord Dragon! Lord Dragon! The man got up and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed and crawled on his knees. I beg you. I'm kowtowing to you. Give Yuanyuan back to me. She's only 13 years old. She's my only family member. Please, have mercy on me. The sound was incredibly sorrowful and desperate. He was about to crawl on his knees to open the gate of the True Dragon People's Hometown Association. As a result, a foot kicked him in the head, sending him rolling several times. Poor Chun. It's a blessing for you and Chun Yuanyuan to be chosen as the Dragon Girl. I'm telling you, don't be ungrateful. If you keep arguing, believe me, I'll cripple you. Roll. The man spat and led a few of his underlings into the True Dragon People's Hometown Association. Bang! The heavy solid wood door was tightly closed. Poor Chun rushed over and pounded on the door. In a moment of desperation, he even said things like, if you don't give Yuanyuan back to me, I'll kill myself by smashing my head against a wall. Dongfang Weishi went over and asked him what happened. Poor Chun is going all out now. When someone asked what happened, he blurted out everything, incoherently. Every year, the dragon wags its tail and pulls the dragon maiden to offer sacrifices to the dragon god. That's not it. No, that's not it. Dragon girls are only for rich foreigners to play with. I don't want money. I just want my daughter. I want my Yuanyuan. The police are completely ignoring me. I'm at my wit's end. I really have no other choice. Yuanyuan is only 13 years old. I don't want to live anymore either. Good heavens. God, please open your eyes. He screamed and coughed, coughing up blood. The lively sounds of gongs, drums, and swonas completely drowned out his desperate cries. Even if someone sees it, they'll just ignore it and walk away after a quick glance. Dongfang Weishi's face had turned cold. Is everything you're saying true? Poor Chun is now completely unable to communicate normally. He wouldn't listen to Dongfang Weishi at all. With a shout, he charged headfirst into the gate of the True Dragon People's Association. Fortunately, Yin Zhi reacted quickly and grabbed him. Let me go. Let me go. Let me die. I don't want to live anymore. Smack. Yin Zhi slapped Poor Chun across the face. Poor Chun fell silent instantly. Yin Zhi's shout entered his ears. Have you calmed down yet? You'll be rid of it all if you die. What about your daughter? Look at you, so pathetic. You're not even afraid of death. What are you afraid of? If I were you, I would go find a barrel of oil and set this place on fire. What good is it for you to die here? You're lucky you ran into me today. I'll handle this. Damn it. After saying that, Yin Zhi kicked out. With a loud crash, the solid wood door of the Zinlungren Hometown Association was kicked down. Now that we've finished discussing the son in Chapter 167, let's talk about the daughter. Does Yin Zhi believe in Pork Chin? Let her. Anyone who saw Pork Chin's miserable state of coughing up blood and committing suicide by banging his head would believe him. And more importantly, Yin Zhi's goodwill towards the Red Dragon Society had long been negative. He has a very good memory. But I haven't forgotten the Red Dragon Society playboy I met at the Odimra History Museum, and that phone call with his father. Today, he further learned that Henry Harry's black stripe virus had actually spread through the Red Dragon Society's contraband sales channels. Were prohibited items, population, poison, human organs, and everything that cannot be openly displayed on shelf for sale. You're telling me the Red Dragon Society is a positive and upright organization? No one, not even a fool, would believe that. In addition to the behavior of Master Long and his gang before. In conclusion, even if what Pork Chin said wasn't the whole truth, it was pretty close. Okay. The Dragon Maiden, chosen by the True Dragon People's Association during the Dragon Tail Festival, a traditional festival in the True Dragon Kingdom, is a woman who offers sacrifices to the dragon god. Are we really going to become playthings for rich foreigners? Yin Zhi smiled. He laughed in extreme anger. Yin Zhi then thought of the second-generation member of the Red Dragon Society. So his scumbag nature is inherited? How cheap. That's so despicable. There are no limits to shamelessness. So why is Yin Zhi being so polite? I'll kick your door down. Inside the Zinlungren Hometown Association, a group of people stared at the solid wood door that had been kicked over. They were stunned for a moment. However, someone quickly realized what was happening. Who is it? Are you looking for death? Get him. The door was kicked down. What else is there to say? Dry. A group of people immediately charged fiercely at Yin Zhi. However, they all collapsed to the ground. Yin Zhi summoned the Void Empress. With a casual grab in the air, he pulled out the baseball bat that he had named True Dragon Boy. This stick of mine, it won't just target foreigners. You'll smash all of these too. With that, True Dragon Boy raised his baseball bat high and slammed it down. Click. Before long, everyone who had fallen to the ground had to go to the orthopedics department of the hospital. Suddenly, a furious roar came from upstairs. Do you want to die? What's all the noise about? Oh shit. A person quickly came down from the second floor. It was none other than Master Long, who had just kicked Pork Chin out. When Master Long saw the scene on the first floor, his expression immediately froze. Immediately, their gazes focused on Yin Zhi and the other two. When he saw Dongfang Weishi, his small eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. This girl is truly a gem. It's the cold type again. This is truly my favorite. He had been so focused on Pork Chin that he hadn't really noticed Dongfang Weishi. Master Long walked down the stairs. He smiled with disdain. Okay, Pork Chin, are you looking for help? You're really something. Pork Chin is really going all out. At this moment, they were not afraid of Lord Long at all. Xiao Long, give Yuan back to me. Otherwise, I'll burn this place down. Xiao Long was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. He pointed and gestured at the pork. Okay. Burn all. Go ahead and burn it. I'll see if you have the luck to live up to that. Click. Yin Zhi smashed a stick in his leg, bending it. He stepped on Xiao Long's head and stomped hard. Are you in charge here? If not, just tell me where the person in charge is. A friendly reminder. Don't utter a single word like useless. If you utter a single word like useless, I'll take one of your fingers. Xiao Long cried out in agony. You're dead. 8 characters? That's 8 fingers. This is too much trouble. All 10 are ruined. The baseball bat head was used to poke the finger. Xiao Long fainted from the pain. Yin Zhi kicked Xiao Long away and pointed at the henchman on the ground with a baseball bat. Tell me, who is in charge, and where is the person in charge? As soon as he finished speaking. Friend, what do you mean by this? Let's talk this out. We are all compatriots. Why be like this? Yin Zhi turned away. Then I saw a tall, thin young man in a white suit come down from upstairs. He looks very polite and refined. His hair was combed until it was shiny. The young man in white walked up to Yin Zhi. Upon closer inspection, his pupils contracted. It turns out to be Mr. Yin, who has graced us with his presence. I failed to greet you properly. What a sin. Yin Zhi draped the baseball bat over his shoulder. Do you know me? That makes things easier. Are you in charge here? The young man in white said, Mr. Yin, you overestimate me. I am hardly qualified to make decisions. Yin Zhi waved his hand, interrupting him. Then call out the person in charge here. Alternatively, let me speak directly to your president. I think I'm qualified, right? The young man in white chuckled. Mr. Yin's esteemed presence is an honor, and as a sign of respect, our association's president should, of course, personally greet him. However, Chairman Wang is currently busy with the Dragon Tail Festival and simply cannot spare the time. Please forgive me, Mr. Yin. Yin Zhi snorted. What if I insist on seeing him? Not only him, but I want to meet with all the high-ranking members of your hometown association. Make the arrangements now. I'll wait here. If you can't see it, then don't bother with your dragon tail wagging today. The young man in white frowned slightly. That guy surnamed Yin is really arrogant. The young man in white asked. Mr. Yin, may I ask what brings you here? Smack. Yin Zhi slapped the young man in white across the face. Well, that completely messed up his hairstyle. Yin Zhi asked, are there any other questions? The burning pain on his face caused the young man in white to flush red instantly. The left half was naturally fan red. He took a deep breath and clasped his hands in a fist salute. Please, Mr. Yin, just a moment. The so-called wait is neither long nor short. About half an hour later, 9 men and women arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the Zimlungren Hometown Association. Seeing the people lying on the ground, clutching their legs, and screaming in pain, their expressions were not good. First, a rather robust and strong-looking white-haired old man clasped his hands in a fist salute to Yin Zhi. Mr. Yin, I'm sorry. I don't know if our fellow villagers have offended you in any way. As for why you resorted to such ruthless measures, upon hearing the voice, Yin Zhi immediately recognized it as the person who had spoken to him on the phone before. So he's the president of the Red Dragon Society and the True Dragon People's Hometown Association? Yin Zhi stood up, holding a baseball bat. Chairman Wang, right? I wonder how your son's education is going. Have you made him realize this? As a true dragon, one must have backbone. One must have courage. Wang Wanfeng's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. Thank you for your help, Mr. Yin. I've already given him a good scolding. Let him stay home and reflect on his actions. Yin Zhi nodded. That's good. After finishing talking about her son, now let's talk about her daughter. Chapter 168, once it's confirmed. I'll burn this place to the ground. Now let's talk about her daughter. Yin Zhi summoned Pork Chin over. Snap. He gave him a firm, powerful pat on the back. Stand up straight. Why are you bending down? Your spine is what helps you stand up straight. Why is Pork Chin bent over? Because he was all too aware of the power of the 9 men and women in front of him, especially Chairman Wang Wanfeng. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the emperor among the true dragon people in Odinmala. What is an emperor? Totalitarianism is in hand. The power of life and death. Who dares to stand tall in front of the emperor? But after being patted on the back by Yin Zhi, Pork Chin straightened his back involuntarily. But my heart started pounding even faster. His daughter, Chen Yuan. It's in your hands now, right? It's the dragon girl who swung her tail today. Yin Zhi is quite considerate. He guessed that these big shots had no idea that Chen Yuan's name was Chen Yuan. Wang Wanfeng really didn't know that the dragon girl's name was Chen Yuan. Why should he bother with such a trivial matter? The selection of the dragon maiden was handled by his son, Wang Qianlang. However, since Yin Zhi mentioned the dragon girl, he already knew. But he still confirmed with his secretary, the refined young man in white who had been slapped by Yin Zhi. After confirming, he said, not bad. Yin Zhi nodded. I heard about the dragon girl with the dragon's tail. In the end, they will become playthings of wealthy foreigners. Is that right? The 9 men and women immediately became agitated. One of the hot-tempered, pot-bellied old men said, What are you saying? How could we possibly do such a thing? Once he started it, the others also angrily began to shout, all talking at once. Wang Wanfeng waved his hand, shouted quiet, and then stared straight at Yin Zhi. Mr. Yin, this is absolutely not true. Please don't let hearsay damage the reputation of our hometown association. I, Wang Wanfeng, guarantee this with my life. Yin Zhi turned to look at Pork Chun. How do you say? Old Chun, this is for your daughter. Think it through before you speak. Thinking of his daughter, Pork Chun gritted his teeth. I'm not afraid of death. What am I afraid of? I'm going all in. I'm not making this up. Grandma Li lives in the same building as me. Her granddaughter is the dragon girl from last year. After returning home, he left a suicide note and hanged himself that very night. I read that suicide note. It was written in blood. Grandma Li took her suicide note to the police, but the police ignored her completely. Later, she sought an explanation from the hometown association, but died in a car accident a few days later. If you don't believe me, you can ask me which building it is. They all know. They just don't dare say it. Who dares to say that? Who dares to mess with your hometown association? Yin Zhi looked at Wang Wanfeng. Chairman Wang, did you hear what Porchin said? Do you think his statement is credible? Do you think he might slander your hometown association? Now, the faces of Wang Wanfeng and the other 9 people all turned ugly. They would never do something so degrading and shameful. But what about the people under his command? What Porchin said isn't entirely without credibility. Wang Wanfeng said, "This matter is of great importance and needs to be investigated thoroughly." Yin Zhi nodded and said that made sense. After all, I'm not someone who can't distinguish right from wrong. Then let's get the people involved in selecting the Dragon Girl. People from the Pork Shop Chin's building also came looking for us. By the way, Pork Chun, do you know who's in charge of selecting the Dragon Girl? Pork Butcher Chun, I know. It's Chairman Wang's son, Wang Qianlang. Yin Zhi looked at Wang Wanfeng. Chairman Wang, could it be the same person I met at the Odimala History Museum that day? Wang Wanfeng said in a deep voice, "It is indeed my son. Then please come over. By the way, Teacher Dongfeng, could you do me a favor and go with Brother Chun to find his neighbor? To prevent them from being threatened and afraid to testify. At the same time, don't forget to tell them who I am. Let them know that I have the power to back them up. If this is confirmed, there's no need for this hometown association to exist anymore. My Azure Flame Empress will burn this place to the ground." The faces of the 9 bigwigs from the hometown association, led by Wang Wanfeng, instantly turned extremely ugly. Someone tried to speak, but was stopped by the person next to them. "Oh, and let me introduce you to something else. This Miss Dongfeng Weishi is a professor at Sacred Heart Academy. You should know about Sacred Heart Academy, right? She's amazing. When she gets really tough, she can even beat me to a pulp." Dongfeng Weishi glared at him and then took Porchin away. Wang Wanfeng and the other 9 people looked at each other. One of the smallest old men said, "Then I'll bring them here," and left. Yin Zhi then took out a communicator and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Director Yi?" "Yes, it's me. I am currently at the Jinlong People's Hometown Association Hall." "Oh, you're on Jinlong Street too? That's perfect. There's something I need you to witness. You are, after all, an official. The Hometown Association may now offer the Dragon Girl to foreigners for their amusement." "Excellent. This is a serious matter. It must be thoroughly investigated." "Okay, I'll wait for you." The hearts of Wang Wanfeng and the others were already filled with turmoil. "Director Yi? That's Yi Feng from the embassy. He's an official who was invited to attend the Dragon Tail event tonight. I never expected that Yin Zhi would know him." At this point, some people began to show signs of panic. If the Dragon Girl's status as a prostitute is confirmed, what consequences will follow? Wang Wanfeng took a deep breath. It's a blessing, not a curse. What's meant to happen can't be avoided. Soon, Yi Feng and Xia Zhen arrived. Before Yi Feng could speak, Xia Zhen spoke first. "Yin Zhi, do you have any evidence for what you're saying?" "Yin Zhi Dao, I didn't." Xia Zhen glared. "You dare to spout nonsense without any evidence. Do you know how serious this is? Can you bear the responsibility if your hometown association's reputation is damaged?" Yin Zhi snorted coldly. "Do you think I can't handle this? Do you think reputation is more important, or the dignity and lives of Chinese people? If you don't have evidence, then find it. I apologize for wrongly accusing them. Do you have any other questions?" Xia Zhen's face immediately turned red. "What are you doing?" Yi Feng patted her on the shoulder. "Xia Zhen, don't get so excited. Yin Zhi is right. This kind of thing must be taken seriously and cannot be taken lightly." Afterwards, Yi Feng exchanged pleasantries with Wang Wanfeng and the others, showcasing his superb social skills. Soon, both parties involved were brought over. Soon, all the witnesses testified, explaining the experiences and fates of the Dragon Girl and Granny Li last year. Someone even produced a photo of a letter written in blood. Now, the witness testimonies and physical evidence are irrefutable. You're making baseless accusations. This is a frame-up. It's all fake, completely fake. Wang Qianlang loudly argued his case. Yin Zhi knocked him to the ground with a single blow, so fast that his father couldn't even react. Immediately afterwards, Yin Zhi summoned the Azure Flame Empress. Azure Flames roar. Flames roared. "Everyone get out. This hometown association no longer needs to exist. Don't wag your dragon tail today. Go wag your tail. Get out of here, all of you." Chapter 169. You dare say you didn't do it? You dare say you didn't do it? You dare say you didn't do it? Blazing blue flames. It burst into flames with tremendous force. The entire Zinlungren Hometown Association building was completely enveloped. The darkness above Jinlong Street seemed to be coated with a layer of blue by Qingyan. At this moment, many people in the Jinlong Street neighborhood looked in the direction where the blue flames were burning. What happened? What's going on? It was a blue flame. Could be that. Let's go see what's going on. Many people's tendency to join in the fun and investigate doesn't change, even when they go abroad. Fire is clearly a bad omen and a disaster, but they still recklessly rushed forward. In front of the Zinlungren Hometown Association building, a large group of people stared in disbelief at the building that had been completely engulfed by the azure flames. There were a lot of people, but not a single person made a sound. At this time, Xia Zhen, who was standing next to Yi Feng, seemed to wake up with a start. Brother Feng, why didn't you stop him? Yi Feng turned to look at her. Why stop it? He did what I couldn't do because of my position. Why should I stop it? Xia Zhen opened her mouth, but was speechless for a moment. But she still felt in her heart that Yin Zhi shouldn't have done that. Even if the true Dragon People's Hometown Association has committed an outrageous and shameful act, what right did he have to set the building on fire? He's so reckless and unscrupulous. It's fortunate that this kind of person wasn't recruited into the Dragongar Manor. Otherwise, the Dragongar Manor would have been turned upside down by him. At this moment, Yin Zhi, unusually, did not feel happy despite receiving murderous intent. How many murderous intents did he receive? More than 6 million. Wang Wanfeng contributed 800,000. This directly broke the record for the highest single transaction. Setting fire to the building is certainly excessive, but it actually generated so much murderous intent. It seems that some so-called compatriots are rotten to the core. Yin Zhi turned around and came to stand in front of Wang Wanfeng. Chairman Wang. Oh no, Mr. Wang. You are terrible at teaching your son. Or is your son simply imitating you, taking you, his father, as his role model? Wang Wanfeng's face trembled slightly as he stared intently at Yin Zhi. Wang Qianlang stood behind him. Dad, you have to believe me. I absolutely did not do it. He deliberately messed with me. They deliberately messed with me. Yin Zhi looked at Wang Wanfeng with a smile. Look, even now, he still refuses to admit it. Mr. Wang, the level of your ability to teach your son is comparable to your ability to organize a criminal gang. He shouldn't be this useless. Wang Wanfeng said, Mr. Yin, I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean by my ability to organize crime? Yin Zhi immediately dropped a giant thunderbolt. Human trafficking. You dare say you didn't do it? Forcing women into prostitution. You dare say you didn't do it? Drug smuggling. You dare say you didn't do it? Exploiting your fellow countrymen. You dare say you didn't do it? Colluding with Henry Harry. The black stripe virus was spread throughout Odinmara via drug trafficking channels. You dare say you didn't do it? You don't understand what I'm saying? You understand perfectly well. Whoa. In an instant, everyone present who heard Yin Zhi's loud shout was in an uproar. Other things are fine. The news about spreading the black stripe virus is truly deafening. What's the black stripe virus? Would they living in the land of Odinmara not know this? It has already infected more than 60 million people. The entire nation of Odinmara only has a few 100 million people. If this continues, will there be more cases? Will everyone in the country get infected? Not far away. Yi Feng's brows were deeply and tightly furrowed together. The information revealed by Yin Zhi shocked and stunned even him. It seems that he summoned me here not just for the Dragon Girl matter. Since he said it in public, he must have a solid grasp of the situation. Only, he had a headache. No, a terrible headache. Yin Zhi really shouldn't have revealed such a private matter in public. Diplomatic. It's going to explode. Wang Wanfeng's expression also changed. Yin Zhi, don't make false accusations. Everyone knows that I, Wang Wanfeng, am a legitimate businessman. I haven't done any of those things you mentioned. Especially the black stripe virus. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. If you spread rumors, slander, and maliciously defame me here, I will sue you for defamation. Even if it means going bankrupt, I will never give up. Yin Zhi gave a cold snort. You're suing me for defamation? Cool, go ahead and sue. I'll fight you to the bitter end. As for whether I'm making false accusations, I don't even need to lift a finger. Some people will investigate you thoroughly. I'll wait and see. After saying that, Yin Zhiqiao waved to Dongfang Weishi and strode away. As Yin Zhi passed by Yi Feng, He winked at him before pushing through the crowd and leaving. Yifeng is also a veteran with exceptionally rich combat experience. He seemed to vaguely understand Yin Zhi's intentions and sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he did not join the Dragon Guard Manor. With his reckless style, what would happen if he joined the Dragon Guard Manor? Cleaning up his messes and wiping his backside all day would be exhausting. Then, Yifeng walked towards Wang Wanfeng. He now has to cooperate with Yin Zhi and appease Wang Wanfeng. On the other side, Yin Zhi and Dongfang Weishi arrived at the secluded spot. Dongfang Weishi said, "Are you crazy? Do you know what the consequences of what you just said will be? Do you believe it or not? Soon, the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in China will be able to curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Did a true dragon man participate in the spread of the blackstripe virus? The subsequent impact is simply unimaginable. The most serious consequence could even trigger a war between the two countries." Yin Zhi summoned the Void Empress. I suspect that Wang Wanfeng didn't know that what Henry Harry gave him was the blackstripe virus. He was just a businessman and gang leader who wanted to make a lot of money. I would never dare to do something that would ruin my life's work if I were caught. If I'm not mistaken, he'll go find Henry Harry soon. Stop talking nonsense. Go back now. As he spoke, he used his void walking skill to pull Dongfang Weishi into the void realm. They quickly returned to their original spot. Really, Yifeng did a great job holding off Wang Wanfeng. Working with smart people is so much easier. Not long after, Wang Wanfeng promised to send Wang Qianlang back to China to surrender soon, and Yifeng left with Xiaozhen. After cleaning up the mess, Wang Wanfeng also hurriedly left with Wang Qianlang. Yin Zhi and his companion followed them all the way. After the father and son returned home, Wang Wanfeng slapped Wang Qianlang and drove away. Yin Zhi and his companion continued their pursuit. After wandering around for a while, we arrived at a cemetery behind a church. Soon, Yin Zhi met the person he was looking for. "Henry Harry, I finally found you." Chapter 170, The Holy Court. A lock on all of humanity. Poison Master, tell me, is this true? The goods you gave me, were they hiding the blackstripe virus? Yes or no? Now, Wang Wanfeng was extremely excited. At the same time, I was also very apprehensive. All he ever wanted to do was make money, make a lot of money. In order to earn more money, he even studied a book on criminal law to find ways to make money. But all he wanted was to make money. Spreading the blackstripe virus? How could he dare? Therefore, when he heard those words from Yin Zhi, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This is extremely serious. It's extremely serious. He needs to find out as soon as possible, compared to Wang Wanfeng's extreme excitement. Henry Harry, however, remained calm and composed. "Mr. Wang, have you shipped out the batch of goods I gave you before?" He hid the blackstripe virus in drugs and sold it to Wang Wanfeng. What a brilliant idea. It perfectly circumvented all checks. It was simply perfect. It is widely known that Odimmer's crackdown on drugs is purely for show. Henry Harry was very proud of himself for coming up with such a brilliant idea. Wang Wanfeng waved his hand. "I'm asking you a question. Please answer me. Is this really true?" Henry Harry smiled, appearing very well-mannered and cultured. "This is certainly not true. You must really want me to say that, right? Unfortunately, it is indeed true. Greedy True Dragon Man, I must tell you. Thanks. You helped me spread the blackstripe virus. No, it's not a virus. It is the key to creation. It is the key to unlocking the door to the new century. As someone who participated in this, you should feel extremely honored." Wang Wanfeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It's over. It's over. In an instant, Wang Wanfeng couldn't even stand up straight and landed hard on his backside on the chair. What should we do now? What to do, what to do, what to do? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Right? Go back to China. Return to China immediately. Once you're back in China, you'll be safe. But the next second his pale face turned red. Why? Because he suddenly realized that he had become a citizen of Odinmala, although he still retains the citizenship of the True Dragon Kingdom. But what's the use? The True Dragon Kingdom does not recognize dual citizenship. From the moment he acquired citizenship of Odinmala, his True Dragon citizenship automatically became invalid. Even if he returned to China, he couldn't escape the fate of being dug up and taken back to Odinmala. At that moment, Wang Wanfeng was filled with regret. Why did I suddenly acquire citizenship in Odinmala? Suddenly, he saw the Poison Master in front of him, smiling. With a bang, the anger in his heart exploded. You fucking screwed me over. I have no grudge against you. Why did you try to harm me? I'll kill you. He'd had enough of this tonight. He can't vent his anger without killing anyone or shedding blood. After saying that, Wang Wanfeng instantly drew a summoning array. A lion's roar erupted. The roof trembled slightly from the shock. A majestic steel lion, standing 3 meters tall, appeared beside Wang Wanfeng. He is a genuine king-level 9-star spirit master. They lack solid skills. How could he possibly have conquered a kingdom in Odimala? Henry Harry sighed. The true dragon people are rude and barbaric. They like to fight and kill at the drop of a hat. Isn't that strange? He completely ignored the Odimarans who were shooting guns all over the streets. Just as Wang Wanfeng was about to tear Henry Harry to shreds, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness and soreness throughout his body. With a thud, he knelt down immediately. In just a fleeting moment, Wang Wanfeng discovered that he didn't even have the strength to lift his head. What happened? Why? What did you do to me? At the same time, Wang Wanfeng's summoned Iron Lion was also lying limply on the ground. This is incredible. Why do I say that? Because humans cannot directly attack spirits. At this point, it would be perfectly normal and reasonable for the steel lion to disappear. But like its master, it was limp and weak, yet it did not disband. This is clearly unreasonable and abnormal. Henry Harry stood up. Have you forgotten how everyone else addresses me? I'm a poison master. You don't think I only make drugs that require no technical skill, do you? My poison can take down even a king-level spirit master like you. This time, Wang Wanfeng was truly afraid. His previous bravado vanished instantly. You let me go. I can give you lots of money. I can help you ship even more goods. Henry Harry looked down at Wang Wanfeng. You have only one value to me now. Do you know what it is? That would make them the test subjects for my latest drug. It was at this time. A deep blue flame shone from outside the window. From inside, a tall wall of blue flames had already been set ablaze outside. That damn Henry. Get out here right now. I searched the whole world for you, but couldn't find you. Turns out you were hanging out with the dead. This was naturally Yin Zhi's voice. Henry Harry's expression changed slightly. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to look at Wang Wanfeng. You're such an idiot. They didn't even realize they were being followed. He then took out a metal syringe. Wang Wanfeng looked terrified. What is that? What are you going to do? No, please. Henry Harry plunged the syringe into Wang Wanfeng's neck. He forcefully injected the unknown liquid inside into Wang Wanfeng's body. Henry Harry said, I look forward to the surprise you bring me. After saying that, he pushed open the door and went inside. The first person Henry Harry saw was Dongfang Weishi, who was standing next to Yin Zhi. His expression changed, and he strode out. East. I didn't expect you to come too. It seems you already know some things. Yin Zhi, who was standing next to Dongfang Weishi, was about to speak when she spoke first. Henry, do you know what you're doing? I simply can't believe that you actually developed the black stripe virus. Tell me, why is this happening? Henry Harry stared at the rising sun in the east. Dongfang, have you ever thought about this? Why is it that among all things in the world, we humans are the only ones unable to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth? Why must we use spirit control to absorb spiritual energy? Have you ever wondered what the truth behind the existence of spirits is? Dongfang Weishi frowned. Of course she had thought about these questions. On the contrary, it was just a thought. As for the answer, she didn't know, nor did she have any intention of finding out. Let me tell you, because there's a lock inside our human bodies. This lock has blocked us from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But the Spirit Master is the key that can temporarily unlock this lock. So, who locked this lock for us? Need I say more? Of course it is, and it can only be the Holy Court. Chapter 171, Teacher Dongfang. You don't have my ability to court death, but you insist on trying to do it. Why bother? Is it really as he said? Humans cannot directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is it because the Holy Court has placed a lock on them? But why would the Holy See do this? If a lock has already been placed on humanity, then why do spirits exist? According to his logic, spirit control was also created by the Holy Court, creating spirit beasts. Does the Holy Court have that ability? Henry Harry's words still left Yin Zhi with many questions. Do you have any evidence for what you're saying? Why did the Holy See do this? This is the question raised by Dongfang Weishi. Henry Harry's face radiated an air of smugness and self-satisfaction, as if he knew everything. I saw these in my teacher's leftover notes. Do you think the teacher could make a mistake? As for why we should do this, isn't that obvious? Is it obvious? Yin Zhi muttered to himself. Why didn't I see it? Am I blind? Oh, right. He said he saw it in his teacher's leftover notes. Who is his teacher? Yin Zhi never forgot his other main purpose for coming to Howard. What is the purpose? Looking for clues related to my mother. The problem is, I really have absolutely no clue about this. I've been with Howard for quite some time now. He was still completely clueless about how to find his mother. You can't just ask everyone you meet, do you know who my mom is? Wouldn't they think I'm crazy or an idiot? Yin Zhi wouldn't do something so stupid. Her own father was researching the truth about the existence of spirits. Henry Harry's teacher was also exploring the same question. Could it be that Henry Harry's teacher is my mom? Even if it isn't, we're in the same school, studying the same problem again. Will Henry Harry's teacher and his mother ever cross paths? Possibly. Very likely. Yin Zhi was lost in his own thoughts. Henry Harry then continued his self-questioning declaration. Of course, it's to enslave us, to control us. Isn't that the truth? For millennia, the Holy Court has controlled everything related to spirit control. By controlling everything related to spirit control, the Holy Court controls the entire world. What does the Holy See resemble? It's like the heavenly palace of your true dragon kingdom, like a paradise in Odin and Mara. They're all just ordinary people, so why do they act so high and mighty? And why do they consider themselves gods? Henry Harry is showing off. He flaunted his great discoveries and groundbreaking achievements to the woman he loved. Just like my student days. A boy who scored 100 points boasted to the girl he liked, as if to show off his perfect score. He wanted Dongfang Weishi to know what he had done. He wanted to show Dongfang Weishi how great he was. The root of all this is that humans cannot directly absorb psionic energy. As long as humans can absorb psionic energy on their own, we can then completely break free from our shackles. Break free from our dependence on spirits. By then, we will be free. Real freedom. Looking at Henry and Harry, Dongfang Weishi's cold face revealed a complex expression. So, you developed the black stripe virus, right? Do you know how many people have been infected by the black spot virus? Do you know how many people have died as a result? The virus you released at Crystal Lake Camp has turned the people there into bloodthirsty beasts. Have you thought about how many people will die once the virus fully breaks out and spreads? Henry Harry's face showed only pride, not a trace of remorse. In order to usher in a completely new era, it will inevitably require some pioneers to sacrifice their lives. There will inevitably be some sacrifices, but it was all worth it. Many of them are destined to live mediocre lives, and I gave their lives a great meaning. He opened his arms as if to hug him. Dongfang, join me. Let's create a brand new era together. Let's usher in a psionic era that truly belongs to humanity. Dongfang Weishi stared intently at Henry Harry. Then she walked toward Henry Harry. Upon seeing this, Henry Harry's face lit up with joy. Yin Zhi stopped her. Teacher Dongfang, haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Are you out of your mind? Why are you going over there at this time? Dongfang Weishi glared at Yin Zhi. Get out of the way. My affairs are none of your business. Yin Zhi immediately stepped aside. If we don't care, then we don't care. Do you think I'm happy to interfere? It's impossible to reason with that damned fool. If you fail this time, I really won't care about you. Dongfang Weishi said, I told you it's none of your business, and strode toward Henry Harry. Yin Zhi shrugged and muttered, whatever, I don't care. Henry Harry looked at Dongfang Weishi as she walked over. In my heart, I felt as if the darkness of the night had cleared up. He said with a beaming smile, Dongfang, believe me. Smack! Dongfang Weishi delivered a resounding slap to Henry Harry's face. Henry Harry's head was slapped to one side. His pale cheeks were slapped until they turned bright red. Did I wake you up? Henry, what's wrong with your brain? How could you even do something like this? Million dead. 60 million people infected. You actually think you're doing something great? Henry Harry turned his head and looked at Dongfang Weishi with a wry smile. I knew it would be like this. Dongfang, you're still the same as before. You're the only one who hit me, but didn't make me angry. Dongfang Weishi frowned and sighed. Henry, stop. It's not too late to stop now. Hand over the antidote for the black stripe virus. Give those 60 million innocent people a way out. Henry Harry shook his head slightly. I will not stop. Besides, it's too late now. The true key to creation has been distributed. I never intended to create an antidote serum. It was at this time. Oh, a huge, eerie, and chilling howl came from the gravedigger's hut at the back. With a loud crack, A deformed figure crashed through the wooden wall and roared to the sky. Yin Zhi opened his eyes. Oh, Wang Wanfeng, what happened to you? You look like a ghost. At this point, Wang Wanfeng had become a monster. One eye was enormous, its bloodshot veins bulging out of its socket. The other eye is so small that it is almost invisible. His deformed arm was even thicker than his entire body. Jing and I were completely exposed, wrapping around his body like giant, wriggling earthworms. Its entire body is nearly 3 meters tall. At this point, the mutation recurs. Dongfang Weishi's attention was drawn to the mutated Wang Wanfeng. Henry Harry then swiftly gave her an injection. Henry, you. He immediately lost his balance and swayed unsteadily as if he were drunk. Seeing this, Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. Teacher Dongfang, you don't have my talent for courting death, but you insist on trying to do it. Why bother? Chapter 172 Remnants of the Old Century. There is no place for you under the sky of the new century. Just as Henry and Harry were about to hug Dongfang Weishi, Yin Zhi appeared beside Dongfang Weishi with a teleportation. Yin Zhi pulled her slender, firm yet supple waist into his arms. Then another void flashed. The distance between them and Henry Harry widened. The Void Empress's Void Blink is even more powerful than Space Glide. The time consumed by the former is almost negligible. The latter requires a certain amount of time to glide, even if that time is very short. This is my woman. What do you want to do to her? Shouldn't you ask for my opinion first? Even if you ask for my opinion, my answer will be very simple. Get lost. Henry Harry stared at Yin Zhi with a gloomy face. Beep beep. You have received 700,000 points of killing intent from Henry Harry. Please check. Dongfang Weishi's entire weight was almost entirely on Yin Zhi, feeling dizzy and unsteady. Didn't you say? Aren't you going to abandon me? I don't need it. Yin Zhi glared at her, his expression fierce. Shut up. I'll manage it if I want to, and I won't if I don't. What do you care what I say? I'm not giving you an antidote. You brought this on yourself, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. After saying that, he threw the woman into his private void realm. The reason for Guan Dongfang Weishi. Firstly, just as he said, the women I've slept with. Pay attention, pay attention. This is definitely not a woman who has slept with me. If another man touches me, wouldn't I lose face? Secondly, Dongfang Weishi and Henry Harry are classmates. Those two should have had the same teachers. The clues to finding mom need to be found with Dongfang Weishi. For these two reasons alone, he really can't ignore Dongfang Weishi. What? Should we ask Henry Harry or Elizabeth Anna? There's absolutely no hope for them, and we shouldn't expect anything from them. Henry Harry then looked at the mutated Wang Wanfeng, who was going berserk. I want to go back to how I was before. Just kill him. Otherwise, you can continue living as a monster forever. Having said that, Henry Harry retreated step by step. It's about time. I want to witness the arrival of the new century with my own eyes. You might as well die in the old century. Laughing loudly, he instantly summoned his spirit beast, the miracle magician. The hat trick is executed. He stepped into the hat and disappeared. The miracle magician bowed to Yin Zhi and instantly scattered into a shower of colored paper. Yin Zhi curled his lip in disdain. He clearly looked down on Yu Ling. In the end, they had to use spirit control to escape. If you're so capable, then don't use spirit control. Is it cheap or not? At this moment, the mutated Wang Wanfeng raised his arm, which was thicker than his torso, and slammed it hard on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, cracks appeared on the ground. Yin Zhi clearly felt waves of power surging out from underground. He clicked his tongue inwardly, wondering just how powerful that punch must have been. Beep! You have received 1 million points of killing intent from Wang Wanfeng. Please check. Huh? Ho ho. 1 million points. Are they that rich? It's all because of you. It's all because of you. Why? I have no grudge against you. Why did you hurt me? You deserve to die. You deserve to die so much. Roaring. Roaring. The mutated Wang Wanfeng's skin was congested with blood and turned bright red, making him look particularly ferocious and terrifying. Immediately, the seemingly clumsy Wang Wanfeng appeared in front of Yin Zhi with incredible speed. The enormous fist seemed to tear through the void, unleashing a series of shockwaves. Bang! Yin Zhi was hit squarely and shot straight out. He flew out like a cannonball. They passed through the wall of blue flames used to prevent Henry and Harry from escaping. With a loud bang, it pierced through the church of the Jesuits. Finally, It landed with perfect accuracy on a statue of the Father directly in front of the church. This statue of the Father is made of pure metal. Yin Zhi smashed into it, and his entire body became embedded in it. At that moment, he felt pain all over his body, an intense, tingling sensation. It's been so long since I've felt this badly beaten. Ho ho. No wonder he has the murderous intent to kill 1,000,000 people. He's a ruthless and eccentric person. Then I'll let you experience the thrill of beating me up. Yin Zhi was preparing to use that same trick again. It was a single, foolproof trick. Take the hits first, then use the Azure Flame Empress's skills to convert the damage into physical strength. Beat the enemy again and thoroughly quell their killing intent. The more the merrier. Roar. The roar of the mutated Wanfeng echoed, smashing through the church. On the other side, Henry Harry arrived at the top of the Empire State Building in downtown Watsontown. Standing more than 400 meters in the air, he looked down at Watson City under the night sky. What a beautiful night view. Unfortunately, I'm the only one who appreciates it. Perhaps geniuses are destined to be lonely. Just let me enjoy this loneliness to the fullest. A new era will begin tonight. Sudden. Terribly sorry. A deep voice suddenly came from behind. You can no longer enjoy being alone, because we will be with you tonight. Henry Harry turned around. He didn't recognize the people who came, but he recognized their uniforms. Holy Court, St. Judgment Province Agent. Henry Harry smiled. It was the smile of a victor. You finally found me. It's a pity. It's too late. You found me too late. The key is already in the lock, and the door to a new world has been opened. I'm sorry, you remnants of the old century. There is no place for you under the sky of the new century. The people of Odinmala will regain true freedom. Jerry Don looked at Henry Harry and said, You're a madman. Sabal Asa blankly proclaimed his identity. Saibal Asa, belonging to the Special Mission Investigation Bureau of the Holy Star Knights. Henry Harry, you have crossed the line. The charge has been confirmed. I hereby formally declare, you have been classified as a top-level criminal. You have no right to argue. Everything you've said is nonsense. Please come with us back to the Holy See to face the final judgment. If you resist, I will take coercive measures. This moment, the Holy Court's power and domineering nature were on full display. Henry Harry moved both hands simultaneously, instantly summoning 2 spirit beasts. One of them was the Miracle Magician. The other one is Breaking Bad. These are all top-tier spirit beasts with a rarity of mythical level. Henry Harry smiled smugly. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability. Then, under the night sky, more than 400 meters above the ground, a great battle has broken out. If someone were to look up from the bottom of the building at this moment, you'll definitely see streaks of white light flashing from the top of the Empire State Building, threatening to illuminate the night sky. Chapter 173, that's not Father on top. What did I see? A flash of blue flame, sword light. The pitch-black night seemed to have been cleaved in two by a sharp blade. Yin Zhi fell from the sky. Exhale slowly. Despair. Despair. 2 heavy thuds were heard as objects fell to the ground. It was the monster's corpse split in 2. They convulsed and writhed violently, as if they were still alive. However, the wriggling speed of the 2 pieces of corpse quickly slowed down. In the end, it was a puddle of mud on the ground. Gradually, it turned into 2 puddles of foul-smelling, thick water. Yin Zhi fanned his nose. It stinks. How exactly did Henry manage to turn Wanfeng into this horrible state? Could it be related to the blackstripe virus? It actually made people so strong. Their self-healing ability is simply insane. Even Qin Yin couldn't burn them to death. If it weren't for a sword that cleaved the heavens, killing him completely would have been quite difficult. The monstrous Wanfeng possessed immense strength and lightning speed. In particular, it has the ability to heal itself almost instantly. When the blue flames burn a layer of its skin and flesh, it immediately heals itself and grows a new layer of skin and flesh. If you slash him hard, the wound will heal itself in the blink of an eye. Even after a head is chopped off, the flesh threads can automatically extend and restitch. Yin Zhi didn't want to waste time with him. He unleashed his ultimate move, a sword strike that cleaved the azure sky, splitting him in 2. This sword strike, with its azure flames, seeped into every part of his body, burning away his life force and preventing him from ever healing again. You are the 3rd person I killed directly. It just so happens that after death, one turns into a pool of thick water, and this place is a cemetery. Let him rest in peace. Yin Zhi immediately sat down and meditated, filling his empty body with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. System, can you give me some response? I think I've completed my task, right? I have investigated and found out the truth about the black stripe virus. Beep beep. Host, you haven't even defeated the mastermind behind the scenes, yet you dare to think you've completed the mission? Damn it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Beep beep. Isn't this common sense? I know you. Yin Zhi was about to unleash a torrent of profanity, but he held back. System, could you please describe the task more clearly next time? Beep beep. Host, you're no longer a newbie. It's time to learn to understand the mission content on your own. Yin Zhi was taken aback. I was speechless. Okay. Complaining about these things now is pointless. The immediate question is, where do we find Henry Harry, the boss? No clues. There are no clues. He entered the Void Realm and questioned Elizabeth Anna, whom he had imprisoned inside. But asking Elizabeth now is useless. She didn't know where Henry Harry would go. As for Dongfang Weishi, she's still unconscious. It seems that Henry Harry only injected her with anesthesia or a similar drug to induce a coma. That said, the drug that could render Dongfang Weishi unconscious must be quite extraordinary. Yin Zhi did not make things difficult for Elizabeth. She probably really didn't know. Is there really no other way? He left the Void Realm. They then entered the gravedigger's hut where Henry Harry had previously stayed. They started rummaging through the drawers and cabinets inside. They found a safe under a piece of wooden floorboards. Used the dragon-slaying sword to forcefully open it. In no mood, the moment the safe was opened, a burst of orange light shone into Yin Zhi's eyes. Depend on. It was actually. He reached out and took out the object that emitted an orange glow. Spirit crystal. It's still an epic crystal. There's even an epic crystal here? Surprise. What a wonderfully unexpected surprise. All right, Henry. You've got some family wealth, kid. They actually kept such a precious item hidden away. Since you don't want it, then I'll gladly accept it. Only then did he notice that there was a letter in the safe. Opening someone else's mail without permission is unethical. But who cares about all that right now? Dismantle. Yin Zhi opened the envelope and found that it was actually a letter addressed to Dongfang Weishi. His words revealed his admiration for her. Yin Zhi pursed his lips. They clearly looked down on the true dragon people. But he falls madly in love with a true dragon. You deserve to be single. Let's keep watching. It turns out that Henry Harry had saved this epic crystal to give to Dongfang Weishi. Look, as her man, I will accept this crystal on her behalf. I also thank you on her behalf. Yin Zhi muttered something and continued reading the letter. As he read on, he couldn't help but start reading. I have a dream. I dream of being at the very top of the Empire State Building with you. Let's witness the arrival of a new era together. Yin Zhi's eyes lit up. The very top of the Empire State Building. Of course he knows about the Empire State Building. Could he be there right now? If so, then it would truly be a case of after the darkest hour comes the dawn. He was about to take action, but stopped after taking only 2 steps. He looked down at the epic crystal in his hand. What's the rush? Let me draw a spirit beast first. Will we pull out another Empress XX this time? No way, really? Although Yin Zhi also really wanted to draw another Holy Spirit 9-star Empress. But I'm really torn. What's the dilemma? Now let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Empresses now. There's simply not enough of them to keep up with the demand. No matter how hard you try to earn murderous points, it's never enough. Previously, unlocking a skill only required 100 or 500 killing intent. But now, unlocking a skill can easily cost 1 million or 5 million. That's still a small number. Some things must be unlocked, such as causal prediction, which involves tens of millions of people. I can't hold on any longer. Yin Zhi didn't think he was being hypocritical for getting a good deal. There's simply not enough talent to train them all. But the contradiction lies in, he really wanted to be able to pull out another Empress XX. I'm torn. I'm so conflicted. Let nature take its course. With a muttered grumble, Yin Zhi left the gravedigger's wooden hut. Find a secluded and quiet place, sit cross-legged immediately, and hold the epic crystal. Oh right, I almost forgot. It's a good time to try out the newly learned photon harmony resonance method. With this thought flashing through his mind, Yin Zhi calmed himself down and began to resonate. The epic crystal trembled slightly and then slowly floated up. The orange light flickered and shone, rising and falling. About 50 seconds later, the epic crystal trembled violently and instantly turned into shattered light particles, dissipating into the air. Yin Zhi opened his eyes. It's done. Let me see what I drew this time. Immediately, he began to draw the summoning array according to the array imprint engraved in his mind. A white light shone on my finger. As soon as he made the first stroke, Yin Zhi's expression changed. At the same time, in a farm not far from where Yin Zhi is located, people who were enjoying a family barbecue in the yard suddenly found themselves enveloped in a white light. 7 or 8 people turned to look and froze on the spot. That's not. Father above, what do I see? Thud. One person lost their grip on a wine glass and dropped it onto the grill. With a whoosh, a fire broke out. Chapter 174, I succeeded. I was right. I successfully broke free of my shackles. Midtown Watson. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shone, illuminating the entire night sky. For a moment, the night was as bright as day. This moment, many people turned their attention to it. That direction, it looks like the rooftop of the Empire State Building. The citizens were speculating about what had happened. But soon, the white light that illuminated the night gradually dimmed and eventually went out. Night has once again taken over this land. The rooftop of the Empire State Building. The sound was like both laughter and panting. The one who made that sound was Henry Harry, as expected of the Holy Star Knight. She's so young, yet possesses such formidable strength. Henry Harry was in a very sorry state at this point. He had 3 rather serious wounds on his body. He leaned against the railing at the edge of the rooftop. Even standing up seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Sidebar, Asa wielded a long sword formed entirely of holy, pure white light. The wind was strong high above, but it couldn't move her waist-length hair and white dress. Young? No. In fact, I'm already 49 years old. In 2 months, I'll be 50. On the side, Jerry Tang's eyes widened upon hearing this. The cigar he was holding fell to the ground with a thud. His face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. Salbal, you're almost 50 years old? Good heavens. Tell me, you must be telling a lame joke. Sidebar, Asa turned to look at him, her expression blank. I never joke. They certainly wouldn't tell corny jokes. And is age the focus we should be paying attention to now? Jerry Tang exclaimed in surprise. Father, that's so enviable. I want to be like you. She's so old, yet she still looks like she did when she was young. Look at me, I'm only just over 30, but I look like a middle-aged man. Siebel stared at him blankly for a moment, then turned to look at Henry Harry. Now, you should come with us obediently, right? Henry Harry smiled. Who knows? Perhaps. Maybe I won't. Siebel Arthur strode toward Henry Harry. Jerry Tang said, Auntie Siebel, watch out. He's actually starting to call Sabal Auntie. Henry Harry suddenly burst into laughter. Perhaps I will die, but it's also possible that I will become the new centuries, the only new god. After saying that, he flipped backward and fell downwards. He actually jumped off the building. Sabal rushed over quickly, making a move as if to jump. Jerry Tang reacted quickly and grabbed her. Whoa, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? Do you know how high this place is above the ground? Even you would die if you fell from here. Sabal Asa said, I don't know, and then bypassed Jerry, climbed over the railing, and plummeted to the bottom. This is absolutely insane. After saying that, he headed straight for the stairwell. In midair, Henry Harry was pulled by gravity and plummeted downwards. He took out a syringe, his face contorting in a grotesque expression. Go to heaven, or go to hell. Let me see. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Henry Harry plunged the needle into his carotid artery. His frantic and excited voice echoed through the steel jungle of the city. Like a madman, just as he was about to crash to the ground and shatter into pieces. Sidebar Asa grabbed his leg. No one knows what supernatural power Sidebar used. In an instant, their descent stopped and they landed slowly. I've got you. That's what Siebel said. What she got in return was Henry Harry's hearty laughter. Too late. Too late. Ha ha ho ho ho. The laughter suddenly changed, turning into a loud, roaring laugh. The sound became rougher and more muddy. More than just sound. He has completely changed. Just like blowing up a balloon, my whole body started to swell up. Such a bizarre change prompted Siebel to immediately distance himself from him. His face was blank, but his brows were already furrowed. At the same time, the surrounding citizens screamed in surprise. Good heavens! Look, what is that? Father, what kind of monster is that? Monster, Run. Quick. Call the police. What's the use of calling the police? We must call on our heroes. Fear instantly dispersed the surrounding crowd. People screamed, shoved, and ran wildly. I just wish I had 2 more legs so I could get out of this awful place as soon as possible. However, some daring and fearless individuals quickly used their filming equipment. What? Of course, you should take pictures of what you see. Speaking of, what exactly did they see? A monster. A humanoid monster that grows larger from a small size. It's a full 40 or 50 meters tall. Its entire body is covered in jet black, keratinous carapace. Despite his large size, he has an almost perfect body proportion. Those muscles covered by keratinous carapaces, just by looking at them, you could tell they contained unimaginable, terrifying power. Atop its head are a pair of curved black horns, their tips piercing the sky. His entire body exuded a terrifying, ferocious, and tyrannical aura. This made him look like a demon who had walked out of hell. He stood there amidst the steel jungle, even though any of the surrounding buildings is taller than him. But to the terrified people, he was the tallest one at that moment. Roar. I felt it. I could feel it clearly. Strength. This is true power. I did it. I was right. I broke free of my shackles. This feeling is absolutely wonderful. I have found a true path to becoming stronger for humankind. Today, I will become the new god. Henry Harry's voice spread and reverberated between the buildings. Every single pane of glass in the surrounding buildings was shattered. Every single car around was blaring its alarm. Those who heard the sound covered their ears and screamed in agony. At this very moment, Jerry Tang arrived at Siebel's side, covered in shards of glass. My father, how could he have become like this? What exactly happened? Siebel stared blankly up at Henry Harry, who was laughing wildly. Suddenly, Henry Harry seemed to realize something as well. He lowered his head. The 2 pairs of eyes, one large and one small, collided in midair. It looked like sparks were flying in the air. There is no need for a trial. Let the divine judgment be carried out now. In the name of the Holy Sea. You must die tonight. Chapter 175, if you can scrape together 1 billion, and then beg me again, I'll save you. A deafening battle involving forced demolition and blasting. It broke out right in the heart of Watson. This moment, for the residents of this area, it was the end of the world. The new age that Henry Harry was clamoring about. They were shattered to pieces in the old century before they even had a chance to see it. Sabal, Asa, and Jerry Tang carried out the holy judgment with all their might. But they couldn't kill the demonized Henry Harry at all. On the contrary, the fierce battle with him resulted in the suffering of many innocent citizens. They were both helpless in the face of this. Soon, those heroic spirit masters gathered. Mechs, patriotic captain, Thor the dwarf, dark elf, a muscular man in red, Baron of the Night, and so on. They each displayed their unique abilities, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, and used all their skills. He strives to eliminate the demonized Henry Harry and save the citizens from their suffering. However, Henry Harry at this moment was truly incredibly powerful. To exaggerate a bit, perhaps they really are like gods. Even if those heroic spirit masters joined forces, they were still crushed and utterly defeated by Henry Harry. As they fought, the number of heroic spirit masters is decreasing. However, a few of them did actually sacrifice their lives. But many more, seeing that things were not going well, simply slipped away. Clearly, many people still believe that life is more important than being a hero. In the end, only 6 heroes, including the mech warrior, remained. And they are the core members of the newly formed Avengers. Knowing they were no match, they still stubbornly persisted. This spirit does have its merits. Immediately afterwards, the Odinra military has been mobilized. They dispatched both land and air forces. The aircraft in the air are fighter jet formations. All of them are spirit beasts. On the ground are infantry and tank teams working together. The tanks are also spirit-controlled. The military is not without modern military-industrial production of fighter jets and tanks. But the spirit warriors are undoubtedly the true elite. And what was the result? They joined the battlefield, and within a minute, some were dead and others had to retreat. Tank cannons and airborne heavy machine guns were completely ineffective against Henry Harry. At this moment, Henry Harry was still able to unleash powerful telekinesis. Fighter jets and tanks could be flattened and squeezed into round shapes with a single thought from him. It's not hard to see. All spirits that require riding or being carried. As long as the master rides or carries it, then the spirit can attack the target. If attacked, it will also be damaged or even rendered unusable. This outcome left citizens in despair and angered high-ranking military officials. Therefore, the military high command immediately discussed deploying weapons of mass destruction. However, a dramatic and magical situation has already occurred. This battle took place in the heart of Watson. It's already being broadcast live to a nationwide audience, because the headquarters of Odinmala, as revealed by many media outlets, is located in this area. How could they possibly let such a sensational headline slip by? They don't care about anything else. Like causing panic, that's none of their business. They just want to stir up trouble and make things worse. All they care about is ratings. Furthermore, because this region enjoys freedom of the press and speech, the authorities have no control over these media giants. Therefore, things that are completely unsuitable for the public to see are still presented to them. That terrifying monster, that burning building, those screaming people, and the pathetic state of the heroes who were beaten without any chance to fight back. Everything was clearly seen and understood by the people of the whole country. Panic and anger are spreading throughout Odinmala. Someone tell me what kind of monster that is. Has the gates of hell opened? Father, save us. Please. Why don't those bastards, President Rand, go eat shit? Are all those heroes useless? Why didn't you kill him? At this moment, every household in the kingdom of Odinmala was sitting in front of their screens. 1,000 people, 1,000 reactions. Some are cursing. Some are praying. Some remain silent. Some are afraid. Certainly, some people are also very excited about the death and suffering of others. The world is so big. What kind of people aren't there? On site, 6 heroes gathered on the ruined streets. Not far away, the enormous monster was wreaking havoc on the building. Actually, it was engaged in a fierce battle with Siebel. Even now, only Cybar is capable of a direct confrontation. Mech warriors, what should we do? You need to think of something quickly. You ask me, how would I know? Pray. Pray that our Father will hear our prayers and then bring about a miracle. I'm sorry, I'm a Muslim, and my faith is in my mother. Whatever. You know what? You can even pray to the dragon god. Pray to whoever's prayers are answered. While we're still alive. Calm down, gentlemen. The situation isn't at its worst yet. Can't you see the Holy See members are here too? Excellent. As long as the Holy Court arrives. Just as these 6 people were communicating in a manner that was almost like arguing, a loud bang erupted. A white figure shot out from the direction where the trolls were. It pierced through the corner of a building and shot into a position less than 20 meters away from the mechs. It was Sabal. At that moment, they fell silent, because the one who shot at them was none other than a member of the Holy Court, on whom they had placed their hopes. For a moment, a sense of despair and helplessness spread through their hearts. Even the Holy Court's people are like this. What can they do? It's over. We're doomed. Sudden. Hey, look, who is this? Isn't that a mecha? And there's Captain Patriot too. Are you guys going out for a late-night snack? But it looks like the snack shops are probably closed. The 6 heroes turned their heads sharply and saw a person they loathed and hated walking towards them. If it's not Yin Zhi, then who is it? Suddenly, the heroes' faces turned extremely grim. The mecha said, True Dragon Man, we're not in the mood for nonsense right now. Please stay far away. Yin Zhi had a smug look on his face. I won't. You know what? Guys, you might need my generous and selfless help. If you beg me, I might offer you poor souls some help. Mecha human, you? Although it's an electronically synthesized voice, it still carries a strong sense of disdain and disbelief. The other hero's eyes said it all. What about you? Yes, it's me. You must be praying to your father, right? Maybe I'm the savior your father invited? However, I am not a person who likes selfless dedication. If you can scrape together 1 billion yuan and then beg me, I will save you out of humanitarian principles. Even if you don't believe me, why not give a try? Maybe it will work. Is that right? Chapter 176 Father. Have you also abandoned Odin and Mara? Don't believe him. Yes. We can't trust him. He's the embodiment of evil. True dragon people, we don't need your help. Please leave. Of the 6 heroic spirit masters, 3 immediately expressed their disbelief in Yin Zhi. We don't need Yin Zhi's help at all. The Mecha Man, the patriotic captain, the Dark Elf, and the Dark Knight Baron remained silent. Just in time, A furious roar came from afar. Immediately following was a deafening roar. Henry Harry the troll punched a building much taller than himself and broke it in two. The building tilted directly and collapsed towards the ground. This is Henry Harry fighting Geridon. Sibyl Asa has been fully healed by the healing-type Holy Light Priest. She jumped out of the pit. He glanced at the Mecha Man, Yin Zhi, and the others, then charged toward the troll Henry Harry. Yin Zhi's laughter rang in the ears of Captain Igua and the others. That's right. I am the embodiment of the devil. So who is that guy? Calling him a demon isn't an exaggeration, is it? If we don't eliminate him, how many more of your people will die? How many more buildings will he forcibly demolish? I'm just asking for 1 billion gold, plus one request. Is that so hard to do? Aren't you heroes? Do you think money and face are more important than the lives of your fellow countrymen? The patriotic captain has spoken. Do you really have a way to kill him? Yin Zhi replied, Of course. Otherwise, why would I be here? There's no late-night snack here. Can you please not mention late-night snacks? Who's in the mood for late-night snacks these days? The Mecha Man was furious. The patriotic captain looked resolute as he turned to look at the others. Dear friends, there's nothing we can do. Perhaps all we can do is try to believe him. The Mecha snorted. I have no money, let alone 1 billion. I can't even come up with 1 million. We, the heroes, are now being asked to repay debts and beg others to save the city. This is so ironic. The Dark Elf said, Enough. She summoned her spatial spirit and took out a pitch-black card, tossing it to Yin Zhi. You can take this to Man Ray Brothers Bank and withdraw $1 billion. This is... Yin Zhi glanced at the black card in his hand. I know it's a black card. I have an identical one. However, my number is before yours. Then I'll gladly accept this billion. Next, you must line up and formally make your request to me. Then, all you have to do is watch my performance. The hot-tempered dwarf Thor roared. That's impossible. Thor, do as he says. This is for the city and its citizens. We have no other choice. The captain's voice was filled with deep helplessness. The dwarf Thor cursed angrily. Then, the 6 heroic spirit masters reluctantly stood in a row in front of Yin Zhi. This scene, however, it was captured by a camera from Media Giant. Undoubtedly, this scene was broadcast to every household. Dad, what are Captain Patriot and the others doing? Honey, I don't know either. Let me keep watching. It's the incarnation of that demon. Those heroes were actually bowing to him. What's wrong with their brains? Shame on them. They are a disgrace to Odin and Mara. Fragrant greetings from every household. Patriot Captain and the others naturally couldn't hear it. 1 second ago, they made a request to Yin Zhi with a very humble and sincere attitude. The next second, Yin Zhi shoved a grenade into their ears. You know what, guys? I have a secret to tell you. That means even if you don't give me money or beg me, I will still kill that monster. However, your money and requests do make me happier. Then, pairs of angry eyes turned to Yin Zhi. That look, it was murderous. Ding. You have received 600,000 killing intent from an unknown entity. Please check. Ding. You have received 500,000 kill intents from an unknown entity. Please check. Beep beep. You have received 400,000 kill intents from an unknown entity. Please check. Beep beep. Beep beep. 6 beeping sounds rang out in a row, bringing Yin Zhi a total of 2.6 million points of killing intent. Ha ha ha. Yin Zhi laughed 3 times. I haven't forgotten that you guys killed me once. You should be grateful that I didn't kill you. This is just a little bit of interest I collect, understand? Okay, now I'm getting to work. You guys go move a stool and get some late-night snacks while you're at it. You can enjoy my performance while you eat. Let me tell you what true power is. Having said that, he strode toward the troll Henry Harry. Thor the dwarf gritted his teeth. Why do I suddenly wish so much that he would be killed by that demon? The Mecha Man said something that resonated with me. Then, they saw Yin Zhi raise his hand high, and holy white light emanated from his fingertips. The white light seemed to possess some kind of magic. It instantly gave them a different feeling. This moment, it's not just them. Thousands of households in Odinmala also saw the white light emanating from Yin Zhi's fingertips through the live broadcast. They watched as Yin Zhi swiped his finger. This is clearly drawing a summoning circle. But why can't I see the summoning circle? The answer to this question came as the camera panned across the screen. Why? A huge summoning circle, radiating holy white light, came into everyone's view. Then, a new question arose. With such a large summoning circle, what kind of spirit did he summon? And this question was quickly answered. The answer was right in front of everyone. A giantess, recognizable to all Odin and Mara, descended from the magic circle. She was wearing a crown. She has a flawless face. She had a pair of bright eyes that seemed to dispel the darkness of night. She held a torch in her left hand. She was holding a book in her right hand. She was barefoot and draped in a white, holy robe. Is it her? It's her. Empress, the goddess of freedom. Odin, the daughter of the nation's father, is a spirit possessed by the kingdom of Odin and Mara. This moment, all the Odin and Mara people watching on their screens were stunned and dumbfounded. The next moment, everyone watching Odin and Mara on their screens went wild with excitement. Father, what did I see? Goddess of freedom. She truly is the goddess of freedom. 300 years have passed. The goddess of freedom, the beacon of freedom, has been resonated with once again. Why? Why is this happening? Can someone tell me why Odin's beacon of freedom, the goddess of freedom, was resonated with by a true dragon? Now, Green Palace, the office of the president. Odin Mara, the head of state, slumped into a chair. His blonde hair hung limply on his head. Father, have you abandoned Odin and Mara too? Chapter 177, The Sixth Holy Spirit 9-Star Empress, the Lighthouse of Freedom Empress. A humanoid, gigantic spirit, the Empress of the Beacon of Freedom. Rarity, Holy Spirit 9 stars. Overall rating, 10. Growth level, 5. Intimacy, 3. Skill, the Light of Freedom. Free illumination. Free recitation. Ode to Freedom. This is what Yin Zhi obtained using the epic crystal. The 9 stars of the Holy Spirit? It's the Holy Spirit 9 stars again. Empress? Another Empress. Empress of the Lighthouse of Freedom became the 6th rare, 9-star, Holy Spirit Empress spirit that Yin Zhi possessed. In response, Yin Zhi was once again filled with mixed feelings of joy and confusion. We can't train them all. We simply can't train them all. But when he arrived near the Empire State Building, after witnessing Henry Harry's troll transformation, he knew that the nearly 20 million killing intents he had just accumulated were about to be lost again. It's still not appropriate to bring out the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress. He felt that the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress had an even more extraordinary story. Once exposed, the consequences are unpredictable. Why would Yin Zhi think that way? Nonsense. The great dragon Empress was divided into 6 parts, extracted from the 6 Dragon Balls. What kind of spirit beast deserves such treatment? This gave Yin Zhi the feeling that the great mighty heavenly dragon Empress was imprisoned and sealed away. It's terrifying to think about. This is terrifying to think about. For now, let's keep the great heavenly dragon Empress hidden away. I will never show it off unless absolutely necessary. In this way, how do we deal with the troll Henry Harry? We have no choice but to bring out the Empress, the beacon of liberty. At this point, Yin Zhi no longer wanted to hide it. That's pointless. They clearly possess such powerful spirits. But they hesitate to take it out because they are worried about this and that. That's so boring. This is so boring. As for how to explain the Empress's revelation of the beacon of freedom, he has already made up his mind. Let's apply this to the photon harmony theory. I neither stole nor robbed. She is the Empress of the Lighthouse of Freedom, created through the photon harmony resonance method. Is that not allowed? Anyone have a problem with that? Therefore, Yin Zhi used the murderous intent he had accumulated over the days to cultivate the Empress of the Beacon of Freedom. In this way, his murderous intent was completely depleted again. As for, what would the Odin Marans do if they saw the Empress, the Beacon of Liberty? Yin Zhi said, react however you want. I didn't steal or rob the Empress, the Beacon of Freedom, but I actually drew it out properly. Is it not allowed? Good. Empress Liberty was the founding spirit of the kingdom of Odinmala. 300 years ago, the daughter of the founding father was Empress, the goddess who was the beacon of freedom. Only then did they defeat the invading enemy and colonial forces. That's how they were able to establish the so-called free and democratic Odinmala. It can be said, Empress Liberty is the pillar and symbol of the spirit of freedom in the kingdom of Odinmala. Its significance is equivalent to that of the Azure Flame Empress to the Azure Empire more than 2,000 years ago. So what? What does this have to do with me? Now that she's been chosen by me, she belongs to me, Yin. It has absolutely nothing to do with you Odinmer people. Even, Yin Zhi harbored a wicked sense of humor. I know that the Empress of the Lighthouse of Freedom is the foundation of the nation of Odinmala. I know that the Empress of the Beacon of Freedom is of great significance to your Odin-Mala kingdom. But I'm going to show you the Empress, the Beacon of Freedom, and declare my ownership of her. I'm so angry I could kill you. You disagree? Come and bite me. Come and kill me. All of you, give me your murderous intent. If you don't contribute your killing intent to me, how can I afford to cultivate the Empress of the Beacon of Freedom? At this time, under the watchful eyes of countless people, a beam of light shone from the torch in the left hand of the Empress of the Lighthouse of Liberty. Yin Zhi was enveloped by the light and floated up. It landed on the crown atop the head of the Empress, the Beacon of Liberty. The torch of the Empress of Liberty only looks like fire. In reality, it is a holy white light that resembles a flame. At this time, the troll Henry Harry naturally discovered the Empress, the Beacon of Liberty. He unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, roaring to the sky. The violent power and psychic energy raged like a giant wave or tsunami. All the buildings within a radius of 30 or 40 meters were completely destroyed. Naturally, Sibyl Asa and Jerry Tang were also affected, and their fates are unknown. Roar! Henry Harry the Troll stared wide-eyed and roared at the Empress of the Beacon of Liberty. The sound waves that erupted from his mouth were actually in concentric circles. Yin Zhi, it's you? You deserve to die. With this roar, beep beep, you have received 6 million kill points from Henry Harry. Please check. Depend on how many? 6 million points. Hiss. That's way too much. Immediately, the troll opened its claws, and a semi-transparent sphere formed in the air above its palm. Ultimate Psychic Compression Ball. Crystal clear. Crystal clear. It released a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the world. Go to hell. Another roar. The troll swung his arm and hurled the psychic compressed ball toward Yin Zhi with all his might. Wherever the compressed ball passed, even the space itself rippled with crystal-like waves. On the crown of the Empress, the Beacon of Liberty, Yin Zhi looked solemn. He could clearly sense the deadly aura emanating from that ball. An idea immediately formed in my mind. Spirit control skill, radiant light of freedom, unleash. The goddess of freedom holds aloft the torch of liberty. A soft, holy white light shone forth, illuminating all directions. In an instant, even the night sky seemed to be illuminated. The psychic power compressed sphere entered the area illuminated by the white light and immediately began to tremble violently. It then shrank rapidly, but it eventually struck the Empress of Liberty in the chest. The power was so great that it only made the enormous breasts of the Empress of the Beacon of Freedom sway twice. The massive shaking was now surprisingly eye-catching. This is precisely the effect of the light of freedom, weakening psionic skill attacks. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Yin Zhi murmured to himself, a thought flashing through his mind. Spirit control skill, free beam, unleash. All the white light focused into a beam that shone on the troll Henry Harry. In an instant, a whoop. The screams immediately echoed in the ears of every viewer present at the scene and in front of their screens. At this moment, everyone had only one thought. The Empress of the Beacon of Freedom, so powerful, after being irradiated for at least 5 seconds. Henry Harry the Troll now has a huge hole running through his chest from front to back. Immediately, just as the Odin Mara people were anticipating that the goddess of freedom, the Empress, would unleash even stronger and cooler skills. When the trolls were wiped out in one fell swoop, an unexpected scene unfolded. Chapter 178, is this the goddess of freedom's beacon? No, this is a street shrew. The Empress of the Beacon of Freedom actually retrieved the pristine white robe. The robe was raised to about halfway up the thigh. 2 very white and long thighs were exposed. It must be said that this is something worth emphasizing. Those 2 truly long legs are incredibly alluring. It inspires endless imagination about the scenery of even more distant areas. Then, she strode towards a troll. What's she going to do? This is a question that lingers in the minds of almost everyone. But what happened next left everyone speechless. But look, the Empress of Liberty raised the torch of liberty high above her head. It then slammed down hard on the troll's head. Bang, bang, bang. He slammed it 3 times in a row, fast and fierce. The troll was knocked back step by step, his body swaying slightly. Right behind, the Empress, the Beacon of Freedom, has lost the torch of liberty. He held up the Declaration of Liberty, That book with both hands. Then he smashed it down on the troll's head. Bang, bang, bang. He slammed it 3 times in a row. It was equally fast and powerful. It's not over yet. There's a 4th hit. The Empress of Freedom leaped up, raised the declaration of freedom high above her head, and slammed it down with force. A dull, loud bang. The terrifying force created a powerful shockwave that radiated outwards. Henry Harry the Troll was struck on the head 7 times and collapsed to the ground. Follow. An even more astonishing scene unfolded. The Empress of the Beacon of Liberty actually raised her big white feet. They kicked and stomped hard on the trolls. 1 time, 2, 3 times. In front of screens in every household. The O'Dimmerans stared wide-eyed and gaped, speechless. Is this how the Empress of the Beacon of Liberty fights? It's just a street brawl between shrewish women. Okay. Dad, is this what the Statue of Liberty looks like? No, child. Don't look. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy. You despicable, true dragon people. How dare he treat the Statue of Liberty like that? You should be sent to hell. No, this isn't real. The Statue of Liberty shouldn't look like this. Sinner. He deserves to be judged. Quick, give me my heart, quick. Jack, where are you going? What are you doing with a shotgun? Get out of here, Rose. I'm gonna blow that dragon man's head off. He's defiled the Statue of Liberty. Yes. Yin Zhi's special manipulation of the Empress of the Lighthouse of Freedom. This thoroughly enraged the people of Odinmala. Oh my God. The goddess of freedom actually used her torch of freedom to smash people? How dare she use her declaration of freedom to attack someone? She actually stepped on someone with her foot? I wish I could be the one being stepped on. Cough, of course, this is a perverted thought of a very small minority. This is blasphemy. This is a defilement. This is a trampling of Odin and Mara. Can you tolerate it? This is intolerable. In an instant, the first thing the free Odinmara people thought of was to take to the streets to march, demonstrate, and protest. What? Is it nighttime? Okay, let's wait until dawn to talk about it. However, some people don't care whether it's day or night. They took to the streets. While shouting for sanctions against Yin Zhi, they surged toward the location of the local administrative office. They felt that the government had to step in at this time. The Rand government leader, Randall Edwards, hadn't reacted yet. Arthur Jordan, the leader of the Bear faction running for the next head of state, immediately held a press conference. He only said one sentence. If you elect me as head of state, that guy named Yin Zhi will never leave Odin Mara alive. At that moment, heaven knows how many people decided to cast their votes for Arthur Jordan. At the same time, a consensus emerged in the minds of almost everyone. What is it? We must reclaim the goddess of freedom, the beacon of liberty. Yin Zhi was completely unaware of this. But what if he were to assess the extent of his murderous intent? You'll then find it's rising rapidly, incredibly fast. Henry Harry the Troll roared in fury. Yin Zhi shouted. She immediately controlled the beacon of Liberty Empress to pick up a section of the building's wreckage and smash it hard on Henry Harry's head. The building's remains were instantly pulverized into dust. System, is that enough? Are we going to kill him? He's got the murderous intent to contribute 6 million in one go. I'm willing to kill you, are you? Beep beep. That's enough. You just need to defeat him, and the mission will be complete. What are we waiting for? Let's send out the rewards now. Beep beep. Host, don't worry. The reward, the Emperor virus, will be distributed in 24 hours. 24 hours? Why? In the past, rewards were always issued immediately. Never mind. 24 hours it is. It's not like it's been 24 years. We can afford to wait. But at this moment, the troll Henry Harry's body suddenly swelled up and expanded. He grabbed the leg of the Empress, the beacon of freedom. Ha ha ha. Let's die together. Let us greet the new era together with our blood, flesh, and lives. Yin Zhi immediately sensed something was wrong. He immediately disbanded the Empress of the Beacon of Liberty, and then quickly summoned the Void Empress. The instant Henry Harry self-destructed, Yin Zhi entered the Void Realm. Whoosh! Yin Zhi plopped down on the ground. He felt weak and sore all over, and the spiritual energy in his body was almost depleted. Her body was hollowed out by the Empress of the Beacon of Freedom. These enormous spirit beasts are indeed difficult to satisfy. I need to keep getting stronger. Yin Zhi took a few breaths and rested for a while. He then asked the Void Empress to open a window so he could see what was happening outside. As soon as the window opened, his eyes widened. There was a huge, dark sinkhole outside. Good heavens, it's over 100 meters in diameter. Isn't it too big? Where did this sinkhole come from? Could it have been blown up by Henry Harry after his self-destruction? Yin Zhi only guessed half of it correctly. It exploded first, and then the bodily fluids from the explosion corroded the ground, causing the damage. It can even corrode the ground, so you can imagine how strong its corrosive power is. Fortunately, Yin Zhi had Empress void, otherwise he would have been in grave danger. I don't even want to kill you. You've blown yourself up. Why bother? Yin Zhi felt a little heartbroken that such a fat pig was gone. After resting for a while, Yin Zhi left the void secret realm. In an instant, he used the void walking skill and quietly left the void realm. This is exactly what it means to accomplish one's task, dust off one's clothes, and leave, concealing one's identity. And little did he know that this was just the beginning. After tonight, the land of Odimala will undergo earth-shattering changes. Chapter 179, the most chaotic and darkest period of upheaval in Odin and Mara has arrived. I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm going to die. A hospital bed. A pale-faced patient cried out in pain. There were very obvious dark lines on his face. The doctor and nurses rushed over. After a quick check, they exclaimed in surprise. Father, a fever of 113 degrees Celsius in a foreign temperature unit is equivalent to 45 degrees Celsius. How is that possible? At that temperature, he should have died long ago. It was at this moment. Another nurse rushed over. Doctor, something terrible has happened. The patient in bed 44 has a persistently high body temperature. It has reached 120 degrees. Damn it. Can someone tell me what's going on? The doctor instinctively felt that the patient with the black stripe disease in front of him was dangerous. But professional ethics compel one to treat patients. He bent down and approached the patient. Tom, can you hear me? Tell me how you feel right now, okay? People infected with black stripes want to speak. But he couldn't say it. His mouth was moving as if he were trying to say something. The doctor then put his ear close to his mouth. Very hungry. Hunger? The doctor was taken aback. The next second, a terrifying scene unfolded. The person infected with black stripes suddenly opened their eyes. With a loud shout, he flipped over and tackled the doctor. The gaping mouth bit down on the doctor's neck. Crimson liquid gushed out. Ewa. The ward was instantly filled with screams of pain and fear. The two nurses were terrified. They turned and ran almost instinctively. She screamed with the force of a voice that seemed to strain her throat. Call the police. Call the police immediately. The patient has gone mad. Suddenly, a wild beast's roar came from the next ward. At the same time, a person with black markings on their body lunged out. One of the nurses was knocked to the ground. What awaited her was a gaping mouth spitting saliva. Help! Help! Please help me. Another nurse stared blankly as her colleague was tackled and bitten, remaining stunned for 2 seconds. Suddenly, she heard a terrified scream coming from not far away, a scream that was deafening. Someone rushed out of the ward, followed by a crazed patient. The stunned nurse realized what was happening and turned to run away. Run, run, run. She took off her high heels and ran with her head down. All along the way, I heard all sorts of screams. Perhaps she ran fast, or perhaps she was lucky enough. She actually managed to run all the way out of the hospital. She stood blankly on the street outside the hospital. The car in front suddenly crashed into the wall of the building next to it. Boom! It exploded instantly, sending flames soaring into the sky. A terrifying scene was reflected in the nurse's pupils. People in the protest march are tearing at living people. A frantic roar, a painful scream, a desperate cry. The various sounds mingled together, creating a symphony of hell on earth. Tears streamed down the nurse's face like a floodgate opening. Father, why is this happening? Please tell me, what exactly happened? Sudden, the nurse seemed to sense something. She slowly turned around and saw a stranger standing 2 meters away. In the firelight, the black lines on his pale skin were clearly visible. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Those eyes were so terrifying, like those of a wolf that had been starving for a long time. The nurse seemed to understand something. No, don't want. Please. Roar. The man tackled the nurse and bit her. A piercing, sharp, painful, and desperate scream shot from the nurse's throat. At that moment, in her eyes, the night was the gaping maw of a wild beast, ready to devour her completely. Is what happened inside and outside this hospital an isolated incident? No. Next, in the cities and towns of Odimala, New York, Las Vegas, Boston, Los Angeles chicken market, similar incidents occurred one after another. Those infected with the black stripe virus have gone completely insane and mad. They weren't just bad-tempered. They started attacking and eating other uninfected people. Even if an uninfected person who is bitten manages to escape death, they will soon become infected and continue to attack other uninfected people. This is simply a terrifying plague. Police, National Guard, and military personnel in Odimala responded swiftly. They drove armored vehicles, armed themselves, and stormed into the streets to do what they were supposed to do. And those native, free Odimala people are not to be trifled with or easily defeated. They have guns. Especially recently, Odimala has been unusually lively in the country. Many people have bought guns and stockpiled bullets for self-defense. Now it comes in handy, facing those madmen who want to eat themselves. The free Odimala people decisively drew their guns and fired, something they were quite adept at. Therefore, following screams of agony, gunshots rang out throughout the streets and alleys of various cities. Even the skies above the entire kingdom of Odimala. Yin Zhi, who had been sound asleep all night, was completely unaware of all this. The next day, Yin Zhi, who woke up naturally, leisurely brushed his teeth and washed his face. I also took a cold shower. He then entered the secret realm and began making breakfast. Breakfast for 3 was quickly prepared. Noodles with a fried egg, a standard breakfast in China. Yin Zhi sat down and picked up a chopsticks. Eat up, don't say I'm mistreating you. You're lucky today. There aren't many people in the world who can eat the breakfast I make. You can leave after you finish this meal. This was said to Elizabeth Anna. Teacher Dongfang, you should eat too. If the dough clumps together, it won't taste good. I prefer spicy food, so please bear with me if it's not to your taste. Dongfang Weishi glanced at Yin Zhi, said nothing, and silently ate. Elizabeth didn't touch her chopsticks. She didn't know how to use them. Yin Zhi naturally had no idea. Aren't you going to eat? If you don't want to eat, then don't. If you won't eat it, I will. They took away the noodles that were in front of Elizabeth. Dongfang Weishi pushed the noodles back to Elizabeth and went to the kitchen to get a fork. Elizabeth glanced at Dongfang Weishi, but the latter did not look at her. Then he quietly started eating. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. You should have said so earlier if you didn't know how to use chopsticks. How am I supposed to know you don't know how to use it if you don't tell me? Thank goodness I have a fork here. Otherwise, you would have had to use your hands. When it comes to disregarding gentlemanly conduct, Yin Zhi has it all figured out perfectly. After breakfast, Elizabeth suddenly spoke. You should leave Odimala as soon as possible. The real black stripe virus has spread completely. The next phase of Odin and Mara will be a period of great upheaval and darkness. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. Chapter 180 Elizabeth, traumatized by Yin Zhi. Is it really that exaggerated? Yin Zhi was actually somewhat skeptical of what Elizabeth said. No matter what, Odimala is the world's #1 superpower, deeply rooted in history. There's a great deal of hidden power. Can't they even handle a single virus crisis? Elizabeth shook her head. You don't understand. Henry made thorough preparations to achieve his goal. He thought of everything you could imagine, and he resolved all the problems and difficulties that were hindering his Genesis plan. By this time, she already knew Henry Harry's fate. Does she hate Yin Zhi? Hatred. But she hated herself even more. He hated himself for not having the thought of killing him to avenge Henry. Therefore, all she wants now is for Yin Zhi to get far, far away. It's best if we never see each other again in our lives. So right now, she's giving a fairly detailed explanation. The original melanosis virus could only be transmitted through contact. It is only effective for people whose physical resistance is weakened due to long-term drug use and alcoholism. However, the final form of the black stripe virus was already capable of being transmitted through the air. Every infected person is a mobile virus launch site. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi and Dongfang Weishi couldn't help but exchange a glance. They both saw the excitement and worry in each other's eyes. Low temperature, high temperature, dryness, and conventional disinfectants cannot completely kill the black striped virus. All spirit masters below the gold level will be infected. It's only a matter of time before this country is completely overrun by the black stripe virus. Then, Elizabeth then uttered the words that truly terrified Yin Zhi and his companion. The current amount of the black stripe virus entering the human body is not enough to cause infection. It will then lie dormant for a period of time, growing in the human body at a very slow rate. In the early stages, the body will generally not experience any discomfort. Once it reaches the later stages, it will completely erupt. Therefore, as long as one virus carrier returns to your true dragon kingdom, your true dragon kingdom is just the second Odin and Mara. Dongfang Weishi slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her face filled with anger. Are you telling the truth? How long is the incubation period? How can we completely eliminate the black stripe virus? Elizabeth answered truthfully and honestly. The incubation period is 3 months. Extremely high temperature exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. Extremely low temperatures exceeding minus 200 degrees Celsius. In time, without a source of the virus, it would take at least 6 months for the virus to die naturally. Now Yin Zhi understood. Why is Henry Harry so confident? It turns out he really did create a virus capable of changing the world. I wonder if the white-clad Empress's antidote can kill the black stripe virus. Dongfang Weishi looked at Yin Zhi, her brows furrowed. We must inform the embassy immediately. Tell them to prepare a response immediately. Yin Zhi nodded. He certainly doesn't want his country to become a second Odimla. Yin Zhi then handed his communicator to Dongfang Weishi. Call Yi Feng. He works for the embassy. Just tell him that I asked you to contact him. I have some questions to ask her. Dongfang Weishi looked at him, then at Elizabeth and said, Okay, East. Elizabeth suddenly called out to Dongfang Weishi. Dongfang Weishi turned around and was instantly embraced by Elizabeth. Yin Zhi opened his eyes slightly. Oh my God, they started arguing again. This foreign woman is so open-minded. Dongfang Weishi struggled at first, but stopped struggling after a while. Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. Oomph, do you think I don't exist? If you piss me off, I'll fight back. Just as Yin Zhi was thinking about random things, Elizabeth released Dongfang Weishi and gazed into her eyes. I am sorry, Dongfang, for what I did for you. I don't ask for your forgiveness. But then she shook her head, gazing lovingly at Dongfang Weishi. I will miss you, always. Dongfang Weishi stared at her intently for 2 seconds. Suddenly, he grabbed Elizabeth and retaliated in kind. Yin Zhi became an instant sensation. Hey, are you all just gnawing at me like I don't exist? That's outrageous. I want one too. Dongfang Weishi didn't even glance at him before turning and leaving. Elizabeth looked at Yin Zhi. Her gaze was complex, but mostly one of rejection. What do you want to ask me? Why don't you ask me what I'm going to do? Yin Zhi muttered to himself. Henry Harry said he learned it from his teacher's notes. The truth about the Holy Court and the Spirit Guardians has been discovered. I want to ask you, which teacher is it? Is it male or female? And what does it look like? Elizabeth frowned, a look of confusion on her face. Why are you asking this? Yin Zhi waved his hand. Don't worry about why I asked. Just answer my question. Elizabeth said, Is this how you ask others for advice? Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow. Do you still want to experience what it's like to get a shot? He emphasized the word needle quite heavily. Elizabeth had a stunningly beautiful foreign face. You can ask Dongfang. Yin Zhi walked up to her and looked at her with a very assertive gaze. But I'm asking you now. Are you sure you don't want to tell? Elizabeth's momentum immediately weakened by 3 points. Actually, in a real fight, under normal circumstances, it's really hard to say who would win or lose. The problem is, Elizabeth has suffered a lot at Yin Zhi's hands many times. It's no exaggeration to say that I'm already traumatized. Moreover, the shadow area is quite large. She even subconsciously wanted to avoid fighting with Yin Zhi. Elizabeth wanted to tell Yin Zhi the truth, but what came out of her mouth was, I have no idea. She regretted it as soon as she said it. He thought to himself, Elizabeth, are you crazy? People are just strange like that. Sometimes things are just so contradictory. What they think and what they say are different. What they say is different from what they do. Yin Zhi was amused. Have no idea? You don't know, do you? Let's go then. With that, he hoisted Elizabeth onto his shoulder. Let's talk about this somewhere else. Anyway, I'm leaving soon. Let's have a good, thorough discussion this time. Elizabeth immediately struggled, but I felt an electric current coursing through my body, and I couldn't exert any strength. Her body seemed to be more honest than her mind and mouth. Bang! The room door was closed. The inside and outside are 2 completely different worlds. Much later, after who knows how many rounds. Are you going to tell me now or not? If not, let's continue our in-depth discussion. No, I don't need to say it, I'll say it. This time, Elizabeth finally gave in and behaved herself. To be honest, that's what it is. As Yin Zhi listened, he hummed to himself. This woman deserves to be taught a lesson. I'll give her a good beating and see if she'll talk back. Chapter 181, A New Clue About Mother. Should we head to Tokyo University? You found the right person. I don't remember what the teacher looked like. Whenever my teacher is not in front of me, I can't remember what she looks like. Now that 12 years have passed, I remember even less. When Yin Zhi heard Elizabeth say those words, he knew he had found the right person. This is the characteristic described by Elizabeth. It was exactly the same as the description Zhao Fengming gave of his mother. Unless it's a coincidence that someone else happens to have the same characteristics. Yin Zhi thinks the chances of that are very low. Otherwise, the teacher of Elizabeth, Henry, and Dongfang Weishi would be their own mother. 12 years ago, I was 8 years old. If Elizabeth's teacher really is her mother, she'd rather stay here at Howard and teach. He also refused to go to St. Skull City to see himself. Why is that? Perhaps there are hidden reasons he is unaware of. But Yin Zhi still felt uneasy. What could possibly cause a mother to refuse to see her son? Even when I asked my father about it, he would dodge the question and say something else. He was very curious. I'd love to know too. Angela. Is this a real name or a pseudonym? Yin Zhi continued to ask more detailed questions. Elizabeth replied that she really didn't know, and that she had already told him everything she knew. It seems she really didn't know. Moreover, Yin Zhi didn't want to keep causing trouble. After leaving the Void Realm, Yin Zhi looked at Elizabeth and gave her a proper hug. She's my mom's student after all. Let's try to be nice to them. Let's part ways amicably. This parting, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will likely be the last time we see each other. Although the time we spent together was short, and the way we interacted was not normal. However, I was still very happy during our time together. Whether you remember me or not is irrelevant to me, but I will remember you. Goodbye, Elizabeth. After saying that, Yin Zhi patted her on the back and left the dormitory. Elizabeth turned around and caught a glimpse of Yin Zhi's disappearing figure, staring blankly into space. Immediately afterwards, Yin Zhi went to see the principal of Howard High School. That is the bald, wheelchair-bound middle-aged man I only met once. Although, the risk of going to see him is very high. After all, this guy is a legendary figure from Odin and Mara. In terms of strength and status, they're about the same as Confucius and Mencius in the True Dragon Kingdom. But in order to continue searching for clues about his mother, Yin Zhi had no choice but to bite the bullet and send it forward. However, the wheelchair-bound principal was not seen. The principal's assistant told him that Mr. X had been invited to a meeting at the Holy See. As for when I'll be back, it will take about 3 months. 3 months? What kind of meeting can last this long? Then what am I waiting for? There was no other way but to find alternative candidates. Who? Professor Estienne, the inventor of the photon harmony theory. According to Elizabeth, Angelina Jolie and Professor Estienne were closer. He might know where Angeli went after leaving Howard. Professor Estienne is here. Yin Zhi had a conversation with him. Professor Estienne already knew that the Empress of the Beacon of Liberty had been extracted. Yin Zhi also took the opportunity to attribute the credit to his photon harmony theory. Professor Estienne was very pleased to hear this and inquired in detail about Yin Zhi's resonance process. Yin Zhi naturally used the excuse he had prepared beforehand to fool them. With this foundation of communication established, Yin Zhi inquired about Angelina from Professor Estienne. Taiha Island Nation? After leaving Howard, she went to the island nation of Taiha. Professor Estienne nodded, then shook his head. She only mentioned that she wanted to go there to take a look. At that time, a scholar at Tokyo University in Taiha Island proposed a very interesting theory. She said she wanted to go and learn from them. Whether she went afterward, I don't know. If you ask me where she went, this is the only answer I can give you. All the questions that could be thought of have been asked, and Professor Estienne has already answered them. Yin Zhi then got up to take his leave. Walking on the campus of Howard University, Yin Zhi frowned. Taiha Island Nation. Dongjing University. Do I have to make another trip over there? Unless you don't want to find your mother. Unless you don't want to find the real culprit who killed your father. Otherwise, I really would have to make a trip. Just then, a voice called out. Yin Zhi, I've finally found you. Hurry. Teacher Dongfang told us to go to the embassy immediately. It's Mu Pingting. Yin Zhi naturally knew why he had to rush to the embassy. Without further ado, he immediately said, let's go then. As they approached the entrance to Howard School, they heard deafening shouts. The goddess of freedom belongs to Odin and Mara. The goddess of freedom belongs to Odin and Mara. The goddess of freedom belongs to Odin and Mara. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi roughly guessed what had happened. Really, when I arrived at the school gate, I saw a huge crowd of people outside. Everyone is shouting that the goddess of freedom belongs to Odin and Mara. Their purpose is all too clear. Hey buddy, does this scene look familiar? It's the exact same scene again. Jonathan greeted Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi shrugged and spread his hands. I've discovered that Odimla really has a lot of idle people. Don't they need to work or earn money? Jonathan laughed. Don't you know that overspending is popular here? Spend tomorrow's money today. Spend the day after tomorrow's money tomorrow. Whether or not we can make money in the future is not something we need to consider today. Let's exchange a few jokes. Jonathan saw that Yin Zhi and the others were about to leave. They advised them that it would be best to stay at school. Otherwise, if you go out, you might be torn to pieces by an angry mob. It doesn't matter. I can handle it. As a result, Yin Zhi and Mu Pingting walked out of the school gate. He was immediately surrounded by several men in black clothes and sunglasses. We are from the National Security Secret Service. Mr. Yin Zhi, please come with me. There are some questions we need to ask you further. Just as Mu Pingting was about to speak, Yin Zhi stopped her. What if I don't go? Upon hearing this, the man in black and sunglasses immediately darkened his face. Then we will take coercive measures against you. You have now been locked onto by our snipers. Therefore, please do not act rashly. I'm doing this for your own good. Yin Zhi then raised 2 middle fingers at him. Get lost. And please give my regards to your father and mother. And I'd like to apologize to them as well. Do you know why? Because I'm about to beat their son into a pig's head. Chapter 182, Keep Courting Death. Destruction is imminent. The heavens will annihilate Odin and Mara. Bang, bang, snap. Several National Security Secret Service agents were instantly taken down by Yin Zhi and Mu Pingting. As for snipers, several shots were fired, but they all hit the air. Immediately, Yin Zhi pulled Mu Pingting to hide in the sniper's blind spot. How to deal with snipers. Yin Zhi has a wealth of experience. He earned all of this by sacrificing his life within the dream world. Immediately afterwards, Yin Zhi smiled and said to Mu Pingting, "Let's go big." Then, a pure white light emanated from his fingertips. Mu Pingting was startled. Is he going to summon the Empress of the Beacon of Freedom? Certainly. Otherwise, how could Yin Zhi's fingertips emit a white glow? A giant summoning circle appeared in midair above the entrance to Howard High School. Then, the Empress of the Beacon of Liberty made her appearance, standing tall and upright, looking down at a huge sea of heads. In that instant, the sea of people in front of the school gate erupted in cheers. Statue of Liberty, please remember, you are the guardian deity of Odin and Mara. The despicable True Dragon Man stole you away using despicable means. The place was bustling with noise, a sea of voices. A beam of light shone down from the torch of freedom, enveloping Yin Zhi and Mu Pingting. The two landed on the crown of the Empress of the Beacon of Liberty. So tall, Mu Pingting had been to high places before, but the feeling now is completely different. Looking down from above, she realized just how many people had gathered at the school gate. How much exactly? Have no idea. As far as the eye can see, all there are heads. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, or more. Only God knows. Yin Zhi also saw it clearly and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This scale, even if the black stripe virus were to arrive, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to infect everyone, right? I am impressed. Indeed, the saying goes, whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. Go crazy, you guys. Yin Zhi had a sudden thought. Spirit control skill, free recitation, unleash. Quiet. A sound spread instantly. It seemed to fall from the sky, covering the entire field. So much so that everyone present could hear it clearly. Then, 1 second they were arguing so loudly they seemed like they were going to break the sky. The entire venue fell into complete silence in that instant. The voice came from the Empress of the Beacon of Liberty. However, the content of what he said was what Yin Zhi wanted to say. Nature. Originally, the term free recitation wasn't used in this way. It is to recite the poems in the Book of Freedom. But Yin Zhi had his own things to say, so he naturally wouldn't read the contents of the Book of Freedom. At this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused on the Empress of the Beacon of Freedom. All the cameras were focused on the Empress, the Beacon of Freedom. Speaking of, didn't they say the black stripe virus had broken out? Yes, it really did erupt. However, it is still in the early stages of an outbreak. The true power of the black stripe virus has not yet been fully unleashed. No matter what, this country shouldn't collapse completely overnight. Order still exists. In most places, people still do what they normally do and what they want to do. For example, these people in front of us want to reclaim the Empress, the Beacon of Freedom. Look what you're doing. What do you see the people around you doing? Where am I? Am I really portraying Odinmara as a figure of freedom, democracy, and civilization? Is this what you call freedom, democracy, and civilization? The sound resounded through the sky and echoed in our ears, reverberating among the steel jungle. Naturally, it also spread from television dramas in every household. What are you trying to do? I know what you're trying to do. You want to take back the Empress, the Beacon of Freedom, don't you? You all think that the Empress, the Beacon of Freedom, belongs to Odin and Mela, right? No. She was extracted by me using the photon harmony resonance method. Legal, reasonable, and compliant. No theft, no holberi, no fraud. So, by what right do you Odinmara people take her from me? What kind of behavior is this? This is robbery. You are all robbers. Everyone who heard this blushed. Various shouts and clamor arose. However, how could their voices possibly withstand the loud mouth of the Empress of the Beacon of Liberty? Admit it. You're a bunch of robbers who shout about freedom and democracy all day long. You are thugs. You degenerate savages. A bunch of elderly, mentally challenged people. At this moment, the words mentally disabled were particularly loud. The rumbling sound was like thunder rolling in the sky. As a foreigner, what kind of Odinmala have I seen these days? You don't work, you don't produce, you don't study. You guys are constantly taking to the streets to protest and demonstrate. They're all holding guns. Guns loaded. They can kill whoever they want. You are not following the government's epidemic prevention policies, and you are all going against the government. 60 million people have been infected, and over 1 million have died. Which of these is something a normal, intelligent person would do? But you all did it all. Freedom? Civilization? You dare call yourselves that? These words sparked another round of shouts and clamor for freedom. But what good would it do for them to shout themselves hoarse? In terms of volume, even with tens of thousands of mouths, they can't match the Empress of the Beacon of Freedom. Just last night, it was me. I killed the demon. It was me. I saved this city. It was me. I saved the people of this city. What were your heroes doing at that time? What were your army and police doing at that time? But I didn't hear a single word of thanks. On the contrary, what I've been met today is a mob of thugs, a band of robbers. Is this what you Odinmara people are like? Is this your country of Odinmara? At this moment, some people were already rolling their eyes in anger. Yin Zhi's words. But it completely stripped them of their glamorous facade, then exposed their ugliest side, naked and bloody, to the sunlight. But is that all? Of course not. The voice of the Empress, the Beacon of Liberty, continued to ring out. I now know why I was able to draw the goddess of freedom. Because you no longer deserve her. It was she who rejected you Odinmara people and your Odinmara kingdom. Go ahead and keep courting death like this. Keep courting death. Destruction is imminent. Destroy Odin and Mela. Chapter 183. Can we fight? Are we brave enough to fight? Yes. Yes. Then let's draw our swords. Kill. No. To attack someone's spirit? Right? Only by attacking the mind can one incite the will to kill. After a series of scathing remarks, Yin Zhi had the will to kill, and he got the will to kill. Kill him. Kill them. Aya! The pig-like screams echoed through the sky. What followed was a chaotic and intense barrage of gunfire. Yin Zhi immediately summoned the Void Empress. At the same time, she disbanded the Empress of the Lighthouse of Freedom and entered the Void Realm. Walking in the Void Realm, the two could also see the angry, frenzied Odinmara outside. This is insane. They've really gone mad. What's wrong with the people of this country? Looking at the distorted and ferocious faces outside, Mu Pingting felt a chill run down her spine. At that moment, she suddenly felt incredibly happy. Reincarnated in the true dragon kingdom. That's wonderful. I hope to be reborn as a true dragon in my next life. The rest is self-evident. The two headed straight for the True Dragon Kingdom's embassy without stopping. Embassy of the True Dragon Kingdom. This place has now been sealed off by the true dragon warriors and is under martial law. And there were even protesters here. Their slogan is, "True Dragon Men, get out of Odin and Mara." Are they trying to kick us out? You don't need to rush me. We're packing our bags and leaving right now. Yin Zhi gave a cold laugh and muttered to himself. Under the guidance of Deputy Director Yi Feng, Yin Zhi and his companions successfully entered the True Dragon Kingdom Embassy. Yin Zhi, is the information you had Professor Dongfang bring true? At this moment, Yi Feng's expression was solemn, and his steps were hurried. This is what the participants in Project Genesis said themselves. It's better to believe than not to believe. Yi Feng said, "Ambassador Zhang wants to see you. You should tell him yourself. The diplomatic ambassador wants to see me? Wow, that's a high-ranking official." Immediately afterwards, Yin Zhi met Ambassador Zhang of the True Dragon Kingdom stationed in Odimala. There was no unnecessary chatter. After introductions and handshakes, we got straight to the point. At last, Yin, this information is extremely important. On behalf of the country, I thank you. After saying this, Ambassador Zhang asked Yi Feng to entertain Yin Zhi and then left in a hurry. What is he going to do? He wanted to send this intelligence back to China. Extremely urgent. There is no time to lose. Yi Feng then took Yin Zhi to the lounge. Oh, I never expected this. I really never expected this. This is unbelievable. Odimala. I thought that black-stripe disease was at most a very serious infectious disease. Who knew it would be? I fear that before long, Odin and Mara will no longer exist in this world. Yi Feng's words were filled with endless emotion. He was indeed filled with endless emotions. Think about it carefully. The True Dragon Kingdom has always been suppressed by Odin and Mara. They have always regarded Odin and Mara as their hypothetical enemy and target, and have been striving to catch up with them. And in the end, Odin and Mara are suddenly going to be gone. He was somewhat happy, because the rival that was pressing down on the True Dragon Kingdom is gone. He felt a little melancholy again. It's because the rival that was pressing down on the True Dragon Kingdom is gone. Injika doesn't care about Odin Mara at all. Director Yi, when are we going back to China? Ye Feng Sigit. That black-striped virus is terrifying. Returning to China might not be so easy. We have to wait for the most reliable evacuation plan to be released from above. It seems we'll have to wait a few more days. Yin Zhi frowned. Wait a few days? How many days do we have to wait? Although he was unhappy, he still nodded. However, the enraged Odinmara did not even give them a day's notice. That afternoon, a horde of madmen, Odinmara, surged forth. These are all normal people who have not yet been infected with the melanosis virus. Let's call them normal people for now. The surging crowd broke through the embassy. The entire embassy staff had to hastily evacuate. At this moment, Yi Feng, the hall master of the Dragon Guard Manor, no longer concealed his strength. He summoned his spirit, the goddess of the red water. The goddess of Qishui unleashed a great flood, forcefully carving out a path. On explosion-proof vehicle, Xiaozhen handed a towel to Yi Feng, who was slightly out of breath. Brother Feng, now that the embassy is gone, where can we go? Yi Feng wiped his sweat with a towel. Ambassador Zhang is coordinating things, so there's no need to worry. Xiaozhen started muttering to herself. It's all Yin Zhi's fault. He hadn't said those things that angered the Odinmara this morning. Why would they storm the embassy? Yi Feng looked at her coldly. If you can't speak, then don't speak. After you go back this time, you can go to the logistics department. You're not suitable for field work at the moment. Xiaozhen glared at him. It was at this time. Attention, convoy below. Attention, convoy below. Please stop your vehicle immediately. Please stop your vehicle immediately. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures. Xiaozhen leaned close to the window and peeked out, then was immediately shocked. It's Odin and Mara's army. Yi Feng is now fully in charge of the team's evacuation security. He immediately responded using a loudspeaker. This is the convoy of the True Dragon Kingdom's envoy. Repeat. This is the convoy of the True Dragon Kingdom's envoy. You have no right to demand that we stop. Immediately following was another harsh reply from the sky. Fuck mom. I know who you are. I now order you to stop. Otherwise, Dad will treat you to a rocket and 2 eggs. You damned yellow-skinned bastards. Has this completely severed all pretense of civility? Yi Feng gave a cold laugh. Get lost, you idiot. I've been putting up with you bunch of white dogs for far too long. If you dare fire a single shot today, I'll send you to meet your grandma. Inside the bus behind, Yin Zhi chuckled. This temperament suits my taste. However, When it comes to cursing, he's far inferior to me. Then, Odin and Maraside responded with bullets. Yin Zhi immediately summoned the mechanical Empress and climbed onto the roof of the car through the window. Almost instantly, Yifeng also jumped onto the roof of the car. The two exchanged a glance and nodded, which served as a greeting. Immediately, the two then used their spirit-controlling skills to shoot down the attack helicopter in the sky. This is really serious. It's like stirring up a hornet's nest. Very soon, road ahead, sky above, Odin and Mara's armies have appeared. The scale is at least several times larger than before. Are they going to blast the true Dragon Kingdom's convoy to smithereens? Hand over Yin Zhi immediately. Otherwise, we will open fire. At this point, all manners, politeness, and face-saving are no longer important. They're openly robbing people. At this point, Yifeng felt he could no longer make the decision himself, so he consulted Ambassador Zhang. Ambassador Zhang casually asked two questions over the walkie-talkie. Are we capable of fighting? Are we willing to fight? Yifeng replied with 2 words. Able. Dade. Ambassador Zhang replied succinctly with 5 words. Then let's draw our swords. Therefore, a surreal and magical scene. And it appeared again in the territory of this magical Odinmala kingdom, facing the superior numbers and weaponry of Odinmara's military. The outnumbered and outgunned delegation from the true Dragon Kingdom drew their swords and resolutely went to war. Chapter 184 Unlocked. Unlocked. Unlock my level 10 ultimate skill. What does it feel like to be bombarded by a modern army? Stimulate. That's really exciting. Sour and refreshing. Extremely tangy and refreshing. Yifeng, Yin Zhi, and Dongfang Weishi became the 3 main damage dealers of the True Dragon faction. Dongfang Weishi took the lead in defense, using solid ice to protect the convoy. The ice shield created by the Winter Queen is so strong that even tanks cannot break it. Yifeng was responsible for providing support and interference. His Crimson Water Goddess perfectly complements the Winter Queen. After all, ice is formed from the condensation of water. With water, why worry about not having ice? Yin Zhi became the main damage dealer. At this moment, there is clearly no one more suitable to fight than Empress Qingyan. In terms of overall combat strength, none of the other 5 Empresses can compare to her. What? Are the great mighty Dragon Empress and the Beacon of Freedom Empress barely noticeable? No. Comprehensive combat capability includes the ability to sustain combat operations. Clearly, those 2 gigantic spirit beasts were inadequate in terms of sustained combat ability. Okay. It's not that their stamina is lacking. It's not that Yin Zhi, as the master, lacks stamina. In short, currently, Empress Qingyan is Yin Zhi's main summoned spirit. Everything else is just support, with the assistance of the Mechanical Empress and the White-clad Empress. Yin Zhi charged into the enemy ranks alone. Azure Flame, Azure Lotus, Fire Rain. The green flames cannot be extinguished. 3,000 blue flames ignite the surging winds and waves. Azure flames, ablaze and blazing clouds, fill the sky. Azure Flame Sword Technique, Ascending Dragon 9 Tribulation Sword. A variety of spirit-controlling skills were unleashed in quick succession. Right now, this is the scene, this place. The raging blue flames once again ignited on the continental island of Odinmala. Although, compared to the vast continent of Odinmala, no matter how fierce the Azure Flame that Yin Zhi has released is, it will still be a threat to Xianglai. It can only be considered a spark. However, even the smallest flame is still fire. Who knows if today's spark might one day ignite a prairie fire. However, Odinmara's soldiers were not incompetent fools after all. They are, after all, professional soldiers. They possess the same fighting spirit and ferocity as soldiers. They possess even more spirit and awareness to defend their homeland and fight for their country. Fiery blue flames, raging flood, frigid solid ice. None of these things should deter them from fighting. On the contrary, they seem to be getting stronger with each battle. Kill. For Odin and Mara. Hang in there. Reinforcements are on their way. Fire. Fire. The fighting spirit and tenacity they displayed. Even as an enemy, Yin Zhi couldn't help but secretly admire him. Then, whoever shows the most tenacity, he will concentrate his firepower to eliminate him. This is a matter of life and death. Yin Zhi wouldn't be so foolish as to risk his life for a little bit of murderous intent. Therefore, he used deadly methods, wielding the Dragon Slayer, releasing blue flames. The exact number of people killed is impossible to count. Finally, walk! Yi Feng's loud shout rang out. It turns out that the convoy had already broken through the roadblock ahead. Right now, they are still located in the city. This shows that in order to reclaim or destroy the Empress of the Beacon of Freedom, Odin and Mara have completely unleashed their power. When they get ruthless, they won't even spare themselves. They'll start a war right in the city. God knows how many innocent people were harmed in this great war. Yin Zhi instantly appeared beside Yi Feng in a spatial flash. Haha, this is going to be really lively. But what do we do next? How do we get back to China? Yi Feng waved his hand, and a large number of water droplets shot out. Although they are water droplets, their power is comparable to bullets, capable of knocking down a large number of enemies. I'll leave you in suspense. You'll know when you get to your destination. But that's on the condition that we can get to our destination. Hearing Yi Feng's answer, Yin Zhi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. According to him, there must be arrangements made by the true Dragon Kingdom. Rest assured, I'll definitely make it. Anyone who dares to stop us will burn them down. Soon, a new wave of interception forces appeared again. However, the scale and number of participants this time were much smaller than before. However, they put a lot of effort into overcoming the obstacles. This time, Yi Feng and Yin Zhi spent more time and spiritual energy clearing the obstacles. Furthermore, the subsequent interception methods are largely the same. Yin Zhi used quantum calculations and immediately figured out. They're slowing us down. At the same time, it consumes our vital energy and spirit, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They must be preparing an even larger force. As it turns out, Yin Zhi's analysis was correct. The convoy broke through the last barrier on the outskirts of Watsonton. Then we drove for another 20 kilometers or so. Sudden, a thunderous roar came from afar. Then, a whooshing sound, whose direction was hard to discern, descended from the sky. Boom! 20 meters to the left of the convoy, a huge crater suddenly exploded. Mud, sand, and gravel splashed onto the vehicle, and heat swept over it. Yi Feng, laughed heartily. Damn it! Those guys really think highly of us. They even brought in cannons. His mouth was smiling, but his brows were tightly furrowed. That last shot was for measurement. The first shot missed. The second and third shots will probably hit their targets. Really? A series of loud booming sounds rang out. Yin Zhi laughed heartily. Leave it to me. I can handle it. Causality prediction activated. In an instant, the future is within reach. Then what? The Void Empress unleashes an arbitrary hole. The incoming shells landed elsewhere, creating large craters with each explosion. This whole process, the empty Empress cried out again. Darling, I'm getting emptier and emptier. After all, opening multiple arbitrary holes at the same time does consume a lot of void power. Yin Zhihao waved his hand angrily in response. I'll make sure you have a good meal later. After emerging from a thicket, a gentle plain and hilly area came into view. Far away, Odimera soldiers were everywhere. Marines were spread out on the ground, armed to the teeth. Tanks lined up in a long row. A long line of cannons stretched out. A long line of rapid-fire cannons. A long line of rocket launchers stretched out. There were also swarms of armed helicopters in the sky. A whooshing sound came from behind. Surprisingly, 4 fighter jets streaked across the clear sky. The jet-black fighter jet resembled a swooping falcon. To deal with a convoy of only 20 vehicles, they actually mobilized so many people and so many modern weapons. What does it mean to have prestige? That's what you call prestige. It's an honor. A real honor. Our old friend really thinks highly of us. Yi Feng, laughed heartily. At that moment, Yin Zhi felt a surge of heat rush to his head. It seemed like it was about to erupt from the top of the head, like a volcano. You guys keep watch over this area. Leave that to me. After saying that, Yin Zhi jumped out of the car. Alone, he charged towards the vast army stretching to the horizon. Unlocked. Unlock my level 10 ultimate skill. Chapter 185, let me show you the power of Azure Flame Dawn sweeping across the 8 desolations and 6 directions. Where does Yin Zhi's confidence come from? It was his two outrageous maneuvers that earned him the desire to kill. One wave, it was the Empress who unveiled the beacon of freedom last night. One of them was someone who shouted, "God destroy Odin and Mara," this morning. How many are there in total? Nearly 200 million points. Yes, the unit is 100 million. Just 3 million short of 200 million points. When Yin Zhi saw the balance of his murderous intent, for a moment I thought I was seeing things. I counted it several times back and forth. It was finally confirmed. The count was correct. It was 197 million. At that moment, he almost fainted from happiness. The next second, his first thought was to recklessly unlock the spirit control skill. He wants to unlock all the skills he wanted to unlock, but lacked the killing intent to do so. But then, a second thought popped into Yin Zhi's mind. Let's not rush. Keep it just in case. We'll unlock whatever skills we need when the time comes. So that if you unlock it now, you won't need a certain skill in the future, but you won't have the killing intent unlocked. And so, these murderous intents remained. At the moment, looking ahead, the mountains and plains are covered with giants like Odin and Mara. Yin Zhi felt a surge of adrenaline rushing through him. It felt like all the blood in my body was boiling. Every cell seemed to be screaming. Damn it, let's show them what's what. Let them relive the fears their ancestors experienced. What fear? The terror of being swept away and ravaged by the azure flame dawn. So, Yin Zhi no longer cared about anything else. He's going to unlock the azure flame Empress's ultimate skill. What ultimate skill? Azure flames break the dawn, sweeping across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions. Even if it costs me all my killing intent, I'm willing to do it. Once I've lost the will to kill, I can earn it again. Right now, I just want to have some fun. Nobody can stop me. Unlocking the azure flame dawn that sweeps across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions requires 100 million killing intents, but also has prerequisite skills. Therefore, when Yin Zhi finally unlocked this ultimate skill, unsurprisingly, the murderous intent balance was almost depleted again. There are still over 9 million left. However, unlike in the past, this time, Yin Zhi felt no pity whatsoever. On the contrary, I felt unusually excited and exhilarated. He felt a force erupt from his body like a volcanic eruption. It instantly filled every cell and every drop of blood in his body. It's so high. I really want to ejaculate. Bring it on. Come on, come on, come on. Let me show you the power of azure flame dawn sweeping across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions. There will be enough for everyone. Plenty, plenty. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Azure flame dawn sweeps across the 8 desolations and 6 directions. Unleash it for me. This moment, a brilliant blue flame burst forth from Yin Zhi's body. It expanded by more than 20 meters. In an instant, all the vegetation within a radius of several hundred meters vanished into nothingness. The next second, the blue flame that had expanded to over 20 meters instantly contracted. It condensed into a blue light cluster with a diameter of about 5 meters. A blue light permeated the space between heaven and earth. In an instant, even the brilliance of the western sun was overshadowed by the blue light. Immediately, the blue light surrounding Yin Zhi shot into the sky, just like a cannonball shot into the sky. Now, the light of the western sun was even dimmer. The entire world was bathed in a deep, azure hue. That blue ball of light was just like a blue sun. At this very moment, fire, fire, fire. The roar echoed across the plains. A soldier is a soldier. After all, they were not stunned by the sight before them. On the contrary, Odin's army had already reacted. The cannon barrels roared. Shells whistled through the air. Rockets are being fired one after another. Meanwhile, the fighter jets flying overhead were already spitting out chains of orange bullets from their heavy machine guns. In an instant, it seemed as if a million war drums were beating throughout the world. The true Dragon Kingdom's response was naturally swift as well. The 20 cars quickly coiled up like snakes. The goddess of the Red River unleashed a whirlpool water dragon. The surging water enveloped the entire convoy. The Winter Queen unleashed 1,000 miles of ice. The whirlpool water dragon froze into an indestructible block of ice. At the same time, the biting cold air spread and permeated the surroundings. The bullets fired by the fighter jets only managed to leave a small mark when they hit the solid ice. Immediately afterward, a shell landed on the ice and exploded with a bang, creating a gap. Then, the rocket was launched. It was frozen by the biting cold air and fell to the ground. Although it exploded, it was no longer a threat. And this is just the beginning. A hail of shells, bullets, and rockets rained down on the solid ice. The flames and thick smoke from the explosion almost completely covered the tower-shaped ice. Can the solid ice created by the 1,000-mile-long ice-free zone withstand the relentless bombardment of artillery fire? Nobody knows for sure. Where is Yin Zhi? His goal is so obvious right now. Naturally, they also received special attention. However, those shells, bullets, and all sorts of ammunition, anyone who got close to him was instantly melted by the terrifying heat released by Qin. Even the thick smoke and flames from the explosion were completely incinerated by the azure flame. Immediately, the blue sun in midair fell. It flew straight into the ranks of Odinmura's army. In an instant, the spirit masters of Odinmura's army made their move. They each used their abilities to try and destroy the blue sun in the sky. However, all of this was to no avail. Even spatial-type spirit control skills. She was also unable to use it due to the interference of the Void Empress. On the use of space. Which spatial-type spirit master can compare to the Void Empress? Stop him. Quick. I don't care what methods you use. Stop him now. Immediately. Right now. At this moment. The commander in Odinmura's army roared hysterically. But what about it? No one could stop Yin Zhi. Final. The blue sun fell upon Odin and Mara's army. In that instant, it truly seemed as if the sun had descended from the sky. The blue flame spread and surged in all directions in the form of magma. Its momentum was like a raging flood or a ferocious beast. Everything that came into contact with the blue magma instantly turned into nothingness, whether you're made of flesh and blood or of steel. After the blue lava surged past, it turned into raging flames. The flickering, wildly twisting flames rose a full 3 zhong, approximately 10 meters, high, instantly turning into a sea of fire. That's it. No matter how strong the will of those Odinmura soldiers was, no matter how iron-willed those Odinmura soldiers were, after witnessing firsthand the devastation caused by the azure flame, their fighting spirit was instantly burned away by the blue flames. Hellfire. Father, that is hellfire. Satan has descended. Run. Run fast. Oh, Mom. At this moment, an army equipped with modern weaponry completely collapsed. Chapter 186. You've been so reckless. You've stirred up the real big shots, haven't you? A fire. A blue flame. It spread like wildfire across the land, turning into a sea of fire. When Yin Zhi straightened his back, he looked around. As far as the eye could see, all that could be seen was a blazing blue flame. That's all. Is that enough? That's enough. Collect it for me. In an instant, it was as if there was a black hole inside Yin Zhi's body. The surrounding blazing blue flames were swallowed up by the black hole. Even though the process was incredibly fast, it still took nearly a minute to devour the prey. It is evident that this sea of fire covered a very wide area. This is another amazing aspect of the ultimate skill, Azure Flame Dawn sweeping across the 8 desolations and 6 directions. That is, Qin is recyclable. After being recycled, it can be transformed into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and returned to its master for use. Therefore, the Azure Flame Dawn sweeping across the 8 desolations and 6 directions has never been a desperate skill. It possesses an incredibly magical and powerful ability to sustain combat, although recycling will inevitably result in some losses. But that doesn't change the fact that this ultimate skill is incredibly powerful. In theory, as long as the master's mental strength is strong enough, they can withstand it. As long as the spiritual energy within the user's body reaches the minimum standard for unleashing the ultimate skill, then you can unleash the Azure Flame Dawn sweep across the 8 desolations and 6 directions several more times. Even if you don't use this ultimate skill, you can still use other skills, right? The azure sea of fire vanished. The surrounding ground was sparkling. However, the sand and soil on the ground were directly refined into minerals by Qin. Yin Zhi looked at his empty body, which had nothing covering it. This move is indeed incredibly powerful, but it does wear out clothes a bit. At this moment, far away, the ice melted. The 20 vehicles of the missions convoy were brought back to light, and the earth was seen again. However, when they saw the land before them, they were stunned. It used to be a lush green hilly plain. What about now? Bora. It was pitch black, sparkling. Then, the Odinmara army that covered the mountains and plains had vanished without a trace. What happened? Have no idea. Phew. The danger is finally over. Some people breathed a sigh of relief. Some people are happy. But one person went crazy. It was Zhao Haolong. At this moment, he held his head, looking like he had seen a ghost, and his whole body was trembling. Impossible, impossible. That doesn't make sense. He's so strong. How can I reclaim Empress Qingyan? How can I restore my kingdom? At that moment, he felt only profound despair. It was a despair as if I had fallen into a bottomless abyss and would never see the sun again. As for Yin Zhi drawing the Freedom Beacon Empress, he was unaware of it. During this period, he cultivated with all his might, neglecting to eat or sleep. Everything is for the sake of becoming stronger. At the same time, he refused to contact or associate with other people. He forced himself to ignore everything related to Yin Zhi. It was as if Yin Zhi didn't exist unless she asked. It was as if Yin Zhi hadn't gotten stronger unless he asked. In this way, one can cultivate and become stronger peacefully and calmly. Ultimately, she will be able to defeat Yin Zhi and reclaim her rightful place as the Azure Flame Empress. But now, no matter how much he tries to bury his head in the sand and ignore the problem, Yin Zhi's strength was now clearly and plainly displayed before his eyes. He could no longer deceive himself. Despair. There was nothing but despair. What to do? What should I do? Oh my God, I'm going to go crazy if this keeps up. I am a descendant of the Zhao family. I am the legitimate heir of the imperial family. What makes him better than me? Why is he luckier than me? On the side, Winra looked at Zhao Haolong with heartache. Brother Long, what's wrong? Brother Long, are you all right? Brother Long, don't scare me. Zhao Haolong suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Wenru. Wenru was startled. Then, she still showed a very gentle smile. It's all right, Brother Long. We're safe now. The enemy has been eliminated. Zhao Haolong didn't listen at all. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a brilliant way to deal with Yin Zhi. A honey trap. I can use my beauty to seduce her. Of course, not the gentleness before my eyes. The gentle girl in front of me is also a rare beauty. But it's definitely not to the point of being intoxicating. But there is one person. There is one person. If it's her, it definitely can. As long as we can persuade her to use her beauty to seduce us, we will definitely be able to take back Empress Qingyan from Yin Zhi. Now, Zhao Haolong can't care about anything else. Who cares who she is to me? As long as we can win back the Azure Flame Empress. As long as I can kill Yin Zhi, he can, and is willing, pay any price. Yin Zhi had no idea that after Zhao Haolong's failed attempt to use his honey trap, he actually wanted to try it a second time. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. They might even jokingly say, "Thanks for sending me a beautiful woman." Right now, Yin Zhi put on a new set of clothes and walked toward the main group. How exactly do we get back to the true Dragon Kingdom? Yin Zhi was both curious and somewhat skeptical about this. Why not just go through the worm tunnel? Has the Odinmara government sealed off the worm tunnels? I was just thinking about it. Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over me. Yin Zhi immediately stopped and became alert to his surroundings. The next second, a white beam of light descended from the sky. It landed right in front of Yin Zhi in midair. Dongji. The thought had barely formed in his mind when it came to mind. The white beam of light dissipated. A woman who looked exceptionally ugly appeared in Yin Zhi's eyes. Her summoned spirit, however, was exceptionally beautiful, the kind that was unparalleled on earth and rare even in heaven. She had 6 pairs of wings made of white light. A 12-winged archangel with a rarity of 8 stars. Following, one by one, figures appeared around Yin Zhi. There were people of all ages, men and women, each with their own unique aura. Their spirits are all different, but every single one of them is a saint-level rare spirit. All of them are saint-level. Among them were even many that Yin Zhi had seen in the spirit compendium long ago. Yin Zhi looked around and saw that there were 15. Without a doubt, these are the people at the very top of the Odinmala pyramid. Mecha warriors, patriot captain, and others. To put it bluntly, they're not even qualified to lick their toes. This is bad. No, this is extremely bad. I'll teach you to be a rascal. Has this really brought out the real big shot? That's what he thought, but Yin Zhi didn't regret what he had done. He would do it again if given the chance. At this time, the first ugly woman to appear spoke. Hand over the goddess of freedom. That's not the kind of spirit you should have. Hand her over, and you can live. Or die. How did Yin Zhi answer her? He raised both hands. Raised 2 middle fingers. Chapter 187. I understand. You can't kill me. Isn't that infuriating? The so-called Odin Malak Kingdom. To put it bluntly, it's a joint stock company disguised as a state. The so-called head of state is essentially the manager of this company. The board of directors truly owns and controls this national company. The 15 people surrounding Yin Zhi at that moment were the directors of the board. These are the oligarchic tycoons who control the 15 most important industries in the kingdom of Odinmala. Under normal circumstances, they will not show themselves. In Odinmala, there are very few things that require their direct attention. But now it's a special case. Empress of the Lighthouse of Liberty. She is the origin of Odin's spirit of freedom. It is also the foundation of Odin's stability. Although they scoff at the idea of freedom. But the name of freedom is an excellent means of controlling and keeping the masses ignorant. Therefore, all 15 oligarchs appeared together. They must ensure that the Empress of the Beacon of Liberty belongs to Odin Mera. Otherwise, Odin, having lost the symbol of freedom, might lose control. However, these oligarchs and tycoons, high above and always oblivious to the suffering of ordinary people, I'm afraid they never even dreamed of it. Whether or not Odin and Mera lost the beacon of freedom, the Empress, Odin and Mera are already on the verge of spiraling out of control. They're even teetering on the brink of extinction. I don't know now, but we'll find out soon enough. At this time, they watched as Yin Zhi Chao and his group gave the middle finger, but they found it extremely funny. It was as if they saw an ant provoking them. Child, make a wise choice. You're still very young. You have a bright future ahead of you. With the Azure Flame Empress by my side, it doesn't matter if I lose the goddess of freedom. The speaker was a thin, hunchbacked old man. Yin Zhi laughed. Is this a case of playing the bad cop? Without even thinking, Yin Zhi shook his head. Impossible. You should give up on that idea as soon as possible. What belongs to me, I will never give up to anyone else, even if it means my death. He's deliberately making things seem like he's going to die. These people are all top-tier experts. Just how strong is it? Yin Zhi couldn't even imagine it. Therefore, as long as you can arouse their murderous intent, you will definitely be able to obtain a large number of murder intent points. This will unlock more spirit control skills. This seems to be the only way out at the moment. Just as expected, a young-looking person spoke up. Do you want to die? Yin Zhi chuckled. Yes, I really want to die. Do you want to kill me? Let's go then. However, I will not sit idly by and wait to die. I will fight to the very end, until I die. He spoke Odinmara, hence the somewhat strange intonation and sentence structure. What did Yin Zhi feel next? Contempt? Disdain? Laugh at? Ridicule? The 15 people in midair looked like gods. They made no attempt to hide their emotions. We don't even know how they did it. Yin Zhi was able to clearly perceive their emotions. That's such a pity. A freckled girl who looked like a teenager sighed. In that case, we'll have no choice but to kill you. The goddess of freedom must live in Odinmala to live. Their demise must occur in Odin and Mera. Listen to this. This tone. Look, this expression. An aura of my words are the ultimate truth. My words are divine pronouncements wafted over me. It reeks of the sour, rotten stench of capitalism and authoritarianism. Yin Zhi just chuckled. But inwardly, I clicked my tongue. How come he still doesn't intend to kill me? Am I not even worthy of their murderous intent? At this moment, in the distance, 20 vehicles were heading straight for this direction. But when they were about 300 meters away from here, we don't know who did it. Suddenly, a large patch of thick, thorny vines sprouted from the ground. These thorny vines tightly bound the 20 carts. However, the person who made the move seemed to have some reservations and did not kill the target. How can we not have any reservations? After all, they were an envoy from the True Dragon Kingdom. The True Dragon Kingdom also has truly powerful individuals. The legendary, elusive, strongest dragon has vanished without a trace for 20 years. Let's leave that aside. The fact that Confucius and Mencius, the second strongest in the True Dragon Kingdom, alone is enough to make people wary. Therefore, although reluctant, these oligarchs still left a way out. Yin Zhi glanced into the distance and pursed his lips. System, it's extremely urgent. If you don't give me some support soon, I'm really going to die this time. You're just trying to get me to die. You don't really want me to die, do you? No, right? Admittedly, He has experienced the Phoenix's rebirth and the Phoenix's third rebirth. And then there's the idea of giving yourself a life-saving injection. These are all skills that can bring him back from the dead. But so what? Once you've used up all your chances of being brought back to life, you'll still die anyway. Beep beep. This system certainly doesn't want its host to actually die. Beep beep. The host has not yet claimed the Emperor virus. Emperor virus? The Death Seeker system then mentions the Emperor virus. Could it be that this Emperor virus can save our lives? Yin Zhi immediately urged them on. Receive. Claim it. Give it to me now. Beep beep. Emperor virus successfully received. It has been injected into the host's body. In an instant, Yin Zhi felt a cold liquid enter his blood vessels. However, at this moment, then you should just die. The first ugly woman to appear said this. The 12-winged archangel shook its wings. One after another, white light swords pierced into Yin Zhi's body, piercing right through. His head, heart, body, and limbs were all riddled with bloody holes. So easy and simple? Yes, it's that easy and simple. Compared to them, Yin Zhi was truly as weak as an ant. However, something incredible happened. The bloody holes on Yin Zhi's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everything was restored in the blink of an eye. Yin Zhi sat up, looking around blankly. What happened? Why am I sitting? His actions caused the person in midair to frown. The freckled girl laughed and said, "Let me do it." The next second, a thick patch of thorny vines grew out from under Yin Zhi's feet. In an instant, Yin Zhi was tightly bound and torn apart. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It sprayed all over the ground. The thorny vines then retreated back into the ground. The freckled girl laughed. Look, it should be like this. The next second, her smile froze. The shattered flesh and blood actually coalesced. In just 10 seconds, a living Yin Zhi was lying on the ground. There wasn't a single piece of cloth covering their bodies. Yin Zhi suddenly stood up laughing. I see. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Isn't this infuriating? Ha ha ha. Chapter 188, this is way too big. What is an emperor? Take control of everything. Plunder everything. The name Emperor perfectly encapsulates the characteristics of the Emperor virus. After injecting the Emperor virus, Yin Zhi then gained 2 points of supernatural ability. First, being able to consciously control everything in the body. Second, it can directly devour the vast majority of energy, including the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Did you notice? It can directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The suicide system, however, will not tell Yin Zhi. This Emperor virus, it was extracted from the Genesis key original solution developed by Henry Harry, which was 1,000,000 times more concentrated and then optimized and improved. As for where that million-fold concentration of the original virus solution came from, however, this happened during the battle between Yin Zhi and the troll-turned Henry Harry. It was extracted secretly and stealthily. This is also why the Emperor virus needs to be claimed 24 hours later, because it was during this period that the death-seeking system completed the extraction of the key to Genesis. Of course, strictly speaking, it wasn't actually 24 hours. However, since the optimization and improvement of the virus have already been completed, and Yin Zhi, the host, happens to be in an insurmountable danger, the very humane suicide system preemptively released the suicide virus. The reason why Yin Zhi was brought back to life, even when torn to pieces, it can still reform into human form. It's because he consciously controlled the body's cells' self-healing function. As soon as a thought is sent out, all the cells in the body can receive the instruction. Then, like loyal warriors obeying an emperor, they immediately sprang into action. In this way, Yin Zhi was resurrected twice. Let me give it a try. Let's see if he can actually be killed. That's all. As he spoke, he casually conjured a tornado. The moment the tornado appeared, it had already trapped Yin Zhi inside. Then, the tornado began to shrink. A sharp whistling sound came from beside my ears. The sound was like sharp blades rapidly cutting and slicing through the air. Yin Zhi felt a little uneasy. He immediately tried to use his spatial teleportation skill to escape. As a result, the spatial blinking function failed? No, an even worse situation has emerged. The symbiotic chain has been broken. He lost contact with all the Empress's spirits. Yin Zhi, no longer the novice he once was, immediately understood all the reasons. This is no ordinary wind. It also possesses spatial attributes. The inside and outside of the tornado have been divided into two spaces. As the tornado grew smaller and smaller, Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. Fuck mom. With a shout, Yin Zhi immediately sprinted forward. Good heavens. It actually crashed into the inner wall of the tornado on its own. It instantly turned into a pile of blood mist. Seriously, is Yin Zhi really that fearless? I'm really not afraid. So what if I die? He has died countless times in the dream space. Which death isn't real. Once you get used to it, it will naturally become natural. After the tornado disappeared, only a cloud of blood mist remained in the place. The boring game is over. Let's go. The creator of the tornado muttered something. He was about to leave when he heard another person's voice. No, it's not over yet. Look, the creator of the tornado turned his head and immediately frowned. Really? The blood mist that filled the air suddenly condensed again. 10 seconds later, Yin Zhi, who was completely naked, stood in front of everyone. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? I told you so. You can't kill me. Just as Yin Zhi was feeling smug, the words of a young man dressed like a doctor sent a chill down his spine. Interesting. Then let me try to destroy you at the cellular level. Can you be resurrected? If I could, I wouldn't have the heart to kill you. This person's spirit weapon is a scalpel. Yin Zhi was startled. It's because he didn't know what would happen if his own cells were completely destroyed. Is it possible for me to be resurrected from the dead? What is the reality? It's definitely not possible. The Emperor virus may be miraculous, but it is also defying the laws of nature. But is not invincible or uncontrollable. Yin Zhi's resurrection ultimately depends on the cells. If all his cells are destroyed, how can he possibly come back to life? However, just as the guy with the scalpel was about to unleash his skill, the person hovering in midair suddenly changed their expression. The next second, what do you want to do to my students? What do you want to do to my students? What do you want to do to my students? A sound like thunder descended from the sky, shaking the entire world and booming incessantly. In the next second, a colossal, indescribable figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Rumble. A massive earthquake struck, with a magnitude far exceeding 12. The ground shattered. Cracks, some thick, some thin, some deep, some shallow, spread out. Some of the cracks even emitted a blazing red light. Good heavens, did it crack right down to the magma layer? Yin Zhi could barely stand and lay on the ground, dumbfounded. It felt as if his soul had been shaken out of his body by the violently trembling earth. Looking at the enormous thing in front of him, Yin Zhi slowly raised his neck. However, until the back of his head was parallel to the ground, he still couldn't see the top of the enormous thing in front of him. So, what was that enormous thing that appeared before him? One leg, a mechanical leg, a huge, thick, and incredibly long leg. How thick is it? I can't tell just by looking. Standing not far away, it's like a wall that you can't see either end of. How long is it? It's impossible to tell just by looking. Looking up, you can't see the top at all, etc. Why is it only one leg? He quickly found the answer. Actually, it has another metal leg. It's just that it's in a very, very far place. With Yin Zhi's eyesight, he gazed into the distance. All I could see was a very blurry, indistinct outline. Oh my God. So what exactly is it? Wait for that sound. Upon closer listening, it does sound somewhat like the voice of Principal Confucius. No way. Then, he thought of Confucius and Mencius's concept of spirit control. What is it? Legend has it that he is a mechanical giant god of the 9 stars of the Holy Spirit. Instantly, Yin Zhi was horrified. Could it be? Is this the legendary mechanical giant? But this is also. It's way too big. Empress of the Lighthouse of Liberty, 45 meters tall. The great mighty heavenly dragon Empress, 95 meters tall. Where's the mechanical giant before us? How many hundred meters? How many kilometers? Even 10,000 meters. Chapter 189, The Motherland Will Not Abandon Any Compatriot. We will bring everyone home. Who comes here? He is the president of Sacred Heart University, the second strongest in the true Dragon Kingdom. Confucius and Mencius. And Yin Zhi's guess was correct. What he saw was the spirit of Confucius and Mencius, the mechanical giant. What is its exact height? No more, no less. Exactly 10,000 meters. Scary, isn't it? Such a physique. Forget about fighting. Just standing there is enough to scare people so much they wet themselves. Is a real fight breaking out? The scene, the atmosphere, was simply unimaginable. I'll ask again, what do you want to do to my students? If there really is a thunder god in this world. Hearing this sound, he would probably sigh and say, forget it, I'm not doing this anymore. Let thunder. Underground. The 15 Odimura oligarchy hovered in a relatively consistent, high-ranking position. Yin Zhi had to look up to see them, compared to the mechanical giant at this moment. Upon closer inspection, they realized that even the mechanical giant's toes were taller than them. At this time, they exchanged a glance. The previous ease and casualness have vanished without a trace. Instead, there was solemnity and worry. And of course, there was also shock and anger. Confucius and Mencius rode a mechanical giant to their house and wreaked havoc. As the masters of this place, how could they not be angry? They looked at each other for a while. I wonder if the result was communicated silently. The 15 people soared into the sky and disappeared. Clearly, they've gone to negotiate with Confucius and Mencius. At this moment, Yin Zhi remembered what Yi Feng had mentioned earlier about leaving a cliffhanger. It turned out that Principal Kong himself had come to pick them up. No wonder they left the city and came to this hilly and plain area. With the mechanical colossus's physique, if it appeared in a city, that scene is something I can't even imagine. Ambassador Zhang, Yi Feng, and others abandoned their car and rushed to Yin Zhi's side. After exchanging a few words with Ambassador Zhang, Yin Zhi looked at Yi Feng. Is this the suspense you left behind? Yi Feng similait, surprise, unexpected? Yin Zhi dao, surprise? This is clearly a shock, okay? Yi Feng similait. Actually, you're not the first one. I was also shocked when I heard that Principal Kong would come to pick us up in person. But isn't this better? We can definitely go home. Ambassador Zhang then interjected. Actually, Principal Kong didn't just come to pick us up. He came to receive every true dragon. The great calamity of the Odin Mera is imminent, but many true dragonkin still reside here. The motherland will never abandon any of its citizens. We want to bring every true dragon person home. Yin Zhi nodded. I see. The motherland will never abandon any of its citizens. We want to bring every one of our compatriots home. That's really heartwarming. Just then, a series of thunderous booms came from the sky. He neither stole nor robbed. Why should I give you the spirit he drew with his own skill? He won't agree. I won't agree either. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, everyone looked up. However, apart from a colossal, towering steel structure that seemed to stretch to the horizon and the blue sky and white clouds, they could see nothing else. But one person present, however, had his head down. He lowered his head, clenched his fists, and his body trembled slightly. Who? Zhao Haolong. Before, I witnessed the moment Yin Zhi was killed. Zhao Haolong was overjoyed. However, his joy came and went just as quickly, because Yin Zhi has actually come back to life. And it wasn't just once, one after another. Why? Why is this happening? Zhao Haolong went berserk. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. He's clearly dead, right? Ming is dead. And the next time, he was shredded to pieces. Why can it still be revived after all this? This makes absolutely no sense. However, after his outburst, Zhao Haolong calmed down again. He told himself, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There are 15 powerful individuals there. Each strong person should kill him once. I refuse to believe we can't kill him. Yin Zhi, you're dead today. Even God can't save you. However, it seemed that fate was determined to play a cruel joke on Zhao Haolong, just as he was subtly saying that even God couldn't save you. With a deafening roar, Confucius and Mencius from Sacred Heart University arrived. What are you here for? They've come to rescue Yin Zhi. This time, Zhao Haolong went berserk again. What exactly is Yin Zhi's ability or virtue? They actually got Confucius, the second strongest man in the True Dragon Kingdom, to come and save them personally. What gives him the right? Why? Why save him? Why can't we just let him die? Is it really that hard to let him die? Zhao Haolong's heart was screaming and roaring. Thinking about all the experiences before and after, a deep sorrow welled up within me, like a volcanic eruption. Zhao Haolong cried. Tears streamed down my face. God, why are you doing this to me? God, since you gave birth to me, why did you also give birth to Yin Zhi? Why does he always oppose me? I can't hold on any longer. I really can't hold on much longer. If Yin Zhi, who was not far away, heard this, he would definitely be speechless. I'm always going against you? Brother, you were the one who plotted against me first. If I weren't so skilled, I I would have been outmaneuvered by you long ago. What's wrong? You're allowed to mess with me, but I'm not allowed to mess with you? What's the logic behind this? At this time, 10,000 meters above the ground, Confucius and Mencius hovered before the forehead of the mechanical giant. Directly in front of him were 15 Odinmura warriors. He faced 15 people alone, yet his momentum was in no way diminished. The two sides are currently negotiating the goddess of freedom, a symbol of Yin Zhi. Confucius and Mencius proposed their solutions. I told him not to summon the goddess of freedom for 3 years. His words immediately drew opposition. 3 years is too short. 10 years. And 10 years from now, we will reclaim the goddess of freedom once again. The 15 powerful individuals spoke in unison, each vying for attention. Confucius and Mencius stood with their hands behind their backs, exuding an oppressive aura as if the heavens were wielding their might. I'll take one last step back. 5 years. I will make sure he doesn't summon the goddess of freedom for 5 years. If you don't agree. At this point, Confucius and Mencius took their hands out from behind their backs and slowly clenched them into fists. The meaning couldn't be clearer. The 15 top experts wore angry expressions, but in his eyes, there was a deep sense of apprehension. After a while, okay, 5 years. But 5 years from now, we will surely reclaim the goddess of freedom. This is also our bottom line. Confucius and Mencius put their hands behind their backs. The oppressive aura emanating from him vanished without a trace in an instant. Chapter 190, Leave It to Me, Principle. I'll definitely work hard with teacher Dongfang. A colossus descends. The 15 strongest warriors retreat. Were they afraid of Confucius and Mencius? Not necessarily. If they risked their lives and 15 people joined forces, they might very well be able to defeat Confucius and Mencius. Even kill him. But what about it? Are you willing to risk your life? Is it really necessary to risk your life? These are all issues that need to be considered. Obviously, ultimately, they were unwilling to fight and felt there was no need to fight. However, this person didn't just leave without a word. Before they left, they came up to Yin Zhi and looked down at him. If you dare to summon the goddess of freedom within 5 years, no matter where you are, we will find you and kill you. 5 years from now, we will make our move again. No matter where you are, we will find you and reclaim the goddess of freedom. They left only after uttering their harsh words. Yin Zhi used 2 middle fingers to send them off. After, a beam of light descended from the sky. Ambassador Zhang led everyone into the beam of light. The next second, everyone found themselves in a new and unfamiliar place. Yin Zhi clicked his tongue inwardly. So that beam of light was a teleportation beam. Then he looked around. This is the center of a huge spherical space. The space is enormous. The platform beneath my feet is a huge circular platform. The edge of the disc has paths and staircases going up and down, leading to who knows where. This was the first time anyone present had experienced this. It was truly a mix of surprise, joy, and excitement. After that, an artificial intelligence that introduces itself as Morse appears. Its form is a holographic virtual object. Morse conjured several clones, leading everyone to different places. Professor Dongfang, student Yin Zhi, please follow me. The master wants to see you. One of the Morse spoke and walked toward the glass tube in the very center of the disc. Yin Zhi and Dongfang Weishi followed. The two stepped in the glass tube, and their bodies floated upwards. Yin Zhi made a big fuss about it. Ho, that's truly amazing. Teacher Dongfang, don't you think so? Dongfang Weishi remained silent, as if she hadn't heard a word. Teacher Dongfang? Teacher Dongfang. Dongfang Cece. Dongfang Weishi tossed her head and glared at Yin Zhi. What are you yelling about? If you have something to say, just say it. Keep your mouth shut if you don't have to. Yin Zhi chuckled, touched his nose, and remained silent. Dongfang Weishi did have something to say. Since you are a student, you should act like one. Don't forget I'm a teacher. Don't be disrespectful to elders. Yin Zhi raised an eyebrow. Teacher Dongfang, you said I don't agree. You say it's not big? Aren't you just fooling yourself? Am I old or not? Before he could finish speaking, he saw Dongfang Weishi casting a murderous glare at him. Isn't Yin Zhi someone who backs down so easily? Don't you know how old I am? I'm only 20 years old. Compared to you, I'm definitely not as big as you. Dongfang Weishi narrowed her eyes. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Are you saying I'm old? Yin Zhi chuckled. I call this familiarity. Actually, it's a little bittersweet. Slightly mature, slightly immature, perfectly describes a woman like you who is older but inexperienced. The experience was truly indescribable. Dongfang Weishi immediately retorted. Then what are you? You little brat. So childish. Then, the two engaged in a heated verbal battle. They didn't stop even when they came before Confucius and Mencius. When Confucius and Mencius saw this, they shook their heads and sighed. What a blunder. What a blunder. I forgot that your birth charts clash. I'm afraid you two will start fighting if I leave you alone for a while. Yin Zhi smiled to himself. Principal, you're absolutely right. Teacher Dongfang and I really do clash in our birth charts. Quite clashing. And they've already fought several times already. Teachers are teachers. Incredibly capable. I can't compete with them at all. Dongfang Weishi's face was icy cold. Upon closer inspection, one can see that her eyebrows and the corners of her mouth twitched. Confucius gave an "oh," and then began to lecture Dongfang Weishi. Dongfang, you're a teacher too. Teachers should act like teachers. What kind of behavior is it to fight with students? Dongfang Weishi said, Master, I know what to do. Confucius and Mencius knew Dongfang Weishi's temperament, so they nodded and said nothing more. He turned to look at Yin Zhi and clicked his tongue twice. A thumbs up was given to Yin Zhi. You're good, kid. This has truly broadened my horizons. Drawing out one Azure Flame Empress is not enough. Now another Holy Spirit 9 stars has been drawn. Odin and Mara's spiritual pillars are now in your hands. Yin Zhi touched his nose, handling the situation with ease. Principal, if I may be so bold, Odimala has no spiritual support whatsoever. All they care about are money and guns. As for drawing the Goddess of Liberty, there's definitely an element of gambling involved. However, I feel that the main credit goes to the photon harmony resonance method. Confucius nodded and said, Oh, Professor Estienne is truly amazing. However, the Holy Court will definitely contact you to find out what happened. Don't be nervous. Just tell the truth. Yin Zhi nodded and replied, I understand, Principal. As for what those other guys say, just ignore it. Within the true Dragon Kingdom, you can use the Goddess of Freedom however you wish. If you're going abroad, you should still be careful. At this moment, Dongfang Weishi asked, Master, what brings you here? Confucius and Mencius nodded. You'll have to work hard from now on. Yin Zhi, you're with Dongfang too. We will do our part to help our compatriots evacuate. Yin Zhi immediately patted his chest. Okay, Principal, leave it to me. I will definitely do my best to work hard in Dongfang. Cough, no. Immi spooka. I will definitely work hard with Teacher Dongfang. Dongfang Weishi was already gritting her teeth. Confucius and Mencius laughed and scolded Yin Zhi. You brat, think before you speak next time. If you say something wrong and get beaten to death, I won't be responsible for you. Yin Zhi repeatedly said yes. Confucius and Mencius then made arrangements for the rescue work. He even transferred his spatial-type spirit control to Dongfang Weishi. What is it? A magnificent 7-story pagoda. Rarity, Holy Spirit 6-star. Yin Zhi clicked his tongue inwardly. As expected of the principal, his first move was to summon a Holy Spirit. The two then left. On the way out, Yin Zhi started flirting again. Hey, Teacher Dongfang, did you hear that? The principal told us to do a good job. Dongfang Weishi stopped, glaring at Yin Zhi, gritting her teeth. You want to do a good job, right? Let's do a good job then. Come on, let's go to my room and discuss how to do it. Yin Zhi grunted. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. He turned to slip away. And what was the result? Dongfang Weishi grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him away. Teacher Dongfang, let's talk this out. Yin Zhi's voice echoed in the cold, mechanical corridor. Chapter 191, It's All Your Fault. What do we do now? There's no going back. There's no going back. The terror of the black stripe virus soon erupted. 1 to 10. 10 spreads to 100. It will be spread far and wide. In less than a week. The infected areas have spread throughout the continent of Odinmara. If the infected area is set to red on the map. So the final map of Odin's Mara is a glaring red. It's all messed up. The entire kingdom of Odinmara is in complete chaos. Countries around the world immediately announced the severing of ties with Odinmara. This plunged the foreigners stranded in Odinmara into despair. Except for the people of the true Dragon Kingdom. Because their homeland is doing everything it can to save every one of its citizens. The actions of the true Dragon Kingdom have silenced government leaders worldwide. This also aroused envy, jealousy, and hatred among other foreigners stranded in Odinmara. But after the silence, some discordant voices emerged. Some long-standing hostile countries towards the true Dragon Kingdom have actually jumped out to spew nonsense. Say what? The actions of the true Dragon Kingdom are irresponsible towards its own citizens. This is also irresponsible towards international security. Why? Because if even one virus carrier returns to the true Dragon Kingdom, the entire country will be threatened. And as the country with the world's largest population, if the true Dragon Kingdom becomes the source of the virus, the threat will naturally be to the entire world. In response, the response from the spokesperson of the true Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs was incredibly assertive. Shut your mouth. Let's focus on doing what we're supposed to do first. Ironically, however, not just internationally, even within the true Dragon Kingdom, surprisingly, many people are clamoring to abandon their compatriots in Odinmala. Say what? They want to go out on their own. Once you're gone, don't come back and cause us any more trouble. Don't they think the air in Odinmala smells better? Then let them stay there. However, the kingdom of true dragons is far superior to the kingdom of Odin and Mara. Those who hold the view of abandoning their compatriots cannot stir up any trouble with their words. The signal that the true Dragon Kingdom is sending to both domestic and international audiences is very clear. Our concern for our compatriots overseas cannot be affected by any force. That's why, on the chaotic desert of the continent of Odinmara, the place where the mechanical giant resided has become an oasis. It has even become a place that countless foreigners and even the people of Odinmala envy and yearn for. In this environment where order is tinged with chaos, the mechanical giants were methodically rescuing and welcoming their fellow citizens from the true Dragon Kingdom. That day, Yin Zhi and Dongfang Weishi completed another rescue mission and returned to the location of the mechanical giant. At this moment, the mechanical giant had already laid down. Even when lying down, it still resembles a massive metal mountain range, stretching across the earth. The 160,000 people rescued this time were put down and handed over to designated personnel. The two headed straight for the entrance to the mechanical giant. Suddenly, an excited female voice shouted, "I am a citizen of the true Dragon Kingdom. I am a citizen of the true Dragon Kingdom. Did you hear me? Let me in. Why won't you let me in?" Another voice followed. "Miss, I'm so sorry. System verification shows that you have renounced your citizenship of the true Dragon Kingdom. You are now a citizen of Odinmala. To avoid unnecessary international disputes, you are not allowed to enter the machinery city according to regulations." Yin Zhi glanced at it subconsciously and stopped in his tracks. Hey, Teacher Dongfang, you go first. I've come across something fun. I'm going to have some fun." After saying that, he walked towards the noisy area. "Jojo, look who this is. Isn't this the same high-caliber person I met at the Odinmala History Museum the other day?" That day, Yin Zhi encounters 3 self-proclaimed cultured individuals at the Odinmala History Museum. They couldn't stand Yin Zhi's criticism and insults towards Odin and the Mara people, so they said Yin Zhi was rude and that he was ruining the image of the true dragon people. One of them is Wang Wanfeng's son, Wang Qianling. Right in front of you are 2 other people. When the no longer handsome Gao Junan saw Yin Zhi, he felt a chill run down his spine and even felt a sense of fear. Even the fashion-forward woman, no longer fashionable, subconsciously took a step back from Gao Junan when she saw Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi asked the security checkpoint staff what was going on. He was asking a question he already knew the answer to. The staff member recognized Yin Zhi and explained the situation in detail. Yin Zhi then looked at the woman. "I knew it. So you weren't a true dragon person all along. No wonder they're siding with outsiders. It's clear they're not of our kind, and their hearts are different. If I remember correctly, joining the kingdom of Odinmara requires swearing allegiance to the kingdom of Odinmara, right? How dare you, someone who has sworn allegiance to another country, consider yourself a true dragon? And you? You wouldn't happen to be one of them too." Gao Junan waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm a true dragon. The real deal. This is my ID card." Yin Zhi was too lazy to pay attention. "I'm not a staff member. Why should I look at your ID? Now let me ask you, is the true Dragon Kingdom better, or Odin and Mara? Are the true dragon men more civilized, or the Odin and Mara?" Gao Junan's cheeks flushed red. "This is blatant humiliation, irony, mockery," Yin Zhi shouted. "I'm asking you a question. Answer me loudly." Gao Junan immediately said, "The true Dragon Kingdom is great. The people of the true Dragon Kingdom are so cultured. Now you know. Why didn't you do this sooner? As for you, Yin Zhi looked at the fashionable woman. See that? There's a humanitarian aid station over there. You can stay there until we leave. That's the place where you and Odin Mera belong. Get over there. After saying that, he turned to look at the people queuing behind him. The loud voice carried on. Those of you with Odin Mela citizenship, get yourselves to the humanitarian aid station. Don't accuse us of standing by and watching someone die. Why would the true Dragon Kingdom save you Odin Mera people? Moreover, this is what your leader said. We are not allowed to take away any Odinmera. Go to your leader and ask him to save you. After saying that, he turned and left. Wow, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Why'd you take the white card? What are we going to do now? There's no going back. There's no going back. Despairing and sorrowful cries came from behind. Yin Zhi was completely unmoved by what he heard. Dongfang Weishi was waiting for Yin Zhi. Or rather, she wanted to see what Yin Zhi was up to. You're so boring. Boring? But I feel great. Snort. After walking a few steps, Mu Pingting ran over. Yin Zhi, someone from the Holy Court has arrived. They say they need to speak with you. Chapter 192, haha. Another big fat pig has been delivered to our doorstep. Brilliant. In a room in the mechanical megacity, Yin Zhi met the people from the Holy Court. There weren't many people, only 3. An unremarkable middle-aged man and a handsome young man in green. The third person, Yin Zhi, was someone he knew. It was Sabal Asa. The Holy Star Knights belong to the Special Missions Investigation Bureau. With his current understanding, Yin Zhi was well aware of the significance of Cybar Ace's identity. Yin Zhi likes to take the initiative, so he spoke first. Miss Siebel, it's nice to see you again. I thought something bad had happened to you that night. I'm relieved to see you're all right. Cybar Ace's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at him. She then nodded blankly, which was her response to Yin Zhi. Seeing her dazed expression, Yin Zhi's mind started to stir. That's strange. Teacher Dongfang often had a blank expression and was cold. But not like her. She's truly beautiful. On par with Teacher Dongfang. No, she's younger than Teacher Dongfang, and she has a youthful energy that Teacher Dongfang lacks. She's even a little bit prettier. But it looks weird like a piece of wood. At this time, hello, Mr. Yin Zhi. Let me introduce myself. I am Long Xingtian. This is my identification. Ho ho. Dragon soaring through the sky? That's a really powerful name. Looking at the unremarkable middle-aged man in front of him, Yin Zhi muttered to himself. I took his documents and looked at them. The above shows that he is from Saint Vi province. His job is patrol inspector, and his position is team leader. Yin Zhi handed the documents back. Is team leader Long a true dragon? Long Xingtian smiled and gestured for Yin Zhi to sit down. Good. Mr. Yin, please don't be nervous. We just have a few simple questions to ask you. You only need to answer truthfully. As one of only 2 people in the world to possess 2 Holy Spirit, 9-star guardian spirits, we can't afford to ignore you. Yin Zhi smiled and said he understood. Shall we begin? First, what is the number of the spirit crystal that you drew from the Empress of the Lighthouse of Liberty? Yin Zhi answered truthfully, even though his epic crystal wasn't exactly legitimately acquired. But it will never violate the rules of the Holy Court. The spoils of war are permitted by the Holy Court. Of course, each situation needs to be analyzed individually. Whether the source is legitimate or not, the final interpretation rests with the Holy Court. After a question and answer session, Long Xingtian closed the notebook filled with records. He stood up and extended his hand to Yin Zhi. Mr. Yin, thank you for your cooperation. Congratulations on becoming the 2nd spirit master in the world to possess 2 9-star holy spirits. Your luck is enviable. Luck? Hee hee. From what you're saying, it seems you're not convinced. If I told you I also have several other Holy Spirit 9-star guardian spirits, I wonder what you'll think. Yin Zhi shook hands with him. There might be a little bit of luck involved. However, Professor Estien's photon harmony resonance method is indeed very amazing. If this trend can be popularized, perhaps more and more people will be able to obtain high-level spirit beasts in the future. Long Xingtian laughed and said, that is indeed possible. By the way, is it convenient for me to ask a question? Dragon's path to heaven. Please speak. Miss Siebel knows that I have investigated the black stripe virus before. Regarding this virus, I'd like to ask what exactly happened. Upon hearing this, the green-clad youth, who had never spoken before, changed his expression. This is not a question you should be asking. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Ho ho. So impulsive? Let's give the Holy Court face and not hold it against you. Then Siebel Asa spoke up. Yin Zhi, This is the purpose of my visit. You cannot investigate the black stripe virus any further. This is a forbidden zone that cannot be touched. Do you understand? She stared intently at Yin Zhi. That blank face looked unusually serious. Something's fishy. There's definitely something fishy going on. Thinking this to myself, I said aloud, "Okay, I understand." The boy in green suddenly pointed at Yin Zhi. "You better do as I say. Don't make trouble for yourself. Once we discover that you have touched on forbidden territory, what awaits you is the Holy Court's most merciless punishment." Yin Zhi turned to look at him. She didn't say a word, just quietly watched him. The boy in green met Yin Zhi's gaze. At first, I was slightly taken aback, but then I realized what was happening. "What are you looking at? What kind of look is that? I'm asking you a question. Are you mute?" A hint of helplessness flashed in Long Xingtian's eyes. Sabal Asa stared blankly at him. "Liang Chun, watch your words and actions. You're now a member of the Holy See." Yin Zhi gave a crooked smile. "Kid, you're pretty arrogant and cocky. Is it because they're relying on their family's power and influence? Come here. Introduce yourself. Let's see if your family's power can scare me to death." The green-clad boy named Liang Chun gave a cold snort. You? You think you're worthy of knowing about my family background? Don't think that just because you have 2 Holy Spirit 9-star guardian spirits, you're someone important or that you're something special. There is no love without a reason, and naturally there is no hate without a reason. Liang Chun's reason for targeting Yin Zhi is quite simple. He was jealous because Yin Zhi possessed 2 Holy Spirit 9-star guardian spirits. Yin Zhi chuckled. "I see. In your eyes, a person who possesses 2 Holy Spirit 9-star spirit masters. Not a big deal, right?" Liang Chun proudly raised his chin. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Long Xingtian immediately turned his strange gaze toward Liang Chun. Sabal Asa said, "Liang Chun, I'll say it again. Watch your words and actions." Immediately, Liang Chun seemed to realize something, and his face flushed red. He angrily pointed at Yin Zhi. "How dare you? How dare you disrespect the Holy See? Why bring up the Holy See? Because the Holy Throne is another being who possesses 2 Holy Spirits and 9-star guardians. Does Liang Chun mean that the Holy See isn't a person? These words are a clear disrespect to the Holy See." Yin Zhi stared at him blankly. "What are you saying? Where have I been disrespectful to the Holy See?" "Miss Siebel, Chief Dragon, did you hear me say anything disrespectful to the Holy See?" "On the contrary, I heard disrespectful remarks about the Holy See from your mouth." Liang Chun, his face flushed, pointed at Yin Zhi and angrily said, "You're talking nonsense." Yin Zhi angrily pointed at him and shouted loudly, "I think you're talking nonsense. Who the hell do you think you are? You come here to put on airs and act all high and mighty. Am I not someone important? What a joke. I possess 2 Holy Spirit 9-star guardians. Whether I am someone important or not is none of your business. You think you're qualified to judge?" Liang Chun stared intently at Yin Zhi. "Beep beep. You have received 700,000 points of killing intent from Liang Chun. Please check." How many?" 700,000. Yin Zhi's gaze toward Liang Chun sharpened slightly. He is definitely at least a king-level spirit master. Such a young king-level spirit master certainly has the right to be arrogant. But, another big fat pig has been delivered to our doorstep. How wonderful. Yin Zhi smiled inwardly. Chapter 193. March after March. March after March. Finally returning to Sacred Heart University. The 3 people from the Holy Court left. Among them, the handsome young man in green named Liang Chun glared at Yin Zhi fiercely before leaving. Will Yin Zhi be polite to him? "What are you looking at? You're blind. Don't run away if you got the guts. Come and fight me." However, Liang Chun only responded with a crooked, cold laugh. "What a spineless coward. Go back to your mother and ask her for milk. He's too scared to even fight. What a useless piece of trash." Yin Zhi's efforts were not in vain. Another 300,000 yuan came in. Well, that's it. The murderous intent balance has exceeded 10 million again. I'm so happy. Next, Yin Zhi continued traveling with Dongfang Weishi to various cities. Use a 7-story exquisite pagoda to search for and rescue the true dragon people. Time flies. Before I knew it, 6 months had passed. These past 6 months have truly been full of dramatic changes. Odinmala has undergone a complete transformation. Yin Zhi didn't care at all about this. After waiting and waiting, the day finally came for me to leave Odin and Mara. After a 6-month period of isolation and observation, The results are sufficient to prove that everyone in the mechanical megacity is an uninfected and healthy person. As for the fate of those infected, needless to say, they can only return to their homeland in the form of ashes. They took everything they could, leaving nothing behind. That day, the colossal mechanical city slowly rose into the air. On the ground, a large group of former dragonkin of Odinmalan nationality looked up. They watched helplessly as the mechanical megacity grew smaller and smaller. Envious? Despair? Anger? Hatred? Pain? 1,000 people, 1,000 emotions. But one emotion remains the same. That's regret. If we give them another chance to choose, they will absolutely not change their nationality. Now, the only flight to the true dragon kingdom turned them away. What should we do next? Where should we go next? Suddenly, a cry of anguish rang out, followed by a chorus of cries of anguish. Unfortunately, the people on the mechanical megacity could no longer hear their pain. Even if we heard it, so what? No one can save them now except themselves. How many days did it take for the mechanical giant city to return to the true dragon kingdom? If someone asked Yin Zhi that question, he would say, "You're asking it wrong. You should ask how many seconds it took." So, how many seconds did it take? Exactly 60 seconds. No more, no less. The reason it takes 60 seconds is because the mechanical giant is too long. The dimensional portal through which the mechanical giant passed appeared in the airspace of the true dragon kingdom. The exact location is over the Wuyang Plain east of Sanchi City. Properly resettling compatriots returning to China presents an immense workload. But none of this mattered to Yin Zhi and other students of the Sacred Heart Academy. That day, they rode the Northern Sea Mechanical Kuan Strait to Sacred Heart University. 3 days later, everyone finally returned to Sacred Heart University, which they had been away from for 8 or 9 months. Who would have thought? The originally planned 3-month exchange and learning trip. As a result, March came and went, and then March came again. It's been 9 months already. In another 3 months, it will be a year. Returning now, almost everyone felt a deep sense of familiarity. La 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 la. I'm back. I'm back again. Wow, the air in our motherland smells so sweet. Class monitor, don't you think so? Who else but Su Jiujio would talk like that? Yin Zhi forcefully messed up Su Jiujio's hair. If you say so, then so be it. Su Jiujio pouted, blaming Yin Zhi for messing up her hairstyle. Then she suggested going out for a big meal to celebrate her safe return home. Yin Zhi waved his hand, showing absolutely no interest. No, I'm not going. And then they had a big meal. What's the point of eating so much? Eating so much without gaining weight is such a waste. All I want to do right now is sleep for a long time. Sleep until I'm completely rested. Before he could finish speaking, he had already taken 8 or 9 steps. Su Jiujiu stomped her foot and called out in a coquettish tone, "Class monitor." That pouty mouth could hold a whole bottle of soy sauce. She then looked at Mu Pingting and smiled. "Sister Mu, if he's not going, shall we go? I'll treat you to something delicious." Mu Pingting shook her head. "I won't go." Su Jiujiu suddenly grinned, her hands behind her back in a smug pose. "Sister Mu, I've accidentally learned a secret about you." Mu Pingting looked at her in surprise. "What secrets do I have?" "Want to know? Then this meal is on you, Sister Mu. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't leak it." Mu Pingting pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right then, let's go. Not far away." Zhao Haolong asked Dongfang Weishi for 10 days off. He said he hadn't been home for too long and really wanted to go back and visit. Dongfang Weishi simply told him, "Since you're back, go ask your homeroom teacher for leave." After saying that, she left. She looked down on Zhao Haolong. Zhao Haolong gritted his teeth as he looked at Dongfang Weishi's alluring back. "You ignored me today. Tomorrow I'll make you regret ever begging for my attention. Just you wait. You all just wait and see. I, Zhao Haolong, am a chosen one of heaven, a son of the dragon. I will not admit defeat. I will absolutely not be defeated so easily." With that thought in mind, he strode forward with his head held high and chest out. They were so proud and imposing. Gentleness followed her around like a shadow. Dongfang Weishi returned to her home at Sacred Heart University, standing at the entrance of the old house, looking at the tightly closed gate. Perhaps it was because I had been away for too long, but a sense of unfamiliarity suddenly welled up in my heart. Unconsciously, she looked towards the old house next door. "That's that brat's house. I really want to tear it down." Snort! With a cryptic hum, Dongfang Weishi pushed open the door and entered. She hadn't walked far when she heard the sound of stir-frying. The sound of stir-frying? Why is there cooking noise coming from my house? It's worth noting that her home has all the necessary kitchen utensils. But that was arranged by the school, and she didn't even turn on the stove for a single day. Where's that stir-frying sound coming from? The answer will be revealed soon. What are you doing in my house? Dongfang Weishi was furious as she watched Yin Zhi cooking in the kitchen. Yin Zhi tossed the wok and stir-fried the ingredients. What can it do? Of course, it can cook and prepare meals. Is it really that boring to eat alone? When there are more people eating together, it's more fun to grab the food. Dongfang Weishi frowned. Go back to your home. I'm not hungry. I want to eat the food you cook. 20 minutes later, Yin Zhi chuckled as he looked at Dongfang Weishi. So how was my cooking? Not bad, right? I'm not bragging. With my skills, I'd be more than qualified to be a chef at state banquets. Dongfang Weishi held the bowl and ate with her head down. Let's eat. Do you understand the saying, don't talk while eating? After you finish eating, go back to your home. Yin Zhi placed a piece of braised pork on her plate. Come on, eat more meat. Eat more meat and you'll gain weight. After we finish eating, I have something important to ask you. It's about your teacher, Angelina, at Howard. Angelina. Upon hearing this name, Dongfang Weishi raised her head and stared intently at Yin Zhi. Chapter 194, if you're not convinced, hee hee. No problem. I can beat you until you submit. No comment. Dongfang Weishi's answer was concise. Yin Zhi quickly put down his chopsticks and bowl. No. I'll tell you a secret. You know now, but you absolutely mustn't tell anyone else. We're practically best friends. You wouldn't betray me, would you? Dongfang Weishi didn't even look at him and continued eating in silence. That's right. I have my doubts. Your teacher, Angelina, is my mom. Puff. Dongfang Weishi spat out a mouthful of rice. A few grains of rice sprayed directly onto Yin Zhi's face. After spitting out his food, Dongfang Weishi started coughing violently, his chest trembling from the coughing. Yin Zhi wiped the rice grains off his face. Why such a big reaction? Look at yourself. So much food was sprayed out. What a waste of food. Dongfang Weishi calmed down and glared at Yin Zhi. Are you serious? You're not kidding me? Yin Zhi rolled his eyes. If this is a joke, do you find it funny? Who's so bored as to randomly claim someone as their mother? I haven't even touched my chopsticks yet. Dongfang Weishi put down her chopsticks and looked into Yin Zhi's eyes in expression. She seemed to be trying to see signs on Yin Zhi's face that he was lying or joking. However, she did not see it. Yin Zhi smiled, revealing bright white teeth, just like in a toothpaste commercial on TV. Hello, Teacher Dongfang. I know I'm handsome, but I'm easily embarrassed. I feel embarrassed when you look at me like that. It has to be said. The Emperor virus has been optimized and improved. Yin Zhi's appearance has indeed improved dramatically. In other words, he's even more handsome now. Thick eyebrows like swords, bright eyes like stars. His high, straight nose gave his face a more perfect three-dimensional look. A head of jet black, shiny hair. In addition, she is fair skin that never gets tan no matter how much sun she gets. And his height increased significantly. Even most popular young male idols would pale in comparison if they stood next to him. Dongfang Weishi listened to Yin Zhi's words. He was slightly taken aback at first, but then her gaze and attention fell on Yin Zhi's good looks. I hadn't noticed before. Now that he said that, the kid does seem to have changed quite a bit. The moment the thought crossed her mind, Dongfang Weishi was secretly annoyed. Dongfang Weishi, what nonsense are you thinking about? Thinking this, she gave a cold laugh. Her cold and beautiful face revealed a look of disdain. Don't you hate it when people are arrogant? How come you become so self-righteous? What kind of temper does Yin Zhi have? He won't budge an inch. Teacher Dongfang, I may be self-righteous, but that's all I am. But I didn't step on anyone, did I? What? Is being narcissistic now illegal? Dongfang Weishi's anger surged. This brat, would kill him be given to me a little? They argue with me over the smallest, most trivial things. With his personality, it would be a miracle if any woman married him in the future. You are destined to be alone for life. Yin Zhi suddenly cried out in pain. Where did this come from? We're not talking about whether I'm handsome or not. Anyone with eyes can see I'm handsome. We're talking about Angelina now. Do you remember what she looked like? Dongfang Weishi also lost her appetite. He looked deeply at Yin Zhi and shook his head. I don't remember. Teacher Angela has a special skill. No one can remember her face unless they see her in person. Yin Zhi snapped his fingers. My mom is the same way. But you're luckier than me. At least you saw her face. I've never even seen her face. Even this tiny clue took me a lot of effort to find. Tell me quickly, what do you know about her? Dongfang Weishi frowned and thought for a moment, then sighed softly. Too much time has passed. That happened 12 years ago. How could I remember it so clearly? Give me a few days to think about it. I'll tell you when I remember something. Yin Zhi also knew that things couldn't be rushed. Ugh. Think about it slowly. Think it through carefully. Think it through thoroughly. When I find my mom, I will definitely thank you properly. Dongfang Weishi snorted. I don't expect it. I'll be thankful if you just stop making me angry. After saying that, she picked up her bowl and chopsticks again and began to eat attentively. As for what she's thinking, only she knows. Yin Zhi chuckled, said nothing more, grabbed his bowl and chopsticks, and wolfed down his food. After finishing his meal, he put down his bowl and chopsticks. I'm done eating. The unwritten rule. The last person to finish eating washes the dishes. So you'll wash these dishes and chopsticks. After saying that, Yin Zhi took off running, rushed out of the house, and climbed over the wall to escape. Dongfang Weishi looked at the mess on the table and angrily put down her chopsticks and bowl. Do you expect me to wash the dishes? What does he take me for? That brat. Yin Zhi naturally couldn't hear Dongfang Weishi's cursing. What's the point of eating now? Of course it's time to sleep. The next day, Yin Zhi arrived at the entrance of Class 10, looking refreshed and swaggering. He cleared his throat and pushed the door open to enter. Tajda, the class monitor is back. I missed you all so much. Huh? Have you missed me? Yin Zhi strode to the podium and looked at the students in the classroom. Of course, all the students in the classroom were watching him. Only, Yin Zhi suddenly looked at them with some confusion. Hey, what kind of looks are those? Why are you looking at me like that? It was at this moment. A boy who looked to be about the same age as Yin Zhi stood up. He was sitting in Yin Zhi's seat. Are you Yin Zhi? Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ji Dong, and I enrolled at Sacred Heart University 9 months ago. Besides, I am now the class monitor of Class 10. What? Yin Zhi stared at the guy in astonishment. He realized it a second later. No way. Someone's even trying to take my class monitor position from this lousy class? What did you say your name was? Which chicken? Which animal? Ji Dong smiled, without any obvious arrogance, but with a nonchalant air that made him seem indifferent to everything. Now, they all listen to me. During your absence, Class 10 has improved significantly under my leadership. From now on, you have to listen to me. Is there a problem? Yin Zhi asked. There's a problem, a huge problem. What gave you the right? Ji Dong raised his chin slightly. Because I possess the 9-star Holy Spirit. My spirit beast is stronger than your azure flame Empress. You'd better listen to me obediently. If you don't, no problem. I can beat you until you submit. Yin Zhi opened his mouth. For a moment, it seemed as if there were 1,000 words to say, yet at the same time, one was speechless. How familiar this scene is. Is this the legendary cycle of karma, where retribution is inevitable? Smack! Yin Zhi clapped his hands. That's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. I never expected to receive such a big surprise as soon as I got back. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Chapter 195. You piece of trash. You've ruined all the pigs I painstakingly raised. Sun Liangwu, by Yun Tian, Xia Qingxue, and the others watched silently. Ji Dong's arrival was something that Sun Liangwu and the others had not anticipated. That guy is exceptionally domineering and forceful. When Yin Zhi first came, at least they were the ones who provoked him. But Ji Dong came. Good heavens! Without saying a word, he simply stood on the podium. He directly declared his ownership of Class 10 to everyone in Class 10. Sun Liangwu and his men had already suffered greatly at Yin Zhi's hands. Yin Zhi finally got to go out for an exchange and study trip. They could have easily spent 3 months in comfort. And that's how Ji Dong came along. How could they tolerate a second Yin Zhi riding on their necks and defecating and urinating on them? It became an instant hit. And what was the result? They were all beaten to the ground by Ji Dong. This time they learned their lesson. They all surrendered, hoping to avoid physical suffering. I thought it was just a change of class monitor and that everyone would just go about their business as usual. However, they soon discovered that Ji Dong was even more despicable than Yin Zhi. No matter what, Yin Zhi can only beat them up. After torturing them, they would force them to study hard. That's all I did. But this Ji Dong is different. Besides frequently resorting to violence, he also employs various methods to extort and blackmail people. Class 10 is full of privileged children, and they're all loaded with money. In less than 2 months, Jidong had squeezed every last drop of profit from them. Even worse, he also tried to assault the female classmates. If everyone hadn't been so determined, he probably would have succeeded. At this moment, Sun Liangwu and the others were already eagerly awaiting Yin Zhi's return. However, this wait lasted a full 9 months. They waited until they had almost forgotten about Yin Zhi, etc. Did Sun Liangwu and the others not know what Yin Zhi had done in Odimala? I know very little, almost nothing. The main issue is that Sacred Heart University has severed ties with the outside world. Secondly, although Sacred Heart University also has holidays, but Jidong kept a close watch on them, preventing them from leaving Sacred Heart University. Dare to leave? Give him a beating. Sun Liangwu and the others felt like they had been kidnapped by Jidong. After Jidong had squeezed all the money out of them, he then used them to squeeze more money out of their homes. Because Sun Liangwu was the son of Qin Qing, the second richest man in the true Dragon Kingdom, Jidong plundered him the most. As a result, Sun Liangwu even wondered if his mother had completely given up on him. Tell them directly that if they need money in the future, they shouldn't contact me anymore, but rather Wang Xini and Qin Qing's secretary. Sun Liangwu had no choice but to suffer in silence and swallow his tears. Does he hate it? Of course he hates it. What's the use of being hateful? Jidong, who possesses the 9-star Spirit Guardian, is simply beyond their ability to defeat. No need to mention the matter again. Let's just talk about the present. Yin Zhi is finally back. But the problem is, will his return change everyone's tragic fate? They had personally experienced Yin Zhi's power. They had personally experienced Jidong's power. Between the two of them, is the west wind prevailing over the east wind, or the east wind prevailing over the west wind? Before the results are in, how dare they take sides? Of course, deep down, they hoped Yin Zhi would win. No matter what Yin Zhi does, he's only abusing their bodies. But what about Jidong? He has almost ruined their entire lives. Which family can stand being forced to ask their family for money in various ways time and time again? But hope is one thing. Reality is another matter entirely. What if Jidong wins? Yin Zhi was naturally unaware of what Sun Liangwu was thinking at that moment. He was completely unaware of everything that had happened in Class 10 over the past 9 months. Now, looking at Jidong, he's reminded of himself back then. He couldn't help but sigh at the inevitability of karma and its karmic retribution. Now you're getting your comeuppance, aren't you? Yin Zhichao waved to him. Come here, let's talk. Jidong, however, remained standing in Yin Zhi's seat without moving and beckoned to Yin Zhi with his finger. You're the one who came here to talk, understand? Yin Zhi responded with a yes, saying I understand twice. He stepped down from the podium, walked over to Jidong, and stood in front of him. Yin Zhi pointed to his original seat and asked, Do you know whose seat this is? Jidong smiled calmly. It used to be yours. Now it's mine. Yin Zhi turned to look at Mu Pingting beside him. Pingting, close your eyes. Mu Pingting asked why. Okay. Close your eyes. Mu Pingting tilted her head, pouted, and closed her eyes. Yin Zhi turned to look at Jidong. I'll give you one more chance. Jidong interrupted Yin Zhi. No, I'm giving you another chance. Smack. A sharp, piercing sound rang out in the classroom, startling everyone, with the clanging of desks and chairs. To the astonishment of everyone in the class, except Mu Pingting, Jidong collapsed straight to the ground. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. At once. That's all. Jidong, who had been tyrannical and domineering for 9 months. Was he knocked unconscious by Yin Zhi with just one slap? After a brief silence, Sun Liangwu was the first to excitedly slam his fist on the table and shout, Okay, great, well done, beautifully executed. The others were also thrilled and delighted. Some people even cried tears of joy. Squad leader, you're finally back. We've been bullied terribly by that bastard for the past 9 months. Squad leader, you have to avenge us. Wah. Yin Zhi was puzzled. Looking at them, 3 words popped into my head. What the heck? Are these still the same piglets I tormented, who dared not speak out, but secretly wished to kill me? Why they all look like they miss me so much right now? Shut up, Yin Zhi shouted, and the classroom fell silent instantly. Sun Liangwu, tell me about it. What's going on with this guy, surnamed Ji? Sun Liangwu quickly ran to Yin Zhi. He recounted Jidong's atrocities over the past 9 months in great detail, adding embellishments as he went along. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi immediately became furious. Ugh, ugh. You're something else, surname G. You've ruined all the piglets I raised with such care. How can they possibly have the heart to kill them now that they're in this state? Indeed, they no longer have any respect for the murderous intent that Yin Zhi has produced. But he's focused on the future. Once they become stronger, will their murderous intent lessen in the future? 1 million each, 21 people would be 21 million. Now that they all see us as saviors, what murderous intent do they have left? Yin Zhi immediately grabbed Jidong's clothes, lifted him up, and strode out of the classroom. Sun Liangwu and the others wanted to follow. Yin Zhi simply told them to go back to class, and they all went back to the classroom. Holy crap, that's not a pig. This thing is more obedient than a dog. Yin Zhi went straight to the old school building. He threw Jidong to the ground, summoned the Void Empress, and took out the true Dragon Boy baseball bat. You piece of trash. You've ruined all the pigs I raised with so much effort. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll question your existence, or I'll change my surname to Chicken. After saying that, Yin Zhi picked up the true Dragon Boy and smashed it down with a stick. Jidong woke up in pain. The Dragon Boy baseball bat also broke. Chapter 196. Your family, which has a history of 5,000 years, is very poor. Make a sound. A shoe sole landed on Jidong's head. Jidong shouted, "You dare?" The same shoe sole landed on Jidong's stomach again. "Idare." Jidong yelled, "You're asking for death." "Let me look." A barrage of slaps rained down on Jidong's face. Jidong shouted again, "I'll fight you. I'll put together." One hand lifted Jidong and dragged him away. That head then made intimate contact with the wall of the abandoned school building. Jidong shouted again and again, "If you have the guts, let me summon." "I summon." Bang, 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 bang. Jidong repeatedly banged his head against Yin Zhi's shoe sole. He crashed into something, his head bleeding profusely. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Brother, spare me. I'll spare you. I beg you. I beg you." An hour later, Yin Zhi summoned the white-clad Empress and gave him several injections. Soon, Jidong, who had been through so much, recovered. Is that all? Okay, let's continue. Today I'll beat you until you question the meaning of life. I'll take your surname. Wait, haven't I said that before? Forget it. I'll say it again. Jidong's eyes widened. No, don't. Then, a foot appeared infinitely larger in his eyes. Another round of warm greetings. The sun in the sky was gradually setting in the west. A myriad of rays of light shone forth. A flock of crows landed on a dead tree, cawing loudly. Yin Zhi walked out of an abandoned teaching building. Damn it, you've wasted a whole day of my time. You don't even have 100,000 points of killing intent, and you still have a nerve to show your face in public. Pooh! He spat and strode away. A while later, with a bruised and swollen face, a broken left hand, and a limp right leg, Jidong limped out, leaning against the wall. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. He struggled to his feet and leaned against the old door. Listen to the cawing of crows. Jidong shouted excitedly, "Get out!" However, the crows remained unmoved and continued to caw on the tree. "Even you guys are laughing at me. Even you guys are bullying me. I'll kill you all." In a frenzy and agitation, Jidong wanted to summon his own Holy Spirit 9-star guardian spirit. As a result, he was unable to concentrate at that moment, so he couldn't summon anything. He was so angry that he kept yelling and screaming. Wait until night falls. Jidong seemed to have regained some strength and was about to leave. Yin Zhi, I will repay this debt 1,000-fold. But after walking only a few steps, he saw a group of people rushing towards him. Upon closer inspection, weren't they the same people from Class 10? The docile Sun Liangwas who used to be as meek as rabbits and sheep in front of him are now like wolves and tigers. Jidong immediately realized what was happening, his pupils dilated, and he turned and ran. He limped and fell to the ground after only a couple of steps, then scrambled forward. Let's get him. Today, settle your scores. Invent your grievances. Beat them to death. Jidong screamed in terror and begged for mercy. Don't want. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please have mercy. We're all classmates. Soon, Jidong was overwhelmed by his ravenous classmates. In the end, Sun Liangwu and the others did not kill Jidong. It's not that I'm afraid. Instead, he wants Jidong to vomit up everything he ate. That's nearly 5 billion. Killing him like this is too easy on him. The next day, when Yin Zhi returned to Class 10, he found that his original seat was now empty. Where's that guy? Sun Liangwu and the others all shook their heads. Yin Zhi pursed his lips and then glared at the whole class. I'll check your grades later. I'll beat up all those who haven't improved. Sun Liangwu, especially you. When Yin Zhi pointed at him, Sun Liangwu trembled and felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Why me in particular? Yin Zhi continued to lecture them. Look at you guys. Anyone with a bit of skill wouldn't have been bullied so badly by a piece of trash. Being blackmailed? How shameful. Apart from Su Jiujiu and Mu Pingting, everyone else hung their heads and took the scolding. The school bell rang. Zhuang Mo walked into the classroom. Yin Zhi immediately said, Teacher, I'm back. Zhuang Mo still looked unkempt, and upon closer inspection, he even seemed to have gained a little weight. Okay. It's good that you're back. Come to my office when you have time. Tell me about what you got in Howard. Yin Zhi Dao. Okay, teacher. He felt that the photon harmony theory and Zhuangzi's theory of resonance rhythm complemented each other. But he himself couldn't figure it out. Perhaps Zhuang Mo, the inventor of the resonance rhythm theory, can figure out the truth behind it. Immediately, classmates, I have something to announce. Ji Dong has withdrawn from school due to health issues. If you have time, you can go and see him off. He left the school around 1 p.m. Upon hearing this, Sun Liangwu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Everyone's face was contorted with anger. You think you can just leave like that? They haven't even given back all the money yet, and they want to leave? It's not that easy. Yin Zhi thought to himself. You think you can escape once you're in my pigsty? No way. Teacher, I will definitely go to see him off. He was a class monitor when I wasn't around, which was really tough on him. I haven't even properly thanked him yet. After hearing Yin Zhi's words, Zhuang Mo said, okay, twice, and then began his lecture. Class is over. Sun Liangwu and others then tried to stop people at the school gate. Yin Zhi stopped them. Go eat in the cafeteria. This is none of your business. If you want revenge, then rely on your own abilities. Immediately, Yin Zhi arrived at the school gate and waited. About half an hour later, he met Ji Dong. The moment Ji Dong saw him, his eyes flashed with anger and fear. However, fear clearly outweighs the fear, because he instinctively hid behind a woman. Another beautiful woman. However, Yin Zhi had seen many beautiful women, and this one in front of him was nothing special. Aside from being a bit tall, it has no other distinguishing features. Little chick, I've only been back for a day, and you already want to leave. Is this a bit disrespectful to me? The beautiful woman in front of Ji Dong stared at Yin Zhi. So you're the one who bullied my brother? Last night, she received a call from her younger brother. As soon as the call connected, my younger brother started crying and shouting, Sister, someone is bullying me, wah! As someone who dotes on her younger brother, she's here today to process Ji Dong's withdrawal from school. Naturally, she remembered the grudge of her younger brother being bullied. Sacred Heart University is not the place for revenge, so I can only endure it for now and deal with it later. Unexpectedly, the person who bullied her brother today actually delivered himself to her. Yin Zhi looked at her. Who are you? He waved his hand as soon as he finished asking the question. Etc. If you also think I'm not qualified to know who you are, then you can shut up. Ji Dong's older sister narrowed her eyes slightly, her sharp eyebrows appearing even more piercing. I am Ji Dong's older sister, Ji Min. You may not be clear about the significance of the surname Ji. I can tell you that you are also entitled to know. She recognized Yin Zhi. The true Dragon Kingdom has 10 reclusive families, each with a lineage spanning thousands of years. My surname is Ji, and I am one of them. The Ji family has a history of 5,000 years. Yin Zhi exclaimed in surprise. I have a question. Is your chicken family, which has a history of 5,000 years, very poor? Chapter 197 Ji Dong. Ji Dong, you think you can escape now that you've entered my pigsty? Naive. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Yin Zhi became furious, as if he had swallowed gunpowder. What did you say? What did you say? Are you congenitally deaf, or what? It's all ears, but no one can hear commands, is it? You keep saying, what did you say? You're asking me what to say, right? Okay, I'll tell you what I said. Listen carefully. Is your chicken family, which has a history of 5,000 years, very poor? Did you hear me clearly this time? Stop talking nonsense. Just answer me. Yes or no? Ji Min pursed her thin, red lips. Adon, let's go. Empress Qin Yin actually encountered such a master. He's a complete scoundrel and a scoundrel. After saying that, she tried to walk past Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi burst into laughter. Have you been eating shit for 5,000 years? They're so poor they're resorting to extortion and robbery against their classmates. Amazing. Amazing. This is the kind of character a family with a 5,000-year-old tradition has. This is truly an eye-opening experience for me. Jimin was furious and shouted, "What did you say? If you say it again, dry. And you're telling me what you said. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yin Zhi was also furious. "What did you say when I went there? If this weren't Sacred Heart University, I would have slapped you across the face. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman. Do you believe I'm even more ruthless when I fight women?" Jimin's medium-sized breasts immediately began to heave dramatically. She turned her head and stared at Ji-dong. "Sister, I didn't. Ji-dong quickly denied it. He wasn't stupid. How could he possibly admit it? He's deliberately slandering me. Sister, you have to believe me. How could a doting brother not trust his own brother? Of course I believe you." Jimin looked at Yin Zhi again. "Please move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have Empress Qingyan." Yin Zhi laughed heartily. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I have the Azure Flame Empress. Do you know how many times I've heard that? But I've been doing whatever I want all this time?" He glanced at Ji-dong, but the latter didn't even dare to look at him. "You won't admit it, huh? It's okay. Anyway, I have plenty of evidence. Little chick, you don't actually think that Sun Liangwu and the others have been bullied by you for 9 months, do you? So you didn't do anything, did you? TSK, extorting 5 billion. I'll go to Sacred Heart City to report it later." Yin Zhi looked smug and confident. "There is solid evidence. Add to that the influence of Sun Liangwu's family. I want to see what kind of lousy, reclusive family you have a 5,000-year-old tradition of. Can we hold on? The case involves 5 billion yuan. What kind of sentence will he ultimately receive? Life imprisonment? Or bang, execute? Ha! See you in court." After saying that, he waved his hand, whistled, and strode away. Zizong Bani, life imprisonment? Execution. He cursed Sun Liangwu and by Yun Tian in his heart. Damn it. How dare they secretly leave evidence? Then he looked to Ji-min for help. "Sister." Looking at Ji-dong's expression, Ji-min could hardly believe that all of this was true. "I felt angry immediately. When did I shortchange you? Why would you use such underhanded methods to make money? And it's a whopping 5 billion. What are you going to do with so much money?" Seeing his angry sister, Ji-dong immediately put on a pitiful and miserable look. He knew his sister was susceptible to this. "Sister, I know I was wrong." The doting brother immediately softened upon seeing his younger brother's expression. "Wait." As a result, Yin Zhi not only did not slow down, but actually sped up. "Is it okay to just start running right away?" This completely unconventional move left Ji-min both surprised and stunned. But for her younger brother's sake, after realizing what was happening, she immediately rushed forward and stood in front of Yin Zhi. Yin Zhi retorted directly, "Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way." This is truly not polite at all. Ji-min was stunned. She was the darling daughter of a family with a 1,000-year-old lineage. She grew up surrounded by flowers and sweet words. All I saw were talented young people. They were all very refined and had very pleasant voices. When has it ever been treated so badly? They even became dogs blocking the way. After realizing what had happened, I found that there was no one in front of me anymore. Ji-min quickly chased after him and stopped Yin Zhi. "Are you brain dead, woman? I told you to get out of here. Get out of here. Don't you understand what get lost means? If you don't understand, just look it up in the dictionary, okay?" Ji-min felt like her head was on fire. "Don't go too far." Yin Zhi chuckled. "Is that too much? Why don't you think so? Fine. You say I'm going too far, then I'm going too far. I'm being really that unreasonable. So what can you do about it?" Ji-min was speechless. Then, she took a deep breath. "Give me the evidence. If you have a means, then go ahead and drive." Without a second thought, Yin Zhi laid out his terms. "Run 3 laps around Sacred Heart University naked." Ji-min's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Yin Zhi gasped and scratched his head. "Big sister. Annie. Middle-aged woman. Grandma. This is the 3rd time. This is the 3rd time. Would it kill you to say one less word? Also, this is not negotiable. Let your brother wait and see what the law will say." After saying that, Yin Zhi disappeared in the blink of an eye. Beep beep. You have received 1 million kill intent points from Ji-min. Oh woo. 1 million points. This young Ji-min is actually just as strong as that guy Wang Wanfeng. It seems that this so-called family with a 5,000-year heritage is not just a myth. Oh right. Didn't Ji-dong claim that he possessed a 9-star Holy Spirit power stronger than that of the Azure Flame Empress? I don't know what it is. Bastard. Bastard. Her vocabulary of profanity is pitifully small. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Ji-dong ran up to Ji-min. Sister, what should we do? I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to be executed. Sister, please save me. Ji-min felt angry at her younger brother, but she couldn't bring herself to vent it on him. I'll send you abroad right away. Ji-dong immediately became excited. No, cease. The black spot virus is rampant abroad right now. I don't want to go abroad. Ji-min remained silent. What to do? What to do? Do we really have to do as he says? Suddenly a loud noise startled the Ji siblings. Yin Zhi left and then returned. I have a suggestion. Why don't we let the little chick continue studying in class 10? In that case, he would be my classmate. Of course, I wouldn't let my classmate go to jail or get shot, right? What do you guys think of my suggestion? Hee. Ji-dong, you think you can escape now that you've entered my pigsty? Innocent. As for the evidence, he has absolutely no evidence. Chapter 198 what? Your mom, Aunt Chin, is inviting me to dinner again? The next day, classroom of class 10, grade 12. Yin Zhi's cheerful voice rang out in the classroom. Come on, come on. Let's give them a round of applause. Our classmate Chicken really couldn't bear to leave our class, so he resolutely decided to continue studying despite his illness and remain our classmate. This friendship between classmates is truly touching, isn't it? What are you waiting for? Let's all clap our hands. A warm welcome. As Yin Zhi spoke, he patted Ji-dong on the shoulder. There was a 2-second silence. Sun Liangwu led the applause. Then, snap, 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 snap. Loud applause erupted in the classroom. The sound was so loud it seemed to shatter the ceiling. Yin Zhi turned to look at Ji-min beside him. See that, Miss Chicken? The students welcomed Chicken back with such enthusiasm. What else are you worried about? Don't worry at all. You hand over your dear brother to me completely. I promise I won't return it to you crippled. Ji-dong looked at Ji-min with a pitiful and pleading expression. Sister, of course he doesn't want to come back. But what can we do? I will not agree to this condition. Do you really want my sister to run 3 laps around Sacred Heart University naked? Even if I agreed, my sister wouldn't. But Ji-dong didn't want to go to jail or even be shot. There was no other way but to come back. Looking at Ji-dong's eyes and expression. For a moment, Ji-min, who dotes on her younger brother, even had the urge to protect him regardless of the consequences. However, she managed to restrain herself. Xiaodong, it's okay. Just stay here and focus on your studies. After comforting Ji-dong, Ji-min turned to look at the other students. I'm warning you. If I find out you've bullied my brother, smack. Yin Zhi slapped Ji-dong across the face. The force was so great that it sent his head slamming into the blackboard, causing him to bounce back and fall to the ground. Miss Chicken, have I been too kind to you? You're being given face, and you don't even appreciate it, coming here to threaten me. Aren't you afraid I'll bully your brother? I'm going to bully him right now. Why don't you take him away then? Ji-min realized what was happening and quickly helped her younger brother up. Those dark, gleaming eyes stared intently at Yin Zhi. Beep beep. You have received 800,000 points of killing intent from Ji-min. Please check. Yin Zhi also widened his eyes. What are you looking at? Is it a contest to see who can widen their eyes the most? Don't just glare at me. If you want to kill me, just do it. I'm ready. If you're so capable, take him away right now. Take him away. As he spoke, Yin Zhi took out his communicator. Believe it or not, a bunch of police officers will come and arrest you right away. 5 billion in revenue. I don't believe they won't be tempted. I'll upload all the evidence online later. Let the people of the whole country see what kind of family this legendary family with a 5,000-year history really is. Ji-min was absolutely furious. You don't force me. Yin Zhi Dao. Hee, I'm going to push you. What are you going to do about it? Come and bite me. Ji-min stood up and took Ji-dong's hand. Let's move. I'd like to see who dares to mess with you. I'll fight him to the death. Yin Zhi laughed and said, Goodbye and don't see me off. As he spoke, he pressed 3 numbers on the communicator. Hello, is this a police officer? I want to report this to the police. Someone. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. No. Ji-dong broke free from Ji-min and rushed to Yin Zhi, trying to snatch his communicator. Ha, just kidding. With your audacity, you even dare to try and extort money. You're lucky to have met a bunch of idiots. Of course, only Yin Zhi is qualified to say such a thing. Ji-dong's strength speaks for itself. Sun Liangwu and the others, who had been terribly abused by him, dared not disobey. They didn't even dare to tell their parents. I was just kidding you this time, but I might not do it next time. Are you leaving or not? If you're leaving, you'd better get lost. Don't get in my way. With half his face swollen, Ji Dong said, I won't go. I won't leave. After saying that, he turned to look at Ji Min. Sister, you should go back. I'm Fina. Go back quickly. That guy's a mad dog. Can't afford to offend. We can't afford to mess with them. How could Ji Min let her younger brother stay? They immediately wanted to pull Ji away. But how could Ji Dong dare to go with Ji Min? In the midst of the scuffle, Ji Dong shouted excitedly, Go away. Go away. Yin Zhi slapped him again. How did you talk to your sister? Apologize. Hurry up. Ji Dong was going crazy, but he could only suppress his anger and apologize to Ji Min. After apologizing, he pitifully begged Ji Min. Sister, you can leave now. Please, I'm begging you. Now, Yin Zhi has gained another 400,000 units of murderous intent. Ji Min took a deep breath to calm her almost outburst of emotions. You'd better stay at Sacred Heart University for the rest of your life. Otherwise, smack, smack. After slapping Ji Dong twice, Yin Zhi turned to Ji Min. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Damn it. You actually made me say the thing I hate hearing the most. She raised her hand to slap Ji Dong again. Ji Dong, extremely agitated, shouted at Ji Min, Get out. Get out. Ji Min stared intently at Yin Zhi, as if she wanted to bleed from her gaze. Then, she turned and left, walking out of Class 10 and out of the gates of Sacred Heart University. She stopped when she reached the open plain. I'm going to kill him. I want him dead. I want him dead. He vented all his energy. Ji Min's mood improved considerably. Once they arrived at the parking lot and got into the car, she took out a communicator. Uncle Ku, could you please make some arrangements for me? I want one person's life. I'll make him wish he were dead. She was clearly confused with anger. Her statements were contradictory. Ji Min's continuous screams of venting could be heard from inside the departing black sedan. Yin Zhi didn't take it to heart at all. He'd love for as many people as possible to kill him. He originally thought that by going to Odinmala, he would offend all the people of Odinmala. From then on, there will be an endless stream of murderous intent. But who knew that the black stripe virus would break out in full force? Now it's all good. They're struggling to survive. How could they possibly have the time to think about killing themselves? That's why Yin Zhi went to great lengths to offend Ji Min. It would be an injustice if such a fat pig wasn't slaughtered. Thus, Ji Dong returned to Class 10. He was just a class monitor who used to bully everyone, but he was completely reduced to a human punching bag. 3 days later, immediately, Sun Liangwu came to Yin Zhi's side. Yin Zhi looked surprised after hearing what Sun Liangwu had to say to him. What? Your mom, Aunt Qin, is inviting me to dinner again? Chapter 199 Aunt Qin. Those ruby earrings you're wearing are really beautiful. Aunt Qin is treating us to dinner? What should I eat? Big steamed buns? Little cherry? Or a sausage and egg sandwich? Go. No matter what they offer me to eat, I have to go. Back in Odinmala, I was really grateful to Aunt Qin for her generous help and timely assistance. Otherwise, where would he get so much money to hire a lawyer? Although that beautiful lawyer is Dongfeng Weixi's friend, we can't let her work for free, right? Without Aunt Qin's financial assistance, he might have crashed and burned in Odinmala. I should thank them properly. I'll also return the black card and the money to her. Yin Zhi is a sensible person. Even close brothers need to keep clear accounts, let alone him and Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin invited me to dinner, so of course I had to go. When? Sun Liangwu said, My mom said you can decide the time. I'll decide. Aunt Qin is a very busy person. They actually let me set the time. That's quite a favor to them. Let's do it this weekend then. Okay, I'll tell my mom right away. Sun Liangwu didn't know if he realized it or not. This time, he didn't seem to mind Yin Zhi coming to his house for dinner at all. Communication connected. Mom. On the other end of the phone. President's office, headquarters of Junyuan Chunha Group. Now, this conglomerate is completely and utterly under the Qin family name, inside and out. Even their names have been changed. It was originally the ABA Group. Now, it is Junyuan Chunha Group. The original members of the Sun faction were either given retirement, exiled, or dismissed. Qin Qing was a seasoned businessman, and he handled everything flawlessly. This is evident. She could have changed the name of this conglomerate long ago. She didn't do it only because of past feelings. After that night, All old feelings vanished. So what else did she have to worry about? Is it the weekend? After hanging up the phone, Qin Qing, dressed in a jet black work suit, frowned slightly. Cindy, come in here for a moment. Soon, a woman who wasn't particularly beautiful but had a very elegant demeanor appeared before Qin Qing. Mr. Qin, you want to see me? Qin Qingdao. All schedules for this weekend have been postponed. Those that cannot be postponed have been canceled. Secretary Wang Cindy said, but President Qin, you have appointments with President Ma, President Wang, and President Li this weekend. Who is Mr. Ma? Ma Yunization, the richest man in the true Dragon Kingdom. Is this enough? Both Mr. Wang and Mr. Li are among the top 5 on the rich list. The 5 of them were both adversaries and partners. In the turbulent business world, profit is paramount. How can you tell if someone is an enemy or a friend? This dinner party over the weekend was hosted by Jack Ma's team. The root cause lies in the dramatic changes in the kingdom of Odinmala. Don't think that the changes in Odinmala have no impact on them. Not only does it have an impact, but it has a very large impact, especially the Ma unization. The direct losses are in the trillions. If we were to re-rank the rich list now, it's really hard to say who would be the richest person. A weekend dinner party is clearly more than just a meal. Rather, it was to address the current crisis, to chat, discuss, and seek opportunities amidst the upheaval. Qin Qing frowned and said, if you can postpone it, then postpone it. If you can't postpone it, just say I don't have time and I'm not going. This. Okay, I understand, Mr. Qin. I'll take care of it right away. Wang Cindy left the president's office. What exactly happened? They even managed to get President Qin to cancel his dinner appointment with President Ma and the others. He shook his head. Wang Cindy banished the thoughts she shouldn't have had from her mind and went to get to work. The CEO's office. Qin Qing sat there quietly for a while, lost in thought. Then he silently took a box out of the drawer on his left. The box was opened, and inside was a pair of earrings. The earrings are set with the purest rubies. Whether in terms of design concept, appearance, or craftsmanship, it is top-notch in the world. It's no exaggeration to say that it's the dream of almost every woman in the world. Qin Qing put on the earrings that money couldn't buy. Look to the left. Look to the right. Her rosy lips curved into a soft, beautiful arc. If Wang Cindy were here, she would definitely be so surprised that her mouth would be agape, because she hadn't seen President Qin smile so naturally in a long time. The days passed by, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Yin Zhi returned to a peaceful campus life. These days, he has been studying the photon harmony theory with Zhuang Mo. Having renowned teachers involved makes all the difference. Yin Zhi felt that he had finally figured out the issues that he couldn't understand before. Just as he thought, Zhuang Mo also felt that the photon harmony theory and the resonance rhythm theory were complementary. This is a very big and difficult topic, but Zhuang Mo has already begun his research. During this time, Yin Zhi and Zhuang Mo also had a conversation about the photon harmony theory. Teacher, why did Professor Eston share such important research findings with us unconditionally? Haha, perhaps Professor Estienne believes that knowledge knows no borders? I always felt there were some hidden secrets we didn't know about. Don't overthink it. Respect knowledge, study knowledge, and spread knowledge. Perhaps all teachers in the world are the same. That's what they say. But Yin Zhi still felt that something was wrong. From any perspective, Professor Estienne's behavior is quite illogical. What untold secrets are hidden here? Yin Zhi had a gut feeling that there was a big secret behind this. Before we knew it, it was the weekend. Yin Zhi and Sun Liangwu boarded Qin Qing's special train. Led by her personal driver and secretary, she headed straight for the Qin family home. Sun Liangwu's new home is located in a residential community next to Ziki Donglai Pavilion. This residential complex looks quite ordinary, but only a fool or an idiot would think this residential complex is ordinary. Why? Just because it's the closest residential complex to Ziki Donglai Pavilion, even though it's still 5 kilometers away. What kind of place is Ziki Donglai Pavilion? Those who know, know. Those who don't, no explanation needed. Therefore, this residential area can be considered the second safest place in the true Dragon Kingdom. Sun Liangwu's home is hidden in the bamboo and wood forest of this residential community. The car slowly came to a stop. Qin Qing was already standing at the door waiting. Seeing someone get off the bus, she took 2 steps forward. They've arrived? Yin Zhi looked at Aunt Qin in front of him. After nearly 10 months apart, just as I was about to admire her beauty, My eyes were drawn to a pair of earrings she was wearing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yin Zhi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Aunt Qin, those ruby earrings you're wearing are so beautiful. Qin Qing's eyes sparkled, seemingly brighter than the ruby on her earring for a moment. She smiled gently, her beauty unparalleled. What? Do you think earrings look good? Yin Zhi grinned, revealing bright white teeth. Need I say more? Of course, it only looks good because it's worn on Aunt Qin's ears. Qin Qing blinked, her eyes blinking rapidly. You always know how to say the nice things. Stop standing outside. Gleaming. Looking at his mother's smiling face, son Liangwu suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Chapter 200. Mom, am I your son, or is he your son? Upon entering the house, Yin Zhi was immediately greeted by an enticing aroma. There was a faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Aunt Qin. There was also the aroma of food wafting from the restaurant and kitchen. Yin Zhi exclaimed in surprise. Aunt Qin, it smells so good. Qin Qing placed the indoor slippers on the floor. The way he bent his knees and bowed his waist gave Yin Zhi a sense of pride and arrogance. He couldn't help but feel a little itchy inside. This Aunt Qin is really a handful. Why take your life? Yin Zhi reflected on his actions. Could it be because Aunt Qin is the second richest person in the country? Or is it because she was the unapproachable big boss in his past life? Or perhaps he is son Liangwu's mother, and there's a strange sense of excitement in that. And she herself is a stunning beauty that has been refined by time. It probably touches on every possibility to some extent. Then they squeezed together, and a strange chemical reaction broke out. Qin Qing had no idea that Yin Zhi was thinking all sorts of things, his mind wandering and his thoughts racing. The aunt doesn't know your taste either. I just casually made a few home-style dishes. If it doesn't taste good, please don't complain. Yin Zhi sniffed, openly inhaling the pleasant fragrance. Anything made by Aunt Qin is bound to be delicious. I like it so much, I don't even have time to think about it. How could I possibly mind? I'll definitely lick the plate clean later. Ha! Son Liangwu silently changed his shoes. He no longer received the privilege of having his mother bring him slippers. Qin Qingsu frowned slightly. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Liangwu, you should talk to Yin Zhi first. There's still one dish that's not ready yet. You'll have to wait a while. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the kitchen. Yin Zhi's gaze inadvertently fell on what was behind Aunt Qin. Hiss! Liangwu, pour me a glass of ice water. I've been feeling a bit feverish lately. I'll drink some ice water to cool it down. Son, Liangwu muttered to himself. She really knows how to boss people around. She doesn't treat me like an outsider at all. Muttering to myself, I obediently went to pour the ice water. If he had known that this glass of ice water was meant to extinguish the fire in his mother's heart that she had ignited within Yin Zhi, he would have known better. I wonder if I dare to splash ice water directly on Yin Zhi's face. Deliciousness requires patience. But the person who made the delicious food didn't keep the person enjoying it waiting too long. 5 minutes later, the last dish was served. As soon as the lid was opened, a unique aroma of meat wafted out. This is turtle soup. The aunt asked a friend to get her some wild, soft-shelled turtles. Some of them are over 500 years old. It's good for your health to eat. You are all still growing, so make sure to nourish yourselves properly. Yin Zhi, what else would you like to eat? Annie will get it for you. Yin Zhi blinked, a barely perceptible hint of mockery flashing deep in his eyes. Annie, I actually really like eating noodles. Qin Qing said, Okay, Annie will go make you a bowl of noodles right away. You guys eat first, the noodles will be ready soon. Yin Zhi chuckled and immediately picked up the bowl to scoop soup without any hesitation. Sun Liangwu thought to himself, I told you to eat first, and you actually did. Yin Zhi took a sip of the soup and immediately praised it highly. Delicious. So delicious. The food my Annie makes tastes amazing. It's not only delicious, but also very nutritious. Hey, why aren't you moving? Get moving. Why are you being so polite with me? Sun Liangwu silently picked up the soup spoon and scooped out the soup. He was speechless. What do you mean by being so polite with me? Is this your house or mine? Qin Qing brought over the cooked noodles when Yin Zhi finished his second bowl of soup. Yin Zhi immediately praised it highly. Aunt Qin, your soup is absolutely delicious. It's both fresh and sweet. It's just so incredibly delicious. Qin Qing smiled broadly when she received Yin Zhi's praise. If you like it, then drink more. Here you go, the noodles are cooked. If it's not enough, the auntie will cook more. Yin Zhi Dao, that's enough. You've really gone to so much trouble for Andy. Qin Qing's face showed anger. Don't talk about whether it's troublesome or not. It's Andy who's bothering you. This time, it's all thanks to you again. Otherwise, Liang Wu would have suffered even more. She only knew that Sun Liang Wu was being extorted, but she didn't know that Sun Liang Wu had been beaten. Yin Zhi took a bite of noodles, quickly swallowed it after a few bites. Annie, I am, after all, the class monitor of Class 10. Besides, Auntie, you entrusted Liang Wu to me last time. It was only because I went to Odimala that he was allowed to be bullied. Qin Qing gave Sun Liang Wu a wink. You silly child. Stop just eating. Quickly pour Yin Zhi a glass of wine. Sun Liang Wu quickly put down his chopsticks and poured wine for Yin Zhi. Immediately, Qin Qing raised his glass to express his gratitude to Yin Zhi. After downing a glass of red wine, Qin Qing's cheeks flushed red in no time, just like a ripe persimmon. I'm afraid that if you poke it even lightly, juice will seep out. It's killing me. It's killing me. It's killing me. Yin Zhi was internally screaming. If this continues, I'll surely turn into a wolf. Immediately, the three of them ate the home-cooked meal on the table while talking about Yin Zhi's experiences in Odimala. Of course, it was mainly Yin Zhi and Qin Qing who were talking. Sun Liang Wu mainly acted as a listener. Watching her mother and Yin Zhi chatting and laughing, she felt like she was superfluous. A pang of sadness welled up in Sun Liang Wu's heart. He really wanted to ask, Mom, am I your son? Or is he your son? He didn't dare to ask Yin Zhi, Yin Zhi, is this my mother or your mother? Leaving aside the previous ones. This is what Yin Zhi is talking about at the dinner table about his actions in Odinmara. That was enough to terrify him. What? One person beat up tens of thousands of Odimra people with a baseball bat and nothing happened. What? Another holy spirit, 9-star guardian spirit, was drawn. Or is it the goddess of the lighthouse of freedom? What? Using the goddess of the beacon of freedom, did she insult all of Odin's people? Each and every one of these incidents is utterly shocking. Not to mention that Yin Zhi did it himself. As he listened, Sun Liang Wu couldn't help but feel that he was inferior to him. Squad leader Yin, so you now have 2 holy spirit 9-star spirit masters? I finally got a chance to speak. Sun Liang Wu quickly said something. He was reminding the other 2 of his presence. Yin Zhi smiled smugly. Good. Aside from the holy throne of the holy sea, I am the first person to possess 2 holy spirits and 9 stars. Are you envious? I'll teach you when I've thoroughly studied the photon harmony theory. Upon hearing this, Sun Liang Wu's face flushed with excitement. Really? Yin Zhi laughed and said, I'm doing this for Aunt Qin's sake. Sun Liang Wu rubbed his hands together excitedly. The class monitor thanked him. But at that very moment, a loud bang came from outside the window. Yin Zhi recognized the sound all too well. It was the sound of slap. Then came excited shout. I won't marry him. I won't marry him. Go ahead and marry him if you want. I'd rather die than marry him. You might as well kill me. Then another angry voice came. Then I'll beat you to death today.